The man's eyes snapped open, and he was surprised to find himself in front of a dilapidated house. Not far away, there was a strange building glowing, surrounded by a thick, dark forest. The man looked up at the gray sky and said, "Wasn't I sleeping just now?" Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my ears. "Welcome to the continent of 10,000 races. Everyone will receive a territory and a random initial unit building. Randomly selecting the initial troops, you will receive a 7-day novice protection period. During the protection period, no creature can enter your territory unless you allow it. After 7 days, the initial wave of ferocious beasts will sweep across all territories. If the heart of the territory is destroyed, you will die." 7 days of novice protection period. Linton whispered to himself. It turns out that I only have 7 days. He looked towards the dark forest outside, and it seemed that he had really traveled to another world. He turned his gaze to a building covered in mysterious runes, with a black hole emitting faint light in the front. Linton approached curiously, and suddenly a template appeared before his eyes. Army building, primordial dragon nest, mythical, unique. Initial level, level 1 baby dragon can be bred every day required for upgrading. 100 third level crystals, 1 fourth level exotic crystal. The higher the level of the primordial dragon nest, the higher the chance of spawning a dragonlet with special bloodlines and physiques. Primordial dragon nest, dragonlet, a mythical level unit. The dragon is a mythical creature that is revered as the totem of the Chinese nation. Having dragons as a military force is powerful enough no matter what. Do you want to breed a baby dragon? Linton immediately chose yes. The primordial dragon's nest shook violently, then erupted in light until the strange phenomenon disappeared. A clear dragon cry came from the black hole, and Linton retreated instantly because the sound did not sound like that of a dragon. At this moment, a dark blue dragon emerged from the black hole. It was about 9 meters long, covered in hard dragon scales, with horns standing tall. An information panel immediately appeared in front of Linton. Panlong, growth status, juvenile. Strength level, level 3. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 4-clawed coiled dragon. The dragon race's growth stages are childhood, middle age, adulthood, and ultimate stage. Linton took a deep breath. Level 3 strength. It's so powerful right after birth, and it will be even stronger when it grows up. Master. Panlong lowered his head and respectfully greeted Linton in human language. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the dragon's head. Later, Linton brought the dragon to a dilapidated house nearby. The information about the territory in front of him instantly appeared in his mind. Primary territory, ordinary building. City Lord's mansion, special building. Primordial dragon's nest. Upgrade required. 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Linton looked at the dilapidated house in front of him. That's at the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the panel in front of Linton changed instantly, displaying a row of content. City Lord Friends, Regional Chat, Channel World Chat, Channel Trade. Linton immediately checked his personal information. City Lord, Linton, Strength, 0 rank. Territory level, Primary Territory, Army, Dragon Clan, Unique Mythical Army. Buildings, City Lord's Mansion, Primordial Dragon's Nest. Linton himself hadn't even reached the first level. Compared to the native creatures of the myriad races continent, he was practically a weakling. Linton looked at Panlong. Although it was newly born, its strength had already reached the 3rd level. If it is a high-level dragon such as the Golden Dragon or the Azure Dragon, it will be born as a 9th level or higher being. Linton continued to check the other information on the panel. Crystals and xenoliths? It seems that these 2 things are the key to upgrading the original dragon's nest. How can he obtain them? At this moment, a familiar voice came to my ears. Kill wild beasts, enemy soldiers, dig crystal mines, etc., and you have a chance to obtain crystals. Note, capturing a city will yield a large amount of crystals. Killing mutated beasts and other creatures will give you a chance to obtain exotic crystals. Although his army does not appear to be particularly powerful, once the Panlong is promoted to a 4-clawed Panlong, it will definitely be above the 9th level. From time to time, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard outside, indicating that there were many dangers lurking around his territory. Although the danger outside is great, we only have 7 days. Otherwise, if a beast tide attacks in 7 days, we will die if we don't have enough strength. He turned his gaze to Panlong beside him, who bowed his head respectfully. I am willing to sweep away everything for my master. Linton nodded. Go and test the strength of the beast outside first. If you can't defeat it, come back immediately. Yes, sir. Panlong growled, swung his tail, and quickly disappeared outside the territory. Chapter 3. Linton hurriedly caught up, but he did not leave the protective shield too far. At the same time, Panlong had already flown out of its territory and rushed into the dark jungle. A ferocious beast with blood-red eyes quickly locked onto its target. Roar! The ferocious beast let out a roar full of murderous intent, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards the Panlong. However, as a dragon, he possessed the innate bloodline ability to suppress the demon race. Facing the attack of this ferocious beast, Panlong was not afraid at all. It flew high up, looking down at the ferocious beast that was rushing towards it, and the dragon's tail swept towards the beast like lightning. The ferocious beast's reaction was not slow. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the dragon's tail that was swung by Panlong. Bang! The sharp teeth of the ferocious beast only left a shallow mark on the dragon's scales, and the power of the dragon's tail killed it instantly. The beast's corpse fell heavily to the ground like a broken rag doll, and life and death were instantly determined. Kill a second-level ferocious beast, energy plus 10, second-level demon crystal plus 1. Linton saw this scene, as expected of the dragon clan. The soldiers of other city lords were often killed by ferocious beasts as soon as they went out, but his Panlong defeated the ferocious beasts so easily. The second after the system prompt appeared, Linton suddenly felt his strength increase slightly. He hurriedly checked his information panel. City Lord, Linton, Strength, 0 tier, 10/100. Territory level, Primary Territory, Army, Dragon, Unique Mythical Arm. Building, City Lord's Mansion, Primordial Dragon's Nest, Crystal, 1, second-level Crystal, Alien Crystal, none. It turns out that as long as the troops kill the enemy, he, as the City Lord, can also share the corresponding feedback and improve his strength and level. Besides upgrading the Primordial Dragon Nest, what other uses does this crystal have? The Panlong flew back with the headless beast's body in its front paws, clearly wanting to take credit. Well done. Linton touched the Panlong's head and praised. Then, Linton turned his gaze to the beast's corpse on the ground. Suddenly, a choice appeared before him. If a beast's corpse is found, should we disassemble it? Linton chose yes. Almost instantly, the system prompted him again. Decomposition successful. Obtained 10 units of second-level fierce beast meat. Obtained 1 animal hide. He put the items away and looked up to ask Panlong, "Has your strength improved after killing the ferocious beast just now?" Panlong nodded. Seeing this answer, Linton smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the pile of beast meat and decided to let Panlong find some firewood. The fire began to sizzle, and a rich aroma quickly spread. Panlong stared at the meat on it. As a newly born dragon, it had never tasted food before. Linton smiled and handed it a piece of roasted beast meat. As it ate the delicious meat, its eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master, I will continue to clean up the beast." Panlong asked Linton for his orders. Linton nodded slightly and said, "Be careful and don't act recklessly when you encounter danger." Not long after, Linton received a kill notification. Streams of energy entered his body, increasing his strength. A few minutes later, Linton had received more than 10 kill notifications, which indicated that the number of ferocious beasts around him was quite large. Soon after, the barbecue was completed and Linton prepared to taste the meat of the ferocious beasts in this world. At this moment, Panlong came back dragging more than 10 beast corpses. It stared at the meat in Linton's hand. Linton looked at the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground, and finally handed the barbecue in his hand to Panlong. Panlong was very happy eating, rubbed Linton affectionately, and then continued to clean up the ferocious beasts around. Linton continued to be busy, grilling meat while decomposing the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground. As the decomposition continued, Linton obtained hundreds of units of beast meat. Finally, Linton was able to taste a bite of meat. However, Panlong did not come back on time during his barbecue period, so he decided to go out of the territory himself to see what was happening outside. Chapter 4. Linton looked up into the depths of the forest. He could hear bursts of explosions and the roars of ferocious beasts. Clearly, a fierce battle was underway. This should be a 3rd-level ferocious beast, right? But if it was a 4th-level or even 5th-level ferocious beast, then his little Panlong would be in danger. Although the difference between a 2nd-level ferocious beast and a 3rd-level ferocious beast is only 1 level, the gap between the two is huge. The battle lasted for about 10 minutes, and finally, Linton received a notification message. Killed a 3rd-level beast. Energy plus 15, 3rd-level demon crystal plus 1. Boom. As the prompt sound rang, Linton felt a muffled sound, as if something was broken. Is this a breakthrough? Lin Tian hurriedly opened the panel to check his personal information. City Lord, Lin Tian, Strength, First level, 5 out of 100. As expected, he broke through, from level 0 to level 1. At this time, Panlong was flying back, dragging the corpse of a huge, 3-meter-long ferocious beast, flying towards Lin Tian. The Panlong was not injured, except for a few scratches on its blue-black scales. These did not affect its fighting ability, and it recovered quickly. Lin Tian began to decompose the beast's corpse. Decomposition successful. Obtained 15 units of level 3 beast meat. Obtained a complete level 3 beast hide. Obtained a beast bone. The meat of ferocious beasts can be used to satisfy hunger. Their skins can be used to make fur coats, and their bones can be used to make weapons. Lin Tian didn't let Panlong go out to hunt beasts. After all, it was only a short time since he was born. It was a miracle that he could go out and fight on the first day. So, Lin Tian and Panlong sat by the fire, roasting the meat of the ferocious beast, filling their stomachs while browsing the messages in the chat channel. What a close call. I just sent my troops out to look for food, but they encountered a rank 2 ferocious beast. One of my 2 dark feather demons was seriously injured, while the other was slightly injured. That boss has food. I'm willing to spend 100 million to buy it. I'll give you 10 billion. I'm so hungry. Which boss would you give me some food? Now that so many city lords were in urgent need of food, and he had hunted a large number of ferocious beasts and had a lot of ferocious beast meat, it was just the right time to make a fortune. Lin Tian opened the trading channel and quickly posted the first and second level ferocious beast meat he had on hand. 1 unit of first level beast meat in exchange for 20 units of wood or 10 units of stone. In exchange, 1 first level crystal. Current inventory, 80 units. 1 unit of second level beast meat in exchange for 50 units of wood or 30 units of stone. In exchange, 1 second level crystal. Current inventory, 40 units. As soon as the post was published, the trading channel exploded. All the online city lords rushed in and began to scramble to buy the over 100 units of ferocious beast meat. On this first day, the city lord who was able to kill the ferocious beast obviously possessed powerful troops, and such city lords were naturally very rare. How many beasts did boss Lin Tian kill? There are actually 40 units of second-level beast meat. 120 units. That must be 20 beasts, right? Almost in an instant, the 120 units of ferocious beast meat were sold out. However, when the transaction was completed, everyone discovered that the price of Lin Tian's beast meat was twice as expensive as that of others. The price of 5 units of first-level ferocious beast meat sold by that person before was 10 units of wood or 5 units of stone, but Lin Tian set a higher price. These people couldn't help but start blaming Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you profiteer, you're actually exploiting your compatriots. This is simply unworthy of being a Chinese. However, almost all those who scolded Lin Tian failed to grab any food, while those city lords who grabbed food were very happy and hurried back to prepare barbecue. Checking the warehouse, Lin Tian saw that this hunt yielded a total of 2,500 units of wood and 600 units of stone, all of which were stored in the Lord's space. These woods are enough to upgrade the territory, Lin Tian muttered to himself, but I'm still short of 400 units of stone. I should be able to get them today. Chapter 5. In just a few days, Lin Tian killed a large number of ferocious beasts and reaped rich rewards, which quickly attracted the attention of countless people. The city lords applied to add friends one after another, but when their stomachs growled with hunger, they had to give in and eagerly asked Lin Tian if he still had any food. However, all the friend requests were rejected by Lin Tian. He closed the friend panel and turned his gaze to Panlong beside him. Long Feng had already eaten several pieces of ferocious beast meat, and it was obvious that he seemed to enjoy the delicacies. Lin Tian's mind moved, and he opened the Long Feng information panel. Panlong, Long Feng. Growth status, juvenile. Strength level, level 3, 33/100. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 4-clawed coiled dragon. Seeing Long Feng's information, Lin Tian was delighted, but soon frowned again. Only 33. Long Feng has killed nearly 20 ferocious beasts. After Long Feng reaches the 3rd level, if it continues to kill first-level ferocious beasts, the energy Lin Tian obtains will definitely be much less. Lin Tian touched Long Feng's dragon scales and said softly, "Continue hunting the ferocious beast." He handed the 3rd-level beast meat in his hand to Long Feng. Eating this meat will help you increase your strength. Roasting the meat of a 3rd-level ferocious beast is very time-consuming, but its effect is real. After swallowing a piece of meat, Lin Tian suddenly felt a surge of strength within him. The system prompt sounded again, Kill the second-level beast. Energy +5, second-level demon crystal +1. Sure enough, as Long Feng improved, the energy feedback when killing second-level beasts was significantly reduced. If he continues at this pace, Lin Tian will probably soon surpass Long Feng and become the strongest, but this is obviously unrealistic. However, after the fierce battle with the third-level ferocious beast, Long Feng's combat experience has increased significantly, and its hunting speed has also increased significantly. Soon, Long Feng brought back the corpses of several ferocious beasts, including a third-level ferocious beast. Lin Tian immediately decomposed the corpses and harvested a pile of ferocious beast meat, animal skins, sharp teeth, scales, and other trophies. Although it is not clear what direct use these items have, Lin Tian decided to store them all first to avoid any unexpected uses in the future. If we exchange these third-level beast meats, along with the first and second-level beast meats, for stones, it should be enough to meet the needs of upgrading the territory. He quickly put all the food on the trading channel. He would be the first among billions of people to be able to upgrade his territory. 1 unit of first-level beast meat in exchange for 10 units of stone. In exchange, 1 first-level crystal. Current inventory, 20 units. 1 unit of second-level beast meat in exchange for 30 units of stone. In exchange, 1 second-level crystal. Current inventory, 15 units. 1 unit of third-level beast meat in exchange for 100 units of stone. In exchange, 1 third-level crystal. Current inventory, 12 units. Messages flooded into the chat channel. Who has any food left? Save the child. Does Boss Lin Tian have any food left? Put it on the shelves quickly. Don't let me starve to death. Everyone in the chat channel was worried about food. Not only were they starving, but their troops were also starving. If a soldier doesn't get food for a long time, his loyalty will also decrease. Once his loyalty drops to a critical point, he may betray his master and turn against him. Just then, a red exclamation mark suddenly appeared in the trading channel. Someone has listed an item for trading. Countless city lords flocked into the trading channel, their eyes filled with desire and anxiety. When they found out that it was Lin Tian who put food on the shelves again, every city lord did not dare to waste a second and rush to buy it. In less than a minute, the 47 units of food that Lin Tian put on the shelf were instantly sold out. Are you crazy? 100 units of stone beast meat were snatched up in less than a second. Brother Lin Tian's troops are definitely above the extraordinary level and are very likely epic level troops. Yes, if I had such a powerful type of soldier, I would definitely sell it to everyone at the lowest price. When everyone was shocked at the strength of Lin Tian's troops, the city lords who were unable to exchange food began to vent their dissatisfaction in the chat channel. Checking the warehouse, he found that he had harvested a total of 1,850 units of stone, returning with a full load. Chapter 6. Lin Tian saw the materials in the warehouse and clicked on the territory information. Primary territory. Common building. City Lord's Mansion, Special Building, Primordial Dragon's Nest, Upgrade required. 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Current status. Invincible. Upgrade materials are required. Do you want to upgrade? Lin Tian immediately clicked yes. The City Lord's Mansion was expanded from a single-story building to a two-story building, and the territory was expanded accordingly, with solid walls erected around it. Congratulations on upgrading your territory to an intermediate-level territory, increasing your sphere of influence to 500 meters. The defense of your territory's heart has tripled. Your territory's reputation in the Myriad Races continent has been enhanced. In the Dark Forest, your territory is just beginning to take shape. Intermediate Territory Common Building, City Lord's Mansion Special Building, Primordial Dragon's Nest. Upgrade required. 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone. Current status. Invincible, 6 days remaining. Yes, the defenses of the territory and the heart of the territory have been enhanced. As he continued to browse the panel, he learned that the forest he was in was called the Dark Forest. However, the following information made Lin Tian a little confused. What does this mean? Lin Tian couldn't help but mutter to himself. The system prompt quickly gave the answer. This is a reflection of the territory's strength, influence, and reputation. The influence of a territory in a region can be categorized as emerging, established, and renowned. The higher the influence, the more likely it is to attract the attention of the local forces of the 10,000 races continent. It is also possible that the local forces will target you and invade your territory. Lin Tian nodded slightly. It seemed that the increase in influence had both benefits and hidden dangers. However, given their current strength, it's impossible to come here to join them. At most, they have to be wary of intrusions from local forces. The 7-day protection period must not be wasted. Lin Tian began to patrol the territory and found that all the ferocious beasts within a range of 500 meters had been driven out. Soon, a powerful dragon shadow streaked across the sky, and with one claw, Long Feng killed all the ferocious beasts that dared to attack the territory. Lin Tian saw that Long Feng had become more and more skilled in hunting ferocious beasts. He no longer used his dragon tail to use his sharp claws, but only used his claws to deal with his prey. The other plants and ancient trees in the territory remained intact. Long Feng continued to clear out the remaining ferocious beasts until he had eliminated all the ferocious beasts within a 500-meter radius. When he returned, the city lord's mansion was already filled with a large number of ferocious beast carcasses. He began to disassemble these carcasses, harvesting a large amount of ferocious beast meat, fur, and some valuable materials. Especially the third-level energy stones. Lin Tian has accumulated 5 of them, and has completed 1/20th of the crystal stone target required to upgrade the original dragon nest. Right now, there's only one dragon, Long Feng, and its speed is a bit slow. Lin Tian murmured, "Once we can breed another dragon tomorrow, the speed will double." Lin Tian immediately opened the trading channel and put the food he had collected on it. Hundreds of city lords snapped up all the food. Damn it, could Mr. Lin Tian please send more at once? I can never get any every time. These guys must have practiced their hand speed for years because of being single. Exactly. I was watching the trading channel the entire time, not daring to blink, and as soon as I clicked on it, it was gone. When he was about to close the chat channel, suddenly, an announcement popped up. As night falls and a blood moon rises, the strength of wild beasts increases by 2 times. The strength of non-evil and demonic troops decreases to varying degrees. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire chat channel fell silent. After just 3 seconds of silence, the chat channel instantly exploded. What the hell? Their strength has tripled. How can we survive this? The troops are already weak, and now they're even weaker at night. I originally thought of sending my troops out to find some edible plants at night, but, my troops are shadow demons, so they are not affected. In the distance, a blood moon hung in the sky, and its blood-red light sprinkled on the earth, shrouding the entire world in a strange atmosphere. The roars coming from the deep, dark forest became louder and louder. Oh no, Long Feng hasn't come back yet. Lin Tian suddenly realized that Long Feng was still outside hunting ferocious beasts. If it encountered a 3rd level or stronger ferocious beast at this time, it would definitely be in great danger. Lin Tian hurriedly summoned Long Feng back. Not long after, Long Feng dragged a pile of ferocious beast corpses back to the territory safely. Lin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After asking, he learned that Long Feng's strength did decrease a little when the blood moon rose. Don't go hunting tonight. Get some rest, Lin Tian warned. Yes, master. Long Feng bowed his head in response. So, the man and the dragon sat around the fire, leisurely enjoying their dinner. Although the roars of the ferocious beasts outside were deafening, the territory was peaceful and tranquil. Chapter 7. Early in the morning, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. Long Feng clumsily roasted a piece of ferocious beast meat, waiting for his master to enjoy it. Lin Tian and Long Feng walked to the primordial dragon's nest. A prompt popped up on the screen. Do you want to breed a baby dragon? Lin Tian chose yes. The next moment, a roar came from the black hole in the dragon's nest, and a 9-meter-long young dragon covered with blue-black scales flew out. Long Feng finally understood that it was Lin Tian who gave them life and allowed them to come into this world. Lin Tian did not notice Long Feng's emotional changes. His eyes were fixed on the information panel of the newly born dragon in front of him. Panlong, unnamed, growth status, juvenile, strength level, level 3, loyalty, 100, potential, 4-clawed Panlong. This newborn dragon looks exactly like Long Feng, but it has the powerful strength of the 3rd level since birth. Lin Tian named it Long Qing. Lin Tian sent the 2 dragons out to hunt. At this point, his warehouse had already accumulated 2,300 units of wood and 1,800 units of stone. Only by upgrading the dragon nest can the probability of giving birth to dragons with special bloodlines or special physiques be increased. Lin Tian opened the chat channel, and the message on the screen refreshed. The bloody announcement had disappeared and was replaced by messages from the lords of the major cities. After being hungry for a whole day and night, I finally had food, eating barbecue, singing songs, and enjoying life. When I used the same amount of wood but got twice as much food, I truly felt how treacherous Lin Tian was. Goddess Rumung is so majestic. If it weren't for Goddess Rumung, I would have probably fainted from hunger by now. When Lin Tian saw the news, he was slightly stunned. This dream goddess was undoubtedly slapping him in the face. He quickly locked onto his target. It turned out that Goddess Rumming had just put 100 units of food on the shelf, and the price was a full half of what he was paying. In addition to Goddess Rumming, there are some other city lords selling food, and their prices are also cheaper than Linton's. No matter what others say, Linton only cares about how to enhance his own strength. Everything else is just a temporary disturbance. A few hours passed, and Long Feng and Long Qing went back and forth several times. A large number of ferocious beast corpses were piled up in front of the city lord's mansion, including several third-level ferocious beasts. Compared with yesterday's harvest, today's results almost increased several times, and all this was because of the addition of Long Qing. Just like yesterday, Linton decomposed the corpses of these ferocious beasts one by one and obtained 300 units of food as well as various furs, bones, and other materials. Then, he put the remaining food back on the trading channel, and the price remained the same as yesterday. Just as Linton expected, the 300 units of food were quickly sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves. Chat channel, and yet it's so expensive. Boss Linton deserves the name of a profiteer. Let's unite and boycott the profiteer. Don't buy his food. Support Goddess Rumming. I want to, but life doesn't allow it. Yeah, even if I could snatch up Goddess Rumming's food, I wouldn't spend double to buy Boss Linton's food. Chapter 8. Linton's expression remained unchanged. He didn't care about these words at all. And in a dark forest thousands of miles away, a woman with a graceful figure and various postures was standing in a quiet forest. As she listened to the discussions about Linton coming from afar, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a calculating smile. Linton's military strength is indeed not to be underestimated, but it's a pity that he is just a scumbag in front of us. She commented coldly. When the battle for hegemony begins, a city lord like him who only cares about his immediate interests will definitely become the target of a joint attack by many city lords, and may even face a joint attack by all of them. All she did was to take advantage of Linton's fame to establish her own prestige. Once she successfully attracted enough attention, she would even be able to control the entire world of all races. At this moment, several white figures came rushing over, and a few seconds later, they stopped in front of her. These figures are the Fox clan, her immortal level troops, the White Fox. The White Fox is born with the strength of the third level, and is good at illusion and charm. The woman knew that Linton's troops were extraordinary, and that his combat-type troops must be legendary. So, without hesitation, she sent a friend request to Linton. Meanwhile, Linton was leisurely grilling meat in his territory. As the city lord, he didn't have any major tasks, so he could only temporarily act as a chef and prepare lunch for the two dragons. The two dragons had a great harvest today, especially Long Feng, who had just harvested 5 third-level crystals yesterday, and his strength was upgraded to the second level today. Linton kept a close eye on the changes in the 10,000 races continent through the chat channel, and thus obtained a lot of valuable information. The two dragons seemed to understand their master's thoughts. After eating the meat, they would quickly return to the dark forest to continue hunting. Linton couldn't help but smile as he watched the two dragons leave quickly. He knew that as long as he had the company of these two dragons, his dream of dominating this continent would eventually come true. He continued to decompose the beast's corpse, converting it into wood and stone. Within today, the territory would be upgraded to a high-level territory. Unlike other city lords who sent troops to cut down trees and collect stone ore, Linton chose a more direct approach, hunting monsters to exchange for wood and stone. Just as Linton was immersed in his plan, suddenly, a deafening roar came from the depths of the forest, and the sound almost shook the entire earth. Linton quickly stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. Another more powerful dragon roar sounded, followed by the voices of Long Feng and Long Qing. Could this sound be from a fourth-level ferocious beast? Linton's heart tightened. He didn't expect that Long Feng and the others had encountered a fourth-level ferocious beast. In the distance, Long Feng and Long Qing relied on their powerful flying speed to quickly surround the fourth-level ferocious beast and launched a fierce attack. The fourth-level beast's claw wounds increased rapidly, and blood splattered everywhere. As the battle progressed, the beast's breath gradually became weaker. After an incense stick of time, the beast finally ran out of energy, its body gradually collapsed, and blood covered the ground. Long Feng suddenly gathered his strength and killed the beast with a final blow. At this moment, Linton's system prompt sounded. Killed a fourth-level beast. Energy plus 20, fourth-level demon crystal plus 1. Linton took a deep breath. He was indeed a dragon. Even a cross-level kill was so easy. Longfeng's breakthrough speed was even faster than he had imagined. Just as the dragon's breath surged and the aftermath of the battle spread in all directions, Lin Tian saw the system prompt. Panlong. Name, Long Feng. Growth status, infancy. Strength level, 4th stage. 5 out of 100 loyalty, 100 potential, 4-clawed dragon. Long Feng has broken through to the 4th level, and the strength of the territory has been improved again. Lin Tian smiled. The original dragon nest will be upgraded soon. Chapter 9. This time, Lin Tian witnessed Long Feng breaking through to the 4th level, and also obtained the corpse of a 4th level monster and a 4th level crystal. However, this wasn't a xenolith. If it were, then the upgrade requirements for his primordial dragon nest would be fulfilled by one condition. The upgrade requirements for the primordial dragon's nest include 100 3rd-level crystals and 1 4th-level exotic crystal. The 3rd-level crystals are relatively easy to obtain. Lin Tian guessed that they could be gathered in about 2 days because their combat power increased extremely rapidly. Now Long Feng and his teammates are simply not worth mentioning when facing the 3rd-level beasts. However, the 4th-order exotic crystal stone is a difficult problem. Finding a 4th-tier mutant beast was already difficult enough, let alone one that had to drop crystals. In other words, this path was far more difficult than one might imagine. As per usual practice, Lin Tian dissected the corpse of the 4th-level beast. He obtained 15 units of 4th-level beast meat, a piece of slightly damaged hide, and a solid skeleton. Lin Tian took out a sharp tooth from a 2nd-level beast and scratched the skin of a 4th-level beast. As a result, the skin was completely unharmed. If this is used to make armor, 1st and 2nd-level ferocious beasts will not be able to hurt me at all. It's a pity that I don't have a blacksmith. Lin Tian felt a little regretful and then put the animal skin away. He turned his attention to the 4th-tier beast meat. 1 unit of 3rd-tier beast meat can be exchanged for 100 units of wood, so 1 unit of 4th-tier beast meat should be exchanged for around 500 to 1,000 units of wood. These 15 units of 4th-level ferocious beast meat are almost enough for Lin Tian to upgrade his advanced territory. However, he did not rush to put the meat on the trading channel, but took out a piece to roast first. If the meat of the 4th-level ferocious beast can help improve his strength, he will keep it for himself. If the effect is similar to that of the meat of the 3rd-level ferocious beast, then he plans to sell it, take the opportunity to make a fortune, and upgrade his territory by the way. Speaking of which, except for Lin Tian, there is almost no one in the entire trading channel who can provide 4th-level ferocious beast meat. Even the goddess Ru Ming only puts out 1st and 2nd-level ferocious beast meat. Soon after, the 4th-level ferocious beast meat on the grill sizzled, the fat splashed, and it emitted an enticing aroma. The meat was finally cooked. Lin Tian took a bite, and the aroma of meat instantly filled his entire mouth. It's no different from the meat of a 3rd-level ferocious beast. Could it be that my strength has increased and my taste has changed? Lin Tian was a little disappointed, and his interest gradually decreased. So he left 3 units of meat for the 2 dragons and put the rest on the trading channel. 1 unit of 4th-level beast meat is exchanged for 500 units of wood or 300 units of stone. Bonus, 1 4th-level crystal stone. Current inventory. 12 units can strengthen the body and increase strength, with effects superior to 3rd-level beast meat. As soon as this 4th-level ferocious beast meat was put on the shelves, it immediately caused a sensation in the trading channel. Lin Tian was a name almost everyone knew. Although he was often mocked as a profiteer, no one had ever suspected that the goods he sold were fake. This was precisely why he was so famous. Everyone knew the goods he sold were of guaranteed quality. Therefore, when people saw Lin Tian's 4th-level ferocious beast meat, they were shocked and the chat channel exploded. How strong is Boss Lin Tian, the 4th-level fierce beast meat? Only the 2nd day, Boss Lin Tian killed a 4th-order beast. It's really despairing. I just broke through to the 1st level. Compared to Master Lin Tian, I just want to bang my head against the wall. Although Lin Tian is a profiteer, his strength is too strong. Oh my god, if only I had half the strength of Boss Lin Tian. This 4th-tier beast meat is too expensive. It's almost 5 times more expensive than 3rd-tier beast meat. Who says it's not? I wanted to try it, but when I saw the price, I immediately gave up. Lin Tian is indeed the king of profiteers. Many city lords could only sigh after seeing the price of 4th-level beast meat. For them, beast meat was just enough to fill their stomachs, and 1st-level beast meat was enough. Those who want to buy the meat of 4th-level ferocious beasts are often those who are powerful and want to improve their abilities. In less than 10 minutes, all 12 units of Lin Tian's 4th-level ferocious beast meat were sold out. This was just as Lin Tian expected. He was not worried that no one would buy it. because scarcity makes things valuable, and there would definitely be people who would buy it out of curiosity or to increase their strength. A total of 3,500 units of wood and 1,500 units of stone were harvested. Together with what was in the warehouse, Linton now had 8,700 units of wood and 5,000 units of stone. Today, he can finally upgrade his territory to a higher level. Leveling up one level a day, this is probably something that only Linton can do in the entire 10,000 races continent. After a while, several city lords who bought 4th level ferocious beast meat gave feedback in the chat channel. The effect of this 4th level beast meat is several times stronger than that of a 3rd level beast meat. The body has indeed been significantly strengthened. I feel like I can kill a 1st level beast with one punch now. Although it's a bit expensive, it's worth it. The more you increase your strength, the greater your chances of survival. If I had known earlier, I should have bought it earlier. I sent this a scam. Upstairs, you are the idiot. Do you still need help from Mr. Linton? After seeing these responses, Linton knew that these people must be ordinary city lords with weaker strength. The weaker the strength, the more they can feel the effect of the 4th level beast meat. This also made Linton realize that most city lords are still ordinary people. Only city lords like him who have broken through to the 2nd level can be considered true leaders. Just as Linton was about to close the chat channel and continue to decompose the meat of other ferocious beasts, a message suddenly caught his attention. When you killed the beasts, did you find any treasures like blueprints? Drawing. Besides energy and crystals, will there be other items dropped? What did you reveal? Tell us. My troops just killed a 1st level ferocious beast and dropped a battle formation diagram. Array diagram, what is this? Don't tell me this is a formation diagram from a novel. Right. Wow, what luck. I'm willing to pay a high price for this formation map. Don't you know what the formation diagram is used for? Why are you in such a hurry to buy it? Does anyone here understand the use of formation diagrams? Tell us. At this moment, Linton's mind moved. Formation diagram, could this be the legendary powerful skill diagram? In Chapter 10, under the urging of the crowd, the person who obtained the formation diagram finally began to explain. It turned out that the formation diagrams were divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The formation diagram in his hand was only a low-grade yellow level, called the Gathering Spirit Formation. After deploying it in the territory, soldiers no longer need to hunt ferocious beasts, but can continue to improve their cultivation within the territory. Wow, this is amazing, someone couldn't help but exclaim. It's really enviable. Why don't I have such good luck? Being able to continuously improve strength within the territory is undoubtedly a treasure that every city lord dreams of. Every moment, the strength of the troops is quietly increasing. However, someone like Linton, who has absolute confidence in his troops, wouldn't worry about losses if they were out hunting ferocious beasts. The spirit gathering formation could effectively solve this problem, and many city lords offered high prices to purchase it, and even Linton was somewhat tempted. If this formation could be deployed in his territory, then the strength of his troops would also increase while he slept at night. Who wouldn't want such a powerful means of improvement? However, the person who got the formation diagram is not stupid. He knows the importance of this formation diagram, and he will never sell it easily. After all, once the formation is arranged in his territory, his power will grow rapidly. In the next beast tide, he may surpass most city lords and have the opportunity to dominate all races. Because of this, although Linton was tempted, he did not plan to buy the formation diagram. After all, the opponent's opportunity could not be easily missed. At the same time, Linton began to reflect on his previous hunt. Although Long Fong and his men had slaughtered hundreds of ferocious beasts, they hadn't obtained any treasures like formation diagrams. This made him wonder if their luck had run out after obtaining the dragon soldiers. However, after this incident, Linton also gained some new information. In addition to collecting energy and crystals, hunting ferocious beasts might also drop other treasures. He had to pay special attention to this. For example, the person in the chat channel, although the treasure dropped was of the lowest level, its powerful function made Linton very excited. Linton exited the chat channel and clicked on the friend information. He saw a red exclamation mark constantly jumping, indicating that many people wanted to add him as a friend or chat with him privately. He received a flood of friend requests, some wanting information about his unit type, others asking if he had any food to sell. There was even a familiar name on the request list, the goddess Rumeng. However, Linton did not accept any friend requests and simply ignored these messages. Looking at the corpses piled up like a mountain in front of the city lord's mansion, Linton began the decomposition work. Meanwhile, somewhere in the myriad races continent, Goddess Rumming was observing the fourth-tier monster meat that Linton had put on the shelf. She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She originally thought that she and Linton were almost on par. After all, although her white fox was not good at fighting ferocious beasts, it could also rapidly develop its territory through other means. However, when she saw the fourth-level monster meat displayed by Linton, she realized that there was still a huge gap between her and Linton. If my white fox is good at fighting ferocious beasts, it's hard to say who will come out on top. She thought helplessly. However, she also had a significant gain today. Thanks to the efforts of the 6 white foxes, she was able to upgrade her territory to an intermediate level by exchanging beast meat for wood and stone. Compared to the city lords who were still hiding in their territories, afraid of hunting ferocious beasts, her progress was already very fast. However, when she saw the fourth-level monster meat displayed by Linton, she became very interested in Linton's troops. Her army is of the immortal rank and will one day breed a 9-tailed divine fox. If she can gain Linton's support, she is confident that she can easily conquer all races and ultimately rule the world. By this time, Longfeng had broken through to the 4th level, greatly improving his hunting efficiency. In just one afternoon, Linton had harvested nearly 500 units of food. He kept some for himself and the 2 dragons, and put the rest on the trading platform. The food was still sold at twice the price of other city lords. Despite this, the food was sold out within an hour. Although many city lords were unwilling to be exploited, they had to grit their teeth and buy Linton's food because their soldiers were hungry. The affordable food items put on the shelves by Goddess Rumming and other city lords were all sold out in just a few seconds. Those who couldn't buy them had no choice but to reluctantly buy Linton's expensive food. More and more city lords are starting to go out to hunt ferocious beasts, and the way of selling food at high prices will soon be blocked. Linton thought to himself. Although he had made a lot of money in the past 2 days, he also realized that if he continued to sell food at this price tomorrow, no one would be willing to buy it. It would be almost impossible to keep the price high. On the 3rd day, most city lords had gained enough strength to go out and hunt ferocious beasts. More and more people began to sell their prey for food, and the profits from this route had shrunk significantly. However, during these 2 days, Linton still reaped a good harvest, far ahead of the other city lords. He successfully obtained 8,300 units of wood and 5,200 units of stone from 500 units of food. Now his warehouse has wood, 17,000 units, stone, 10,200 units. These resources are enough for him to upgrade to a high-level territory. After confirming that the materials required for territory upgrade were met, Linton clicked yes without hesitation. With a flash of dazzling light, Linton City Lord's mansion became even more magnificent, a 3-story building appearing before his eyes. In addition to the City Lord's mansion, his territory was also expanded, and the nearly 3-meter-high wall completely surrounded the territory. Congratulations on upgrading your territory to a high-level territory, and your sphere of influence has been increased to 1,000 meters. The defense of the heart of the territory is triple. Your territory's reputation in the Myriad Races continent has been enhanced. In the Dark Forest, your territory begins to emerge. Special reminder, certain forces within the Dark Forest have noticed your presence. Linton looked at this reminder and secretly became alert in his heart. Has it attracted the attention of some local forces in the Dark Forest so quickly? In addition to the ferocious beasts, we must now be careful of these forces. He knew that during the novice period, these forces would be unable to invade his territory, and his lord's heart would not be threatened. However, he also reminded his troops, especially Longfeng, to be careful when hunting fierce beasts to avoid being ambushed by these local forces. Although the beasts were not intelligent and only knew how to kill, they posed a relatively minor threat. However, these local forces posed a greater threat. They were not only powerful, but also skilled in various schemes and intrigues. Chapter 11. The next morning, while Linton was sorting through the supplies in his territory, he noticed the requirements for upgrading the primordial dragon's nest. The next upgrade required 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, and 5,000 units of refined iron. There's one more piece of refined iron. Linton said to himself. This refined iron should be forged from iron ore. He was thinking about collecting refined iron starting tomorrow. But he knew in his heart that obtaining refined iron was not easy. Unless he could find iron ore and possess special troops capable of refining refined iron, it would be almost impossible for him to collect enough refined iron. This made him think deeply. His territory, which had been developing smoothly, now encountered difficulties. His territory had grown too fast, and it had successfully upgraded to a high-level territory the next day. However, this also brought more troubles, especially now that some local forces had begun to target him. He turned to look at the two dragons, who were sitting obediently by the fire, busy roasting meat. The two dragons were huge, and their daily appetites were enormous. The meat Linton roasted was only enough to fill their stomachs, so they simply did it themselves. Large chunks of ferocious beast meat were thrown onto the fire, and soon the two dragons devoured them voraciously. Looking at their eating habits, Linton couldn't help but smile. It's no problem to let them kill the enemy, but it's obviously impossible to let them forge iron. Unless they turn into human form, but I don't know how long it will take, and I'm afraid I can't wait. He shook his head, his heart full of helplessness. During the day, in addition to harvesting the beast meat, Linton also harvested a large number of crystals. In one afternoon, he obtained 15 third-level crystals, plus the 5 he had obtained in the morning, for a total of 20 third-level crystals. He already had 25 third-tier crystals in his warehouse, a quarter of the way to his goal of upgrading the primordial dragon nest. At this rate, he would be finished by the day after tomorrow at the latest. The situation outside was far from peaceful. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, and the roars of ferocious beasts echoed from the ground, filling the hearts of many city lords with fear. The 10,000 races continent seemed like a forbidden area at night, and no one dared to leave their territory at this time of year. Even Linton didn't dare let Long Feng and his men go out at night. The next morning, after Linton woke up, the first thing he did was to go to the original dragon's nest to prepare to breed a new dragon clan. Following a clear dragon roar, a fiery red dragon flew out from the black hole of the original dragon's nest. When Linton saw the red dragon in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. This red dragon was about 10 meters long and blazing red all over. The dragon power it exuded was even more powerful than Long Feng's. Long Feng and his companion's dragon scales were dark blue, but this red dragon was blazing red, and flames would occasionally burst out of its mouth and nose. Master, when Qilong saw Linton, he immediately lowered his head and saluted respectfully. Linton was delighted and quickly checked the detailed information of the red dragon. Red dragon, unnamed. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, level 5, 00/100. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 4-clawed red dragon. Seeing that the red dragon was actually a 5th level one, Linton's heart was immediately filled with joy. Today's luck was really good. He actually gave birth to a red dragon that was even more powerful than Long Feng, and was 2 levels stronger than Long Feng at birth. He originally thought that he had to wait until the original dragon nest was upgraded before higher-level dragons could be bred, but he didn't expect that the red dragon would be born on the 3rd day. The red dragon, or fire dragon, grew stronger as its power increased. The red dragon's appearance significantly increased the power of Linton's territory. When you go out hunting, be careful of other forces nearby, especially if you find anything unusual. Report it to me in time. Linton said to Sanlong. The 3 dragons respectfully accepted the order and immediately headed to the dark forest to begin the day's hunting mission. With Long Chong, a 5th-level being, it is very likely that we can gather the 75 3rd-level crystals needed to upgrade the primordial dragon nest today. Linton secretly calculated, but he also knew that whether they could complete the task still depended on whether they could encounter so many 3rd-level beasts. As for the 4th-tier exotic crystal, he knew it wasn't something he could rush. Finding a 4th-tier mutant beast was nearly impossible, and even if he killed 100 4th-tier beasts, he wouldn't necessarily encounter a single mutant beast. It all depended on luck. While Linton was thinking, he suddenly received a system prompt. Kill a Tier 2 beast, energy +1. Kill a level 3 beast, gain +5 energy, and +1 level 3 demon crystal. Not long after Long Feng and the others left, Linton felt an increase in energy points. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level, the energy points poured into his body, and if he didn't feel it carefully, he would hardly notice it. Linton checked his condition and found that he was 1 step closer to the 3rd level. With the help of Long Feng and the others, he would soon be able to break through to the 3rd level, or even the 4th level. After I break through to the 3rd or 4th level, maybe I can go out and see the world. Linton thought to himself, but he also knew that if the local forces targeted him, he might not even have the chance to go out. I just hope that before that, I can accumulate more strength. Linton sighed lightly. With nothing to do, Linton opened the chat channel as usual, scrolling through the messages, trying to find some useful information. He browsed around for a few minutes, but found almost no information about buying food. Looking at the trading channel again, Linton quickly realized that the situation was changing faster than he thought. The number of city lords selling food today was several times greater than yesterday, and there was no shortage of food at all. Some city lords even started selling food at low prices, quickly exchanging the food they had for other supplies. It seems I'm not the only one who's lucky today. Everyone's making rapid progress. Linton's mind raced, realizing that if he didn't break through quickly, he'd soon be surpassed by the other city lords. His food-based upgrade strategy might soon become ineffective. Now that everyone is no longer short of food, they have all started to improve their territory. If there is no major breakthrough, I can only rely on these foods to exchange for wood and stone to upgrade my territory, he thought with a wry smile. It was soon noon, and the front of the city lord's mansion was filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts. Linton asked Sanlong to light a fire and roast the meat while he began to decompose the corpses. With Longchong's help, the efficiency of this barbecue was much higher than before. The beast meat that used to take more than 10 minutes to cook now only took 1 or 2 minutes, and the fragrance was overflowing. Chapter 12. The 3 dragons had a very impressive harvest this morning, hunting a total of 500 units of food. It is worth mentioning that these foods were not obtained through violent means. Instead, the 3 dragons carefully controlled the intensity of the hunt to ensure the integrity of the beast's carcass. This way, they could obtain more food and materials. Linton also does not need to face the bloody scene, because after he decomposes the ferocious beast, he will collect these supplies and put 500 units of food on the trading channel. The price he listed this time was more affordable than before, and he even included refined iron as an exchange item. Initially, many people saw these prices and thought it was the goddess Rumung who was manipulating them. After all, her transaction prices were always very attractive. But when everyone took a closer look, they realized that this was Linton's deal. Everyone reacted quickly, and many people exclaimed, "Boss Linton actually lowered the price." However, Linton was not in a hurry to sell at a high price. He knew that market demand had changed. After all, refined iron was an important resource for upgrading. Now, he wanted to use this to accumulate more resources and enhance his power when the opportunity arose in the future. Soon, the discussion about refined iron in the market became more and more heated. Everyone speculated that this might be a necessary material for upgrading the town. Many people began to realize the preciousness of refined iron. Linton watched these discussions and secretly decided in his heart that after the market stabilized, he would sell some supplies at a high price again, but there was no rush to act at this time. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Myriad Races continent, a young boy was leading a group of Earth Spirit dwarves. The boy excitedly told them, "We'll have meat to eat soon." He had just used his accumulated fine iron to exchange for a large amount of ferocious beast meat. When the members of the Earth Spirit clan saw the food, they cheered. The boy's army is from the Earth Spirit clan. When this clan was first born, they only had the strength of the first level. They were unable to hunt ferocious beasts and could only survive by finding plants or fruits. Fortunately, the Earth Spirits were good at moving quickly underground. Although there were occasional casualties when food was insufficient, most of the time they were able to safely avoid the ferocious beasts. Yesterday, the Earth Spirits discovered an iron mine and used their special talents to transform it into refined iron. However, due to insufficient market demand, the refined iron was not taken seriously. Today, Linton's transaction attracted everyone's attention to refined iron. The boy decided to let the Earth Spirits continue to collect iron or to accumulate more refined iron for the future. Although the boy was young, he was very smart. He knew that having the refined iron that Linton needed might open the door for him to contact Linton. He had tried several times to add Linton as a friend, but had never received a response. Now, the boy decided to use refined iron as a bargaining chip, hoping to take this opportunity to establish contact with Linton and build a good relationship. At the same time, Linton was about to close the panel when he suddenly received a prompt to exchange fine iron for food. When he opened it, he found that there were 50 units of refined iron. This surprised Linton greatly, as refined iron was a very precious resource, and it was not easy to obtain so much. He carefully checked the other party's name, but was only able to exchange for the meat of a first-level ferocious beast, which meant that the other party's reserves of refined iron were not large. Linton already had a plan in mind. If the other party could provide more refined iron, he might consider cooperating with him. After all, refined iron was a key resource for upgrading the town. In the afternoon, Linton decided to exercise. He began practicing a boxing technique he had invented, the air whistling beneath his swinging fists. Although as the city lord, his duty was to command the troops in battle, he also understood the importance of his own strength. He knew that although the territory was now completely safe with the novice shield, it would soon disappear. At that time, he would have to rely on himself and the strength of his troops to deal with external threats. Linton didn't want his troops to be ambushed at a critical moment when they were out fighting because of their lack of strength. Suddenly, Long Chong's voice interrupted his thoughts. Master. Linton stopped and turned around to see Long Chong standing there. Long Chong, what's going on? Long Chong replied respectfully. Master, just now, when we were hunting the beast, we discovered that there were other creatures observing us from the dark. Linton's heart skipped a beat. Although he had warned Long Chong and the others to be careful, he hadn't expected to discover something so soon. Did you see the creatures clearly? Long Chong replied. They are humanoid creatures with bull heads, holding various weapons. Hearing this description, a word immediately popped up in Linton's mind. Minotaur. This creature, which he had only heard of in novels, unexpectedly appeared around his territory today. After a brief thought, Lin Tianxia issued an order. Long Chong, you lead Long Feng and the others to secretly follow these Minotaurs and see if you can find their tribe and find out their strength. If they are hostile to us, we can prepare in advance to deal with it. Linton was not a bloodthirsty person. If these local forces were not hostile, he would be willing to make friends with them. This way, he could not only understand the other forces in the Dark Forest, but also exchange materials with them, and even gain considerable benefits. Long Chong obeyed the order and left, while Linton continued to pay attention to the developments in his territory. Chapter 13. In the afternoon, Linton only harvested 300 units of food. In fact, there was not much time to hunt beasts, and most of the remaining time was spent investigating the location of the Minotaur tribe. As usual, Linton listed the food on the trading channel. Today he had harvested a total of 700 units of food, including several fourth-tier beasts. The fourth-tier beast meat was immediately sold out as soon as it hit the shelves, as everyone was eager to strengthen themselves as quickly as possible in preparation for the coming beast tide. Although Linton's reputation was notorious, his celebrity effect immediately took effect when the food prices were reduced. Before, 100 units of wood could be exchanged for 1 unit of food, but now, 50 units could be exchanged for the same. Today, Linton counted and found that he had harvested 8,700 units of wood, 5,400 units of stone, and 50 units of refined iron. This was still far from his goal of upgrading the town. In addition, he also reaped a rich harvest of third-level crystals, totaling 32. Although he still needed 43 to complete the upgrade of the primordial dragon nest, he believed he would have the full number soon. At night, as the blood moon rose, Long Chong, Long Feng, and Long Qing finally returned to their territory. Behind them were a pack of ferocious beasts, their blood-red glow and deafening roars shaking the ground. Despite the beast's surge in power, Long Chong and the other 3 dragons didn't engage them. How's the investigation going? Linton asked immediately when he saw Sanlong coming back. Long Chong was the first to report. Master, the Tauren tribe is located at the foot of a mountain 5 kilometers to the south. The entire tribe consists of approximately 300 Tauren, and the strongest leader is at the peak of the 5th rank. He paused. There are 5 4th-level Minotaurs, and the rest are 3rd level and below. Linton was slightly stunned when he heard this. He had not expected the Tauren tribe to be so powerful. If it were not for the appearance of the Red Dragon, Long Feng and his companions might have been ambushed today. Long Chong, can you defeat a peak-level 5th-order Minotaur leader? Linton asked. He knew that the dragon race was powerful, especially the high-level dragons, who could easily defeat those of higher levels. But since Long Chong had just been born, Linton was still a little worried. Master, don't worry. As long as you give the order, I will immediately destroy the Minotaur tribe. Long Chong answered confidently. The pride in the dragon clan's bones made him never think that he would lose. No rush. Linton shook his head. Let's see if they are hostile first. On the surface, Linton wanted to wait, but he had a plan in mind. He knew that the Tauren tribe was not simple. Although his subordinates Long Feng and Long Qing had reached the 4th level, the Tauren tribe had 5 4th-level strongmen, plus the number of 3rd-level ones. This battle was by no means a trivial matter. As the night passed, Linton woke up early as usual and went to the original dragon's nest first to prepare to breed new dragon troops. He thought to himself that if he could get another red dragon, the Tauren tribe would be no problem. However, his luck today seemed not as good as yesterday's. He only gave birth to a coiled dragon, which made him a little disappointed. However, despite this, he still gave the little dragon a name and assigned the 4 dragons to go out and hunt ferocious beasts. Now, whether it was wood, stone, or refined iron, Improving strength depended on hunting ferocious beasts to accumulate. Linton opened his information panel and took a look. City Lord, Linton. Strength, level 2, 88/100. Territory level, advanced territory. Army, Dragon Clan, unique mythic army. Building, City Lord's mansion, original dragon's nest. Crystals, 130, first order crystals, 97, second order crystals, 57, third order crystals, 6, fourth order crystals. Alien crystal, none. Today, I should be able to break through to the third level. Linton thought to himself, feeling the power in his body growing stronger and stronger, as if every bit of energy was constantly accumulating. However, without the kind of skills described in novels, my cultivation progress is a bit slow. Linton felt a little helpless. If he had that kind of magical skill, his cultivation speed would probably be much faster. Not long after Longfeng and his companions left, they brought back a large number of ferocious beast corpses. Along the way, they attracted a large number of ferocious beasts to chase them, especially those that were in a violent state, which made it relatively easy for Linton to hunt them. These beasts tried to break through the protective shield, but they were unable to get in. So, they wandered around in groups, hunting much faster than in the forest. Linton felt that while this method was convenient, it also carried risks. If a level 6 or higher beast was attracted, it would be a serious problem. With a powerful beast guarding the door, no matter how strong his protective shield was, it would not be able to defend for long. This made his heart sink. Putting aside these unpleasant thoughts, he began to decompose the corpses of these ferocious beasts and put them on the trading channel. The corpses of first-level beasts were no longer welcome, and Linton had already stopped Longfeng and the others from bringing them back. Now, most City Lord's troops were strong enough to easily defeat first-level beasts, and even a group of them could handle it. Moreover, the demand for first-level ferocious beast meat is already very low, and most City Lords prefer to buy third-level or fourth-level ferocious beast meat that can enhance their strength. Just after hanging up some food, Linton received a message in less than a few seconds. Consume 20 units of second-level fierce beast meat and obtain 100 units of refined iron. After opening the transaction information, Linton discovered that this person was the same buyer from yesterday. Moreover, he had received a friend request from the other party. Meng Xiaofei wants to add you as a friend. Linton's heart moved. Normally, he would ignore hundreds of thousands of friend requests, but this time, Meng Xiaofei's request aroused his interest. Chapter 14, Meng Xiaofei's refined iron transaction once again attracted the attention of the market. He took out a total of 100 units of refined iron. Obviously, he had discovered an iron mine and was able to process the iron ore into refined iron. As more and more city lords were gradually promoted to high-level territories, the demand for refined iron increased sharply, and city lords from all over the country rushed to purchase it in an attempt to surpass Linton. Especially Goddess Rumming, although she was always one step behind Linton, but this time she found that Linton took the lead in starting the fine iron transaction again. In anger, she announced in the World Chat channel that she would buy the refined iron at a high price, vowing to surpass Linton and become the first city lord to be promoted to a town. Linton watched the discussion unfold, a plan in mind. While he could continue selling refined iron at a high price, he knew that as more and more city lords upgraded, the price of refined iron would only continue to rise. Collaborating with Meng Xiaofei, who could forge refined iron, was a rare opportunity. So, Linton quickly established contact with Meng Xiaofei. When Meng Xiaofei first received Linton's friend request, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. He couldn't wait to send many messages to Linton. Although Linton was unable to reply in time, he was still very excited. I've actually become Boss Linton's first good friend, Meng Xiaofei exclaimed. Although young, he understood the importance of building connections with a powerful figure like Linton. After all, Linton was not only the most powerful city lord, but also possessed immense influence. After a brief exchange, Linton asked, "Can you forge fine iron?" Meng Xiaofei quickly replied, "Yes, my army is the Earth Spirit clan, which can find various mineral veins. There is an iron vein near my territory, and I am working hard to forge fine iron." Hearing Meng Xiaofei's answer, Linton nodded. As a species of spirit race, the Earth Spirits, though relatively weak in combat, were able to quickly discover underground mineral resources and were proficient in metallurgy. It was precisely with these advantages that Meng Xiaofei obtained a large amount of refined iron. Linton directly proposed, "I want all your refined iron, in exchange for the market price. Just tell me what you need. I can provide food, wood, stone, and other resources." Meng Xiaofei had originally thought Lin Tian would offer a higher price in exchange for the refined iron, but he was surprised to find that Lin Tian actually offered a deal at the market price. Regardless, Meng Xiaofei knew this was a good opportunity to establish a good partnership with Lin Tian. At the same time, Lin Tian also realized that the price of refined iron would soar as more and more city lords were promoted to high-level territories. Therefore, Meng Xiaofei's refined iron could not only meet the current needs, but also provide a guarantee for his subsequent upgrade plan. When I have more refined iron, I will give it to you as soon as possible. Meng Xiaofei responded excitedly. However, Lin Tian's eyes gradually became heavy, because he knew that the biggest challenge at the moment was not only the acquisition of resources, but also the upcoming beast tide and the approaching local forces. While Lin Tian was concentrating on negotiating with Meng Xiaofei, Long Chong returned to the territory with a pile of corpses. These corpses were not just ordinary beast corpses like before, but the corpses of minotaurs with strong hostility. Lin Tian's heart trembled, and he immediately realized that these minotaurs did not appear in his territory by chance. Master, these minotaurs launched a sneak attack while we were hunting ferocious beasts. After Long Chong reported what happened, Lin Tian frowned, knowing in his heart that this was a test. This is a test of us by the Minotaur tribe. If we don't resolve it, they may not be so simple next time. Lin Tian analyzed calmly. Long Chong obviously saw Lin Tian's worry. He said angrily, Master, how dare the Minotaur provoke us like this? Give the order now. Seeing Long Chong and the other 3 dragons full of fighting spirit, Lin Tian felt a strong desire to fight. But reason told him that despite his heart full of ambition, his current strength was still not enough to compete with the powerful men of the Tauren tribe. Especially when facing 4 4th-level powerhouses, the pressure on Long Feng and the other 3 dragons will undoubtedly be very great. Lin Tian scanned the Minotaur corpses, one of which was a 4th-tier Minotaur. He knew that the Minotaur tribe not only possessed powerful 4th-tier Minotaurs, but also other powerful units. The threat posed by them should not be underestimated. Okay, since they dare to provoke us, let's kill them. Lin Tianxiao made up his mind and decided to take the initiative. He knew that passive defense would only give the enemy the upper hand. Proactive attack would catch them off guard. Lin Tian ordered Long Chong, lead Long Feng, and the others to kill these 4th-tier Minotaurs as soon as possible to relieve the pressure on them. Long Chong took the order and set off towards the Tauren tribe with fighting spirit. Lin Tian stood there, watching them retreat, his heart surging with a surge of heroic power, but also with a hint of regret. If he had enough strength, he would be willing to go to the battlefield in person and kill the enemy with his own hands. However, the reality is that at this stage, his strength is insufficient, and even a 2nd-level Minotaur can chase him. If he rushes forward, he will only hinder him. Master, don't worry. The Tauren tribe will be destroyed. Long Chong's voice came from afar, full of determination. Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes determined. He knew that the outcome of this war was not only related to his own territory, but also to the future of the entire 10,000 races continent. At the same time, Long Chong and his men had already arrived at the Tauren tribe and quickly launched an attack. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and flames fell from the sky, instantly turning the entire Tauren tribe into a sea of fire. In Chapter 15, in the Tauren tribe, young Tauren line up neatly, brandishing their weapons and diligently learning combat techniques. Other Tauren are busy with their respective tasks, and the entire tribe appears orderly. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar shattered the silence, resounding throughout a 10-mile radius. Boom! A fire dragon descended from the sky, flames spewing out of its mouth. Wherever it passed, houses, walls, and fences were instantly engulfed in flames. The raging fire devoured a large number of minotaurs. Long Chong didn't stop for a moment. He flicked his tail, and his body instantly turned into a shadow, rushing towards a 4th-level minotaur who had just rushed out of a house in the distance. Seeing Long Chong approaching rapidly, the 4th-level minotaur's face changed drastically. It hurriedly waved the weapon in its hand to attack the attacking dragon claws, hoping to block the attack. However, its efforts seemed in vain, as it was unable to withstand Long Chong's full-strength attack. The attack of the 4th-level minotaur only left a few sparks on the dragon's scales, but Long Chong's claws slammed it into the ground several meters deep, leaving it lifeless. Moo! Just as Long Chong killed the 4th-level minotaur, an angry roar came from a distance. Lin Tian turned his head and saw a minotaur nearly 3 meters tall with sharp horns on its head, staring at Long Chong with blood-red pupils. It held 2 large axes and exuded a strong, evil aura. It It was obvious that it was a strong man who survived by relying on countless corpses. Boom! After a violent collision, the battle broke out. At the same time, Longphone was also engaged in a fierce battle with two fourth-tier Minotaurs, holding his own. Longqing, on the other hand, directly suppressed one fourth-tier Minotaur, easily gaining the upper hand. These two dragons have been through hundreds of battles and have hunted countless ferocious beasts. They have extremely rich combat experience. In addition, they can fly, and the Minotaurs can only run on the ground and cannot compete with them at all. Linton thought to himself that if he had known that today's battle would be so easy, he would have let them destroy the Tauren tribe long ago and would not have worried about these things. However, the newly bred dragon essence was besieged by a horde of level 3 Minotaur and below. A barrage of arrows and weapons pelted it, but the dragon essence dodged nimbly, barely managing to damage its scales. Whenever it found an opportunity, it launched a counterattack. When its claws swung down, the third-level Minotaurs were almost unable to resist and fell in a pool of blood. The battle gradually intensified, especially the duel between Longqing and the Minotaur leader. The fierce aftermath destroyed all the surrounding buildings. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Longqing used all his strength in every attack. However, Longqing was apprehensive about the two large axes in the Tauren leader's hands. These axes seemed to have absorbed countless blood, increasing their combat power, surpassing the 5th level and reaching the 6th level. Despite this, Longqing did not give up and continued to launch powerful attacks. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from the battlefield. Longqing battled a 4th-level Minotaur and ultimately defeated it, dismembering it with his sharp dragon claws. The battle wasn't over yet, but Longqing immediately rushed to assist Longphone, concentrating their efforts on the remaining two 4th-tier Minotaurs. Soon, these two Minotaurs were also destroyed. Then, the 4 dragons began to clean up the remaining Minotaurs. At the same time, the Tauren leader in the distance lost control of his anger after seeing his tribe almost destroyed and swung his axe wildly, trying to repel the dragon flying in the air. However, its frenzy actually exposed its weakness. Longqing seized the opportunity and rushed towards the Minotaur leader like lightning, stabbing his claws into its left arm and grabbing it firmly. Poochie! With a sound of flesh and blood being torn apart, the Minotaur leader's left arm was torn off by Longqing, and blood splattered. The Minotaur leader, who lost his left arm, had his strength greatly weakened in an instant. Although his peak strength was close to level 6, now that he had lost an arm, he became Longqing's prey. Soon, the Minotaur leader was completely killed and the battle ended. Your troops successfully destroyed the Tauren tribe and received a reward of 4th-level crystals plus 30. You destroyed the Tauren tribe, and your territory's influence and reputation in the Mirkwood increased. You destroyed the Tauren tribe, and the tribes in the Dark Forest that were allied with the Tauren tribe began to hate you. Linton received the message from the system and felt relieved when he saw the Tauren tribe being destroyed. Boom! Suddenly, Linton's aura suddenly increased, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Breakthrough, successfully breaking through to the 3rd level. He casually waved his fist, feeling the surge of power in his body, and his entire aura became more powerful. Linton was filled with pride. Finally, I've made a breakthrough. My strength is several times stronger than before. Although he knew he would face hostility from other tribes, he was not worried. He knew he had enough strength to deal with it. Not long after, Longqing and his men brought back the spoils from the Tauren tribe. Linton praised the 4 dragons and then began to examine the spoils. Most of these items are simple weapons, made from the hard parts of 3rd or 4th level ferocious beasts. A few are made of iron. Although their grade is lower, they can also increase some combat effectiveness. However, when Linton saw the 2 large black axes, his eyes lit up. These axes seemed insignificant, but the evil spirit they emitted caught Linton's attention. He picked up one of the axes and felt it was extremely heavy. Looking closely, he could see some mysterious lines on it. With a light swing, Linton swung the axe to the ground, and suddenly a deep pit several times larger than his head appeared on the ground. Using it, Linton felt that the energy in his body was almost consumed by half. This attack power is a bit like the sword energy in novels. Although I haven't practiced martial arts, I can display it. Linton was a little surprised. It's a pity that this axe is too heavy and too big. Linton sighed. Although the axe was powerful, it was too heavy for him to use for a long time. He began to guess the level of the axe. What level of treasure, should this be yellow level or Xian level? Linton was full of curiosity. Just as he was thinking, the system's information appeared before his eyes, showing detailed information about the 2 axes. Chapter 16. Before the auction, Lin Tian examined the ghost head axe in his hand. This was a top-grade Huang-grade weapon, slightly inferior to the Xin-grade, but still a precious treasure. Its amplification reached 15%, which was a significant improvement in combat. However, Lin Tian didn't intend to use it himself. The axe was too big and heavy, not suitable for his style. Holding it would only make people think he was a reckless man. I'd better sell it and make some money, and use the money to upgrade my territory, Lin Tian thought. So, he opened the chat channel and sent a message. 2 top-grade yellow-grade ghost head axes for sale tomorrow at noon. Bid in the form of an auction. The highest bidder wins. As soon as the news was released, it immediately caused heated discussion. Fuck. Boss Lin Tian showed up. Boss Lin Tian, are you in need of a younger brother I can cook and wash clothes? Pervert upstairs, didn't you just say you were a man, now you're a woman? I say, everyone, please pay attention to Boss Lin Tian's ghost head axe and stop telling jokes. Yellow-grade high-quality weapons are truly rare. Oh my god, this axe sounds awesome. Even though I can't afford it, I still want to know how Boss Lin Tian got it. Seeing these reactions, Lin Tian smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Once everyone's interest was captured, the price of tomorrow's auction would definitely be driven up, maximizing his profits. Besides the ghost head axe, Lin Tian also spotted a pile of gleaming crystals nearby. These crystals were collected from the Tauren tribe. Almost all of them were first and second-tier crystals, with only a few third and fourth-tier ones. The sheer number of crystals brought a smile to Lin Tian's face. I finally collected enough third-level crystals to upgrade the primordial dragon's nest. He was secretly happy. At this moment, he pulled out a crystal emitting a different light from the crystal pile. It's actually a 4th-level exotic crystal. Lin Tian almost fainted with excitement. This time's harvest was incredible. Not only was there enough crystals to upgrade the primordial dragon nest, but there was even a rare 4th-tier exotic crystal that he almost missed. Today's harvest was truly bountiful. War is indeed the fastest way to make money. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. The strong plundered the resources of the weak through war, and he also profited greatly from this battle. Furthermore, Lin Tian's troops had also made significant progress. Long Yuan had successfully broken through to the 4th level, while Long Feng was only 1 step away from reaching the 5th level. Long Chong and Long Qing had also seen significant improvements. However, Lin Tian did not rush to upgrade the primordial dragon nest. Instead, he decided to sell these extra mortal weapons first. They took up too much space in the territory, so it would be better to exchange them for the resources needed for the upgrade. So, Lin Tian packed about 10 ordinary-grade weapons into one and listed them on the trading channel. Although these weapons only improved combat effectiveness to a very limited extent, they were an indispensable resource for the city lord who had humanoid soldiers. Ordinary weapons packaged for sale. Equipment comes from the local forces of the myriad races continent. Click to view equipment details. Required materials: wood, stone, fine iron. Bidding rules: the highest bidder wins. Following Lin Tian's announcement, the chat channel erupted in discussion again. Everyone rushed to the trading platform to scramble for these weapons. This is really a huge profit. Is Boss Lin Tian going to rob? I guess Boss Lin Tian destroyed a local tribe and got these weapons. Sure enough, the origin of the yellow-grade top-grade ghost head axe is not simple. It turned out to be the equipment of a local force. I also want to go and look for it to see if I can get 2 like Boss Lin Tian did. Upstairs, you're making things difficult for yourself. If you try, you'll probably become Boss Lin Tian's next target. I'm still being chased by a 2nd-level beast, and Boss Lin Tian has already started attacking local forces. The gap is too big. Looking at this information, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Although some people scoffed at these ordinary weapons, most city lords who had troops understood how important weapons were to the improvement of their troops. However, many people have begun to sneer at these weapons. This weapon isn't even of grade. What good is it? This isn't a good thing at all. A ghost head axe is the way to go. The people who bought these weapons probably aren't that strong either. Although some people scoff at the value of these weapons, Lin Tian knows that there will always be people who need them. After all, at this stage, most city lords who possessed military units lacked suitable weapons. For them, these ordinary weapons were undoubtedly essential tools in battle. As these comments continued to emerge, Lin Tian had already decided in his heart that after the bidding ended, he would decide who to sell it to based on the highest bid. These people always like to laugh at others behind their backs. When I have the chance to meet them, I will let them experience the fate of the Tauren tribe. Lin Tian silently memorized the names of those people in his heart. He knew very well that the market was changing rapidly, and that he could easily profit from it when the opportunity arose. As the bidding progressed, Linton decided to temporarily leave the trading platform and head towards the primordial dragon's nest. The bidding process might take several hours, and he would make a decision when no one else bid. Chapter 17, Opening the Door to a New World. Linton came to the original dragon's nest. The upgrade conditions for the primordial dragon nest have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Whether. As Linton clicked, the original dragon's nest was instantly enveloped in a burst of light. I waited for several minutes. The light then dissipated. The original dragon's nest has not changed much. It just rose a little bit, and the black hole also expanded a little bit. Dragon carvings appeared around the walls of the building, roaring towards the sky. Army building, primordial dragon nest mythical, unique. Initial level, level 2. 3 baby dragons can be bred every day. Required for upgrading, 560 level crystals, 5 7th level exotic crystals. The higher the level of the primordial dragon nest, the higher the probability of breeding a dragonlet with special bloodline and physique. Can 3 dragons be bred every day? These 4 days of hard work have not been in vain. Now, not only can we summon 3 dragons every day, but the probability of summoning a high-level dragon or a dragon with bloodline and physique is also higher. A higher-level dragon is not only more powerful, but may also awaken the dragon's inherited memories. By then, not only will we have the Dragon Clan skills, but also various powerful magical powers. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Linton couldn't help but look forward to tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Linton thought of another thing. The faster you upgrade your military buildings, the easier it will be to get ahead of others. Widen the gap between you and others. A territory only expands the territory and strengthens the defense, but upgrading military structures will dramatically increase strength. The strength has skyrocketed, driving the rapid development of the entire territory. Upgrading military buildings should be the top priority. When they returned to the city lord's mansion, the 4 dragons had eaten and drunk their fill and went out again to hunt ferocious beasts. Seeing this diligence, Linton gave a thumbs up. When I opened the trading channel, I saw that there were still people bidding higher for all 10 weapon orders, but the speed was obviously much slower. Linton didn't expect to make much money from these scrap metals, so he started the countdown immediately. As the countdown ended, 10 orders were successfully completed. The total profit was 6,500 units of wood and 3,200 units of stone. No one took out the refined iron to trade, so it was a small profit. To be honest, the value of these weapons is not worth the supplies at all. But now is a special period. With these weapons, the strength of the city lord's troops will definitely increase. Coupled with the sharpness of the weapon, it is easier to hunt ferocious beasts. Hunting ferocious beasts can not only fill your stomach, but also exchange them for materials needed to upgrade your territory. Obtain crystals and upgrade military buildings. Anyone with a brain knows this is a good deal. There are only 3 days left for the protective shield to last. If we don't strengthen our strength and strive for development, in 3 days, he will die in the mouth of a ferocious beast, and everything will disappear. Linton didn't want to make a lot of money from this pile of ordinary weapons. He was optimistic about the 2 ghost head axes. The value of those 2 ghost head axes far exceeds that of the more than 100 ordinary weapons. During this period when the beast tide is about to come, these 2 axes will be of several times greater value. Somewhere in the territory, a top-grade yellow-level treasure destroyed a local tribe. How did his strength grow so fast? Yu Ruming looked at the white fox beside her and was full of curiosity about Linton's military force. However, when she saw the piles of fine iron in the warehouse, a look of pride appeared on her face. Linton, this time, I will definitely upgrade to the town level before you. Relying on her connections, she bought refined iron at high prices everywhere and soon acquired hundreds of units of refined iron. However, the price of Linton today is still the same as before, and no one sells fine iron to Linton. This made Yu Ruming absolutely sure to surpass Linton and become the first person to upgrade to a town. But upgrading military buildings is also very important. I wonder if Linton's military buildings have been upgraded. Maybe I can also learn from Linton and attack the local forces and plunder their resources. The white fox's magic is useless against ferocious beasts, but it is effective against other creatures. Yu Ruming suddenly had an idea in her mind. If Linton could do it, why couldn't I, who possessed immortal-level troops, do it? Perhaps this is the correct way for me to quickly increase my strength. These ferocious beasts only care about killing and are unyielding. Illusions have no effect on them at all. Yu Ruming seemed to have opened the door to a new world and immediately ordered the white fox soldier to go out and look for nearby local forces and tribes. After completing the transaction, Linton lay leisurely on the lounge chair, basking in the sun. Apart from weapons and crystals, what remains is some food and a small amount of refined iron. I wonder what happened to the refined iron. He suddenly thought of Meng Xiaofei, with whom he had traded 100 units of refined iron that morning. He wondered how much refined iron he had gotten. Open the friend message. He found that the only friend there, Meng Xiaofei, had sent him several messages. Boss Linton, I have forged 100 units of refined iron. Do you want some? Boss Linton, what are you doing? Are you busy? Boss Linton, I have 200 units of refined iron. Boss Linton, so you're going to attack the local forces. That's awesome. When can I become as powerful as you? Boss Linton, what do the local forces look like? Are they very strong? Looking at so much information, Linton felt a headache. Is this guy a chatterbox? After thinking for a moment, he got straight to the point and asked, how much refined iron do you have now? Boss Linton, after a day's hard work, we now have 500 units of refined iron. After getting the confirmed information, Linton nodded. It was already evening, and 500 units of refined iron in a day was not bad. As time goes by, the number of earth spirits he summons will gradually increase, and the speed will only get faster and faster. Linton, just tell me what you want. Meng Xiaofei, I want 1,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of stone. I want to upgrade my territory first, and then I can exchange the rest for food. Boss Linton, is this possible? Good. Linton agreed without any hesitation. Although he also needs wood and stone to upgrade his territory, refined iron is more important now. He inferred that there would be many places where refined iron would be used, both now and in the future. This is a potential stock, grab it while you can. In the future, not only refined iron, but also precious mineral resources such as crystal or will need him to find and mine. On the other side, Meng Xiaofei, who had successfully made a deal with Linton, waved his fist excitedly and immediately upgraded his territory to an intermediate territory. He really did not choose the right person. Linton was not only powerful, but also trustworthy. At his age, in this world of thousands of races fraught with danger, he found in Linton the sense of reliance that only parents could provide. Linton began his work, decomposing the corpses of today's ferocious beasts, and finally put them on the trading channel together with the food obtained from the Minotaur tribe. As the military strength of the city lords grows, the difficulty of gathering food becomes easier and easier. The food transactions on the trading channel are not satisfactory. However, among so many city lords, there are always some who need to trade food due to special troops, lack of territory resources, etc. For example, special soldiers like Meng Xiaofei will not waste time hunting ferocious beasts and looking for food. Instead, he focused on forging fine iron. There are many city lords like this. Chapter 18, Level 9 Ferocious Bird Attacks. After a day of hard work and killing many people in the Taran tribe, Longfeng successfully advanced to the 5th level. Currently, he has 2 5th-level warriors and 2 4th-level warriors under his command. Although their number is small, their overall strength is top-notch among all the city lords. Night falls again. The blood-red moonlight sprinkled on the earth, covering the entire continent of all races, as if it were in the 9 nether hell. Outside the territory, all kinds of ferocious beasts roared, making the listeners' scalps tingle and terrified. In the territory, Linton, who was sitting by the campfire with the 4 dragons, had long been accustomed to such days. If there were no roars of these ferocious beasts one night, he might feel a little uncomfortable. As for letting Longfeng and the others go out to hunt ferocious beasts at night, he had not thought about it yet. Even at night, dense swarms of ferocious beasts gathered around the territory, watching intently. Longfeng and his men worked so hard during the day, so how could he bear not to let them rest at night and let them go out to hunt ferocious beasts again? If he really did this, even if Longfeng and the others were 100% loyal to him, their loyalty would inevitably decline over time. Plus, being outside at night is full of uncertainties. A ferocious beast with explosively increased strength. The blood of killing may attract more powerful beasts. For various reasons, Linton never thought about going out to hunt ferocious beasts at night. Just then, a loud noise was heard from the distant sky, and a huge figure with wings on its back flew from afar. Those blood-red and bloodthirsty eyes instantly stared at Long Chong and the other dragons. With a swoop, the sharp claws grabbed Long Chong in the territory. Linton and Silong looked at such a powerful and ferocious monster attacking them without moving a muscle. They just watched the ferocious bird getting closer and closer as if nothing had happened. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the ferocious bird's claws collided with the protective shield. The protective shield didn't budge at all. The ferocious bird was blown away by the powerful recoil force. The terrifying aftermath wiped out all the ferocious beasts around. The entire territory fell silent in an instant. The ferocious bird not only injured itself, but also worked for Linton for free. Not long after, the ferocious bird came back again. This time he did not continue the attack. Looking at Linton and the 4 dragons in the territory looking at him, his bloodshot eyes almost spitted fire. The angry and bloodthirsty eyes stared at him for several minutes before leaving. After the ferocious bird left, Linton asked Long Chong, who was standing beside him, "How strong is this thing?" "This guy is ridiculously strong. If it weren't for the protective shield, the entire territory would be razed to the ground in an instant." Long Chong replied in a serious voice, "Master, this is a 9th level beast. If I were an adult, killing him would be as easy as butchering a dog." As he spoke, 2 flames spurted out of Long Chong's nose, showing a bit of dissatisfaction. Obviously, the ferocious bird that attacked the territory just now and showed disrespect to Linton made him very angry. He is still young, and his strength is far behind that of the ferocious birds. Linton nodded. This is a huge threat. If after 3 days, the troops under his command have not reached the 8th or 9th level, if this ferocious bird attacks with a tide of beasts, he will have no power to resist. In addition to feeling pressure, Linton also discovered a problem. I originally thought that ferocious beasts were machines that only knew how to kill, but the ferocious beast just now clearly showed signs of intelligence. Ferocious beasts with intelligence are even more difficult to deal with. What I'm most worried about is that Long Chong and his men might get attacked while out hunting ferocious beasts. I hope I'll have better luck tomorrow and summon even more powerful soldiers. Close your eyes, open your eyes. A night passed. After getting up, Linton washed up first to wash away yesterday's bad luck and welcome today's good luck. After finishing, he walked out of the room and prepared to go to the original dragon's nest to give birth to today's dragon troops. As soon as Linton came out, Long Chong, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly reported, "Master, there is something unusual outside the territory." Forehead. What happened? Linton was slightly stunned and asked quickly, "Could it be that the ferocious bird is guarding outside its territory? If that were the case, that would be bad. Unless you have a type of army that can compete with him, you will not be able to step out of the territory." He was hindering the development of the territory, and the troops were unable to increase their strength. He would die in 2 days. Long Chong. "Master, there is a group of creatures outside the territory that are similar to the Minotaurs before, secretly spying on the territory. Do you want to eliminate them?" Hearing this, Linton breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't that ferocious bird. As for the other creatures mentioned by Long Chong, they should be local forces nearby. He destroyed the Tauran tribe, and these local forces hated him. Plus, given that ferocious bird made such a big noise last night, it's normal for it to come here. Leave them alone for now. The most important thing now is to breed new dragon troops. Quickly arrived at the original dragon's nest. A moment later, a 9-meter-long coiled dragon covered with blue-black scales flew out. Next came a young dragon that was over 10 meters long, pitch black, and had a somewhat ferocious appearance. Linton was shocked by the ferocity of this dragon when he saw it for the first time. The last one is the fire dragon. Black dragon, unnamed. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, level 700/100. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 4-clawed black dragon. So it's a black dragon, no wonder it looks so fierce. Not only does he look tough, but he's also incredibly strong. If it awakens its innate magical powers, a 7th level black dragon can definitely beat up a 9th level beast. Black dragons are known as the most ferocious dragons, and that's not for nothing. Linton named the newborn black dragon Longzhan. Then he led them out of the territory. Since these local forces came with ill intentions, he didn't need to be polite and should welcome them well. At the same time, outside the territory, a group of fat, black aliens, who looked as if they had just crawled out of a coal mine, were slowly approaching the territory. Seeing Linton coming, several aliens fled in all directions. Follow them and find where their territory is. Linton, who had broken through to the 3rd level, walked out of the territory for the first time and chased after several alien races. He has been in this world for several days and has never gone out. Now that he has a 7th level dragon battle, he can finally go out and see the world without worry. Linton was running and looked at his speed, feeling surprised. He didn't expect that he could run so fast. That's faster than any Olympic sprint champion on Earth. His figure flashed and moved, following the fleeing aliens in front. Long Zhan and the others followed closely behind Linton. But after a while, Linton felt a little exhausted. The black dragon behind him hurriedly said, "Master, there is a ferocious beast in the jungle ahead. I will lead you to chase it." Linton looked at the black dragon crawling on the ground and sat on the black dragon's back with some embarrassment in his heart. But it was only awkward for a second. Gotta say it was such a great feeling riding a dragon for the first time. Looking down, you can see towering trees and continuous mountains. The aliens fleeing below didn't notice Linton and others above their heads at all. Chapter 19. The demonic tribe surrenders. After chasing for who knows how long, I finally arrived. In front of a giant mountain range, a hole was dug out in the mountain, winding downwards. I didn't expect these creatures to live underground. Linton was a little surprised and followed closely. Going down all the way and passing through hundreds of meters of underground passage, the scene in front of him opened Linton's eyes. This tribe is wrong. It is no longer a tribe. It should be called a city. But calling it a city is a bit far-fetched. A small city is located underground, and teams of creatures wearing armor and holding sharp weapons are patrolling in an orderly manner. From a long distance away, you can clearly hear the banging sounds in the city, as if someone is hammering something. What opened Linton's eyes was not the order here, but the weapons and armor on these creatures. These weapons and armor are dozens of times better than those obtained from the Tauren tribe. Master, these creatures are called earth demons. They live underground all year round and usually settle in places with underground fire. They make a living by forging weapons for other tribes. In this earth demon tribe, the strongest earth demon leader has reached the 6th level. There are 4 5th-level earth demons, 12 4th-level earth demons, and hundreds of 3rd level and below. Longchong secretly captured a member of the earth demon tribe, and through his torture with fire, he learned detailed information about the tribe. Forging weapons? Linton understood, and an idea emerged in his mind. If you succeed, you'll definitely get rich, and upgrading the town will be a piece of cake. But this earth demon belongs to the demon clan, so it's a bit difficult. Whatever, let's go. Linton led Long Zhan and other dragons out of the cave. Stop. As soon as they walked out of the cave, the patrolling soldiers discovered them and pointed their weapons at Linton. Enemy attack. When they saw Linton and the group of dragons behind him clearly, a loud roar rang out. Suddenly, a large number of demons wearing armor and holding weapons rushed out of the tribe and surrounded Linton and others. Call your leader out. Facing the siege of a group of earth demons, Linton was not afraid and spoke first. The demons looked at the huge monsters behind Linton and did not dare to take action. Linton didn't have to wait long before a path opened up among the group of demons, and a tall, burly middle-aged demon walked out. Seeing the armor and weapons on the middle-aged demon, Linton recognized them at a glance. They were definitely treasures of the Yellow Grade. The middle-aged demon looked at Linton, then looked at Long Zhan behind Linton, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He could clearly feel that Long Zhan was stronger than him and could kill him easily. Although he knew that Linton and his companions were outsiders, he had to humble himself for the sake of the tribe and politely asked Linton, "Dear guest, what kind of weapon do you want to make? Why don't you take me in first?" Linton looked at the demonic tribe, which was like a small town, and said with a sincere smile on his face. The demon leader's mouth twisted, then immediately changed into a smile. "Welcome, my distinguished guest." In this way, Linton and others entered the demon tribe under the leadership of the demon leader. There are equipment refining shops on both sides of the street, and the scorching temperature is overwhelming. No wonder the demons on Earth are so strong and dark. They have been working as blacksmiths all their lives. It would be strange if they were not strong. I took a quick look around and found that although it was a bit simple, it had a complete range of tools. "Chief, are you interested in changing locations?" Linton looked at the demon leader with a half-smile and asked tentatively. When the demon leader heard this question, he didn't think in that direction. Changing places was something he had wanted to do for a long time. But I haven't found the right place yet. They have lived in this place for hundreds of years. His father and grandfather both lived here. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and the underground fire here has gradually dried up, and the blazing flames of the past are long gone. This resulted in the equipment produced by the Earth Demon clan becoming increasingly worse. During the heyday of his tribe, they had forged Xian-grade weapons, but now they find it difficult to even forge Huang-grade weapons. All this is because of the underground fire. When Linton saw the other party hesitate, he was suddenly delighted, thinking there was a chance. "Actually, I have a good place, very suitable for refining weapons, but..." "Demon leader, but what?" Upon hearing that there was a place that was very suitable for refining weapons, the demon leader immediately became interested. In his opinion, Linton might want him to practice using a few weapons for free. This is not worth mentioning at all for the continuation of the Earth Demon clan for hundreds of years to come. Linton said with a serious face, "But I want your Earth Demon clan to submit to me." When he upgraded to an intermediate territory, he was reminded that as long as his influence reached a certain level, it was very likely that local forces would inexplicably come to surrender. Now he comes to conquer him personally. If the Earth Demon clan does not know what's good for them, we can only destroy them and plunder all their resources. What? The face of the demon leader changed drastically when he heard Linton's request. The fact that this group of outsiders dared to destroy the Tauren tribe shows that they are extremely ambitious. He was actually still feeling lucky just now. The demon leader's face changed drastically. He lost control for a moment, and demonic energy emanated from his body. Snort. Long Zhan released his mighty dragon and pressed towards the demon leader. The demon leader suddenly seemed to fall into an ice cellar, surrounded by the breath of death. As a black dragon, it is much stronger than the Panlong and fire dragons of the same realm. It is easy for him to fight against opponents of higher levels, let alone the demon leader who is weaker than him, who can be destroyed with a single blow. Linton, your Earth Demon tribe invaded my territory. I was originally planning to destroy your Earth Demon tribe, just like I destroyed the Minotaur tribe. But fortunately, your Earth Demon clan did not launch an attack, so I plan to give your Earth Demon clan a chance. I wonder how to choose the leader. The demon leader glanced at his tribesmen around him and was faced with a decision. On one side is life, living under someone else's roof. On one side is genocide. Linton's decision to force the Earth Demon clan to surrender was also somewhat risky. Although the Earth Demon clan is not an orthodox demon clan, it is also considered a demon clan. The blood of the demons flows in his body. Demons have always been synonymous with evil and despicable. Even if he surrenders temporarily, no one knows when he will betray his master. Although it is a bit risky, it is worth it in the face of huge benefits. If they have rebellious intentions, it's not too late to use them and then kill them. The strength of his territory is skyrocketing every day, and his territory is expanding rapidly. Conquer other forces. It also lays the foundation for future domination of all races. Okay, I promise. Followed by a decadent voice, as if the voice had aged by dozens of years in an instant. After thinking for a long time, the demon leader finally chose to compromise. If he were alone, he could fight to the end for the honor of the tribe. But he is the leader, he can't just think about himself, he has to think about the entire tribe. The decision he made determined the lives of hundreds of people in the entire tribe. If he refuses, the entire tribe will be completely wiped out from the continent of 10,000 races. Chapter 20, Refining Shop, Auction begins. Congratulations on successfully conquering the demon tribe and receiving the reward, the special building, weapon refining shop. Special reminder, because you forced the demonic tribe to submit to you, the hatred of the native forces of the Dark Forest towards you has increased. In the Dark Forest, your territory is well known. Seeing the prompt, he knew that he had temporarily subdued the Earth Demon clan through coercion. As for the increase in hatred value, it is not surprising. Destroying a Tauren tribe can increase the hatred value. Not to mention that now a demon tribe that is more powerful than the Tauren tribe has been forcibly conquered. Immediately afterwards, with Linton's order, the entire Earth Demon tribe began the relocation mission. The group rushed back to the territory in a mighty procession. After returning to the territory, Linton soon discovered that there was a new building covering a large area in the corner of the territory wall. This location is a long distance away from the City Lord's mansion. When you arrive at the weapon refining shop, you will find all the necessary tools, including refining cauldrons and smelting furnaces. The demon chief was stunned. Compared with these, the refining equipment of their demon tribe was simply garbage. Is this the legendary spiritual fire? Before he could recover from the shock, the flames in the smelting furnace made him scream in shock. Although spiritual fire is not as good as strange fire, it is the best special fire for refining weapons. Like earth fire, spiritual fire can be used to refine weapons without the forger having fire energy. The spiritual fire can absorb the energy between heaven and earth to remain immortal, but in order to refine the weapon, one must use crystals to adjust the temperature and increase the spiritual fire. What a fuss! Linton glanced at the demon leader. It was just a flame. This is a special building like the original dragon's nest. If it doesn't have some amazing abilities, how can it be called a special building? I don't know if every city lord who conquers a local faction is rewarded with a special building. or if I was the first city lord among billions of city lords to conquer a local faction, so I was rewarded with a special building. If it's the latter, then you'll make a fortune. Whether it was the former or the latter, his trip was worthwhile. One thing to be thankful for is that he followed me out, otherwise it would have been a huge loss. Linton looked around and said to the demon chieftain, "From now on, this place belongs to your demon tribe. Without my order, all demons are not allowed to step out of the weapon forging shop. Concentrate on making weapons and equipment for me. I will ensure your safety. I will follow the master's orders." The dark and strong body of the demon chief knelt on one knee and respectfully accepted Linton's order. Before, he was forced to temporarily submit to Linton due to Linton's tyranny. But now he was somewhat glad that he had chosen to surrender. In such a place, he will definitely lead this demon tribe to restore its former glory, or even reach unprecedented heights. Linton also ordered that all the beast scales and other materials in the warehouse be moved to the weapon refining shop. In addition, there are refined iron and crystals. These are all necessary materials for refining yellow-grade weapons. The demon clan still has some other materials in stock. After all, it is a huge accumulation over hundreds of years. Linton's request was very simple: to refine a batch of yellow-grade weapons and armor as quickly as possible, and some ordinary grade ones could also be refined. The novice time is about to end, and the beast tide is coming. The city lords are trying every means to enhance the strength of their troops in order to resist the beast tide and survive. What Linton wants is to seize this opportunity and strengthen their strength. To put it nicely, it is to enhance their strength. To put it bluntly, it is to make a fortune. The refined iron was provided by Meng Xiaofei. All the demon needs to do is to make these into equipment. He can make a lot of money without any effort. After all these were arranged, it was noon. He didn't forget today's auction, which would be the beginning of his equipment auction. When I opened the chat channel, it was already very lively. Where is Boss Linton? Why hasn't the auction started yet? I've been waiting since early morning, and I haven't seen Boss Linton yet. What's your morning? I've been waiting till now last night, and my eyelids are drooping. Boss Linton wiped out a local tribe yesterday. Do you think he might have abducted the leader's daughter? He spent the whole night enjoying sex with her, and is now enjoying some gentle pleasure. It's really possible. Ha ha ha. That's what you said, Big Brother Linton. Be careful, Big Brother Linton will block you and prevent you from bidding. I guess Boss Linton definitely won't be able to get up today. Let me tell you, the women in this world are really fierce. Have you experienced this before? My army is the charming tribe. What do you think? Damn, brother, you are so lucky. Why don't I have this kind of luck? From the tone of your voice, could it be that you've run out of energy? Hey, it's almost time. I'm trying to control myself now. I won't say more. Everyone. Looking at these dirty words, Linton directly closed the chat channel and put the 2 ghost head axes on the trading channel. Product, ghost head axe. Quantity 1. Effect, increase combat power by 15. Special effect, you can attack without practicing martial arts and kill people from a distance. It consumes a lot of energy, so use with caution. Price, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, 100 units of refined iron. Bidding rules, the highest bidder wins. The 2 axes were auctioned separately. Originally, he wanted to set the price of refined iron higher, but he thought that most people did not have refined iron, and the few city lords who had it only had a little. We cannot allow some people to take advantage of the situation just because of the limitation of refined iron. When this price was announced, everyone gasped. Hiss, so expensive. The pricing alone is what keeps me out. Alas, I didn't even get a chance to bid. Don't you see how awesome this ghost head axe is? It increases your combat power by 15 and can even kill people from a distance. This ability to kill people from a distance probably refers to something like sword energy. Shouldn't one practice sword techniques when unleashing sword energy? Are you blind? Boss Linton said that the ghost head axe can be used without training. After everyone's explanation, some people who didn't understand suddenly understood. Looking at the ghost head axe again, the price is indeed not expensive, but they can only look at it. The chat channel was buzzing with discussion, while in the trading channel, some people had already started bidding. The price is rising rapidly at a rapid pace. Such a powerful treasure, why doesn't Linton keep it for himself? Master Linton's troops are so powerful, why does he need to go into battle himself? Maybe Boss Linton still has some Shin-level treasures. Oh, I can't envy you enough. Linton looked at the rapidly rising prices and was overjoyed. After this wave, the requirements for upgrading the town may be met. Even if not, it won't be much different. Chapter 21. The big guy showed up, and the effect was amazing. The usefulness of the ghost head axe attracted many city lords, who scrambled for it. In less than an instant stick of time, The price of the ghost head axe was raised to a huge price of 50,000. My troop type is the Epic Bull Demon Clan. Please give me some face, and I will take the first ghost head axe. I will definitely repay your kindness someday. Hiss, an epic boss appears. Epic level bosses are all fighting for the ghost head axe. Doesn't that mean that boss Linton's troops are even higher than epic level? I'm even more curious about what kind of troops boss Linton has. Heh, who do you think you are? Auctions are about financial resources, not some bullshit favor. Awesome, the person above can say such a thing. He must be an epic master. Sorry, Brother Nyo, my army is a giant, and I really need this ghost head axe. In order to fight for the ghost head axe, all the big guys came out. Wow, if any boss needs a younger brother, please take me in. Just give me something to eat. All kinds of big guys who had been hiding and developing secretly before showed up all at once, and used all kinds of strategies to compete for the ghost head axe. Some want to use their powerful troops to make others afraid and retreat. Some want to curry favors, asking the city lord who is of similar strength to themselves to give them face and voluntarily withdraw, owing them a favor. Some offered some things as compensation to make other city lords give up. Not to mention, a large number of competitors suddenly disappeared. Some city lords who thought they did not have enough financial resources to obtain the ghost head axe gave up on their own initiative. They can just give face or get some compensation, because they may not be able to get it anyway if they continue to fight for it. If you fail in the competition, you will get nothing, so it is better to earn as much as possible. Linton looked at the group of big guys who appeared one after another. No matter how deep they hid, they were still lured out by his equipment. Fortunately, he developed fast enough, otherwise he would be the one snatching the equipment now. The gap between everyone was not that big in the early stages. If he slacked off even a little, he would easily be overtaken by this group of people. Don't be fooled by the usual chat channels. They are all city lords with weak troops crying and chatting. The truly strong ones are hiding themselves and developing secretly. Linton is actually very low-key. He has only said one sentence in the chat channel in all these days. But because of his unscrupulous business practices, there is no point in keeping a low profile. Just when the auction of the ghost head axe was in progress, some city lords who had grabbed equipment yesterday doubled their gains after a morning of hunting. They came to the chat channel to report their performance and praise Linton. Boss Linton, quickly get some more equipment. This morning, my troops were equipped with the equipment I bought from Boss Linton yesterday. Their strength has increased significantly. Not only have our casualties been reduced by half compared to usual, but our gains have also increased several times. Haha, I usually kill 4 or 5 beasts a day, and 2 or 3 of my troops die. Equipped with Boss Linton's equipment, I killed 20 beasts this morning without losing a single soldier. Me too. Why do I feel like I missed out on 100 million? I regret it. I should have gritted my teeth and filmed it earlier. Fuck, I actually believed what those people said yesterday. It's just a pile of junk. I'm so angry. Fool, don't you see what era it is now? Even a pile of junk can be very useful in the novice stage. Boss Linton, quickly attack the local forces, seize their equipment, and sell it to us. +1. Looking at the speech of the city lord who grabbed the equipment yesterday, the city lords who didn't grab the equipment were full of regret. Those city lords who grabbed the equipment may not have been as strong as them yesterday, but now they have easily surpassed them in less than half a day. The benefits brought by the equipment were gradually magnified, making many city lords excited. Linton was overjoyed when he saw this scene. The demons are working hard to make equipment, and a batch of equipment will be available tomorrow at the latest. Moreover, these equipments are dozens of times better than those from yesterday, so the profit will be huge. As far as he knew, these 2 ghost head axes were made by the father of the demon leader at a high price asked by the Minotaur leader. Now the demon tribe is subservient to him, and any yellow-grade equipment can be crafted as long as the materials are available. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Somewhere in the territory, Yu Ruming looked at the trading channel and saw the prices of the 2 ghost head axes getting higher and higher, with a hint of envy and jealousy in her eyes. The White Fox has found a local tribe. Linton, I must be the first to upgrade the town. She clenched her jade-white fists, gave an order, and all the White Foxes came out. Although Linton was one step ahead of her, she believed that with the White Fox's illusion technique, it would definitely be easier and more convenient for it to eliminate the local forces and tribes than Linton. Yu Ruming's inflated self-confidence made her think that the gap between her and Linton was not that big. As long as she uses the White Fox correctly, it will be easy to surpass Linton. Trading channel. After a period of bidding, the 2 people who finally won the ghost head axe were almost certain. The price of the first ghost head axe was finally set at 32,000 units of wood, 25,000 units of stone, and 700 units of refined iron. The price of the second ghost head axe is almost the same as the first one. With 2 ghost head axes, he harvested a total of more than 60,000 units of wood, more than 50,000 units of stone, and 1,500 units of refined iron. Including the inventory in the warehouse, he now has a total of 80,000 units of wood and 60,000 units of stone. As for the refined iron, he had used all of it to make equipment. Now upgrade the town's wood and stone. 2 of the requirements have been met, and the only thing missing is refined iron. Refined iron is a big problem. It is needed for both crafting equipment and upgrading towns. For now, it can only be used to craft equipment. Later, equipment transactions will only accept refined iron. This way, we can quickly gather a batch of refined iron to upgrade the town. Linton admired his own intelligence and talent. How come he is so smart? After doing all this, Linton came to the city lord's mansion. Looking at the corpse of the ferocious beast in the yard, he started his work for the day. Hunting ferocious beasts cannot stop every day. But now Linton's requirements are much higher. As long as the monster is above level 4, he is too lazy to decompose those below level 3, as it would be a waste of time. On the one hand, it is for everyone's food. There are now 7 big eaters alone, and today they have conquered the demon tribe. Just to feed them requires a lot of food. On the other hand, it is for the refining materials and crystals on the ferocious beasts. These are all necessary materials for crafting equipment. Otherwise, you have to find other special ores to replace them. Not only does the ore have to be found with great difficulty, but it also has to be mined, which is more troublesome than hunting ferocious beasts. How could he cause trouble for himself? Hunting ferocious beasts can directly solve many problems. It not only solves the problem of food and refining materials, but also improves strength, achieving 3 goals in one go. Chapter 22, Level 8 Fierce Beast, Rob him. On the top of a mountain somewhere in the Wanzu continent, a young man was standing there. Suddenly, a scornful smile flashed across his face, and an axe appeared in his hand. The boy looked carefully at the axe in his hand, but found nothing special. I want to see if it's as powerful as Linton said. The young man held an axe and chopped at a huge rock not far away. Boom! With a loud bang, debris flew everywhere. 2 fist-sized holes were actually split into 2 holes in the boulder. The young man felt that all the energy in his body was sucked away in an instant, and a feeling of weakness came over him. The weight of the axe in his hand made him stagger. Regardless of his own physical weakness, the boy's face was filled with joy as he watched the attack he had launched. That Linton did not lie to them. This is indeed a fine treasure. In order to get this axe, he spent almost all of his upgrade materials. It's a pity that Linton would sell such a powerful treasure when the beast tide is about to come. I don't know if he's stupid or just confident. The young man handed the axe in his hand to the bull demon soldier behind him and ordered him to go down and test its power. The bull demon arrived at the foot of the mountain in a few jumps. Facing a 4th-level ferocious beast that was flying towards him, the bull demon swung his axe and chopped it down. Puff! The 4th-level ferocious beast instantly broke into 2 halves, and blood splattered everywhere. The bull demon, who also has the strength of the 4th level, actually killed the 4th-level beast in seconds, which shows the power of the yellow-level top-grade ghost head axe. In the past, when the bull demon faced a ferocious beast of the same level with his bare hands, he would have to go through a bloody battle before he could kill the beast. Now with the ghost head axe, his strength has increased several times. Another city lord who grabbed the ghost head axe also tested the power of the ghost head axe as soon as possible and was quite satisfied with the result. The power of the ghost head axe exceeded their expectations, and they all thought they had made a fortune. In fact, the one who really made a fortune was Linton. Linton was dissecting the ferocious beast, but what he didn't know was that in a mountain range several kilometers away from the territory, Long Jean and other dragons discovered a magical place. Originally, Long Jean was following his master's orders and frantically hunting ferocious beasts when suddenly a strange fragrance caught his attention. After some searching, they arrived at a mysterious valley. Do you want to go back and report to the master and obey his orders? Long Feng, who was the first to follow Linton and had the earliest gestation time, suggested this. If they act on their own, their master may find out and blame them. All the dragons looked at Long Jean. Long Jean thought for a moment and said, "There is no time. The master said that we must go back before night falls. If we don't act now, it might be too late tomorrow. That magical medicine will be of great use to the master. It's just an 8th level ant. I'll take care of it later. You guys collect the spiritual herbs and then return them to the master." As the highest ranking and most powerful person here, Long Jean gave the order directly. Long Feng, Long Chong, and the other dragons said nothing and could only accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Zhan flew straight into the mountains. At the same time, deep in the mountains, a ferocious beast guarding a plant emitting a strange fragrance opened its lantern-sized eyes and looked at the approaching Long Zhan. Roar! The 8th level ferocious beast, as big as a hill, roared, warning Long Zhan to get out of the way, as this was his territory. But Long Zhan remained unmoved and let out a provocative dragon roar. The terrifying dragon might pressed towards the ferocious beast. This completely enraged the bloodthirsty and murderous beast, dragging its huge body out of the valley. A leap grabbed towards Long Zhan, who was flying in the air. He wanted to tear the reptile that provoked him into pieces. This 8th-rank ferocious beast had just been born and had gained intelligence, so its IQ was not high. He was easily angered by Long Chong's provocation and completely forgot about the elixir he had guarded for several years. Facing the attacking 8th-level ferocious beast, Long Zhan blasted it down with a breath of dragon breath, smashing it into the ground. The ferocious beast climbed up and let out angry roars, bombarding Long Zhan. Long Zhan was not to be outdone and launched various attacks at the ferocious beast. A terrifying war that shook the earth and mountains began. On the other side, Long Chong and other dragons also took this opportunity to sneak into the depths of the mountains and dig up the elixir that was swaying in the wind and emitting a strange fragrance, along with its roots and soil. After doing all this, Long Chong looked at the battle in the distance, handed the elixir to Long Feng, and said, "Give the elixir to the master, I will go to help." Long Chong has broken through to the 6th level and can barely help in a battle of this level. Long Feng and the others wanted to help, but couldn't because they were too weak. Their attacks were like tickling to the 8th level beast. The only thing they could do was to return the elixir to its owner. "Go away, I don't need your help." When faced with Long Chong, who came to help, Long Zhan was not grateful. He is a black dragon of a higher level than the dragon. He can deal with a ferocious beast that is only 1 level stronger than him by himself. Black Dragon has always been known for his bad temper, and his pride made him ungrateful to Long Chong, who came to help him. "Humph, who wants to help you? I'm just worried that the master will blame me if I go back late." Long Chong was not angry at Long Zhan's words. Flames spewed out of his mouth, burning the ferocious beast and making it scream in pain. Speaking of his master, Long Zhan no longer dwelled on the matter. He took advantage of the opportunity to attack the beast and beat it so hard that it had no chance to fight back. The tough fur of the ferocious beast was easily broken by Long Zhan's claws. Large chunks of flesh were torn off by the dragon's claws. Immediately afterwards, the wound was burned by Long Chong's flames. The heart-wrenching pain caused the 8th-level beast to fall to the ground and roll around, attacking indiscriminately, raising countless large trees and boulders to the ground. Bang! Long Zhan seized the opportunity and blew the beast's head apart with one blow. The 8th-level ferocious beast lost its vitality and died completely. At the same time, Linton, who was decomposing the ferocious beast, suddenly received a prompt. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of energy that had never been experienced before surged into the body. He almost broke through to the 4th level. 8th level ferocious beast. Long Feng and the others encountered a level 8 ferocious beast. Linton's heart suddenly tightened, hoping there would be no casualties. Every dragon is very important to him, and he will be sad no matter who is killed or injured. Although the 8th level ferocious beast was killed, he was still worried about the weaker Panlong. Especially the Panlong that was just born today. It only has the strength of the 3rd level. At this moment, Long Feng and his men rushed back to the territory. After knowing the cause of the incident, he breathed a sigh of relief and realized it was just a false alarm. On the battlefield, Long Zhan and Long Chong dragged the corpse of an 8th level ferocious beast and rushed towards the territory. What they didn't notice was that a few miles away, in a crack on the mountaintop, a man was staring blankly at the receding figure with an expression of disbelief on his face. "So that's a dragon?" After a long time, the man hiding in the crevice finally came to his senses, but he still spoke incoherently. The battle just now really scared him. He felt the vibration even though he was far away in the territory. "When I came to take a look, I saw a scene that I will never forget." Chapter 23. The Dragon Clan is exposed, washing the Marrow. He actually saw the legendary Black Dragon and Red Dragon with his own eyes. The two dragons easily killed the extremely powerful 8th level beast. The impact on him was too great. Is this the army of that big boss, or a local force? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could someone possess such a powerful army? Could it be that person's army? The man thought of a possibility, but then shook his head. Even if it was that person, his army couldn't be so powerful. If it is not a military branch, then it can only be a local force. These dragons are in Mirkwood, and his territory also happens to be in Mirkwood. It's just the worst bad luck I've ever had. The novice protection shield only has 2 days left. If they discover my territory, I will surely die. The man just felt a sense of collapse. The beast tied alone made him feel under great pressure, and now there was a dragon clan coming. He felt that he could prepare for his funeral. Think about it. He opened the chat channel and sent the message. Breaking news. A dragon has appeared in the dark forest. It's a young dragon, around level 6. Killing it will grant a large amount of experience, and there's a chance it will drop a Xian level or higher treasure. City Lords of the Dark Forest, hurry up and take action. Kill the dragon and get the artifact. As soon as this news came out, the chat channel, which had originally calmed down due to the end of the auction, exploded again. Dragon Clan. That is the totem of China and the belief in the hearts of countless Chinese people. A myth that exists only in legends. It actually appeared in the continent of 10,000 races, which shocked many city lords. Is it true that there are dragons in the myriad races continent? I feel like this brother has ulterior motives and is lying. Same feeling. Since there are baby dragons, that means a dragon's nest is nearby. If all of us city lords go there, can we withstand a blow from a full-grown dragon? That makes sense. If it were that easy, why didn't they go upstairs and leak the news? The man's plan was quickly discovered by some smart people. Even if you can really get equipment of Xian level or above, you still need to be alive to get it. Do you think this dragon could be a certain boss's unit? Suddenly someone said this in the chat channel, shocking everyone. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Just now, the Bull Demon tribe and the Giant tribe both appeared one after another. The appearance of the Dragon tribe seems unsurprising. They are all mythical races. Having dragons as a unit, wouldn't it be easy for him to become the strongest city lord among us? Speaking of which, I thought of someone. Is boss Linton here? Let me give you a hint. All the city lords thought of Linton at the same time. In their hearts, Linton has always been the strongest city lord. Of course, this is just everyone's speculation. They are not even sure whether the Dragon Clan is a local force or a branch of the military. After all, the city lord who saw the Dragon Clan with his own eyes said that it was a local force, and the type of troops was just their guess. At this time, Linton, the person everyone suspected, had no time to pay attention to the chat channel. At this time, Linton was holding the elixir that exuded an enchanting fragrance, feeling a little intoxicated. This was the first time he had seen a magical medicine. He had only seen it on TV or in novels before. According to Long Feng, this elixir can cleanse the meridians and marrow, strengthening the body and cultivation. The most important thing is to cleanse the tendons and marrow and lay the foundation for cultivation. After all, at his age, he has long passed the best time for cultivation. Now his meridians are blocked and the energy of heaven and earth cannot enter his body. If you can't practice, you can only rely on killing monsters to level up. Although this feels good, growth is limited and one cannot fully demonstrate one's own strength. Now I can only rely on the magical medicines of heaven and earth to change my physique and embark on the path of cultivation. When he heard that Long Zhan had snatched this elixir from an 8th level ferocious beast for him, he felt a little moved. After remembering the usage instructions that Long Feng told him, he went to the bedroom, sat cross-legged, and prepared to take it. Swallowing is the simplest method of use, and it is also the only method Linton can use. The process is very painful. His meridians were blocked, and he was unable to mobilize the energy in his body, so he was unable to refine the elixir on his own, only by swallowing. Let the medicinal power of the elixir dissolve in the body and flow to the 8 extraordinary meridians, forcibly changing his body and opening up the meridians. As the elixir was swallowed into the stomach, a terrifying heat wave suddenly exploded in the body. The severe pain made Linton think his stomach was about to explode. Just when Linton was about to be unable to bear it, the terrifying energy in his stomach began to flow to his limbs, that is, the 8 extraordinary meridians. The pain in my stomach now spread to my limbs. Linton gritted his teeth and persevered despite the severe pain all over his body. Whether you can practice in the future and whether you can achieve eternal immortality depends on now. You must not give up no matter what. I don't know how much time has passed, but Linton is already sweating profusely. Although the pain all over the body is unbearable, the gains are obvious. He has gradually been able to sense the energy between heaven and earth. The pain in my body slowly disappeared, just when he thought it was over. The medicinal power flowing through the meridians penetrated into the flesh and blood. Hiss. A pain dozens of times more painful than before came over me. It was clearly visible that veins bulged all over Lin Tian's body, and the medicinal power was flowing through his flesh, blood vessels. Impurities in the body overflow from pores all over the body. Lin Tian couldn't see all this, as he had already fainted from the pain. The baptism of the flesh is something that ordinary people cannot endure. Although Lin Tian usually eats the meat of ferocious beasts and his body is strengthened, it is nothing compared to this. The next morning, Lin Tian was awakened by an unbearable stench. When I opened my eyes, I found that my whole body was covered with a thin layer of black impurities. I quickly got up and took a shower. After taking a shower, Lin Tian felt relaxed all over. Although her skin didn't become as white as jade as in the novel, her whole body felt as light as a swallow. With a gentle wave of your hand, you can mobilize the energy in your body for your own use. After the energy is consumed, the body autonomously absorbs energy from heaven and earth. This made Lin Tian ecstatic. Compared with his previous body, his current body had undergone a drastic change. In addition, he also discovered that he had broken through to the 4th level. But this is nothing compared to the changes in the body. When they arrived outside the door, Long Zhan and the others were already waiting there, awaiting Lin Tian's orders for today. Lin Tian first praised Long Zhan a few words and kept this contribution in mind. Then he looked at the huge 8th-level monster in the yard. After decomposing it, nearly 50 units of 8th-level ferocious beast meat were obtained. This is equivalent to several 3rd or 4th-level ferocious beasts, which shows how huge their bodies are. Energy +1. After it was cooked, Lin Tian took a bite and found that there was a hint. The meat of this 8th-level ferocious beast can actually improve one's cultivation. Then he asked Long Zhan and others to try it again. Long Zhan and Long Feng were too strong, so their attacks were completely ineffective. Like him, Long Yuan and other dragons will gain strength by eating the meat of 8th-level ferocious beasts. Chapter 24 Adult Dragons. With such a miraculous effect, Lin Tian did not plan to auction the meat of the 8th-level ferocious beast. Leave it to the 3rd and 4th-level dragons to improve their strength. Nowadays, Long Zhan and his men are all hunting mid-level ferocious beasts, and they don't look down on low-level ferocious beasts. Therefore, the strength of the newly bred Panlong increases very slowly. This is tantamount to a panacea for improving strength. He feasted on several pieces of ferocious beast meat until he was full. Then he remembered that he had not used today's breeding opportunity. Arrived in front of the original dragon's nest. Is it time to breed a baby dragon? Whether. Lin Tian originally wanted to give birth to a baby dragon as usual. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. What would happen if I clicked no? He wanted to give it a try to see what would happen, but he was worried that if he did, his chances of getting pregnant today would be gone. In the end, he couldn't overcome his curiosity and clicked no. Will it breed an adult dragon? Whether. Does it have this function? Lin Tianma was stunned. He didn't expect that the original dragon nest could choose between a baby dragon and an adult dragon. What is the concept of an adult dragon? Even when the Panlong reaches adulthood, it is already above the 9th level, not to mention the red dragon and the black dragon. If there really were an adult red dragon or black dragon, dominating the dark forest would be a piece of cake. It's absolutely impossible to be that simple. If it were possible, other city lords would have already bred adult soldiers and dominated the myriad races continent. How could you still be worried about the beast tied to Marrow? Just as Lin Tian was thinking, a prompt popped up. If you choose to breed an adult dragon, you will not be able to breed another dragon for a period of time. It takes 1 year to breed an adult Panlong, and no other dragons can be bred within that year. It takes 3 years to breed an adult red dragon, and no other dragons can be bred within 3 years. It takes 5 years to breed an adult black dragon, and no other dragons can be bred within 5 years. The length of time it takes to nurture an adult dragon depends on the level of the original dragon's nest. It takes so long. He said, how could it be so simple? It takes a long time, but it also cannot give birth to other dragons. If he really chooses to give birth to an adult dragon now, his ashes will become nutrients by the time the dragon is born. Ferocious beasts, local forces, and hundreds of millions of city lords are all his enemies. Everyone else is developing rapidly, but he is standing still. It is difficult for him to avoid being killed. However, as the level of the primordial dragon nest increases, the time required will decrease. We may be able to consider breeding adult dragons later. For now, just be quiet and rely on your own luck to summon the baby dragon. Lin Tian threw all the thoughts in his mind out of his mind and began to nurture the baby dragon. Soon, 3 newborn dragons appeared in Lin Tian's sight one after another. Red dragon, unnamed. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, Level 5, 00/100. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 4 clawed red dragon, 2 red dragons, and 1 coiled dragon. This result is pretty good. Now the primordial dragon nest is only at level 2, so it is impossible to have a burst of luck every day. Including the 3 new dragons that joined today, he has a total of 10 dragons. 5 coiled dragons, 4 red dragons, and 1 black dragon. Each one is a powerful aid to him. Owner. Sanlong saluted Linton respectfully. Linton smiled slightly and named them one by one. Then they were divided into 2 teams and went out to hunt ferocious beasts. After doing all this, Linton came to the weapon refining shop. Look at how much equipment the demons have created. As soon as Linton walked into the weapon refining shop, the leader of the demons came up to greet him respectfully. Life here is really comfortable. We don't have to go out hunting every day and we have enough food. He can still do what he wants to do, which is to refine weapons. He gradually developed a sense of belonging here. How much equipment has been created? Looking at a group of busy demons, Linton asked. Master, a total of 5 low-grade yellow-level weapons and 50 ordinary-level weapons have been crafted. The demon leader answered respectfully while leading the way to a shelf. The shelves are filled with all kinds of brand-new weapons. At first glance, I'm quite satisfied. But upon closer inspection, Linton became a little strange. These weapons look a bit strange. For example, a knife, in Linton's impression, is just the same as the ones on Earth. But the knife in front of him was not only completely black, but also had all kinds of strange patterns on the blade and handle. For example, the one in front of him had a skull on the handle and various animal horn patterns on the blade, just like barbs. Every weapon is like this. But then he thought about it and felt relieved. Isn't that what those 2 ghost head axes are like? This should be the nature and preference of the Earth Demon Clan as a demon clan. He doesn't care about these things, as long as it can be used. Anyway, he took it out to make money. Then Linton moved all the weapons he had crafted away and prepared to hold another auction today. But just as he was about to leave, the demon leader called him. Owner. Linton, what's the matter? The demon leader. Master, we don't have enough refined iron. When Linton heard this, he slapped his head and forgot about it. Then all the fine iron obtained from yesterday's auction was moved into the warehouse. Then click on the friend message. Meng Xiaofei sent him more than 10 messages. Boss Linton, I forged 700 units of refined iron today. Boss Linton, are you busy? Just let me know when you're busy. I'm always here. Boss Linton, someone in the chat channel said they saw a dragon in the dark forest. Some said it was a local force, and some said it was your army. The dragon class allows you to ride a dragon, fly into the sky, and roam the earth. How cool and majestic that would be. I heard that some city lords in the dark forest have begun searching for the dragon, hoping to kill it and obtain the artifact. Boss Linton, if your unit is a dragon, be careful. Although the dragon is powerful, there's no telling what bad things these people might do. Looking at the message Meng Xiaofei sent him, the amount of information was huge. He opened the chat channel, looked through the chat messages, and quickly got the general situation. Yesterday afternoon, Long Zhan and his men killed an 8th level monster and caused such a commotion that a city lord saw them. It's fine if he saw it, and it doesn't matter if it's leaked, but this person actually lured the other city lords to surround and kill Long Zhan and the others. This is clearly a blatant act against me. I need to tell Long Zhan and the others to be careful. If they encounter the city lord looking for them, kill them all and leave no one alive. Anyway, we are in the same dark forest, and as our territory continues to expand, we will meet each other soon. By then, there will only be one force in the entire dark forest. Dominating all races and ruling the entire dark forest is only the first step. No one can stop him. Chapter 25 Crazy Sales. How much refined iron do you have now? Linton sent a message to Meng Xiaofei to ask. Meng Xiaofei, who had been waiting for Linton online, immediately replied. Boss Linton, there are a total of 1,200 units of refined iron now. Linton, well, take a look at what you need, calculate it, and then send me the specific quantity. Meng Xiaofei, yeah. Soon Meng Xiaofei sent over a list of the quantity of wood, stone, and food that could be exchanged for 1,200 units of refined iron. Linton took a look, and after confirming that there was no problem, the 2 parties completed the transaction. Meng Xiaofei looked at the wood and stones in the warehouse and danced with joy. Keep working hard. We must gather enough materials to upgrade our high-level territory by tomorrow to resist the beast tide. Meng Xiaofei looked at the busy earth spirit, clenched his fists, and cheered himself up in his heart. Although he lives underground and cannot be attacked by the huge beasts on the ground, he may be attacked by the ferocious beasts living underground. It was full of uncertainty, and he could only work hard to increase his strength and survive. Linton gave all 1,200 units of refined iron to the Earth Demon. He also asked the demon leader to tailor a suit of armor and weapons for him. In addition, he also has a batch of yellow-grade armor and weapons. Even if you have to stay up all night without rest, you have to create it. Tomorrow is the last day. After midnight tomorrow night, the beast tide may strike at any time. By resisting the beast tide, you can embark on the road to hegemony among all races. If defeated by the beast tide, you will be buried in another world. I dare not say that the strength of the troops under his command is the strongest among the many city lords, but it is definitely one of the strongest. Despite this, he still didn't dare to take it lightly. He didn't forget the 9th level ferocious bird from 2 days ago. If there is only one, Long John might be able to hold on, but if there are more, it will be a disaster. There's no way to resist it. Click on the trading channel. Linton divided the 50 ordinary grade weapons into 5 parts, 10 weapons in each part, and put them all on the shelves along with 5 low-grade yellow-grade weapons. When many city lords saw Linton's move, they all exclaimed, "Wow! Fuck, how many tribes has Boss Linton destroyed again? 5 yellow-grade weapons in total. Could it be that Boss Linton has wiped out 5 local factions?" The local forces near Boss Linton's territory are in a terrible state. A second of silence was observed for these local forces. "Boss Linton, could you please tell me the location of your territory? I'm afraid that one day Boss Linton will think I'm a local force and destroy me. Seeing a city where the troops are ants, please show some mercy, Mr. Linton." "Ha ha ha, shouldn't I go easy on you? I'll crush all of your troops with one kick. Since you can be a soldier, you are not an ordinary ant. You may be dead before your feet even land." Weren't we supposed to be talking about Boss Linton's equipment? Why are we getting off topic? You idiot upstairs, why are you reminding them? I missed out on Boss Linton's equipment last time. No one is allowed to snatch it from me this time. Brother Linton, could you please let me know before selling your equipment? I didn't get the ghost head axe yesterday, so I used all my supplies to upgrade my territory. Me too. I can only watch the equipment being bought, feeling heartbroken. Linton did not notify some city lords in advance about this auction, which resulted in them using up all the materials yesterday. They were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Linton saw all of this. He didn't plan to make much money from this batch of equipment. This auction was just an appetizer. However, despite this, the bidding prices in the trading channel are rising every moment. With the previous batch of city lords, their strength increased greatly, and their income increased several times because of the equipment they snatched. The city lord who has humanoid soldiers dreams of having weapons. In addition, the city lords of other types of troops also want a weapon of their own. No one can guarantee that their troops can withstand the beast tide and prevent it from invading the territory. How can they face the ferocious beasts that invade their territory when they have no weapons and are unarmed? Even Linton asked DMO to make exclusive armor and weapons for him. They're just a few low-grade yellow-level weapons. Why are so many people vying for them? The prices are going crazy. There are so many humanoid soldiers. This is hilarious. The 2 idiots above still think that only city lords with humanoid soldiers need weapons. When the beast tide arrives and the ferocious beasts invade your territory, and you face them unarmed, you will understand the use of weapons. Even if all of your troops are wiped out, as long as the city lord and the heart of the territory are still there, there is still hope. It's a pity that I can't find any iron ore, otherwise I would have made my own equipment. I can't afford to offend the local forces, and I can't find any iron ore. I can only hope to snatch the equipment from Boss Linton. After seeing these explanations, some city lords who were a little slow-witted suddenly realized the truth and hurriedly joined the army in the fight. After a while, the price of the 5 yellow-grade weapons increased several times. Seeing this, Linton smiled slightly. This was equivalent to free publicity for him. A certain tribe in the continent of 10,000 races. The tribe was littered with corpses, the ground was dyed red, and the smell of blood rose to the sky, attracting a large number of ferocious beasts to approach. On a hidden hillside not far from the tribe, a charming woman was stroking a mid-grade yellow bow in her hand. He drew out a bow and arrow, and pulled the bowstring with the 3rd level strength. Call out. With a sound of breaking through the air, the arrow pierced through the head of the ferocious beast in the distance, killing it with one blow. This caused the woman to smile charmingly. Plundering is indeed the best way to increase strength. No wonder Linton's strength increased so quickly. Yu Ruming said softly. From yesterday till now, she has slaughtered 2 local tribes in total. Yesterday's harvest was a bit disappointing for her, as she only harvested some crystals and food. She just destroyed another tribe. I got a mid-grade yellow-level treasure bow and a bunch of ordinary-level equipment. There are also a large number of crystals, food, refined iron, and other supplies. After taking a look at the trading channel, Linton sold his equipment again. She knew that Linton was far ahead of her. This made her very unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. It is really difficult to find the local power tribe, even though the hatred of the nearby tribes towards her has been increasing. It will still take a long time to find these tribes. The most important thing is that she can't afford to offend some tribes, so she can only pick on the weak ones. This made her gradually give up the idea of upgrading the town before Linton, and instead began to prepare to upgrade the military buildings. If we can wipe out 2 more tribes like this, we'll have all the crystals needed to upgrade our military units and buildings. Yu Ruming thought about it, opened the trading channel, and packaged the ordinary equipment she had obtained into several packages, just like Linton, and started auctioning. Her troops are from the Fox clan, so these equipments are useless. It would be better to take advantage of this opportunity like Linton did and auction it off in exchange for supplies to upgrade the town. Chapter 26 Demonic Arms. Attacked. Goddess Ruming. Goddess Ruming has also started auctioning equipment. It's just a bunch of ordinary equipment, not very useful. That's better than fighting with bare hands. Even a mortal grade weapon is hundreds of times more powerful than bare hands. With my limited assets, there's no hope of snatching Boss Linton's equipment. The chat channel was extremely lively, and Yu Ruming's equipment caused quite a stir. Some city lords who had no hope of snatching Linton's equipment went to the auction of Goddess Ruming, hoping to have a chance. These people are not slow. Linton took a look and smiled faintly, but this had no effect on him. He had long anticipated that these people would follow his example and attack local forces and plunder resources. The only time you can make a fortune on ordinary equipment is in the 2 days before the beast tide arrives. After the beast tide, the weak city lords were eliminated, and the surviving city lords became stronger and no longer needed ordinary equipment. Think about it. How many ferocious beasts would there be in a beast tide? As long as you survive, your military type and your own strength will be greatly improved. How can you still be interested in ordinary equipment? As time went by, the auction prices gradually stopped, and the prices had reached their peak. Linton didn't want to waste time waiting. Even if the price could go up later, it wouldn't be much. The auction ends immediately, and the person with the highest bid wins the equipment. Haha, I finally got it this time. Alas, what a pity, just a little bit short. I won't say any more. I'm going to equip my troops first and see the effects. I will definitely not let you down. Both parties got what they wanted and were very satisfied with the deal. After this auction, the amount of wood in the warehouse reached 100,000 units, and the amount of stone reached 70,000 units. After it was over, Linton did not forget to promote the auction for tomorrow night. The main purpose is to allow the city lords to prepare resources. Auction preview. Several sets of armor and weapons will be sold tomorrow night. All are yellow-grade quality, guaranteed. Only refined iron will be traded. As soon as this news came out, the chat channel exploded again. Worship the real Linton master. Armor and weapons? Where did Boss Linton get all this equipment? The equipment that Big Brother Linton was selling just now was all brand new, as if it had just been forged. Furthermore, its appearance was a bit unusual, somewhat resembling demonic weapons. I suspect this is equipment made by Boss Linton himself. Boss Linton's troops are not only powerful, but can also forge weapons. How can we survive like this? I also took a picture of Linton's weapon, and it does look a bit like a demonic weapon. So, if we infer this, Linton's army should be some kind of demonic one. It is possible that some demons are humanoid soldiers. They are not only powerful, but also capable of crafting equipment. Mine is a demonic unit. Not only does it increase energy by killing monsters, but it also increases strength by devouring flesh and blood. Crafting weapons requires special buildings or blueprints. No wonder Boss Linton is so strong and his strength is increasing so rapidly. Why am I not a demon soldier? Some people used their intelligence and thought they had guessed that Linton's troops were some kind of top-level demons. The demon soldiers can quickly become stronger by devouring flesh and blood, which coincides with the rapid increase in Linton's strength. Forget it. I can't envy you enough. At tomorrow night's auction, Boss Linton will only be buying refined iron. I need to hurry and collect some refined iron to get a set of armor. It's important to save my life. Hey, why does Boss Linton only accept refined iron? Refined iron is so hard to come by these days. I can't even get it if I want. Boss Linton should be preparing to upgrade the town. Making these equipment requires a large amount of refined iron. Without refined iron, how can Boss Linton forge equipment? That makes sense. In order to allow Boss Linton to forge more equipment, everyone should get more refined iron. A large number of city lords went to the trading channel to purchase large quantities of refined iron. For a time, the price of refined iron skyrocketed. Some city lords who possessed special military forces also saw the business opportunities and began to vigorously forge fine iron. Linton's words completely detonated the refined iron. It is especially difficult for some city lords who have upgraded to high-level territories and are secretly collecting refined iron to prepare for upgrading their towns. But at the same time, the market value of the refined iron they collected also skyrocketed. In the past, dozens of units of wood could be exchanged for 1 unit of refined iron, but now hundreds of units of wood may not be enough to exchange for 1 unit of refined iron. At this time, fine iron was in short supply. Such a violent reaction is enough to prove how attractive Linton's armor and weapons will be tomorrow night. Armor can resist damage, and weapons can increase combat effectiveness. These two are undoubtedly the best means of survival in the upcoming beast tide. Even the city lords whose strength was similar to his, and who possessed epic or legendary troops, could not help but be tempted. It is very simple to obtain weapons. You can get them by destroying a few local tribes. But as for armor, even if you destroy 10 tribes, you may not get 1 piece. As for making it yourself, in addition to having fine iron, you must also have a refinery shop or the blueprints for building a refinery shop. Both are indispensable. Linton obtained this as a reward by chance when he conquered the demon tribe. Exit the trading channel. Looking up at the sky, the scorching sun hangs overhead. Before I knew it, it was already noon. It's time to eat, and the dragons should be back soon. Sure enough, not long after, Long John returned with a 7th-level ferocious beast and the corpses of several 5th and 6th-level ferocious beasts. But Long Chong's dragon team is still nowhere to be seen. Linton didn't think much about it, thinking that they were looking for ferocious beasts and went too far. All the ferocious beasts around the territory have been cleared out. Linton doesn't look down on ferocious beasts below level 3, so he can only look for ferocious beasts above level 3 to hunt. But as time passed, Long John and the others had finished their meal, but Long Chong and the others still hadn't returned. This made Linton feel something was wrong. Owner. Suddenly, Long John looked in one direction and flew towards the distance. Linton was a little confused, but from Long John's tone, it was obviously not a good thing. A few seconds later, a blood-soaked dragon appeared in front of Linton. Swish! Linton, who was sitting on the chair, stood up instantly, his face changed color, and asked in a cold tone, "What happened?" After some inquiries, we learned that Long Chong led the dragon team to surround and kill a 6th-level ferocious beast, but was suddenly ambushed. Long Chong and his men were surrounded, and only the dragon in front of them escaped. Suddenly encountering this kind of change, Linton's heart was filled with thundering rage. The only ones who could do such a thing are local forces or other city lords. No matter which force dares to touch his dragon, only destruction can calm the anger in his heart. Long John, go there as quickly as possible. Nothing must happen to Long Chong and the others. Linton jumped onto the dragon's back and quickly rushed to the scene of the accident. Chapter 27. The Dragon Clan was attacked. Linton killed. In a mountain somewhere in the dark forest, rumbling explosions were heard, and a fierce battle was taking place here. More than 10 monsters with lion bodies, wings on their backs and beaks as sharp as eagles surrounded the 4 dragons. The terrifying flames spewing from the mouths of the 3 red dragons made these monsters dare not approach. Long Feng, who has broken through to the 5th level, is recovering from his injuries. At his feet were the corpses of several monsters, with bright red blood flowing. However, there were several bloody scratches on his body and several dragon scales fell off. These monsters were as fast as them, flying around, surrounding them, and launching sneak attacks from time to time. Fortunately, they were afraid of the flames from the red dragon's mouth and were afraid of being burned into bald chickens. Long Chong was always wary of the 6th-level monster opposite and did not dare to attack rashly. He wanted to protect Long Feng and the others. He was confident that he could kill the 6th-level monster opposite, but the injured Long Feng and the 2 red dragons might not be able to withstand the siege of more than 10 monsters. In the sky not far from the battlefield, a man was standing on the back of a monster, looking at the battlefield from afar. He was holding 2 dragon scales in his hands, and his eyes were fixed on the 4 dragons on the battlefield with some burning intent. Ever since I saw someone say yesterday that there are dragons in the dark forest, and the strongest one is only at level 6. He wanted to try his luck. Unexpectedly, he found it in just one morning. His luck was incredible. He felt like he was the son of destiny in the novel, Blessed by Heaven. Just kill these dragons, and you'll get the artifacts. He didn't take the beast tide seriously at all. At that time, he will dominate all races and become the king of all races. Countless city lords and countless races will submit to him. By then, that Linton will only be fit to shine my shoes, and that goddess Rumeng will become one of my concubines, enjoying my favor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile lewdly. The more I think about it, the more excited I become. He had long disliked Linton. Relying on the strength of its own troops, it finds ways to earn resources from them and improve its strength. What's infuriating is that it has always been sought after by many people. And there is the goddess Rumeng, who is licked by a group of dogs. And he is unknown. I applied to add them as friends many times, but never got a response. He always thought that he was ignored because of his weakness. His troops are extraordinary troops. My luck hit this morning, and I bred a 6th-level soldier. He thought this was an opportunity given to him by God. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? As long as he kills the dragon clan, with the blessing of God, a divine weapon will definitely drop. Then he will soar and dominate the continent of all races. Looking at the field, he saw that his troops were unable to kill the 4 dragons. He shouted impatiently, "Hurry up and kill them." Hearing the urging of its master, the monster that had been circling around Long Chong and the others attacked more frequently and rapidly. The 6th-level monster suddenly stopped and vibrated its wings. The other monsters also stopped in midair and began to flap their wings as if they had received an order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Long Chong and the others were confused, hundreds of attacks shot towards them like arrows. Long Chong immediately sprayed out a wall of fire to block these attacks. But this just happened to fall into the trap of the 6th-level monster. The 6th-level monster vibrated its wings at the same time. Its body turned into a shadow and shot out, its huge sharp claws grabbing towards the injured Long Feng. Long Feng, sensing the impending crisis, looked up and saw that it was the beast that had scratched him again. Roar! With a dragon roar, Long Feng opened his bloody mouth and bit, regardless of his injuries. The 6th-level monster was a little scared when he saw Long Feng fighting with him for his life. It has experienced the strength of this dragon. If it is bitten, it will be crippled if not killed. The other party has indestructible dragon scales, but it does not. It quickly changed direction and flew in another direction, as if it was going to escape. Seeing this, Long Feng stopped. The opponent was faster than him, and he was injured, so he was no match for him. But just when Long Feng thought the other party had given up, suddenly, something strange happened. The 6th-level monster that was flying towards the distance suddenly turned around. Like a flash of lightning, the claws grabbed towards Long Feng, and the sharp beak was ready to pierce Long Feng's head. The cunning, viciousness, and cruelty are fully displayed. Faced with such a rapid attack, Long Feng was unable to resist for a moment. Long Chong, who was not far away, wanted to come to the rescue, but it was too late. Long Feng's life hangs by a thread. The man in the distance saw this scene and laughed. This type of soldier had some of his true skills and was worthy of being his type of soldier. With such troops, even without magical weapons, he will have a place in the future 10,000 races continent. After all, his army is an extraordinary army. It is not comparable to those advanced and top-level military forces. On the battlefield, just when Long Feng thought he was going to die, in the distant sky, a dark energy ball containing enormous energy was flying towards them at a rapid speed. Just as the 6th-level monster was about to grab Long Feng with its claws, it sensed a life-and-death crisis. Turning its head, it saw a terrifying ball of energy approaching it. Boom! With a loud explosion and screams, the 6th-level monster was blown away hundreds of meters away, smashing into the distant hills. This sudden change made the man in the sky's smile freeze. Long Feng and Long Chong looked towards the direction where the energy ball came from. A black dragon was approaching from afar, and a mighty and domineering figure was standing on the black dragon. They knew that it was their master who came to save them. Roar! Kill! Long Chong roared towards the sky. He had been beaten so hard that he was extremely frustrated. His heart was already filled with anger. This group of ants actually dared to launch a sneak attack while he was fighting with a level 6 ferocious beast. If Long Feng had not bought him time, he would have been besieged by the 6th-level ferocious beasts and these monsters. Long Feng and the other 2 red dragons also rushed towards the remaining monsters. When Long Chong gets angry, he is no pushover. The energy in his body had been used up, so he used his bloody mouth directly. A 5th-level monster bit off half of his body in one bite, and blood spurted out. This scene made the other monsters shudder, and they all fled in the direction of their master. Linton came to the battlefield and recognized these monsters with lion bodies and eagle wings at a glance. This should be the legendary griffin. The griffins are quite powerful, and coupled with the fact that Long Feng and the others were ambushed, it's no wonder they were beaten so badly. But no matter what it is, if anyone dares to harm my troops, I will make him pay with blood. The frightened man looking at the distant sky should be the owner of the griffin. As for the griffin under the man's feet, it was already frightened by the black dragon's targeting and was at a loss as to what to do. It dared not move at all. Coming to the opposite side of the man, Linton had a look of mockery and anger on his face. Chapter 28 Begging for Mercy? Impossible. The man's name is Su Yuankai, and he has the strength of the second level. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that his 6th level soldiers were instantly blown away and fell into the pit, and his life or death was unknown. Your griffin unit has died. Your griffin unit has died. Your griffin unit has died. Immediately afterwards, a series of prompts appeared before his eyes, leaving him at a loss for a moment. When he came to his senses, he saw a man who was younger and more handsome than him. He looked at Linton, then looked at the black dragon under Linton's feet. The truth is revealed. This dragon clan is not a local force at all. It is clearly the army of the city lord in front of us. The most important thing is that the strongest one is not level 6. The one who can kill his strongest soldiers in seconds must be at least level 7, or even a terrifying existence of level 8. I got tricked. Su Yuankai smiled bitterly in his heart. He originally thought that this was an opportunity given to him by God, but he didn't expect that it was all just his self-righteousness. The most important thing now is to survive. As long as we survive, everything still has a chance. The other party is most likely that Linton. I only injured his troops, and he killed mine to vent his anger. Plus, we're both city lords, so as long as I beg him to spare my life, I should be able to survive. Under the pressure of death, Su Yuankai's mind worked rapidly, and he thought of the possibility of survival. Boss Linton. Su Yuankai looked up at Linton and said tentatively. Linton was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would guess his identity so quickly. Since you know who I am, how dare you hurt my troops? After hearing this, Su Yuankai could be sure that the person in front of him was the powerful Linton. It's a misunderstanding, brother Linton. It's all because of that person spreading false information in the chat channel. He said these dragons were local forces, so I came here to try my luck. I didn't expect that they were actually your troops. If I had known it was your army, I wouldn't have dared to move even if I had 100 guts. Su Yuankai's face was filled with anger, as if he wanted to kill the person who leaked the false information. Then he looked pleading, hoping that Linton would spare him this time. Linton said jokingly, if I had come a little later, my troops would have died at your hands. If I let you go, how would I explain it to them? This? Su Yuankai's face froze slightly. They are your soldiers. As their master, what else do you need to explain? Isn't it just a matter of a word? He understood that Linton was not going to let him go easily. Brother Linton, this time I was careless and trusted a villain. Please give me a chance. That man must be in the dark forest too. I will definitely find him and kill him to atone for my brother's crime. Su Yuankai was filled with resentment and blamed everything on the person who spread the false news. Seeing that Linton remained unmoved, he hurriedly continued. Brother Linton, we are all Chinese people. We have come to this alien world and should unite. Our enemies are the local forces and ferocious beasts. We should not kill each other. Su Yuankai used his trump card and played the emotional card. He was scared, afraid that Linton would kill him. We are all Chinese. Even though we don't know each other, we still have some special feelings for each other, especially after coming to this different world. When Linton heard this, he did feel a little emotional. However, when he thought of Pan Long who was seriously injured and came back to seek help, and Long Feng who was almost killed, these emotions disappeared in an instant. The two sides have already formed a grudge. If we don't eradicate it, it will only cause future troubles. This man is obviously a treacherous villain. If he is spared, who knows how much trouble he will cause in the future. This Linton is determined to kill me. Seeing that Linton remained unmoved, Su Yuankai cursed in his heart. It was just that his troops were injured, but he almost killed all the troops under his command. He glanced sideways at the 6th Order Griffin that crawled out of a deep pit not far away. He gritted his teeth and mentally recalled the remaining Griffins to block Linton and buy him time to escape. The injured 6th level Griffin and the remaining Griffins all rushed towards Linton at all costs. At the same time, the Griffin under his feet turned its head and flew towards the territory, and in a flash, only a black duck could be seen. He didn't know if he could escape, but he had to try. Staying where he was would only lead to death. As long as he escapes into the territory, with the novice protection shield, Linton will have no way to do anything to him. Seeing Su Yuankai running away, A sly smile flashed across Lin Tian's face. After listening to so much nonsense, I finally left. If he didn't leave, he would kill the other person on the spot. Then he ordered Long Zhan to catch up and keep following behind him. The two of them just kept running away while the other was chasing. Don't waste your energy. You can't escape. Thinking of the classic scene in the movie, Lin Tian couldn't help but shout at Su Yuankai, who was fleeing in front of him, like a villain in the movie. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Yuankai looked behind him and found that Lin Tian had not caught up with him, which made him look very happy. Lin Tian thought that his own griffin was too fast, and he couldn't catch up with it. After all, his troops are flying monsters, which have an absolute advantage in speed. Haha, Lin Tian, you're nothing special. Su Yuankai laughed wildly. Lin Tian couldn't catch up with him, so he couldn't do anything to him. He could only watch him escape into the territory. Once he enters the territory, no matter how capable Lin Tian is, he will be unable to do anything to him. Long Zhan, speed up. Looking at Su Yuankai, who was so rampant and thought he could do nothing to him, Lin Tian said to Long Zhan under him. Long Zhan suddenly sped up a little. Su Yuankai also noticed Lin Tian getting closer and closer behind him, and was immediately frightened to death. He had seen Long Zhan's strength before. The griffin under his feet could be killed with just one slap. Faster, faster, faster. Su Yuankai frantically urged the griffin under his feet. This griffin was his last troop and his only hope of escaping back to his territory. The griffin also realized that the danger behind it was getting closer and closer, and its speed had reached its maximum. But it still didn't work. I'm almost catching up. Hurry up. Burn your blood for me. Seeing Lin Tian getting closer and closer, Su Yuankai directly ordered the griffin to burn its blood. The griffin obeyed its master's orders without any hesitation, burning its blood and essence, and its speed increased instantly, leaving Lin Tian behind. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian just asked Long Zhan to follow closely behind him. The griffin is burning its blood and essence and cannot hold on for long. After chasing for a while, the outlines of several buildings appeared in the forest ahead. Lin Tian knew that he had finally reached this man's territory. This immediately caused Long Zhan to speed up and block the ecstatic Su Yuankai, who was standing on the dying griffin. Su Yuankai was about to enter his territory. The sudden appearance of Long Zhan in front of him scared him so much that he fell off the griffin. The griffin also completed its mission at this moment, fell to the ground, and its life gradually disappeared. 100% loyalty, he would not hesitate to die even if his master asked him to. Chapter 29, First Attack on the City, Shocked. He looked at the territory in front of him, and then looked at Su Yuankai, who was lying in a mess on the ground. I didn't expect that this guy's territory had reached the advanced level. But then again, having a flying troop like the griffin wouldn't be that bad. You seem useless. Long Zhan, kill him. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he gave orders to Long Zhan. As long as he is killed, the novice protection shield will disappear, and then the resources of the entire territory will belong to him. Su Yuankai only has the 2nd level strength, and he has the 4th level strength. He can easily kill the opponent, but he is too lazy to do it. His hands were not yet stained with blood. At this time, Su Yuankai was left with only fear. When he heard that Lin Tian was going to kill him, he hurriedly got up from the ground in horror. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am willing to give you all my supplies, including my territory. From now on, my territory is your territory, and you are my master. At this time, Su Yuankai just wanted to survive and would do anything for him. To be honest, Lin Tian was a little tempted. After all, the opponent's troops were extraordinary and very useful. However, the two sides have already become enemies, and there are many uncertainties. Lin Tian simply ignored Su Yuankai's begging. Su Yuankai looked at the black dragon that was about to attack, and suddenly thought of the chat channel. As if grasping the last straw, he hurriedly shouted, Lin Tian, let me go, or I will leak the news that your troops are dragons. Begging was useless, so Su Yuankai resorted to threats. This is his last resort. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately opened the chat channel. As long as he wanted, in just 1 second, he could send the news that Lin Tianbing was a dragon to the chat channel. Su Yuankai looked at Lin Tian, wanting to see Lin Tian's reaction. He didn't know if this could threaten Lin Tian to spare his life. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Su Yuankai looked up and saw a huge dragon claw pressing down towards him. You? Su Yuankai was instantly terrified. The first thing he wanted to do was to send the news that Lin Tianbing's army was a dragon to the chat channel. Lin Tian's military type is. Before the last 2 words were typed, there was a loud noise. A deep pit was created where Su Yuankai was standing by the huge dragon claws. At the bottom of the deep pit, Only a mass of sticky flesh and blood remained. Su Yuankai couldn't die anymore. He actually wanted to threaten Linton with this little trick. It doesn't matter whether the troops are exposed or not. It will just cause him some minor troubles. After killing Su Yuankai, the next moment, the entire territory's novice protection shield slowly disappeared. Linton walked into the territory without any hindrance. He did not immediately go to the city lord's mansion to destroy the heart of the territory, but came to the military building. Unfortunately, this military building is no different from an ordinary building to him. Except for the lord of this place, no one else can use it. He shook his head in disappointment and came to where the lord's heart was. With the lord's heart destroyed, the entire territory was reduced to ruins in an instant. At the same time, Linton received a prompt. Congratulations on successfully destroying the enemy's lord's heart and receiving a random blueprint as a reward. You obtain all the supplies in the enemy's warehouse. You obtain 300 first-order crystals, 160 second-order crystals, and 120 third-order crystals. You defeated a lord, and your influence and reputation are enhanced. The harvest was pretty good, equivalent to wiping out an entire tribe. The most important thing is to get a random drawing. This random blueprint could be a building blueprint, a formation blueprint, a weapon blueprint, etc. What kind of blueprint he can draw depends on his luck. No matter how you look at it, attacking and destroying a territory is no worse than attacking a tribe. If you are lucky, the gains can even be several times that of attacking a tribe. This time, Long Chong and his men were ambushed, which allowed him to discover a new way to make money. But the price was a bit high, and he didn't want it to happen a second time. After tomorrow, the beast tide will come. He didn't want anything to happen to Long Chong and the others at this critical moment. After all the supplies were looted, Linton led Long Chong and the others back to the territory. What he didn't notice was that a huge earthquake occurred in the chat channel. After Su Yuankai sent half of the message, the entire profile picture turned completely gray. What's going on upstairs? They only sent half the message. Isn't that just keeping people on edge? That's right, keep talking. What exactly are Boss Linton's military units? Look at his profile picture. His portrait darkened. A city lord's exclamation in the chat channel made the other city lords realize that the person's avatar suddenly dimmed. Suddenly, the entire chat channel fell silent. Newbie, please help. Why is my profile picture dark? Didn't I go offline? An ignorant city lord entered the chat channel, discovered this phenomenon, and asked curiously. The darkening of the portrait indicates that the other party is dead. I was his friend, and now his name has disappeared from my friend list. There is only one possibility, that is, he is dead. He mentioned Boss Linton before he died. Is there any connection between them? He seemed to want to reveal Boss Linton's troops, but died the next second. Is Boss Linton so terrifying? Perhaps he had offended Boss Linton and was killed by him. Before dying, he wanted to reveal Boss Linton's military type, but failed. It is also possible that Boss Linton discovered his territory and killed him. Either way is too scary. I hope I never meet Boss Linton. I want to be a younger brother to Boss Linton. With Boss Linton's protection, who dares to bully me? Oh, you. A truly powerful person never needs followers. The news that a city lord could be killed by Linton was a huge shock to everyone. A strong city lord was killed before he even had time to send a message. How strong is Linton? I'm curious about what kind of troops Linton has. I'm even more curious about just how powerful Boss Linton is. Didn't someone just say they were friends of the city lord? Do you know where that city lord's territory is? Boss Linton's territory might be nearby. Knowing the territory of Boss Linton will help me avoid accidentally offending him and ending up like this in the future. Maybe Big Boss Linton is watching you nearby and will kill you as soon as you leave his territory. How could you think of Boss Linton as such an evil person? He even sold us equipment to help us improve our strength and survive the beast tide. That's right, we should quickly collect the refined iron, take away Boss Linton's equipment, and survive the beast tide. Chapter 30 Special Blueprint, Black Dragon. Linton might have killed a city lord, which made everyone more awed by Linton. He was labeled as a man who was decisive and could not be provoked. Linton returned to the territory and let Long Chong and the others rest and recover from their injuries without going out to hunt ferocious beasts. Long Zhan led the team out to hunt some high-level ferocious beasts to obtain crystals and food. He did not forget that upgrading the original dragon nest required 500 6th-level crystals and 5 7th-level exotic crystals. The task of upgrading the original dragon's nest is of utmost importance. The higher the level of the original dragon's nest, the faster the strength of his troops increases. Therefore, upgrading the primordial dragon nest must be given top priority. As for what happened in the chat channel, he took a look on the way back. Countless city lords were curious about what had happened and made wild guesses, with some even asking him to come forward and explain. But he ignored them all. Su Yuankai is already dead. As long as he doesn't say anything, they will never know what happened, leaving them to make wild guesses. This is more interesting than the truth coming out. After finishing all the work, Linton remembered the blueprint he had obtained by destroying the heart of the territory. I don't know what kind of drawing will come out of this random drawing. Linton took out a scroll and slowly spread it out. A building came into view. Needless to say, this is an architectural drawing. It's a bit regrettable. What Linton wanted most was the formation blueprint. Even a lower-grade yellow-level formation blueprint has a huge effect. Unfortunately, how could the formation blueprints be obtained so easily? This thing looks a bit like a watchtower. Looking at the building in the picture, Linton analyzed. Ordinary construction drawings, arrow tower. Function, improve territory defense. Number of uses, 4 times. Construction materials, 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 100 units of refined iron. It turned out to be an arrow tower. Arrow towers and watchtowers are similar, except that one is used to shoot arrows and the other is used to keep watch. Linton looked at the wall and found that there was a perfect space to build an arrow tower at each of the 4 corners. When the beast tide comes, the earth demons will have archers who can come in handy. However, the effect of this arrow tower is limited, and it is only of some use in the early stages. When the territory is upgraded in the later stage and the walls are upgraded to city walls, these arrow towers will be useless. After the arrow tower is built, arrow towers 5 or 6 meters high stand at the 4 corners of the wall, attracting attention. When you get to the arrow tower, you have a wide field of view and can easily see what is happening within dozens of meters outside the wall. The quality of the arrow tower built with refined iron is pretty good. As long as it's not a large flying beast, it should be able to withstand a few attacks. Linton tested the quality and was quite satisfied. Then Linton returned to the front of the mansion and looked at the piles of corpses of 5th level, 6th level, and 7th level ferocious beasts on the ground. As usual, start breaking down the work. Of these beast meats, only enough will be left for consumption, and the rest will be put on the trading channel. The conditions for upgrading the town with wood and stone have been met, and those people cannot use refined iron to exchange for food. But there is no other use for keeping the meat of these ferocious beasts. It can only be used to exchange for wood and stone. Anyway, you will need it for future upgrades. The materials from the ferocious beasts are sent to the weapon refining shop to make equipment. Except for crystals of level 6 and above, all other crystals were sent to the refining shop. These things can only play their greatest role if they are used to create equipment. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, the whole earth was shrouded in darkness. Longzhan also led his team back to the territory safely. After several days of hard work, the 6th level crystal finally reached the 100-point mark. 1/5 of the requirements for upgrading the 3rd level primordial dragon nest have been completed. As for the 7th level exotic crystal stone, I have not encountered a 7th level mutated beast so far. This thing is even rarer than 8th or 9th level ferocious beasts. In addition, the dragon team's strength has also increased due to their vigorous hunting of ferocious beasts. The one who made the biggest improvement was naturally Longzhan, who successfully advanced to the 8th level. Those who have reached the 6th level are Longchong and another red dragon. The 5th level ones are Longfeng, Longqing, Longyuan, and 2 other red dragons. The remaining 2 dragons have reached the 4th level. If Longfeng hadn't been delayed by injury, he might have been able to break through to the 6th level today. Linton's own strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. He broke through to the 4th level last night thanks to the spiritual medicine, and now he is about to break through to the 5th level. The improvement of his own strength and the strength of his troops gave him some confidence about the beast tide after tomorrow. I just hope nothing unexpected happens. The blood moon gradually rose, and the roar of beasts swept in from outside the territory again. Countless city lords looked at the blood moon from afar, feeling endless homesickness in their hearts. It has been 6 days since they came into this world. It is a short time, but for them, it feels like a year. Every day is spent in worry and fear. Tonight is the last peaceful night, and most city lords should have a good sleep, but most of them cannot fall asleep. The chat channels magically became quiet. It seemed that all the city lords were thinking of the earth, their homes on earth, and their loved ones at home at this moment. The night passed quickly. The woods in the early morning welcomed the first rays of sunlight. Team Long was still waiting for Linton at the door, as usual, awaiting Linton's orders. Linton got up and went to the original dragon's nest first. giving birth to today's military. With a dragon roar, a dragon slowly flew out of the black hole. Black dragon. When I saw the black dragon scales all over its body, I thought it was a black dragon at first. But upon closer inspection, this black dragon looks even more ferocious than Long John, and at first glance, it is not a good dragon. His strength is even stronger than that of the current 8th level Long John. There was a trace of black energy emanating from his body. This is obviously not the same black dragon as the dragon war. Black dragon, unnamed. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, 9th order, 00/100. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 5-clawed black dragon. Dark dragon? Is the dark dragon considered a black dragon? Linton felt a little strange. Shouldn't the black dragon be considered a demon dragon? That's not right. There's no demon dragon among the Panlong, red dragon, and black dragon, so the black demon dragon became the black dragon. I don't care what kind of dragon it is, as long as it's my type of soldier. Its strength is even stronger than Long John's, and its potential has reached the level of a 5-clawed black dragon. Its future potential is even higher than Long John's. Linton's face showed joy. He didn't expect that his luck would burst today, and he bred a special black dragon. 9th level strength. This is undoubtedly great news for him. He was more confident in dealing with tomorrow's beast tide. Even if the 9th rank ferocious bird came that day, it would only be there to deliver its bird head and experience. As a special black dragon, the black demon dragon is definitely more powerful than the dragon war. Even a dragon warrior can fight against opponents of higher levels, so it is easy for a stronger black dragon to defeat him. Linton named him Dragon Demon, which is the most suitable name for him. As for the other two dragons, they are a red dragon and a coiled dragon. Chapter 31 Meng Xiaofei's request. Linton was in a very good mood. He didn't expect that there would be a surprise for him on the last day. The arrival of the dragon demon instantly multiplied the strength of the entire territory several times. Linton gave them a few instructions and then asked them to go out and hunt the ferocious beasts. He did not let Long John and the others split into two teams. Today is the last day, and he doesn't want anything to happen to the dragon again. With the presence of Dragon Demon and Dragon War, the team can be kept safe even if they encounter beings above the 9th level. As for letting them sit idle, how can that be possible? Although Dragon Demon and Dragon War are already strong enough, Panlong and Red Dragon still need to become stronger. Their strength is still very weak, and they are very likely to die when facing the beast tide. Only by becoming stronger can we better resist the beast tide and survive it. It is far from enough for Dragon Demon and Dragon War to be strong alone. What he wants is overall strength, the strength of all branches of the military, not just the strength of each one individually. After all, facing a tide of beasts, victory or defeat cannot be decided by just the two of them. After Long Mo and the others left, Linton came to the weapon refining shop. After working hard for a whole day and night, the demon had already created 5 sets of armor and 5 weapons. All of them have reached yellow-grade quality. Linton was very satisfied with the effect. Some special forging materials have been exhausted, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to create yellow-level equipment. Now is the time to test the demon leader's weapon forging skills. To make full use of the materials from the ferocious beasts and to find other resources as substitutes, one must have certain forging techniques. Linton didn't know how to refine weapons, but he knew how difficult it was. He looked at the Earth Demon leader and said, "Everyone has worked hard. I will reward you after this battle. It is our honor to forge weapons for the master." The demon leader had learned to flatter at some point. After leaving the weapon refining shop, I visited Long Feng and the others who were injured yesterday. The injuries on Panlong, the most seriously injured one, have improved a lot. Long Feng, who possesses 5th level strength, has almost recovered. Long Feng, go out with Long Mo and the others this afternoon to see if you can advance to the 6th level. But don't be too aggressive and take care of your injuries. As for the 3 of you, take good care of your injuries. Linton looked at Long Feng's injuries which had almost recovered and said, "Yes, master." Linton tried his best to improve the strength of the dragon team. Every time a dragon's strength increases by 1 level, it becomes more confident. Last day of chat channel. The most common information is about purchasing refined iron, and it is very lively. Everyone is preparing for the auction in the evening. Seeing they had no chance, some city lords simply became middlemen, seizing the opportunity to make a fortune and use it to upgrade their own territories. It's thanks to Linton that I made a small profit. In addition, some of the powerful city lords, by chance, found the nearby local forces and tribes and launched a heavy attack. Directly sweep across the local forces and tribes. This resulted in a lot of people selling ordinary equipment in the trading channel, especially goddess roaming. She sold equipment several times from yesterday to today. It can be seen at a glance that she has destroyed many local forces and tribes. However, their equipment was only ordinary grade, and they finally got the yellow grade quality equipment, which they kept for their own use. After all, not every tribe can afford yellow grade treasures. Some city lords even suffered heavy losses. Just when the tribe was about to be annihilated, an old man suddenly emerged from the ground, causing heavy losses to the troops. All sorts of things could happen. Linton looked through the chat records, saw all of this, and kept it in mind. He couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. This is something he cannot accept. Seeing the information in the friend list, I thought that Meng Xiaofei had forged a bunch of fine iron again. Boss Linton, I forged 1,300 units of refined iron yesterday. Boss Linton, you can craft equipment. Can I ask you for a favor? I want to use this refined iron to buy a piece of armor. If it's not enough, I'll have the earth spirits forge it. I should be able to gather 2,000 units of refined iron by evening. The earth spirits are too tired. I want them to rest. If it's still not enough, can I owe you the money first? If I'm still alive after the beast tide, I'll pay you back double. Looking at these sad words, Linton didn't know what to say for a moment. Meng Xiaofei's troops are not combat-type troops, so the chances of survival are very small. However, his territory is located underground, so the beast tide should not be too strong. If you think about it this way, Meng Xiaofei still has a chance of survival. That's enough. Linton replied with 2 words. On the other hand, Meng Xiaofei was anxiously waiting for news, fearing that he would be rejected. At his age, he hasn't enjoyed the happiness of an adult yet, and he doesn't want to die yet. Do everything you can to increase your chances of survival. Suddenly, he saw Linton replying to his message. When he clicked on it, although it was just 2 words, he was filled with joy. Thank you, brother Linton. Thank you so much. If I survive, you will be my big brother from now on. I will listen to you. Meng Xiaofei spoke from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Linton shook his head and smiled. If he took the yellow grade armor out for auction, it would only cost about 1 to 2,000 or 2 to 3,000 units of refined iron. But now is a special period, and the number may reach 5 or 6,000, depending on how much reserves these city lords have. Linton took a yellow grade armor and several ordinary grade weapons and traded them with Meng Xiaofei. The ordinary weapons were given to him as a gift, and they were not worth much anyway. The combat effectiveness of his troops is weak. Without weapons, how can they fight against ferocious beasts? This is all Linton can do. Whether he can survive depends on himself. His soldiers know the art of forging, but unfortunately there is no equipment forging shop. Otherwise they should be able to forge ordinary equipment. Meng Xiaofei saw that in addition to the armor, there were also several weapons, and he thanked Linton profusely again. These are nothing to Linton, but to him, they are like a life-saving straw. Thinking about the decision I made before, I couldn't help but feel relieved. It was because of the correct decision he made that he successfully clung to Linton's lap. He might be able to earn 2 or 3 times as much from those refined irons outside, but what would it matter if he earned more? No matter how much supplies you earn, you can only buy 1 or 2 ordinary weapons, and you may not be able to get them. Meng Xiaofei happily equipped his strongest earth spirit troops with weapons. In order to prepare for the beast tide that may attack at night, all the earth spirits are resting. Linton actually didn't think so much about it. If Meng Xiaofei could survive, he could mine crystal, ore, and other minerals for him in the future. Helping others is actually mutually beneficial. This batch of equipment was made possible thanks to the fine iron provided by Meng Xiaofei. When we arrived at the yard, we saw a pile of ferocious beast corpses. The dragon team worked very hard. It would be great if there were some kind of specialized decomposition type of troops, or some other alternative. Linton looked at the pile of corpses in front of him and couldn't help but think. Chapter 32. The Hatred of the Minotaur Dynasty. He is the lord of the dragon clan and the owner of a high-level territory, but he has to decompose corpses himself every day. It's really embarrassing to say this out loud. Just when Linton was about to start the decomposition work, a red dragon that had been out hunting ferocious beasts flew back and came to him, respectfully reporting, "Master, we've discovered a Minotaur tribe 10 miles from our territory. Kindness. How many Tauren tribes are there in this dark forest?" Linton was a little confused. He clearly remembered that he had destroyed a Tauren tribe some time ago, and now another one appeared. Could this dark forest be filled with Tauren tribes? If that were the case, the Tauren would be more than just a tribe. How strong is the opponent? Linton continued to ask. Red Dragon. "Master, there are about 500 Minotaurs in the entire tribe. The strongest one has reached level 8. There are 2 level 7 and 5 level 6. The others are all below level 6. Linton nodded. This strength was several times stronger than the previous Tauren tribe. However, the strength of his territory is several times stronger than before. The 8th level Minotaur leader dragon demon can be easily dealt with. The 2 7th level ones were handed over to Long Zhan. The 6th level red dragons can handle it. The rest is nothing to worry about. Lin Tian compared the combat strength of both sides and made an estimate. There was no suspense in this battle. Unless there is an ancestor buried underground in this Tauren tribe who is not yet dead, or other Tauren tribes come to support. Let Long Mo and Long Zhan investigate carefully. Only take action if there are no problems. No accidents can happen. Lin Tian warned with a serious expression. Yes, master. Qilong took the order and left. Lin Tian originally didn't want to destroy other tribes on the last day. Any accident that happens can be fatal. But thinking of the strength of the dragon demon and the benefits of destroying a tribe, Lin Tian still agreed. Such a powerful tribe has accumulated resources and wealth that you may not be able to imagine. There might even be Xin-level treasures. Perhaps this Tauren tribe could allow him to upgrade the original dragon nest, or upgrade it to a town. Anything is possible. Anyway, he had already destroyed a Tauren tribe and had become enemies with them. If he doesn't take action first, the other party may wait until they discover his territory and gather more forces to deal with him. At that time, we will be somewhat passive. While Lin Tian was decomposing the corpse, he was waiting for Long Mo and the others to return triumphantly. In a dense jungle, Long Mo and his men received orders from their master to take action and slowly approached the Minotaur tribe. The entire Tauren tribe is made of houses built with huge stones and wood. At a glance, there are hundreds of them. In the center is a tall 2-story building, which should be the residence of the tribe and the tribal leader. After some planning, the dragon demon took the first step. Roar. With a dragon roar, the dragon demon exhaled a stream of dragon breath towards the leader's building. Boom. The entire leader's building was instantly razed to the ground by the terrifying dragon's breath. The surrounding buildings were also destroyed by the horrific aftermath. Suddenly, huge rocks flew everywhere. Many minotaurs were hit by the boulders and suffered heavy casualties. All that remained of the entire chief building was a huge pit. In the middle of the pit, the Minotaur leader, who had just been making love with his wife and doing morning exercises, was a little confused. Suddenly he was knocked to the ground, and only the corpse of Mrs. Nyo in his arms was left. Fortunately, he has strong cultivation and thick skin, otherwise he would be living together with his wife Nyo now. Looking up, he saw a pitch-black dragon about 30 meters long rushing towards him. If he was bitten by this bloody mouth, he would become breakfast. Boom! The Minotaur leader stomped his feet, and his whole body flew up and jumped out of the pit. Soon he found his flying weapon in the chaotic crowd. With a few strides, he leaped up and was about to pick up his weapon. But how could the dragon demon let him have his way? A dragon swings its tail. Bang! The Minotaur leader jumped up and tried to pass the crowd to pick up his weapon, but was knocked away. It smashed deeply into the distant stone wall. Now, even the tough, strong, and powerful Minotaur leader couldn't bear it anymore, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It can be seen that the dragon's tail hit him and caused serious internal injuries. For a true strong person, the difference in strength between the first level is like a chasm, which is completely crushing. On the other side, Long Chong and his men all rushed out and launched a one-sided crushing massacre against the Tauren tribe. What force are you from? I am from the Minotaur dynasty. If you dare to massacre my Minotaur tribe, the king will not let you go. The Minotaur leader struggled to climb out of the stone wall, looking at the Minotaurs being slaughtered in the distance, his vicious eyes fixed on the dragon demon. Snort. The dragon demon snorted disdainfully. He, the dragon demon, is fearless. Bang! The huge dragon claw slammed down, and the Minotaur leader was knocked into the ground again. Under this heavy blow, the body of the Minotaur leader could no longer bear it and collapsed. The seriously injured Minotaur leader had no strength to resist and was on the verge of death. The dragon demon grabbed the Minotaur leader with his left claw, grabbed the Minotaur leader's right arm with his right claw, and pulled it lightly, and the whole arm was pulled off immediately. Flutter! Blood splattered everywhere. The Minotaur leader, who was already dying, was now completely dead. Then the dragon demon gently took off a ring on the Minotaur's right finger. I was afraid that he would break it if he squeezed it too hard. The Minotaur leader was eliminated, and the other Minotaur were quickly dealt with by Long Chong and his men. Next it was time to clean up the battlefield and move all the usable items back. Inside the territory, Lin Tianzhong was decomposing the corpse while paying attention to the prompts. just after he saw the 8th level Tauren leader being killed. Boom! His entire body shook, and an even more powerful aura emanated from him. Successfully broke through to the 5th level. In just 7 days, he broke through from a weak mortal to the 5th level of strength. Who can match his speed? City lords who possess epic or even legendary troops can only break through to the 3rd or 4th level at most. Your troops successfully destroyed the Tauren tribe and received a reward of 6th level crystal plus 99. You destroyed the Tauren tribe, and your territory's influence and reputation in the Mirkwood increased. You have successively annihilated 2 Tauren tribes. The Tauren dynasty has developed hatred for you and has decided to send troops to retaliate against you soon. This Minotaur also established a dynasty. When Linton saw the prompt, his expression became a little strange. His previous guess was correct. This was indeed the territory of the Minotaur. These Tauren tribes are equivalent to the people of the Tauren dynasty. So, there are still many Tauren tribes nearby. When the Minotaur dynasty sends troops, these tribes will definitely join in the fight. Chapter 33 Storage Ring. Then there will be another bloody battle. These nearby tribes are nothing to be afraid of. We don't know how powerful the Tauren dynasty is right now. But to establish a dynasty, there must be a strong person above the 9th level. If we destroy a tribe with a rank 8 warrior, they will most likely send warriors above rank 9. His territory is within the other party's sphere of influence. As his reputation grows, it will sooner or later attract the other party's attention. It was only a matter of time before the 2 sides went to war. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. The Minotaur dynasty's attack will happen after the beast tide. The most important thing right now is to survive the beast tide. Otherwise, when the Minotaurs arrive, all they'll see is a pile of ruins. Linton shook his head and put aside his worries. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. The Minotaur dynasty was just a stumbling block in his struggle for supremacy over all races. Not long after, the dragon squad returned triumphantly with all the spoils. This time the harvest was huge, several times greater than the previous Tauren tribe's harvest. Linton was surprised to see so many spoils. This time, we harvested more than 100 sets of equipment. There are 13 7th level crystals, 156th level crystals, and thousands of crystals below the 6th level. There are a lot of other resources such as refined iron. This big harvest is like winning the lottery. There are only less than 206th level crystals needed to upgrade the primordial dragon nest. Master, this is the treasure of the Minotaur leader. The dragon demon handed a big axe and a ring to Linton. Linton took it and did not check what treasure it was immediately. Instead, he looked at Long Mo and the others and said, "You have worked hard this time. Take a rest and go out to hunt beasts in the afternoon." "As you command, master." The dragon team members dispersed and went to rest and play. After they left, Linton looked at the big axe. "I don't know what material this axe is made of. It's big and heavy. If his strength was only at the 1st or 2nd level, it would be difficult for him to pick up the axe. Even though he was at the 5th level of strength, it was still a bit difficult for him to use it. Inch 1 axe. Grade, yellow grade top grade. Effect, chopping. Increase, 13. After checking the information, I found that it is not even as good as the Ghost Head axe. The increase in the power of the Ghost Head axe reached 15%. Although this sword is of the same grade as his, its increase is only 13%. But there are 2 Guetu axes, and there is only 1 Inshian axe. Besides being heavier and harder, the increase in combat power is a little less. Linton understood everything very quickly. After all, he had only been in this world for 7 days and understood a little bit. This axe will be auctioned off tonight. After the beast tide passes, those who survive will be quite strong. Yellow-grade weapons can be obtained by attacking local forces, so they will be worthless. Other people will also reveal things like weapon refining shops. It won't be long before everyone has a yellow-grade weapon. Soon yellow-grade weapons will become as cheap as food. But I've made enough money. Linton turned his attention to another treasure, a slightly large ring. Storage ring. Grade, Shin level mid-grade. Function, storage items. Size, 10 cubic meters. It's actually the legendary storage ring. Linton felt a little bit unbelievable. This small ring was actually the legendary storage ring, and it was also a mid-grade Shin level treasure. This time, just from this ring, I earned more than before. It's a shame it's only 10 cubic meters, so I can only put some important things in it, but it's enough. Delighted, Linton immediately put on the storage ring. I tried it with 2 crystals. You can easily put things into the storage ring using your mind. The same applies to taking it out. Access is all up to him. For a while, Linton had a lot of fun. This thing is of little use within the territory, but it is very useful outside. This unexpected surprise really made Linton unable to calm down for a long time. If this thing were put up for auction, with the current wealth of the city lords, no one would be able to afford it. He wouldn't exchange it even for 10 top-grade yellow-level treasures. After calming down, he looked at the other trophies and began to clean up the other equipment. After an inventory, these more than 100 sets of equipment. Among them, there is one set of medium-grade yellow-grade equipment, 2 sets of low-grade yellow-grade equipment, and the rest are ordinary-grade equipment. There are nearly 2,000 units of refined iron, as well as some special mineral resources, which are all special materials needed to create equipment. It can be said that it makes up for the dilemma of insufficient territory materials and inability to create equipment. There are about 3,000 units of refined iron now. With another 2,000 units, we can upgrade the town. Linton looked at these things and thought for a moment. Put the ordinary grade equipment and 2 sets of yellow grade low quality equipment on the trading channel. Let's warm up first. Boss Linton, that's not right. Doesn't the auction start in the evening? Yes, I'm still collecting refined iron. You won't go back on your word, right? Don't yell nonsense. Read the note from Big Brother Linton carefully. This must be something Big Brother Linton gained from attacking local forces, so he put it up for auction in advance. Indeed, they are all ordinary equipment. I was so scared that I thought I was going to miss the auction. As expected of Big Boss Linton, he even dared to attack the local forces today, completely disregarding the beast tide. Hey, I didn't dare send any troops out today, fearing there might be losses. I am the same, thinking of conserving my strength to face the beast tide. I have 2 low-grade yellow weapons. I'll try to snatch them. Otherwise, I'm afraid I have no hope against the beast tide. The bosses are all preparing to grab the equipment for the night. These 2 are definitely worth a try. Powerful city lords are all collecting refined iron, but despite this, it still causes some people to scramble for it. Soon the price was pushed up to a high point. The transaction was completed. Linton also made a small profit. In a territory, Yu Ruming felt a little complicated as she watched the equipment being fought over in the trading channel. If my guess is correct, he upgraded the military structure to level 2 a few days ago, which is why his strength has increased so quickly. Yu Ruming bit her red lips and glanced at the 7th level red fox next to her. Until yesterday, she upgraded the military structure to level 2 and bred the military this morning. Only then did she realize the huge effect that upgrading military buildings would have on improving strength. She had been immersed in upgrading her territory, but her efforts were in the wrong direction, resulting in a growing gap between her and Linton. But she did not give up and became more confident in surpassing Linton. She had found the right direction. He will be promoted to town tonight, and Yu Ruming looked at her warehouse resources and realized that she was still some distance away from upgrading the town. Chapter 34 Equipment Auction, Huge Sensation. Yu Ruming was also more curious about what kind of army Linton was fighting. Is it some kind of top-level demon? Or a dragon? She is more inclined towards the demon clan. The demons have an innate advantage in the early stages. In addition to gaining energy by killing beasts like them, the demons can also devour flesh and blood to increase their strength. This top-level demon army has great advantages in the early stages. There was another reason why he suspected that Lin Tianbing was from the demon clan. Some time ago, a city lord seemed to have been brutally murdered by Lin Tian. This cruel and ruthless character is more in line with the demons. Some people suspect that it is the demon clan. Some people suspect it is the dragon clan. However, no matter what type of troops they are, Lin Tian's strength is now the strongest in everyone's mind. However, regardless of whether his troops are demons or dragons, given his personality and the wealth he possesses, he will undoubtedly be targeted by many city lords. They even attacked in groups. Sometimes, even if you are strong, you may not be able to reach the top. There are many city lords who want to surpass Lin Tian and replace Lin Tian. Time passed quickly. Team Long went out to hunt ferocious beasts, and a large number of ferocious beast corpses were transported back to the territory. Lin Tian was decomposing the corpse of the ferocious beast, feeling bored but happy. Seeing the crystals increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, it wouldn't be long before the military buildings could be upgraded. In the equipment refining shop, the demons are still working hard to make equipment. They are all working diligently to contribute to improving their territory and strengthening their strength. The same goes for other city lords. Except for the city lord whose military strength is strong enough, like Lin Tian. Most of the other city lords took their troops and hid in their territories. Some city lords whose armies are weak and who do not have enough resources to purchase equipment are using wood or stone to make sharp points and use them as weapons. It can be said that Linton and his team have reached the smelting era. But these weak city lords are still in the Stone Age. At this time, the importance of the initial arms is reflected. Everything in this cruel world seems to have been predetermined. This night was destined to be a tragic night with rivers of blood flowing. The world fell into darkness again, and the familiar blood moon, as usual, slowly rose into the sky, covering the entire earth. The whole earth was covered with a blood-red garment. When all the city lords looked up at the blood moon in the sky, they no longer felt the ease they had in the past few days, but were instead filled with deep solemnity. Under the blood moon a few days ago, the strength of the ferocious beasts outside increased dramatically, and their ferocious roars resounded through the sky. But within the protective shield, they are fearless and can sleep soundly every night. Tonight is different. After midnight tonight, the protective shield will disappear. They will truly face this cruel world and accept the first test that this world has for them. Those who pass the test will begin their journey to dominate the world. Those who fail the test will be buried in another world. In the chat channel, eat when you should, drink when you should, and don't take things to heart. The worst that can happen is death. 20 years later, I will be a brave man again. Even if you die and become a ghost 20 years from now, your life won't necessarily be better. After your death, your soul will disintegrate and return to the world, which is fine. But if you exist as a spirit, then you will be living a life worse than death. Why? Is reincarnation not possible in this world? Reincarnation? You wish. Just ask your fellow undead soldiers. They'll capture your soul and make it their slave. This is too scary. So, don't think about dying. Do everything you can to survive. With a military unit, you can still enjoy a life of luxury. But if you become a ghost, you'll be worse than a dog. The lively chat channel was filled with all kinds of knowledge about ghosts and monsters. In this world, you are not necessarily truly dead when you die. It is very likely that your body dies, but your soul does not. Of course, this situation is not worth being happy about, because if you don't have the strength, you may end up living a life worse than death. Now, those city lords who thought that it would be a disaster if they died also became uneasy. Some are afraid, some are panicking, and some are desperate. In Linton's territory, Long Mo and his men were enjoying dinner and preparing for the battle in the evening. The demons and their companions had also prepared their equipment and were enjoying their dinner while resting. They might also participate in the battle in the evening. They are not very strong, but they can always help when facing the countless beast tides. You may not need them. The current strength of the dragon team is not to be underestimated. There is a dragon demon at the 9th level. There is a dragon battle at the 8th level. The 7th level is strong. The 6th level has dragons, phoenixes, and 3 red dragons. The 5th level has 4 coiled dragons and 1 red dragon. The 4th level has the Panlong that was conceived today. With this powerful lineup, among the hundreds of millions of city lords, no one should be able to match him. Linton himself also possesses 5th level strength. Even without martial arts skills, he cannot exert his full strength. But if you use yellow level weapons and chop randomly, you can at least exert the strength of the 4th level. The physical strength, speed, and power possessed by the 5th level strength are what ordinary people look up to. Linton ran at full speed, and ordinary people could only see a shadow. Any Olympic champion is nothing compared to him. Therefore, when facing ferocious beasts below level 5, he was still full of confidence in himself. In the blink of an eye, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Boss Linton, it's 8 o'clock now, you can load up your equipment. Where's Boss Linton? He hasn't built it yet, right? Boss Linton went to attack the tribe during the day. How could he not have built it? No rush. There's still some time until 12 o'clock. Everyone in the chat channel was urging Linton to start auctioning the equipment as soon as possible. They couldn't wait to put on the armor they had been longing for. Although the combat power is not good, the defense power must be maxed out. They spent a huge amount of money on this and collected a large amount of fine iron in 2 days. It is just to save your life as much as possible in the beast tide. Linton, who was fantasizing about killing everyone, came to his senses and saw that the time was almost up. Arriving at the weapon refining shop, he put the 10 sets of armor that the demons had crafted for 2 consecutive days and 1 night without rest on the trading channel. With Linton spared no expense and fully supplied all kinds of materials, the quality of these 10 sets of armor has reached the middle grade of yellow grade. Only the demon leader can forge this kind of armor. A few simple array patterns were carved inside the armor, plus various high-level ferocious beast materials and various precious minerals. This has reached the middle grade of the yellow level. The demon clan's savings over hundreds of years were all consumed. Fortunately, we attacked the Tauren tribe today and harvested a large amount of precious minerals. There are no ordinary grade equipment tonight. All are yellow grade equipment. In addition to 10 sets of yellow grade mid-quality armor, there are more than 10 yellow grade low quality and mid-quality weapons. As soon as all the equipment was put on the shelves, it immediately blinded many people's eyes. The entire chat channel was filled with shock. When had they ever seen so much yellow grade equipment? Chapter 35, Making Money. A total of more than 20 pieces of yellow grade equipment. Even Yu Rumong, a top city lord who was almost the same as Linton, was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Yu Rumong destroyed several tribes and only then obtained 2 yellow level weapons. This is the case for most top city lords, who work hard to attack 5 or 6 local powerful tribes. At most, you can get 1 or 2 yellow level weapons. And also lost a large number of troops. I can't imagine why Linton has so many yellow grade equipment. More than 20 sets of yellow grade equipment. Even if one set can only be sold for 1,000 refined irons, that is more than 20,000 refined irons. With this wave, Linton will be able to collect most of the refined iron on the market. Hiss as expected of Big Boss Linton. This is such a generous move. Which city lord can rival him? They are all brand new yellow grade weapons and armor. I dream of having one. Don't look at it. You can't afford it. You can only trade with refined iron. Do you have refined iron? Go away. I can't afford it, and I can't even take a look. It's also nice to feast your eyes. We only trade refined iron. I don't even have the qualifications to bid once. You're the one above, and you still have the nerve to say that you're the only one selling fine iron at a higher price than anyone else. That's right. Even Big Boss Linton isn't as dark as you. There are over 20 pieces of equipment. With my wealth of 2,000 refined iron, I should be able to snatch one. I envy the people upstairs. +1. The chat channel is extremely lively, and the trading channel is even more active. The prices of more than 20 pieces of equipment skyrocketed at the same time. Soon the price increased from a few hundred units of refined iron to more than 1,000 units of refined iron. The city lords who were watching the scene were shocked. This is priceless fine iron, a necessary material for upgrading towns. Only some special types of soldiers can be forged by digging iron ore. It's not as simple as wood and stone. As long as you are a soldier, you can collect a lot of wood and stone. The price of refined iron was already high, and with Linton's actions, the price of refined iron has skyrocketed. Even with such a high price for refined iron, this group of people are still raising the price crazily. Each price increase is at least 100. Seeing this scene, Linton showed a smile that he had expected. Compared with your own life and safety, what is the use of more resources? For example, in this fine iron transaction, some city lords with weak military strength but shrewd business minds earned a lot of resources by acting as middlemen. By utilizing these resources, he quickly upgraded his territory to an advanced territory. But what's the use of this? High-level territories also increase a little defense. The most important thing to resist the beast tide is the strength of the troops under your command. These little clever tricks are completely useless when facing a tide of beasts. In the face of absolute strength, all cleverness is just a paper tiger. Those who are frantically purchasing refined iron and competing for equipment are all city lords with certain strength. They are certainly not crazy. Instead of keeping the resources to upgrade their own territories, they spend a lot of supplies to snatch equipment. The territory can be upgraded later, but you only have one life. Fuck, why don't you guys go grab the other ones? Why are you trying to snatch this from me? The others are only over 1,000, and this one of mine is over 2,000. Why are you still trying to snatch it from me? Fuck, brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? I was eyeing this one and was afraid of missing it. This is a bit awkward. I'll give this one to you, brother. I'll go grab the others. I wonder why the price is rising so fast. There was also a misunderstanding during the robbery. Dozens of city lords took a fancy to one piece of equipment at the same time and scrambled for it, and the price ended up being far higher than that of other pieces of equipment. They thought the competition was so fierce that they all thought of giving up, but they didn't expect that they were all gathered on the same piece of equipment. This is crazy. The price of refined iron is so high now, and they are still raising the price like crazy. That's right, refined iron is a necessary material for upgrading towns. Leveling up is more important than your life. The beast tide is coming. Saving your life is the most important thing. After the beast tide ends, the price of refined iron will definitely drop. This move by Boss Linton is just the first step to upgrade the town. It makes sense. After the beast tide passes, everyone will be able to upgrade their town. So, it feels like Big Boss Linton is helping us resist the beast tide. This profiteer is supposed to help us resist the beast tide. You must be dreaming. Boss Linton may have gathered all the refined iron needed to upgrade the intermediate town this time, making a killing. Seeing a group of people bidding so crazily, some city lords began to feel jealous. Linton can now be said to be the richest among the billions of city lords. If we can snatch them all away, wouldn't we be able to take off? Some city lords began to have evil thoughts and set their sights on Linton, the fat sheep. Linton didn't know this. But even if he knew, he would not be afraid. He is not afraid of anyone, and he will never show mercy to anyone who dares to harm him or hinder his domination of all races. My unit is a top-tier unit. As long as I can grab a piece of armor, surviving the beast tide shouldn't be a problem. My troop type is extraordinary, so resisting the beast tide will definitely not be a problem. However, just in case, I still need to buy a body armor. Be careful and cautious. Don't let your troops be able to resist the beast tide, but you get killed by them. That would be a huge loss. There's no rush to upgrade your territory. Saving your own life is the most important thing. Those who can afford yellow-grade equipment have strong military strength, but their own strength is not good, so it is best to get some armor or weapons for self-defense. The price in the trading channel gradually stabilized and did not rise as drastically as before. A group of bigwigs showed up and started communicating. Seeing the exchanges between these big guys, those city lords who had no qualifications to compete for equipment were envious. They are the ones who need weapons and equipment the most, but they simply don't have the energy to compete with these big guys. The world is so cruel. Since they came to this world, the moment the military building extracted the military types, it determined how far they could go in this world and what heights they could reach. Soon, after 2 hours of fierce competition, all the equipment had their owners. The most expensive item among them is the top-grade yellow-level ancient axe, followed by 10 pieces of mid-grade yellow-level armor. The mid-grade yellow-level armor is almost comparable to the top-grade yellow-level ancient axe. Armor is really too important to save your life in the upcoming beast tide. Linton calculated that this auction yielded a total of 38,000 units of refined iron. Such a huge amount of fine iron is not much different from his previous estimate. It seemed like everything was under his control. Now in the warehouse, including the more than 3,000 refined irons before, there are a total of more than 41,000 refined irons. There are nearly 120,000 tons of wood and nearly 80,000 tons of stone. Gather all the supplies needed to upgrade your town. He can start upgrading the town. Chapter 36. Upgrading the town. 1 Chi Sword Technique. Advanced Territory. Ordinary Building. City Lord's Mansion. Special Buildings. Primordial Dragon Nest. Refining Shop. Required for upgrading. 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of refined iron. Current status. Invincible. 2 hours remaining. Upgrade materials are sufficient. Do you want to upgrade the town? Weather. Yes. Suddenly, under the blood-red moonlight, the entire territory was shrouded in thick fog. Linton, who was in the City Lord's mansion, clearly felt that the entire City Lord's mansion was shaking violently. Outside the City Lord's mansion, the wall did not continue to expand. It just changed from 3 meters to 6 meters high. The thickness of the wall has also been increased, greatly enhancing its defensive power. Outside the wall, the territory was expanding rapidly, and the protective shield extended from all directions. The ferocious beasts, whose strength had skyrocketed and were gradually surrounding the territory, were forcibly pushed back by the protective shield. Dense swarms of ferocious beasts attacked the protective shield frantically, but to no avail. The invincible protective shield actually injured themselves. Within the territory, except for trees, stones, mountains, etc., all other living things are squeezed out of the territory. A few minutes later, the abnormalities in the territory disappeared. Walking out of the City Lord's mansion, you will find that the area of the mansion has expanded by about 2 times. The original 2-story building was raised again to become 4 stories. It reached a height of more than 10 meters. The magnificent and domineering City Lord's mansion became the most dazzling building in the entire territory. The area inside the wall is equivalent to a square with a length and width of 1,000 meters, and the City Lord's mansion is located in the center. Apart from the City Lord's mansion, there is only the original dragon's nest and the weapon refining shop. There was nothing else but a flat piece of ground waiting for him to build other buildings. Congratulations on upgrading your territory to a primary town, increasing your sphere of influence to 5,000 meters. The defense of the heart of the territory is increased 5-fold. The reputation of your territory in the myriad races continent has been greatly improved. The Tauran dynasty's hatred towards you increases. 5,000 meters, almost bordering some local forces. It's a pity that the protective shield is about to disappear, otherwise it will disappear after his sphere of influence covers some local forces. Those local forces were squeezed out of their sphere of influence. Their home is right in front of them, but they can't go back. How frustrating it is. Linton shook his head and smiled, then looked at the territory information. I don't know how much supplies are needed to upgrade a mid-level town. Primary town. Ordinary building. City Lord's mansion. Special buildings. Primordial dragon nest. Refining shop. Required for upgrading. 500,000 units of wood. 500,000 units of stone. 100,000 units of refined iron. Current status. Invincible 2 hours remaining. It's increased tenfold. Seeing this huge amount of supplies, Linton felt a headache. Now he only has a few channels to obtain supplies. One is to sell high-level ferocious beast meat. This can only be sold well if the strength of other city lords' troops has not yet reached this stage, and the high-level ferocious beast meat at this stage is sold. The second is to collect crystals and other minerals, forge weapons, and auction them off. The sale of weapons soon became unsuccessful. Unless he can forge Xian-grade or higher weapons, Huang-grade weapons will not only plummet in price, but will soon be unwanted. But the limit of what the Demon Chief can create now is the top-grade yellow-level equipment, unless his forging skills have a breakthrough. The third one is naturally to attack other forces, and the rewards are proportional to the risks. The stronger the attacking force, the greater the risk, but also the greater the reward. The Tauren dynasty's hatred for me has increased again. My sphere of influence has expanded and encroached upon their territory. As a dynasty, they must have abundant resources. It seems he is the key to my upgrading to a mid-level town. We can't afford to provoke them right now. We have to wait until the military buildings are upgraded and stronger military units are produced before we can confront the Minotaur dynasty head-on. If you want territory and resources, war is the only quick way. Congratulations on your successful promotion to City Lord and receiving the special reward, 1 Chi sword technique. Linton, who was missing the Minotaur dynasty, suddenly saw a prompt in front of him. Linton was slightly stunned, then overjoyed. I didn't expect there would be rewards for leveling up. It's a martial arts sword manual. This reward comes at the perfect time. He was worrying about how to display his strength in the beast tide, but he didn't expect to be given a sword manual so soon. With this sword technique, he can mobilize the energy in his body and maximize its use. Linton no longer thought about anything else and began to practice sword techniques seriously in the last few hours. The demon chieftain made him a top-grade yellow armor and a top-grade yellow sword, which were just right for his use. While Linton was concentrating on practicing sword, he didn't notice what was happening. In the chat channel, the announcement has changed. Announcement: congratulations to City Lord Linton, the first person to upgrade his town and win a mysterious prize. Although the announcement was brief, the information released was very important. Linton has been upgraded to town. The first person to upgrade to a town will receive a mysterious prize. Since it is called a mysterious grand prize, the reward must be good. Fuck. Boss Linton actually had Tian Dao issue a notice to upgrade the town. I wonder what reward Boss Linton received. The announcement mentioned a mysterious grand prize, which could be a divine artifact or a god-level technique. Hiss, I'm going crazy with jealousy. Stop talking. If you keep talking, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will go fight Linton. You're the only one upstairs? Don't you even consider your own strength? Boss Linton can defeat you with just one of his troops. The brave die of overeating, the timid die of starvation. Are there any brothers who want to join us? Shouldn't this kind of thing be kept secret? I think you've forgotten about that brother from a few days ago. I didn't even have time to send a message. They had already expected that Linton would be able to upgrade to a town. After all, Linton had just earned so much. To their surprise, Linton's town upgrade actually triggered an announcement, and he also won a mysterious prize. This is the first time in 7 days. It made all the city lords envious, shocked, and jealous. However, the appearance of the mysterious general made Linton the target of public criticism again. Huge wealth, mysterious jackpot. These are enough to make many city lords jealous and crazy. This announcement storm came suddenly and went away quickly. In just over 10 minutes, no one discussed the issue anymore. There is only more than an hour left before the protective shield disappears. Everyone is paying attention to what is happening outside their own territory. Even if Linton gets the artifact reward, what does it have to do with them? The most important thing now is that more and more ferocious beasts are gathering outside the territory. How can they resist the beast tide? How to survive until tomorrow? This is the most important thing. Many of them might die tonight. The fear of death hangs over everyone's heart. None of them wanted to die. Chapter 37. A howl, a tide of beasts invades. As time passed, the uneasiness in everyone's heart grew stronger. It's over, the protective shield is about to disappear. My name is Chi Jiming. If we can return to Earth, Please help me visit my parents who have no one to take care of them. Is the person upstairs preparing to die? Don't be too pessimistic. What if you survive? It's too early to say that. Hundreds of ferocious beasts have gathered outside my territory. If I survive this, I'll eat shit. A 3-second silence for the brother above. I just went out and counted them. There are only about 100 ferocious beasts around my territory. There's a 50% chance of survival. This hasn't even started yet. The more time passes, the more ferocious beasts there will be. This is just an appetizer. The real beast tide has not yet arrived. I don't want to listen. It's just a turtle chanting sutras. Stop talking. I'm about to piss myself. Ferocious beasts began to gather around all the city lords' territories. The most terrifying thing is that the strength of these ferocious beasts has increased by 2 times compared to during the day. This made it more difficult for everyone to resist the beast tide. Many city lords, before their protective shields disappeared, looked at the ferocious beasts outside their territories and wanted to give up resistance and wait for death. There were even city lords who were ready to end their lives. The chat channel was filled with sadness, despair, and complaints. At this time, no one can help anyone. You can only rely on yourself. Whether to wait for death or fight the ferocious beast to the end is everyone's choice. Linton was in the yard, taking advantage of the last bit of time to practice sword techniques. Gorgeous sword moves were flying in the courtyard, and each move contained endless murderous intent. He mobilized the energy in his body and slashed forward with the sword. A stream of sword energy shot out, leaving a shallow sword mark on the ground. After more than an hour of unremitting efforts, he finally managed to get started. Although he only mastered the simplest sword moves, it was much better than ordinary slashing and chopping moves. The combat power alone has been greatly improved. Calculating that the time was almost up, Linton stopped to rest and recover his strength, preparing for the next battle. He discovered it only after opening the chat channel. The announcement actually leaked the fact that he had upgraded the town and received rewards. Linton was speechless. No wonder he got rewards for upgrading the town this time. It turned out that they had dug a big hole for him. How much hatred must this mysterious grand prize attract to him? Look, the shield is gradually getting darker and its energy is disappearing. Hey, it's the last few minutes. Take a few more breaths of air. You won't be able to breathe in a few minutes. After struggling for 7 days, he still had to die. I'm so envious of Boss Linton, Goddess Rumeng, and the others. Their armies are so powerful that they can easily withstand the beast tide. What's the point of envy? I hope I can return to Earth in my next life. This cruel world is not suitable for me. Thinking back to my old days of working from 9 to 6, I feel pretty good now. At least I don't have to worry about my life. The useless bastards above have come to this world because God has given us a chance to be the best. Even if I die, I don't want to go back to being a slave to capital. Think about your soldiers. Even if they die, they still obey your orders and stand before you. What right do you have to give up? Looking at the depressed words of the crowd, a big brother jumped out and started scolding everyone. These words left everyone speechless. For a moment, the entire chat channel fell silent. Linton, who happened to see these words, was also deeply touched and cheered up. They represent not only themselves, but also the military forces they have nurtured. They were the ones who brought the arms into this world, so they are responsible for them. Even if there is no chance of survival, they have to fight to the end, until death. Big Brother is right. Fight side by side with the troops and never give up until the last moment. Thank you, Big Brother, for waking me up from my dream. A group of city lords looked at the troops under their command, regained hope, and restored their fighting spirit. The worst that could happen is death in battle. Even if they die, they will not be alone, as they still have loyal soldiers to accompany them. Novice protection ends, beast tide approaches. The city lord who successfully resists the beast tide and kills the first 100 monsters will receive a generous reward. The city lord who wins first place will receive a special reward. Time limit, 3 days. You can earn points by killing ferocious beasts, and the points determine your ranking. First level beast, 1 point. Level 2 beast, 5 points. Level 3 beast, 10 points. Level 8 beast, 5,000 points. 9th rank beast, 10,000 points. Just when the morale of the city lords was boosted. Suddenly, all city lords received a reminder at the same time about a reward activity for resisting the beast tide. The top 100 will receive generous rewards. I didn't expect there would be a reward, but with my type of troops, I have no hope of making it into the top 100. This special first place prize is specially prepared for Boss Linton. Boss Linton won first place. There should be no suspense. We shouldn't have any extravagant hopes. The bosses are all going for the rewards, but we just want to survive. How can we resist the 3-day beast tide? Brothers, take care of yourselves. See you in 3 days. It's been 3 days since we last met. I hope to see you all again tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Everyone said goodbye. Looking at the protective shield of their territory that was about to collapse, the city lords, holding weapons, led their troops and prepared to meet the beast tide. Linton looked at the prompt in front of him and didn't expect that there would be such a reward activity. A bit unexpected. It seems that this time we not only have to resist the beast tide, but also do our best to take first place and obtain this special reward. A 9th level beast actually has a score of 10,000 points. When he saw the 10,000 points, Linton thought of the 9th level ferocious bird that day. The 9th level ferocious bird lost face here that day and must be holding a grudge against him. It should not miss this opportunity. Linton didn't want to miss out on these 10,000 points. Listening to the increasingly louder roars of beasts outside the territory, Linton put these thoughts behind him. When I came to the Arrow Tower and looked at the densely packed ferocious beasts outside the territory, I couldn't help but feel my scalp tingling. Under the blood-red moonlight, those ferocious beasts with blood-red eyes looked like evil spirits. Even the bravest person cannot stand this kind of scene. Boom, boom, boom. These ferocious beasts seemed to know that the protective shield was about to disappear, and they kept hitting the shield. Looking at the protective shield that was becoming more and more transparent, Linton, who was wrapped in armor, couldn't help but clench the sword in his hand. A trace of cold sweat appeared on the palms of my hands. This was the first time he had encountered such an extreme feeling of oppression, as if facing an overwhelming army. Chapter 38. Fierce Fighting. The city was conquered. Bang! With a slight sound, the entire protective shield completely disappeared. At the same time, the protective shields of billions of city lords disappeared. Roar! 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 Dense swarms of ferocious beasts, with bloody mouths wide open, rushed towards the territory from all directions. Kill! Linton pointed the sword in his hand at the ferocious beast and roared. Mighty and domineering dragons flew out of the wall and attacked the ferocious beasts. The wall behind them is the last line of defense for the territory, and they cannot allow the ferocious beasts to cross the wall at any cost. Under Linton's command, the demons also came out of the weapon refining shop. The crossbowmen came to the Arrow Tower and shot the ferocious beast. The warriors, armed with weapons, engaged in a fierce battle with the ferocious beasts. They are now loyal to Linton and must obey Linton's orders. If they dared to refuse or resist, Linton would not hesitate to kill them first. There cannot be any accidents in the heart of the territory in the city lord's mansion. If the heart of the territory is destroyed, Linton will die. If Linton dies, the heart of the territory will be destroyed. On the battlefield, the dragon demon exhaled a breath of dragon energy, and the huge energy carried tremendous power, attacking the group of ferocious beasts below. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and dozens of ferocious beasts instantly turned into bloody mist, and the terrifying aftermath swept in all directions. A huge deep pit was left on the ground, stained red with blood. With a body 30 meters long and a swing of its tail, dozens of ferocious beasts were knocked into the air and exploded into balls of blood mist. Longjean was not weak at all. When his dragon claws fell, the head of a 7th level ferocious beast was crushed in an instant. The headless body fell to the ground, and the blood quickly dyed the ground red. Long Chong spewed out a breath of flame, burning half of the battlefield red. Those ferocious beasts screamed in agony as he burned them, and were burned to death alive. After breaking through to the 6th level, Long Feng, whose body is almost 20 meters long, is not weak at all. The huge body shuttled among the group of ferocious beasts, and its dragon claws and tail kept waving and swinging. Soon the dragon's tail and claws were covered in blood. Every dragon was fighting hard to kill the ferocious beasts, determined to kill all of them that dared to attack their master's territory. These ferocious beasts without intelligence have no idea of fear and only know how to kill. Even though the earth has been stained red with their blood and covered with their corpses, they continued to advance one after another, rushing towards the territory. The Earth Demon clan was also fighting fiercely with the ferocious beasts. However, their strength was outweighed by the huge number of ferocious beasts, and they soon suffered casualties. But there is no way around it. Dragons can fly, which gives them an absolute advantage over these ferocious beasts that can only run on the ground. Even if you are seriously injured, you can escape as long as you are not killed instantly. Lin Tianzhan stood on the Arrow Tower, looking at the situation on the battlefield from afar, his brows slightly furrowed. Not long after, The strong smell of blood enveloped the battlefield and spread into the distance. This will only attract more and more ferocious beasts. Although you can get points by killing ferocious beasts, the more ferocious beasts you have, the more points you get. But the dragon squad has limited energy and physical strength, and it is impossible for them to fight the ferocious beasts endlessly. This made him very worried, but he had no way to stop it. Somewhere in the underground world, Meng Xiaofei was also attacked by the beast tide. He was wearing armor, holding weapons, and leading the earth spirits to fight bravely against the enemy. He didn't seek to be in the top 100 or get any reward. He just wanted to survive. Not only are the earth spirits of low rank, they are also special troops with weak combat effectiveness. Not suitable for combat at all. But at this time, they cannot fight when they want to, or not fight when they don't want to. Fighting to the death might give you a chance to survive. Giving up will only lead to death. Fortunately, the ferocious beasts living underground are not very strong, and are generally only at the 3rd or 4th level of strength. Meng Xiaofei led the earth spirits to fight against hundreds of ferocious beasts from the 1st to 4th levels. Soon the earth spirits were torn into pieces by the ferocious beasts. When Meng Xiaofei saw this scene, fear appeared in his eyes. But it was soon covered up again, and the belief in wanting to survive suppressed the fear in my heart. The master is like this, and the earth spirits are even more fearless. They will take a ferocious beast with them even if they die. Somewhere in a mountain territory. This place is under siege by hundreds of ferocious beasts. White foxes and red foxes transformed into ghosts, shuttling among the ferocious beasts. He swung the sharp claws in his hands, hitting the ferocious beasts' vital points. On the wall, a charming woman drew her bow and arrow, and with a sound of breaking through the air, a ferocious beast was killed. Facing this group of ferocious beasts, illusions and charms were useless. Yu Roman could only let her troops fight against these ferocious beasts head-on. Some white foxes have fallen in a pool of blood, but she remained unmoved. Her hands kept moving, shooting the ferocious beast below. Somewhere on a plain. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious beasts were madly hitting the gate and the wall, and under their feet were the broken limbs and bodies of soldiers. In the city lord's mansion, a figure with tears in his eyes was hiding in the corner, trembling with fear of death. All his troops were killed in the battle, leaving only him. The cowardice and fear in his heart made him afraid to die in battle with his own troops. He could only hide in the corner, waiting in fear for the ferocious beast outside to rush in and dismember him. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sound of the city wall collapsing. One after another, the roaring and snarling ferocious beasts rushed towards the city lord's mansion. With a scream, the figure hiding in the corner was torn into pieces by a group of ferocious beasts. As the heart of the territory was shattered, the entire territory instantly turned into ruins. Linton looked at the increasingly brutal battle situation on the battlefield. He looked at the sword in his hand. His eyes sparkled with conviction. As the city lord, the troops under his command are extremely powerful. You don't have to do it yourself. But his goal is to lead the dragon clan and dominate all clans. Don't just be a flower in a greenhouse. As the master of the dragon clan, one should possess the domineering and self-centered attitude, as well as powerful strength. The thousands of beast tides before us are the best opportunity to temper our character and improve our strength. Linton jumped down from the arrow tower and landed steadily on the battlefield. Roar! As soon as Linton landed, a ferocious beast targeted him. A 3rd-level ferocious beast pounced towards him. Seeing this, Linton hurriedly dodged and used sword moves. Flutter! The sharp sword slashed across, and the 3rd-level beast was killed instantly. The sharp sword in Linton's hand was also stained red with blood. He didn't feel much when he killed the ferocious beast for the first time. He didn't feel any fear or terror. Everything seemed normal. Before, we had to face the corpses of dozens or even hundreds of ferocious beasts every day, which had to be decomposed every day. By now I seem numb. There is no fear of corpses and blood. Kill. Knowing his own strength, he used his sword skills and took the initiative to attack those ferocious beasts below level 5. Linton's figure wandered around the battlefield. This greatly boosted the morale of the Dragon Clan and the Earth Demon Clan, and they killed even harder. Chapter 39 Brutal Fight. The continent of 10,000 races. Billions of city lords are facing attacks from ferocious beasts. Some city lords lead their powerful troops to kill people everywhere, striving to get into the top 100 and get rewards. Some city lords led their troops and fought hard against the ferocious beasts. Some city lords have had their territories breached by ferocious beasts and have perished along with their troops, leaving their territories in ruins. Either you survive and embark on the road to hegemony, or you are just a flash in the pan and disappear from this world. It is this cruel world that screens and baptizes them. The strong survive and the weak are eliminated. In this world, the weak don't even have the right to survive. In the dark forest, on the largest battlefield, Linton, who had been selecting 3rd and 4th level ferocious beasts to attack, was suddenly targeted by a 5th level ferocious beast. That body was more than 10 times bigger than Linton's, and the ground would shake with just 2 strikes. Roar! The 5th level ferocious beast rushed straight towards Linton. Good job. Linton was not afraid at all. Killing the 3rd and 4th level beasts was too easy, and he was just about to test his strength to see if he could kill the 5th level beast. Facing the attacking 5th level ferocious beast, Linton slashed down with his sword, and a sword energy was cut out. The fierce sword energy directly attacked the 5th level ferocious beast. The 5th level beast, having no fear and unaware of death, did not dodge and ran straight into the sword energy. Flutter! Linton's sword only left a shallow scar on the 5th level ferocious beast. For a 5th level ferocious beast, this can only be regarded as cutting off a little bit of its fur. The ferocious beast didn't have any fancy attacks. Their strong and huge bodies and immense strength are all they have. Faced with the ferocious beast that continued to rush towards him, Linton did not dare to be careless and dodged hurriedly. With his small body, he dared not confront the ferocious beast head-on. With his tiny body and agile speed, Linton moved around the 5th level ferocious beast. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp claws of the 5th level ferocious beast madly attacked Linton, who was dodging everywhere. The enormous force hit an ancient tree several meters thick, and the tree was instantly cut in half. If you get hit by this, you will be crippled if not dead. This made Linton want to quickly find the weakness of the 5th level beast, and he didn't dare to continue fighting with it. A 5th level beast can fail countless times, but if he makes a mistake just once, he may die. After a stalemate of several minutes, Linton finally came up with a solution. Running towards a huge stone wall in the distance. Coming to the stone wall, he jumped a few times and easily climbed up the huge stone wall as if with supreme lightness skills. The 5th level ferocious beast that was chasing closely jumped heavily, exerted force with its hind legs, and 2 deep pits appeared on the ground. The huge body suddenly leaped dozens of meters high and pounced towards Lin Tianfei, who was standing on the stone wall. Seeing this, Linton bent his legs slightly and slowly accumulated strength. Just when the 5th level ferocious beast flew to within 3 meters of him. Bang! Linton gathered his strength and jumped up several meters high. Almost at the same time, the huge body of the 5th level ferocious beast landed on the place where Linton had just stood. Suddenly, gravel flew everywhere. Holes were smashed into the hard stone wall, and the entire wall showed signs of cracking. This shows how powerful this 5th level beast is. Linton, who was on top of the 5th level ferocious beast, lost the power to rise and began to fall. The sharp sword in his hand stabbed directly at the 5th level ferocious beast below. The 5th level ferocious beast missed its target and looked up. What caught his eyes was a sharp sword with a cold glow. Puff! The sharp sword in Linton's hand accurately pierced the eyes of the 5th level ferocious beast and pierced into the head of the 5th level ferocious beast. Killed with one blow. The corpse of the 5th level beast fell down helplessly. Congratulations on successfully killing a 5th level beast. Energy plus 10, 5th level demon crystal plus 1. I gained 10 energy points by killing a beast of the same level. If I killed a 6th level beast, I would have gained 20 energy points. Linton was a little surprised. When the dragon demon killed the 8th level Tauren leader, he only gained 15 points of energy. Now he personally killed a 5th level ferocious beast and gained 10 points of energy. He had just killed the 3rd and 4th level beasts and gained a little energy. Aren't you tempting me to kill a beast of the same level? However, he has only mastered the basics of the One Chi sword technique now and can only rely on skills to defeat opponents of the same level. Not to mention the 6th level ferocious beast. I still have to work hard on my training. Even though I'm the city lord and have many soldiers stronger than me, there's no need for me to take action. But it never hurts to be strong. If one day the city lord challenges me to a duel, it would be humiliating if I can't defeat him. The troops under my command are powerful, and as their master, I cannot fall behind. After this battle, Linton wanted to increase his strength even more and practice martial arts. When his soldiers killed a 5th level beast, he could only gain a little energy, but when he killed it himself, he gained 10 points. If he kills 10 5th level ferocious beasts, he will be able to break through to the 6th level. Roar! Linton, who was standing on the stone wall and thinking about life, was suddenly frightened back to his senses by an earth-shaking roar. Look in the direction where the sound comes from. A ferocious beast that was dozens of meters long and full of brutality and bloodthirstiness set its sights on Linton. His 8th-level ferocious beast. Feeling the powerful aura of the other party, looking into those two pairs of blood-red eyes, Linton felt that he didn't even have the strength to resist. This is the feeling of oppression that the strong feel towards the weak. When a weak person faces a strong person who can crush him, all resistance is futile and he has no strength to resist at all, can only be slaughtered. Just when the 8th-level ferocious beast was about to attack. Bang! A black dragon emitting demonic energy descended from the sky, and its sharp claws pierced into the body of the 8th-level ferocious beast. Puff! This 8th-level ferocious beast that dared to roar at its master was torn into 2 halves by the dragon demon. This is a battle between the strong. No nonsense, just crush them. The dragon demon's fighting style is fierce. Only 1 level difference, instant kill. This made Linton completely give up his plan of trying the 6th-order beast. He didn't have the immortal holy body or divine body like the protagonist in the novel, nor did he have any god-level martial arts, so he didn't seek death. If I die, I will be laughed to death. On the battlefield, every dragon was fighting hard, and none of them was lazy. The red dragon's flames have been burning the ferocious beasts in the field. The dragon breath of the black dragon and the black magic dragon is like missiles. With every breath of the dragon, dozens or hundreds of ferocious beasts turned into blood mist. The Panlong relied on its hard dragon scales and sharp dragon claws to fight the ferocious beast head-on. Many demons had died in the battle, but they still did not retreat a single step and continued to fight desperately. Linton saw this scene. The demons swore allegiance to him and worked for him loyally. Naturally, he would not treat the earth demon unfairly. The entire battlefield was littered with the corpses of thousands of ferocious beasts, their bright red blood dyeing the earth blood red. But the beast tide is not over yet. Chapter 40. The demons suffer heavy losses, complete victory. The beast tide has not ended yet, and Linton is not idle either. Wandering around the battlefield, looking for 3rd and 4th level beasts to attack, and occasionally provoking 5th level beasts. Boom! Linton is looking for his target. Suddenly, a surge of energy rushed into his body, and his aura surged. The strength has increased several times. He broke through again. His strength broke through to the 6th level. The energy that is almost depleted in the body is quickly restored. Now I can go and kill the 5th level beast with confidence. Linton's face showed joy. In just a few hours, he broke through to the 1st level. This beast tide lasted for 3 full days. He guessed that he should be able to break through to the 8th level, or even the 9th level. Looking at the battlefield, he realized that he was not the only one who had made a breakthrough. Many members of the dragon team have achieved breakthroughs in strength. This is undoubtedly good news. He was also worried that Team Dragon would run out of energy, become exhausted, and be defeated by the ferocious beast. Now it seems that he was worrying too much. Kill! Linton roared and joined the team to resist the beast tide again. The sharp sword in his hand had long been stained with the blood of the ferocious beast, and the armor on his body was also stained with blood and flesh. At this moment, Linton was like a demon coming out of hell. Kill a ferocious beast with 1 sword. The entry-level form of I Chi sword technique is becoming more and more proficient. The power exerted is also stronger. The 5th-level monster that previously required skills to kill can now be killed by Linton within 3 moves. This gave Linton the idea of challenging the 6th-level ferocious beast. Just at this moment, Linton saw the demon leader being chased by a 6th-level ferocious beast. The demon leaders are all at level 6 in strength. Logically speaking, the demon leader should be able to kill a 6th-level beast. But at this time, the demon leader had already killed more than 10 ferocious beasts, and his body was covered with scars. He was no match for the 6th-level ferocious beast. These ferocious beasts are not afraid of death or pain. They are complete killing machines. In this case, even if you have complete strength and are facing a large number of ferocious beasts, they will still bite off a piece of your flesh. Seeing this, Linton did not hesitate at all. He flashed and rushed towards the 6th-level ferocious beast that was chasing the Earth Demon Leader. The Demon Leader led the demons under his command, obeyed his orders, and vowed to resist the beast tide to the death. Now, a large number of demons have died in battle, and he cannot bear to see the Demon Leader die as well. The 6th-level ferocious beast noticed that Linton was coming towards him, so he gave up the Demon Leader and rushed towards Linton. The demon leader also got a chance to catch his breath. Seeing that Linton actually tried to save him, he was deeply moved. Looking at the powerful dragon under Linton's command, and then at his own defeated troops, he couldn't help feeling ashamed. The weapons he could refine could only produce yellow-grade quality, and he needed his master's help to resist the ferocious beasts, which made him feel that they had become a burden under Linton's command. Linton took great pains and finally killed the 6th-level beast. There was a claw mark of a 6th-level ferocious beast on the armor on his chest. If it weren't for the top-grade yellow armor, all his internal organs would have been dug out by the 6th-grade beast. He came to the demon leader, looked at his serious injuries, and said, "Take them back to rest." "Owner." The demon leader lowered his head, thinking that they had disappointed Linton. "You have done well this time, fearless and courageous. When the beast tide is over, you will receive the reward you deserve. Take them back to recover first. You don't want them all to die in battle, do you? This beast tide will last for 3 days. It's just the beginning. Take good care of your injuries. There will be a big battle waiting for you later." Linton said with a look of relief. "Thank you, Master. Even if every soldier of our Earth Demon tribe is killed in battle, we will never retreat a single step." The demon leader suddenly realized that it was not that the Master was disappointed in them, but that the Master did not want to see them all die in battle. Their bravery was witnessed by their Master. His allegiance, yes. The demon leader took the remaining demons back to the territory to recover from their injuries. Linton continued to fight with Team Long. Time passes quickly. As time passed, more and more ferocious beasts fell in a pool of blood. At first glance, there were corpses everywhere. The bright red blood dyed the earth, the trees, and the rocks red. "It's like a hell." Linton sat on a huge rock, feeling somewhat exhausted, and looked around. There were no more ferocious beasts coming from the distant forest. Only dozens of ferocious beasts were left in front of them, rushing towards the dragon team without knowing whether to live or die. This means that the beast tide is about to end. It was finally over, and not only was he exhausted, but so was Team Dragon. After several hours of nonstop fighting, the energy in his body had long been exhausted, and he could only fight these ferocious beasts head-on. "Now I have almost no strength left in my body. If another wave of beasts came now, Linton wouldn't know what to do. I'm afraid we will really be defeated by the beast tide." With the last few ferocious beasts being eliminated, the beast tide came to an end. Linton led the dragon squad back to the territory. As soon as they came back, the members of Team Long fell to the ground exhausted. Linton was even more so. He didn't want to move after lying down. His whole body was weak and powerless, and he fell into a deep sleep after a while. After this hard-fought battle, the area within a radius of 10 miles around the territory was silent. The entire dark forest became exceptionally quiet. There was only the faint sound of running water. Outside the territory, blood formed into streams and flowed into the distance. This battle was a bloody one. That night, billions of such battles took place across the entire continent of 10,000 races. Let all city lords feel the cruelty of this world. The blood moon hanging in the sky became even more blood-red and enchanting. A night passed, the blood moon set, and the warm sunshine shone on the continent again. Linton slowly woke up from his sleep. All the fatigue from last night was swept away, and my energy and spirit were restored. The dragon squad and the earth demons are already cleaning up the battlefield outside the territory. The crystals on these ferocious beasts are very useful, and some parts of their bodies are precious materials for refining weapons. In this beast tide, there were several 8th-level ferocious beasts alone, and there were tens of thousands of ferocious beasts below 7th level. Whether it was ferocious beast meat, crystals, or refining materials, they were all piled up into small hills. Looking at last night's results, Linton curiously opened the points ranking list. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be first. As expected, his points reached 390,000, ranking first. The second-ranked person only had 250,000 points, which was 140,000 points less than him. This gap is quite big. The gap between other city lords is only a few thousand or tens of thousands. Linton is far ahead of everyone else. The top 10 names on the list, except for his own, were all unfamiliar to him. These are the city lords who are hiding in the dark or have been suppressed by him into obscurity. The only one I remember, Dream Goddess, was ranked outside the top 10. Chapter 41 Huge Harvest. This Roman goddess's army should be at least epic level, yet it only has this few points. Linton was a little confused. The size of the beast tide seemed to be related to other factors besides their own strength. The beast tide here is in the tens of thousands, and he is almost questioning his life by killing so many of them. Who can resist such a terrifying beast tide? In addition to one's own strength, it should also be related to the level of the territory. In addition, Linton guessed that it was also related to the fighting style. The strong smell of blood will attract more ferocious beasts. In the trading channel. Today's trading channel is particularly lively. When I opened it, I saw that it was filled with meat of various ferocious beasts, as well as some ferocious beast materials. The minimum number is several hundred or even thousands of units. This is the first time that thousands of city lords have put so much food on the shelves together. Linton took a look and even found many city lords who had put tens of thousands of units of ferocious beast meat on the shelves. With so much food, it's probably impossible to sell it if it's infested with maggots. Linton shook his head. Now, all the surviving city lords have killed many ferocious beasts and have no shortage of food. Even though there are so many foods on the trading channel, no one is interested in buying them. There are so many ferocious beast corpses outside his territory, in addition to some high-level ferocious beast corpses and ferocious beast materials. Most of them could only be burned or buried. Otherwise, within a few days, the corpses would rot and the stench would be so overwhelming that he would no longer be able to stay in his territory. In the battle last night, many city lords' territories were breached and many died tragically at the claws of ferocious beasts. But the city lords who survived all had good harvests. There were great harvests of ferocious beast corpses, crystals, and ferocious beast materials. Linton guessed that many of the city lords' military buildings would be upgraded to level 2 today. Upgrade military buildings to produce stronger military units. It will also be easier to survive the next wave of beasts. After upgrading the military buildings, the military units produced will not only be more numerous, but also more powerful. Chat channel. The chat channel, which had been silent for a whole night, has seen city lords start chatting in it one after another. I survived. I actually survived. Mom, I want to go home. This world is too dangerous. Dozens of ferocious beasts broke through the wall and rushed towards me. I was so scared that I peed my pants. I was almost there too. Luckily, my army was strong enough to help me survive. Alas, I have over 100 soldiers, but now there are less than 10 left, and they are all seriously injured. You're still lucky. My entire army was wiped out, and I fought the last ferocious beast desperately, finally biting it to death. It's good enough to be alive. As long as you are alive, you can still summon soldiers. A lot of things disappeared from the friend list. I have a friend who has a high-level military unit, and now he has disappeared from my friend list. In last night's battle, at least tens of millions of city lords were killed. This is only the first day. What should we do next? The chat channel was bleak, with everyone talking about their losses. Almost every branch of the city lord's army suffered heavy losses. Some were even left alone, with all their troops wiped out. This is only the first day, and many city lords are worried that they will not survive the third day of the beast tide. I'm afraid only top-tier troops like Boss Linton can easily resist. I just took a look at the rankings, and Boss Linton has reached 390,000 points. That's terrifying. What a massive beast tide Linton encountered. What's even more terrifying is that he actually managed to withstand it. The size of the beast tide seems to be related to the strength of the troops. The stronger the troops, the larger the beast tide. If that's the case, then Boss Linton and the others probably won't have an easy time either. Everyone, come on. As long as you survive, even if you embark on the path of a war for supremacy among all races, whether you want eternal life or want to become the best of the best, only by surviving can you have a chance. You're making such big promises that I even suspect you're a spy sent by heaven. Originally, everyone was envious of Linton, thinking that Linton easily resisted the beast tide. But when they looked at the points ranking list, they realized that even the strongest Linton was not having a good time. 39,000 points. They couldn't imagine how many ferocious beasts there would be. Faced with such a powerful beast tide, they probably couldn't hold out for even a second. Everyone, hurry up and upgrade your military buildings. Upgrading to a level 2 military building only requires 100 level 3 crystals and 1 level 4 exotic crystal. It is strongly recommended to upgrade the military buildings. After upgrading the military buildings, not only can more military types be bred, but the bred military types will also be stronger, which will be more helpful for us to resist the beast tide. I just leveled up, and the number of soldiers I bred has doubled. And with incredible luck, I bred a 6th tier soldier. I'm no longer afraid of beast hordes. I almost forgot, but after last night's fight, I just happened to have enough, so I went to level up. Thanks for the reminder. I feel like there's hope of surviving the beast tide this time. Originally, everyone was wailing and venting the negative emotions in their hearts. Suddenly, Someone reminded us that upgrading military buildings could enhance our strength. One by one, they came to their senses and hope surged in their hearts again. Through previous collections and last night's fighting, the crystals needed to upgrade military buildings have almost been gathered. Linton, who happened to see this scene, also remembered his own military building, the original dragon's nest. His military structure has reached level 2, and the next upgrade will be level 3. I wonder if there were any 7th level mutant beasts last night. Linton thought to himself. It is certainly possible to collect the 6th level crystals, but the 7th level exotic crystals are too rare. Last night, he killed thousands of ferocious beasts without knowing where to go. He didn't even notice if there were any 7th level mutated ferocious beasts. We can only find out after Team Dragon returns from cleaning up the battlefield. He hasn't used today's breeding opportunity yet. If only the original dragon's nest could be upgraded. If you wait until it is upgraded before breeding, there is a chance that a more powerful baby dragon will be born. It is more powerful than the black dragon, so it must be a young dragon above the 9th level. After a while, Team Long came back after cleaning up the battlefield. The crystal stones piled up like a small hill made Linton dazzled. There are also hard materials from various ferocious beasts, which can be used to make equipment. The materials of the ferocious beasts were useless to him, so he moved them all to the weapon refining shop. Linton sorted the crystals. There are 3 8th level crystals. There are 40 7th level crystals, and exactly 5 of them are 7th level exotic crystals. There are more than 500 6th level crystals. The rest are crystals below level 6. Linton smiled happily. Although the battle last night was difficult, we were able to gather all the crystals needed to upgrade the primordial dragon's nest. Chapter 42 Level 3 Primordial Dragon Nest. Linton put away the crystal and ran towards the original dragon's nest. Upgrade the original dragon's nest and give birth to today's dragon clan. Linton got excited just thinking about the level 3 primordial dragon's nest. Beings above the 9th level swept across the entire dark forest. The upgrade conditions for the primordial dragon nest have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Whether? Yes. The entire primordial dragon's nest was suddenly enveloped by a burst of light, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. Boom, boom, boom. The huge primordial dragon's nest extends outward, and its area continues to expand. This time the changes are quite big. Looking at the changes in the original dragon's nest, Linton became even more excited. After a few minutes, the light dissipated. An original dragon's nest that was several times larger than the previous one appeared in front of Linton. In addition to becoming bigger, it also becomes more magnificent and domineering. The lifelike dragons all around him seemed to be alive, guarding the original dragon's nest. The black hole in front of the original dragon's nest also became several times larger, and Linton felt a huge, heart-pounding energy inside. Army building, primordial dragon nest, mythical, unique. Initial level, level 3. 6 baby dragons can be bred every day. Required for upgrading, 5,000 9th tier crystals, 50 king tier crystals. The higher the level of the primordial dragon nest, the higher the probability of breeding a dragonlet with special bloodline and physique. From now on, we can breed 6 dragon soldiers every day. Linton was excited. The 6 types of dragon soldiers not only increase their strength several times every day, but also have a higher probability of producing 9th level or higher soldiers. Upgrading to level 4 actually requires 5,000 9th grade crystals and 50 king grade crystals. Linton, who was excited, took a deep breath when he saw what he needed to upgrade. This is equivalent to 5,000 9th level ferocious beasts and 50 king level ferocious beasts. All these terrifying beasts combined are enough to kill him 800 times. Take your time. There's no rush to upgrade. There's no use in being anxious. First, give birth to today's military. I haven't used today's opportunity yet. I wonder if I can breed 6 dragon soldiers. Linton looked at the original dragon's nest. This was a bug, and he didn't know if it would work. Is it time to breed a baby dragon? Whether? Yes. Following Linton's choice. A moment later, 6 baby dragons appeared in front of him. It worked. Linton smiled slightly. Not only did she successfully give birth to 6 baby dragons, but she was also extremely lucky and gave birth to 4 black dragons and 2 red dragons. 4 7th level black dragons, this shitty luck instantly increased the territory's strength several times. Sure enough, after upgrading the military buildings, the probability is greatly improved. Owner. The 6 young dragons saluted Linton respectfully. Linton nodded slightly and gave them names one by one. I wonder when the next beast tide will come. The next beast tide will definitely be stronger than last night's, but with the addition of 6 dragons, he is no longer worried. The next step is to deal with the corpses of ferocious beasts scattered throughout the wilderness outside the territory. Linton only decomposes the corpses of ferocious beasts above level 6 for food. The rest need to be disposed of altogether. There will be at least 2 more beast tides coming, so there will be no shortage of food. He was too lazy to decompose the ferocious beasts below level 6, as they would take up warehouse space. Let them spread across the wilderness and affect the subsequent battle. If the bodies are not dealt with, they will pile up higher and higher. By then, you won't be able to leave the territory. As the master of this territory, he would not allow corpses to be scattered all over his territory. Linton commanded the dragon squad to pile up all the corpses and burn all the corpses of the ferocious beasts. After finishing everything, it's time to rest. Now that the protective shield has disappeared, the territory may be attacked by ferocious beasts or local forces at any time. Unless anything unexpected happens, Linton will not let Team Long go out within these 3 days. In addition to the beast tide, he has not forgotten the Minotaur dynasty. The power that possesses a powerful king must be cautious. Dragon Squad rests. Linton continued to practice one chi sword technique. He did not require himself to kill opponents of the same level instantly, with just 1 or 2 moves like in novels. As long as you face a ferocious beast of the same level without too much effort, you can solve it within 10 moves. That's enough. Somewhere in the underground world, a sad atmosphere lingered in the territory. Meng Xiaofei led the less than half of the remaining Earth spirits to bury the dead Earth spirits. Although they survived the difficult battle last night, the Earth spirits suffered heavy losses. The walls were covered in blood and traces of fighting. This is only the first beast tide. I don't know how many more beast tides there will be in the next 3 days. This made Meng Xiaofei fall into despair for a moment. By viewing the chat channel and upgrading military buildings, you can quickly increase your strength. Meng Xiaofei hurriedly checked his crystals to see if they were enough to upgrade his military buildings. The 3rd level crystals are enough, but we still need a 4th level exotic crystal. The hope that had just emerged disappeared in an instant. Meng Xiaofei's face became a little depressed. The 4th level exotic crystal stone can only be dropped by the 4th level mutant beast with a certain probability. A 4th level mutated beast is equivalent to a 5th level beast. It's not something he can kill. I opened the trading channel and searched for 4th order exotic crystal stones. There were only a few of them, and the price was sky high. In the past, he could afford it by making a piece of fine iron. But now, the Earth Spirit had suffered heavy losses, and the territory had lost its protective shield, so he didn't dare to let the Earth Spirit go out to collect iron ore. Moreover, time is running out. Before he can forge enough fine iron, his territory may be attacked by ferocious beasts. At this most desperate moment, Meng Xiaofei thought of Linton, who was ranked first on the list. Those 390,000 points were thousands of times his. It is an existence that is out of his reach. I wonder if Brother Linton is willing to lend me a 4th order exotic crystal stone. Meng Xiaofei felt a little conflicted. If it weren't for the equipment Linton sent him, he might have died now. He felt embarrassed to trouble Linton again. But he thought that if he didn't upgrade the military buildings and breed stronger troops, he would be unable to resist the next beast tide. Faced with life and death, he chose to ask Linton for help. On the other side, Linton had just practiced sword techniques for a while. Open the chat channel to see if there is any news about the beast tide. He happened to see someone send him a message on his friend list. Seeing this, Linton smiled, indicating that Meng Xiaofei survived the beast tide. Click on the message. Brother Linton, thank you for your equipment. It helped me survive the beast tide. I'm sorry to bother you because I want to ask you a favor. Brother Linton, I wonder if you have any extra level for exotic crystals? Could you lend me one to upgrade a military structure? After the beast tide passes, I will pay you back double the current price. Linton was slightly stunned when he saw the message, and couldn't help but open the trading channel. It was discovered that the price of the 4th level exotic crystal stone had reached its peak. So expensive? Why didn't I think of that? Chapter 43. Make a small profit and upgrade the military buildings crazily. Unexpectedly, one day, this big boss known as a profiteer actually forgot about making money. After upgrading the town yesterday, there were 70,000 units of wood, 30,000 units of stone, and 36,000 units of refined iron left. There is still a huge gap in the supplies needed to upgrade the mid-level town. You must find ways to earn supplies at all times. Now, there are more than 100 4th-level exotic crystals in his warehouse, so he should be able to make a small profit. Now the remaining city lords are trying to find ways to upgrade military buildings, and this is the perfect opportunity to take action. These crystals are no longer useful to him, and are only useful when the Earth Demon is refining weapons. Linton, it's okay, I'll give you one. I have plenty of this stuff. Linton sent a message to Meng Xiaofei and gave him a 4th-level exotic crystal stone. Meng Xiaofei was so moved that he burst into tears and expressed his gratitude profusely, feeling even more certain of Linton. These are all trivial matters to Linton. He then put all the 4th-order exotic crystals in the warehouse on the trading channel. One 4th-level crystal stone can be exchanged for 2,000 units of wood or 2,000 units of stone. Exchange, 100 units of refined iron. Current inventory, 110 units. Linton's price is not too high and is similar to that of others. At this critical moment, Linton put up so many 4th-order exotic crystals, which instantly caused quite a stir. Check the trading channel. Boss Linton has listed over 100 4th-tier exotic crystals. Really? I'm looking for a 4th-order exotic crystal stone. Me too. I only need one 4th-level exotic crystal to upgrade my military structure. Really? Hurry up, everyone. It'll be gone soon. Boss Linton is indeed a notorious profiteer, yet it's still so expensive. At this critical moment, this price is still fair. Some other city lords are selling it for 3,000 units per piece. Really? Some people praised Linton's actions, while others criticized him. Those who scolded him were naturally those who sold crystals at high prices. Linton took action and snatched their business. Linton didn't care at all, just wanted to make a small profit this time. A total of 120,000 units of wood, 80,000 units of stone, and 1,000 units of refined iron were earned. In the past, even if it was 500 units, not everyone would want it. But Linton stood in the right place and took off. Attracted by Linton's operation, some big brothers on the list also took action to sell 4th-order exotic crystal stones. They also killed a large number of ferocious beasts last night and harvested a lot of 4th-level exotic crystals. With the participation of these people, the prices in the entire market were quickly brought down. Seeing this, Linton shook his head and smiled slightly. These people are probably still cleaning up the battlefield and haven't paid attention to the trading channel. If it weren't for Meng Xiaofei, he might have missed it. The main reason is that everyone's attention is now focused on the beast tide, and no one would think about earning supplies. I'm afraid that by the time I get it, I'll be alive but not alive to spend it. Having made a small profit, Linton continued to practice sword techniques. During these 3 days, nothing is more important than improving your strength. The Idle Dragon team patrolled around the territory. Without the protective shield, we have to keep an eye out for the approaching beast tides and other forces. Prepare defenses in advance, so as not to be caught off guard. As for the beast tide, Linton speculated that it would attack at night just like last night. Only at night will the strength of these ferocious beasts double and become even more violent. In fact, he would rather the beast tide came during the day, which would be easier. Otherwise, at night, it would be difficult for him to kill a ferocious beast of the same level. Unfortunately, he cannot decide when the beast tide will come. In the World Chat channel, city lords are exchanging information with each other. If a city lord encounters a beast tide, they can prepare defenses in advance. Those who need to repair the walls should repair them, and those who need to set traps should set them. The beast tide will not attack during the day. The beast's strength increased by 2 times at night, making it extremely difficult to resist. Don't forget the local forces. Now we have to guard against attacks from local forces during the day and fend off ferocious beasts at night. Is there any hope for survival? My troops just reported to me that they have discovered traces of local forces around the territory. It seems that they are targeting me. What should I do? Don't panic upstairs. We've already resisted the beast tide. Why are you still afraid of them? Stay in the territory and wait for 3 days before teaching them a lesson. What the above person said makes sense. Stay low for now, try not to get into conflict with them, and use walls and traps to defend your territory. If only I had the strength of Boss Linton, I could wipe out the beast tide and the local forces. You are dreaming. On the first day that the protective shield disappeared, many city lords were targeted by local forces. However, these local forces did not dare to act rashly before they understood their specific strength. They are not like ferocious beasts that have no intelligence and only know how to kill. The city lords did not dare to send troops out to collect resources as usual. Everyone should stay in the territory and guard it. The day passed quickly and night fell again. After a day of hard practice, Linton finally mastered the One Chi sword technique. Now he used the I Chi sword technique, and its power was much greater than last night. Agile sword moves, combined with the concentration of internal energy to a certain level, form a sword energy with explosive power. Facing a beast of the same level whose strength has doubled, he will definitely not be as exhausted as he was last night. It has a bit of the flavor of cultivating immortals. Linton performed a set of sword moves and put away the sword flexibly. Suddenly, I felt like an immortal, like a legendary immortal cultivator. It would be even cooler if I could fly with a sword. He knew that it wouldn't be long before it came true. As long as one reaches a certain level of cultivation, not to mention being able to fly, even eternal youth and immortality are possible. I looked up at the blood moon rising again above my head, and today's beast tide was about to come. After eating some ferocious beast meat, Linton went to the arrow tower to observe the movements of the beast tide. The meat of ferocious beasts in this world contains energy, and the meat of different ferocious beasts has different textures and tastes different. I ate it for a few days in a row and never got tired of it. Unfortunately, after he entered the 5th level of strength, eating the meat of an 8th level ferocious beast will not increase your cultivation level. It can only replenish your physical strength and energy. Coming to the arrow tower, with his current cultivation level, he could easily sense that in the blood-covered forest in the distance, there were large numbers of ferocious beasts roaming around. These ferocious beasts seemed to be attracted by something and gradually approached the location of their territory. At this speed, these ferocious beasts will arrive at the territory around 12 o'clock. Exactly the same time as last night. This seems too much of a coincidence. But he didn't have time to think. The demons carried some big guys and began to deploy defenses. Chapter 44 Stronger Beast Tide, Despair. The demons were not idle during the day. They used their weapon refining skills to create several large crossbows. Unfortunately, their forging technology is limited, and the power of these bows and crossbows is not very strong. However, it is of great help to the current beast tide. The current crossbows can only kill ferocious beasts below level 5. These arrows are made from the hardest parts of ferocious beasts. It is several times stronger than arrows made of fine iron. In order to prevent them from being destroyed by ferocious beasts, these crossbows were placed on arrow towers. Looking at these bows and crossbows, Linton nodded. The earth demons have weak combat power, and if they charge forward they may not be able to kill a ferocious beast and will be bitten to death by it. It's better to do something that they can do. For example, standing on it and shooting a sneak attack. It can't be said to be a sneak attack, but it is one of the means to resist the beast tide. Looking into the distant forest, a tidal wave of beasts was slowly approaching. The weak and ferocious beast at the front seemed to have not discovered Linton's territory yet and was running around wildly. But they were all heading towards the territory, as if they were being driven by something. Linton looked at the dragon squad flying in the air above the territory and who were already well prepared, and tightened the sword in his hand. The beast tide tonight is stronger than last night. The battle is more difficult. However, the strength of his dragon team also increased dramatically. Last night, many members of the dragon team achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation. Combined with the 6 dragons bred today, their strength has increased several times compared to yesterday. He had no choice but to fight, and fight to the death. Compared to Linton's calmness, the chat channel was in an uproar. The beast tide is coming. It's so scary. A dense swarm of beasts is rushing towards me. I feel like I'm going to die. Last night's was just an appetizer. Today's is the main event. God is going to kill me. Last night, most of our troops were lost. Although we spawned a few stronger troops today, they are still no match for the beast tide. Next year on this day, please burn some paper for me so I don't starve to death down there. Everyone, stop chatting and prepare to fight off the beasts. See you tomorrow. Wow. I might not see you again tomorrow. This damned god is completely leaving us no way to survive. Faced with a beast tide several times stronger than last night's, many city lords despaired. We barely managed to hold off the beast tide yesterday, but now a stronger beast tide is coming. Who can withstand this? It's obvious that they are leaving them no chance of survival. They saw no hope in facing the tide of beasts. Many city lords collapsed and lost the will to resist. I just want to wait quietly for death to come, waiting for the ferocious beasts to tear their bodies apart, so that they can be completely freed from this cruel world. Don't give up until the last moment. Last night's beast tide seemed unstoppable to us, but in the end, everyone survived. Miracles are created by oneself, not given by God. If you give up, then there is only death. What the above person said makes sense. Even if I die, I want to die in a glorious battle. Everyone now has a certain level of strength. Don't just hide in your territory. Send your troops out to fight. Fighting alongside your troops will boost their morale and unleash even greater combat power. Indeed, I was bitten by a ferocious beast last night, and one of my soldiers directly surpassed their rank and killed it. I was shocked. In the past, it took a long time to kill a ferocious beast of the same rank. So awesome. The people who were about to give up felt a glimmer of hope again when they saw the message in the chat channel. After finding a usable weapon, he prepared to fight the ferocious beast together with his troops. Whether it's true or not, this will be their only hope of survival. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of beasts resounded through the sky. The entire territory shook violently, and an overwhelming tide of beasts came crashing down. The weak and ferocious beasts are in the front, while the powerful ones are hiding behind or in the beast tide. This kind of ferocious beast is the most difficult to deal with, and only Dragon Demon and Dragon War can find and destroy it. Otherwise, the other dragon teams would be the ones who were killed or injured. This time, there are not only ferocious beasts on the ground, but also ferocious birds circling in the sky. The ferocious birds are faster, and their attacks are more fierce. It's like a fighter jet coming over to scratch you, then flying away, or even surprising you and killing you with one blow. Fortunately, his soldiers were dragons and could fly, otherwise he would have been overwhelmed by these beasts. Linton ordered several red dragons to deal with the ferocious birds in the sky, and the other dragon teams followed him to fight the ferocious beasts on the ground. Kill. As Linton's high-pitched voice filled with murderous aura rang out, hundreds of arrows were fired at the same time. Suddenly, hundreds of ferocious beasts rushing in the front were shot to death. Immediately afterwards, Linton led the dragon squad out of the territory and killed the ferocious beast. A brutal and bloody war officially began. At the same time, in all territories across the 10,000 races continent, the courageous city lords took up their weapons and, together with their troops, fought against the beast tide. Only when you are in danger can you survive. As soon as Linton rushed out of the territory, several ferocious birds targeted Linton, who looked the weakest. Several ferocious birds turned into arrows and swooped down towards Linton. That sharp beak seemed to be able to pierce through Linton's head in an instant. Those sharp claws like blades seemed to be able to tear Linton's body into pieces. Linton, who noticed this scene, was not afraid at all and was about to use his sword energy to kill it. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying flame struck. Those ferocious birds that dared to rush towards Linton instantly turned into a ball of black, meaty, roasted chicken and fell to the ground. The one who spewed out the flames was none other than Long Chong, who had already broken through to the 7th level. Now his flames are extremely terrifying. When a breath of flame falls, dozens or hundreds of ferocious beasts are turned into charcoal in an instant. Boom! As waves of terrifying energy swept across the battlefield, the war officially began. The dragon team used various methods to clear the beast tide. Every time an attack lands, a vacuum zone appears. Some ferocious beasts exploded directly into a ball of blood mist, while others flew dozens of meters away and became corpses. There are 7 divine dragons of level 7 and above, and they are absolutely powerful weapons on the battlefield. Even if they are of the same level, they can be easily crushed and killed. Linton was not willing to fall behind. His strength was about to break through to the 7th level. Plus, he had practiced the one chi sword technique for a whole day. Naturally, we have to kill as many people as possible. It combines murderousness and domineering power in one. When facing ferocious beasts below level 6, Linton almost always kills them with one sword. The dazzling sword moves harvested the lives of the ferocious beasts one after another. But these were just the ferocious beasts that rushed to the front, which caused the scene of them crushing the ferocious beasts. It seemed to just drain their energy and strength. After these weak beasts, the real boss appears. Chapter 45 Blood Rain, Exploding Blueprints. Roar, roar, roar. Dozens, or even hundreds of 6th, 7th, and 8th level ferocious beasts rushed out and charged towards the dragon team together. He wanted to catch the dragon team by surprise and deal a heavy blow to them. But they underestimated the dragon squad. The dragon squad was flying in the air, knowing everything about the beast tide. Their whereabouts have long been exposed. That's not right. Linton suddenly found something wrong. Today's beast tide was too orderly. Also able to launch sneak attacks. This doesn't seem like something a ferocious beast without intelligence could do. Even if an 8th level ferocious beast possesses a certain degree of intelligence, it is impossible for it to play tricks. Moreover, these 8th level ferocious beasts also attack together. Could it be that there is a 9th level beast? Linton thought of a possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Tonight's beast tide is several times stronger than last night's, so it's not surprising even if there are 9th level ferocious beasts. An 8th level beast has some initial intelligence, while a 9th level beast has about the intelligence of a child. Linton looked around and became cautious for a moment. If it was a 9th order ferocious bird, it would launch a sneak attack at lightning speed, and the dragon demon might not be able to save him in time. At this time, the dragon demon was killing everyone on the battlefield and dealing with the 8th level ferocious beast. An 8th level ferocious beast couldn't even withstand 3 attacks from the dragon demon. The dragon demon wants to ensure the integrity of the corpse. Didn't use all his strength. Unlike other ferocious beasts, they were not directly blown into bloody mist. Instead, he tries his best to ensure the meat is of perfect quality. After all, his master and he still have to eat. He was too lazy to even look at the other ferocious beasts, and only the 8th level ferocious beasts were barely edible. The fierce battle continued, and the entire battlefield was soon covered with corpses. Looking around, the earth was dyed blood red again. The fierce attacks of the dragon squad and the sharp arrows of the earth demons were harvesting the ferocious beasts on the battlefield. In the air, blazing flames dyed half the sky red. The ferocious birds were unable to get close to the red dragon at all, and their feathers were burned off, or even roasted and fell to the ground. However, the flames in the red dragon's body are not infinite, and some red dragons have begun to fight in close combat. The speed is no less than that of the ferocious birds, and the sharp dragon claws slaughter the ferocious birds one after another. When the corpse of the ferocious bird fell, it created a great spectacle. It started raining blood from the sky. Linton did not feel the slightest bit of pity for this tragic environment, as he had long been accustomed to it. If the dead were not the ferocious beast, then the only ones who died would be his troops and himself. He could only choose the former. Tonight's battle was easier than last night. Looking around the battlefield, Linton, whose strength had broken through to the 7th level, stood in the battlefield, but he could not find any ferocious beast that could fight him. They were almost surrounded and killed by the black dragon and the dragon demon. No ferocious beast below level 7 could withstand his sword. It's really boring. I wonder how long that 9th level beast will remain hidden. He is the biggest threat on the entire battlefield. Only the dragon demon can kill it easily. Longzhan is about to break through to the 9th level. He can kill a 9th level beast, but it will take some time. When facing a 9th level beast, other dragon teams might be killed instantly or have to escape. Linton continued to roam the battlefield hunting ferocious beasts to relieve the pressure on Team Dragon. Although the battle seems easy now, there are still endless streams of ferocious beasts rushing towards the territory from the depths of the forest in the distance. The further you go, the harder the battle becomes. We cannot be exhausted to death by these ferocious beasts. We must end the battle as soon as possible. 7th level beast. As soon as the sword in Linton's hand pierced through the body of a 5th level ferocious beast, he saw a 7th level ferocious beast. This ferocious beast is rampaging across the battlefield. When Linton saw him, he also noticed Linton. Suddenly, the eyes of the man and the beast flashed red. Linton broke through to the 7th level and just couldn't find a 7th level beast to practice with, so this guy rushed over. Long Feng, who was not far away, saw his master encountering a 7th level ferocious beast and subconsciously wanted to rush over to kill the 7th level ferocious beast and save his master. But when he saw his master preparing to fight a 7th level beast, he stopped immediately. All members of the dragon team are well aware of the powerful strength of their master. They will only take action if the beast is stronger than their master and wants to harm their master. Facing a 7th level ferocious beast, its body was dozens of times larger than his. Linton was like an ant that could be easily crushed to death in front of him. You can't confront him head on. The 7th level ferocious beast stepped towards Linton. Boom! With his agile and compact body, Linton easily dodged the attack of the 7th level beast. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sword in his hand slashed across the body of the 7th level ferocious beast, creating a burst of sparks. The body of a 7th level ferocious beast is as hard as steel. The top-grade yellow sword in his hand could hardly break his flesh. We can only find his weak points and attack. When the 7th level ferocious beast saw that Linton had actually dodged his attack, it kept pressing towards Linton with its 4 legs, trying to crush him into a pulp. Boom, boom, boom. The huge shock wave put Linton in danger several times. Linton's body flashed quickly, and he jumped up with the force, aiming at a part of the 7th level ferocious beast. Swish! A sword fell quickly, and a cut was immediately made on a certain part of the 7th level ferocious beast, and blood gushed out. The 7th level ferocious beast roared in pain and kept retreating. Ferocious beasts have no intelligence, do not know death, and only know killing, but but as long as it is a living being, it will feel pain. Linton took this opportunity to jump onto the back of the 7th level ferocious beast and reached its head at the fastest speed. While the 7th level beast was still in shock, he stabbed a sword towards his left eye. Puff! At the same time, Linton condensed the sword energy, and as the sharp sword pierced his left eye, the sword energy shot towards the inside of the head of the 7th level ferocious beast. The head of the 7th level ferocious beast was instantly pulverized into pieces. With a loud bang, the 7th level ferocious beast fell to the ground. He was easily killed by Linton. Congratulations on successfully killing a rank 7 beast. Energy plus 10, ordinary house construction blueprint plus 1. Huh. A blueprint was actually revealed. Linton was surprised when he saw the prompt. I killed so many ferocious beasts yesterday, but didn't get a single drop. He thought his luck was extremely bad, but he didn't expect to get hit today. Ordinary house construction drawings. Function, improve territory buildings. Number of uses, 5 times. Construction materials, 500 units of wood, 100 units of stone. A blueprint for the construction of an ordinary house. Improving the territory's buildings will have a slight effect, so that the entire territory will not be left with only the city lord's mansion, the military buildings, and the equipment refinery. Linton took a closer look and was immediately disappointed. But after thinking about it, it's better than nothing. This means your luck has improved today, and there is a chance of getting a blueprint. This immediately gave Linton motivation to look for the 7th level ferocious beast everywhere. I hope I can give him a formation blueprint, or a weapon blueprint. Any formation diagram can be very useful. He is really envious. But he also knew that it wouldn't explode so easily. Yesterday, I killed tens of thousands of beasts, but not a single one dropped. Today's ordinary house construction blueprint may be just a stroke of luck for him. But he has to try it, just in case he gets lucky today. Chapter 46, the 9th level beast attacks. The fighting intensified. The more blood there is, the stronger the smell of blood, and the more violent these beasts become. Dense swarms of ferocious beasts rushed towards the territory one after another. If it weren't for Linton, any other city lord would have been scared to death by this overwhelming momentum. But Linton roamed around the battlefield, fighting with his troops. Suddenly, the dragon demon who was fighting looked towards the depths of the forest in the distance and seemed to have discovered something. Linton also immediately noticed that a terrifying giant monster was approaching from a distance. After a while, a huge creature tens of meters tall appeared in Linton's eyes. This big guy is like Godzilla in the movie. Along the way, all the towering ancient trees were razed to the ground. The 9th level beast has finally arrived. Linton had long guessed the existence of a 9th order ferocious beast. This guy has been hiding until now. Roar! A dragon roar resounded through the sky, and the terrifying dragon's might overwhelmed the heaven and earth. With just a dragon roar, the 9th level ferocious beast stopped in its tracks. The dragon demon flew above the head of the 9th level ferocious beast and looked down at it with contempt. He dared to invade his master's territory. Only death can forgive his sin. Faced with the dragon's might and gaze, the intelligent 9th order beast was actually frightened and took a step back. When Linton saw this scene, he knew that there was no suspense in this battle. The dragon demon can easily deal with a 9th level ferocious beast of the same level. Just as Linton was thinking this, something strange happened. A sharp cry was heard. Then I saw a shadow approaching rapidly in the distance. Linton looked in the direction of the voice and saw a slightly familiar figure approaching from afar. That 9th level ferocious bird that day. A giant flying beast that covered the sky and the sun appeared on the battlefield in an instant. Confront the dragon demon together with the 9th level ferocious beast. You came just in time. Linton couldn't help but suspect that this ferocious bird had set its sights on the territory yesterday, but unfortunately the appearance of the dragon demon prevented him from taking action. The appearance of the 9th level ferocious beast today gave him an opportunity. By attacking together with the 9th level ferocious beast and killing the dragon demon, we can regain the face we had a few days ago. I have to say, this 9th level ferocious bird really holds a grudge. It was clearly him who bumped into him that day, yet he still had the nerve to seek revenge. How shameless. Linton looked at the situation on the field and ordered Long Zhan to go for support. The dragon demon Elong has to deal with the 9th level ferocious beasts on the ground, and also be wary of the 9th level ferocious birds in the sky. If he is not careful, he may get hurt. In order to solve these two problems as soon as possible, Long Zhan was specially asked to help. There are still a few 8th level ferocious beasts left in the field, and a few black dragons should be able to deal with them. However, They were facing many ferocious beasts of level 7 and below, and the pressure was a bit too much. However, as long as these two 9th level beasts are dealt with, the beast tide will be half over. In response to Long Zhan's help, Long Mo didn't say much. He knew that this was the master's plan. Long Zhan held back the 9th level ferocious bird and dealt with it as quickly as possible. The 9th level ferocious bird looked at the 8th level reptile in front of it with contempt in its eyes. It was just a flying reptile, and he used to eat it one by one in his mouth. With a sharp cry, the fighting between the two sides began. A dragon and a bird flew into the sky and fought each other. The 9th level ferocious bird became more and more frightened as he fought. It was just an 8th level reptile. He believed that he could turn it into food within a few moves. But reality slapped him in the face. This flying reptile was actually on par with him. For a while, neither side could do anything to the other. Linton below could only see two shadows and could not see the battle situation clearly. On the ground, the battle between the dragon demon and the 9th level ferocious beast also began. The dragon demon took the lead and fired a dragon breath cannon, directly blasting the 9th level beast into the ground. What followed was a crazy and brutal attack. Roar! The 9th level ferocious beast was no pushover either. The pain in his body made him extremely irritable. With a roar, terrifying energy burst out from his body, and he jumped out of the pit, fighting with the dragon demon. I originally thought that since we were both at the 9th level, with his huge body, he could easily crush the reptile. He never expected that the dragon demon was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination and was totally beyond the strength of a 9th level cultivator. If he didn't indeed exude the aura of 9th level strength, he would have suspected that the dragon demon in front of him was a king-level powerhouse. It's too late to regret now. The silly bird in the sky was entangled by an 8th level reptile and could only rely on himself. The two sides fought fiercely, and in just a few clashes, the area within a few miles was razed to the ground. The aftermath of the battle killed the nearby ferocious beasts. It also relieved some pressure on Linton and the others. Linton didn't have time to watch their battle at this moment. The dragon demon couldn't lose anyway. Without two top fighters, Linton and his men were surrounded by countless ferocious beasts. All of them were caught in a tough battle. The demon leader left behind the demon who controlled the bow and crossbow and led the other demons into battle. On the battlefield, Linton's figure kept moving, dodging the grabs and attacks of these ferocious beasts and waving the sword in his hand. Every time it was swung, several blood flowers bloomed. The energy in the body was extremely consumed and soon reached the bottom. The sword in Linton's hand and the armor on his body turned blood red again. Like a bloody man, he roamed among ferocious beasts. Some members of Team Dragon gradually suffered injuries. Fortunately, there is Panlong and Qilong, and one of them will break through every once in a while. With his powerful strength after the breakthrough, he quickly cleared an area, and other ferocious beasts rushed towards him frantically, reducing the pressure on other dragons. If not for this, Linton would probably have to lead the dragon squad to retreat to the wall and wait for the dragon demon's victory. Congratulations on your unit successfully killing a 9th tier beast. Energy +5, 9th tier crystal +1. Just when Linton's energy was exhausted, and he could only rely on his physical strength to fight these ferocious beasts, a prompt came. Boom! Linton's body shook, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, and all the ferocious beasts that pounced on him were shaken away. Immediately afterwards, the energy between heaven and earth rushed into Linton's body frantically. Soon, the energy in his body that had been exhausted became abundant again. The surge in strength made Linton look at the ferocious beast that pounced on him again, with a cruel look on his face. Breaking through to level 7 and killing beasts below level 5 will not give you energy points. This prevented him from breaking through for a long time. After the dragon demon killed the 9th level beast, he finally broke through to the 8th level. Boom! The energy in his body rushed into the sword in his hand, and he slashed out with one blow. 50 sword energies, like sharp swords, surged out. He killed dozens of ferocious beasts in front of him with one move. This was what he had learned from using sword techniques in close combat with the ferocious beast just now. After comprehending this move, his practice of one chi sword technique was equivalent to reaching a small success stage. It took only 2 days to cultivate to this level, thanks to Linton's actual combat. Linton couldn't remember how many ferocious beasts he had killed in just 2 nights. He mastered the introductory sword moves of I Chi Jianju to perfection. No matter how dumb a person is, he can achieve success through constant practice. Not to mention that Linton is not stupid. Chapter 47. Indignation, Xian-level blueprints. Above the sky, he originally wanted to get rid of Long Zhan as soon as possible, go to help the 9th level ferocious beast, and get rid of the 9th level ferocious bird of the dragon demon together. Seeing that the 9th level ferocious beast was dealt with so quickly by the dragon demon, he was immediately frightened and turned around and wanted to escape. They are both at the 9th level. How could they be killed so easily? But when he thought about the fact that the dragon in front of him was only level 8, it could fight him on equal terms. The dragon demon has 9th level strength, so he is naturally stronger. I knew I had hit a wall this time. If you don't escape now, you might become a roast chicken in a while. But want to escape? How is that possible? Long Zhan held on tightly and refused to let go. After the dragon demon killed the 9th level ferocious beast, he immediately flew towards the 9th level ferocious bird. Under the double attack of 2 dragons, the 9th level ferocious bird struggled desperately, but it was still useless. Soon blood was spilled into the air. Congratulations on your unit successfully killing a 9th tier beast. Energy +2, 9th tier crystal +1, Shin tier weapon crafting blueprint +1. Linton is madly practicing the One Chi sword technique, with sword energy surging, slaughtering ferocious beasts. I was slightly stunned when I suddenly saw the prompt. I actually got another blueprint. I'm really lucky today. Linton was overjoyed. And it is a blueprint for making a Shin-level weapon. It just happened to be of great use to him. The demon chief may be able to use this blueprint to create a Shin-level weapon. Ordinary grade equipment and yellow grade equipment will soon become worthless. Among the hundreds of millions of city lords, there must be some who have discovered a weapon refining shop or its blueprints. As long as you have a refinery shop, you can create ordinary equipment. If you conquer the local forces like he did, you can create yellow-level weapons without obtaining yellow-level weapon blueprints. Only by staying ahead of the crowd can you make a fortune. That's a Shin-level weapon. Now, the only item on him that has reached the Shin-level quality is the storage ring. In other words, he could use this blueprint for creating a Shin-level weapon and make a fortune. Linton, in his excitement, did not forget the ferocious beasts surrounding him. He kept moving his hands and unleashed his sword energy regardless of the loss of energy in his body, killing ferocious beasts crazily. After 2 9th order ferocious beasts were killed, Long Mo and Long Zhan returned to the battlefield and started the crazy slaughtering mode again. Linton's pressure was greatly reduced, and he felt much more relaxed. On the vast grassland somewhere in the Wanzhou continent, there is a territory. There were corpses scattered around the territory. These corpses were either torn apart by sharp claws or bitten to death. Huge tigers stepped over these corpses, with pieces of flesh still on their bloody mouths and blood dripping from them. On the territory wall stood a man about 24 or 25 years old. The man looked at the points ranking list, looked at himself who was ranked 9th, and then looked at Linton who was ranked 1st. I feel very unfair. Looking at Linton's points which were still skyrocketing, they were already several times higher than his. Looking back at his own territory, all the ferocious beasts had been slaughtered. Damn it, I've already bred the Scarlet Flame Tiger and the Storm Tiger, both powerful arms. How come I'm only ranked 9th? If my territory wasn't located on this desolate plain, I would be ranked 1st. The man gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his face was full of defiance. If his territory was in a place like Linton's, how could Linton be ranked 1st? Compared to others, his beast hide is nothing to be afraid of. He didn't even have to do anything. His troops could easily take care of all the ferocious beasts. But this is not what he wants. What he wants is to be ranked 1st, and he wants an endless tide of beasts. But God did not go as he wished. Such a small number of ferocious beasts were not enough for him to kill. He hates it. He hated God for giving him such a powerful army, but letting him be stationed in such a desolate place. He could only watch those people surpass him one by one. Somewhere in the mountains, a territory is surrounded by endless ferocious beasts. A young woman stood on the city wall, shooting arrows with a bow in her hand, killing one ferocious beast after another. On the battlefield below, an 8th level swift-wind fox was moving across the battlefield like a gust of wind. Wherever he passed, ferocious beasts fell to the ground without exception. There were clear claw marks on the corpses of these ferocious beasts. This claw mark may seem ordinary, but it easily ended the life of the ferocious beast. Is Linton almost at 800,000 points? Yu Rumen kept shooting the ferocious beasts while keeping an eye on the scoreboard. Linton, who was far ahead of all the other city lords, naturally attracted much attention. What kind of troops does he have? Will the gap between him and me only get bigger? Looking at her 300,000 points, Yu Rumen was a little skeptical about her life as she couldn't even make it into the top 10. Is my own type of troops really that bad? In mythology, the nine-tailed heavenly fox is also one of the top existences, so why is the gap so big? Moreover, she has already bred an 8th level army, but is still far behind Linton. Could it be that Linton has already bred an army above the 9th level? Since we can't catch up with him, we can't be left too far behind by him. We must squeeze into the top 10. Yu Roaming thought to herself, and her hands moved faster. Time passed quickly, and the beast tide gradually came to an end. The surviving city lord looked at Linton, who was in the lead. There is jealousy, envy, and injustice in my heart. Linton's points had reached a level that most of them could only look up to. On the battlefield, Linton sat on the ground covered in blood. He finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Team Long dealing with the last ferocious beast. Today's beast tide finally ended. Although the process was difficult, the results were good. In addition to the 2 blueprints, he and Team Long had made breakthroughs in strength. Long Zhan broke through to the 9th level. Although the dragon demon did not break through to the king level after the next beast tide, Linton believed that the dragon demon could definitely break through to the king level. He also hoped that the dragon demon could break through to the king level as soon as possible, so that he would no longer have to worry about the Minotaur dynasty. He didn't know how powerful a king-level warrior was, and was worried that the Minotaur dynasty would send a king-level warrior to raze his territory to the ground in one blow, and that would be the end of him. The battle is over. Linton led the dragon team and the earth demon back to the territory to rest. As for cleaning the battlefield, it's not too late to do it tomorrow. The loot was stolen. No one should dare to steal. Not to mention the bloody smell that rises into the sky, which can scare away most living creatures. Given the tragic scene on the battlefield, no one would dare to approach unless they were a strong person with a certain level of cultivation. What's more, with the cultivation level of Dragon Demon and Long Zhan, if any living creature approaches, they will be able to detect it at the first moment. Linton returned to the city lord's mansion, took off his armor, and took a bath. I didn't collapse on the ground as tired as I did yesterday, but fell into a deep sleep soon. Instead, he took out the 2 drawings he had obtained today. He couldn't fall asleep without looking at them. Chapter 48. Exploding Blueprints, White Dragon. Xian Level Weapon, Crafting Blueprint. Function, Blueprint for crafting the Jade Spirit Sword, capable of crafting the mystical grade Jade Spirit Sword. Linton took out the blueprint for making Xian level weapons, and 2 lines of introduction came into view. It turns out to be just a blueprint for the creation of the mystical grade weapon, the Jade Spirit Sword. I thought it was just that, but it's just a blueprint. How could it be a treasure forging diagram? But this is enough. At worst, I can forge Jade Spirit Swords wholesale. This is a Xian level weapon. How can they resist the temptation in their hearts? Linton had already imagined that he would make a fortune. The prerequisite is that the demon leader can create Xian level weapons. Open the blueprint for forging the Bailing sword, which details the materials needed to forge the Bailing sword. Most of the information above was something Linton had never heard of. At the bottom of the forging drawing is what the Bailing sword will look like after it is forged. At just one glance, Linton fell in love with it. Judging from its appearance alone, the Bailing sword is much better than the sword in his hand now. I'll give the blueprint to the demon chief tomorrow and see if it can be built. Linton put away the blueprint. He would not exchange it even if he was given 1 million. 2 blueprints were revealed today. I wonder what's going on with the others. On a whim, Linton curiously opened the chat channel. The chat channel tonight wasn't as busy as it was yesterday, with no one talking until morning. The chat channel was already bustling with activity. I miraculously survived again. I couldn't believe it. Even the heavens don't want me to die. It seems they want me to dominate the myriad races continent. You're the only one upstairs? I'm a level 5 powerhouse. I can crush you with just 1 finger. Thanks to that big brother's reminder, I followed the troops to fight the ferocious beasts. The morale of the troops soared, and we successfully killed all the ferocious beasts. Hee, me too, and I even broke through and reached the 4th level. It's just a ferocious beast, nothing more than this. I'll kill it with 1 sword. Thanks to the equipment I snatched from Boss Linton, I'm killing beasts with every strike. After killing a ferocious beast myself, I realized it's just like that. It's either me or him. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, there's no logic. Tonight, many city lords, shrouded in despair, went to the battlefield in person, killed the ferocious beasts, and survived from desperate situations. After the battle, everyone thought of their heroic fighting on the battlefield and was proud of it and boasted about it. Of course, many city lords disappeared completely and fell on the battlefield. The battlefield is cruel and ruthless, and no one has absolute confidence that they can survive. Not only did I survive, I also discovered a blueprint. As long as I have refined iron, I can use the blueprint to create an iron fence out of thin air. Unfortunately, there are only 5 chances to do so. Suddenly, someone started showing off proudly. You'll never guess what blueprint I dropped. I dropped a blueprint for a refinery. As long as you gather enough materials, you can build a refinery and craft weapons and equipment. The guy above is awesome. Are you planning to steal Boss Linton's business? Keep going upstairs. When you create a weapon, I'll be the first to buy it. Only those who are fools will buy the equipment of that profiteer Linton. I also got a blueprint, a random yellow-grade weapon blueprint. Open it, and you'll get a random yellow-grade weapon. However, I already have a yellow-grade weapon, so it won't be used for my unit. Big brother upstairs, please sell it to me. I am willing to pay a high price for it. Sell it to me, sell it to me. I want it too. I seem to have seen an opportunity to make a fortune, and I just happened to find a blueprint. Useless blueprints can be auctioned to earn resources. For a moment, everyone seemed to have opened the door to a new world and all poured into the trading channel. Some city lords put their unused drawings up for auction. Some city lords look for the blueprints they need and take advantage of the auction to buy them. Seeing this scene, Linton also came to the trading channel to see if there were any drawings he needed. Looking at the drawings that were put on the shelves one after another, Linton shook his head in disappointment. They are all ordinary blueprints, and the most expensive one is the gold random weapon blueprint. But then again, these city lords are not stupid. How could they put the precious drawings up for auction? Things like formation drawings, weapon drawings, etc., no matter how ordinary they are of great use to them. He continued looking for a while, but still couldn't find what he wanted. Close the trading panel and go to bed. Linton slept until almost noon. The first thing I did when I got up was to eat a large piece of roasted bird meat. The meat of the 9th order ferocious beast is extraordinary, more delicious and delicate. It leaves a lingering fragrance in your mouth after one bite, and is simply a peerless delicacy. I checked the trading channel, and it was even hotter than last night. More city lords took out the blueprints for trading and auction. Yesterday's trading channel was filled with all kinds of beast meat. Today is all about various drawings. It seems that many city lords revealed the blueprints last night. He thought he was just lucky as he got 2 blueprints in a row, but it turned out that the drop rate was high last night. After dinner, Linton looked at last night's spoils. The crystal stones piled up like a small hill, twice as many as yesterday. Various materials from ferocious beasts can be used to create a lot of good equipment. Just like yesterday, Linton put the crystals into the warehouse and moved the ferocious beast materials to the weapon refining shop. While the dragon squad handled the next matters, he went to the original dragon's nest to breed today's troops. Level 3 Primordial Dragon Nest. 5 black dragons were born yesterday. He was so happy that he almost died. Let him successfully resist and kill all the ferocious beasts. Today, the military forces that are being bred will definitely not be bad. After a while, 6 figures appeared in front of him. White Dragon. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, 9th order. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 4-clawed White Dragon. The dragon race's growth stages are childhood, middle age, adulthood, and ultimate stage. At the front is a white dragon about the same size as the dragon demon. The appearance of Bailong made Linton's eyes light up. The first thing Linton thought of when he saw the white dragon was the white dragon horse. A white dragon horse that can be ridden. Owner. A clear voice, like that of a little girl, sounded. Linton was slightly stunned, a little bit unable to believe his ears. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Owner. Bailong tilted his head and called out again, and Linton came back to his senses. He was not hallucinating. The white dragon in front of him was a female dragon. It's dirty, it's dirty. It's not a white dragon that can be ridden. Linton nodded in response, feeling a little embarrassed. Chapter 49. Minotaur Dynasty 110,000 Attack. The white dragon is actually stronger than the black dragon Longzhan, and is at the same 9th level as the dragon demon. This makes him a little confused. But the stronger the better. Although the white dragon's cultivation level is 9th level, compared to the dragon demon, Linton guessed that the dragon demon should be stronger. After all, Bailong is a female dragon. Compared to the white dragon, the black dragon is more brutal and will kill the enemy at all costs. Linton had witnessed their bloody and brutal fight with his own eyes. Linton named the little white dragon Long Yen. Thank you, master. Xiao Bailong thanked happily. In addition to Long Yen, the other 5 dragons are 2 black dragons, 3 red dragons, and 1 coiled dragon. After naming them one by one, Linton ordered them to help Long Mo and the others. Then Linton found the leader of the earth demons and handed him the blueprint for making the Bailing's sword. Let him study it first. Gather all the necessary materials. Make the Bai Ling sword as soon as possible. This thing must be done quickly, until others obtain Xin-level weapons, or obtain the blueprints for making Xin-level weapons. By then, this thing will be worthless. Only by getting ahead of the crowd and being the first to try something new can you make the most money. Otherwise, Linton can earn resources by continuing to forge ordinary grade equipment or yellow grade equipment. It's just that I earn less. After all, refined iron and other materials do not appear out of thin air. In today's time of scarce resources, maximizing profits is the most important thing. After finishing all the work, Linton took out the ordinary house construction blueprint that was exposed last night. This blueprint can be used 5 times in total, which means 5 houses can be built. As Linton consumed a certain amount of supplies, 5 houses appeared around the city lord's mansion. Now it finally looks like a territory. Linton thought about it and realized that everything had been dealt with, so he could go back and continue practicing sword. The beast tied tonight will definitely be more violent than last night, and there is even a chance that a king-level ferocious beast will appear. Therefore, it is necessary to work hard to improve your strength. At this moment, a wave of fighting suddenly came from outside. Linton's heart skipped a beat, and he looked towards the direction where the battle waves came from. Could it be that the Minotaur dynasty is coming? Linton was about to go out to see what was going on when he saw Long Mo and his men coming towards him with several figures. Minotaur. When he saw these figures, he recognized them at a glance. Although it was the first time he saw a Minotaur, it was hard not to recognize the bull's head and horns. And looking at the armor on them, they don't look like soldiers from a Minotaur tribe, but more like soldiers from the Minotaur dynasty. Master, these Minotaurs are sneaking into the territory and want to harm you. Dragon Demon Dao. Linton nodded in appreciation. Well done. These people might be spies of the Minotaur dynasty. You damned outsiders. How dare you kill the chieftain and people of my Tauran dynasty? You will soon pay the price for your actions. General Minotaur has arrived with 100,000 soldiers and will crush you all very quickly. You're dead. Kneeling on the ground, several Minotaurs whose cultivation had been destroyed were still at a loss and kept shouting. Linton wanted to laugh. He hadn't even asked yet, but he already knew most of the news. The enemy has an army of 100,000. Together with other Tauran tribes in the Dark Forest, the total number should be more than 100,000. And he only has 26 dragons under his command. Comparing the two sides, Linton seemed to be trying to stop a chariot with his bare hands, and was overestimating his own abilities. The enemy has an army of 100,000, but a mouthful of saliva can drown them all. Linton looked at the Minotaurs and asked curiously, "What's the cultivation level of your General Minotaur?" Ha, General Minotaur is a king-level expert. Are you scared? You ignorant outsiders dare to invade our territory and kill our people without even asking how powerful our Minotaur dynasty is. It's too late for you to regret now. If you offend my Minotaur dynasty, you will surely die. One of the Minotaurs laughed wildly and taunted, completely disregarding their current status as prisoners. Linton waved his hand. He knew almost all the news and didn't want to listen to these Minotaurs' nonsense anymore. The dragon demon understood instantly. Dragging a few struggling Minotaurs, he walked out of the territory. After that, the shouting of these Minotaurs could no longer be heard. 100,000 troops are nothing to worry about. The biggest threat is that king-level expert. Linton's face showed worry, and he felt a slight headache. With the combined strength of Long Mo and Long Yen, they should be able to defeat a king-level expert. The most worrying thing is that the Minotaur army is attacking today. After the battle, a stronger beast tide will arrive at night. I am afraid we will not be able to fight again. I originally thought that the Minotaur dynasty would only come after the beast tide, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. It was really beyond Linton's expectations. Forget it. If an army attacks, we can't hide. We can only fight. Linton had no choice but to fight to the death. We can't deal with a Minotaur army like we would a ferocious beast. Linton thought to himself. The ferocious beasts will only attack them, but the Minotaur army may not. Walls, territories, and even the city lord's mansion may be attacked by them. The heart of the territory in the city lord's mansion is his life, and there can be no mistakes at all. To protect the heart of the territory, the most important thing is to not let them break through the wall. Linton ordered the demon leader to continue making bows, crossbows, and arrows. But this is totally not enough. Opening the trading channel, Linton searched for useful drawings. Fence drawings, arrow tower drawings, wall thickening drawings. Linton cleared out all the usable drawings. Prepare for the upcoming war. As long as he makes the entire territory impregnable, he can fight outside without worry. The killing has caused blood to flow like a river and the sun and moon to dim. As long as the wall is not broken, the killing can go on. Looking at the storage ring on my finger, I realized that the price was a bit high. If he had not ordered the attack on the Minotaur tribe, he would not have provoked the Minotaur dynasty. No, as strength and reputation increase. Even if I didn't attack the Tauren tribe, he would soon discover my existence within the sphere of influence of the Tauren dynasty. It would have been better if you had come a day or two later. Linton arranged all the blueprints he bought and placed large crossbows on the arrow tower. Even with Linton's current 8th level strength, it would be difficult to break through the thickened wall with one punch. There are also iron fences around the wall that are sunk several meters into the ground. If you want to get close to the city wall, you have to blast open the iron fence first. But the crossbows on the arrow tower will not give him this opportunity. Today's territory has been turned into an iron barrel by Linton. It is extremely difficult to attack them unless they can fly. Chapter 50. 110,000 troops and 110,000 beasts approach the city. It's over. If it were not allowed, he would also like to create a formation protection shield. Unfortunately, no such luck. Among the hundreds of millions of city lords, someone may get it. However, it is impossible for these people to trade such a priceless treasure. After doing all this, just wait for the Minotaur army to attack. He remained calm in the face of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. So how could he be afraid of a mere army of 100,000 Minotaurs? What Linton didn't know was that the news that he was frantically buying defensive blueprints in the trading channel caused an uproar in the chat channel. Brothers, great news. Someone bought the iron fence blueprints I put up this morning. That's it. The person above must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. You think this is such big news? Is it worth being so happy just because I sold an ordinary blueprint? You'll never guess who bought my blueprints. It was Boss Linton. Boss Linton bought my blueprints. Facing the disdain of the crowd, the city lord responded with a smile. The city lords who saw the news in the chat channel were all stunned and couldn't believe it. You keep bragging above me. Does Big Boss Linton really need this kind of thing? Even if you gave something like the fence blueprint to Big Boss Linton, he wouldn't bother to take it. That's right. Don't you see that Boss Linton's points are almost 1,000,000 now, and his strength is sky high? Does he really need this thing? If you talk about other people, I might believe you. But if you talk about Linton, the boss, your method of attracting attention has the wrong person. When he said the buyer was Linton Ho, he was ridiculed by a bunch of city lords who thought he was trying to attract attention. It really is Master Linton. I lied to you, and I am a dog. Boss Linton actually bought my arrow tower blueprints. Am I dreaming? I just checked and saw that Boss Linton bought the wall thickening blueprints I leaked last night. Really? My blueprints were also bought by Boss Linton. More and more city lords spoke out, and others gradually believed the truth of the matter. After all, it's impossible for so many people to work together to deceive them. Everyone believed that Linton was buying blueprints in large quantities. But a doubt arose in their minds. Linton is so powerful, what's the point of buying these drawings? Could it be that some city lord with the same name as Boss Linton bought it? It's possible. Then wouldn't it be possible to pretend to be Boss Linton and get free food and drinks? You're just kidding. You've fooled so many people. If you pretend to be him, you'll be beaten to death. This person is definitely Boss Linton himself. Before Boss Linton showed up, I applied to add him as a friend. The application record is still there, so it's definitely him. It's the real Linton, there's no doubt about it. Why did he buy so many blueprints? He's a notorious profiteer. Could it be that he's trying to buy up the blueprints in bulk, monopolize them, and sell them to us at a high price? It's not impossible. Everyone's minds were running wild, wondering what conspiracy Linton had behind his actions. The more I think about it, the more outrageous it seems. What do you think? Is it possible that Boss Linton bought it for his own use? Suddenly, a city lord had an idea and said. When he said this, he himself was a little bit unconvinced. After all, Linton is the strongest among them, and this thing is completely useless to him. No one thought about it at all. Boss Linton's troops might have already reached the king level, so how could he possibly use this thing? This thing can only resist level 3 or 4 beasts at best. Level 3 or 4 beasts are nothing more than ants in the eyes of Big Boss Linton. How can we possibly fathom the boss's thoughts? It's not impossible. The stronger the troops, the fewer they will be. Just look at Boss Linton's points, and you'll know how huge the beast tide he encountered was. The beast tide will definitely be stronger tonight. Boss Linton might be worried about his territory being breached, so he's strengthening his territory's defenses. Now that I think about it, I'm a little worried. I was lucky enough to survive last night, but I might not be so lucky tonight. There is little hope for a beast tide tonight. After everyone analyzed, they found that Linton was strengthening his territory, so they did not dare to neglect it and began to strengthen the defense of their own territory. What they didn't know was that Linton was about to face the Minotaur dynasty, which was even more terrifying than the beast tide. Moreover, it was a powerful king who led the army. Linton led the dragon team to be on high alert, while the demon team was making arrows at the fastest speed. Batches of arrows were transported to the arrow tower. Linton wanted to fight this battle after the beast tide, but the Minotaur dynasty didn't seem to give him this opportunity. The spies were killed. The Tauren dynasty's army may soon be at the gates of the city. It is also possible that he will not dare to act rashly for the time being and will wait until he finds out more about Linton before taking action. Linton has no ability to predict the future, so he can only prepare for the worst. Time passed minute by minute, but there was still no sign of the Minotaur army. This gave Linton an idea. The Tauren army is coming and should be resting now. After all, traveling consumes energy, and since we don't know Linton's strength, it's normal that we don't dare to attack right away. Unless that General Minotaur is arrogant and doesn't take Linton seriously at all, and directly leads his army to attack. It would be unreasonable not to be afraid of the destruction of a Tauren tribe with 8th level strongmen. Just as Linton was thinking this, something unusual suddenly came from the depths of the forest in the distance. Linton, who was at the 8th level of strength, could clearly feel that a large number of creatures were gradually approaching. Is it finally here? Linton's eyes were like swords, staring into the distance. The dragon squad was filled with dragon might mixed with a strong, murderous aura, shaking the void, ready for battle. Just wait for Linton's order, and they can rush out of the territory and crush all enemies. The demon squad loaded their bows and crossbows with arrows and aimed forward. Just wait for Linton's order, and then thousands of arrows will be fired at once, shooting through all the enemies. The entire territory was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Soon, the situation in the forest came into view. Dense groups of minotaurs, armed with weapons, rushed towards the territory. Kindness. Linton saw something wrong at a glance. These minotaurs were holding various common weapons in their hands and wearing some ferocious beast leather armor. This is obviously not the army of the Minotaur dynasty. This is to gather the nearby Tauren tribes and let them test my strength. It seems that General Minotaur is a bit difficult to deal with. He is not the arrogant and conceited type. If we want to prevent the Tauren army from taking action today, we must quickly destroy the coalition forces formed by these Tauren tribes. We can't let any of them escape. This is the only way to deter them. Linton thought to himself. Only after surviving the beast tide can he let go and fight the Minotaur dynasty head-on. Chapter 51. Life and Death Dilemma. Is Linton going to fail? Put. After the Tauren tribe coalition entered the range, Linton uttered a murderous voice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the bows and crossbows fired at the same time, and thousands of sharp arrows shot towards the Minotaur with bursts of sound of breaking through the air. Ah! As soon as they met, the Minotaur on the opposite side let out screams. Hundreds of Minotaurs were killed or seriously injured in an instant. Seeing this effect, Linton nodded slightly. It was not bad. When we create high-level crossbows in the future, even high-level warriors will be able to kill with arrows. Kill. Immediately afterwards, Linton's voice rang in everyone's ears. Roar, roar. Accompanied by a dragon roar, the dragon squad set out. Just by the might of the dragon squad, all these Minotaurs were frightened. Everyone looked at the dragon flying out of the territory, not knowing what to do for a moment and forgetting to resist. Boom! A breath of dragon fell, and hundreds of Minotaurs disappeared from the world in an instant. This terrifying attack frightened even the 8th level Tauren leader who led the team and was at a loss as to what to do. Before they could recover from their shock, all the Minotaurs were surrounded by flames and dragon breath. In a short moment, thousands of Minotaurs were killed or injured. The 8th level Minotaur leader and several 7th level Minotaur leaders saw that things were going badly and turned around to escape. Originally, he just wanted to show off in front of General Minotaur and came here voluntarily to find out his strength. I think they just want to find out the opponent's approximate strength. With the combined efforts of several tribes, there shouldn't be any danger. I never expected that the enemy would be so strong. The strongest black dragon has probably reached the same king-level strength as General Minotaur, which is not something they can deal with. As soon as they turned around, they found that they were surrounded. Most of his men are already dead. Kill them all. Whoever escapes must be reported immediately to General Minotaur. Have him lead his army to crush this place and avenge us. Several Tauren leaders attacked at the same time, trying to create a breakthrough. But it was all in vain. facing three ninth-level powerhouses, Long Mo, Long Yin, and Long Zhan, as well as a group of eighth-level powerhouses including Long Chong. They couldn't hold on for even a minute and were completely wiped out. All that was left on the ground were cold corpses and blood. Linton, who had been standing on the arrow tower, felt no emotion when he saw this scene. He had experienced waves of ferocious beasts with mountains of corpses and rain of blood, so what was this scene? After coming to this world and witnessing its cruelty, he knew that only by becoming stronger could he survive in this world. If he had not tried every possible way to increase his strength, he would probably be like those dead city lords, with only a corpse left, buried in the continent of 10,000 races. Even if the army is powerful, the stronger the strength, the greater the crisis it faces. If there is any slackness, it may be doomed. For example, during yesterday's Beast Tide, even if he joined the battlefield with the 8th level strength, he was still surrounded by dangers. If it were a timid and unenterprising city lord, he would have been attacked by ferocious beasts last night, and his territory would have been reduced to ruins. After this battle, it should be impossible for the Minotaur dynasty army to attack us today. But tonight's Beast Tide must have caused quite a stir, and it might have attracted their attention. If we take advantage of the opportunity to attack after the Beast Tide has passed, we will be powerless to fight again. Linton began to worry about the Beast Tide at night. After each Beast Tide, both he and the dragon team were exhausted and even injured. If a Tauren army stronger than the Beast Tide attacks, how can he resist? Now Linton is in a dilemma of life and death. This is not as easy as just fighting the enemy with troops or blocking the water with earth. Now, it seems that there is only a dead end in front of Linton. Linton walked down the arrow tower with a gloomy expression and returned to the city lord's mansion. Looking at the lord's heart on the top floor of the city lord's mansion, he fell into deep thought. He is now at the peak of his career, his troops are becoming increasingly powerful, and he is about to embark on the road to dominate all races. How could he be willing to die like this? As long as we survive tonight's Beast Tide, we will be on the road to supremacy. The unwillingness in his heart forced him to come up with a solution to the current dilemma as soon as possible. In the chat channel, after completing a series of tasks such as cleaning up the battlefield, repairing walls, setting traps, etc., the other city lords flocked to the chat channel. The chat channel became lively again. Some of them learned that Linton was frantically buying defensive blueprints, and they all made gloating remarks. The size of the Beast Tide is related to one's own strength. It seems that Linton is similar to us, and his troops have suffered heavy losses. The Beast Tide was even stronger tonight, and he knew he didn't have the strength to resist, so he resorted to this desperate measure. Linton is nothing special. After tonight, he might disappear from the leaderboard. We won't have to be exploited by him anymore. This kind of profiteer should be dead. Linton's military strength was so strong that even after he died, we still don't know what his military strength was. What's the point of knowing? It's just a flash in the pan. No matter what, he had his glory days. It's a shame that he squeezed all the supplies from us. And there's also a mysterious grand prize. If anyone knows the location of his territory, maybe they can go there and take advantage of it. These city lords thought that Linton was just like them, with his troops suffering heavy losses and unable to survive the Beast Tide tonight. Everyone made mocking, sneer, and ridicule sounds. On weekdays, they watched Linton sell food, auction equipment, etc., and make a lot of supplies. He was the first to upgrade to a town and won a mysterious prize. This series has already made them jealous to the point of madness. They wished Linton would die soon to relieve their hatred. Even among the top 100 city lords, their strength is not much different from Linton. Although they didn't say it, they, like everyone else, hoped that Linton would die in the Beast Tide. Linton ranks first on the list, and his strength is unquestionable. They are about to embark on the road of competing for supremacy among all races, and the relationship between the two sides is hostile. If Linton died in the Beast Tide, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a great joy for them. Linton was like a huge mountain pressing down on their heads. Just looking at the points gap between the second place on the list and Linton, you can see how big the gap is between them and Linton. Linton already has 1 million points, but the second city lord has less than 500,000 points. The gap between the two sides is like a chasm. The gap between other city lords is at most tens of thousands of points, but the gap between Linton and everyone else is so great that they can only look up to him. Now that they heard that Linton was in trouble, they couldn't wait to step on him. Linton's generous supplies and mysterious prizes made them very excited. If they get it, they will surely soar to the sky and become the next Linton. Chapter 52. Sending the Formation Blueprint. Sudden Enlightenment. Brother Linton is in danger. In an underground territory somewhere, Meng Xiaofei, who had managed to survive again, saw the information in the chat channel and couldn't help but worry. If it weren't for Linton's help, he would have died in the beast tide last night. He is not the kind of ungrateful person. Now that he heard that Linton was in danger, he couldn't help but feel worried. He took out a drawing, hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind, opened his friend list, found Linton, and sent a message. Brother Linton, I heard you were in danger. Last night, I found a defensive formation diagram that should be able to help you, Brother Linton. I'll give it to you. Originally, he wanted to keep this formation diagram to survive the beast tide tonight. But when he heard that Linton was in danger, he wanted to give this formation diagram to Linton. Every time he asked Linton for help, Linton helped him without hesitation. Now that Linton is in trouble, how can he just stand by and watch? Regardless of his own safety, he must help Linton. In the dark forest, in a territory, Linton stared at the Lord's heart and thought for about half an hour, then suddenly came to his senses. The Minotaur dynasty army may be here to help me deal with the beast tide tonight. Linton showed a meaningful smile on his face. Before, he only thought about how to survive the beast tide and then resist the Minotaur dynasty army, which led him into a dead end. Just now, a brilliant idea suddenly came to his mind. Tonight, a beast tide will definitely come, and the time of the beast tide is around 12 o'clock in the evening. The Minotaur dynasty army is full of uncertainty. The web of relationships among the three parties is clear. Both sides want to destroy Linton. But what happens when these two collide? On one side is the Minotaur dynasty army attacking Linton, and on the other side is a tide of ferocious beasts rushing towards him with great momentum and without intelligence. If the two sides meet, there will definitely be a bloody battle. And he can sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers in his territory. But it is a bit difficult to achieve. The only way to lure the Minotaur dynasty army to attack is before night falls. After the blood moon arrives, it is the time when ferocious beasts become active. If we lure the Minotaur dynasty army to attack after the blood moon comes, it will be impossible to achieve. General Nyotai is not stupid, so how could he be fooled? It's easy to lure out the Minotaur dynasty army before dark. If you follow the direction from which the Tauran tribal coalition came before, you will find where the Tauran dynasty army is stationed. Just a few provocations, such as setting fire to food supplies, throwing huge rocks at the camp, etc., would make him so angry that he would scream and lead his army to attack. But after the Minotaur dynasty army arrived, it became the most difficult part. How to fight the Minotaur army until around midnight. You can't kill them too harshly, nor can you let them break through their territory. We must not let them retreat. You have to persist for at least 3 or 4 hours. The killing was too ruthless. Not only did the dragon team consume a lot of energy and could not preserve enough strength, not even the Tauran army could help him resist the beast tide. At that time, they might be taken advantage of by ferocious beasts and killed both of them. To prevent this from happening, we must ensure that they fight with minimal casualties. After thinking it all through, Linton nodded with satisfaction. This idea was feasible. For now, this is the best solution. Linton came outside and looked at the sky. It was still early. It's not too late to go in the evening. Linton opened the trading channel to see if there were any more drawings. He wanted to continue raising and thickening the walls to strengthen the defense of his territory. You don't have to be very strong this time, as long as you can take a beating. As soon as he opened the trading channel, he saw a red dot flashing in the friend list, indicating that someone had sent him a message. This guy successfully resisted the beast tide. Linton smiled and clicked on the friend message to see what Meng Xiaofei sent. Could this guy want my help again? Linton guessed in his heart. Well, when Linton saw the message, he was slightly stunned. Where did he get this information? He even knew I was in danger. Linton was a little confused. The next second, he suddenly realized that he was a celebrity now, and it would be hard for him to keep the purchase of the blueprint secret from others if he spent so much money. These people must have guessed that he was in danger based on these drawings. He was too lazy to look through the chat messages. But this luck is really enviable. I actually found a formation blueprint. Moreover, it is a blueprint for a defensive formation. It is the most suitable for the current situation. Linton was a little envious. The blueprint of the defensive formation is the same as the protective shield for novices. You only need to consume crystals to set up a protective shield covering the entire territory. With this kind of treasure, you no longer have to worry about ferocious beasts or other forces invading your territory. Unless you encounter an absolutely strong person, the formation can be easily destroyed with his powerful strength. Although Linton was envious and thought that the formation blueprint could play a big role, it was not his, and he could not want it. For Meng Xiaofei at the moment, this thing is his only means of saving his life. The strength of the troops under Meng Xiaofei was originally weak. If he got the formation drawings, Meng Xiaofei might die in the beast tide tonight. Linton immediately sent a message to reject Meng Xiaofei's assistance. Then he continued to browse the trading channel and bought all the useful drawings. The city lord whose blueprints were purchased by Linton leaked the news, causing another sensation. For a time, many city lords thought that Linton was no longer viable. A more certain analysis is that Linton's troops suffered heavy losses last night and are unable to resist the beast tide tonight. Buy blueprints crazily to enhance defense and survive. What supports their idea is Linton's crazy surge in points last night. With more than 600,000 points, they couldn't imagine how huge the beast tide was. It was a tide of at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. If they encountered such a beast tide, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for even a second. No matter how powerful the troops under Linton's command are, it is absolutely impossible for them to remain unscathed in the face of such a beast tide. A small number of city lords who had long been dissatisfied with Linton came out to speak, gloating over his misfortune. Some people remained silent. The rest of the people were worried about how to survive the beast tide tonight and had no time to care about anything else. Linton glanced at it casually and didn't pay any more attention to it. This kind of thing was not worth his attention. This is the equivalent of an internet troll on Earth. The best thing to do is just ignore it. Otherwise, it will only affect your mood and you will fall into their trap. Linton continued to strengthen the wall and arranged some measures to enhance defense. Next is to wait. When the time comes, it's time for him to act. Time passes. Master, a Minotaur is approaching. Suddenly, the dragon squad, who were patrolling outside, came back to report. Chapter 53, Attack on the Minotaur Camp. I'm here to inquire about the situation of the Tauran tribe coalition. Linton didn't even have to think about it to know what these spies were here for. There has been no news of the Tauran tribe coalition, as if they had disappeared, so naturally we had to come and investigate. Don't worry about them. Just pretend you didn't notice. Linton said. I looked at the sky, and it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It's almost time. Linton immediately ordered Long Zhan and Long Mo to go and lure the Minotaur dynasty army. Long Zhan had just broken through to the 9th level not long ago. Seeing that they were only at the 9th level, the generals of the Minotaur dynasty would definitely take it lightly. Their mission was to wreak havoc and destruction on the Tauran dynasty's army base. It's not a fight with Minotaur, a powerful king, so there is not much danger. Linton gave the 2 dragons respective tasks. He then let the 2 dragons secretly follow the Minotaur scouts to the Minotaur camp. He led the remaining dragon team and demon team to prepare for battle. Long Zhan secretly followed the Minotaur scout team and traveled through the woods for nearly half an hour. Finally arrived at the Tauran army camp. Looking around, thousands of tents were set up. All around were burly Minotaurs wearing armor and holding weapons. These Tauran are not on the same level as the Tauran tribes just now. The Tauran tribe can only be regarded as a group of guerrillas, but these are regular troops, and there is a huge gap in strength between the 2 sides. Inside the main military camp, Minotaur, who was tall and strong and exuded a terrifying aura, was listening to the spy's report. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, loud explosions were heard. Minotaur reacted quickly and flew out of the tent in an instant. As a powerful king, he can already fly in the air. When he flew over the camp, he saw a black dragon rampaging wildly not far away, slaughtering his army. Minotaur's face darkened, and he roared angrily. Evil beast, you're courting death. A mere 9th level monster actually dared to attack the army of his Minotaur dynasty. It really didn't know how to live or die. He is a powerful king-level warrior. In his eyes, everyone below the king level is an ant. Long Zhan saw Minotaur coming to kill him. He slapped several Minotaur soldiers to death with one palm, made a provocative gesture, and then fled into the distance. He may not be a match for Minotaur, a powerful king, but it is not that easy for the other party to kill him. The Dragon Clan not only has powerful attack and defense capabilities, but its speed is also not inferior to those flying monsters. Roar! Minotaur was shocked to see that Long Zhan dared to beat his soldiers to death in front of him and even provoked him. Furious, a weapon appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he slashed towards Long Zhan, who was fleeing into the distance. An extremely terrifying attack shook the entire void, almost tearing the space apart, and rushed towards Long Zhan at lightning speed. Sensing the impending crisis, Long Zhan dodged as fast as he could. The terrifying attack grazed the dragon's scales on his tail and slashed towards a mountain range in the distance. The top of the mountain was flattened in an instant. This thrilling scene made the dragon demon hiding in the dark in the distance almost unable to hold back from taking action. For the sake of his master's plan, he held back. Otherwise, I would have rushed up to teach Minotaur a lesson. Do you really think that my Black Dragon clan is easy to bully? He clearly sensed that his cultivation would soon be able to break through to the king level. Watching Minotaur, who was gradually led away by Long John, the dragon demon looked towards the Minotaur camp in front. Immediately afterwards, the dragon demon appeared in front of the army of 100,000 Tauren, who were proudly watching their general chasing the invading enemy. The 100,000-strong Tauren army was stunned. He looked at Long John, who was almost out of sight being chased by their general, and then looked at the dragon demon in front of him. Why another one? Then, their expressions changed from stunned to horrified. The dragon demon's dragon breath, which contained terrifying energy, attacked them. Several deputy generals with 9th level strength took action immediately to stop the dragon demon. But now the dragon demon's strength is no longer something they can stop. In addition, they cannot fly in the air, so they can't do anything to the dragon demon. The dragon demon did not bother with them, but focused on destroying the food supplies and tents. This caused chaos among the 100,000-strong Tauren army. Angry roars and shrill screams mixed together and resounded. In the distant sky, Minotaur, who was chasing Long John, vaguely heard a loud noise coming from the camp. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Minotaur stopped and looked at Long John, who was provoking him in the distance. I became more certain of what I was thinking. Long John's combat power far exceeded his understanding of 9th level strength. In the past, whenever he encountered a 9th level expert who challenged him, he would easily kill him within a few moves. But Long John was so strong that he could not even hurt his opponent's skin after dozens of moves, and the opponent dodged them all. Although he knew that the opponent had the advantage of speed, he was still a little shocked. Minotaur looked at Long John deeply, then turned and rushed towards the military camp. Now that he knows that it is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, how could he continue to entangle with Long John? There can be no mistakes among the 100,000-strong army. Otherwise, the king will definitely not forgive him. Seeing that Minotaur was no longer fooled, Long John turned around to prepare for his next mission. As for the dragon demon, he didn't have to worry about it at all. He was able to escape from Minotaur, let alone the dragon demon. On the other side, the food and supplies of the 100,000-strong army had all been destroyed, and most of the camps had also been destroyed. The dragon demon originally wanted to continue, but at this moment, he noticed Minotaur rushing back angrily from a distance and trying to kill him immediately, so he had to give up, turn around, and fly in the opposite direction from whence it came. When Minotaur returned to the camp, there was no trace of the dragon demon. The entire camp was completely destroyed. Fortunately, the army's losses were not too serious. Only a few thousand people were lost. Seeing this scene, Minotaur was filled with anger and frustration. I was fooled for no apparent reason and didn't even know who the other person was. At this moment, the spy who had been released by Linton earlier, who had just survived by chance, came to report. General, they are from that force. Several tribes were killed by them. They must have learned that the general was planning to attack them and came here to stop him. Minotaur took a look and saw that all that was destroyed were food and supplies, and he suddenly realized what was going on. You destroyed my food supplies and tried to force me to retreat. Don't even think about it. Minotaur clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. How could he be willing to retreat after being fooled? If this gets out, the other generals and ministers will laugh to death. He was a powerful king-level warrior, but he was actually teased by 2 9th-level ants and returned empty-handed. This was totally unacceptable to him. Army, assemble. Follow this general and crush these invaders. Minotaur gave an order, reorganized the army, and rushed towards the location of Linton's territory. This group of people wanted him to withdraw his troops, which meant that they were not as strong as him and were afraid of his attack, so they wanted him to withdraw his troops. How could he get what he wanted? Chapter 54. The army arrives and the war begins. Minotaur led an army of 100,000 Tauren and marched towards the location of Linton's territory. When the dragon demon saw this, he went to meet Long John. Their mission did not end there. The Minotaur Dynasty army camp is dozens of kilometers away from Linton's territory. It would take at least 1 or 2 hours for an army of 100,000 to march through the mountains. If Dragon War and Dragon Demon placed obstacles on the route that the Tauren army had to take, or blocked the road directly, they could delay the enemy a little. Now the Tauren army has no way to retreat. Without food and supplies, it's either retreat or victory. After being tricked, Minotaur was filled with anger that he had nowhere to vent, and he could not retreat. Then we have to attack the enemy with all our strength, kill them, and then return victorious. Report to the general. The valley ahead is blocked by huge rocks, and our army cannot move forward. Minotaur had just led the army forward for a while when he heard a report from the scouts ahead. When we arrived at the valley, we saw that the passage, which was dozens of meters high, was completely buried by huge rocks. Minotaur's face turned gloomy. Flying to the top of the valley, traces on both sides of the valley showed that someone had taken action not long ago, obviously trying to stop them from moving forward. Humph, if you don't want me to attack, I will raze you to the ground. Minotaur was so angry that he led his army to take a detour. When we attack, we will capture all these beasts and torture them hundreds of times. But before Minotaur could calm down, the road ahead was blocked again. This time, Minotaur did not choose to take a detour. He picked up the weapon in his hand and smashed all the huge rocks blocking the road into pieces. But this whole operation still took about 10 minutes. Linton achieved his goal. In this way, Minotaur led the army and encountered obstacles every once in a while. They even encountered 7th or 8th level ferocious beasts that inexplicably rushed into the army. The more obstacles he encountered, the angrier Minotaur became, and the more he wanted to crush Linton into a pulp. As the 100,000-strong army slowly advanced, time passed rapidly and darkness slowly descended. Soon, the sky gradually darkened. The 100,000-strong Tauran army, led by Minotaur, was getting closer and closer to Linton. This time, Minotaur was determined to capture Linton's territory to vent his anger, and no one could persuade him. In the territory, Long Chong and Long Mo returned to the territory and reported to Linton. Seeing Long Chong and the others coming back, Linton knew that the Minotaur army was not far from the territory. Looking at the sky, the blood moon was about to rise, dyeing the entire earth bloody red. It was around 7 or 8 o'clock at this time, and they had to hold out against the Minotaur's attack for 2 or 3 hours. This time is about the same as he had previously speculated. Then he laid out his battle plan. The dragon demon tried his best to hold back Minotaur, the powerful king-level warrior. If he couldn't defeat him, Long Yin would go to support him. Long Zhan led the 8th-level strongmen, including Long Chong, to delay the 9th-level strongmen as much as possible. He led the remaining dragon team to fight against the Minotaurs below level 8. This time the focus is not on fighting, but on delaying. Try to delay for about 2 hours as much as possible. Minotaur led an army of 100,000 and overcame numerous obstacles before finally arriving. Looking at the town ahead that was already taking shape as a city, Minotaur showed a cruel smile. It's just a small town, not even a city, yet it dares to challenge his Minotaur dynasty. It really doesn't know how to live or die. He could easily destroy a city, so a mere town would be no problem for him too. The strongest ones should be those 2 beasts from the daytime. As long as we get rid of them, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. In such a small town, if there is a powerful king, he will eat his shit. Minotaur flew into the air and looked down at the entire territory. Linton happened to arrive at the arrow tower at this time, and sensed a powerful aura. He looked up and met Minotaur's eyes. 8th level ant. When he saw Linton, Minotaur's eyes suddenly became contemptuous. Is this a king-level expert? He can fly in the air. My strength has reached the 8th level. It won't be long before I can soar freely in this world like him. There was no envy in Linton's eyes, but rather a hint of disdain. He is just a king-level expert, and he will be able to reach that level sooner or later. He had only been in this world for 9 days, but he had already reached the 8th level of strength. This breakthrough speed can be said to be unmatched by anyone. The two sides looked at each other. Linton, who only had the strength of the 8th level, was not at all inferior to Minotaur, a king-level strongman, under the tremendous pressure. Minotaur was the first to speak, looking down at Linton from a high position, and questioned, "Are you so audacious as to slaughter my Tauran tribe? What if it's me? What if it's not me?" Linton was too lazy to explain. Anyway, there was already an irreconcilable feud between the two sides. Even if he explained that it was the Tauran tribe that attacked him first, so what? Can this resolve this war? This is obviously impossible. The situation has come to this point. It's either him or me who will die. Now I, the general, will let you know the price of killing my Tauran tribe. Minotaur snorted coldly and waved his hand, and the 100,000 troops behind him were shocked. Kill. Destroy this city for me, general. Following his loud shout. Kill. 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 100,000 troops rushed towards Linton together. Linton remained unmoved. When the Minotaur army approached to a certain distance, hundreds of arrows flew out. Is this just a little trick that can't be put on the table? Minotaur, who was flying in the air, saw this scene and sneered. Then, several powerful warriors above level 7 rushed out from the army below, launching attacks one after another, turning all the arrows into powder. Linton frowned slightly when he saw this scene. As expected of a dynasty army, these deputy generals and commanders have all practiced martial arts. It is simply not comparable to the previous Minotaur tribe or ferocious beasts. On the other hand, it also shows that these arrows and crossbows are not powerful enough. Clang! Linton drew his sword. Kill! As a domineering and murderous voice echoed between heaven and earth. Roar! 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 Dozens of mighty and domineering dragons flew out from the territory behind him, rushing towards the army below. In today's dragon squad, even the weakest Panlong has reached the 5th level of strength. The red dragons are not inferior either. Most of them have reached the 6th or even 7th level. Not to mention the black dragons, several of them have already reached the 8th level. Even Minotaur, a powerful king, was slightly stunned when he saw this luxurious and huge lineup. How could a force that hasn't even built a city possess this kind of strength? With the appearance of Team Dragon, the strong men from both sides came to another battlefield at the same time. The rest will be handed over to the demon squad. The tall and thick walls, plus the various mechanisms arranged around the walls by Linton using blueprints, were enough for them to hold out for a while with the crossbows in their hands. Chapter 55. You are just an inferior race, not worthy of knowing my dragon race. The battle was about to break out. The dragon demon came to the air and confronted Minotaur from a distance. The powerful pressure of Minotaur as a king and the dragon power of Long Mo collided violently. A fight between strong men does not necessarily require physical combat. Sometimes, just the use of intimidation can make an opponent lose their fighting spirit or even kill them. The two men did not seem to fight, but the collision of their pressure made no living creature dare to approach them. Minotaur was shocked when he saw the dragon demon opposite him, who could compete with him. He clearly sensed that the opponent was only at the 9th level of strength, yet he was able to contend with him, a powerful king. This was simply incredible. What kind of creature are you? Why do you have such powerful combat power at the 9th level? Minotaur asked in confusion. Minotaur is a powerful king and the general of the Minotaur dynasty, but he has never heard of the dragon clan. Therefore, no one knows what kind of creature the dragon demon is. The powerful strength of the dragon demon makes him curious? You are just a lowly race, not worthy of knowing about my dragon clan. The dragon demon's domineering attitude made Minotaur feel the urge to kneel down and worship him. You are courting death. You dare to say that we Minotaurs are an inferior race. When Minotaur heard this, he instantly became furious and his face turned red with anger. A battle axe appeared in his hand. Die for this general. Minotaur swung his axe at the dragon demon. The dragon demon kept Linton's orders in mind and did not confront Minotaur head-on, but only dealt with him. The same is true on other battlefields. With the lightning-fast speed of the dragon squad, a black dragon can entangle several 8th-level Tauren commanders. On the battlefield, Linton found an 8th-level Minotaur leader and used it to practice the I Chi sword technique. At the same time, pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. The situation on both sides was developing in the direction he had speculated. The territory is being attacked by tens of thousands of Minotaurs. In the territory, on the arrow tower, arrows were shot at the Minotaur below at every moment. Without strong men, these Minotaurs can only rely on their own strength to withstand the arrows, and those who cannot withstand them will be shot to death. After a while, the area not far from the wall was filled with corpses, and these Minotaurs have not yet reached the corner of the wall. At the same time, they had to clear the obstructions under the wall and be wary of the arrows on the arrow tower. The two sides engaged in a tug-of-war. In the chat channel, many city lords were discussing how to survive the Beast Tide tonight. Tonight's Beast Tide is the last one, and it will definitely be more powerful and dangerous than the previous two. It's the last Beast Tide. I'm so excited. As long as I can get through it, I can start the road to dominating all races. What's the point of being so excited? Whether you can see the sun tomorrow is still a question. That is, don't be happy too soon. Even Linton has to be cautious in facing this Beast Tide, so we must not take it lightly, otherwise. Alas, all my troops are dead. I only have the few I bred today. My luck is so bad, they are all the weakest ones. It is almost impossible to resist the Beast Tide. Besides resisting the Beast Tide, is there no other way out? Now that you put it that way, it's really possible. Let's think about it together. Even if I have to give up my position as city lord, as long as I can survive, I'm willing to do it. Me too. This damn Beast Tide. Whoever wants to fight can go ahead. I just want to survive. Under heavy pressure, many city lords began to look for other ways out, hoping to find a way to survive. Facing wave after wave of beast tides and watching their own troops gradually die, they were on the verge of collapse and developed an indelible fear of the beast tides. Now, they just want to survive and no longer seek to dominate all races. The ambitions that he had when he first crossed over have been gradually eroded by the beast tide. Look at the rankings. While everyone was discussing, one person said in surprise, "What's so interesting? Those few people always dominate the rankings. That is, can we get on the list just by looking at it? If I had their arms, I could also be on the leaderboard. It's just that he's luckier than us." Everyone looked disdainful, venting their unhappiness. No, it's Boss Linton's points that are actually increasing. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed disbelief. How is this possible? The beast tide hasn't even arrived yet. So how could the points increase? Are you seeing things? Although everyone didn't believe it, they still opened the scoreboard out of curiosity. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. His Linton's points are really increasing. Could it be that the beast tide has arrived early? Hurry, hurry, defend. The beast tide is coming early. When everyone saw that Linton's points were increasing, they immediately thought that the beast tide was coming early. But when they led their troops to prepare to resist the beast tide, there was no sign of the beast tide at all. This made them look at Linton, who was at the top of the list and whose points were constantly increasing, with disbelief. Cheating, this is definitely cheating. No wonder his points are so high, it's all cheating. Unbelievable, how on earth is this possible? This ranking list is determined by the laws of nature. How could Linton cheat? Unless he is a child of destiny. Linton possesses such a powerful army. What else could he be but the son of destiny? If that's the case, then even heaven is helping him cheat. How can we play? It's not fair, God is unfair. Everyone became indignant for a moment, thinking that God was favoring Linton. Even the people on the leaderboard were attracted. But they are not like these people who think Linton is cheating. Anyone with a normal mind wouldn't think that way. Linton's points are too high, and the beast tide tonight is too strong, causing it to attack early. We must also prepare in advance. Suddenly, someone analyzed. As soon as these words were spoken, those who had been scolding Linton for cheating shut up. It's not because of anything else, but because the person who spoke is ranked 15th on the list. His words have a certain authority. Wow, the 15th ranked boss has arrived. As expected of someone ranked 15th on the list, he saw the key to this at a glance. No wonder Boss Linton has been buying blueprints today. It turns out he sensed a crisis and had to strengthen his defenses. I don't know if Linton can withstand it. If he can't, then I can move up a place. The beast tide arrived 4 or 5 hours earlier than us. This means that Linton had to fight for 4 or 5 more hours than us. His chances of survival were slim. After knowing the general truth of the matter, everyone looked at Linton, whose points were slowly increasing, wondering when this name would disappear. At least half of the people want the name to disappear completely. Chapter 56. The Minotaur attacked the city frantically and fell into a trap. Somewhere in the dark forest, the war continues. Minotaur wanted to destroy Linton's territory as soon as possible and return to the court, to avoid accidents at night that might trigger a beast tide. But Linton insisted on fighting a war of attrition and a protracted war with him. Seeing that his army was unable to capture a small town for a long time, Minotaur was so angry that his teeth were itching. If it were him, he could raze it to the ground with one full-strength attack. But if he did that, the dragon demon would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and take his life. He would never take that risk. He could only deal with the dragon demon in front of him first, but the dragon demon did not fight him head-on, which made him very annoyed and helpless. A powerful king-level warrior was actually unable to do anything to a 9th-level ant. The same was true on several other battlefields, where the dragon teams were fighting a protracted war. Only when the powerful Minotaur reveal obvious flaws will the dragon team seriously injure or kill them. Otherwise, if it is too obvious, the other Minotaurs will realize that this is a trap and will probably withdraw. Then Linton's plan would be ruined. As time passed, the fighting outside the territory became more intense. The Tauran army has already reached the wall. Faced with the tall and thick walls, they were blocked again. So these Minotaurs began to attack the gates and walls frantically, trying to break into the territory. The demon squad didn't dare to stop at all and fired crossbow arrows crazily. The Minotaur soldiers naturally did not want to be passive and began to attack the arrow tower. The wall was too high for them to reach, so they threw their weapons like projectiles at the arrow tower. By time for your companions who are bombarding the gate wall. This series of counterattacks immediately caused casualties among the demons on the arrow tower. If you are not careful, You may be seriously injured or even killed by a big axe or hammer. But in order to prevent the Minotaur from breaking through the territory, the demon squad did not retreat. He kept firing the crossbow in his hand, killing the Minotaur soldiers below. Although the Minotaur army suffered heavier casualties, the Minotaur army still had a total of 100,000 troops. The demonic squad has less than 1,000 members. Compared with the other two sides, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Minotaur was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Although he and his strong subordinates were held back, the opponent's strong men were also unable to take action. They could only watch their city being destroyed. As long as the city is destroyed, this group of people will become homeless dogs, their morale will plummet, and his opportunity will come. Linton, who had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield, naturally noticed this scene. He looked at the rising blood moon and calculated the time in his mind. He still had to hold on for several hours. They are not a problem, but the demons may have a hard time facing such tremendous pressure. There are still 1 or 2 hours left, you must hold on. As long as we hold on until the beast tide arrives, everything will be fine. Linton thought to himself. The Earth Demon Squad made great contributions in these beast tides. Linton did not treat them unfairly and rewarded them with a large number of crystals to improve their strength. Many demons have achieved breakthroughs. For example, the demon chieftain, after refining several high-level crystals, successfully broke through to the 7th level of cultivation. This move allowed the Earth Demons, who had suffered heavy losses in the Beast Tide, to increase their strength dramatically. This is also why the demon leader was able to lead the demons to resist an army of 100,000. In addition to the various means left by Linton, there is also their strength. Gradually, the wall made of huge stones was damaged, and the gate made of fine iron was dented and shook slightly. It seemed like it might collapse at any moment. The demon squad has suffered hundreds of casualties. The entire territory is about to be conquered by the Terran army. The demon squad tried their best to stop them. They knew clearly that if their territory was breached, a one-sided massacre would await them. At this time, Linton was also a little anxious and looked into the depths of the forest from time to time. If he hadn't been worried about the beast tide, he would have ordered the annihilation of the Minotaur army long ago. He still has confidence that he can defeat them one by one and destroy the 100,000-strong Terran army. He didn't want the beast tide to come before. But now, he wants the beast tide more than anyone else. Above the sky, Minotaur was chasing the dragon demon and attacking him. Seeing that he was about to win, the frustration in his heart was finally released. But at this moment, he suddenly looked into the depths of the forest in the distance, and his expression gradually became solemn. There, densely packed, ferocious beasts like a tide were attacking this side. But if that was the case, it wasn't worth it for him to look so serious. The terrifying thing is that there are waves of ferocious beasts attacking from all directions. He and his 100,000-strong army have been surrounded by a tide of beasts. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. Turning around, I saw Linton and the others fighting as if they were playing, obviously trying to delay time. Minotaur's mood at this moment cannot be described in words. He was about to explode with anger. It turns out that everything was a conspiracy from the very beginning. A conspiracy looms over him. How could there be such a huge tide of beasts at this time? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out, nor did he expect that there would be a riot of ferocious beasts during this period of time. Moreover, the other party seemed to have known that the beast tide would attack during this period of time and deliberately delayed him here. The beast tide is coming for him. Minotaur looked at Linton with a fierce look. This damn ant actually dared to plot against him and use him as a shield. But no matter how angry he was at this moment, it would be of no avail. At the same time, Linton also noticed the overwhelming tide of beasts, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He immediately led the dragon squad to fight and retreat back to the territory. Noticing Minotaur's gaze, she was not afraid at all. She looked at him with a smile on her face. Minotaur was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but at this moment, he didn't care about Linton at all. The deafening roar caused the Terran army to stop their attack and look in horror into the depths of the forest in the distance. Minotaur immediately gathered the army and prepared to break out before the beast tide completely surrounded them. Otherwise, his 100,000-strong army might have been completely wiped out here. Roar, roar, roar. Facing the army of 100,000, the ferocious beast showed no fear and bravely rushed forward. Faced with so many ferocious beasts, the 100,000-strong Minotaur army had to take action to resist. For a moment, a fierce battle between the ferocious beasts and the Minotaurs broke out. Linton led the dragon team back to the territory, ready to sit back and watch the fight between the two tigers, But before that, they still had things to do. Attract beast tides from other directions and head towards the Minotaur army. Otherwise, these ferocious beasts will attack the territory. Although the walls of the territory had been reinforced, they still could not withstand the impact of these ferocious beasts with huge bodies and great strength. After being attracted by the dragon squad, almost all the beasts rushed towards the Minotaur army. There were still some ferocious beasts running around without knowing where to go, so Team Dragon just cleaned them up. This scene fell into the eyes of Minotaur, who was about to lead the army to break out of the beast tide, and made him so angry that he almost spit fire. Chapter 57, A Glimmer of Hope, Becoming a Casual Cultivator. Minotaur regretted it very much at this time, but it was too late. He was a powerful king who had fought on the battlefield for decades, but he didn't expect that in the end. He was fooled by Linton. Now he is trapped here with an army of 100,000, taking the blame for others. Linton felt very happy as he watched the 100,000-strong Minotaur army being surrounded and fought by tens of thousands of beasts. While the other city lords were fighting desperately with the beast tide at this time, he was leisurely and at ease, watching the battle in front of the territory as if nothing had happened. What Linton didn't know was that because of his battle with the Minotaur, the smell of blood filled the air, causing the beast tide to arrive early. At this time, many city lords were staring in amazement at Linton, who was ranked first on the list. Their beast tide hasn't arrived yet, but Linton's points have skyrocketed. This scene shocked and terrified them. How strong is the beast tide tonight? Can they really survive the beast tide tonight? They couldn't help but have such a question in their minds. After the blood moon arrived, Linton earned points by killing the Minotaur. Now the Minotaur killed the beast tide that originally belonged to Linton, and Linton also earned points. This scene was something he had never expected before. At that time, he was only thinking about how to survive the Minotaur and the beast tide, and didn't consider the points at all. This is a pleasant surprise. On the battlefield, Minotaur led the Minotaur army to form a formation and charged outward, trying to tear a hole and escape from here. But these ferocious beasts, like crazy, continued to rush towards the army of Minotaurs. This resulted in them having to fight against ferocious beasts. Of course, the Minotaur army was surrounded by ferocious beasts, so the other ferocious beasts could only attack Linton. The dragon team was also busy clearing out the attacking beasts. However, compared with the beast tide 2 nights ago, these ferocious beasts are not worth mentioning. This is terrifying. How powerful of a beast tide did Linton encounter? Sometimes, being too strong is not a good thing. The size of the beast tide depends on one's own strength. Linton's chances of surviving such a massive beast tide are slim. Even if he survives, his troops will likely suffer heavy losses. Don't worry about Linton anymore. Let's worry about ourselves first. Based on the fact that Linton encountered a beast tide, tonight's beast tide is several times more terrifying than last night's. I won't give up. My troops are even weaker than they were last night. How can I resist the beast tide? I don't want to die yet. Is there no other way out except to successfully resist the beast tide? Is God really so heartless? If God doesn't give me a way to live, I will rise up against the heaven and destroy it. You've read too many novels, haven't you? You're the only one who dares to rise against the will of heaven. You need to survive the beast tide first. You think this is a novel? Even in a novel, only the protagonist can defy fate. You? I think you're more like the pig's foot. The city lords were frightened by Linton's skyrocketing points, and they were wondering how strong the beast tide would be tonight. Throughout the entire chat channel, everyone's words revealed despair. In these 2 days, millions of city lords have died, and they don't want to follow in their footsteps. Want to find a way to survive. Brothers, a major discovery. I just tried to pick up the heart of territory to see if I could take it away, but a prompt popped up. All buildings can be moved within the territory by spending a certain amount of resources. I tried moving the city lord's mansion and the heart of the territory outside the territory. Guess what happened? You would never have guessed that a warning would pop up. If you move the heart of the territory outside the territory, you will lose your status as city lord. If you lose your city lord status, you will lose your entire territory and will no longer encounter beast tides. A city lord suddenly made a new discovery, and as soon as he said this, the entire chat channel suddenly became silent. After a long time, someone finally spoke. Really, I just tried it, and it's exactly the same as what the brother above said. God didn't kill us, he gave us a glimmer of hope. Without a territory, and without the status of city lord, doesn't that mean that the military buildings will also disappear? Will the military units under your command also disappear along with them? Indeed, without territory or military units, I am left with only myself. If that's the case, Wouldn't that be equivalent to automatically giving up the opportunity to dominate all races? Without our arms, how can we survive in this dangerous world? Without a territory, there are no restrictions. Survival is easy. Now that we have gained a certain level of strength, a single ferocious beast is enough for us to eat for several days. You can also team up and survive together. Good idea. Now we have two choices. One is to fight the soldiers to the end, perhaps with a chance of survival, and embark on the road to hegemony among all races. Another option is to give up the city lord status and become a casual cultivator. It doesn't have to be individual cultivators. Everyone can unite and form a force, and they can still dominate all races. Maybe this is the correct way to open it. For a moment, many city lords with weak military forces seemed to have discovered a new continent. They gathered together to discuss and completely forgot about the beast tide. Hee, I guess I'm the first one to become a casual cultivator. How about it? Tell me quickly, Dot. What changes? Lost your city lord status, became a casual cultivator, and are you still in the chat channel? Brothers, don't worry. Let me explain everything one by one. Once you lose your status as city lord, your entire territory will instantly be reduced to ruins, and your troops will also leave you. However, fortunately, the supplies and food I obtained earlier are still there. Most importantly, after becoming a free cultivator, you can gain energy and improve your cultivation by killing ferocious beasts. You can also speak normally in the chat channel and trade normally in the trading channel. Hiss. They don't care about the first two. But when they heard at the end that killing ferocious beasts could improve their cultivation, everyone took a deep breath and became ecstatic. The most important reason why they did not abandon their status as city lords and become independent cultivators immediately was their own strength. Most of them are only at the 3rd or 4th level of strength, and they have survived to this day thanks to the troops under their command. Without their military forces, they worried that they wouldn't be able to survive long in this world. But now I heard that after becoming a casual cultivator, one can kill ferocious beasts to improve his cultivation. This made them no longer worried, but instead they were eager to become independent cultivators. I want to become a free cultivator. I don't want to be the lord of this broken city anymore. I live in fear and anxiety every day. Beast tide? Go back to where you came from. I'm a casual cultivator now. Carrying a sword in hand, wandering around the world, traveling around the world is my dream. Chapter 58. Will independent cultivators be the masters of the 10,000 clans in the future? The city lords were all outraged and clamored to abandon their status as city lords and become independent cultivators. Travel around the world, wielding a sword. Soon, many people with the title of casual cultivator appeared in the chat channel. This scene made the city lords who possessed top-level or even extraordinary troops look confused. They were just making some preparations to resist the beast tide, and then came in to check the news to see how such a drastic change had occurred. The original city lords all became independent cultivators. However, most of these are city lords who possess troops below the top level. Although there are city lords with top-level troops or above, they are only a small number. They managed to survive the first 2 beast tides by sheer luck. Faced with the last wave of beasts, they were frightened and gave up before they even saw the beasts. Of course, not all city lords who possess advanced or mid-level troops are willing to give up. There are also some city lords who are unwilling to become independent cultivators and want to give it another try. In their eyes, being a casual cultivator means being a loser. As long as they survive and upgrade their military buildings, the strength and potential of their military will become stronger and stronger, and they will eventually come to the fore. But independent cultivators have no one to rely on and have to hunt ferocious beasts in practice to improve their strength on their own. Unless you encounter some great opportunity, it is harder to rise than to climb to the sky. This choice will determine their future achievements. Ha ha ha, it's great to be a freelance cultivator. If there are any brothers nearby, come over and form a team. Everyone gathers together so that we can look after each other if we encounter a ferocious beast. I'm a little uncomfortable without the use of a military unit. The ones upstairs are obviously humanoid soldiers. For the first time, I felt that the night in this world was so eerie and terrifying. Without my troops, I'm surrounded by the roars of beasts. If a stronger beast comes, I'll be dead. I suddenly felt a little regretful. Without my military unit, I would be like an ant in this world, barely surviving, and I don't know when I will die. It's better to linger on than to die. If you die, there will be nothing left. That's right, I just feel like being a casual cultivator is pretty good right now. I'm free from worries. While many independent cultivators were discussing, the city lords welcomed the beast tide. The points on the leaderboard began to fluctuate. Some people squeezed onto the leaderboard, some fell, and some disappeared completely. Seeing the city lords who did not want to become independent cultivators die in battle, the independent cultivators felt extremely fortunate. After they became independent cultivators, the beast tide did not come. They hid in the territory that had become ruins, waiting for tomorrow to come. Some independent cultivators who think they have very powerful cultivation have traveled around the continent, looking for other independent cultivators to form a team. From now on, the entire 10,000 races continent will eventually be ours. What a bullshit about the armies of all races. The human race will be the master of all races. They are bound to one place, but we can travel the world. I'd like to ask, besides hunting ferocious beasts, can you improve your cultivation through practice? No, unless you have a cultivation method, you can't practice at all. You can only improve your strength by hunting ferocious beasts. I miss the days when soldiers could improve their strength by hunting ferocious beasts. What's there to miss? Killing ferocious beasts with your own hands gives you more energy. Now that you've become a free cultivator, stop worrying about military units and work on your own to ensure a comfortable and well-fed life. The entire chat channel was filled with only casual cultivators, discussing various matters. They were the only ones who had nothing to do when the beast tide came, while other city lords were struggling to resist the beast tide. Somewhere in the underground world, Meng Xiaofei realized that after becoming a casual cultivator, he would no longer have to resist the beast tide and could gain freedom and travel around the continent. He was immediately attracted. His army is just the advanced Earth Spirit clan. Although it is an advanced type of military force, it is only a special type of military force among the advanced types of military forces, and its combat effectiveness is not strong. The first thing he wanted to do was to give up his position as city lord and join brother Linton. As long as he finds Linton, he won't have to worry about his safety anymore. Brother Linton is the person he trusts most in this world. However, just as he was about to become a casual cultivator, a doubt arose in his mind. Without his military branch, would brother Linton still take him in? Without his arms, he was like a useless little brat, and in this situation, he was like a burden. Even if brother Linton was really willing to take him in, he would only be able to survive under Linton's protection and spend the rest of his life. He is still so young. Is he really willing to accept such a life? Looking at Linton's points skyrocketing on the leaderboard, he hesitated. Big brother Linton is so powerful, he still doesn't give up when encountering such a powerful beast tide. What does he mean by that? In the end, he gave up the idea of becoming a casual cultivator and decided to give it a try. He led the earth spirits under his command to fight desperately with the ferocious beasts. He has the formation diagram. At worst, he can hide in the territory and kill the ferocious beast. In the dark forest battlefield, Minotaur is worthy of being a king-level strongman. He leads the army to madly strangle the ferocious beasts. Soon they fought their way out of the encirclement of the ferocious beasts. But how could Linton let Minotaur lead the army to escape so easily? He immediately ordered Long Mo, Long Yin, and Long Zhan, 3 9th-level warriors, to surround and kill Minotaur. As long as the dragon demon kills Minotaur, he can break through to the king level. Linton looked into the depths of the forest in the distance, where ferocious beasts continued to emerge. This beast tide is far from over. A 9th-order ferocious beast appeared last night, and it is very likely that several 9th-order ferocious beasts, or even king-order ferocious beasts, will appear tonight. Thinking of this, Linton couldn't help but frown. I hope that the battle between Long Mo and the others will not attract the terrifying beasts out prematurely, otherwise it will be disastrous. As long as the dragon demon kills Minotaur and breaks through to the king level, everything will be a foregone conclusion. On the battlefield, Minotaur led the army out of the encirclement of the beast tide, fighting and retreating at the same time. This time I was tricked and plotted against, and I felt so aggrieved that I couldn't be more aggrieved. The main thing is that he can't do anything to the other party now and can only flee in embarrassment. After returning, he will definitely lead his army back again, raise this place to the ground, and wash away the shame. But at this moment, 3 figures emitting powerful dragon power blocked his way. Without saying a word, a powerful attack came towards Minotaur. Minotaur had no choice but to fight. For figures engaged in a fierce battle in midair, the 9th-level Minotaur warrior cannot fly and can only lead the army to resist the ferocious beast. Without Minotaur, the powerful king, the Tauren army was once again surrounded by a tide of ferocious beasts. You are looking for death, a bunch of ants. Today, the general will kill you. Minotaur knew very well what Linton was thinking and didn't want to give him a chance to evacuate. He was already filled with anger, and now he was even more furious. His eyes gradually turned red, and he vowed to kill these ants in front of him who had provoked him again and again. Chapter 59. Heavy Losses, Self-Destruction, and Mutual Destruction. The battle between the two sides is about to break out, and Long Mo relies on his powerful strength to fight Minotaur head-on. Long Yin and Long Zhan assisted from the side, taking the opportunity to attack, disrupting Minotaur's mind, and giving Long Mo a chance. The three powerful men joined forces to deal with Minotaur. Even though he was a king-level strong man, he was unable to resist for a while. The two sides fought a fierce battle, and the terrifying aftermath swept across all directions, shaking the void. In the battle between king-level powerhouses, even if their battlefield is in the void, a vacuum zone is still formed below due to their aftermath. No living creature dared to approach. The reckless beast approached and turned into a corpse in an instant. Some even turned directly into blood mist. It was such a horrific battle, and the earth-shattering roar resounded for dozens of miles. Except for the ferocious beasts without intelligence, all other creatures were frightened and fled into the distance. In the territory, Linton was watching the battle while observing the situation on the field. There are more and more ferocious beasts. Whether it is the Minotaur army, the Dragon Squad, or the Demon Squad, they are all fighting with the ferocious beasts. Linton's territory was also attacked by a large number of ferocious beasts. The number of ferocious beasts was too large, and it was impossible to divert the disaster as before. After all, the Minotaur dynasty is still surrounded by a large number of ferocious beasts. Can only fight. However, this time, with the Minotaur army attracting most of the ferocious beasts, Linton's pressure was much less. Even the city lord Linton did not personally go out of the city to fight. During the first two beast tides, Linton followed his troops and killed people until he was covered in blood. In this last and most turbulent beast tide, he rarely took action. The other city lords and independent cultivators looked at Linton's skyrocketing points and imagined how difficult it was for Linton. Unexpectedly, Linton was leisurely watching the fighting outside. As the city lord, he would not take action unless it was absolutely necessary. He must always pay attention to the ever-changing situation on the field and make adjustments. This is what a commander should do. Every decision he makes determines the future of him and his troops. As time passed, the territory was once again filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts and minotaurs. The earth was dyed blood red, and blood flowed like a stream. The battle has reached a fever pitch. Minotaur went completely crazy when he saw the heavy losses suffered by the Terran army. The Xian-level weapon in his hand was constantly swung, launching one terrifying attack after another. The three dragons of the dragon demon did not dare to touch the edge, so they could only dodge and look for opportunities. Minotaur was consuming so much energy that Long Mo and the others had no need to fight him head-on. They could just wait until he was exhausted, and that would be his death. On the battlefield below, without Minotaur's command, the Minotaur army's formation had already been broken up by the ferocious beasts. Although all the Minotaurs fought with all their might, they were still unable to break out of the endless tide of beasts. Instead, more and more Minotaurs fell down and were torn apart by the ferocious beasts. The Terran army suffered heavy losses and was on the verge of being annihilated. Several 8th-level ferocious beasts appeared in the tide of ferocious beasts, and the generals and strong men of the Minotaur army were restrained and besieged. He could hardly protect himself and was unable to command the army. That's how he ended up. Although the Minotaur army suffered heavy losses, they were able to eliminate most of the ferocious beasts thanks to their impressive strength. In this way, even if the Minotaur army is wiped out now, Linton can easily deal with the remaining beast tide. What Linton is most concerned about now is the fighting above the sky. The fighting there determines the victory or defeat of this battle. If he waits until a powerful beast attacks and the battle is not over yet, and Minotaur joins forces with the beast, it will be extremely disadvantageous to him. This is something he doesn't want to see. On the battlefield, Minotaur's energy had been almost consumed, and Long Mo and the others gradually switched from defense and dodging to offense. However, Minotaur's physical strength should not be underestimated, especially the extremely sharp Xian-level battle axe in his hand. Even if the dragon demon was hit by the axe with all his strength, several dragon scales would be cut off. Below them were deep pits several meters deep, which were all the masterpieces of Minotaur. You can imagine how powerful his attack is. Now all the energy in Minotaur's body is almost exhausted, leaving only physical strength. The ox body, which only has physical strength, is about the same strength as the dragon demon. The three dragons used various moves at the same time and attacked Minotaur frantically. Follow the master's will and deal with Minotaur as quickly as possible. Oh, Minotaur, who was being beaten, finally came to his senses from his anger and looked at the few remaining defeated soldiers below. He looked at himself again, who was being besieged by 3 dragons and whose body was gradually showing injuries. Defeated, completely defeated. Minotaur had to accept reality. He, a veteran king-level warrior who had experienced many battles, was defeated by a kid with only 8th level strength. I can't die here like this. I am a powerful king-level general and cannot be killed by these ants. My Minotaur dynasty still has a 1,000,000-strong army. I will go back and lead the 1,000,000-strong army to seek revenge and wipe out the previous humiliation. Minotaur was unwilling to give in and struggled hard to escape from the siege of the 3 dragons. At this moment, he no longer cared about the remnant troops and defeated generals below. If he didn't escape, he would die here too. No matter how aggrieved or angry I feel. In the face of death, even if Minotaur is a king-level warrior, he cannot remain fearless. But he only thought of escaping at this moment, and it also depends on whether Long Mo and the others are willing to let him escape. The 3 dragon demons noticed that Minotaur wanted to escape and immediately launched a more ferocious attack, not giving Minotaur any chance at all. At this moment, Minotaur felt deeply powerless facing all this. I regretted it so much. If I had known this would happen, I should have led the army to evacuate. Faced with the fierce attack of the 3 dragons, Minotaur's armor was blown to pieces and various injuries appeared on his body. Minotaur screamed in pain. Below the battlefield, the few remaining Minotaur troops heard the screams of their general and felt a sense of sadness in their hearts. They lost this time. The morale of the remaining troops plummeted, and they lost the will to resist. They were soon overwhelmed by the beast tide and were completely wiped out. When Minotaur saw this scene, he let out a cry of grief and felt extremely sad. This army of 100,000 was a powerful force selected and trained by him personally. They followed him in his battles and made countless contributions. But now, due to his momentary negligence, they all perished in this dark forest. My Minotaur dynasty has a 1,000,000-strong army. Even if you kill General Daben, you won't survive for long. My king will surely lead his army and slaughter you all. Minotaur let out a loud roar towards the sky, and his aura began to surge. He knew that because of his stupidity, he was in trouble today and couldn't escape. Even if he died, he would drag others down with him. Although his energy is now exhausted, he is still a king-level powerhouse. The power generated by the self-explosion can easily kill the 3 dragons of the dragon demon. As long as he takes away the 3 dragons of the dragon demon, this city will lose its top combat power. He wanted to see how Linton would resist the remaining beast tide. Chapter 60, Killing Dragon Demon's Tribulation. If Linton was destroyed by the beast tide, he could still get the reputation of dying together with the enemy, so that your reputation will not be ruined after your death. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. How could Long Mo and the others give Minotaur this opportunity? The 3 dragon demons noticed Minotaur's actions and immediately joined forces. The 3 dragon breaths merged into a terrifying dragon breath bomb and blasted towards Minotaur. Boom! Minotaur, who was still burning his blood and essence madly and preparing to self-destruct, was hit instantly. Minotaur's body was like a cannonball, smashing deep into the ground of the distant mountains. The dragon demon came to the front of the pit. At this time, Minotaur in the pit was covered in blood and was dying. Without any hesitation, he ended his life with one blow. Your unit successfully killed a king-level beast, energy +10, king-level demon crystal +1. After Long Mo dealt with Minotaur, Linton also received a prompt at the same time. The king-level expert didn't actually drop anything. Seeing the prompt, Linton felt a little disappointed. I originally thought that killing a king-level expert would result in the blueprints being revealed just like last night. But the result was disappointing. In addition to 10 points of energy, there is only 1 king-level crystal. Boom! Suddenly, in the distant sky, a loud thunder sounded in the blood-red sky. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon roar. The terrifying dragon might swept in all directions. Linton, who was in the territory, felt a tremor in his heart and looked up. The dragon demon was covered in black air, and its black dragon scales emitted a dazzling luster as it flew towards the sky. Above the dragon demon's head, thunderclouds gathered and obscured the blood moon. Purple lightning flashed in the thunderclouds, so dazzling on the dark earth. It's daunting. Is this a tribulation? Linton was shocked. He didn't expect that he would have to go through a tribulation after breaking through to the king level. I had only heard of the catastrophe in myths before, but now I have seen it with my own eyes. Master, Lord Dragon Demon possesses the special bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, to break through to the king level, He needs to be baptized by thunder tribulation, gradually activating his bloodline and awakening his innate magical powers. Long Feng came behind Linton and explained to him. There was a hint of envy in his words. As the first soldier to follow Linton, Long Feng is just a Pan Long, with a low status. Without any opportunity, his future achievements will be limited. Despite this, he never dared to relax and fought hard to kill the ferocious beasts. He has successfully broken through to the 8th level. The 10-meter body has now grown to more than 20 meters. After hearing Long Feng's explanation, Linton instantly understood. If the dragon demon awakens his innate magical powers, his strength will certainly be even stronger, and he won't have to worry about the king-level beast that may attack tonight. A king-level strongman can easily destroy a city. Minotaur was only a strong man at the initial stage of the king level. He was so angry at his schemes that he lost his mind and was killed by Long Mo and other dragons by chance. If a king-level beast comes, it won't be so easy. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Linton was lost in thought, the thunderclouds that had been brewing for a long time in the distant sky finally couldn't hold back anymore and dropped purple lightning bolts. Suddenly, purple lightning illuminated half the sky, and the originally blood-red earth turned purple. This horrifying scene stunned the local forces, city lords, and independent cultivators within dozens of miles. The previous battle still made them uneasy, and now an even more terrifying thunder tribulation came. Everyone thought that a terrifying and powerful person above the king level had appeared. Roar! Facing the thunder tribulation, the dragon demon was fearless and swallowed the thunder tribulation in one gulp. For a moment, the dragon demon's body shone with purple light. Terrifying lightning roamed around his body. This scene also broadened Linton's horizons. It was the first time he saw a real thunder tribulation, and he didn't expect that overcoming the tribulation would be so easy. The dragon demon's shocking act of overcoming the tribulation frightened the surrounding creatures, especially the city lord and the independent cultivators who were seeing such a horrifying scene for the first time. In the chat channel, "Fuck, guys, do you know what I saw? I actually saw a dragon, and that dragon was going through a tribulation." Overcoming tribulation? I think you want to meet the god of the West. Could it be that he encountered a divine dragon and is about to ascend to the immortal realm? Brother, go make a wish. Perhaps the dragon will be pleased and give you a magical weapon or a magical skill. It's not impossible. Really? I saw it too. It was terrifying. If I were struck by that purple lightning, I'm afraid not even a trace of me would be left. That dragon actually swallowed the thunder tribulation in one gulp. I wonder what kind of existence it is. You saw it too? I thought I was hallucinating, but it turns out it's real. It's so scary. Just now, a huge battle broke out there. There were earth-shattering explosions, and the ground was shaking. I had just become a casual cultivator, and I thought a ferocious beast was attacking. I was so scared that I almost peed myself. Brother, I'm already running away. This dark forest is too scary. It's not a place for humans to stay. Some time ago, I heard from a friend that there were dragons in the dark forest. I didn't believe it at first, but I never thought there really were dragons. Luckily, the dragon who was undergoing the tribulation didn't believe what that person said, otherwise he would have been sent to die. I won't say any more. I originally wanted to wait until daytime to leave, but now I can't wait any longer. It's too scary. As more and more city lords and independent cultivators in the dark forest spoke out, others gradually believed the news that there was a dragon undergoing tribulation in the dark forest. This news was too shocking for everyone. How could a divine dragon that was undergoing a tribulation be someone else's army? It could only be from a local force. But such a terrifying local force put a lot of pressure on them. For independent cultivators, it is none of their business. But for many city lords, local forces must either be conquered or eliminated. They cannot stop the pace of progress. Boom, boom, boom. Above the dark forest, the thunderclouds that had been brewing for a while brought down another purple lightning disaster. The dragon demon still absorbed it easily, transforming it into nutrients to activate his bloodline and strengthen his body. This scene made the creatures around who were watching it terrified and frightened. Those who abandoned their status as city lords and became independent cultivators in the dark forest were already scared out of their wits and fled. I dare not stay in this dark forest any longer. They had managed to survive without having to fight off the beast tide, but they couldn't just die for no reason just to watch the fun. The other city lords also wanted to escape, but at this time their territories were surrounded by ferocious beasts, and they could not escape at all. They could only pray in their hearts that this tribulation would not affect them. Linton watched this magnificent tribulation intently. On the road of cultivation, sooner or later he will encounter a thunder tribulation. Watch others go through tribulation and learn some experience from them so that you won't be killed by lightning when you go through tribulation. The dragon demon's method is definitely not advisable. If he were to undergo the tribulation, he would have to swallow the thunder tribulation in one gulp like the dragon demon did. He would definitely be killed instantly. As time passed, the thunder in the sky became stronger and stronger, from a few at the beginning to dozens now. Chapter 61. A huge wave rises in a battle with a king-level beast. The dragon demon was completely enveloped by the thunder tribulation. Finally, after experiencing 9 thunder tribulations, roar! A deafening dragon roar sounded, ripples appeared in the space, and a 50-meter-long black dragon emerged from the thunder. With the dragon's roar, the thunder in the sky was dispersed, and the blood-red moon shone on the earth again. The dragon demon successfully broke through to the king level. Snort! After the breakthrough, the dragon demon hovered its huge body above the sky, looking towards a distant forest. It snorted coldly and exhaled a lot of hot air from its nostrils. Very provocative. Having just achieved a breakthrough, he needed a battle to demonstrate his strength in front of his master. Dozens of miles away, a king-level ferocious beast was watching in secret. He was about to destroy everything when he was startled by the sudden thunder tribulation. Now it is challenged by the dragon demon. The bloodthirstiness hidden in my heart instantly occupied my entire brain. Under the blood moon, it is very easy for them to lose their minds. The main reason why he lost his mind was the aura from the dragon demon, which made him crazy. At this moment, the dragon demon was a rare delicacy in his eyes. As long as he devours the dragon demon, he will have the opportunity to break through to the king level. Roar! A roar that was no less powerful than that of the dragon demon resounded through the sky. A huge monster tens of meters tall appeared in the air, facing the dragon demon from a distance. A king-level beast? A king-level beast indeed appeared tonight. Linton, who was below, was shocked and relieved when he saw this huge creature. Fortunately, the dragon demon had successfully broken through to the king level before this. On one side is the dragon demon who has just broken through to the king level, and on the other side is the ferocious beast that has already broken through to the king level and has reached the second level of the king level. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, and the dragon demon took the lead in pressing towards the other side with his terrifying dragon power. The king-level beast showed no sign of weakness and also unleashed the same pressure from a king-level powerhouse. This horrifying scene was seen by the city lord and wandering cultivator of the dark forest, and once again caused an uproar in the chat channel. Latest news: the dragon successfully survived the thunder tribulation. As expected of a divine dragon, its terrifying roar and might scared me to death. After the dragon survived the thunderstorm, a gigantic creature appeared, tens of meters away. It looked like a fight was about to begin. Stop talking. They unleashed a terrifying pressure that frightened my troops so much they couldn't move. Woohoo! The soldiers were so scared that they dared not move. Are you stronger than your soldiers? I am sending this message while my body is firmly pressed against the ground. So miserable. I hope the fight between the two great gods doesn't affect my city. It's a pity that I wasn't in the dark forest and couldn't witness this wonderful scene with my own eyes. The dragons transcending tribulations, the dragons fighting each other. What a magnificent sight. No, isn't this a scene from a novel? Two beasts fight, one dies and the other is injured, and then the protagonist goes to the beast, entrusts his orphan to the care of the orphan before dying, and obtains the divine beast. This, brothers in the dark forest, hurry up and take action. With the divine dragon, conquering all races is no longer a dream. Ha 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 ha. This is my chance as a casual cultivator. I just became a casual cultivator, and this opportunity has been bestowed upon me. I will be the protagonist of destiny. Didn't the guy upstairs get scared and run away? What a joke. How could a protagonist like me retreat? I'm watching the battle between the two beasts, hoping to learn some magical skills from it. The battle between the dragon demon and the king-level beast touched the hearts of many people. If there really is an opportunity, they would be very willing to take advantage of it. After all, who doesn't want to be the protagonist? Who doesn't want to crush everything like in novels, rise against the sky, and travel across the heavens and worlds? These messages happened to be seen by Linton, who entered the chat channel. Such a big commotion during the tribulation must have attracted the attention of other city lords in the dark forest. A battle with a king-level beast would naturally lead to being discovered. But he doesn't care about these. If anyone really dares to come here with the idea of picking up a bargain, he will definitely not show mercy. Self-cultivating cultivator? When did this kind of profession appear in the chat channel? Putting aside the chat messages, Linton made a new discovery. A group of people with the title of casual cultivators appeared in the chat channel. After looking through the chat messages, he realized that they were a group of losers who gave up their status as city lords in order to avoid the beast tide. Without our military units, we have completely lost the qualifications to compete for supremacy among all races. Even if we survive, we are just barely surviving. But compared to dying, this is also a way to survive. Everyone has their own ambitions. Some just want to survive, while others, unwilling to accept mediocrity, want to fight hard and die with no regrets. Whatever they choose is their freedom, as long as they don't become my enemy or provoke me. Linton thought to himself, I wonder what Meng Xiaofei's choice is. Suddenly, Linton thought of Meng Xiaofei. His troops were so weak, I wonder how he made his choice. Just as Linton was thinking, bursts of roars came from the sky. The battle between the dragon demon and the king-level beast began. The battle between the two king-level powerful men was not like the previous battle with Minotaur. What they had fought before was a war of attrition, a surprise attack, and a siege, but now it was a head-on collision and battle between two powerful king-level warriors. Each strike and each move contained extremely powerful energy, causing sonic booms. As the saying goes, a gap in strength is like a chasm. But the dragon demon's strength is not weaker than that of a second-level king-level beast. The two sides were evenly matched for a while. Linton was curious about whether the dragon demon had awakened any innate magical powers. The innate magical powers of the dragon clan must be extraordinary. He can easily kill a strong man of the same level in seconds, and even a stronger one can be defeated or even killed. Of course, this is just Linton's guess based on myths and legends. On the battlefield, a dragon and a beast fought back and forth, and the collision of strength made the fight difficult to determine. Close combat makes the king-level beast very excited. His powerful body and terrifying strength almost made him invincible in close combat among people of the same level. Not to mention the dragon demon in front of him, who is one level weaker than him. But as the two sides fought, the king-level beast sensed something unusual. The dragon demon's body had been baptized by thunder and was no less powerful than his. The sharp dragon claws easily left wounds on his body. He could still accept all of this. What made him feel strange was that the energy in his body was being lost uncontrollably. It was as if it was forcibly sucked away by someone. There's more to it than that. As the battle lasted longer, he noticed that the blood and energy in his body were constantly draining away. These two things are the basis of his powerful fighting ability. As these two things fade away, his fighting power will only become weaker and weaker, until killed by the opponent. The king-level beast who discovered this scene gradually became uneasy and crazy. Chapter 62. Picking up a bargain? Evolution Blueprint. The fierce and terrifying attack of the king-level beast vented out like a surging river. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the dragon demon who had just broken through in front of him. The dragon demon's strange methods filled him with fear. Now he either has to escape or kill the dragon demon as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if he continues to waste time, he will definitely be the one to die. The fierce attack caused the earth to tremble, rocks to fly, and countless towering ancient trees to be reduced to dust. The ferocious aura of the king-level beast spread in all directions, like a huge wave sweeping towards the dragon demon as he attacked. The dragon demon was not afraid at all. He exhaled a breath of dragon, crushing all attacks like a dragon swinging its tail. The king-level ferocious beast swung out several claws to collide with it. Suddenly, the storm raged and the aftermath swept in all directions. Both sides were shocked and sent some distance away. In the blink of an eye, the attacks from both sides collided again. The sound was so loud and powerful that it resembled a battle between immortals and gods. As the battle intensified, more and more black energy emanated from the dragon demon. The strange black energy merged into the void, making it impossible to detect, and slowly surged towards the king-level beast. The king-level beast could only feel the energy and blood in its body being devoured, and was unable to calm down and find the problem. The dragon demon will not give him this opportunity. Such an intense and horrific battle that had not been seen in a century not only fascinated the local forces, but also the city lords and independent cultivators. The battle in the sky continued, as did the battle around the territory below. After the Tauren army was completely annihilated, all the beasts surged towards the territory again. The dragon squad and the demon squad began the same massacre as the previous 2 days. However, there were less than half of the ferocious beasts left, so it was very easy for Long Yin and the others to clean them up. Soon there were only a few ferocious beasts left. As long as the battle with the dragon demon ends, this beast tide will be completely over. The Dark Forest is a place more than 10 kilometers away from Linton. A territory is located here. The owner of the territory, Su Feiyong, was looking at the battle in the distant sky with a look of shock. Just a few days ago, he saw two dragons fighting with a ferocious beast. Now he saw with his own eyes the divine dragon transcending the tribulation, and the divine dragon fighting with a huge ferocious beast that could fly. Am I the son of destiny? The dragon appeared near his territory twice in a row, which made him begin to doubt whether this dragon was prepared for him by God. When two beasts fight, one will die and the other will be injured. Then the protagonist will go and entrust his son to someone before dying and obtain the divine beast. The words echoed in his mind. If you don't fight, you won't have a chance. Su Feiyong gradually became determined and decided to give it a try. Opportunities are something you have to fight for yourself. Opportunities will not just come to you. He looked at his own troops, which had suffered heavy losses and were few in number. He can be considered to have successfully survived the beast tide and embarked on the road to supremacy among all races. Now, he only needs an opportunity to take off. Su Feiyong immediately took the two strongest troops under his command and headed towards the distant battlefield. As time passed, the battle in the sky was drawing to a close. The thick-skinned and tough king-level beast was beaten into a pulp by the dragon demon. At this moment, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The dragon demon's divine tail swing gave him no chance to escape. The dragon claws, as sharp as divine weapons, left bloody marks on his thick skin and flesh. The main reason for his defeat was the dragon demon's terrifying and strange methods, absorbing his energy and blood from a distance. Every minute that passes, his strength will be weakened. Until now, the dragon demon has been able to suppress him. But he was no match for the dragon demon. Can't even escape. Boom. Soon, the king-level beast, which was beaten to death, was knocked to the ground by the dragon demon. Immediately afterwards, the dragon demon ended his life with one blow. This king-level ferocious beast was destined to come and destroy a territory. However, he was attracted by the blood of the dragon demon, fell into madness, and eventually died. Your unit successfully killed a king-level beast. Energy +10, king-level demon crystal +1, unit evolution blueprint +1. At the same time, Linton received a prompt. Huh, a blueprint was leaked? Seeing the prompt, Linton was slightly surprised. The first king-level strongman killed by Minotaur did not drop any blueprints, but a king-level beast dropped a blueprint, which was really a pleasant surprise. The blueprint for the evolution of military units sounds pretty impressive. Army Evolution Blueprint. Function: can enhance the potential of the troops under your command, allowing them to reach a higher level. Reminder: the higher the potential of a troop, the lower its potential will be when using evolutionary blueprints. There's something so good about this that it can actually improve the potential of a military unit. Linton was a little shocked when he saw this kind of thing for the first time. If that's the case, even if it's the dragon wind of the Panlong, its potential will not just be the four-clawed Panlong, but may reach even higher in the future. As expected of a king-level boss, he actually dropped something this good. But this thing also has a limitation. The higher the potential of a soldier, the lower the potential it will improve when using it. The one with the lowest potential is naturally Panlong. For now, this thing is useless. After all, Long Feng and the others are still far from reaching their potential limit. Even if it's Long Feng, his potential is at least above the king level, or even more than that. After all, he is a dragon. A dragon in mythology is at least an immortal. Even if a coiled dragon is inferior, it can't be that bad. Linton looked at the drawing in his hand and thought for a while. Since this unit evolution blueprint has a lower potential, the greater the effect it can have, then the best choice is to choose from Panlong. Linton thought to himself, if it is Panlong, he will definitely give priority to the dragon wind that follows him first. As Linton's first soldier, Long Feng's contribution can be said to be the greatest. Then this evolution blueprint will be given to Long Feng. Linton made a decision quickly. The battle tonight is completely over. Looking outside the territory, I saw that the ground was piled with corpses, several times more than last night. A sea of blood red came into view, and the ground was covered with deep pits created by the fighting, which were already filled with bright red blood. They even gathered into streams and flowed into the distance. Seeing this scene that was like hell, Linton felt relieved. The beast tide was finally over, and the 100,000-strong army of the Minotaur dynasty was completely eliminated. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I was overwhelmed by this matter during the day, feeling worried and scared, but now everything is over. In this cruel world, I am afraid no one has ever experienced its bloody cruelty. But it's all worth it. The most intuitive aspect is that both his strength and the strength of Long Mo and others have been improved rapidly. There are also tens of thousands of crystals, ferocious beast materials, and so on. The most important thing is the mysterious grand prize in this beast tide competition. Chapter 63, Devouring the Divine Power and Establishing the Supreme Dynasty. Linton gave the evolution blueprint to Long Feng, hoping that Long Feng could use this evolution blueprint to improve his potential to a 5-clawed dragon. But the probability is very small. Even though it's just a claw difference, the potential for cultivation may be several levels apart. Afterwards, Linton looked at the dragon demon who was returning to his territory carrying the corpse of the king-level beast. He was a little curious about the dragon demon's innate magical powers. After observing the battle between the dragon and the beast just now, he had some idea. Dragon demon, is your innate magical power the devouring power? Linton asked. Yes, master. The dragon demon nodded his big head and answered respectfully. After hearing this, Linton smiled with satisfaction. The devouring divine power is a great divine power. It can devour everything in the world for its own use. Just thinking about it is amazing. However, the dragon demon's innate magical powers have just awakened, and his innate magical powers are related to his bloodline, so the power he exerts now is limited. Linton had previously thought that he would awaken a powerful offensive talent. However, compared to offensive innate magical powers, devouring magical powers have greater growth potential. In the future, it is very likely that he will be able to break through the shackles of his potential on his own and become a 6-clawed or even 7-clawed black dragon. After Linton understood the situation, he asked the dragon team and the earth demon team to go down and rest. He returned to the city lord's mansion and opened the points ranking list. Beast Tide Points Ranking. First place, Linton, Beast Tide Points, 278,3500. Second place, Wu Liangjun, Beast Tide Points, 1,348,000. Third place, Li Xinghe, Beast Tide Points, 1,025,900. Fourth place, Li Kaiga, Beast Tide Points, 951,700. Fifth place, Wang Xingyuan, Beast Tide Points, 914,870. Eighth place, Yu Rumeng, Beast Tide Points, 795,300. As expected, he still took first place. He killed so many people that the blood flowed like a river and the corpses were everywhere. If he was not the first, he himself would not believe it. But tonight there are an army of 100,000 Tauren, plus 2 king-level powerhouses. Whether it was their deaths or the ferocious beasts they killed, they were all blamed on Linton. After all, conspiracy and trickery are also part of strength. It was he who lured the Minotaur army here and let them and the beast tide kill each other. As for the fact that the Minotaur army also counted towards the points, he was a little confused. It seems that during the beast tide, points will be awarded for killing both ferocious beasts and local forces. This resulted in him gaining more than 1.7 million points tonight. If it weren't for the Tauren army, tonight's beast tide would be worth at most 1 million points, or even less than 1 million points. Calculated this way, the difference between his and the second place's points of more than 1.3 million is not much. It seems that he is not the only one whose strength has greatly increased in this beast tide. As long as the city lord survives, he will gain something extraordinary. He dared to conclude that the second place Wu Liangjuan's military force had definitely reached the 9th level. I don't know what kind of troops they are, but they can actually rival the dragons. However, the dragon demon has already broken through to the king level, so there is still a big gap between them. The king stage is a hurdle. The dragon demon experienced 3 beast tides in total, killed countless ferocious beasts, and finally killed a king stage warrior before successfully breaking through. Otherwise, it will take a long time for the dragon demon to break through to the king level. Linton thought to himself. Then he looked at the other names on the leaderboard. Hey, this goddess Rumeng didn't even make it into the top 10 before, but now she's actually ranked 8th. She shouldn't be underestimated. She is the only woman in the top 10 of the list. In the chat channel, wow, the beast tide is finally over. 3 days, 3 whole days. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? They felt like years. Everything is over, and now it's our time to take off. I've survived the beast tide, so what's left to fear? Watch me lead my troops, sweep across the land, and establish an unrivaled imperial dynasty. The following is our era, expanding our territory and establishing supreme hegemony. The city lords who successfully survived the beast tide were all filled with passion and pride. All the depression of the past 3 days was released at this moment. My heart is full of longing for the future. It seems that we can already see that they will become overlords in the future, with 3,000 beauties in their harem and a large number of powerful soldiers under their command. The group of people who gave up their status as city lords and became independent cultivators all watched everything in silence. Now they are homeless and can only wander around the world. He might be killed by ferocious beasts or local forces at any time. Look at the rankings. Boss Linton's points have reached over 2.7 million. How terrifying. Over 1.7 million points were added in just one night. This is too fantastic. I can't imagine how huge the beast tide was that Boss Linton encountered, and how many ferocious beasts he killed. Is Boss Linton alive? If so, please let me know. He must still be alive, otherwise his name would have disappeared from the list. A beast with over 1.7 million points. I can't imagine how many there are. Do you think it's possible that Linton's troops suffered heavy losses, and he himself was seriously injured and dying? It's not impossible. It's a pity that I don't know where Boss Linton is, otherwise I would definitely go visit him and pay my respects to him. Are you sure you're here to visit? And not to harbor any ill intentions? Huh, how could you think so badly of me? The ambitious city lords looked at Linton, who was ranked first on the list, and started a discussion. Some people are indifferent, some are worried about Linton, and some have ulterior motives. Curious about the special prize for first place. It's either a divine weapon or a divine skill. Even if you know it, it's useless. Can't I just satisfy my curiosity? I hope it's an elixir. After taking it, I can become an immortal and ascend to heaven in broad daylight. Then we won't have to worry about Big Boss Linton attacking us anymore. You're overthinking it. Becoming an immortal wouldn't be that easy. The beast tide is over. When will the rewards be distributed? You know what the use is? Go take a shower and go to bed. I'm ranked 98th. Oh my god, it turns out to be the 98th ranked brother. Forgive my intrusion. Haha. The chat channel was buzzing with activity. Although it was already early morning, no one wanted to sleep. They wanted to watch the blood moon set and the red sun rise to greet the new day. The top 100 city lords are all waiting for the beast tide rewards. They ranked among the top 100 among hundreds of millions of city lords. Everyone is looking forward to obtaining magical weapons, magical martial arts, formation drawings, and other precious treasures. Linton did the same, lying on the bed, waiting for the special prize to be awarded. He wanted to know what reward he would get for coming in first more than the city lords and casual cultivators in the chat channel. Chapter 64 Horror Scene, Generous Special Rewards. Several miles away from Linton's territory, a figure was slowly approaching with a wary look on his face. There were two figures following him secretly. As he got closer, the pungent smell of blood became stronger and stronger. This made him gradually realize that there was probably more than one dragon and one beast fighting here. Could it be that the entire dragon race is fighting against some powerful race? Su Feiyong guessed in his heart. If that's the case, then he must have gotten a big bargain. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, and my pace couldn't help but quicken. Not long after walking, I suddenly felt a sticky sensation under my feet, and a strong smell of blood floated in the air. Su Feiyong looked down, relying on the blood-red moonlight shining through the gaps in the forest. It allowed him to clearly see the enchanting, blood-red, sticky blood beneath his feet. Hiss! Su Feiyong shuddered and quickly retracted his foot. He was also a man who had been baptized by the beast tide, and his hands were stained with blood, but blood was nothing to him. But the unknown ahead made him feel fear in his heart. In the end, he chose to take a detour. But before long, corpses began to appear in his sight. Corpses of various causes of death were lying all over the ground. Ferocious beast, Minotaur. Su Feiyong looked at the corpses on the ground and quickly identified that in addition to the ferocious beasts, there was also a Minotaur. He had previously discovered a Minotaur tribe, so he had long been aware of the presence of Minotaur nearby. Looking at the corpse in front of him, everything that happened here made him even more confused and puzzled. As he moved forward, all he saw were corpses. This scene, which was like hell, made his hair stand on end, and the idea of escaping from here gradually emerged in his mind. No, I haven't encountered my own opportunity yet. I can't retreat just like that. The unwillingness in his heart made him grit his teeth and continue moving forward. Perhaps a great opportunity is waiting for him ahead. But as he continued to move forward, it remained the same. Apart from the corpses of ferocious beasts and minotaurs, there was no sign of a dragon. Just when he was about to give up, a building in the distance illuminated by the blood-red moonlight caught his attention. The outermost layer is a somewhat dilapidated wall full of cracks. Inside the walls is a tall and magnificent building. It is somewhat similar to his city lord's mansion, but it is taller and more magnificent than his city lord's mansion. This is the territory of a certain city lord. Su Feiyong guessed it quickly. The entire territory was covered with corpses, obviously having just experienced a war. His army type is Minotaur. Looking at the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground, many of them were killed by the weapons in the hands of the Minotaurs, and the Minotaurs also had marks of being bitten by the ferocious beasts. No, the Minotaur are clearly a local force. Even if his troops are Minotaur, how could they be so strong? Could it be that the Minotaurs helped him resist the beast tide? Looking at the territory in front of him, Su Feiyong couldn't figure it out. There were no other corpses on the ground except the Minotaurs and ferocious beasts. This made him look at the dead silent territory in front of him and make a decision. If the territory in front of him had been destroyed, he would be able to obtain the resources of the entire territory by going there. But if they had not been destroyed, they would have been hunted down by the other side in the past. Maybe he will die here. After hesitating for a long time, he finally chose to leave. If you are so reckless, you may lose your life if you are not careful. For the sake of your life, it's not too late to observe tomorrow and make a decision later. Just as Su Feiyong turned and left, somewhere in the territory, the dragon demon's eyelids moved slightly. In the city lord's mansion, Linton, lying on the bed, was anxiously waiting for his special reward, and he didn't notice the uninvited guests approaching outside the territory. Congratulations to you, a man of both wisdom and courage, for commanding your troops and winning first place. Congratulations on winning the award. Congratulations on receiving the reward for the skill, Hunyuan Ichiju. Congratulations on receiving the weapon reward, Qianyuan sword. Congratulations on receiving the elixir reward, Wang Lingdan. Congratulations on receiving the special reward, building moving scroll. Finally, after Lin Tian's eager anticipation, the reward prompt popped up. Looking at so many rewards, Lin Tian was filled with joy. I couldn't wait to look at the first reward. The first reward was a book of martial arts, which was exactly what he wanted, because what he lacked now was a book of martial arts. It's actually a top-grade heavenly rank technique. If you practice it to the peak, there's a chance you can condense a special physique. After seeing the introduction, Lin Tian was a little shocked. It was indeed a special reward for ranking first in the beast tide points. He possesses the One Qi sword art, and now with the Hunyuan One Qi art, not only has the speed of cultivation been accelerated, but the power of the One Qi sword art has also increased several times. But when he saw the next treasure, he realized that his combat power would probably be more than just increased several times. The Qianyuan sword, a mid-grade, earth-grade weapon. Looking at the sword in his hand, he felt like he had won the earth-level package. He was using yellow-grade weapons just a second ago, but now he is obtaining earth-grade treasures one after another. Lin Tian felt like he had won a multi-million lottery. He remembered that 2 days ago, he was excited because he obtained the blueprint for the Xian-level weapon, the Biling sword. It wouldn't be long before he could use the Xian-level weapon. Now he directly obtained the earth-level weapon, Qianyuan sword. Lin Tian reluctantly put down the Qianyuan sword and looked at the next reward. After seeing the introduction, Lin Tian almost jumped out of bed with excitement. Earth-grade, mid-grade spiritual medicine king's elixir. Take this when breaking through to the king rank to increase the chance of breaking through to the king rank by 50%. To him, this is simply the legendary magic pill. They are not originally from this world. His meridians were born blocked, and he was unable to practice cultivation. Now that they have come to this world, their cultivation levels are increasing, but they are unable to practice. During the Dragon War, Lin Tian snatched a magical medicine from an 8th-level ferocious beast, cleansed his essence and marrow, and only then could he absorb the energy between heaven and earth. However, although he had cleansed his meridians and marrow, he himself had no talent for cultivation, no physique or bloodline. Even if one obtains the cultivation method, the speed of cultivation is extremely slow and the achievements are limited. They can hunt down ferocious beasts and gain energy to improve their cultivation. Until one day, their bodies are full like a bottle, stuck in a certain realm and unable to break through. The energy is increasing, but the shackles of the realm cannot be broken through. Wait until the energy accumulates more and more until the body bursts. The only way to prevent such a thing from happening is to rely on magical medicines, elixirs, and other treasures from heaven and earth. Use them to improve your physical qualities. Use their medicinal power to break through, break your own shackles, and reach a higher level. This is the case with Wang Lingdan. It can increase his chances of breaking through to the king level by 50%. If his physical aptitude was good enough, he could break through to the king level without the king spirit pill. But if his qualifications are not good, he can only rely on Wang Lingdan. This is the shackle that exists between every major realm of cultivation. Chapter 65 Obtained the Immortal Weapon. Linton looked at the pill in his palm that was emitting a strange fragrance, resisted the urge to swallow it, and put it away. Look at the final reward, a building movement scroll. Being able to move all the buildings to designated locations is truly a true reversal of events. But it seems to be of no use. No, it might be of great use in the future. After all, as the territory gradually expands, the entire city cannot remain in the dark forest forever. It is indeed a special experience, no less than the 3 treasures before. As his main city, it will be upgraded to a royal city, an imperial city, or even an emperor's city in the future. How could it be confined to this small dark forest? Once he conquers the entire dark forest, he will lead his troops to conquer the outside world. At the same time that Linton received the reward, the other top 100 city lords also received various rewards. Suddenly, the entire chat channel exploded. Some of the top 100 city lords showed up to show off their rewards. Not bad. The 82nd place winner actually obtained a mid-grade Xian level technique. I can now start practicing. My 75th place is just a Xian level, top-grade martial art. The lowest level treasures are all Xian level treasures, making me envious. Wow, I haven't even touched a yellow level treasure. Now that the big guys have these treasures, the gap between them and us is widening. Yeah, how can we live like this? The city lords who received the rewards showed off proudly, while the city lords who did not receive the rewards were envious. There's nothing we can do about it. The strong want to be stronger, and the gap between the weak and the strong will only get bigger and bigger. A friend I knew before was super awesome, ranked 16th in points, and obtained a low-grade Earth-rank treasure. Stop talking. I'm almost crying with envy. I'm almost dying of envy. What are you guys doing upstairs crying and dying? Ranked 16th, he received a low-grade Earth-level treasure. Then, wouldn't the top 10 have heaven-level treasures? I can't imagine what kind of reward Linton, who ranked first, received. Could it be that Linton has truly obtained the elixir and is about to ascend to heaven? I don't think I'll be able to ascend to the immortal realm. At most, I'll obtain an immortal level treasure. I don't think he's that awesome. Even if it's a special reward, he shouldn't be at the immortal level. Otherwise, it would be too much of a bully. Who would be his match? That makes sense. If it were truly an immortal weapon, it would be able to destroy us, the entire city, and everyone in it, with one strike. After everyone analyzed the situation, they finally came to the conclusion that the probability of Linton obtaining the immortal weapon was extremely low. At this time, Linton was like a mystery, and countless people wanted to know what his special reward was. But Linton usually does not show up unless it concerns his own interests, such as holding an auction. Although everyone knew that this was a difficult question to answer, they couldn't help but express their curiosity and continued to discuss it with great interest. At this time, the protagonist Linton, after some careful study, sat cross-legged on the bed and began to mobilize the energy in his body, following the path of the exercises and traveling through the meridians throughout his body. Absorb the energy between heaven and earth, enter the body, and eventually transform it into part of one's own energy. After a period of practice, Linton gradually became addicted to it. The whole body and mind relaxed, allowing him to experience the joy of cultivation. No wonder I always hear that strong people practice for months, years, decades, or even hundreds of years. This is better than sleeping. It can improve your cultivation and is more comfortable than sleeping. In the underground world, Meng Xiaofei used the formation diagram in his hand to set up a defensive formation and successfully killed all the ferocious beasts. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be impossible to resist the beast tide. Looking at Linton, who was ranked first on the list, the entire chat channel was discussing Linton. Meng Xiaofei's eyes were full of envy and admiration. He only got tens of thousands of points, and it was still very difficult to resist, while Linton got 2.7 million points. It's simply unimaginable. He quickly opened his friend list and sent congratulations to Linton. Like everyone else, he was curious about what special reward Linton received for winning first place. Originally, he wanted to use the relationship between the two parties to ask some questions and satisfy his curiosity. But in the end, he suppressed his curiosity. It was not a good thing to pry into other people's secrets. If this damages the relationship between the two, it will be more trouble than gain. He looked at the drawings in his hand, although he did not get any precious rewards like Linton and the others. But I got a few drawings tonight, which is not bad. Most importantly, he successfully survived the 3-day beast tide. In the future, you can safely collect ores, exchange them for resources and food, and upgrade territory buildings. He is underground, free from intrigue and deception, and will not be targeted by other forces. He can just live here safely. There are few ferocious beasts in the underground world, and local forces are almost invisible. No need to worry about safety issues at all. The sun rises, and the warm sunlight shines on the earth again. Compared to the eerie blood moon, the warm sunshine is so lovely and hard to leave. Linton, who was practicing, slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light passed through his eyes. Looking at last night's results, I just gained a little more energy. Practicing is indeed not that simple. Last night's practice made him deeply feel the difficulty of practice. The only good thing is that cultivation can make the whole body and mind feel relaxed, but it is really difficult to transform the energy that exists between heaven and earth into your own. However, last night he mobilized the energy in his body to circulate throughout his body, and he became more adept at controlling the energy in his body. This is of great help to his practice of I Chi sword art, and he can better control the power of I Chi sword art. Get up and stretch your muscles. After washing up, I went outside. As usual, the dragon team and the demon team were outside collecting and processing last night's spoils. Tens of thousands of corpses mean tens of thousands of crystals and refining materials. These are all indispensable and important strategic materials. Crystals can be used to assist in refining equipment, improve strength through refining, and arrange formations, among other important functions. Later on, crystals will only become more and more important. It may replace resources such as wood, stone, and refined iron and become a real trading currency. From now on, you can only use crystals to buy things. However, the crystals obtained from hunting ferocious beasts are not pure and contain evil spirits. Unless it is a local force, no one would dare to use it for cultivation. The only way to solve this problem is to find and mine naturally formed crystal mines. How could most city lords allow their troops to go mining? It would be better to attack and plunder the resources of local forces or nearby cities. Thinking of this, Linton suddenly realized and had a new idea. Chapter 66. The conflict between the city lord and the rogue cultivators. In the future, his power will definitely become a dynasty, ruling over countless races. It is impossible to wipe out other forces as soon as we encounter them. If so, he would be at war with the whole world. Forces that voluntarily surrender can live in the territory like the Earth Demon tribe, utilizing their strengths and contributing to the territory in exchange for food and cultivation resources. As for the defeated forces, they don't need to be slaughtered. They can be captured and used as free labor until they make sufficient contributions, and then they can be restored to freedom. Because his territory was not strong enough before, he didn't dare to have such an idea. But now, the troops under his command are powerful enough to suppress everything, so he must change his strategy. Just like the demons on Earth, he used threats to force them to surrender. Now I have completely integrated into it, and am loyal to him. Moreover, the demonic team also made great efforts to resist the beast tide, which is enough to prove the feasibility of this method. If you dare to rebel, he will show no mercy. The reason why I suddenly thought of this problem was because of the crystal mine. Mining crystal mines requires labor, so he thought of a fight between two forces, in which all the defeated parties would be captured to serve as free labor. In this way, you only need a little food to harvest a large amount of resources. Even if there is no crystal, or you can still collect other resources needed for refining, or collect stones, wood, etc. For the long-term benefit of the entire force, this is the next step that must be taken. For example, the Minotaur is very strong and is the most suitable. The hatred between him and the Minotaur is irreconcilable. There will be countless battles between the two sides. Either the Minotaur dynasty destroyed Linton, or Linton destroyed the Minotaur dynasty. Therefore, Linton was determined to obtain this group of free labor. But before that, he must breed more troops. Linton sat in the yard, thinking about future plans. After thinking for a long time, he stood up and walked towards the original dragon's nest. I am looking forward to the birth of a few white dragons today. It would be even better if there were black dragons like the dragon demon. A white dragon was born yesterday, and it was initially at the 9th level of strength. The appearance of the little white dragon made the other dragons stare in amazement. Except for the arrogant dragon demon, who always appeared to have no desires, everyone else showed admiration for the little white dragon. But Long Yen ignored them all. Instead, he glanced at Linton from time to time. Of course, he definitely didn't want a few more white dragons like Long Yen. Instead, he hopes to give birth to a few white dragons. In this way, the power of the territory will increase faster. He is also better at plundering resources to upgrade his territory. After a while, 6 dragons appeared in front of Linton. 1 white dragon, 2 black dragons, 1 red dragon, and 2 coiled dragons. About the same as yesterday. Owner. The 6 dragons saluted Linton in unison. Linton nodded and named them one by one as usual. The moment Linton saw the white dragon, he thought it was just like yesterday. A female dragon was born, but it turned out that this white dragon was a male. He doesn't care whether it's a female dragon or a male dragon, as long as it's his type of soldier. Then Linton asked them to go out and help. Return to the courtyard and open the chat channel. The 9-Star Alliance is recruiting. Brothers in the Nile Mountains are gathering. The Bayun Gang is recruiting. All independent cultivators are welcome to join. The gang leader is a 5th-level expert who will lead everyone in killing monsters and leveling up. All resources will be distributed based on merit. It is absolutely fair and just. Position. Brothers and sisters, if you want to team up to fight monsters and level up, come to the Invincible Alliance. When you open the chat channel, what you see is a string of advertisements. For a moment, Linton thought he had come to the wrong place. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that these independent cultivators had actually united together to form alliances and were recruiting other independent cultivators to join. This is so similar to previous games. Fuck, you bunch of losers, get out of here. This is a place for city lords to chat, not a place for you casual cultivators to advertise. A bunch of fallen people actually have the nerve to form an alliance gang. How ridiculous. The troops under my command can easily wipe you out. If you keep spamming here, be careful, or I'll bring all my troops with me to teach you a lesson. You are a bunch of stray dogs, and you have the nerve to bark here. I don't know where you get the courage from. The endless stream of advertisements finally made some city lords unbearable, and they started to curse and mock. The dense advertisements made it impossible for them to have a normal chat. Originally, we were all human beings, whether we were the city lord or a casual cultivator. It was our own choice. They didn't know what to say. Everyone should just live their own life and not infringe on each other. But the actions of the independent cultivators were intolerable to the city lords. This completely triggered a conflict between the two sides. The chat channel is not yours. Why do you care what I post if you don't want to read it? Don't read it. You are just relying on your military strength. What is there to be proud of? Come and fight me if you are capable. If you want a duel, then let's have one-on-one. I have my own troops. Why would I want to fight you if you have the guts? Tell me where I am. If you ask me to tell you my location, I'll be embarrassed. If you have the guts, find me first. The very armies you rely on for survival will one day turn against you. You are nothing more than tools they use. That's right, independent cultivators are the masters of the future, and you are just a bunch of tools to be used. The two sides quarreled fiercely for a while. It was originally just a problem between a few independent cultivator alliances and some city lords. But as the language between the two sides expanded, more and more city lords and independent cultivators joined in. If they were not unfamiliar with this world and did not know the other party's location, they would have already started fighting and would not be cursing at each other here. After all, the city lord side was absolutely one-sided and crushed. Those independent cultivators were not even as good as one of their troops and could be easily killed. Linton saw the verbal battle between the two sides, shook his head, and stepped out. He doesn't bother with such boring things. It would be better to collect more resources with this time. Then he saw the message Meng Xiaofei sent him and replied casually. Congratulations on surviving the beast tide and working hard to develop your territory. Then Linton opened the trading channel again, and as usual, all he saw were various foods. In addition, many drawings of various kinds appeared. Last night, a lot of drawings were revealed. Suddenly, a lower-grade yellow weapon caught his attention. It's not about how powerful this weapon is. After all, no matter how powerful it is, it's not as good as his Earth-level weapon, Qianyuan's sword bull. What surprised Linton a little was that this weapon was made by his own army. The above clearly describes the formation of the troops under his command. I wonder if it is just for attention or is it true? Chapter 67. The appearance of the alchemist and the auction of pills. However, Linton believes that the probability of attracting attention is extremely low. After all, business is about credibility. If someone buys something and finds out it has been used by someone else, how can you do business without credibility? Once the news gets out, no one will dare to trade with him anymore. It seems that after this beast tide, someone has obtained the equipment refining shop and forging blueprints. But it's true. With so many city lords, there must be one who is lucky. Linton had anticipated this scene and was not too shocked. In the future, there will only be more and more. Linton continued searching and found several city lords who could refine weapons. Although I have the blueprints for Xin-level refining equipment, I don't know when I can forge the equipment with the forging technology of the Earth Demon leader. He had no choice. As for the weapon refining industry, if the demons could do it, they could do it. If they couldn't, there was nothing he could do. For those weapon-making soldiers, they will be able to make weapons from the moment they are born, and their inherited memories contain their own forging techniques. You only need a crafting drawing to make it for you. How can he compare with these arms? Anyway, the weapon refining shop was a reward from him for conquering the demon tribe, so he didn't lose anything. Linton, who was about to exit the trading channel and close the panel, was suddenly attracted by two words. In the chat channel. Hello everyone, I have good news to announce. Starting today, I will hold a 3-day auction for medicinal pills. Each auction will include at least one medicinal pill, and the highest bidder will win. The elixir being auctioned today is called the Blood Spirit Pill. It is the essence extracted from the flesh and blood of fierce beasts. It has removed the evil aura. Taking it can improve your cultivation and strengthen your body. It has been listed on the trading platform. You can auction it with confidence. At this time, the war of words between the independent cultivators and the city lord had ceased, and a message was suddenly released. Linton was attracted by this news. Blood Spirit Pill? Even the alchemist has come out. Linton was slightly shocked. This beast tide created a large number of city lords. Elixir? The legendary elixir? Isn't this the kind of elixir that kills people? I heard there's a magical skill that can transform corpses into blood, which can then be condensed into a pill. Could this Blood Spirit Pill be that kind of pill? It's a bit unreliable. Who wants to try it? Just give it a try. Ha ha, it shouldn't be that serious. The martial arts techniques have already appeared, so what's so strange about the appearance of elixirs? I just don't know if this elixir is legitimate or not. If it was Boss Linton, I would definitely believe him, but he's unknown. If he ate the elixir and died of poison, wouldn't I die unjustly? As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately questioned. After all, they had never seen elixirs before, and they didn't know which elixirs were poisonous and which elixirs were edible. If someone dies from the food, there will be no after-sales service. Although everyone had doubts, they still flocked to the trading channel, and a blood-red pill caught everyone's attention. Seeing this pill, many people couldn't help but shiver. Since coming to this world, they have had a visceral fear of the color red. Every night when blood appeared, the ferocious beast's strength increased dramatically, leaving a huge shadow on them. Isn't this too obvious? Why don't you cover it up? Brother, your work is not good enough. At least you should use other colors to cover it up. What are you hiding? Who are you hiding it from? He already said it was a blood spirit pill, an essence extracted from the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts. If it wasn't red, it would be fake. That makes sense. Which brother goes and tries? If you disappear tomorrow, we will definitely avenge you. I think it's better to forget about this 3-no product. If it's true, then no one would take a gamble. Everyone wants it in their hearts. After all, who doesn't want to improve their strength by taking pills to increase their strength? But no one dared to try. If an accident happens, you may lose your life. You only have one life. If you lose it, it's gone. Just when everyone was hesitating, Linton stared at the pill for a long time, and it really did look like that. After all, he had Wang Lingdan and had seen the real elixir a long time ago. I have to say this pill looks a bit similar. I looked at the price tag, and it was only for 100 units of wood. After all, it is an auction, so the price is generally not too high, and it mainly depends on other people competing for bidding. This made him think of picking up a bargain. Even if it could only increase a little energy, it would still be a profit. Everyone was still hesitating and didn't dare to take action. Seeing this, Linton raised the price to 101 units of wood. Linton's actions immediately caused an uproar. Fuck, which warrior took action? Brother, let me tell you, if you don't show up tomorrow, it means you're gone. We'll go and avenge you. This brother is so brave. I will definitely remember to burn paper for you on this day next year. The person above is not fair and just. Now he is cursing people to death. If it really is a pill, then wouldn't that be a lucky find? So you're going to pick up the leaks too? Forget it, forget it. I'm still young and haven't even touched a girl's hand. I want to live a few more years. Is it possible that he raised the price himself to try to trick us? That shouldn't be possible. If he raised the price himself, how could he only increase it by 1? Everyone immediately started talking, wanting to know who made the bid. It was naturally impossible for Linton to show up. If he showed up, his plan to pick up the bargain would be ruined. There will definitely be many people competing with him. After all, he has taken action, so it must be a good thing. As time passed, no one dared to raise the price, and everyone was waiting for Linton, the guinea pig. The top of a mountain range on the continent of 10,000 races. A territory is located here. Inside the territory's city lord's mansion, a man looked at the messages in the chat channel and started cursing in anger. A bunch of ignorant people. This was something that the troops under his command had worked so hard to refine. His troops were from the Damling tribe, and in the early stages they didn't even dare to step out of the protective shield. After struggling to survive the beast tide, he obtained an alchemy furnace and a blueprint for an elixir. However, the elixirs needed to make elixirs are extremely difficult to find. He ordered his troops to use the corpses of ferocious beasts to refine the blood spirit pill. The method of refining this kind of medicine is extremely simple, and it can be refined even without the blood spirit pill blueprint. Place the beast's corpse into the alchemy furnace, use the terrifying flame to refine it, extract the essence inside, and finally condense it into a pill. He took one pill himself, and his strength instantly broke through to the 4th level. After confirming the efficacy of the pill, he came up with the idea of putting it up for auction. Linton, the weapon refiner, is so popular that he has been upgraded to the town level. His military unit is alchemist, but his territory is only a mid-level territory, which is really embarrassing. But what was unexpected was that Linton's weapons auction was extremely popular, with countless people vying for them. But no one was interested in buying the pills he auctioned. It has also been questioned numerous times. This made him very angry. Just then, he saw someone raising the price. Chapter 68 Unexpected. But if you look closely, you can see that it has been increased by 1 unit, which is simply an insult to him. This made him so angry that he almost vomited blood and wanted to cancel the auction. But if you think about it carefully, this is his first auction, and the important thing now is to spread his reputation, and then there will be countless people vying for it. After all, elixirs are not like weapons. They are meant to be eaten, so it is normal for people to be cautious. He soon calmed down. As long as the guy who auctions the pills can prove the authenticity and medicinal properties of the pills for him, he will become an instant hit. After all, he was the first one to sell elixirs. After looking for a long time, no one dared to raise the price. Everyone in the chat channel was looking for the tough guy who dared to be the first to auction the pills. In the end, there was no choice but to settle for 101 units of timber. After the successful transaction, Sun Yuanjing was stunned when he saw the other party's name, and his expression was a little confused. Are you here to pick up a bargain? Do big shots of this level also need to pick up bargains? Sun Yuanjing shook his head. It seemed that this pill would be wasted. If it were anyone else, they would go to the chat channel to promote him without him having to say anything. But for Linton, this is almost impossible. It has been 10 days since he came to this world, and he has not spoken more than 3 sentences in the chat channel. As you can imagine, this pill fell into oblivion. Other people in the chat channel will not receive any information about the pills. Some people even suspect that his elixir poisoned the person. His future pills would be even more difficult to auction off. If it can't be sold at the auction, then Linton will be the one who gets it. Then he would cry. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the seriousness of the matter. On the other side, Linton was carefully observing the elixir in his hand that he had bought at the auction for only 101 units of wood. The blood-red pill does not emit the same luster and medicinal fragrance as Wang Lingdan, just like an ordinary blood bead. However, holding it in his palm, Linton, who had practiced heavenly-level martial arts, could sense the pure energy within it. There is something, but not much. It has little effect on my 8th-level strength. The energy contained in this pill is similar to that of an 8th-level crystal, but the pill is easier to absorb and refine. Linton analyzed in his heart. After all, it is just the essence extracted from the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, not a pill made from spiritual medicine. From the pill, Linton did not detect the murderous aura of the beast, which was enough to prove that the soldiers under this guy's command were indeed alchemists. It can effectively remove the evil spirit from the ferocious beast. However, out of caution, he did not take it easily. Go to the weapon refining shop and find the demon leader. This pill was given to him as a reward. The demon chief was so moved that he expressed his gratitude profusely. He had only heard of the elixir but had never seen it. I never thought that one day I would be able to take elixirs. In order to prevent accidents, Linton personally watched the demon leader take the elixir and refine it. Pretty much what he knew. There is nothing wrong with the pill, and it can be easily absorbed and refined. Linton opened the trading channel to see if he could continue to pick up bargains. Although he cannot use these pills, the troops under his command can use them. The strength of the Earth Demon team grows slowly, and they can only improve their strength through their own practice. Unlike Team Long, he and the others can hunt ferocious beasts to increase their strength. These pills can just enhance their strength so that they can serve him better. He didn't see the elixir, but he found that the owner of the elixir auction applied to add him as a friend. He also added a note saying he would give him 10 pills. After looking at the information in the chat channel, Linton suddenly realized. In the chat channel, how's the brother who won the elixir at the auction? Is he still alive? It seems that the situation is very bad. We asked you to make a sound so that if anything happened, we could avenge you. Now, you've died without a clear explanation. This profiteer, it's a good thing I didn't take action. For this kind of profiteer who is even more evil-hearted than Linton, just block him directly. Everyone should be cautious about this kind of thing. Don't blindly increase your strength at the cost of your life. The chat channel was filled with all kinds of questioning and scolding. After Linton bought the elixir, he kept silent, which caused great harm to Sun Yuanzhang. No one dared to show up in the chat channel to explain. If he said that it was Linton who auctioned the pills, he would definitely be scolded even more severely. Who is Linton? He is a terrifying existence who has killed countless ferocious beasts and won the first place on the list. You are using his name to advertise and asking for trouble. Therefore, Sun Yuanzhang could only find Linton. Now, no one believes him except Linton, who actually won the auction for his elixir. But if you want Linton to come forward, you will definitely have to pay a price. As the person involved, Linton naturally understood the reason instantly. Linton thought about it and felt that this would be beneficial to him with no disadvantages. However, the price for his appearance still needs to be negotiated. It's not that he is greedy, but that he has more prestige than anyone else. Linton agreed to be friends with the other party. Boss Linton, you should be very clear about my purpose. I wonder if you are satisfied with this price. Sun Yuanzhang went straight to the point and got to the point. 10 pills spoke for him to prove the effect of the pills. The price of the previous pill was equivalent to giving it to Linton. Now he offered another 10 pills, and just by saying a few words in the chat channel, Linton would probably not refuse. Your medicine is genuine and of good quality, so there's no problem with it. Soon, Sun Yuanzhang received Linton's reply. Seeing this news, Sun Yuanzhang smiled slightly. The matter was settled. He just had to prepare for the next auction. But Linton's next words made his smile freeze instantly. From now on, we're friends. As friends, I naturally have to take care of your business. How about giving me a 50% discount? How could he not understand Linton's words? The meaning was obvious. From now on, if Linton bought pills from him, he would give him a 50% discount. Although the medicine industry is highly profitable, after deducting the cost of the elixir, the profit is only about 50%. This Linton is a profiteer. Sun Yuanzhang then remembered what everyone had said about him. They were even more dishonest than profiteers. If he didn't agree, his request to Linton would naturally be in vain. Sun Yuanzhang suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Just now he said that we would be friends from now on. It seems like I've made a good profit by relying on this towering tree of his. From now on, the relationship between him and me will not be a partnership, but a friendship. With this relationship, even if my territory is exposed in the future, no one will dare to do anything to me. The most important thing is that my elixirs are currently guaranteed by him, so no one will question me. I can make a lot of money. Sun Yuanzhang thought about it seriously and decided that no matter how he looked at it, he was not at a loss. Okay, brother Linton, I'll leave it to you. I'll give you 10 pills in 2 days. Sun Yuanzhang replied. Chapter 69. Linton comes forward. When Linton saw the news from Sun Yuanzhang, an expected smile appeared on his face. As long as the other party is not stupid, he will not refuse his request. He hadn't gone further than just collecting the profits directly. However, the other party may directly refuse. By then, the relationship between the two sides will become strained. He also wanted to buy elixirs from the other party to improve the strength of his troops, and didn't want this to happen. Afterwards, Linton went to the chat channel to clarify everything. The general meaning is that he auctioned the elixir and took it himself to test the effect. The elixir is a real elixir that can improve strength and has no side effects. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel was immediately in turmoil. Boss Linton has arrived. Everyone welcomes him. It turns out to be Boss Linton. I admire you so much. Boss Linton personally tested the poison. Who can compare to his courage? They are all so cowardly. So, the pills being auctioned are real. Boss Linton said that he personally swallowed the refined elixir, so it must be true. Hey brother, do you have any pills left? Give me 2. You're dreaming. You think it's only 100 units per pill? How could that be possible judging by the current prices? It's at least 4,000 to 5,000 units per pill. Can you afford it? Indeed, it's so cheap because Boss Linton is testing the waters for us. Linton is so anxious to buy pills. Could it be that he is seriously injured and needs to buy pills to heal his wounds? Why do you always involve Boss Linton in everything? You wish he would die, don't you? Sorry guys, there is only one piece available today. The next auction will be held in 3 days. Hey, refine more, otherwise there won't be enough to grab. When they heard that the elixir would only be available in 3 days, everyone felt a little regretful. In the past, they had only heard of elixirs and myths, but now they can take them themselves, and everyone can't wait. When Sun Yuanjing saw this scene, he was overjoyed. He will make a fortune at the auction 3 days later. These pills were simply made from the corpses of the ferocious beasts he killed while resisting the beast tide. It doesn't cost much at all. The next thing he had to do was to upgrade the territory to an advanced territory, and then upgrade the military buildings. By then, there will be enough troops to search for elixirs and refined pills. The most difficult thing is to find the elixir. But there was no other way. His troops were weak in combat, so he could only earn resources and improve his strength by refining pills. On the other side, Linton saw that his celebrity effect instantly made Sun Yuanjing popular. Unfortunately, his troops do not know how to refine elixirs, and he currently cannot find any local forces that can refine elixirs. Otherwise, he would definitely occupy the market first and make a fortune like he did when he refined weapons. The market for elixirs is even bigger than the market for weapons. Pills are consumables and are consumed almost every moment. But weapons, a weapon can accompany its owner for years, even decades. Unless better weapons are forged. Linton naturally didn't want to give up this big cake. However, he has no choice at the moment and can only wait until he becomes stronger and conquers more local forces. As for the 10 pills 2 days later, he believed that Sun Yuanjing would not have the courage to lie to him. If you dare to lie to him, even if he can't find the other person at the moment. But with his strength, it won't take long before he can send the other party to death. After doing all this, Linton closed the panel and came to the outside of the city lord's mansion. At this time, a large amount of supplies were piled up in front of the city lord's mansion. In addition to the densely packed crystals, there are also weapons and equipment of the Terran army. What attracted Linton's attention the most was the Xin-level weapon of the Minotaur, General Minotaur. The weapons used by the powerful Minotaurs are almost always axes. It fits perfectly with their burly figures. But for him, this thing can only be auctioned in exchange for other resources. Xin-grade weapons are not comparable to Huang-grade weapons. Even if the city lords are now able to refine yellow-grade weapons, black-grade weapons can still be sold at a high price. In addition, there are tens of thousands of Minotaur armor and weapons. Most of the armor and weapons were torn apart by the ferocious beasts and were either broken or completely destroyed. Only one part remains intact. But even if it is only a part of it, it should not be underestimated. Tens of thousands of ordinary-grade equipment and hundreds of yellow-grade equipment. This is a huge fortune. Chapter 70, A Rich Harvest. In addition to the equipment, there are tens of thousands of crystals of various grades. These crystals are the foundation of his territory. Speaking of crystals, the most important thing about a ferocious beast besides the crystals is its special parts. Now the task of decomposing the corpse falls on the Earth Demon team. They know which part of the ferocious beast is the hardest and most suitable for refining weapons. While decomposing the ferocious beasts, the best meat is stored for future consumption. Linton no longer decomposes ferocious beasts all day and night like before. This time, a king-level ferocious beast was killed, and with a lot of rare materials, the demon leader can start to forge Xin-level weapons. Linton was looking at these resources, thinking about how to deal with them. Just then, Long Yen flew over. Master, this was found from a powerful Minotaur king. He looked at the ring that Long Yen handed to him with a smile, and always felt strange in his heart. But he still took it, because it was a storage ring for a king-level strongman. It contains the lifetime wealth of a king-level strongman. He took it, and opened it, and saw that Nyoutai's storage ring had much more space than his. But then again, one is just the leader of a Tauran tribe, and the other is the general of the Tauran dynasty. There is a world of difference between the two. In the space ring, in addition to a pile of crystals, there were also several unknown spiritual medicines and some precious minerals. There are several ninth-order crystals among the crystals. Ninth-order crystals are the crystals needed to upgrade military buildings, so their preciousness is self-evident. The remaining elixirs and precious minerals are now extremely valuable. Especially the spiritual medicine, whether it is refined into pills or taken directly after refining, it has a mouth-watering effect. Other than that, there are some ordinary clothes and other things. Take out everything, and this ring will be his from now on. As for the ring on his hand now, he will give it to whoever needs it. Hey, this is... Suddenly, he found a scroll made of a special and old material among a pile of clothes. The martial arts techniques in this world are all made from the skins of some ferocious beasts, which are made into scrolls and recorded on the scrolls for preservation. It can be said to be immune to water and fire. Could it be that I was lucky enough to obtain a martial arts technique? Nowadays, Only a small number of the top 100 city lords have obtained the rewards of martial arts in the Beast Tide. Others have never even seen the basics of martial arts, let alone the techniques themselves. This shows how precious the martial arts techniques are. Linton took out the scroll with some excitement. Splitting the Mountain. 3 big words caught his eye. When he saw the name, he knew it was a martial arts book. After opening it and reading the introduction, I found out that this is a mid-grade yellow-level martial arts book. But unfortunately, only those who wield axes as weapons can practice this. It was impossible for him to specialize in axe handling, as he had already made some progress in swordsmanship. He felt that the sword suited him better. If it is useless, then you can only auction it off in exchange for resources to improve your strength. After this, Linton gained some new insights. It's better to attack local forces, but attacking local forces is likely to cause a chain reaction. For example, the last time we attacked the Minotaur tribe, we incurred the hatred of the Minotaur dynasty. When we have enough strength to attack the Minotaur dynasty, there will definitely be intervention from other forces that are friendly with the Minotaur dynasty. The risk is proportional to the reward. Next, Linton put the ordinary equipment in sets of 100 pieces on the trading channel in batches. Yellow-grade equipment is put up for auction one by one on the trading channel. There is no shortage of equipment as long as there are people who want it. However, the price of equipment now is more than half of what it was before the Beast Tide. Linton didn't care about these things. Anyway, these equipment were not forged by him, but as spoils of war. There is no use piling them up in the warehouse. It is better to exchange them for resources. The Xian-level battle axe and mountain splitting are left as the finale treasures. With so many pieces of equipment put on the shelves at the same time, the entire trading channel was immediately flooded with Linton's messages. The entire chat channel exploded instantly. Everyone was originally discussing elixirs, but they discovered that thousands of pieces of equipment appeared in the trading channel. Oh my god, is Boss Linton going to destroy a dynasty? It is very likely that even if it is not a dynasty, it is still a top tribe. I counted, and there are over 10,000 pieces of equipment, including hundreds of yellow-grade equipment. Incredible. As expected of Big Boss Linton, he is so strong that people can only look up to him. The others had just survived the Beast Tide, and their troops had suffered heavy losses, so they were all resting and recuperating. But Boss Linton continued to attack the local forces as if nothing had happened. Where's that guy who just said that Boss Linton suffered heavy losses and was seriously injured? Come out and take a look. Boss Linton, are you going to let me live? I think I'll just lie down. The idea above is good, but the reality is cruel. If you dare to lie down, ferocious beasts, local forces, and other city lords may kill you. There is still a casual cultivator. Comparing yourself to Big Boss Linton is just making things difficult for yourself. I agree with the above statement. Isn't it better to put all this effort into developing your strength? No more words. I just bred a new batch of soldiers, so I'm just going to buy some equipment to equip them. Me too. Many people were shocked beyond words by Linton's actions. Those wandering cultivators were so frightened that they dared not utter a word. They all quietly flocked to the trading channel to buy self-defense items. Now that they have no soldiers, if they want to increase their strength, they can only hunt ferocious beasts. The importance of a good piece of equipment is reflected at this time. A good piece of equipment is sometimes equivalent to another life. It can save your life at critical moments. The popularity of the auction was somewhat beyond Linton's expectations. He thought it would take a long time to auction off so much equipment, but unexpectedly, the price was bid up in a short time. After the transaction was completed, Linton suddenly realized what was going on when he saw the names of these people. No wonder those city lords started refining equipment and auctioning it nonstop as soon as the Beast Tide passed. Most of those who auctioned off their equipment were independent cultivators. These independent cultivators abandoned their status as city lords and no longer had the protection of soldiers, so they naturally needed weapons and armor to protect themselves. Moreover, the wood, stones, and other resources that these cultivators had accumulated before were no longer useful to them. It is better to exchange it for equipment, improve your strength, and increase your chances of survival. Soon, all the equipment was auctioned off. Linton made a lot of money this time, even more than the auction before the Beast Tide. As his strength increased, Linton felt that it was becoming easier and easier to earn these resources. But think about it, everyone's military strength is increasing, so it will naturally be easier to collect wood and stone. Even if you attack a local tribe, you can gain tens of thousands of units of resources. The easier it is for everyone to collect resources, the more resources are needed to upgrade the territory. Everything is relative. Chapter 71, Xian-level battle axe, Huang-level martial arts. This time, Linton earned a total of 82,000 units of wood, 5,600 units of stone, and more than 1,000 units of refined iron. It is no exaggeration to say that he made a fortune. The most important thing is that these things are just appetizers. The most important things are the last two treasures. Product, Tomahawk. Quality, Shin level mid-grade. Quantity, 1. Effect, increase combat power by 25%. Price, 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 100 units of refined iron. Bidding rules, the highest bidder wins. Product, martial arts, mountain splitting. Quality, yellow grade top grade. Quantity, 1 copy. Effect, only those who use battle axes can practice this, which can greatly enhance their own strength. Price, 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 100 units of refined iron. Bidding rules, the highest bidder wins. Linton put the two items on the shelf together. As for auctioning one item at a time, he didn't have that much time to waste. The appearance of the two treasures once again caused a huge shock in the chat channel. The most attractive thing is naturally the martial arts book. In this era, when only a handful of city lords possess martial arts skills, the auction of a martial arts book has aroused the envy of countless city lords and casual cultivators. They all want to take it into their pockets and use it for their own cultivation. Has Boss Linton gone mad? He's even putting his martial arts skills up for auction. I think Linton is really crazy about upgrading the building. You and Boss Linton are not on the same level, so it's normal that you don't understand his actions. Could this be a special reward that Boss Linton received? Let's auction it off. Don't you have any brains when you speak? More than 10 of them already possess Earth-grade treasures. How could it be possible that Boss Linton, as the first place, only possesses Shin-grade and Huang-grade treasures? Judging from the batch of equipment just now, it should be spoils of war obtained from attacking a certain faction. These two items are a set, so it's best to get them together. I'm afraid only the top 100 city lords can obtain both treasures. However, since they have already received ranking rewards, they probably won't spend a huge price to grab them. I want it, but I don't have the ability. With some self-awareness, I want this martial arts book. The highest bidder wins. Do you have what it takes? The city lords and wandering cultivators looked at the two treasures with envy, wishing they could get them immediately. Especially the independent cultivators, who can only rely on their own strength to survive in this world now, and they desperately need anything that can enhance their strength. Many allied gangs held emergency meetings at the same time. My Bayun gang must obtain this martial arts manual. Everyone should contribute their efforts. We will be ranked according to contribution, and those who have contributed the most will practice first. This plan of the gang leader is very clever. As long as we obtain this martial arts manual, our Bayun gang's strength will surely increase significantly, and we will hopefully become the leading independent cultivator force. Brothers, at this point, please don't be reluctant and contribute your efforts together. Otherwise, if it is snatched away by other alliances, we will fall behind other forces. Brothers, it's time to show the unity of our 9-star alliance. Take this martial arts book and let's practice together. As long as you contribute a certain amount of supplies during this martial arts competition, you can all practice together. Others can only practice after making a certain contribution to the alliance. As long as we possess this martial arts book, not only will we become more powerful, but we will also be able to attract more independent cultivators to join us. When the 9-star alliance grows stronger and becomes the leader among independent cultivators, you can attack other factions and plunder a large number of cultivation resources. You too can become a peerless powerhouse. Each alliance of independent cultivators gave passionate speeches, encouraging its members to hand over all their supplies in order to compete for martial arts. Hearing the big promises made by their leader, the alliance members were excited and handed over all their supplies. They have no skills or martial arts of their own. Although they have certain strength, they are unable to display it at all and can only simply chop and hack. Unless you have learned martial arts before, you will be a little stronger than others. This resulted in them suffering certain damage every time they besieged a ferocious beast of the same level. Now that such a great opportunity is right in front of them, they don't want to miss it. With the participation of various alliances of independent cultivators, the price of yellow-grade martial arts skyrocketed instantly. This made all the city lords dumbfounded. They were still hesitating whether to give it a try, but now even raising the price has become a luxury. Chapter 72. The city lord comes to visit. Linton acts. This martial arts manual is wanted by the 9-star alliance. Your 9-star alliance is nothing. My White Cloud gang will definitely take it down. Competing for treasures doesn't rely on words, but on true foundation. Our invincible alliance is united as one, and martial arts skills are at our fingertips. One after another, alliances of independent cultivators stood up and vowed to obtain this martial art. When many city lords saw this scene, they suddenly understood the reason. As the city lords, they have powerful troops under their command. They only need to sit in the back and command to enhance their strength. As for your own combat power, if you can enhance it, then enhance it. If you can't strengthen it, it won't be too late to wait until the troops become stronger, attack the local forces, and gain martial arts skills before practicing. But the independent cultivators are just the opposite of them. Without strong power, they cannot kill ferocious beasts to improve their strength and can only stay where they are. We don't even know how we died. The city lords gave up the idea of competing for martial arts and turned their attention to the Shin-level battle axe. Many city lords who possess humanoid troops of a certain strength have begun to gather supplies and prepare to obtain this battle axe for their troops. With this battle axe, their troops have a chance to fight against opponents of higher levels. Don't underestimate the impact a weapon can have on combat power. It can greatly increase their success rate in attacking local forces or other forces. In the auction house of the trading channel, the Loose Cultivator Alliance is competing for yellow-grade martial arts, while the city lords are competing for black-grade battle axes. No matter how the two sides compete, the biggest winner is always Linton. Looking at the fierce competition, Linton couldn't help but smile. Today is a great day. Taking advantage of the free time when everyone was competing, Linton sorted the crystals by grade and stored them in the warehouse. The dragon team was dealing with the corpses outside, and the corpses of high-level ferocious beasts and above were stored. All corpses below high level were disposed of. He now has more than 30 dragons under his command, and the food they need every day is huge. As the city lord, he naturally cannot let his soldiers go hungry. After Linton finished his work, he prepared to check the progress of the trading channel. But at this moment, the dragon demon flew back from outside, seemingly having something to report. Master, someone is approaching the territory. Dragon demon reports. Anyone? At first, Linton thought that another local force that was ignorant of the danger was approaching, but after listening carefully, he realized that Long Mo was talking about someone approaching. It should be the city lord or independent cultivator nearby. With such a big commotion yesterday, naturally someone would come here out of curiosity. Linton quickly identified the person, but he didn't know whether he was good or evil. Then he gave the order. Hide first and see what the purpose of the person coming is. The dragon demon took the order and retreated, conveying Linton's orders to the dragon team and the earth demon team. Soon the entire territory became dead silent again. Not far from the territory, after nurturing today's troops, Su Feiyong brought his most powerful troops to investigate the situation. If the lord of this territory suffers heavy losses, he will take the opportunity to occupy it and plunder all its resources. If the other party is stronger than him, then he will make friends with him temporarily. As we got closer, we found that many of the bodies on the ground last night had disappeared. The smell of blood in the air had almost dissipated. Su Feiyong quickly led his troops to Linton's territory. Looking at the empty town without even a sound, he felt a sense of weirdness. The cautious Su Feiyong ordered his soldiers to go and knock on the door. The heavy iron door slammed shut with a loud rumbling sound. Not long after, Linton's figure appeared on the arrow tower. Looking at Linton wearing clean clothes without a speck of dust on him, he didn't look like the lord of a city whose walls were about to be breached. Who are you? Linton asked first. Su Feiyong smiled amiably and said, Brother, I am also the city lord of the dark forest, and my territory is not far away. I saw a divine dragon undergoing a tribulation here yesterday, so I came here to find out what was going on out of curiosity. I didn't expect that my brother's territory is located here. I wonder what happened here yesterday. Su Feiyong's attitude makes him look like a gentleman. Why? Linton sighed deeply and said with a depressed look on his face. Last night, we were originally preparing to resist the beast, but the Minotaur suddenly appeared and started fighting with the beast. Then a divine dragon appeared. After overcoming the tribulation, the divine dragon fought a terrifying and ferocious beast. The divine dragon eventually won. My troops, beasts, and minotaurs all died in the aftermath. I hid and luckily survived. Hearing Linton's words, Su Feiyong nodded doubtfully. All the soldiers died. I don't know if this kid is lying. Su Feiyong did not believe Linton's words at first. Linton's city lord's mansion is even more magnificent than his, which means that Linton's army is stronger than his. No one knew whether this seemingly harmless boy was lying to him. Unless he was absolutely sure, he would not dare to act rashly. Brother, I wonder if I could come in and sit with you. Our territories are so close to each other. We can get to know each other better and help each other in the future. Su Feiyong suggested that they wanted to go into Lin Tian's town to take a look. Lin Tian looked at the soldiers behind Su Feiyong and showed a look of worry and fear. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Su Feiyong felt happy instead. However, he did not rush to act. Instead, he clasped his fists and said goodbye. Brother, I will take my leave first. If you need anything, you can always come to me. There are too many suspicious points. In order to avoid falling into a trap, we should evacuate temporarily. The numerous corpses that disappeared from the ground, the neatness of Lin Tian's body, and the intact city lord's mansion were all suspicious points. Looking at Su Feiyong leaving, Lin Tian raised a slight smile. He then ordered the dragon demon to follow the other party and explore the location of the other party's territory. If things go as he expected, the other party will take action today. If he didn't do anything, it means he had misjudged the person and maybe he really was a good person. But the chances are very small. The other party didn't even ask his name, but treated him as a brother, which clearly showed that he had bad intentions. Returning to the city lord's mansion and opening the trading channel, the bidding for both treasures has been completed. Looking at the prices of the two treasures, Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. The two parties that won the bid completed the transaction. This time, the Xian-level battle axe harvested 13,000 units of wood, 7,000 units of stone, and 700 units of refined iron. The martial art, mountain splitting, harvested 21,000 units of wood, 15,000 units of stone, and 1,100 units of refined iron. These wandering cultivators were originally the lowest level among the city lords, so how much supplies could they have? A bunch of wandering cultivators together could only produce this much. However, Lin Tian was still quite satisfied with this price. After all, this is just a yellow-level martial art. Including the auction just now and the supplies in the warehouse, Lin Tian now has a total of. There are 236,000 units of wood and 158,000 units of stone. There are 42,000 units of refined iron. Chapter 73. Is it a conspiracy, or is it true? If such a large amount of supplies were to be made public, it would definitely cause a huge shock. Everyone else is still desperately collecting supplies, upgrading advanced territories, or upgrading primary towns. However, Lin Tian is almost able to upgrade to a mid-level town. One step ahead, every step ahead. This is something no one else can compare to. Upgrading a mid-level town requires a whopping 500,000 yuan, and we haven't even collected half of that yet. We need to work harder. He had earned enough, but it was still far from enough compared to the materials needed to upgrade the town. In addition to upgrading the town, there is another issue that makes Lin Tian a little worried. The Minotaur dynasty will definitely not let this go even if 100,000 troops are annihilated, especially since a powerful king-level warrior died. The next time, it might be a king-level warrior leading a 1,000,000-strong army. If a 1,000,000-strong army were to attack, a single spit from each person could drown my tiny city. But a 1,000,000-strong army is probably impossible. We also have to be wary of other hostile forces. But even if we only have 500,000, it will be difficult enough. It may not be able to withstand it. I can only hope that the Minotaur dynasty's attack will be slow, giving me enough time to strengthen myself. The Minotaur dynasty is both a crisis and a huge fortune. As long as we take over the entire Taran dynasty, upgrading intermediate towns, even advanced towns will be a piece of cake. But at present, there is a huge gap in strength between the two sides. How can a mere town like him fight against the dynasty? It was soon noon, and the bodies near the territory had been almost dealt with. The bloody smell in the air has been replaced by the aroma of meat. Pieces of meat, larger than Lin Tian's, were placed on the fire and roasted until they were sizzling with oil. Sprinkle some spices that even Lin Tian doesn't know about, and it will be so delicious. After eating the greasy food, eat some fruits that are unique to this world. It's a unique feeling. After resting, Lin Tian asked a part of the dragon team to go out and search for other forces nearby. By the way, look for elixirs or mineral veins. The remaining part of the dragon team guarded the territory and waited for the man to arrive. The enemy's troops were not strong. Even he could easily kill the troops behind him. In other words, if Lin Tian wanted to destroy the other party, it would only take a word. But he was not in a hurry. He waited for the other party to come to him on their own initiative, which would be more interesting. Otherwise, his performance in the morning would be meaningless. He did his best to show the tragic scene where all the soldiers under his command died tragically, leaving only himself. If the opponent's victorious troops come to attack his territory, it means that the opponent is just a hypocritical villain. Death is not a pity. If the other party comes to help him, it means that this person has good character and can be taken as a younger brother. People are selfish and greedy, but there are always some exceptions. They have good intentions, are willing to help others, and do not want to hurt others. But such people may have died in this world. Linton doesn't want to be bloodthirsty, nor does he want to be too kind. He can only follow his heart and distinguish between right and wrong. After arranging everything, he finally had some free time. He walked into the courtyard holding the sword and continued to practice the one-chi sword technique. I practiced the Hunyuan Ichi-ju last night and practiced the Ichi sword ju today. I suddenly felt more comfortable with it. After taking a few glances at the things that I didn't understand before, I suddenly understood everything. It is worthy of being a heaven-level martial art. I haven't even mastered the basics, but when I look at this yellow-level martial art, one-chi sword art, I quickly understand the parts that don't require practice. In the courtyard, the sword in Linton's hand turned into a series of afterimages, carrying a sharp, murderous intent, attacking the vital points of the person who appeared in Linton's mind. The sword in his hand was still the same top-grade yellow sword. The earth-level sword he received as a reward was beyond his control with his cultivation level. If you're not careful, you might suck him dry. By then, the entire city lord's mansion might be reduced to ruins. After breaking through to the king level, he will try to use the sword again. While Linton was practicing, Su Feiyong on the other side was full of hesitation and confusion. The disappeared corpse, Linton's neat clothes, and the intact city lord's mansion. This made him feel hesitant, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, he would have ordered his troops to attack the enemy's territory just now. Is that kid trying to lure me into a trap? No, he doesn't even know me, let alone that I'm going there. How could he be on guard against me in advance? And judging from his expression, it doesn't seem like that. Could it be that his troops were really killed in the battle with the ferocious beasts and were shaken to death by the aftermath of the dragon battle? There are indeed traces of a major battle not far from his territory, plus so many corpses of ferocious beasts and minotaurs. The destruction of his army is indeed reasonable. As for the city lord's mansion, it might have been blocked by the city wall and not affected. Su Feiyong returned to the territory, thinking in his mind. If his army is completely wiped out, even if a new army is born today, it won't be very strong. I have hundreds of troops under my command, and we can definitely take it down. Su Feiyong was thinking in his mind. But this is based on a prerequisite. The other party did not lie to him. If the enemy's troops were not completely wiped out, then he would be seeking death if he went there. The opponent's troop level is definitely higher than his. Today is my only chance. If he breeds soldiers again tomorrow, I will have no chance at all. When the time comes, I will be the one to die. He understood that there could not be two tigers in one mountain, as they were so close to each other. Even if the other party doesn't want to kill him for the time being, there must be a result when the territories come into contact. Either he dies or I die. Success is my chance. Su Feiyong immediately made up his mind to give it a try. Either you succeed and upgrade to a high-level territory, or you perish. He even survived 3 days of beast tides. Could God let him die so soon? Su Feiyong immediately led his troops, equipped with all the necessary equipment, and headed towards the territory where Linton was. Except for the weakest few troops left behind to guard the territory, bring all other troops. It can be said that they came out in full force. Half an hour later, Su Feiyong returned to the vicinity of Linton's territory again. Being cautious, he did not lead his troops to attack directly. Instead, we should first send troops to investigate the situation. It will not be too late to take action after confirming the situation. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as they approached, the powerful king-level dragon demon noticed them. After hearing the news, Linton shook his head and smiled, and finally came. Then he asked Long Mo and the others to hide, leaving him alone. After repeated confirmation, Su Feiyong found that there was only the aura of Linton and more than 10 third and fourth level earth demons in the territory. Ha ha ha, it seems that God wants me to kill you. The troops I bred are so weak, this is a godsend. Su Feiyong's worries were completely dispelled, and he laughed wildly in his heart. He was extremely lucky today, and the soldiers he bred had reached the 7th level of strength, which was enough to crush Linton. Chapter 74. Hand over all supplies and get one intact body. What he didn't know was that Linton did this on purpose. When acting, you have to act it out fully and not let the other party see any flaws. It would be meaningless if you scare the other party away. Su Feiyong led his troops unhindered to the gate of the territory. He looked at his own troops, waved his hand, and all the troops immediately rushed towards the gate of the territory. His troops are the stone men, humanoid troops. At first glance, it looks like a big man made up of huge stones. Don't underestimate these big guys. Their bodies are invulnerable to swords and guns, their bodies are as hard as steel, and their strength should not be underestimated. Boom, boom, boom. With loud bangs, the stone men's fists, which were bigger than sandbags, smashed against the iron gate. Lin Tian's figure appeared on the arrow tower. Looking at Su Feiyong outside the city, Lin Tian asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Su Feiyong felt no guilt at all and laughed wildly. "Brother, don't blame me. This is how the world is. It's our fault that our two territories are so close to each other. You should understand the principle that there can't be two tigers in one mountain." Su Feiyong's attention was all focused on the city gate at this moment, and he didn't notice the indifference on Lin Tian's face at all. If a normal person encountered this situation, the only expression on his face would be fear and pleading for mercy. Boom! With a loud bang, the city gate, which Lin Tian had not done much to defend, was blown open in a few minutes. Su Feiyong smiled triumphantly as he walked toward the city, saying, "Brother, give up resistance and hand over all your supplies. As we're both Chinese, I can spare your body and build a cemetery for you, so you don't end up lying in the wilderness with nothing left. You don't have to be so polite." As Lin Tian's voice fell, the entire territory came into Su Feiyong's eyes. The magnificent city lord's mansion, the military building with domineering dragon reliefs, as well as the weapon refining shop and other houses. The world inside is completely different from the outside world, which is full of traces of attacks and even cracked city walls. From the moment he entered the city, he felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. A trace of fear rose from the bottom of my heart. Su Feiyong's eyes were fixed on the military building that was even bigger than his. His military building has been upgraded to level 2, but it is still much smaller than the military building in front of him. This is not the reason why he was staring at the military building in front of him. What made him feel fearful was the dragon relief on the military building. What kind of military force it is, a relief of that military force will appear around the military force building. Could it be that the dragon that survived the tribulation yesterday was one of his troops? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was trying to trick me and scare me off. Su Feiyong turned his head and looked at Lin Tian, who had a calm expression. Although he had clearly invaded the enemy's territory, Lin Tian remained calm. Either he's confident and his troops haven't been completely wiped out, or he's pretending to be so intimidated. After being frightened and hesitating for a minute or two, Su Feiyong suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh? You still think you can scare me away with this? Building a fake Dragon Clan troop building to cover up your own troop building. I have to say, your bluffing trick is really good. It almost fooled you. But your biggest flaw is that you built a dragon-type building. Even if it's Lin Tian, he can't be a dragon soldier. You still want to scare me with fake dragon soldiers." After his analysis, he completely exposed Lin Tian's conspiracy, and the fear in his heart completely disappeared. Su Feiyong couldn't help but praise his own intelligence in his heart. Hearing Su Feiyong's words, Lin Tian felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that the man in front of him had such a big imagination. "Pa pa pa." Then Lin applauded him. "I didn't expect you to see through me, so I won't pretend anymore." Lin Tian looked as if he was ready to let you do whatever you wanted. Now Su Feiyong let go completely and had nothing to worry about. All the resources in Lin Tian's entire territory belonged to him. In order to prevent accidents, Su Feiyong ordered his troops to go to the city lord's mansion to destroy the heart of the territory. As long as the heart of the territory is destroyed, Lin Tian will die and all the resources of the territory will belong to him. Two stone men pushed open the door of the city lord's mansion, and a terrifying figure appeared in front of the two stone men. Bang! Bang! The two stone soldiers didn't even have a chance to react before their bodies flew backwards like cannonballs. In midair, it turned into a pile of powder and floated in the wind. This sudden change frightened Su Feiyong, who was about to walk towards the military building. Turning my head, I saw a huge dragon head slowly emerging from the yard. Hiss! Su Feiyong's pupils dilated instantly, his heart stopped beating suddenly, and his terrified eyes stared at the dragon head, as if he was scared to death. "Are you scared to death?" Lin Tian was a little surprised that he was so timid. Without Su Feiyong's order, the remaining stoneman soldiers stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. "Get rid of these stone men." As Lin Tian's voice fell, all the stone men were powerless to resist and became a wisp of dust between heaven and earth. These troops cannot be subdued unless their masters submit to him. Therefore, the only solution is execution. Looking at Su Feiyong, this guy was so frightened by the sudden shock that he temporarily fell into a state of suspended animation. Su Feiyong shuddered and came back to his senses from the shock. Looking around blankly, he was the only one left, and all his troops had disappeared. There was only Lin Tian standing in front of him, and several dragons circling in the air. "Gudong!" Su Feiyong trembled with fear and swallowed hard. He never thought that the soldiers in front of him were actually the Dragon Clan. He originally thought that the other party was trying to scare him, but he didn't expect that he had been played around by the other party the whole time. Could it be? He suddenly thought of something. The 2 dragons he saw a few days ago were his troops. He also leaked it to lure others to hunt him. As a result, not long after, a city lord was suspected to have been killed by Linton. Then isn't the person in front of me Linton? You are Linton? Under the dragon's might, Su Feiyong couldn't speak clearly. We were all living in peace and harmony, even helping each other, but you chose to attack me. I was helpless. Linton did not give a direct answer, but what he said was equivalent to tacit agreement. Su Feiyong looked ashen. He didn't expect that he would attack Linton's territory without knowing the consequences of his own life. This was simply like an old man hanging himself because he was tired of living. Brother Linton, I am willing to coexist peacefully. No. I will go back now, give up my status as the city lord, and offer all my supplies to you. From now on, I will become a casual cultivator and serve you at your service. I only ask you to spare my life. Chapter 75, The Last Resort, Formation. At this moment, Su Feiyong no longer had the arrogance he had before. Knowing that the man in front of him was Linton, who was number 1 on the list, he was so scared that he didn't know what to do. He almost knelt down and kowtowed to Linton. As long as he could survive, he would be willing to work like a slave, not to mention the city lord. Thinking of his arrogant behavior and words just now, I feel full of regret. Linton saw Su Feiyong's actions and shook his head. From morning till now, he had already seen through Su Feiyong's character. What a villain. This is his evaluation of Su Feiyong. If someone like this stays around, he has to be careful and cautious, as he doesn't know when he might jump up and bite him. Seeing Linton shaking his head, Su Feiyong instantly became even more panicked. Boss Linton, since we are both Chinese, please be magnanimous and spare my life. I will never dare to do that again. Su Feiyong begged for mercy desperately. Linton had killed a city lord before, so he would not be so foolish as to think that Linton would not kill him. He was like an ant in front of Linton, and Linton could easily step on him to death. Linton remained unmoved and replied, using Su Feiyong's previous words, "Don't worry. Since we are both Chinese, I will leave your body intact and even build a tomb for you." Su Feiyong completely collapsed. Wasn't this what he had just said to Linton? In less than a few minutes, the situation was completely reversed, and the arrogant words he had just said were now spoken by Linton. And he said it to him. For a moment, Su Feiyong collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. Linton was determined to kill him, and his fate was doomed. In that case, even if I die, you won't be able to have an easy life. Su Feiyong, who collapsed on the ground, had a flash of resentment in his eyes. He remembered a blueprint that had been dropped when he was resisting the beast tide. This blueprint is a formation blueprint. He originally wanted to keep it to save his life, but now he has to use it. Just when Linton was about to give the order to deal with Su Feiyong, a formation scroll appeared in Su Feiyong's palm. Energy was poured into the scroll, and terrifying murderous intent burst out from the scroll. A formation shield spread out in all directions. As long as the formation was formed, the killing formation would be set up. At that time, Linton and his troops will be trapped in the killing formation, facing the terrifying and fierce attack of the killing formation, and he will have the opportunity to escape. Even if they cannot escape, Linton and his troops will suffer casualties. This is his last resort. Even if he dies, he will take a few people with him. Seeing that the formation was about to take shape, hope surged in Su Feiyong's heart, and he prepared to escape to the city gate not far away from him. Roar! But at this moment, a deafening and terrifying dragon roar sounded. The formation that was about to take shape seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and collapsed instantly. The formation scroll fell from midair and landed in Linton's hands. Su Feiyong, who was about to escape, was dumbfounded. He looked up at the sky and saw an even larger black dragon looking down at him with contempt. Isn't this the dragon that survived the tribulation yesterday? Su Feiyong almost fainted from fright. Only then did he understand that the dragon that survived the tribulation yesterday was also one of Linton's soldiers. What seemed completely impossible in his mind was now happening right before his eyes, like a dream. Linton is worthy of being ranked first. Seeing so many corpses outside, I should have thought of it earlier. It's a pity that I fell into your trap. After being shocked, Su Feiyong suddenly laughed out loud towards the sky, his laughter mixed with a hint of sadness. It was all Linton's fault that he was in this situation now. If Linton had not deceived him in the morning, how could he have attacked Linton? It's all because of Linton. As he thought about it, Su Feiyang's face became ferocious and the resentment in his heart erupted. With no way to escape and doomed to fail, he is now fearless. Lin Tian, you despicable villain. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost, you. Before Su Feiyang could finish his words, he suddenly fell straight to the ground. His life was gone in an instant, and he was dead. The one who took action was the dragon demon flying in the air. He had long been impatient with this ant. The ant in front of him not only dared to attack his master, but also dared to scold his master. How can he bear this? He even wants to turn into a ghost to find his master and kill you. When Lin Tian saw this scene, he did not blame Long Mo for taking action on his own. In the end, this guy blamed him instead. It's really unreasonable. It seems that next time I encounter other city lords, it would be better to attack them directly, so as to avoid such trouble and end up with a bad reputation. It's a thankless task. After this incident, Lin Tian gained new insights. Originally, I gave him a chance because we are both Chinese, but now it seems that he was too kind. This world has its own laws of survival, and you must obey these laws in order to survive. Looking at the formation scroll in his hand, this guy is pretty lucky. This is not an ordinary formation, but an attack formation. If he had this formation last night, he would have been able to fight against the Beast Tide and the Minotaur army at the same time. It's not that he is so strong, but that this formation is a large-scale lethal weapon. As long as the formation is set up, the creatures within the formation will be slaughtered unless they have enough strength to confront the formation head-on. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tian ordered to find a place to bury Su Feiyang. Then he ordered Long Mo to lead a team of dragons to Su Feiyang City, destroy the city lord's heart, and bring back all the supplies. Looking at the strength of the opponent's troops, Lin Tian could predict that the opponent's territory could not be too strong and the supplies could not be too abundant. All he looked forward to was the random rewards he would receive from successfully destroying the city. While Lin Tian was studying this formation, he was waiting for the hint from Long Mo and the others to destroy the city. What he didn't know was that the chat channel was in an uproar again. Su Feiyang originally wanted to scold Lin Tian and then reveal his military type. As a result, as soon as he finished cursing, the dragon demon couldn't help but kill him. There was only one sentence in the chat channel, Su Feiyang scolding Lin Tian. Looking at Lin Tian being scolded, the city lords and wandering cultivators who were chatting felt confused. What happened? What happened to boss Lin Tian? There aren't many warriors who dare to scold Lin Tian now, and you are one of them. Brother, tell me what happened. Could it be that you're feeling resentful because you didn't get the equipment? Why are you not talking? Oh my god. Look, his profile picture has turned dark. Hiss, what on earth happened? He died just by cursing Lin Tian? Is this a curse? Just like the man last time, he might have been killed by Lin Tian as well. Lin Tianxiao was so ruthless that neither of the two city lords who had seen him survived. From what this person said, it seems that boss Lin Tian deceived him. Curious about what happened. Chapter 76. The City Lord's Alliance appears to deal with Lin Tian. This is already the second city lord that big boss Lin Tian has killed. I'd like to quietly ask, are there any other city lords still alive who have seen big boss Lin Tian? It seems not. Could it be that boss Lin Tian is a murderer who kills anyone he sees? I remember that city lord saying he had seen a dragon in the dark forest. This means his territory is located in the dark forest. Doesn't that mean Lin Tian's territory is also in the dark forest? Pretty close to. Ha ha ha. Luckily my territory isn't in the dark forest. The city lords in the dark forest are in trouble. No way, no way. My territory happens to be in the dark forest. What should I do? I'm so worried that Lin Tian will attack me in the next second. Boss Lin Tian, I'm just a small fry who just wants to survive. Please don't hit me. Su Feiyang's death allowed some people in the chat channel to quickly guess the location of Lin Tian's territory. It was finally confirmed that Lin Tian's territory was in the dark forest. This discovery immediately caused the city lord in the dark forest to panic, fearing that Lin Tian would arrive at their doorstep at any time. Without the novice protection shield, their strength is no match for Lin Tian, who is ranked first on the list. Buildings can only be moved within the territory. It seems that the only way to escape the dark forest is to give up your status as a city lord and become a free cultivator. There seems to be a loose cultivator alliance in the dark forest. You can join them and escape from the dark forest together. It seems this is the only way. Don't panic. The dark forest is so large, Lin Tian shouldn't be able to find us in a short time. We have plenty of time to escape. Why do we have to flee? There are hundreds of city lords in the dark forest. Why can't they form an alliance like independent cultivators? Why would they be afraid of a mere Lin Tian? Yes, I was so frightened by Lin Tian's reputation that I didn't expect this. This plan is brilliant. Even if Lin Tian is very strong, can he be stronger than hundreds of our city lords? Suddenly, with a suggestion from a city lord, all the city lords in the dark forest instantly united together, formed an alliance, and fought against Lin Tian together. As one city lord formed an alliance, other city lords in the dark forest joined in and formed an alliance together. One by one, they went to the alliance chat channel to discuss alliance matters. This incident gave great inspiration to other city lords. If independent cultivators could form an alliance, why couldn't they? All of a sudden, alliances formed by city lords were born. This is just the initial form of the alliance, where alliance members help each other. As their strength continues to grow, the territory and exploration range of the city lords are also expanding. In this way, it will become increasingly easy for city lords to come into contact with each other. Even conflicts may arise and lead to wars. Forming an alliance will help city lords with weak military forces survive better. It will not be destroyed by other powerful city lords while it is still asleep. With the alliance, some city lords who are more powerful than you will not dare to attack you easily even if they discover your territory. The alliance behind you is like a guarantee of survival. Lin Tian, who had been studying the formation diagrams, had no idea about all this. Even if I knew, he was not afraid. A truly strong person does not need any alliances. He also had no intention of forming or joining an alliance. After a period of research, he finally understood how to use this formation diagram. This formation is called Fierce Killing Formation. The most important thing is that this is a formation scroll, and the entire formation has been integrated into the formation scroll. Just activate it, and you can use it. Unlike formation blueprints, there are tedious steps such as collecting materials and learning how to set up the formation. When the energy of this formation is exhausted, you can use crystals to replenish the energy and enhance the damage of the formation. Unfortunately, this is only a yellow-grade formation scroll with limited power. But for now, it still has a great effect on Lin Tian. As long as you don't encounter a strong opponent like the Dragon Demon, the formation can be defeated with a single blow. Once the formation is set up and there is sufficient energy, even a 9th-level expert will not be able to break it easily. However, Lin Tian didn't understand the formation and couldn't control the formation to attack. After it is set up, I can't distinguish between friend and foe within the formation. You can only let the formation run on its own and kill all enemies within it. This has both advantages and disadvantages. Lin Tian doesn't have the secret book of formation now, and even if he does, he can't learn it overnight. I don't know whether Meng Xiaofei obtained the formation blueprints or the formation scrolls. If it was the formation blueprints, and he successfully arranged it, wouldn't he have learned how to set up the formation? But that shouldn't be possible. Formations are not that easy to learn. Lin Tian shook his head and put away the formation scroll. I think Long Mo and the others should have arrived soon. Their flying speed is no exaggeration. Just as Lin Tian was thinking, a prompt came. Congratulations on successfully destroying the enemy's lord's heart and receiving a random blueprint as a reward. You obtain all the supplies in the enemy's warehouse. You obtained 1,100 first-order crystals, 830 second-order crystals, 470 third-order crystals, and you defeated a lord, and your influence and reputation are enhanced. Another random blueprint. Does that mean every reward for capturing a city is a random blueprint? Lin Tian felt a little puzzled. Couldn't he just give him a reward directly? This random blueprint depends on your luck. If you are unlucky, it may be an ordinary architectural blueprint that cannot be more ordinary. If you're lucky, well, let's not talk about it. The probability is too low. The other supplies were also good. In addition to a pile of crystals, there were tens of thousands of units of wood and stone, which was a considerable harvest. By easily conquering a territory, he obtained tens of thousands of units of supplies, which was more profitable than auctioning equipment in the morning. If you want to get weapons and equipment, you have to kill them and then take the equipment from them. In comparison, this is much easier. The higher the territory level of the city lord, the more materials he can plunder and the better the blueprints he can obtain. Compared to his own luck, he prefers the other party's strength. However, even with his strength, he currently does not dare to plunder other city lords wantonly. If he were to be targeted by other city lords, it would be very disadvantageous to him. What he didn't know was that the lords of the Dark Forest had united to fight against him. If they didn't know the location of Lin Tian's territory and the strength of his troops, they might have already attacked. After all, Lin Tian's supplies and rewards made many people jealous. Now that they have formed an alliance, it just happens to satisfy the ambitions of some of them. Some of those who originally just wanted to protect themselves will gradually have desires aroused in their hearts. Wandering on the brink of death. Chapter 77 Shockwave Bow, 5-Clawed Dragon. Linton looked at the drawing in his hand and slowly opened it. I don't know what kind of drawings I will get this time. A bow and arrow appeared on the drawing, and next to the bow was an arrow that looked extraordinary at first glance. Just a bow and arrow forging blueprint. This kind of luck is unparalleled. At first glance, Linton thought it was a blueprint for making an ordinary bow and arrow. The demonic team can already make this kind of thing, so why do they need blueprints? Sure enough, with his luck and the other party's strength, some good things will come out. He hadn't had much hope, nor had he felt much disappointment. But as he read the introduction, he was stunned. Shock explosion bow crafting blueprint. Grade, yellow grade top grade. Effect, the arrow will explode after hitting the target, causing fatal damage to creatures below level 7. Material, refined iron, crystal stone, fiery rock, ore. Can you easily kill creatures below level 7? I originally thought it was just a blueprint for making an ordinary bow and arrow, but I didn't expect it to be a blueprint for making a top-grade yellow-level shockwave bow. This is simply a weapon of war, comparable to artillery. The important thing about the blast bow is not the bow, but the arrow. Arrows require a variety of minerals to make, and the last and most important step is to use crystals. Integrate the energy in the crystal into the arrow to achieve the effect of the arrow exploding after hitting the target. For example, if you shoot an arrow at a level 7 ferocious beast, it may only penetrate the solid fur and cause skin injuries. But the arrow exploded inside his body, causing unexpected damage. So what if it is a 7th level ferocious beast? It will still die on the spot in the northwest. I didn't expect that I would make a mistake and almost miss the treasure. This is a good baby. Every arrow hits one enemy, and if you miss, the explosion will also cause some damage to the surrounding enemies. As long as the arrow is a little sharper, it can penetrate the defense of an 8th level beast and kill even an 8th level beast. Linton couldn't wait to try out the power of the shock bow himself. He came to the weapon refining shop, handed the blueprint to the demon leader, and ordered them to make it with all their strength. As for the Shin level weapons, take it easy for now. The most important thing at the moment is to build a batch of blast bows to deal with the subsequent revenge of the Taran dynasty. According to his analysis, the Minotaur dynasty should have learned the news that the 100,000-strong army was annihilated by now, and would definitely send a large army in anger. I just don't know how many king-level masters there are in the Minotaur dynasty, and whether there are any emperor-level masters hiding there. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. But he knew nothing about the Minotaur dynasty. His current territory only reaches the town, and his strength and power are ultimately too weak to compare with the Minotaur dynasty. If his territory reaches the level of a dynasty, the Minotaur dynasty may be just a matter of words for him. Linton returned to the city lord's mansion while thinking. Roar. As soon as he returned to the city lord's mansion, a dragon roar was heard, and the dragons might swept across the entire territory. Linton, who was lost in thought, was startled and came to his senses. Turning around, it turned out to be Longfeng. He has been busy since morning until now and has forgotten about Longfeng. I wonder if Longfeng's potential has been improved after using the evolution blueprint. Just as Linton was thinking this, Longfeng arrived in front of him and bowed respectfully, saying, Master. Linton checked Longfeng's information as soon as possible. Dragon Wind. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, level 8. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 5-clawed coiled dragon. Yes, I'm very lucky. My potential has been promoted to the 5-clawed coiled dragon. Linton nodded with satisfaction. The 4-clawed coiled dragon may reach adulthood when it reaches the imperial level, and it cannot break through unless it obtains precious elixirs or spiritual medicines. But now Longfeng's potential has been promoted to the 5-clawed coiled dragon, which is more than just the imperial level. At least above the imperial level. Linton guessed that there might be more to it than that. This is the difference between the dragon's claws, so terrifying. Linton praised and encouraged Longfeng. He is now considered the most promising and powerful Panlong. Linton appointed him as the captain of the Panlong team and led the Panlong team to grow and develop. As the number of military units increases, it is no longer appropriate for the strongest to lead all dragon military units as before. Although they are all from the same dragon clan, they belong to different branches. With Linton's presence, there will be no conflicts between them for the time being. But as the number of dragons increases, there may be competition for credit and other things happening later. This is obviously unfair to the weak dragons. Especially the bad-tempered black dragon. Panlong didn't even dare to look up at the black dragon. The dragon power of the black dragon can make Panlong completely lose its combat effectiveness and have no power to resist. For example, If a black dragon bullies a coiled dragon, if the dragon demon is the captain, he will definitely favor the black dragon. This phenomenon is inevitable. Therefore, Linton came up with an idea that the strongest of the different branches of the dragon clan would be the captain. In this way, it is impossible for weak dragons to be bullied by other dragons when performing tasks. Before, it was because Pan Long and his men were too weak, and it was too dangerous to go out on missions, and they might be destroyed. Now Long Feng has broken through to the 8th level, and Shilong's Long Chong will soon be able to break through to the 9th level, and both can serve as captains. Not long after, the dragon demon led the dragon team back in triumph. Brought back a lot of supplies. Put all into warehouse. Su Feiyong, along with his troops and territory, completely disappeared from the continent of 10,000 races. The law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, is fully reflected in this world. If his troops were really wiped out, he would be the only one left. Then everything will be reversed. All his supplies will fall into Su Feiyong's hands, and his territory will become ruins. His body will be buried underground in this continent of 10,000 races. Next, Lin Tian waited for news that the dragon team, led by Long Yin, was out searching for other forces. You have annihilated a 100,000-strong Minotaur army. The Minotaur have developed an irreconcilable hatred for you and will retaliate against you even more fiercely. You have annihilated a 100,000-strong Tauren army. Your territory's influence and reputation in the Dark Forest have been greatly enhanced. In the Dark Forest, your territory is well known. The Minotaur dynasty has only just learned of the annihilation of their 100,000-strong army. This intelligence is quite mediocre. It seems they were very confident in their 100,000-man army and were just waiting for Niu Tai to lead the army back in triumph. But they didn't expect their entire army to be annihilated. Lin Tian was a little surprised when he saw the late reminder. What was even more surprising was that his territory's influence in the Dark Forest had become well known far and wide. In the end, no local forces took the initiative to surrender. But it's true. Now that you've provoked the Minotaur dynasty, you dare to come and join me. That's really. Chapter 78 Werewolf Tribe, Crystal Mine. Not long after, Long Yin, who had gone out to investigate the surrounding situation and search for any local forces or resources, led the Long team back. Lin Tian learned from Long Yin that last night's tribulation and battle had scared away a large number of local forces nearby. Moved to another place overnight. Hearing this news, Lin Tian was speechless. But think about it. According to legend, only when one breaks through to the immortal realm will there be a thunder tribulation. However, right near them, someone suddenly underwent a tribulation. Who wouldn't be confused when encountering this? Only the city lords and independent cultivators dared to approach in search of opportunities. But with Su Feiyong's death, everyone was frightened. They all run faster than rabbits, so they have no time to look for opportunities. If he ends up in Lin Tian's territory while searching, he won't even know how he died. However, Long Yin and her team did not gain nothing. They discovered a werewolf tribe 100 kilometers away from the tribe. This werewolf tribe is different from the Tauren tribe encountered before. The Tauren tribes they encountered were all small or medium-sized tribes, but this werewolf tribe was a large tribe. The tribe consists of 5,000 to 6,000 werewolves. The most important thing is that Long Yin sensed the aura of a king-level strongman in the werewolf tribe. A tribe with powerful kings. Lin Tian was slightly surprised when he heard the news. He originally thought that a king-level strongman could already establish a dynasty, but now it seems that it is not that simple. In addition, Long Yin and his team also discovered a crystal mine near the werewolf tribe. Fearing that she would be discovered by the werewolf king-level warriors, Long Yin hurried back to report without investigating the size of the crystal mine. A large tribe plus a crystal mine. It seems we've encountered an upstart this time. Crystal mines are equivalent to gold mines on Earth, and having crystal mines is equivalent to having countless money. Crystals can not only be used for cultivation, but also for trading. Purchase other cultivation resources and supplies. Isn't this the kind of tribe he wants? Lin Tian immediately ordered the 3 teams of White Dragon, Black Dragon, and Red Dragon to head to the werewolf tribe. He used powerful force to force the werewolf tribe to submit to him. If they refuse to obey, we can only destroy the werewolf tribe and seize the crystal mine. As for the Panlong squad, Lin Tian ordered them to patrol the area, guard the territory, and hunt nearby ferocious beasts to improve their strength. The newly bred Panlong is only at the 3rd level of strength and needs to improve its strength before he can safely assign other tasks to the Panlong team. Otherwise, he would be heartbroken if there were any casualties. Watching Team Long retreat after receiving the order and go to complete the mission. For a moment, the entire territory became empty again. Only he and the Earth Demon were left, but the Earth Demon also had his own mission, which was to create a shock bow. When he was free, Linton opened the panel. The first thing he saw was his friend's information flashing, indicating someone had sent him a message. When I clicked on it, it was Meng Xiaofei. After reading the message sent to him by Meng Xiaofei, he realized that he had accidentally leaked the location of his territory by killing Su Feiyang. So this guy is the despicable villain who discovered the Dragon Squad earlier and tempted other city lords to come and hunt down the Dragon Squad. Linton shook his head, wondering why he hadn't thought of it before. That time, Long Feng and his men were injured and almost died. If he had thought that it was him in the morning, Su Feiyang would not have been able to return alive and jump around for so long. He couldn't take revenge before because he couldn't find the other party, but now he found out that he was accidentally killed by him. In the end, I couldn't escape his clutches. It doesn't matter if my location is exposed, but the city lords of the Dark Forest have formed an alliance and want to deal with me. This is not good news. There are at least hundreds of city lords in the entire Dark Forest, and it is unknown whether there are any city lords in the top 10 who are similar in strength to him. As the saying goes, a large number of ants can kill an elephant. He doesn't want to be killed by a group of people. These people don't know my exact location yet. The Dark Forest is so big, it's not easy to find me. Maybe I'll find them first and kill them. Right now, the most important thing is to accelerate the strengthening of our strength. The Minotaur dynasty hates me to the core, and hundreds of city lords are eyeing me covetously from behind. Chapter 79. A world where the strong prey on the weak. Linton felt that it was too difficult for him. He only killed 2 city lords, and it was these 2 city lords who took action first. This was self-defense. Facing the crisis of the Minotaur dynasty and the alliance of hundreds of city lords, he was not afraid. While facing huge risks, he also faced huge wealth. Last night was a perfect example of this. On one side is the wealth of a dynasty, and on the other side are hundreds of random drawings and numerous material treasures. No matter which side it is enough for him to improve his strength to a certain extent. He then sent a message to thank Meng Xiaofei. Every time there was news that was unfavorable to him, Meng Xiaofei would be the first to remind him. Linton, thank you. You can continue to trade with me for refined iron and other ores. Meng Xiaofei, yes, I have sent the Earth Spirit out to look for other mineral resources. I will inform Brother Linton as soon as I have any news. Linton, okay, be careful and beware of the city lord near you. Meng Xiaofei, yeah. The conversation between the 2 sides ended quickly. Linton was not good at talking, and Meng Xiaofei was so excited that he didn't know what to say. The conversation was quickly ended by Linton. Next, Linton waited for news of Long Mo and his men's victory. I don't know if the dragon demons and their men can make the werewolf tribe surrender with their temper. With the dragon demons' temper, if they can't negotiate properly, the werewolf tribe may face a devastating disaster. But with Long Yan, who has a relatively mild temper, and his orders, he shouldn't destroy the other party just because they can't reach an agreement. Long Yan might not be able to persuade him, but Long Mo would not disobey Linton's order. However, if the werewolf tribe resists to the death and refuses to submit to him, then he can only destroy them. On the other side, dozens of powerful and unparalleled dragons flew towards the werewolf tribe. Soon they arrived at the territory of the werewolf tribe. This time they did not hide their tracks and were soon discovered by the king-level powerful men of the werewolf tribe. A figure blocked their way. This figure looked like an ordinary person. If he wasn't someone stronger than him, no one would be able to tell that he was a werewolf. In the werewolf tribe not far away, groups of werewolves armed with weapons gathered, watching the dragon demon and other dragons vigilantly. Outsiders, you are not welcome here. Leave immediately. The leader of the werewolf tribe shouted to drive them away. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of vigilance and fear. The first time he saw the dragon demon, he recognized that the dragon demon was the dragon that had undergone the tribulation last night. He couldn't imagine what kind of monstrous existence this was, as he had to endure a tribulation just to break through the king level. If this kind of monster existed, according to past practices, he would definitely make friends with it in every way possible. But they killed 100,000 Tauran troops and a powerful king-level general. He had completely offended the Minotaur dynasty, so he didn't want to have anything to do with the dragon demon and other dragons in front of him. Otherwise, you may be implicated and suffer a devastating disaster. He knew only too well how powerful the Minotaur dynasty was. Only this group of outsiders don't know what's going on. The dragon demon raised its huge head slightly, looking down at the werewolf leader with sharp eyes, and the terrifying dragon power pressed towards him. Both parties are powerful warriors at the king level. But under the dragon's might, the werewolf leader deeply realized the gap between them. Facing Longwei, he originally thought he could fight on equal terms, but in the end he was directly suppressed. As soon as they met, they were given a warning by the other party. Death or submission? The dragon demon's domineering voice was like thunder, resounding in the minds of all the werewolves. Upon hearing this, the werewolf leader's face instantly became extremely ugly. He originally thought that the dragon demon and his men came just to plunder resources, but he didn't expect that they actually wanted his werewolf tribe to surrender. He was a powerful king, but he suffered such a great humiliation. This was intolerable. You are so arrogant. You want my werewolf tribe to surrender? It's absolutely impossible. Ouch! The werewolf leader let out a wolf howl, and his whole body underwent tremendous changes. Fangs grew from its mouth, sharp claws grew from its hands and feet, and its clothes burst open as sharp hair began to grow. Looks exactly like a werewolf. Roar! The dragon demon showed no sign of weakness. His roar shook the sky, and a terrifying aura gathered around him. The two sides are on the verge of a war. At the critical moment, Long Yin flew out and said, "Dragon demon, the master is talking about making the werewolf tribe surrender. If you do this, be careful, or I will tell the master." Snort. The dragon demon snorted coldly. The order given to him by his master was to make the werewolf tribe surrender. If they refused, they would be destroyed. The werewolf leader obviously chose the latter. What was wrong with him? The werewolf leader on the opposite side also heard Long Yan's words and was slightly shocked. The moment he saw the dragon demon, he thought that the dragon demon was the leader, but he didn't expect that they had a master. How powerful must this master be to be their master? Long Yan looked at the werewolf leader, then at the 5,000 or 6,000 werewolves below, and advised, "You should have seen the battle that night. He easily killed the king-level and second-order beasts, without even a chance to escape. Do you think you can be his opponent? We wiped out the 100,000-strong Minotaur dynasty army without a single casualty. Are you stronger than them? The master has ordered that if your werewolf tribe does not submit, there will be only one way out: death. Your resources will be plundered, your crystal mines will be taken away, and all the werewolves in the entire tribe will be killed. For the sake of the entire werewolf tribe, please think about it carefully." The werewolf leader was faced with two choices. But the werewolf leader didn't want to choose either of these two options. Surrendering to the other side would only drag the werewolf tribe into another fire pit. They are about to face the revenge of the Minotaur dynasty. If they are asked to surrender at this time, they will only be used as cannon fodder to resist the Minotaur dynasty's army. But if he does not surrender, the entire werewolf tribe will be reduced to ruins, and all the Minotaurs will suffer a devastating disaster. My werewolf tribe has never offended you. Why do you want to wage war against my werewolf tribe? The werewolf leader questioned through gritted teeth. His werewolf tribe was originally just a small tribe in the dark forest, but he discovered a crystal mine. With the help of the crystal mine, the strength of the entire werewolf tribe has leaped forward, and he has successfully broken through to the king level. Gained a place in the dark forest. Only by breaking through to the king level can one have a certain status and say in the dark forest. However, the werewolf tribe, whose strength has skyrocketed, has been living in a low-key manner, making friends with major forces, and using crystals to trade with each other. Other forces in the dark forest have long coveted this crystal mine, but since the werewolf leader has broken through to the king level, they dare not act rashly. In this way, the werewolf tribe has been developing quietly and low-key. I didn't expect to face a catastrophe today. There's no reason. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Chapter 80. Coercion and Inducement. Submit to the master, and the master will not treat you unfairly. The Earth Demon tribe submitted to the master and refined weapons for him, gaining a large number of crystals and even elixirs as rewards. The strength has been greatly improved. As long as you are loyal to your master and serve him wholeheartedly, the werewolf tribe will grow stronger under your leadership. Otherwise, your werewolf tribe will be slaughtered by us, and some of them will become slaves, imprisoned in the mines, and forced to dig until they die of exhaustion. You probably don't want to see your werewolf clan end up like this. Long Yin tried her best to persuade the leader of the werewolf tribe. She knew that her master would have to deal with the retaliation of the Minotaur dynasty next. She wanted to conquer the werewolf tribe for her master and increase his strength. As for the dragon demon, he is not afraid of anything. As long as the enemy dares to attack, he will kill them all for his master. The pride in his heart prevented him from speaking to persuade these ants in front of him to submit to their master. The arrogance in the hearts of the dragon clan makes them look down on all living beings except their masters. Long Yan's coercion and inducement made the tough werewolf leader hesitate. He naturally did not want to see his people being slaughtered and enslaved. But if he surrendered, it would mean that he would become an enemy of the Minotaur dynasty and would be doomed to death. Dying early or late is still death, so what's the difference? Long Yan seemed to see the concerns in the werewolf leader's heart and continued. The master's goal is to become the king of all races. The Minotaur dynasty is just a stepping stone and cannot stop the master's steps at all. After hearing Long Yan's words, the werewolf leader was skeptical. If anyone else talks about competing for the title of king of all races in front of him, it would absolutely be a laughingstock. But the dragon demon and other dragons before him were creatures he had never heard of. Each of them possesses extraordinary talent. If they had not died prematurely, they would definitely be the top powerhouses in the 10,000 races continent in the future. Especially the black dragon. He witnessed the thunder tribulation last night with his own eyes, as well as the battle with the second-level king-level beast. He didn't pay much price and easily killed it by crossing levels. It was simply shocking. He doubted whether he could withstand 10 moves from such a terrifying monster. If the other party had not provoked the Minotaur dynasty, he would definitely surrender at the first opportunity for the sake of the entire werewolf tribe. But to surrender to them now would be equivalent to becoming an enemy of the Minotaur dynasty. If the other side cannot resist and is destroyed by the Minotaur dynasty, then his werewolf tribe will also be destroyed. But if he doesn't surrender, his werewolf tribe will be destroyed now. Looking at the look in the black dragon's eyes, it seemed as if it couldn't wait to kill him. There's still a glimmer of hope if we surrender. If that's true, then my werewolf tribe will rise completely. The werewolf leader's mind was in a state of flux. After careful consideration, he changed from his original vow to fight to the death to the idea of surrendering. Recently, he has noticed that some forces in the dark forest have begun to unite and are showing signs of attacking his werewolf tribe. The werewolf leader hesitated for a moment, then looked down at his tribesmen, trembling in fear under the dragon's might. He lowered his head and said, "My werewolf tribe is willing to submit." Hearing this, Long Mo was slightly surprised and glanced at Long Yan. Even under his death threat, he refused to surrender and vowed to fight him to the death. Long Yan changed his mind with just a few words. After the werewolf leader surrendered, Long Mo and others took him back to the territory to await their master's orders. At the same time, Linton received a prompt. Congratulations on successfully conquering the werewolf tribe. Special reminder 1. Because you conquered the werewolf tribe, some local forces in the dark forest are very dissatisfied with you, and their hatred towards you has increased. Special reminder 2. Because you conquered the werewolf tribe, the other werewolves have developed hatred towards you. In the dark forest, your territory's reputation increases. Well done, you completed the task so quickly and successfully captured him. But unfortunately, I didn't get any reward this time. It seems that I was indeed rewarded last time because I was the first to subdue the local forces. Linton was very satisfied with the efficiency of Long Mo and Long Yan. Although he felt a little regretful that he did not receive any rewards, there was nothing he could do about it. It doesn't matter whether there is a reward or not. The entire werewolf tribe is the best reward. After all, the werewolf tribe is a large tribe that owns a crystal mine, and its foundation over the years cannot be underestimated. There was no telling when the Minotaur dynasty's revenge would strike, so all he could do now was to focus on improving his strength. Attack nearby local forces or cities and plunder resources. You can also conquer tribes like the werewolf tribe, which will increase the strength of your territory while enriching the types of troops under your command. Soon, Long Mo and his men returned to the territory with the werewolf leader. The moment he saw the werewolf leader, Linton thought they had captured a city lord. But after carefully sensing the other person's aura, it was obvious that he was not a human. "Master, he is the leader of the werewolf tribe," Long Yan said. Linton nodded, his eyes fixed on the werewolf leader. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of Linton. Werewolf clan, wolf tyrant. Identity, leader of the werewolf tribe. Growth status, adulthood. Strength level, king level 1. Loyalty, 60. Potential, king rank 9. The king's strength is good, but his potential is only at the 9th level of the king's level, not even as good as a Manhwa. But it's true. How can they compare to the dragon race? A loyalty level of 60 is considered preliminary submission. Seeing the message from the werewolf leader, Linton thought secretly in his heart. At present, it can be regarded as a great fighting force. As for 60's loyalty, as time goes by, as long as he doesn't go too far with the werewolves and send them to their deaths, his loyalty will gradually increase. For example, the demon leader, during that beast tide. Ever since Lin Tian rescued him and asked him to lead the remaining demons back to the city, his loyalty instantly reached 100 and he became a diehard fan. Work wholeheartedly for Lin Tian. When the werewolf leader saw Lin Tian looking at him, he knelt down and saluted. Greetings, master. He was a powerful king and the leader of the werewolf tribe, but it was the first time for him to show such great courtesy to other living beings. The word master is also a bit awkward. Get up. Lin Tian waved his hand and then said in an appreciative tone, you chose to submit to me. In the future, you will be grateful and proud of your choice. Next, Lin Tian asked about the specific strength of the werewolf tribe. After learning the details, Lin Tian made a decision. He ordered the old, young, women and children, a total of about 70% of the werewolves to move into the territory, and the rest of the werewolves stayed at the crystal mine to continue mining crystals for Lin Tian. Chapter 81 The Werewolf Tribe Surrenders. There is enough space in the entire territory to accommodate these werewolves. As for the houses, Lin Tian had built some before using blueprints. He can also continue to purchase blueprints in the trading channel and build houses easily. You can also build your own werewolf. The purpose of his doing this was naturally to win the werewolves back to their cause and to show that he was not treating them as cannon fodder. He sincerely wanted to recruit the werewolves into his own forces. The werewolf leader walked around the territory and saw the earth demon that was subdued by Lin Tian, who was working diligently to forge weapons. Looking at the expressions on their faces, you can tell that they are not being exploited as slaves by Lin Tian, but are doing it willingly. Seeing this scene, he knew that Long Yin did not lie to him. The worries in my heart were finally put to rest, and the future of the werewolf tribe took a major turn at this moment. He then returned to the werewolf tribe, mobilized all the tribesmen, and started moving. 70% of the werewolves moved to the territory. 30% of the werewolves are stationed in the crystal mines. While mining the crystals, they also guard the mines to prevent them from being attacked and plundered by other forces. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of the city lord's mansion, looking at the densely packed werewolves with their families, and felt very relieved. His city finally became really lively. He bought hundreds of house plans and built more than 100 houses, and they had to rely on themselves for the rest. He had cleared out all the house blueprints in the entire chat channel, so he only got these. When the werewolf leader saw this scene, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. There was nothing just now, but in just a few hours, so many houses appeared. It's simply amazing. There are more than 3,000 werewolves coming this time, and this town can just accommodate so many people. If there are more, they will have to live outside the city walls. The werewolves who entered the city also noticed Lin Tian. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. Lin Tian immediately became the focus of all the werewolves, and everyone cast their eyes on him. Lin Tian's handsome appearance immediately caused the female werewolves to exclaim, "Is he the master the leader is talking about? Wow, so handsome, even more handsome than the chief. I wish I could marry him. Bayu, why don't you look in the mirror? I'm curious what kind of creature the master is. He is already cultivated into a human form. Could he be as powerful as the leader? Shouldn't we be concerned about what this master will do to us? I heard that this master has offended the Minotaur dynasty and might be using us as cannon fodder. Then won't we all die? No, there's no way the leader would harm us. Maybe the leader was also deceived. What should I do? I don't want to die." Lin Tian swept his eyes over the group of werewolves. With his 8th level strength, he heard all the whispers of the werewolves. "Shut up." Lang Ba's face was gloomy. With a loud roar, all the werewolves immediately shut up and lowered their heads. They didn't dare to speak anymore, let alone look at Lin Tian. As a powerful king, he heard it more clearly than Lin Tian. If they angered Lin Tian because of this, and he really sent them out as cannon fodder when the Minotaur army attacked, that would be disastrous. Then Lang Ba hurried to the city lord's mansion, bowed his head and clasped his fists, saying, "Master, please forgive me. It's my fault for not disciplining them properly. They don't know how powerful you are, so they are gossiping like this." "No problem." Lin Tian smiled faintly and uttered 2 words softly. Seeing Lin Tian like this, Lang Ba felt relieved. The man in front of him was not a narrow-minded person. Seeing their leader like this, the werewolves didn't even dare to look up at the new master, let alone talk about him. Soon, the town was filled with busy people. Some werewolves moved into their new homes, while the rest got busy. They must build their own shelter before dark. After Lang Ba arranged everything, he came to the city lord's mansion and asked to see Lin Tian. "Master, this is all the savings of my werewolf clan." Lang Ba held a storage ring in both hands and presented it respectfully. Lin Tian took it and took a look. Wow, the entire space ring was almost full of crystals. There are crystals of various grades. The crystals dug out from the crystal mine are classified into grades according to their size and the amount of energy contained in them. The quality of crystals that can be mined from a crystal mine in a day depends entirely on luck. Sometimes, only one first-level crystal can be dug out in a day. Sometimes, several 7th or 8th level crystals can be dug up in a day. You can keep half for you and your people's cultivation. Linton did not take all of them. After all, this is all the savings of the werewolf tribe. Now that the werewolf tribe has submitted to him, it is not too much for him to take half of it. Thank you, master. Lang Ba was deeply touched. This was a result he had never expected before he came. Chapter 82. We are of the same origin. Why are we so anxious to fight each other? Lin Tian also learned about the power of the dark forest from Lang Ba. As a large tribe, the werewolves must have intersections with most of the forces in the dark forest. It can provide Lin Tian with the distribution of forces in the dark forest, so that Team Long doesn't have to go out to look for the locations of these forces. I learned from Wolf Overlord that the entire Dark Forest is ostensibly the territory of the two dynasties. They are the Tauren dynasty and the Lyran dynasty respectively. However, the entire Dark Forest is vast, and in addition to the most dangerous beasts, there are also tribes of various races. Moreover, there are many tribes like the werewolf tribe that have powerful kings, so even the two dynasties do not dare to easily destroy these tribes. These tribes paid a certain amount of tribute to the dynasty every year. For example, the werewolf tribe, in addition to paying a certain amount of tribute every year, can only trade with major tribes or the Tauren dynasty. The entire Dark Forest is rich in resources such as spiritual medicines and crystal minerals, as well as countless ferocious beasts, which support many tribes. Now there are also hundreds of city lords falling from the sky. The Dark Forest, which originally appeared peaceful on the surface, became undercurrent-filled. Especially Lin Tian's territory, which has become famous throughout the Dark Forest. The battle between Lin Tian and the Tauren dynasty caused many tribes to become restless. The original situation of peaceful coexistence is about to be broken by Lin Tian. Lin Tian got a general understanding of the Dark Forest situation and made some plans for the future. The two dynasties are the biggest obstacles to controlling the entire Dark Forest. In addition, there are the major tribes in the Dark Forest. Don't underestimate these tribes. If you provoke them and unite them, they will be no less powerful than a dynasty. There is no need to worry about the Lyran dynasty for the time being. They hope that the two sides will fight to the death, and he will take advantage of it. What Lin Tian has to do now is to get rid of some of the local tribes and nearby lords. Plunder their supplies to increase your strength and expand your territory. With the werewolf tribe, everything will become simple. As night falls, the blood-red moonlight covers the earth. Lin Tian looked outside and saw wisps of smoke rising from the entire town. Every household started preparing dinner. After Lin Tian finished his meal, he couldn't wait to start practicing. This time he took out several crystals to see if refining the crystals would speed up his cultivation. As he used all his strength to activate his skills, the crystal in his hand shrank and lost its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it finally turns into a ball of powder. It's indeed faster than absorbing the energy between heaven and earth to cultivate. He immediately took out several ninth-order crystals and refined them with all his strength. Compared with the speed of cultivation last night, he now truly realized the importance of crystals to cultivation. Not to mention the elixir that is more precious than the crystal. Of course it has to be the elixir made from spiritual medicine. As for the blood spirit pill that Sun Yuanzheng refined using the corpses of ferocious beasts, it can only be said to be barely considered a pill, but its efficacy is too weak. Compared to crystals, the blood spirit pill has only one advantage, which is that it can be refined very quickly. This kind of pill is more suitable for restoring energy when the body's energy is exhausted during a fight with the enemy. However, elixirs are extremely precious, and refining them requires spiritual medicine, which is extremely difficult to find. In addition to elixirs, the most important thing is the alchemist. Every alchemist is one in a million. It can be imagined that although Sun Yuanzheng's troops are not as high-ranking as his, the rarity of his troops is still half a level higher than his. There are probably no more than a dozen soldiers like Sun Yuanzheng who can refine elixirs right after birth in the entire myriad races. As long as you have alchemy drawings and materials, I can make pills for you. It's so terrifying. When the troops that cultivate spiritual medicines emerge, both sides can cooperate and make money without doing anything. Tonight is the first night after surviving the Beast Tide. The 3 days of Beast Tide have tortured them severely, and even many city lords have been killed. The city lords who can survive these 3 days have been tempered by blood, and their minds have been improved. Even the last city lord's strength had undergone a drastic change compared to before the beast tide. The beast tide brought not only an increase in strength, but also a large number of crystals. Some top city lords have been following Linton closely and upgraded their military buildings to level 3. Breed powerful troops to attack local forces and other city lords. At noon, Linton killed a city lord, exposing his position and causing an uproar. But soon the sound died down. Other city lords also began to learn from Linton, attacking other city lords' forces and plundering resources. In just one afternoon, dozens of city lords sent out distress messages, being attacked by city lords stronger than themselves, and wanted to beg other city lords for help. But no one dared to speak up for them. No one knows if they will be next. Today, I attacked the neighboring city lord and not only obtained all his resources, but also a random blueprint. No wonder boss Linton loves to attack other city lords. This random blueprint has a chance to reveal any treasure, even heavenly treasures. My Holy Light Alliance and I teamed up to capture a city lord with top-tier troops, and a mystical grade treasure was dropped. It was so cool. I attacked a local tribe and gained quite a bit. The city lords showed off their achievements today and felt extremely proud. This scene made many city lords very angry. If they were not so weak, they would have made these city lords experience firsthand the feeling of their cities being breached, their soldiers being killed before their eyes, and watching the heart of their territory being destroyed. We are all from the same roots, so why are we so eager to fight each other? Why should we kill each other? Uniting to deal with local forces together, isn't this better than killing each other? A group of bullies who only know how to bully others and attack local forces. This group of scum, they can't afford to offend the local forces, they only pick on the weak city lords. It's better not to join this kind of alliance that kills each other and bullies the weak. For a time, many city lords began to curse these scum who only knew how to kill each other. If you have the guts, why don't you go and scold Linton? He's already killed 2 city lords. We're nothing compared to him. A bunch of weak people dare to come out and bark. Remember, this is a world where strength is respected and strength is truth. The weak don't even have the qualifications to survive in this world. If you want to surpass Linton and step on him, you have to be more ruthless than him. The entire chat channel was abuzz with discussion, expressing their inner thoughts. Those truly powerful city lords would not waste their time on chatting. On the blood-covered continent of 10,000 races, some city lords led their troops to fight against ferocious beasts in the dark night. Some city lords devoted themselves to cultivation, thinking about improving their strength all the time. Chapter 83, Terrifying Thunder Dragon. The night passed quickly, and the morning sun shone down. The originally quiet town was different from the past, and bursts of noise were heard early in the morning. Linton woke up from his practice. After he washed up and came to the city lord's mansion, the dragon team and the werewolves had already gathered in front of the city lord's mansion, waiting for his instructions. With his order, a batch of weapons and equipment were carried out by the demons. Among them is the shock bow refined yesterday. Equipment is distributed from strong to weak. Some receive a piece of armor, and some receive a weapon. All the equipment was auctioned off yesterday in exchange for supplies, so it was impossible to fully equip all the werewolves. However, a werewolf's most powerful weapon is their claws, which can be used with or without weapons. Of course, compared to the shock bow, the latter is definitely stronger. The dragon team and the werewolves are divided into several teams. The werewolf team is mainly responsible for leading the way, but of course they also have to participate in the battle. They now also belong to the forces under Linton's command. If they want to obtain food and cultivation resources, they must contribute to the territory. Everything was ready, and several teams set out under Linton's command to sweep away the surrounding forces. Either surrender or die. In the entire town, only Linton and a group of old, young, women and children were left. Linton looked at the people leaving, turned around and walked towards the original dragon's nest. Since the arrival of the Earth Demon tribe, the original dragon's nest has become a forbidden area, guarded by 2 red dragons. No one is allowed to enter except Linton. The same applies to the city lord's mansion. Anyone who enters without his order will be killed. These 2 places are of paramount importance. He doesn't trust any other troops except the dragon troops he bred, unless the loyalty reaches 100%. Soon, 6 huge dragons appeared in front of Linton. This is a thunder dragon. The first thing that caught Linton's attention was a dragon that was dozens of meters long, covered with purple dragon scales, and with purple lightning dancing all over its body. The body of this dragon is comparable to that of a dragon demon that has broken through the king level. Without even looking at it, He had already guessed that the thunder dragon in front of him might possess the strength of a king. Except for the very first Panlong, the difference in cultivation between the newly bred dragons became smaller and smaller as time went on. Compared with the dragon demon and white dragon, the thunder dragon is only one level lower in strength. Thunder dragon. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, king level 1, 0/100. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 4-clawed thunder dragon. After checking the information, it was just as he expected. Lei Long's strength reached the king level when he was born. In addition to the dragon demon, there is another top-notch expert who is 100% loyal to him. In addition to the thunder dragon, there is also a white dragon, 2 black dragons, a red dragon, and a coiled dragon. Linton gave them names respectively. They shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the security and safety of the town. Linton, who was relaxing, looked at the results of his training last night. Last night, I refined more than 10 9th-level crystals, and my cultivation increased by 5 energy points. This result is not bad for him. Cultivation is a gradual process and cannot be accomplished overnight. Compared to those city lords who have not cleansed their meridians and marrow and have not practiced any martial arts, Linton's cultivation is something they cannot envy. Then he opened the chat channel again to see if anything big had happened. What caught my eye were advertisements for various alliances, including City Lord alliances and casual cultivator alliances recruiting people. After some weeks City Lords were attacked yesterday, many City Lords sought refuge and wanted to join the alliance. In a short time, the alliance of City Lords that was just established yesterday quickly grew to a certain scale. Under the trend of the times, if they don't want to die, they have no choice but to go with the flow. Brothers, I found a bug. My territory is a mid-level 1. I moved all the buildings to the edge of the territory and then upgraded it to a high-level 1. Guess what happened? Territory expansion is centered around the City Lord's mansion and expands in all directions. In this way, we can move the buildings to the edge before upgrading the territory and gradually move the entire territory away. Suddenly, a piece of news caught Linton's attention. A City Lord discovered an interesting bug. It is indeed somewhat useful, but this is only in the early stages. After careful analysis, Linton shook his head. For someone like him, there are already hundreds of houses in the entire town. If he wants to move so many buildings, it will inevitably cost a huge amount of resources. Totally not worth it. The territory of a primary town is 5 kilometers. As long as there are enough resources, the entire town can be moved freely within the territory until the territory is large enough. If we want to attack the territory at that time, it will be very troublesome. Suddenly, Linton thought of something. When it becomes a high-level town or is upgraded to a city, the territory will be at least several hundred kilometers in area. When attacked, he would teleport the entire city to a corner of the territory. Unless we wait until the resources are exhausted, there is nothing we can do to him. But with the resources depleted, there was no point in attacking him. When defending against a beast tide, buildings cannot be moved. I wonder if buildings cannot be moved when attacked by the enemy. There are many city lords who share the same idea as Linton. When attacked by the enemy, the building should not be able to move, so it is impossible to leave such a large hole. Really, it doesn't matter. Everyone can take advantage of the loophole in upgrading territories and gradually bring them together. That way, if one party is in trouble, the others can quickly provide support. I have a question. If we all gather together and wait for our territories to upgrade, will he annex my territory, or will I annex his? This. Unless you absolutely trust someone, it's better to develop quietly on your own. Yes, gathering together is not necessarily a good thing. Besides, we're all so far apart, we don't know when we'll be able to get together again. It would be great if there was the legendary teleportation array. The city lords discussed this matter a lot. There were pros and cons to it, and it was up to them to decide. They will bear the consequences of their choices. The human heart is unpredictable. Maybe you were killed by the lord of the city next door while you were still asleep. When it comes to interests, even your brothers will stab you without hesitation. Linton took a quick look and lost interest, then clicked on the trading channel. Today's trading channel has all kinds of items. Weapons, equipment, food, fruits, etc. Everything is available. Even water is packaged and sold. Linton shook his head. None of these things were what he was interested in. What he likes is even more of a treasure to these city lords. Unless it is a life-and-death situation, how could it be traded? After closing the panel and going outside, I saw the dragon team returning victoriously. Chapter 84. Boss Linton is going crazy with killing? A group of werewolves and dragons returned with a full load. Piles of supplies, including equipment, food, stones, and wood, were piled on the ground. It seems that they attacked a small tribe. With their strength, a small tribe can end the battle in less than half an hour. With the werewolves leading the way, they could easily deal with more than a dozen tribes in a day. The young werewolves attacked other forces for the first time. Looking at the supplies they had looted, their initial fear turned into pride. Seeing Linton coming, they immediately lined up and waited for Linton's praise. Linton saw all of this and naturally did not hesitate to praise him, just giving a few casual compliments, and took out a pile of crystals as rewards. The wolves looked at the crystals in their hands, feeling overjoyed, and headed for their next target without stopping. In a big battle, they didn't put in much effort at all and were all defeated by the dragon squad, which was stronger than them. In other words, they just led the way. Soon, other teams came back one after another. Each team had a fruitful harvest, and large quantities of supplies were brought back. Linton looked at the tens of thousands of units of wood and stone and the thousands of crystals and equipment. It would be a lie to say that he was unhappy. If he continues like this, he will be able to upgrade to a mid-level town in a few days. After each team delivered the supplies, they moved on to the next target without stopping. At this rate, all local forces within a radius of 100 kilometers can be wiped out today. Every time a tribe is destroyed, Linton will receive a prompt that the hatred value of the local forces in the dark forest towards him will increase. His large-scale massacre of local forces will inevitably cause a backlash from the local forces. But he couldn't back down from that. He could only eliminate the living forces as quickly as possible, and when they counterattacked, he found that their strength was no longer able to withstand him. As time passed, Linton was not idle, sorting and counting the looted supplies. Soon it was noon. The Dragon Demon team also returned with a complete victory at this time. Their chosen target was a large tribe 80 kilometers away. There is a powerful king in the tribe. They had bullied the werewolf tribe from time to time before, and had long been eyeing the werewolf tribe's crystal mines. Therefore, Langba chose this tribe first. The leader of this tribe was also tough and refused to surrender, but was eventually killed by the dragon demon. Linton looked at the supplies of a large tribe, which were equivalent to those of dozens of small tribes. Take over the tribal leader's ring, which contains important resources for the entire tribe. Tens of thousands of crystals, a large amount of other minerals, and even several spiritual medicines. These are important supplies that he is in short supply of. Such a large amount of supplies means that this tribe's foundation is even deeper than that of the werewolf tribe. Unfortunately, the martial arts he wanted were not available. Whether it is used for werewolves and demons to practice, or auctioned on the trading channel, the martial arts skills are a huge fortune. The rarity of martial arts techniques is self-evident. Only dynasties or some ancient tribes have it. King-level warriors like Lang Ba all rely on their own talents and cultivation resources to achieve their status. They don't need to practice any techniques. Even when they are sleeping, their bodies will practice on their own. Just like Long Feng and the others, Long Feng and the others have not yet awakened the inherited memories in their bloodlines, have no skills or magical powers, and can only gain energy through self-cultivation or killing ferocious beasts to improve their cultivation. Of course, the speed of cultivation cannot be compared with the speed of practicing the exercises. Linton waved his hand and gave out rewards without any hesitation. This way, the werewolves will work harder for him. Weapons and equipment. After the werewolves are almost fully armed, all the rest will be auctioned. Linton put all kinds of weapons and equipment between tribes on the trading channel. Except for the Shin-level weapon of the leader of a large tribe, all others are normal transactions. Several city lords with weapon-refining troops under their command have appeared in the trading channel. Everyone is doing normal transactions, but if he uses it for auction, it would be a bit unusual. There is also the possibility that someone will miss it. Everyone looked at the various weapons and equipment that Linton put on the shelves, which caused another wave of shock. His is boss Linton going crazy with his killing spree. I took a closer look and saw equipment from at least 5 or 6 tribes. It's terrible. Where the forest passes, not a single blade of grass grows. Could it be that Linton has become a bloodthirsty demon? I feel a little sorry for the Lord of the Dark Forest. If he is discovered by Linton, he will probably die. Ba, I advise Mr. Linton to commit less sins of killing. How come there's a monk here? Monk, your army type is monk, right? Are monks a military type? Everything is possible. Chapter 85 Mountain Giants. Invincible at the same level. Linton completely ignored what these people said. He only cared about earning supplies and improving his strength. Other things were not within his consideration. In a short while, all the weapons and equipment, including the Shin-level weapon, were sold out. The proceeds from the trade, plus the wood and stone harvested from the major tribes, totaled 73,000 units of wood, 56,000 units of stone, and 6,000 units of refined iron. With the addition of the werewolves, the speed has indeed increased a lot. We have gained so much in just one morning. This proves that the strategy of subjugating local forces is very correct, but these forces will not surrender so easily. Looking at this morning's harvest, Linton was slightly shocked. It was completely beyond his expectations. This made him want to continue to conquer a large number of local forces, but when he thought about it carefully, it was not an easy task. If too many forces are conquered and they cannot be suppressed, they will suffer backlash. There is not much use in conquering weak forces. After eating and resting, several teams prepared to set off again. Linton thought about it and felt that there was nothing important to do in the territory, and it was a bit boring, so he simply followed the dragon demon to the next target. Let Long Yin, a 9th-level strongman, guard the territory to prevent sneak attacks from other forces. Long Yin looked reluctant. She wanted to follow her master out and protect his safety. But faced with Linton's orders, she could only obey. In the sky, Linton stood on the back of the dragon demon, like a king, overlooking his beautiful land. With his current level of cultivation, he didn't feel any discomfort even with the dragon demon's lightning-fast speed. Instead, he looked very happy and felt very proud. After a while, Linton and others arrived at a huge mountain forest 100 kilometers away. One after another, tall and burly figures appeared in Linton's eyes. This is their target this time, the mountain giants. The giants living in the jungle, despite their tall stature, would seem to be dull and slow in movement, but the opposite is true. Life in the jungle has given them tremendous strength and agility. Therefore, they can defeat strong people of the same level with just their physical strength. If a strong man of the same level were to rely solely on his own strength to resist their punches, he would be seriously injured, if not killed. I heard from Langba that when the leader of the contemporary mountain giant tribe was young, no one of the same level in the entire dark forest could match him. He could even challenge the older generation of strong men by crossing levels. Therefore, since he broke through the king level and became the clan leader, almost no force dared to provoke the mountain giants. Since then, the leader of the mountain giants has never taken action. There are rumors that the leader of the mountain giants has broken through to the 3rd level of the king rank, and as soon as he came out of seclusion, he challenged a 4th-level king of a certain tribe, and the two sides were evenly matched. This news made the mountain giants one of the strongest tribes in the dark forest. The reason why Linton dared to attack such a powerful tribe was because he now had 3 king-level powerhouses under his command. Even though the strength of the mountain giant leader is comparable to that of a 4th-level king, he is still facing the siege of 3 kings. Linton didn't believe that he could fight back. Now that the dragon demon has awakened his devouring power, even if 2 dragons alone can outlast the leader of the mountain giants. The main reason is that Linton was worried that the mountain giants would join other tribes in dealing with him. It will be too late by then. It's better to strike first and get rid of them first. After all, the two sides are only about 100 kilometers apart. If Linton showed too much strength and threatened the mountain giants, they would definitely be the first to want to deal with him. In addition, the mountain giants have a crystal mine that is larger than the werewolf tribe and a special ore. These are all huge fortunes. The crystal mine of the mountain giant tribe has a chance of mining king-level crystals, which are crystals needed to upgrade military buildings and are extremely important. It is obviously unrealistic to want to collect all the king-level crystals by killing king-level strongmen. Even if all the powerful kings in the Dark Forest and the 2 dynasties were killed, there would probably not be enough to gather 50 king-level warriors. Mining crystal ore is a good choice. One of the reasons why the leader of the mountain giants is so powerful is because he has a mine at home. With the supply of king-level crystals, even if you are a pig, you can be turned into a strong man. What's more, the fact that the leader of the mountain giants can fight against opponents of higher levels shows that his talent is not bad. Linton and others did not hide their whereabouts and were soon discovered by the mountain giants. Just as they were above the mountain giants, a huge figure in golden armor walked out of a house. The terrifying energy all over his body, coupled with the power of a 3rd-level king, makes people terrified. The person who walked out was none other than the leader of the mountain giants. When the leader of the mountain giants saw the dragons and werewolves coming, he showed contempt on his face. He didn't expect that this group of outsiders would dare to cause trouble for his mountain giant tribe, courting their own safety. He couldn't even remember when he had actually taken action before. It had been such a long time since he had really taken action, yet someone actually dared to provoke him. It seems that his reputation has gradually been forgotten. Wolf Tyrant, you scum of the werewolf clan, actually surrendered to an outsider. You are really bringing shame to your werewolf clan. The leader of the mountain giants slowly flew into the air, and the familiar wolf overlord was the first person that caught his eye, and he immediately burst into ridicule. Only a scum of his werewolf clan could do such a humiliating thing. The mocked wolf tyrant felt a bit embarrassed and roared, "Shan Wudi, today is your death. Your mountain giant tribe will also be destroyed. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance." Hearing this, Shan Wudi seemed to have heard the biggest joke and said, "You 3 ants at the first level of the king rank want to kill me?" Shan Wudi glanced at Long Mo and Long Zhun with disdain on his face. Even if there are 3 king-level first-level strongmen, he is not afraid of even a king-level fourth-level strongman. He even doubted whether these 2 lizard-like creatures in front of him could withstand 2 of his punches. As for Linton, who was standing on the back of the dragon demon, he was completely ignored by him. He could easily crush an 8th-level ant with just 1 finger. He doesn't take it seriously at all. Shan Wudi? This name really suits his arrogant personality. Linton jumped lightly, and his body floated like a swallow, landing on the top of a towering ancient tree. Erlong and the other 2 understood Linton's actions instantly. Without wasting any more time talking to Shan Wudi, they surrounded him. Shan Wudi also noticed Linton at this time. He is not stupid. Judging from the actions of Erlong and the other 2, Linton Kai was the one in charge. Chapter 86. War breaks out, for king-level warriors fight. But Linton is clearly just an ant with only the 8th level strength. How can he make 3 king-level powerhouses willingly obey him? Before he could think about it, the pressure from the 3 people came towards him together. Boom! Shan Wudi's whole body shook, and the terrifying pressure of the 3rd level of the king level gushed out from his body, competing with the 3 pressures of Long Mo and others. The werewolves that followed were so overwhelmed by this pressure that their souls were trembling. Screams were heard from the mountain giants below. Some weak mountain giants could not withstand the collision of such terrifying pressure. The clash between 4 powerful kings is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Even Linton, an 8th level strongman, felt a little uncomfortable under the pressure. This was because he had practiced heaven-level skills and possessed earth-level treasures, which offset most of the pressure. Shan Wudi also noticed this scene. He saw his whole body full of energy and punched out with all his strength. Bang! Erlong and the other man were directly knocked back. Then he was seen flying away into the distance. The meaning is obvious. Go fight somewhere else. Fighting here would affect the tribesmen below. Even if he won, his tribesmen would suffer heavy losses. On the battlefield, Wolf King transformed into a werewolf and the war began. The purple lightning that fell from the sky, the black dragon breath containing terrifying energy, and the sharp wolf claws condensed from energy all greeted the leader of the mountain giants. Shan Wudi relied solely on his physical strength to punch out, crushing all attacks. For a moment, the sky shook violently, and the terrifying aftermath swept across the 4 directions like a huge wave. Kill! On the other side, as Linton's voice fell, the dragon squad and the werewolves rushed towards the mountain giant tribe with roars. The giants looked at the charging enemies, their bodies boiling with fighting spirit. Within a few breaths, the 2 sides started fighting each other. The giant's punch landed, and a huge pit several meters deep suddenly appeared on the ground. A werewolf was unfortunately hit by the punch and was directly turned into a bloody mist. When the werewolves saw this place, they did not feel fear, but instead their ferocity was aroused. With its small and flexible body, it shuttled between the giants, and its sharp wolf claws swung out, leaving bloody marks on the giants' bodies. The dragon squad was flying in the air at an incredible speed, and it was undoubtedly more difficult for the giant to hit them. The dragon breath condensed from the energy in the mouths of the divine dragons blasted towards the giant's head. Even if the person who was hit did not die, he would lose the ability to resist for a short time. At this time, the black dragon took the opportunity to attack and use its claws to grab the opponent's head. The werewolf was below and the black dragon was above. They cooperated with each other, and for a while they actually suppressed the giant. A giant felt a pain in his foot and looked down to see that a werewolf had scratched his ankle and the blood was flowing. The giant raised his foot and stepped towards the werewolf. But at this moment, a dragon's tail swung over and hit the giant's head. The giant's body was hit hard and flew out. The giant flying in the air was still a little dazed, and he only felt a roar in his head. He rolled to the ground and was unable to react for a moment. A werewolf jumped onto the giant and easily killed him. When the 9th Order Peak Mountain Giant Elder saw this scene, he was filled with murderous intent. When had his mountain giant tribe been massacred like this? But he was entangled by Long Zhan, who was also at the 9th level. He was on the ground, and Long Zhan was in the sky. It was unfair to him, But how could there be fairness in war? Linton looked at the fight in front of him without a trace of joy on his face. The dragon team that came this time was too small, with only 12 dragons in total. Both Panlong and Qilong went to attack other tribes. In addition to the dragon squad, there are thousands of werewolves. Just a few minutes into the battle, they killed more than a dozen mountain giants. But the werewolves also lost more than a dozen. The size difference between werewolves and giants is too big. Once a werewolf is hit by a giant, it is almost certain to die. This gap cannot be bridged. The great elder of the giant tribe who was fighting with Long Zhan suddenly noticed Linton, who was standing on a towering ancient tree and watching the battle. It was this person who gave the order just now, which means Linton is their leader. As long as he is killed, the enemies in front of him will surely fall into panic, and that will be the opportunity for his giant tribe. Otherwise, if we continue like this, the outcome will be unpredictable. Even if he eventually killed all the invading enemies, his giant tribe would suffer heavy losses and might even be completely destroyed. Roar, roar, roar. The great elder of the giant tribe roared at the other giants, and immediately several giants looked at Linton. 2 giants with 8th level strength left the battlefield and rushed towards where Linton was. When Linton saw this scene, a sword appeared in his hand. Originally, he didn't want to fight, because these giants didn't know how to control their strength. If he got hit by one of their punches, he would be crippled if not killed. But now that this group of giants has set their sights on him, he has no choice but to take action. This is a good opportunity to test the results of his training over the past few days. Boom! The 2 giants jumped high, and their fists, which were bigger than Linton's, smashed towards him. Linton chose to avoid the attack. With a light leap, as light as a swallow, he jumped onto another tree. Boom! With one punch from the 2 giants, several towering ancient trees were instantly blown into powder, leaving a huge, deep pit in the ground. With such explosive damage, it's no wonder that the mountain giants can be invincible at the same level. Even though he was at the same 8th level of strength, he didn't dare to take a punch head-on. One can imagine how powerful Shan Wudi, who has even greater talent, would be. It's my turn. Linton, who had just jumped up, was already planning his moves. The attacks of the 2 giants missed, and now it was his turn. The unsheathed sword vibrated with a humming sound. Swish! He swung his sword, creating hundreds of sword energies that charged towards the 2 giants below. The 2 giants wanted to dodge the sharp sword energy that contained terrifying murderous intent, but it was too late. Puff! Puff! Dozens of sword wounds appeared on the 2 giants' bodies, and bright red blood flowed out of the wounds. Looking at the damage caused by the sword energy, Linton felt quite satisfied. Having practiced a heavenly level technique, his speed in practicing the One Chi sword technique has improved by leaps and bounds, and the damage caused by his sword energy is higher than before. The 2 giants missed their target and were injured by Linton, and they were extremely angry. He roared and rushed towards where Linton was. This time they learned their lesson. Not 2 of them rushed towards Linton together, but one of them stared at Linton's next move. Linton had just jumped up to avoid the attack of another giant when another giant swooped down and tried to kill Linton in midair. This was obviously beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that these 2 giants had learned to be cunning. Just as he was about to be hit by the giant's punch, he swung his sword and confronted the giant head-on. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing. Linton felt a huge force coming from the sword, and his body flew backwards involuntarily. Chapter 87. Killed instantly with one sword, unbelievable. Linton somersaulted several times and flew backwards dozens of meters before he managed to steady himself. His body fell rapidly, and he used the tree trunk to reduce the impact, thus avoiding a huge fall and landing steadily on the ground. It would be a shame not to use this energy to mine. Linton shook his numb and painful right hand and cursed in his heart. Looking at the top-grade yellow sword in his hand, cracks appeared on the sword after a head-on collision with the giant. It is completely unusable. He looked at the sword that had accompanied him for several days, and finally it came to an end and was thrown aside. A sword appeared in Linton's hand again. This sword and the previous top-grade yellow-level sword are completely different just by looking at their scabbards. Holding it in the palm of your hand, you can clearly feel the chill of the sword. The hilt is carved with a golden dragon pattern, which looks extremely majestic. Clang! The sword was unsheathed. The blade was extremely sharp, the terrifying edge spread, and the momentum of the earth-level treasure swept over. The 2 giants who were pursuing Linton in pursuit of victory were startled when they sensed the aura emanating from the earth-level sword in Linton's hand. They sensed a life-and-death crisis in this sword. It was as if this sword could easily end their lives. After just a few seconds of hesitation, the two giants attacked Linton again. Their mission was to kill the man in front of them. Even if they died, they had to die together with Linton. Linton looked at the Qianyuan's sword in his hand. He had originally planned to use this sword after breaking through to the king level. But things did not go as he wished. A punch from the mountain giant destroyed his sword, and now he could only unsheath the Qianyuan's sword early. The Qianyuan's sword still felt a bit heavy even with his current 8th level strength. I don't know what material it is made of, but looking at how sharp the blade is, it's no big deal compared to it. It is effortless to cut iron like mud. Looking at the giant coming towards him again, Linton gripped the Qianyuan sword tightly in both hands and slashed with all his strength. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the space seemed to be split open by Linton. Linton slashed out a sword energy containing endless divine power, carrying tremendous might and murderous aura, and slashed towards the two giants. Wherever it passed, the air exploded, the ground cracked, and everything around it turned to dust. This horrifying scene instantly frightened the two mountain giants silly. There was a look of fear in his eyes. How could this be an attack that could be launched by a kid with the same 8th level strength as them? Faced with such a terrifying attack, the two giants didn't even have the courage to resist. They watched helplessly as the sword energy got closer and closer to them. At this moment, their minds were blank and the fear of death shrouded their hearts. Puff! The sword energy easily passed through their bodies like cutting tofu. In front of them was a ravine cut by sword energy. The two giants fell to the ground, and bright red blood gushed out like a waterfall, quickly filling the several-meter-deep ravine. The terrifying fluctuations here instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield, and they all cast their eyes over. What I saw was Linton holding a sword and splitting two 8th level giants into two halves. When the giants saw this scene, their faces were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Two powerful warriors of their giant tribe were killed by such a small person. Shan Wudi, the leader of the mountain giants, was also attracted by the movement here and paid attention to it. Seeing Linton kill their two 8th level warriors in seconds, they also felt incredible. But the next second, he saw the Qianyuan's sword, a ground-level sword in Linton's hand. Earth-level treasure? How is this possible? Shan Wudi was completely shocked. Even the dynasty forces might not have Earth-level treasures. Could it be that he came from a stronger force above the dynasty? Seeing a treasure of this level appear in such a place, Shan Wudi couldn't help but feel a little greedy, but he was also a little worried that there was a powerful force behind Linton. This is the guy who didn't even take the Minotaur dynasty seriously and destroyed an army of 100,000 Minotaur soldiers. At this moment, Linton was almost drained of energy by the Qianyuan's sword because of the sword he swung, and the only remaining strength supported him to stand in place. The moment he took out the Qianyuan's sword, he thought of this situation because he had experienced it before. The reason why he stood firmly in place at this time was to intimidate the giant. He killed two 8th level giants in an instant. Who would dare to kill him at this time? Now even the great elder of the giant tribe who is at the peak of the 9th level feels a little scared when looking at Linton. Linton's actions boosted the morale of the werewolves and made them fight even more frantically. On the largest battlefield, just when Shan Wudi was distracted and shocked, Lei Longjun found an opportunity and launched a big move. Suddenly, there were loud explosions in the sky and thunderclouds appeared. These thunderclouds simultaneously emitted several purple lightning bolts, which converged into a thick lightning pillar, slashing toward Shan Wudi. The moment the thunder and lightning sounded, Shan Wudi was startled back to his senses. But it was too late. Looking up, he saw a bolt of lightning several meters thick, already above his head. Boom! Shan Wudi was wrapped in purple lightning, and the golden armor on his body was directly destroyed by the purple lightning. His huge body kept twitching. After such a long battle, Shan Wudi was left with several wounds by Longjun and his men. These terrifying lightning bolts not only enlarged the wound when they came into contact with it, but also penetrated into the body, paralyzing and destroying Shan Wudi's body. Oh no! Feeling his body paralyzed and unable to move, Shan Wudi was shocked. Just now he was multitasking, fighting with Long Mo and the others while being shocked by Linton. Longjun saw this move as an opportunity. One ultimate move left him without the power to resist. In a fight of this level, let alone a few seconds of paralysis, even a single second of mistake would bring unimaginable consequences. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, Dragon Demon and Wolf Overlord attacked at the same time, sending their dragon claws and wolf claws towards Shan Wudi's body. Shan Wuti could only watch his body being pierced by the sharp dragon claws carrying endless murderous aura. The several-meter-long dragon claw pierced straight into Shan Wuti's heart, giving him a chill. Langba's claws also left a long wound on Shan Wuti's back, which was shocking. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, and the thunderclouds above the sky were directly shattered by this roar. Despite the fatal damage from the dragon demon, Shan Wuti did not die. The powerful vitality of the third level of the king class should not be underestimated. But this was just his last struggle. The heart was fatally injured. No matter how strong his vitality was, he could not recover on his own. Death was what awaited him in the end. Shan Wuti never thought that after being invincible throughout his life, he was careless at this critical moment and lost his life. Chapter 88. Die Together. As long as he dies, the entire mountain giant tribe will be completely destroyed. He was filled with resentment. Shan Wuti's eyes were bloodshot and fierce, and he swept his gaze, filled with endless murderous intent, over the 3 dragon demons. Now he was seriously injured and would not live long. The only thing he could do was to drag these 3 people to be buried with him, so that his mountain giant tribe would have a glimmer of hope of survival. A bunch of despicable and shameless people. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Thinking of this, Shan Wuti immediately chose the weakest wolf overlord and attacked him first. After fighting for such a long time, he had a clear understanding of Erlong's strength. The strength of Long Zhun and Long Mo was completely beyond his understanding. He only has the chance to kill the weakest wolf king instantly. Kill one of them, and kill the remaining 2 even if he explodes himself. Shan Wuti completely ignored Long Zhun and Long Mo and went straight towards Langba. When Langba saw this scene, he was instantly frightened to death. Shan Wuti wants to drag him to be buried with him. He dared not hesitate any longer and quickly turned around and ran away. But how could his speed compare to Shan Wuti? Shan Wuti slapped out with his huge body, instantly covering Langba. There was no way for Wolf Overlord to escape, and his eyes showed fear. If he was hit by a palm, with his small body, he would definitely be beaten into a pulp. But Shan Wuti's desperate attack left his back completely exposed to Long Zhun and Long Mo. At this time, Shan Wuti only wanted to kill Langba and did not defend himself at all against Long Mo and the others. He knew that Long Mo and the others would definitely take this opportunity to attack him. He wanted to use his physical body to withstand the attacks of Long Mo and the others, and after killing Langba, die together with Long Mo and the others. When the giant palm fell towards Langba, the energy in his body also became completely violent. When his palm falls and kills Wolf Tyrant, and the 2 dragons attack him, everything will be over. But he greatly underestimated the dragon demon's methods. The dragon demon's claw just now left a ball of dark energy in his body. He was completely oblivious to the severe pain in his heart. These black energies flowed through his heart to his internal organs. The internal organs were eroded by these black energies. At this time, he gathered all his energy into his dantian, and the black energy seemed to be summoned and rushed towards his dantian. Wherever he passed, Shan Wuti's internal organs were all devastated. As it was swallowed, the ball of black energy became larger and larger. What is this? How did it get inside me? Shan Wuti noticed this ball of black energy at this time. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't do it at all. The energy was swallowed up in an instant. Looking at Long Zhun and Long Mo again, they did not take the opportunity to attack him as he expected. Instead, he swung out his huge dragon tail to help Langba resist his palm. Boom! The collision between the dragon's tail and the giant palm was like a nuclear bomb explosion, and the shocking explosion resounded through the sky. At the place where the 2 sides collided, an invisible air wave swept towards the surroundings like a tidal wave. The forests and mountains beneath his feet were all razed to the ground by the aftermath. Both sides were pushed back dozens of meters. Wolf Tyrant managed to survive. Thank you both for saving my life. After walking around the death gate, Langba looked at Long Mo and Long Zhun with gratitude and bowed to express his gratitude. Puff! Shan Wuti, who was already seriously injured, was even more seriously injured after this collision, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Leader. The mountain giants who saw this scene let out heart-wrenching screams. They saw everything the leader did for them, but they were powerless. They couldn't even defeat the werewolves and dragons on the ground. The defeat of their mountain giant tribe seemed to be a foregone conclusion. The anger in Shan Wuti's eyes gradually turned into unwillingness. He was already at the end of his strength, and his final plan failed, leaving him with no chance at all. He clearly felt that the energy in his body was being madly devoured by a ball of black energy. Seriously injured, he was powerless in the face of this ball of black energy. Now he can't even self-destruct. Turning his head and looking down, he saw that his fellow tribesmen were being slaughtered brutally, and he, as the leader, was powerless to do anything. The vitality in my body gradually faded away. He used up his last bit of strength and looked at Linton in the distance. Boom! Shan Wudi's huge body fell from the air and hit the ground, completely lifeless. A ball of black energy flew out of Shan Wudi's body and was swallowed by the dragon demon, causing his strength to surge. Although he failed to break through to the second level of the king rank, he devoured the energy in Shan Wudi's body, plus the energy obtained from killing Shan Wudi. This means he is not far from breaking through to the second level of the king rank. Shan Wudi's death plunged the entire mountain giant tribe into complete chaos. Some mountain giants went crazy because of Shan Wudi's death. Their eyes were filled with anger, and suffocating murderous aura burst out from them. They wanted to avenge their leader. Kill, kill. The giants no longer defended themselves and only wanted to kill the invaders in front of them. With this life and death fighting style, the werewolf under his feet will be in a miserable state. Before, because they had to be wary of the dragons overhead, the werewolves launched sneak attacks and cooperated with each other. Now the giants have nothing to worry about. Some of the giants used their hands and feet to attack the werewolves frantically. Some giants jumped high, trying to catch the dragons flying in the air. For a time, the werewolves suffered huge casualties. Several dragons were accidentally caught and almost torn in half by the giants. Fortunately, Long Jun and others arrived to rescue us in time. The situation on the battle turned around again. When Long Jun and his men took action, these tall giants were like ants. A swing of a dragon's tail can kill several giants. Linton, who was not far away, had recovered some of his energy. Thinking of the look Shan Wudi gave him before he died, and then looking at the mountain giants who were still fighting back before their death on the battlefield. Those who surrender will not be killed. Linton's voice was like an imperial decree, spreading throughout the battlefield. In this world where strength is respected, there is no right or wrong in war. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. In order to survive, he had no choice but to keep launching wars and increasing his strength. On the battlefield, Linton's words worked, and several giants who were afraid of death stopped. The werewolves and dragon demons stopped attacking the giants. This action immediately caused a chain reaction, and more giants stopped. Only the mountain giants, led by the great elder, were still attacking frantically. The death of their leader made them unwilling to surrender. They knew very well that they could no longer avenge their leader. But even if they die, they will die in battle like their leader. Faced with these giants, the dragon demon and his men showed no mercy and quickly dealt with them all. At this point, the battle against the mountain giants was completely over. Chapter 89: Defeat the Giants and Refine the Pill. Linton looked at these giants, his eyes revealing fear and hatred towards him. He said nothing, but ordered the battlefield to be cleaned up and all supplies except food and shelter to be moved back to the territory. Food and houses were left for the remaining mountain giants. Now that the mountain giants have surrendered, it is impossible for them to take back their territory, as his town cannot accommodate them. They could only be allowed to continue living here. It just so happened that the mountain giants owned 2 mineral veins, which they could mine. The werewolf clan's chief elder led a group of werewolves to supervise here and prevent them from escaping. Faced with Linton's order, the mountain giants had no right to refuse and could only accept it. After doing all this, Linton received a prompt. You successfully destroyed the mountain giant tribe and received a reward of 9th level crystal plus 99. You destroyed the mountain giant tribe, and your territory's influence and reputation in the dark forest increased. You destroyed the mountain giant tribe, and the giant's favorability towards you has decreased. Seeing the prompt, Linton was quite surprised. He actually received an extra 99 level 9 crystals as a reward. And the giants did not hate him, but their favorability towards him decreased. The mountain giants were just a branch of the giants. Although he attacked the mountain giants, fortunately he did not kill them all. Therefore, the giants did not hate him to the point of hatred. Linton thought about it for a while and figured it out. He then led the dragon team and the werewolves, carrying all the spoils back to the territory. After returning to the territory, Linton immediately began to count the spoils of war. To say that the harvest this time was fruitful would be an understatement. 50 king-level crystals were harvested alone. There are even more than 1,000 ninth-order crystals, plus the ninth-order crystals harvested before. There are nearly 2,000 in total. There are countless crystals below the 9th level. In addition, there are a lot of rare minerals, among which blackstone is the most abundant. The vein occupied by the giants is the blackstone vein. Blackstone ore is the material for refining Shin-level weapons, so its preciousness is self-evident. So many elixirs. Linton was shocked when he looked at the more than 20 spiritual herbs in front of him. He had attacked many tribes before, but only had less than 10 spiritual herbs, while a mountain giant tribe had more than 20 spiritual herbs. In total, he now owns 30 spiritual herbs. These elixirs are difficult to store. Over time, their medicinal properties will slowly dissipate until they wither. If you refine it directly, you won't be able to bring out the maximum value of the elixir, and some of its medicinal properties won't be fully absorbed. Linton looked at these elixirs and fell into deep thought. If you refine it directly, it would be a waste of resources. The best way is to refine it into elixir. Currently, the only one who can refine elixir is Sun Yuanjing. Thinking of this, Linton immediately opened the friend list and sent a message to Sun Yuanjing. Sun Yuanjing, Brother Linton, what are your instructions? Linton, how many pill recipes do you have now? Linton asked directly. If Sun Yuanjing had too few recipes for elixirs, he probably didn't even know the effects of these spiritual medicines, so how could he use them to refine elixirs? Sun Yuanjing was also stunned when he saw Linton's message. He didn't know what Linton was going to do, but he still answered honestly. Brother Linton, to be honest, there are only 3 pill recipes at the moment. Spiritual herbs are extremely difficult to find. I haven't even gathered all the spiritual herbs needed for one elixir yet. He also added a sentence in passing to prevent Linton from replacing the 10 pills with pills that were actually made from spiritual herbs. How could Linton not see through his little thoughts? He got to the point and said, I have 30 spiritual herbs here. How many pills can you refine? Hiss. In a territory far away, Sun Yuanjing couldn't help but gasp when he saw the news. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. He thought for a while and said, Brother Linton, this is hard to be sure. Refining pills is not 100% successful. Linton thought about it and agreed. In the novel, when refining elixirs, the furnace may explode if one is not careful, or the elixir in the furnace may turn into ashes if one makes a mistake. Linton, how about this? I'll give you these 30 spiritual herbs. No matter how many you refine, just give me 20 pills. It takes about 5 or 6 spiritual herbs to refine a batch of pills. Successfully refined a furnace of pills, which contained about 6 or 7 pills. This was his conservative estimate. Only Sun Yuanjing knew how many pills he could refine. By this calculation, if he wants 20 pills, Sun Yuanjing will not lose anything. It's even possible to make a fortune. However, if a few furnaces fail in refining, Sun Yuanjing may not make much money, and may even lose money. On the other side, Sun Yuan was carefully analyzing and calculating. The interests involved were quickly analyzed. In the end, he agreed. If nothing else, his soldiers can gain energy and improve their proficiency by refining pills. The higher the proficiency, the greater the success rate of refining pills. There is even a certain chance of revealing elixir blueprints. Whatever the reason, it's worth a try. Maybe he can even earn a few pills. Seeing that Sun Yuanjing agreed, Linton handed all 30 spiritual herbs to him. After dealing with the elixir, Linton looked at the weapons and equipment. The huge armor is several times larger than him. I wonder if there are any city lords who have giant soldiers. Linton put these giants' armor and weapons on the trading channel to try. If it cannot be sold, it can only be melted and refined into other equipment. Boss Linton has added weapons and equipment to the shelves again. The equipment on the shelves this time is actually giant equipment. Did Boss Linton wipe out an entire giant tribe? I am already numb to the shock of Master Linton. Even if Boss Linton ascends to heaven someday, I wouldn't feel strange. We have no use for the giant's equipment. If you don't need it, don't buy it. Are you stupid? As soon as Linton put the item on the trading channel, it immediately attracted a lot of discussion. Linton shook his head. These people really had nothing to do. They just stared at the trading channel and chat channel all day long. What is Linton? My Star God Alliance leader has already upgraded the military structure to level 3 and has even produced a king-level military unit. As for joining our Star God Alliance, the threshold for joining the alliance will be raised in the next few days. By then, you won't be able to join even if you want to. His king-level troops, this is too strong. I only bred 8th-level troops. I know about the Star God Alliance. It seems to have been founded by Wang Xingyuan, who is ranked 5th on the list. 5th on the rankings, no wonder it's so strong. If that's the case, the top 10 leaders on the list might have all bred king-level troops. The 8th-ranked goddess Ruming has also created an alliance. I want to join her alliance. Chapter 90 Star God Alliance, King-Level Strength Arms. The Star God Alliance's King-Level Strength Troops. Looking at the information in the chat channel, Linton learned some news. Some city lords harvested enough crystals during the Beast Tide to upgrade their military buildings to level 3. King-level troops have gradually begun to emerge. This made him feel a surge of pressure. If any city lord had better luck and continuously bred king-level soldiers, he would be able to surpass him. Pressure will make him more motivated. Linton continued to watch for a while and found that there were quite a few city lords who had bred king-level troops. He shook his head, closed the panel, and went to count the supplies harvested by other teams. When Linton destroyed the mountain giant tribe, other teams also destroyed other tribes and harvested a large amount of supplies. Dozens of kilometers away from the mountain giants, in a hidden valley, a young man led a group of soldiers who were all black and burly and exuded demonic energy. They walked out of the territory, stepped into the dense forest, and slowly approached the direction of the mountain giants. The young man sensed the terrifying fluctuations of the battle in the distance just now. After the war, the young man couldn't resist his curiosity and led his troops to find out what was going on. Soon, they arrived at the site of the great battle. The bodies had been cleaned up, leaving only traces of battle and blood on the ground. The 9th-rank soldier carefully sensed the situation and respectfully reported, "Master, there are remnants of several king-rank masters on the battlefield. I'm afraid it's not just a battle between 2 king-rank masters. A battle between several powerful kings." The young man frowned, thinking that this matter might not be simple. He wanted to withdraw, but he was unwilling to do so. "Master, there's movement over there." Suddenly, the 9th Order soldiers sensed energy fluctuations coming from one direction. Hearing the movement, the young man immediately led his troops closer. Soon they came to a mine where a group of werewolves and mountain giants gathered. Looking at the scale of the crystal mine, the young man quickly analyzed that it was a large crystal mine. A hint of greed immediately flashed in the young man's eyes. "Want to take over this large crystal mine? As long as he has this large crystal mine, he will have an endless supply of crystals, which will make it easy for him to improve his strength and upgrade his military units and buildings." A 9th-rank soldier nearby saw his master's thoughts and hurriedly advised, "Master, this must be a war caused by the crystal mine. The werewolf tribe defeated the giant tribe and seized the crystal mine. The remaining giants were enslaved, and the werewolf tribe definitely has at least one king-level warrior." Giants. When the young man heard the word giant tribe, he immediately woke up. Just now he saw in the chat channel that Linton attacked a giant tribe. Could it be this giant tribe? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed, and the young man gradually began to think about escaping from here. Wrong. Just as the young man was about to order a retreat, he noticed something wrong in his mind. How could Linton's army be a werewolf? A mere werewolf is not even as good as my army. How could he possibly take the top spot on the leaderboard with a werewolf? The young man turned to look at his own troops and asked, "Are these werewolves a local force, or are they the same as you?" The 9th-level soldier immediately replied, "Master, these werewolves are from the local forces. They have the aura of a local force." Hearing this answer, the young man breathed a sigh of relief and dispelled his concerns about Linton. It must be just a coincidence. The young man looked into the mine and locked onto the 9th-level werewolf elder. "Are you sure you can kill him?" the young man asked with a fierce look in his eyes. After ruling out Linton, he once again set his sights on the large crystal mine in front of him. Large crystal mines have a chance of digging out even king-level crystals, not to mention crystals below the king level. His current military structure is still short of some crystals to upgrade to a level 3 military structure. As long as he upgrades to the 3rd-level military building, he will be able to breed king-level troops like the leader of the Star God Alliance. His troops are not bad, otherwise he would not be able to breed 9th-level troops. Chapter 91. All the major tribes gathered to attack Linton. Just kill all the werewolves here without them knowing and without leaking any information. By the time the other werewolves discovered him, he had already upgraded to a 3rd-level military structure, breeding king-level troops. By then, even if the werewolf tribe has a king-level strongman, he will not be afraid. His army is the extraordinary Fire Demon clan. The 9th-rank soldier behind him was the blood and fire demon that he had bred this morning. How can a mere werewolf tribe compare with him? When the 9th-rank blood fire demon heard his master's question, his tone suddenly became a little low. "Master, if he escapes with all his strength, I can't stop him." "Waste." The young man cursed loudly after hearing this and had no choice but to retreat. "Once I can breed a 9th Order soldier tomorrow, I'll be able to take them all down. It just so happens that they also mined crystals." After the young man returned to his territory, he thought carefully, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After several hours of inventory, Linton finally finished processing all the supplies. All unused items can be put on the trading channel and exchanged for supplies. Linton paid a large amount of compensation to the families of the werewolves who died in battle today. He distributed a large amount of crystals without feeling any heartache today. This was what he should do. Only in this way will these werewolves be willing to work for him. After doing all this, he took a look at Langba's information and found that his loyalty had risen to 80. Once you reach this level of loyalty, there is almost no possibility of betrayal. Now even if he asked Langba to die, Langba would not disobey. Loyalty will only drop if he kills werewolves. But he is not a pervert and would never do such a thing. After finishing all the work, it was dark and the day was over. After a busy day, the werewolf and dragon teams began to eat and rest. With the werewolves, the task of cooking naturally fell to them, and Linton could also change his taste and eat a variety of cooked foods. After finishing his meal, Linton began his practice. What he didn't know was that because of what he did today, a group of tribal leaders in the dark forest gathered together to discuss the matter. Deep in the dark forest, inside a palace, tribal leaders of various appearances gathered here. Sitting on the first seat at the top of the hall was a middle-aged man with silver hair and a silver horn between his eyebrows. This is the Silver Horn tribe, the most mysterious and powerful tribal race in the dark forest. That foreign force is too arrogant. They don't take our dark forest tribes seriously at all. Exactly. They actually dared to massacre the tribes on such a large scale in the dark forest. How arrogant. If this continues, he will slaughter all the tribes in the dark forest. The other party didn't even take the Minotaur dynasty seriously, and violently killed a king-level strongman and 100,000 troops of the Minotaur dynasty. That's nothing. The leader of the mountain giants was a 4th-level king, yet he was still killed. We must come up with a solution today, otherwise we might become his target tomorrow. The leaders of the major tribes were discussing the matter. The demise of the mountain giants had truly shocked them too much. Everyone sensed the crisis and wanted to find a way to deal with Linton. Ahem. Suddenly, a cough was heard in the noisy hall. The whole hall suddenly became silent, and everyone looked up. The middle-aged man from the Silver Horn tribe slowly spoke. I already know the purpose of everyone's visit. This foreign force is indeed a bit excessive, but for now, we can't easily engage in a large-scale conflict with them. The werewolf tribe, these scums, have defected to foreign forces, exposing our tribe's location. Everyone, please move away from the tribe as much as possible to avoid their attack. As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders of the major tribes below showed incredible expressions and spoke out. With so many tribal forces, are we still afraid of a small foreign force? Chief Silver, the other party only killed the leader of the mountain giants. Are you afraid too? We have never moved away from the tribe in the past 100 years, but now we are asked to move elsewhere because of a small foreign force. Is this foreign force even more terrifying than the Minotaur dynasty? When did Chief Silver become such a coward? Voices of doubt rang out throughout the hall, and no one could accept the Silver Horn leader's proposal. In their view, if they unite as one, they can easily destroy an external force. Seeing so many questioning voices, the leader of the Silver Horn tribe did not get angry. He looked at the group of leaders until the voices stopped. He then slowly said, I've received news that the Minotaur dynasty has sent Niu Xianlai, leading an army of 300,000, to crush this foreign force. As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders below the hall suddenly understood. This is a brilliant plan, Chief Een. We can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. No matter which side loses, it will only benefit us. The Minotaur dynasty actually sent Niu Xianlai this time. It seems they are really angry this time. Niu Xianlai has taken action. This foreign force is likely to be in great danger. If the foreign forces are destroyed, it will save us a lot of effort. If Niu Xianlai and his 300,000 strong army are destroyed, then there will be a good show to watch. By then, both sides will be defeated and our chance will come. As expected of you, Chief Silver. I was wrong about you just now. The Silver Horn leader only said one sentence, and the hall, which was originally full of doubts, changed instantly. This is also the reason why the leaders of major forces come here as soon as they encounter the crisis of genocide. No one knows the exact strength of the Silver Horn tribe, but the Minotaur dynasty was afraid of the existence of the Silver Horn tribe and did not dare to take over the entire dark forest and enslave all the tribes. You can imagine how powerful the Silver Horn clan is. Of course, part of the reason is that there are other tribes that are as powerful as the mountain giants. They all united, led by the Silver Horn clan. After some discussion, each tribe found their next habitat. After getting the results, all the leaders rushed back to their tribes and organized people to move out overnight. During this period, the werewolves who betrayed the dark forest were severely scolded. If they weren't werewolves, How could their tribe be found so easily? It takes a lot of time for foreign forces to find their tribes. The night passed quickly. Linton, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing all night, slowly opened his eyes under the warm sunlight. Get up and stretch, and you'll feel refreshed. After tidying up, he went outside the mansion and issued today's tasks. Today's mission is the same as yesterday's. Led by the werewolves, we will sweep through the nearby tribes. He came to the military building and gave birth to today's dragon military. He has long been accustomed to living like this every day. Chapter 92. The team was ambushed. Today's luck is obviously not as good as yesterday's. In front of him were 2 white dragons, 2 black dragons, and 2 coiled dragons. The original dragon's nest depends entirely on luck, so it would not be surprising even if 6 coiled dragons were born one day. Linton naturally wanted to breed the strongest type of troops possible. After all, no one knows when the Minotaur dynasty army will attack, so he must have enough strength to resist. After naming the 6 dragons, they were allowed to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment and take on the responsibility of protecting the territory. Linton did the same thing in the morning, sending out all the dragon teams and werewolves. Because soldiers can be born in the morning, there is no need to worry about the lack of territory strength. After doing all this, Linton thought about the shock bow made by the demons and wondered how it was going. Thinking of this, he immediately walked towards the weapon refining shop. Wherever he passed, the old, weak, women, children, and werewolves who stayed in the camp all bowed respectfully and gave way. When I arrived at the weapon refining shop, it was bustling with activity. When the demon leader saw Linton coming, he hurriedly put down his work and came out to greet him respectfully. Under the leadership of the demon leader, they came to the place where the stun bows were piled up. After 2 days of craftsmanship, thousands of shock bows have been made. Nearly 5,000 shock explosive arrows were also produced. Of course, a lot of crystals are consumed. Very good, the shock bow is almost enough. Next, I will focus on making arrows. Linton nodded with satisfaction. Yes, master. The demon leader accepted the order respectfully. Also, take 2,000 6th level crystals and distribute them. Thank you all for your hard work. Linton's gaze left the shockwave bow and looked at the earth demon leader, whose strength was still at the 7th rank. He couldn't help but say, you should also go and get 108th rank crystals for cultivation. While refining weapons, your cultivation must also keep up. Otherwise, how can you refine higher quality weapons? Thank you, master. The demon leader knelt down excitedly to express his gratitude, saying that all the hard work was worth it and the master would not forget them. After walking out of the weapon refining shop, Team Long and the others had not returned yet, so Linton took this opportunity to finish other things. A few hours later, Linton finished all other tasks, but there was still no sign of the dragon team and the werewolves returning victoriously. At yesterday's speed, he should have returned long ago. Even if all the nearby tribes were wiped out and they went to further places, they should have returned by now. The main thing is that no team came back, which made Linton feel something was wrong. Did something unexpected happen? Linton couldn't help but think of the worst possible scenario. After all, he couldn't think of any other possibility except this. He wiped out so many tribes yesterday. It is very likely that other tribes united together, ambushed a certain tribe, and attacked the dragon team and the werewolves. If that were the case, that would be bad. The team that went out was almost all the combat forces under his command. If all of them were killed, it could be said that he had returned to the pre-liberation era. The ranking will drop from first to last in an instant. But he did not receive any notification that any soldiers had been killed, which was good news, indicating that the team might not have encountered an ambush. But he couldn't figure out why the team hadn't returned for so long. Hundreds of kilometers away, Langba led Longmo and other dragon teams to the location of a tribe. What's going on? Langba was a little confused as he saw only abandoned houses in front of him and no living creatures. He clearly remembered that this was the location of a large tribe, so how come it disappeared? At the same time, similar things happened to several other teams. Langba continued to lead the way, following the memories in his mind, and went to other tribes, but it was still the same. For a moment, Langba even suspected that there was something wrong with his memory. After searching for a few more times without success, they had no choice but to return. Time passed, and Linton waited until noon before the teams that had gone out came back one after another. All were unharmed. After hearing the team's report, Linton suddenly realized. These tribes are really cowards, running away so quickly. Almost all the nearby tribes fled overnight, which was an unexpected result for him. The werewolf tribes submitted to him, which was equivalent to having a living map that led them to defeat each tribe one by one. These tribes are not stupid. knowing that he wiped out so many tribes in one day. Who would dare to wait for him to come? Now the plan to attack other tribes, plunder resources, and enhance strength has come to nothing. Chapter 93, Tribe Evacuated, Mine Attacked. These tribes are avoiding me. Something is wrong. Linton thought about how all these tribes had run away collectively and were hiding from him. He always felt that there was something fishy going on, as if there was some conspiracy. According to him, since he was so arrogant, these tribes had to unite to teach him a lesson. But on the contrary, these tribes seemed to have planned it and all ran away. Could it be that the Minotaur dynasty has already sent a large army? Linton suddenly woke up and thought of a possibility. Only this possibility will make these tribes retreat temporarily. If he were destroyed by the Tauran dynasty, all the tribes would be happy. If he and the Tauran dynasty fought to a mutual defeat, these tribes would take advantage of the situation and take care of him and the Tauran dynasty together. We must keep an eye on the movements of the Minotaur army these days. If possible, set up an ambush and launch a surprise attack. It goes without saying that this time the Minotaur army is definitely several times stronger than the previous 100,000 strong army, or even dozens of times stronger. So this time we can't wait for the other party to come to us. We need to take the initiative. His small territory could not withstand the ravages of such a horrific war. After dinner, Linton began to study the nearby terrain to see where it would be suitable for an ambush. In the dark forest, in a territory. A young man looked at the 9th-level soldiers in front of him and laughed triumphantly. In order to be able to give birth to 9th-level soldiers today, he prayed to heaven and earth for a long time. As expected, a 9th-level military unit was successfully bred out of the 20 military units. This was the second day in a row that he had bred 9th-level soldiers. His luck was incredible. Looking at the troops under his command, the young man could not hide his excitement and immediately led his troops to attack the crystal vein discovered yesterday. In his mind, he was already imagining the scene of giving birth to the king-level troops tomorrow. By then, his strength will definitely be able to squeeze into the top 100, gradually surpassing Linton, who is ranked first. Linton was unaware that the crisis was gradually approaching his crystal mine. At this time, under the introduction of Langba, he was gradually becoming familiar with the mountains, rivers, and streams within a radius of dozens of miles. The dragon team and the werewolves couldn't find the tribe, so they had nothing to do and could only attack the nearby ferocious beasts. First, to enhance strength, and second, to increase food reserves. Now the amount of food consumed in the territory every day is huge. With a population of several thousand and unable to grow food, they could only hunt ferocious beasts or look for edible fruits and other food. This is why only tribes are willing to take root in the dark forest. The two dynasties were just coveting the vast resources in the dark forest. Whether it is ferocious beasts, mineral veins, spiritual medicines, and other resources, they are all extremely enviable resources. It is for this reason that Linton stays here even though he can move away. The resources here can help him quickly increase his strength. If you go outside, you will soon be targeted by many forces. Not only will you be beaten every day, you may also go hungry. On the left is the Tauran dynasty, on the right is the Fierce Man dynasty, and in the middle is the dark forest. If you lack strength, you can only survive in this gap. He is now engaged in a great war with the Minotaur dynasty, and will wait until the Minotaur dynasty is defeated. Then we will be able to replace the Tauran dynasty's territory and move out of the dark forest. Naturally, the treasure land of dark forest cannot be missed. Ouch! Suddenly, Langba, who was outlining the nearby terrain in detail for Linton, heard a voice in his ears that only he could hear. Langba's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly reported to Linton. Master, a force has launched a surprise attack on the crystal mine of the mountain giant tribe. This is a talent of the werewolf clan. Within a certain distance, they can use sound to convey information. The higher the level of cultivation, the farther it can be transmitted. Upon hearing the news, Linton, who was thinking about how to deal with the strategy of the Minotaur army, suddenly raised his head. He just took down the mountain giants yesterday, and someone launched a sneak attack today. This is really fast. Hurry up and bring people to support us. Whoever dares to attack me will be killed without mercy. Linton's eyes showed murderous intent, and he gave the order immediately without hesitation. Yes, sir. Langba took the order and led his men to provide support quickly. The werewolves were stationed there, and one of them was the chief elder of the werewolf tribe. He could be said to be the most anxious one. Looking at the wolf overlord walking away, Linton wondered what force was so bold. The local forces and tribes had already evacuated and hidden themselves, so it was impossible for them to attack him now and expose themselves. It is even more unlikely that the two major dynasties would do such a thing. It could only be another city lord. If it were any other city lord, Lang Ba would be able to handle it himself. Linton breathed a sigh of relief. It was not a big deal. As for the other party having king-level troops, this is unlikely. He has not heard that there are other top 10 city lords in the Dark Forest besides him. Mountain Giant Crystal Minefield. The fire demons, each of them burly in stature and emitting demonic energy and black flames, were fighting with a group of werewolves. As the 9th-level werewolf elder, he was madly besieged by two 9th-level blood and fire demons. The fire demon clan's attacks were brutal and ruthless. In just a few minutes, several bright red wounds appeared on the body of the werewolf clan's great elder. Other werewolves were slaughtered by hundreds of fire demons. On an ancient tree not far away, a young man looked at the scene in front of him with a smile on his face. Eliminate all the werewolves here, and by the time the werewolves discover them, it will be too late. By then he can also destroy the entire werewolf tribe and plunder more crystals. Hey, why didn't those giants in the mine take the opportunity to escape? The young man suddenly noticed the giant in the mine. Although they stopped what they were doing at this moment, they all watched the battle outside quietly and did not escape. Nor did they take the opportunity to kill the werewolves to avenge their dead leaders and tribesmen. This scene made him feel a little strange. Logically speaking, the werewolves attacked their tribe, killed their people, and enslaved them, so the hatred between the giants and the werewolves should be deep-seated. There is absolutely no way I would miss such a great opportunity. Could it be that the werewolf tribe is nearby and they don't dare? No, I've already searched the area for over 10 miles, and there's no trace of werewolves. It's probably because I'm too strong. I'm worried that if they rush out, my troops will kill them like they did with the werewolves. It's just right that you don't run away. You can collect or for me from now on. The young man thought of several possibilities and finally concluded that it was himself. After all, he was very pleased to watch the battle between the two 9th-level powerful soldiers under his command. The 9th-level werewolf elder was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. This is the strength of his army. Time passed, and just as the battle was about to end, something strange happened. Chapter 94. If you offend my lord, there will be no place for you in heaven or on earth. The young man saw that his troops were about to win, and just as he was about to jump off the branch to examine his crystal ore, suddenly, a terrifying wave came from afar. Looking up, I saw a blurry figure in the distance flying towards this direction. The flying speed was so fast that it was impossible to see the opponent's true face. Only a vague figure could be seen. A powerful king. The young man's face changed. How could a king-level expert come here at this time? Could it be a king-level warrior from the werewolf tribe? The young man thought of a possibility and became frightened. The two 9th-level warriors also stopped fighting at this time and returned to their master. Impossible. We didn't let any werewolves go. How could a king-level warrior of the werewolf clan know about this? The young man still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, thinking that it was another powerful king-level warrior passing by. Ha ha, you bunch of stupid outsiders. How dare you attack the master's mine? The master will send the leader here. You are dead. Below, the seriously injured werewolf elder looked at the young man and others and laughed. He finally persevered until the chief arrived. If he had been a little slower, he might never see his master and the chief again. Hearing this, the last bit of hope in the young man's heart completely disappeared. The person who came was indeed a powerful king of the werewolf clan. Escape. The young man roared unwillingly and led his troops to flee towards his own territory. Seeing that a large amount of crystals in the crystal mine were within his grasp, he had to give it up. This shows how unwilling he was to give up. Everything was beyond his expectations. He never expected that the werewolf king-level powerful man would arrive so quickly. You killed a strong man from my werewolf clan and still want to escape. Just as the young man and others turned around and tried to escape, a deafening roar sounded from the distant sky. This frightened the young man so much that he shuddered and mobilized all his energy, running away with all his might. In the end, he let two 9th-level warriors take him away. Boom! An extremely terrifying attack fell from the sky. Fortunately, the two 9th-level warriors dodged quickly, otherwise the young man would have died. However, the fire demon soldiers behind him were in a miserable state. With one blow from the king-level strongman, dozens of fire demon soldiers were killed instantly. This scene made the young man's scalp tingle. Is this a king-level expert? Too terrifying. With his small body, he would probably die if someone brushed past him. Seeing that the werewolf king-level strongman had already arrived above their heads, the young man was extremely anxious. They were running on the ground and could not compare with the wolf tyrant flying in the sky. You two go hold him back. The young man looked at the two blood and fire demon soldiers who were running with him and gave a cruel order. Yes, master. The two blood and fire demon soldiers put the young man down without any hesitation, then turned around and jumped into the air, trying to stop Langba. The young man fled with the remaining troops without looking back. If you try to stop a chariot with your bare hands, you are overestimating your own strength. Your struggle will be in vain. If you offend my lord, there will be no place for you in heaven or on earth. Langba roared domineeringly and slashed at the two 9th-level blood and fire demons with his claws. The two 9th-level blood and fire demons also used all their strength to launch a full-scale attack. Boom, boom. With two roars, Langba stopped in his tracks. Claw marks and blood appeared on the bodies of the two blood and fire demons. Blood swept across the air and flew backwards into the distance. Langba was surprised that he was able to stop under the attack of the two. These two creatures, who exuded an aura that disgusted him, were surprisingly so powerful. No wonder the Great Elder was seriously injured in such a short time. Even if he fights one of them one-on-one, the Great Elder may not be their opponent, let alone if two of them join forces to bully the Great Elder. The two blood and fire demons crashed into the ground, leaving two deep pits on the ground. But the two blood and fire demons seemed to be unaware of the pain and quickly jumped out of the pit. Roar! Demonic energy burst out from the two blood and fire demons, and blood-red flames burned fiercely, transforming into two fire trolls. His bloodthirsty eyes looked at Wolf Overlord, and he roared and charged towards him again in midair. Their master's order was for them to stop the wolf tyrant, and they would do so even if it meant burning their blood and essence. At this moment, Langba no longer dared to underestimate the two blood and fire demons in front of him who were only of the 9th-level strength. Fight with all your might. On the other side, the young man had already led the remaining troops to escape thousands of meters away. The young man himself possesses the strength of the 7th level, and when he exerts his full strength, his speed is not slow. Langba was temporarily blocked by two blood and fire demons and could not kill them in a short time. He could only watch the young man escape. Chapter 95 Unbelievable. The werewolf actually surrendered to Linton. Langba vented all his anger on the two blood and fire demons. The two blood and fire demons burned the blood essence in their bodies, and their strength almost reached that of a half-step king, and they were able to fly for a short time. He was knocked away again and again, but he stood in front of Langba again and again without fear of life and death. Boom, boom, boom. After enduring dozens of attacks, the two blood and fire demons finally fell down, unable to climb out of the pit. Langba stepped forward and ended the lives of the two blood and fire demons. At this time, the werewolf who followed Wolf Tyrant caught up. The wounded were sent back to the territory for treatment and recuperation. Langba looked at the two corpses in front of him and the young man and others who had disappeared in the distance, and felt extremely annoyed. He was actually blocked by two 9th-order ants for so long that the people who attacked the mine escaped. He was too embarrassed to go back and report the incident. Chase! Wolf Tyrant roared and led the werewolves following the lingering scent in the air, chasing in the direction the young man fled. His mission was to kill all the invading enemies, but they escaped right under his nose. This was his dereliction of duty. On the other side, the young man fled back to the territory with the remaining soldiers in a panic and hid in the city lord's mansion, with lingering fear in his heart. He nearly died. It's a pity that those two 9th-level troops were bred with great difficulty. I don't know when we can breed such strong troops again in the future. Thinking of the two 9th-order blood and fire demons, he felt a pang of heartache. This time, we lost both the wife and the soldiers. Not only did we fail to get the crystal, but we also lost our two strongest types of soldiers. That king-level warrior is only the leader of the werewolf tribe, but who is the master he is talking about? To be the master of a king-level powerhouse, one must be a being more powerful than a king-level powerhouse. It's really unlucky to have provoked such a being. The young man wanted to slap himself twice. He just wanted to attack a crystal mine. So how could he provoke such a powerful force? Although he had just escaped successfully, no one could be sure whether the other party would find traces and chase him all the way. His two strongest trump cards are gone. If the other party finds his territory, what can he use to resist? As for abandoning his status as city lord and becoming a casual cultivator and running away, that is even more impossible. Since the other party has found his territory, it means that they can track him and how far he can run. Now all he can do is wait and see if God gives him a chance to survive. While the young man was waiting quietly, he sent the news here through the Alliance channel and the Trading channel. He did not expect anyone to rescue him. No one dared to take risks when facing a force with powerful king-level warriors. Everything is the result of his greed and his attempt to swallow an elephant. In the chat channel, when everyone saw what happened to him, they felt very sad. He almost succeeded in becoming a big boss like Linton, but he was one step behind and was hunted down by a king-level strongman. Alas, even if there is a great opportunity, you still have to be alive to take it. Large crystal mines are a treasure trove that can yield king-grade crystals. If I possessed a large crystal mine, surpassing Linton wouldn't be a piece of cake. You're dreaming. Anyone who can own a large crystal mine must at least have a king-level powerhouse. King-level warriors, even with my top-tier troops, even if I upgrade to a level 3 troop building, I may not be able to breed a king-level troop. It's so unfair. Why can they breed king-level troops after upgrading to a level 3 troop building, but we can't? Fairness? When have you ever thought about fairness? If we want to be truly fair, our troops weren't even at the first level on our first day in this world, while they had already reached the second and third levels. What the hell is fairness? The brother above is in grave danger. Even if he survives until tomorrow, he will never be able to produce a king-level soldier. He will ultimately die. If he abandons his city lord status now and becomes a free cultivator and runs away, he might have a glimmer of hope. This is only possible if the opponent isn't chasing you. If they are, you're still doomed. How can you know if you don't try? You can't just wait to die. When the young man saw the message in the chat channel, a glimmer of hope surged in his heart again, and he decided to give it a try. Staying in the territory was no different from waiting to die. He turned his head and looked at the soldiers who were loyal to him, some of whom had followed him to fight in the Beast Tide and survived. He couldn't help feeling a little reluctant, but he didn't want to die. He turned around indifferently and walked towards the top floor of the city lord's mansion. The lord's heart, the lifeblood of all city lords, is stored there. But at this moment, something strange happened again. A terrifying aura came from afar. Sensing this familiar breath, the young man stopped. He would never forget the aura of a powerful man that made him run for his life. In the end, God didn't give him a chance to live. He survived the terrifying Beast Tide, but because of a wrong decision, he brought about a catastrophic disaster. Outside, Langba looked at the territory in front of him, waved his hand lightly, and the heavy iron gate fell down instantly. Hundreds of werewolves rushed in. The fire demons still wanted to resist, but Langba attacked, and the strongest 8-level fire demons had no power to resist, and all died on the spot. The remaining fire demons were besieged and slaughtered by werewolves. Many of their tribesmen were slaughtered by this group of fire demons, and the Great Elder almost died at their hands. The werewolves showed no mercy and used all their strength to avenge their tribe. Langba turned around and walked into the city lord's mansion and headed towards the top floor. He sensed the presence of the mastermind behind all this. When he reached the top floor, the young man was standing in front of a huge crystal, his eyes fixed on it. The young man originally wanted to abandon his status as city lord, destroy the lord's heart, and let everything return to nothingness. He didn't want to see the soldiers loyal to him being slaughtered at this time. But he failed. Your territory is under attack by the enemy city lord's forces, and you cannot remove your city lord status. At this moment, the young man was filled with disbelief. This group of werewolves turned out to be the army of a certain city lord. No, this group of local werewolves actually surrendered to a certain city lord. What was most incredible to him was that the leader of this werewolf tribe was a king-level warrior. He couldn't imagine how this city lord could make a powerful king-level warrior willingly submit to him. Even if he used his toes to think, he would know that in the entire dark forest, only Linton could have such ability. Apart from Linton, I can't think of anyone else who has this ability. But how come Linton is so strong? This may be the answer he will never know until his death. At this time, the chat channel was in an uproar because of the young man's news. Linton's strength once again shocked countless people. Chapter 96, Becoming Famous Again. Your master is Linton? The young man already had the answer in his mind, but he still couldn't help but want to ask in person. He also wanted to ask why such a powerful king-level warrior was willing to submit to Linton. How capable is Linton? But Langba didn't want to pay any attention to him. You are not worthy of knowing my master's name. After saying that, Langba was about to take action to end the young man's life. The young man faced a powerful king-level warrior. Just as Langba was about to attack, the crisis of death loomed in his heart. He didn't resist because it was all in vain. At this point, his fate was already sealed. Bang! The young man's body slowly fell down, and bright red blood flowed on the floor. With the heart of the territory destroyed, the entire territory instantly turned into ruins. On the other side, Linton guessed that the person who attacked his crystal mine was a city lord. He opened the chat channel, knowing that this person would definitely send a message in the chat channel. Sure enough, after a while, someone sent a message saying that he was being hunted by a king-level werewolf. This is the person who attacked the crystal mine. What happened next surprised Linton a little. He actually escaped from Langba's hands. But soon the Wolf King found his territory. But what happened next surprised him even more. This man actually guessed that the werewolf had submitted to him. This exposed his strength, and the news that he owned a large crystal mine made more city lords jealous. Less than a minute after Linton saw the young man reveal his identity as a werewolf master in the chat channel, he received a prompt. Congratulations on successfully destroying the enemy's lord's heart and receiving a random blueprint as a reward. You obtain all the supplies in the enemy's warehouse. You obtained 34,000 units of wood, 31,000 units of stone, and 3,000 units of refined iron. You defeated a lord, and your influence and reputation are enhanced. A prompt came, indicating that Langba had killed the city lord and destroyed the heart of the territory. However, the news revealed by the young man before his death caused a wave of discussion in the chat channel. A powerful king from a local faction has submitted to Linton. This news is too fantastic. Fake news, absolutely fake news. I can't imagine how powerful Linton is. This is just his guess and may not be true. Perhaps he just wanted to put the blame on Linton before he died. That makes sense. No matter how strong Linton is, he can't be this strong. That is, if Linton could make a king-level warrior submit, it would mean that he has at least several king-level soldiers under his command. How is this possible? They were all shocked when they heard all the news about Linton before. But now there are a lot of doubts. The truth is that they cannot accept for the time being that Linton is so powerful. Currently, only a small number of city lords among the top 100 have bred king-level troops. Most city lords only have 9th-level troops at most. However, Linton has several powerful king-level soldiers. It has only been 2 days since the beast died. How can they believe it? Could it be that Linton gives birth to a king-level powerhouse every day? This is obviously impossible. It's not impossible. If the building is upgraded to the 3rd-level military structure, with Linton's military, there's a high probability that he'll produce a king-level military. Indeed, otherwise, it would be impossible for Goddess Rumming and the others to breed king-level troops right after upgrading to a 3rd-level troop building. Hey, I'm almost done with the 6th-order crystals, but I don't have any 7th-order exotic crystals. Me too. Tier 7 mutant beasts are too hard to find. Otherwise, I would have upgraded to a Tier 3 troop building long ago. You can try going out at night. At night, the beasts riot, making it easier to find the 7th-order mutant beasts. I plan to give it a try tonight. I can't waste any more time. Otherwise, the gap between me and Boss Linton and the others will only get bigger. Who says it isn't? Some city lords found it unbelievable, but some of them accepted this fact after a little analysis. Instead of feeling despair and decadence, the people felt a passion in their hearts. Upgrading to the 3rd-level military building can produce a king-level strongman who can fly and hide in the ground. Who doesn't have a dream of flying? Let the soldiers take them to the sky and look at the world from afar. More importantly, with the king-level species, they are safer in this world. They can gradually realize the great ambitions in their hearts. No one is willing to be just a small city lord. On a big tree in a dense forest, an enchanting woman was holding a bow and arrow, shooting at the tribal people not far away. She was currently attacking a large tribe. Not far away in the sky, a phantom fox emitted colorful divine light. In just a moment, the king-level powerful man of this tribal race was deceived, trapped in the illusion of the phantom fox. Looking at the ecstatic look on the face of the tribal king, you can tell that he has fallen into some kind of illusion and is addicted to it. The same was true of the battle below. The enchanting atmosphere enveloped the entire tribe, and all the men in the tribe were addicted to it and could only be slaughtered. It's so terrifying. Facing those tribal men who fell into the spell of charm, Rumming shot them one by one, as if she was possessed by the arrow god and kept receiving reminders. Suddenly, someone sent her a message. When she opened it, she found that it was another message from Linton. Subdue a powerful king-level werewolf. You have several king-level troops under your command. Upon seeing these news, Rumming's beautiful face revealed a hint of shock, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. She originally thought that the gap between her and Linton was gradually narrowing, but at the moment, she was still far behind Linton. To conquer an entire local power tribe, I have to admire his courage and bravery. Rumming wanted to meet this man in person more and more. My troops possess the ability to charm, and it seems easier for them to win over forces than him. She thought about it carefully and once again found a way to quickly increase her strength. However, She was not as bold as Linton. The first force she chose to conquer was a force with a king-level strongman. She planned to target a small or medium-sized tribe. If her troops could really use the art of charm to subtly influence these forces to pledge allegiance to her, it would be a huge discovery. By then, there will be a large number of local forces fighting for her, and it is hard to imagine who will be able to compete with her. Dominating all races and becoming the empress of all races is just around the corner. She asked people to keep an eye on Linton's news, and she was not disappointed. The alliance she formed now has thousands of city lords joining it. Compared with other alliances, it is considered to be a top-notch existence. Chapter 97. Defense Formation Scroll. Linton's act of subduing local forces to fight for him has greatly inspired many city lords. When facing these local forces, it is not necessary to kill them all and plunder their supplies. Not only can you obtain all their supplies by conquering them, but you can also enhance your own strength, having the best of both worlds. But is it so easy to subdue the local forces? Outside the dark forest, a burly man was riding a tall and ferocious beast, heading into the dark forest, followed by a group of ferocious beasts. Subjugate local forces? Why not give it a try? If Linton can conquer him, why can't I do it? He sent out his troops to search yesterday and found a local tribe in the dark forest. He was originally planning to lead his troops to destroy it and plunder its resources. Just at this moment, I noticed the information in the chat channel. He immediately became interested and wanted to bring this tribe under his wing. The strongest person in this tribe is only at the 9th level, but he had already bred king-level soldiers yesterday. It would not be challenging at all to destroy such a tribe. Soon he led his troops to the tribe. Faced with this group of outsiders, everyone in the tribe held weapons and had unwelcome expressions on their faces. The burly man didn't care whether the tribesmen welcomed him or not, and touched the head of the beast under him. In an instant, a terrifying aura of a king-level strongman swept through the entire tribe, and everyone in the tribe changed their faces and was filled with fear. Under the threats and intimidation of the burly man, he killed several people who refused to obey and successfully conquered the entire tribe. Looking at this tribe that obeyed his orders obediently, the burly man felt disdainful. It's so easy to surrender. There's no challenge at all. Linton was able to subdue a large tribe, so he must have 2 king-level troops. In a few days, I will also have 2 king-level soldiers. Then, I will be able to attack large tribes and catch up with and surpass Linton. Now his territory has been upgraded to a primary town, and the military buildings have also been upgraded to level 3, which is the same level as Linton. As for whether he can surpass Linton, it depends on his own strategy. At this time, Linton was looking at the random drawing in his hand. I don't know what good things I will get this time. As for the messages in the chat channel, he lost interest after taking a few glances at them because they were all discussing him. The drawing slowly opened, and the contents on the drawing slowly appeared in front of Linton. Shit. The moment he saw the drawings clearly, Linton couldn't help but exclaim. Defense Formation Scroll. Grade, Lower Grade Shin Grade. Function, releases a protective shield with a diameter of 3,000 meters. How to use. Input energy to activate. He never expected that he would actually get a formation scroll, and it was a defensive formation scroll. This is really a stroke of luck. A low-grade Shin-level protective shield would be difficult for even a dragon demon to break with one strike. With this protective shield, the safety of the territory is guaranteed. We can now focus on dealing with the Minotaur dynasty's army without any worries. Linton was very satisfied. This guy came to attack him, but gave him such a big gift. This thing needs to be understood carefully. It will not only increase your understanding of the formation, but also prevent you from being confused if you are trapped by the formation in the future. Not long after, Langba returned to the territory with a large amount of supplies. This time, although they won a great victory, the werewolves also suffered some losses. War is so cruel, there will be casualties regardless of winning or losing. Linton has been contemplating the formation structure for a while, and his understanding of the formation has increased a little bit, but this may not even be the beginning of his understanding of the formation. If it was a formation diagram, he might have understood a little more, but that thing was not of much use to him now. After finishing his meditation, he went outside and found a bunch of things waiting for him to deal with. The harvested supplies and a lot of things about the werewolf tribe. It took me nearly an hour to finish it. That guy Sun Yuanzheng seemed to want to give me 10 pills today, but it's already afternoon and there's still no news. Linton suddenly remembered that it was already the second day, and Sun Yuanzheng had promised to give him 10 pills. Could this guy have run away with his elixir? When I opened the friend list, the first person who caught my eye was Meng Xiaofei, who I hadn't heard from for several days. Black Gold Mine. Seeing these 3 words, Lin Tian's mind was filled with memories. If I remember correctly, black gold ore seems to be a necessary material for making the green spirit sword. After several days of fighting and looting, the materials for forging the Biling sword are almost complete. Among them, black gold ore is a scarce or in the dark forest. After several days of searching, Meng Xiaofei found a new mineral vein, which happened to be black gold mine. Lin Tian gave a suitable price based on the current market situation. Meng Xiaofei agreed without thinking. 5,000 units of crystals and 1,000 units of black gold ore. The transaction was completed quickly. After chatting with Meng Xiaofei for a while and learning about the situation on his side, only then did Lin Tian end his conversation with Meng Xiaofei. Send a message to Sun Yuanzheng to remind him. If he really ran away, he would be in big trouble. Soon, Sun Yuanzheng replied. Sun Yuanzheng, Brother Lin Tian, I'm sorry, I forgot. I was busy refining pills all night last night, and I was exhausted. Seeing the news, Lin Tian was a little surprised. This guy actually spent the whole night refining pills. Moreover, this guy doesn't just rely on soldiers, he is also learning how to refine pills. This is similar to him. Although the troops under his command are powerful, he still did not give up practicing. Lin Tian, it's okay. Sun Yuanzheng didn't say much nonsense and quickly handed 10 blood spirit pills to Lin Tian. He is now busy refining pills. After refining Lin Tian's pills, he is also preparing for tomorrow's auction. The pills made from 30 spiritual herbs. All the herbs except 20 are his. Whether he can make a fortune depends on tomorrow. However, he had already prepared dozens of blood spirit pills, and he could make a small profit just from the blood spirit pills. On the other side, Lin Tian looked at the blood spirit pill in his hand, thinking about who to give it to. Although the medicinal effect of this thing is very weak, only comparable to a few crystals, its refining speed is dozens of times that of crystals. After thinking about it, he gave them all to the powerful men including Long Mo, Lang Ba, Long Zhan, Long Feng, Long Chong, and Long Zhan as candies. Looking at his own cultivation level, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 9th level. This pill is of little use to him. Of course, it is of little use to Long Mo and the others, but it is just a reward from Lin Tian. No matter how insignificant it is a reward from the master. Afterwards, they each led their own team to go out and clear out the ferocious beasts nearby. Especially Long Feng's Panlong team. If they want to avoid death in the upcoming battle, they can only work harder to hunt ferocious beasts and strive to become stronger. Chapter 98 Demon Slayer Alliance. After finishing all his work, Lin Tian could finally spare some time to practice sword techniques. Facing the unknown and powerful army of the Minotaur dynasty, every increase in strength increases the hope of victory. He cannot rely entirely on the troops under his command. The blacksmith must be strong himself and have a certain level of strength. In the continent of 10,000 races, city lords in every corner of the world are trying every possible way to increase their strength. Some relied on their strong power to burn, kill, and loot. Some use conspiracy and trickery to provoke wars and reap the benefits. Some are hunting ferocious beasts, increasing their strength bit by bit. Some hide in the dark to collect minerals and other resources and exchange them for necessary supplies to enhance their strength. Everything they did was either to survive or to fulfill their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming an emperor. As long as they upgrade their territory to a dynasty, they will become kings and rule over a country. Then you will be able to experience the luxurious life of the emperor with 3,000 beauties in his harem. What's worse is that some people do it to fight for the throne of the supreme dynasty, to achieve eternal immortality and to last forever. Lin Tian broke through to the 8th level, and he could clearly feel that his lifespan had increased to about 150 years. If he could break through to the king level, he estimated that his lifespan would increase to at least 300 years. How terrifying this is. The day passed quickly, night fell, and the blood moon descended. The world has become the home of ferocious beasts. Several teams returned with fruitful harvests. For now, Lin Tian has no plans to let them go out to hunt ferocious beasts at night. Long Feng and the others are living beings with their own consciousness, and they can also feel tired. Even the capitalists of the past knew how to work from 9 to 6. If he asked Long Feng and the others to hunt ferocious beasts day and night, then he is not even as good as the capitalists, and the capitalists will cry when they see him. In this case, your strength will increase several times every day compared to before. But Long Feng and the others will develop dissatisfaction with him, and over time, their loyalty will decline. Counterproductive. Of course, with Lin Tian's personality, he would definitely not do such a thing. Even if his loyalty would not decrease, he would not have the heart to do it. Anyway, Long Feng and the others can practice independently and improve their strength while sleeping. He also gave Long Feng and the others a large number of crystals. What's more, for Long Mo and his men, they can only increase their strength by hunting down ferocious beasts above the king level, but king-level ferocious beasts are not so easy to find. A king-level beast is a creature with a high IQ and prone to violent outbursts of rage. A single move could cause a disturbance in the entire body. It attracted a tide of beasts, even several king-level ferocious beasts. He didn't dare take the risk. Soon, the entire brightly lit town gradually quieted down, and everyone went to sleep or practiced. As expected, Linton began his evening practice. What he didn't know was that a conspiracy was looming over him. Outside the dark forest, in a territory, a burly man learned a great piece of news from the tribal leader he had just conquered today. Linton has offended the Minotaur dynasty and is about to face retaliation from the Minotaur army of 300,000 soldiers and several powerful kings. The burly man looked into the distance, muttering to himself, and sensed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he seizes this opportunity, he might be able to surpass everyone and replace Linton. No one is not jealous of the various mysterious rewards that Linton has obtained, and he is no exception. In addition, Linton is a businessman, and the large amount of supplies he has acquired is even more enviable. Today I also heard that Linton owns a large crystal mine that can dig out king-level crystals. His military structure has been upgraded to level 3, and he knows very well the importance of 9th-level crystals and king-level crystals. Owning a large crystal mine is equivalent to owning an endless supply of crystals, giving you the capital to absolutely crush others. The first one to upgrade the military structure to level 4 and breed military units with king level or even higher strength will then be looked up to by countless people. But I can't just attack Linton's crystal mine like that idiot did today. I'm not that conceited. The burly man was thinking of a plan in his mind. It seems that the city lords of the Dark Forest have united to form some kind of alliance in order to deal with Linton. We can partner with them and let them explore the way and find out the types of troops Linton has. Then I will decide whether to take action or not. The burly man quickly came up with a perfect idea. Go immediately and find the alliance to join the Dark Forest. The city lords of the Dark Forest naturally welcomed the arrival of the burly man. They had long heard of the burly man's name. He was a big shot on the leaderboard. Unexpectedly, such a big shot would join them to deal with Linton. For a moment, the morale of all the city lords was high, and they were no longer afraid of Linton. The burly man is named Pang Feichin, and he is ranked 15th on the list. After the beast tied, he collected all the crystals needed to upgrade to the 3rd-level troops, and upgraded the military building to level 3. But his luck was a bit bad, and he didn't produce the king-level troops until today. Even if you upgrade to a level 3 military building, you won't be able to produce king-level troops right away. It all depends on luck. It's just that the probability of producing king-level powerful troops is greatly increased. The Alliance of the Dark Forest was founded by a city lord named Yin Gaoyang. The strongest of his troops was only at level 9, but he was the first city lord to create an alliance in the Dark Forest, which is why he became the leader of the alliance. The alliance is called the Demon Slayer Alliance, an alliance named specifically for Linton, because everyone had previously speculated that Linton's troops were some kind of evil demon clan, and their strength grew so rapidly by devouring living creatures. In addition, several city lords were killed by Linton later, so they named it the Demon Slayer Alliance. The Demon Slayer Alliance now has hundreds of city lords, with varying strengths. Originally, they were still worried that Linton would come to their doorstep one day. Now with Pang Feichin joining them, they immediately gained a bit of confidence. Coupled with Pang Feichin's passionate speech in the Alliance chat channel, everyone's morale was boosted. When Pang Feichin saw this scene, he smiled with a look of success. The Minotaur dynasty army will arrive at Linton's territory the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, or in 2 days, the war will officially begin. Pang Feichin looked at the rough map drawn on the ground in front of him, and Linton's approximate location was particularly clear. Linton, while you were concentrating on dealing with the Minotaur army, you never thought that I got the news. Then I will attack you from behind and destroy the heart of your territory. That will be your death. The smile on Pang Feichin's face seemed as if he was already standing in front of Linton's territory heart and could easily destroy Linton's territory heart. Chapter 99, A Great Opportunity, The Rise of Independent Cultivators? A night passed, and Linton woke up in the morning sunshine, just like yesterday. Several teams went out to hunt ferocious beasts, and one team went out to scout the movements of the Minotaur dynasty army. He has already figured out several necessary routes for the Minotaur dynasty army. They came with such force that it was impossible for them to hide their tracks and launch a surprise attack. This would not be in line with their identities. As long as they get within 100 kilometers, Linton will go to meet them. Just because they don't launch sneak attacks doesn't mean Linton won't. He currently doesn't know the exact strength of the Minotaur dynasty army, but he can guess that it must be a powerful lineup. It is obviously impossible to confront it head-on under such circumstances. After thinking about it yesterday, he already had a certain strategy, but the battlefield was changing rapidly, so he had to be fully prepared. When he arrived in front of the military building, this time Linton did not breed the military at random, but prayed in front of the military building first. The war is coming soon. I hope to give him some good luck and breed another king-level powerful army. This way, he will be more confident in facing the upcoming battle. Although he now has 3 king-level warriors under his command, he still feels that it is not enough. The Minotaur dynasty and the tribes in the Dark Forest all have more than 3 king-level powerful men. After some prayers, Linton began to breed soldiers. Soon, 6 figures appeared in front of him. 3 white dragons, 1 black dragon, and 2 red dragons. There is no thunder dragon, but it can still be considered a luxurious lineup. This shows that praying is of some use and adds a bit of luck to him. After naming them and assigning tasks, Linton returned to the city lord's mansion. Open the chat channel to see if anything important is happening. Most importantly, he wanted to see whether Sun Yuanzheng had finished refining his elixir. This guy is going to hold an auction today. Logically, it should be refined before noon today at the latest, otherwise his auction will be ruined. When he opened the friend list, he saw at a glance that Sun Yuanzheng had sent him a message early in the morning. His elixir has been refined. Seeing this, Linton couldn't help but smile. Soon, 20 pills appeared in Linton's palm. The crystal-clear pill that exudes a strong medicinal fragrance made Linton drool. This is the real elixir, just like Wang Lingdan. Wang Lingdan won't have much effect if he takes it now, and it will only waste a lot of medicinal power. The blood-colored pill of the blood spirit pill looked uncomfortable and a bit disgusting. These pills in front of me are just right. Linton immediately returned to the bed, sat cross-legged, and took a pill. In just a few breaths, he clearly felt a large amount of terrifying energy emanating from the pill in his abdomen and flowing to his limbs and bones. Linton hurriedly practiced his skills to refine these energies. Half an hour later, Linton's aura continued to rise. The entire room was filled with the terrifying aura of Linton's 8th level strength. The elixir was refined, but Linton did not wake up at this time. He seemed to have touched something in the dark. A threshold is like a step. There was an obstacle in front of him, and he wanted to step over it, but he was always just a little bit short. This step was so close, yet it seemed thousands of miles away from him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get over it. Is this the threshold for a breakthrough in cultivation? Before, I relied on energy to force my way through. Now that I'm practicing on my own, I've truly experienced the threshold of breaking through cultivation. Try swallowing another pill. I just don't believe it. I'm practicing a heaven-level technique, but I can't break through the 9th level. As a pill entered his stomach, a surge of energy surged in Linton's stomach again. He put all his energy into refining the elixir, hoping to break through to the 9th level with it. His aura was also rising steadily at this moment, and had reached the critical point of the 8th level. It's only 1 step away from the 9th level. Another half an hour passed. Linton's face flushed slightly, and a huge amount of energy was brewing in his body. He wants to rely on his own practice to break through the 9th level gate. Break! With a loud shout in his heart, all his energy gathered together and rushed towards the door of the 9th level. He wanted to step over that threshold and enter the 9th level. Boom! With a muffled sound in his body, the energy existing in the surrounding heaven and earth rushed into his body frantically. Linton officially broke through to the 9th level. Looking at the strength he had gained through practice, Linton felt very proud. His current strength has increased several times compared to the 8th level. Looking at the remaining 18 pills, these are real treasures. Just as Linton was adapting to his own strength, a piece of news exploded in the chat channel. A wandering cultivator discovered a treasure trove of land while traveling. There is a milk spring inside that can cleanse the bones and marrow and remove impurities from the human body. This kind of thing takes at least hundreds of years to form, so its preciousness is self-evident. After the casual cultivator refined the milk spring, he was completely transformed, and his strength broke through from the 4th level to the 8th level. This luck makes me cry with envy. With only the strength of the 4th level, he dared to travel alone. Who can compare with this courage? I'm saying that I want to leave the alliance and travel around to find my own opportunity. How could it be so easy? Opportunities like this are rare. Many independent cultivators who traveled alone have already perished at the hands of beasts. Indeed, many friends from the same alliance set out on their own with great ambitions, only to disappear without a trace. My independent cultivators are finally about to produce a king-level warrior. City lords like Linton only have their troops at the king level, and their own strength is vulnerable. Independent cultivators will rise. I heard that Big Brother still has some milk springs. I wonder if he'd sell them. Can you afford this priceless treasure? Hey, I remember there seems to be a pill auction today. I wonder if I can buy a pill to improve my strength with my savings. Don't even think about it. Compared to us, you might have some savings, but compared to those city lords, even the weakest one, you can't compare. Fate plays tricks on us. Just live a peaceful life. Why pursue so much? A large number of independent cultivators formed alliances to keep each other warm, but some independent cultivators were unwilling to linger on and went out to travel alone in search of opportunities. Yesterday, a casual cultivator got lucky and obtained a great opportunity of his own. Life is so unpredictable, and you never know when opportunity will hit you. As soon as the news came out, many city lords and independent cultivators went out to look for opportunities. Maybe there is some great opportunity buried near their territory. Among all the city lords, there must be some who have obtained opportunities before like Linton, but everyone knows it tacitly. No one would leak such important information unless they were showing off or had some special reasons. Chapter 100. The Army Attacks, Poisonous Swamp. After Linton adapted to his own strength, it was already noon. I opened the chat channel to see if Sun Yuanzheng had started his auction. I happened to see the opportunity that everyone was still discussing. 100-year-old milk spring, cleansing the essence and marrow, and directly breaking through to the 4th level of cultivation. Seeing this, Linton didn't think it was fake. This 100-year-old milk spring is much more powerful than the 2 magical medicines he had back then. Just at this moment, Sun Yuanjing took advantage of the fact that everyone was attracted by the milk spring obtained by the independent cultivator and was discussing it heatedly, and announced the start of the elixir auction. At the beginning, Sun Yuanjing directly put up 100 blood spirit pills for everyone to bid on. This blood spirit pill was tested by Linton himself and was guaranteed to be of good quality. No one dared to hesitate and started bidding immediately, fearing that it would be snatched away by someone else in a moment. Soon, all 100 pills were auctioned off. The average price of a pill is more than 1,000 units of wood. In other words, Sun Yuanzheng earned 100,000 units of wood and stone materials from these 100 pills. This is really huge profit. But what happened next was the highlight. Sun Yuanzheng put on the shelf a pill that was almost the same as the one in Linton's hand. According to him, this pill is dozens of times more powerful than the blood spirit pill, and it also has other special effects. This guy earned 4 pills, or he still has some left. Linton looked at the 4 pills listed on the trading channel, curious about how many pills Sun Yuanzheng had refined using his 30 spiritual herbs. In fact, this is not the case. The spiritual medicines provided by Linton are sometimes not enough to make up the materials for refining a batch of pills. Therefore, if Sun Yuanzheng wanted to refine the elixir, he had to use his spiritual medicine to replenish it. This time, Sun Yuanzheng was refining pills for Linton, but he didn't make much money. The appearance of the 4 pills attracted a frantic scramble among several top city lords. They all grabbed the blood spirit pill and tried it themselves. Although the efficacy is average, the price is still acceptable. Now it appears again. How could they miss out on a pill that is 10 times more powerful than the blood spirit pill? In the end, one pill was sold at a high price of 20,000. The 4 pills earned a total of 80,000 units of supplies. This made Linton very jealous, and he couldn't help but think about auctioning off his 18 pills. But after thinking about it carefully, I decided to give up. One's own strength is the most important thing. Without strength, no matter how much supplies one has, what use will they be? Linton had just closed the panel when the Black Dragon, who had been sent by Linton to investigate the movements of the Minotaur outside the city lord's mansion, hurried over to report. Master, we have discovered traces of the Minotaur army 200 miles away. Linton was slightly stunned when he heard the news. You're here so soon? This was obviously a bit beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the Minotaur army had traveled a long distance and would not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Prepare for battle. At Linton's command, all the dragons and werewolves who could fight on the battlefield gathered. Then, the demons brought out all the weapons and equipment they had made. Then it was distributed. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat solemn. Everyone knew what was happening and that they were about to face a powerful dynasty. After this trip, I may never come back and never see my family again. Set off. Linton didn't say anything to boost morale. With a command, the Dragon Squad, the Werewolf Squad, and the Earth Demon Squad followed Linton to the battlefield. The Minotaur army was still more than 200 kilometers away from him. According to their marching speed, they would not be able to launch an attack until tomorrow. Linton didn't want to sit and wait for death, but to take the initiative and catch the enemy by surprise. The Minotaur dynasty never expected that he would take the initiative to attack. After all, in their opinion, facing such a powerful army, Linton would definitely rely on the city to defend it. Linton chose to do the opposite. There is another reason. After a day's march, the Tauren army must be tired, and their combat effectiveness has decreased. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anyway, the two sides are destined to fight to the death. If you don't seize the opportunity to attack, will you wait for the other side to come to you? Linton stood on the back of the dragon demon and flew away, leaving only a white dragon and a group of old, young, women, and children in the territory. However, Linton gave the defense formation scroll to Bai Long to prevent any enemy from taking the opportunity to attack. Then you can use defensive formations to resist. If his territory is attacked, he will receive a notification and can hold out until he returns for support. Not long after, Linton led a group of soldiers to a road that the Minotaur army had to pass through. This place is 100 miles away from his territory, and the Tauren army would never have thought that he would ambush here. The mountain where he was located was steep and surrounded by giant trees and jungles, making it the perfect place to hide. Not far ahead of him was a swamp with a path cleared in the middle by a strong man. There are swamps on both sides of the road, and a large number of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts live in the swamps. It is rumored that hundreds of years ago, a king-level giant beast hundreds of meters tall was killed here. This king-level beast is covered with tumors all over its body, like a moving biological weapon. One day, he accidentally walked out of the dark forest and came across a city where he was driven away. A cancerous tumor on his body was hit and exploded, instantly killing everyone in the city. The Minotaur dynasty was furious and sent strong men to hunt down the king-level beast. Finally, the king-level beast was killed here. The corpse of the king-level behemoth is rotting. The tumor in his body formed a swamp containing extremely poisonous substances over hundreds of years. Today the swamp is several miles long and wide. There are countless poisonous creatures living in the swamp. According to the direction the Minotaur army is coming from, they must pass through here, otherwise they will have to detour for dozens of miles. How could Linton let go of such a precious land? He thought of this yesterday. If the Tauren army comes from this direction, this is the best place to ambush them. Whenever a major war breaks out, the violent vibrations will surely disturb the poisonous creatures under the swamp. At that time, countless poisonous creatures will rush out from the swamp. Each of these poisonous creatures is extremely venomous. Even a top-tier warrior might not be in serious trouble after being bitten. But those ordinary Minotaur soldiers did not have strong cultivation strength. If they were bitten, they would definitely die within a few seconds. It is impossible that the Tauren general would not have thought of such a perfect place. But this place is more than 100 miles away from Linton's territory. He could never have imagined that Linton would run so far to ambush them. If we are careless, this place will become their burial place. Linton didn't have to wait long before he saw a dense crowd of figures heading towards this side in the distance. The flags fluttering in the air are fluttering in the wind, and it's hard not to let people see them. Why are there so few people? Linton carefully observed the approaching army of Minotaurs and began to feel puzzled. Why is the number of Tauren troops this time similar to last time? After careful estimation, it is only about 100,000 at most. Chapter 101, Vanguard Army, the Power of Explosive Arrows. It should be the vanguard. After thinking about it, Linton concluded that these 100,000 troops should only be the vanguard of the Minotaur dynasty. We lost 100,000 troops last time, so how could we only send 100,000 troops this time? Isn't that to give him experience? This is even better. If we eliminate them one by one, the pressure will be much less when we face the main force of the Tauren. He was prepared for a tough fight, but the result was a little beyond his expectations. I didn't expect that in this world, there are vanguards during marches and battles. Why did you stop? Just as the 100,000-strong army arrived at the swamp, they stopped. Has he been discovered? Impossible. With the chaotic aura of the swamp covering it up in the distance, even a king-level expert wouldn't be able to detect it. Sure enough, after only a short pause, the army continued to advance. It seemed like they were just discussing whether to pass through here. The 100,000-strong Tauren army, fully armed, marched forward in a mighty force. Looking at the long line, The number of people was dozens of times his. There's only one king-level expert. This battle is not suspenseful. As the army approached, Linton, with his 9th-level strength, also sensed that there was only one king-level strongman in the army. But we can't let our guard down. We must resolve the battle as quickly as possible. We still don't know how far away the main Tauren army is. If they come to support us, we'll be surrounded and killed. Linton thought to himself. In a blink of an eye, a group of Minotaur soldiers had walked through the swamp and were only a few hundred meters away from where Linton was hiding. Behind Linton, thousands of archers consisting of werewolves and earth demons were already ready for battle, just waiting for Linton's order. Among them, the werewolves were fighting against the Minotaur dynasty for the first time, so they were inevitably a little afraid. After all, in their minds, the Minotaur has always been an existence that cannot be provoked. But because of Linton's presence, they suppressed the fear in their hearts. As long as Linton is alive, they dare not retreat even a single step. Just when about half of the 100,000 troops had crossed the swamp, Linton's killing sounds rang out. At the same time, whoosh, 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 thousands of shock arrows shot towards the Tauren army below. Shock arrows were shot one after another, and soon the sky was covered with dense stun arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The Minotaur soldier who was shot instantly exploded into a bloody mist, deader than dead. The bright red blood bloomed like fireworks among the Tauren army. Faced with this sudden attack, the Minotaur army was completely unprepared and was already exhausted from the long journey. How can we react and resist in time? Damn, there's an ambush. The powerful king of the Minotaur vanguard army waved his hand, and the explosive arrow shot at him exploded in midair before it even touched him. Turning his head, he saw that the soldiers behind him who were hit by arrows exploded into blood mist, and the surrounding soldiers were also affected and suffered varying degrees of injuries. This was the first time he had seen such a strange arrow. But the current situation did not allow him to think about these things. Looking up in the direction where the arrow came from, Linton's figure came into view, and he was immediately shocked. It's you. According to the news that came back, the person who destroyed his Minotaur dynasty's 100,000-strong army and killed a powerful king-level general was exactly the same as the person in front of him. Linton didn't expect that the Minotaur in front of him actually knew him. It seems that after the last battle, he has become famous throughout the Tauren dynasty. How dare you ambush this general? You are truly courting death. Today I will take your head and let the world know the consequences of offending my Minotaur dynasty. The Minotaur general was originally frightened by Linton, but after careful sensing, he found that Linton was only at the 9th level of strength. He was immediately overjoyed. A mere 9th level, and it was no problem for him. As long as Linton is killed, his reputation will resound throughout the dynasty. The king will surely praise him highly. It is just a matter of a word to get promoted and make money. By then, he will obtain more resources for cultivation and become the strongest person in the dynasty. He flew into the air, his figure flashed, and flew towards Linton, with the weapon in his hand flashing with dazzling cold light. It seemed as if Linton's head could be taken off in an instant. Roar! But what greeted him was a dragon's roar, and a huge black dragon flew out from behind Linton. Just a dragon roar was enough to subdue the powerful Minotaur king. 3 king-level masters. Seeing the dragon demon and other dragons, the Minotaur king was a little dumbfounded. Nyoutai's death was not unjust. Escape. The powerful Minotaur king had only this one thought in his mind at this moment. He did not dare to hesitate at all and turned around to escape. Fighting with 3 king-level powerhouses is no different from committing suicide, unless he is mentally ill. The general was leading his army not far behind him. As long as he could attract the general's attention, he would be saved. But how could the dragon demon let him escape? With a flash of his body, he blocked the way of the powerful Minotaur, leaving him no way to escape. Chapter 102 War breaks out. A war broke out between the two sides. The powerful Minotaur possessed the strength of the 2nd level of the king rank. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he could only fight with the dragon demon. Although the dragon demon was only at the 1st level of the king rank, his combat power shocked the Minotaur warrior. How could it be possible that he was even stronger than him? But the facts are there. No wonder the other 2 king-level powerhouses didn't come to help. They knew that the dragon demon in front of them could deal with him. It's still unclear who will win or lose. If you want to kill me, I'll skin you alive first. The powerful Minotaur king thought viciously in his heart. A ferocious attack was launched towards the dragon demon. On the other side, the 100,000-strong Tauren army was still suffering from a hail of arrows. The archers behind Linton could shoot at least thousands of arrows per second. The dense swarm of arrows made the Minotaur army completely unable to resist. Suddenly, screams were heard everywhere. In just a moment, tens of thousands of Tauren soldiers were killed or wounded. In the swamp, some explosive arrows fell into the swamp and exploded. A terrifying smell containing poisonous gas floated out of the swamp and spread to the surroundings. The Tauren army surrounding the swamp was in a terrible situation. The poisonous gas entered their bodies and they fell down in a short while. That's not all. Under the swamp, the alarmed poisonous creatures crawled out one after another. The Minotaur soldiers were in a mess and didn't notice the poisonous insects under their feet, so a large number of them were trampled to death. This attracted other poisonous insects to pounce on the Minotaur soldiers, and their extremely poisonous fangs bit the Minotaur. Oh! Even more shrill screams were heard. Once bitten, the poison would instantly spread throughout the body, making one dead. Don't panic. Those who are above level 6 will follow me to cover the rear. The rest of the soldiers will evacuate quickly. The Minotaur general reacted quickly and led his troops to rush towards these poisonous insects. With one move, hundreds of poisonous insects were killed. When you reach a certain level, you can transform the energy in your body into a shield to protect your body, and you will no longer be afraid of these poisonous insects. The poison that seemed extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary soldiers was quickly resisted by many powerful generals. The other Minotaur soldiers also took this opportunity to flee to the rear. Kill. When Linton saw this, he gave an order, and the werewolves and earth demons behind him put away their bows and arrows. Follow a group of dragons and attack the Minotaur army. They were divided into two groups, one to deal with the Minotaur who wanted to retreat and escape behind the swamp, and the other to deal with the Minotaur who had already crossed the swamp. This is a great opportunity. The strong Minotaurs are all fighting against poisonous insects and cannot get away. It was a good opportunity to quickly deal with the Minotaur soldiers. In the blink of an eye, several dragon teams rushed into the Minotaur army and started a wanton slaughter. Ordinary Minotaur soldiers were like lambs to be slaughtered, completely unable to resist. When many werewolves saw this scene, their morale soared and they rushed towards the Minotaur with howls. Now in their eyes, these Minotaurs are not as powerful as rumored. In the instant of confrontation, blood splattered and a large number of fleeing Minotaurs fell. Especially the two king-level strongmen, Langba and Long Zhan, who could release terrifying attacks with a casual strike and kill hundreds of Minotaur soldiers. A 9th-level warrior couldn't last even a second in front of them. This scene made the Minotaur king-level strongman's eyes bloodshot, because these were all strong men trained by his Minotaur dynasty. But at this time he could hardly protect himself and had no way of asking the general for help. On the battlefield, the power between the two king-level masters collided like a mountain or an ocean, bursting into a dazzling light that shot up into the sky. The dragon demon possesses the ability to devour, and the powerful Minotaur king will only become weaker the more he fights. Originally, the dragon demon was stronger than him, but as time went on, he was no match for him and had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. The general will soon lead the army to arrive, and that will be the day you die. The powerful Minotaur king roared unwillingly. How could he not be angry when he saw his soldiers being ruthlessly slaughtered? But that's how war is. Either he dies or Linton dies. Linton didn't want to die, so this was the only way. In less than half an hour, the war was over. Only a few Tauren soldiers were left on the battlefield, fleeing everywhere. But the entire battlefield has been completely surrounded, and they cannot escape at all. No matter which direction they flee, death is waiting for them. The powerful king was also dying at this time. He looked up into the distance, but there was no sign of the general. He was completely desperate. He had caused all of this himself. He ordered the march to be accelerated, intending to kill Linton and take all the credit so that he could better compete for the position of general in the future. This resulted in a huge gap between him and the general. The news misled me. He got a rumor in the royal city that Niotai's death was due to a beast tide, and a king-level ferocious beast appeared. Minotaur fought a fierce battle with a king-level beast and was ambushed and killed. This is also why he was so shocked when he saw the three powerful dragon demon kings. He originally thought that this was a great opportunity for him to win military merit, but he didn't expect that it would be the day of his fall. Oh! With an unwilling roar, the dragon demon, which had almost been devoured, ended the life of the powerful Minotaur king. At this point, the 100,000-strong Minotaur vanguard that came to attack Linton were completely wiped out by him. Boom! At the same time, an even more terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the dragon demon, and the second-level king-level dragon might swept in all directions. The dragon demon successfully broke through to the second level of the king rank. And dozens of miles away, an even more terrifying figure seemed to have sensed something and looked towards the location of the dragon demon. Chapter 103 Life and Death Crisis. General, could this fluctuation mean something's happened to the Vanguard army? The deputy general beside him also noticed the fluctuations in the distance and said to the general beside him, "This person is Niu Xianlai, the great general of the Minotaur dynasty and one of the top powerful men of the Minotaur dynasty." Niu Xianlai shook his head and said calmly, "It's just that a strong person has broken through. There's no need to make a fuss. Let's continue marching." Promise. The huge army slowly advanced through the jungle. On the battlefield, Linton sent Long Zhun to find out the whereabouts of the main force of the Minotaur army. The rest was to clean up the battlefield and prepare for evacuation. He did not intend to continue ambush the main force of the Tauren army here. Although he won this battle, his troops also suffered losses. A small number of soldiers were killed, some were seriously injured, and the other soldiers had almost exhausted their physical strength after a long period of fighting. Another fight would be disadvantageous to him. They could only withdraw their troops and fight another day. It was already afternoon, and by the time the main Minotaur army arrived at his city, it would be at least near dusk. He didn't believe that the Minotaur army would dare to attack the city at this time. When night falls, the overwhelming smell of blood is very likely to attract a tide of beasts. Niotai's 100,000-strong army fell into his trap and was completely wiped out. Having learned from the previous lesson, we will definitely not attack the city in the evening this time. Therefore, Linton can return to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle with peace of mind. Not long after, Longjin sent back news that the main force of the Tauren army was only dozens of miles away from here. By the way, Longjun found out the situation of the main Tauren army. 3 king-level masters, one of whom is a 5th-level king-level master, and an army of 200,000. Hearing this news, Linton couldn't help but frown. The reason why he was able to resolve the battle so quickly was because of his surprise attack on the 100,000-strong Tauren army. It was all because of the 2 king-level warriors, Long Zhun and Lang Ba, who killed everyone in their way. But next, not only will he have to face an army of 200,000, but also 3 king-level powerhouses, one of whom is a 5th-level king-level powerhouse. This put enormous pressure on him. Although the dragon demon has broken through to the 2nd level of the king rank, he may not be a match for the 5th level of the king rank Minotaur. After all, there is a difference of 3 small realms between the two sides. No matter how strong the dragon demon is, it is impossible to cross 3 small realms. After a few rounds, the dragon demon might be injured. Linton led his troops to withdraw with a serious expression. If he doesn't find a way to win tomorrow's battle, he and his territory may be reduced to ashes tomorrow. Completely disappeared from the continent of 10,000 races. Not long after Linton gang left, Niu Xianlai led his army to the swamp. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Niu Xianlai was so angry that his face turned green. It's all garbage. An army of 100,000 plus a powerful king-level warrior was destroyed silently, without even causing a ripple. How could he accept this? He lost 100,000 troops before arriving, which was a disgrace to his Minotaur dynasty and to his general. This general will definitely take his head and bury it with my fallen soldiers. Niu Xianlai gnashed his teeth and roared. The deputy general at the side hurried forward and said, "General, we must not fall into the enemy's trap." That's how General Niutai fell into the enemy's trap, which led to the beast tide and the annihilation of his entire army. "General, you must never follow in their footsteps." The deputy general was worried that the general would be blinded by anger, so he ordered the march to be accelerated. By then the army will be exhausted from attacking the city and may be defeated. Snort. Niu Xianlai snorted coldly. This general is not that stupid. The other party was able to destroy his 100,000-strong army in such a short time, so he naturally could not underestimate the other party. The enemy's sphere of influence was still about 100 kilometers away. Excluding the time for travel and rest, he was not sure he could destroy the enemy before dark. Set up camp here to rest and bury the bodies of our Tauren soldiers. Also, send out spies to keep an eye on the enemy's situation. Niu Xianlai issued an order. The bodies of his Minotaur soldiers could not be left exposed in the wilderness. If not dealt with, they would soon attract ferocious beasts and leave no trace of their bodies. On the other side, Linton, who returned to the territory, kept thinking about how to deal with the 200,000-strong army of the Minotaur dynasty. Excluding the elderly, children, women and children, there were only about 3,000 men under his command who were able to fight. The gap between the two sides is like an abyss. What gave him even more headaches was the powerful 5th-level king of the Minotaur dynasty. The top strongmen are the key to victory in the war. As long as they can deal with the other side's 3 king-level powerhouses, there is still a glimmer of hope when facing an army of 200,000. But he only has 3 king-level warriors under his command now, and he is not at ease with Long Mo Elong facing a 5th-level king-level warrior. The only way to solve this dilemma is to obtain another king-level soldier. However, the breeding of military units was beyond his control, and no one could be sure that he would be able to breed a king-level military unit tomorrow. To prevent accidents, you can only plan ahead. Apart from breeding troops, there is only one way left, and that is to create a king-level strongman. He still has 18 pills in his hand. Can't he create a king-level strongman? After careful consideration, he quickly chose a candidate. Dragon War. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, 9th order. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 4-clawed black dragon. Long Zhan was the first black dragon he bred, and he broke through to the 9th level during the second beast tide. After several battles, his strength has reached the critical point of the 9th level. It is possible to break through to the king level at any time. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to break through to the king level after the next battle. Linton couldn't wait any longer. If he didn't breed a king-level soldier to help the dragon demon by tomorrow morning, there is an 80% chance that he will lose this battle. He can't afford to gamble, let alone lose. I found Long Zhan and talked to him briefly. Naturally, Long Zhan was eager to break through to the king level. After the breakthrough, the strength becomes stronger and can help the master more. Linton took out 5 pills without hesitation and gave them to Long Zhan. In addition, there is a large pile of crystals. He asked Long Mo to protect Long Zhan and ensure that Long Zhan successfully broke through. After everything is arranged, we are waiting for good news from Long Zhan. Of course, he was not idle either. He spent a large amount of crystals to buy some useful drawings on the trading channel. For example, various trap drawings, defensive building drawings, etc. The whole town became unusually quiet, and everyone knew that the Minotaur army was approaching. Fortunately, today's victory gave everyone a shot in the arm. To make them realize that the Minotaur dynasty was not invincible, they easily wiped out the 100,000-strong Minotaur army. This is why there was no unrest, otherwise some werewolves would definitely want to escape. The news that the Minotaur army of 300,000 entered the dark forest and lost 100,000 troops in a blink of an eye also spread at the same time. Chapter 1043 Forces Attack. The destruction of an army of 100,000 was a news that could not be concealed. As soon as the news came out, all forces were shocked. The top strongman of the Minotaur dynasty led a large army to attack, but was wiped out so quickly with an army of 100,000. When has the Minotaur dynasty suffered such a heavy loss in recent decades? What's more, the other party is an unknown small force that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, Linton's reputation became even more famous. The last time might have been because of the beast tide. But this time, in front of the general of the Minotaur dynasty who had the strength of the 5th level of king rank, an army of 100,000 was destroyed. Let them never again underestimate this emerging force that suddenly emerged. Especially the major tribes in the dark forest, they are more determined to eradicate Linton. If Linton won, they knew very well what would happen to them. All of their tribes will face a devastating disaster. After all, they had witnessed Linton's tyranny with their own eyes, and if they didn't surrender, they would only die. With the strength displayed by Linton, they were not sure that they could be Linton's opponent if they joined forces, so this was the only opportunity before them. If you miss it, you will never find such a good opportunity again. They may collectively follow in the footsteps of the mountain giants. On the other side, Pang Feichin sent out the newly conquered troops to gather information, and also received the news that Linton and the Minotaur dynasty had gone to war. However, their intelligence system was limited, and they did not find out the news that Linton had slaughtered an army of 100,000 Tauren. Pang Feichin was naturally very excited when he received the news, and immediately contacted the city lords of the Demon Slayer Alliance. He sent troops to gather at the location he chose, ready to attack Linton. Although hundreds of city lords of the Demon Slayer Alliance were scattered throughout the dark forest, their approximate locations could still be figured out after inquiring and informing each other. Upon hearing that they would take action against Linton so soon, the city lords of the Demon Slayer Alliance were not excited, but instead fell into hesitation. After all, they don't know how strong Linton is, and they don't know that Linton is now at war with the Minotaur. On their side, only Pang Feichin possesses a king-level military force. What if Linton has 2 king-level powerhouses? Pang Feichin understood what was going on when he saw the information in the Alliance chat channel. If he had not received the news that Linton was attacked by a dynasty force, he would not have dared to think of attacking Linton. Pang Feichen patiently explained it briefly. The general meaning is that Linton is in trouble now, and this is a good opportunity to launch a surprise attack and eliminate Linton. When hundreds of city lords unite, that's tens of thousands of troops, and their strength cannot be underestimated. In addition, if there are any special circumstances, it would be helpful to delay Linton and give him time to escape. The city lords were skeptical. After a heated discussion, they finally decided to trust Pang Feichen. After all, Pang Feichen is leading the team personally this time, and he can't joke with his own life. Hundreds of city lords, except for a certain number of troops left behind to guard the territory, all other troops were sent out. If they really killed Linton, the amount of troops they sent out would determine how much benefit they could get. Even if they could get even 1% of Linton's wealth, it would be enough to significantly increase their strength. Not only can we eliminate the threat of Linton, but we can also obtain a large amount of resources and materials. Why not do it? The three forces quietly approached Linton, all wanting to take Linton's life. But Linton knew nothing at this time. After arranging everything, he began to adjust his own state. He tried to control the Qianyuan sword. Although the Qianyuan sword consumes a lot of energy, as long as it is controlled well, it will be a great help and his combat power will increase several times. With his current 9th level strength, he felt he had a great chance. As long as he controls the Qianyuan sword, he is confident that he can kill his opponent within 10 moves if he has the same strength as his opponent. If he ignored the energy loss in his body, he could still kill several people of the same level in one move, just like last time. But that would not be worth the effort. After one move, it would take a long time to recover. Chapter 105, Great Opportunity, or Going to Die? Night falls in the city lord's mansion. Clang! Linton swung his sword, leaving a shallow sword mark on the ground. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. His efforts were not in vain. After several hours of continuous efforts, he was finally able to gain initial control of the Qianyuan sword. At this moment, his strength grew by leaps and bounds. Although he was not strong enough to challenge a king-level expert, he felt that escaping from a king-level expert should not be a problem with his current strength. When facing beings of the same level, you don't have to work as hard as before. After looking at the sky, he ended his practice. At the same time, he received news that the Minotaur army had been stationed dozens of kilometers away from the territory, watching covetously. You never know when the attack will come. Linton continued to send out spies to keep a close eye on the movements of the Minotaur army so that he could take precautions in advance if there were any signs of an attack. War is a treacherous path. Never take it lightly. On the other side, the Minotaur army also sent out spies to keep an eye on Linton's movements, fearing that Linton would launch a sneak attack at night. What they didn't know was that Linton didn't dare to launch a sneak attack at this moment. With Niu Xianlai, a powerful 5th-level Minotaur king, present, a sneak attack would only result in the annihilation of the entire army. Fortunately, the Minotaur is not clear about Linton's specific strength. Niu Xianlai sensed the auras of 4 powerful king-level warriors on the battlefield. Except for him, the Minotaur, who is a king-level warrior, the other 3 can only be Linton's king-level warriors, which makes him very wary. This was completely different from the news he had received. Linton's strength was much stronger than what was reported in the news. This also made him dare not send troops to launch a surprise attack. Waiting for the real contest tomorrow. Under the cover of night, 2 waves of forces, relying on the blood-red moonlight, slowly moved towards the direction where Linton was. Flying troops fly in the air to explore the way, deliver messages to other city lords and forces, and avoid large groups of ferocious beasts. Traveling at night is full of uncertainty, with ferocious beasts everywhere. You have to either avoid them or quickly resolve the battle and escape from the scene. If you are not careful, you may attract a large number of ferocious beasts to attack you, or even turn it into a beast tide. Fortunately, they have a large number of people, with tens of thousands of soldiers in total, and they can deal with a general group of ferocious beasts in a few seconds. Compared with the major tribal forces, it couldn't be easier. They have always lived in the dark forest and are very familiar with the terrain of the dark forest. The speed is many times faster than that of the city lord's forces. The forces from all sides were surging, but at this time Linton was practicing without distraction. He knew that there was no point in getting anxious. Whether we can win tomorrow depends on whether Long Zhan can make a breakthrough, or if he can be luckier and produce a king-level soldier. Now the only way for him to get rid of the anxiety and distracting thoughts in his heart is through practice. In the chat channel, brothers, I'm going to do something big. If I'm still alive after tomorrow, you'll all call me Brother Zhao. What the hell? Are you going to rob someone? To rob, he also needs that kind of strength. There are only two possible outcomes: attacking other city lords or discovering some kind of treasure. The former is more likely. Goodbye, brother. Every year at this time, I will burn paper for you. This time, we're being led by a top 20 leader. Let me reveal to you. This leader has some powerful king-level troops under his command. How many of you are there? Several hundred people. I can't tell you the exact number. With such a strong lineup, what on earth are you guys going to do? Some city lords of the Demon Slayer Alliance could not help but reveal in the chat channel that they were going to do something huge. When it was revealed that there was a city lord in the top 20, plus hundreds of other city lords, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. I can't believe that someone can gather hundreds of city lords together now. What a great opportunity it must be to attract the attention of hundreds of city lords. All the city lords are scattered all over the place. Even the top 10 in the rankings are alliances formed by top city lords. Although they have tens of thousands of alliance members, it is impossible for them to gather so many city lords in a short period of time. What kind of opportunity have you discovered that requires so many people? Are you planning to follow boss Linton's example and attack large tribes to seize the crystal mines? Yes, this is the most likely possibility. Brother, let me reveal it. I don't know your location anyway, so I can't possibly steal your opportunity. It's okay to reveal it. I agree with the above statement, just to satisfy our curiosity. No, this is top secret. TSK, this isn't just to whet our appetite. Seeing that they couldn't get any useful information, the crowd of onlookers in the chat channel immediately lost interest. However, everyone still realized that something big was going to happen tomorrow. The night passed quickly. It was eerily quiet, and the whole forest was filled with the smell of gunpowder. After waking up, Linton checked on Long Zhan's condition first. Long Zhan was bathed in a tide of energy, his aura fluctuating, and he had reached the most critical step. Breaking through the king level is hundreds of times more difficult than breaking through the 9th level. However, with the powerful talent of the Dragon Clan, it is almost impossible for them to fail in breaking through to the king level. Even if a dragon has only known how to sleep since birth and has never practiced cultivation, it can still break through to the king level by relying solely on its own talent and independently absorbing the energy between heaven and earth. But now Linton is pressed for time and doesn't have much time left. At this time, the Minotaur army was reorganizing its forces and preparing to attack. Linton looked for a while, then turned around and prepared to walk towards the military building. If we can breed a powerful army of king-level strength, then it won't matter even if Long Zhan cannot break through before the army arrives. But at the moment Linton turned around, Long Zhan, who was breaking through, seemed to realize that Linton might be disappointed in him, and made a final sprint. Boom! There was a loud bang, as if the door was knocked open. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying aura of a king-level strongman burst out from behind Linton, sweeping across the entire territory. Everyone's color changed, and they looked up in the direction where the fluctuation came from. I thought it was a powerful Minotaur attacking, but when I looked closely, I found it was the City Lord's mansion. The werewolves and demons in the territory couldn't help but smile from the bottom of their hearts. A new king-level warrior has been born in the territory, giving us more hope in facing the upcoming war. Linton looked at Long Zhan, who had broken through the first level of the king rank in front of him, nodded with a smile, and praised, "Not bad. Thank you, master, for the elixir that allowed Long Zhan to break through." Long Zhan did not feel a bit proud when facing Linton's praise. All of this was given to him by his master. Chapter 106 Storm Thunder Dragon. Long Zhan successfully broke through, and Linton felt relieved. Without wasting any more time, he turned and walked towards the military building. Regardless of whether he could produce king-level troops or not, he felt confident in this battle. Of course, it would be even better if we could breed king-level troops, and this war would be more certain to win. Facing the upcoming war, Linton is full of anticipation about what kind of troops can be nurtured. 6 rays of light flashed in front of the military building. In the blink of an eye, 6 huge figures appeared in front of him. The first thing that catches your eye is a coiled dragon. Linton has a special feeling for Panlong. Panlong's strength is weak, and its number can only rank 3rd among several dragon teams. Among the dragons under his command, Panlong has always been at the bottom, but fortunately, several dragon teams now live in harmony. After the coiled dragon, there was a black dragon and 2 red dragons. Seeing this, Linton gradually became excited. It seems like luck is going to explode today. Next, there is another coiled dragon. He couldn't wait to look at the last dragon. A huge dragon with a body of over 100 meters and emitting terrifying purple lightning appeared in his eyes. Is this a thunder dragon? Linton showed an expected smile on his face. When he saw that the fourth dragon was a red dragon, he guessed that one of the two dragons behind it would definitely be powerful. After all, his luck couldn't be that bad. As expected, it gave him a surprise and gave birth to a king-level thunder dragon. Wrong. Linton, who was excited, suddenly felt something was wrong. Look carefully at the thunder dragon. This doesn't seem to be a thunder dragon. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary thunder dragon. Long Zhun is also a thunder dragon, but his body is very different from the thunder dragon in front of him. After careful sensing, Linton also realized that the aura of the thunder dragon in front of him was several times stronger than that of the dragon demon. In front of Linton, they all hid their aura as much as possible. He was afraid of revealing a bit of his aura and causing Linton to be unhappy. But with Linton's strength, he still noticed it. He was somewhat shocked by the strength of the thunder dragon in front of him, as the dragon demon had already broken through to the second level of the king rank. The aura is several times stronger than that of the dragon demon. What kind of cultivation level does this require? He hurriedly looked at the specific information of Lei Long. Storm Thunder Dragon. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, king level 4. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 5-clawed Thunder Dragon. Storm Thunder Dragon King level 4. A burst of luck. Linton was so excited that he almost jumped up, but in front of the soldiers, he suppressed his excitement and just showed a smile on his face. He will completely ignore this Minotaur who is only at the 5th level of the king rank. This is a Storm Thunder Dragon. Not to mention a 5th level king. Even a 6th level king can be killed without hesitation. Since it was a Storm Thunder Dragon, Linton named it Dragon Storm. He then named the remaining dragons. After doing all this, return to the city lord's mansion and reorganize all the soldiers who can fight. This time, Linton gave a rare passionate speech, and his words were mainly addressed to the werewolves and the demons. Boosting their morale will be helpful in the upcoming war. Just as he finished speaking, the spy came to report. The Tauren army has set out and has begun attacking the territory. After a night of rest, the Tauren army could reach the city in less than half an hour. After receiving the news, Linton ordered to prepare for war. He was already sure of winning this battle. The Tauren army only had 3 king-level warriors, while he had 5, and their strength is not inferior to theirs. If nothing unexpected happens, the outcome of this war is already determined. Not long after, a loud rumbling sound was heard in the distance. Looking up, in the dark forest, a group of Minotaurs were rushing towards this direction. The overwhelming momentum seemed to be able to raise Linton's city to the ground in an instant. 3 figures stood above the 200,000-strong army of Tauren. When they saw that Linton's territory was just a town, the 3 of them felt incredible, but then they looked at each other with contempt. They were a bit too cautious. Chapter 107. 210,000 troops approaching the city. Such a small town is not even as big as a city in his Minotaur dynasty. It's just a small town. The total population of old and young women and children cannot exceed 5,000. I really don't know how that useless Niupu was eliminated. Niu Xianlai looked at the town in front of him, which was not at all pleasing to his eyes, and then thought of the 100,000 troops yesterday, and he became furious. Niupu was dead, but how could he explain to the emperor how to deal with the 100,000-man army when he returned? The general of the Wang rank beside him echoed, "The general is right. Even if they stretched out their necks to be chopped off, it would be impossible to chop them all off so quickly." Niupu was greedy for merit and reckless, so he deserved death. It's a pity for the 100,000-man army. However, as a king-level warrior, Niupu didn't even have a chance to escape. This town probably has 3 king-level warriors, so we can't take it lightly. Another king-level general spoke up to remind him. Niu Xianlai was majestic and domineering, with 2 jade horns on his head. That makes sense. Linton stood on the top of the city wall, looking at the Minotaur army approaching the city, without any fear in his heart. His eyes were always on Niu Xianlai, and the other 2 flying in the air. If you want to resolve the battle quickly, these 3 people are the key. With his strength, he definitely cannot defeat this army of 200,000. The reason why we were able to deal with the 100,000-strong army so quickly yesterday was because we took advantage of the geographical advantage. Most of the Minotaur soldiers were killed by poison gas or bitten by poisonous insects. Now an army of 200,000 has surrounded his city. Even though the force has only doubled, given the level of his territory, it is still difficult for him to withstand a war of this magnitude. Apart from the 5 king-level warriors under his command, There are only less than 2,000 people who can fight in the battlefield. There is 100 times difference between the two sides. However, as long as Niu Xianlai and his 2 other men died, the Minotaur army, having lost its backbone, would surely fall into chaos and flee in all directions. I hope there won't be any accidents. He did not forget the major tribes in the dark forest. If all the major tribes united and came out in full force, they would definitely be stronger than the 200,000 strong army in front of them. Just as Linton was thinking, Niu Xianlai's voice sounded in his ears. Niu Xianlai stood in the air with his hands behind his back and said in a domineering voice, "Boy, you dare to provoke my Minotaur dynasty after just developing a small town. This general admires your courage. Don't admire me. I only destroyed 200,000 of your Minotaur dynasty's troops. With these 200,000, it only makes 400,000. Compared to your Minotaur dynasty's million-strong army, it's nothing." Linton's voice spread throughout the battlefield and echoed in everyone's ears. In terms of momentum, Linton's words easily surpassed Niu Xianlai's. When Niu Xianlai heard this, his face turned extremely ugly. Because of this kid, his Tauren dynasty became a laughing stock in the eyes of other forces. He originally wanted to suppress Linton, but he didn't expect Linton to be so arrogant and didn't take him seriously at all. A great general of the 5th level of the royal rank naturally cannot show weakness. Niu Xianlai said, "I have an army of 200,000 men. What can you use to fight me? Just your 3,000 old, weak, and disabled soldiers." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, thunderous laughter rang out among the Minotaur army. They were all laughing at Linton for overestimating his own abilities. Now it was Linton's turn to bow his head. This mouth cannon. With only 200,000 soldiers, killing you is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Linton's unparalleled and domineering voice spread, and his whole body exuded a kingly aura. The 200,000 Minotaur army below were all shocked. They seemed to have seen an emperor and couldn't help but want to kneel down and pay homage. But in just a moment, everyone came to their senses. There was only one emperor in their hearts, and that was the emperor of their Minotaur people. Even if Linton is really an emperor, he is not their emperor, but their enemy. After all, Linton's strength is too weak. But the morale of the thousands of soldiers behind Linton was greatly boosted. Thousands of eyes stared at Linton's back, their eyes full of admiration and fighting spirit. Niu Xianlai didn't expect that Linton could still make a comeback. Linton's words are so arrogant that no words can compare to them. Only his actions can show his true strength. "You arrogant kid. Kill them. Kill them for me, general. Raze this city to the ground." Niu Xianlai was furious and ordered his army to attack the city. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Shouts of killing rang out that shook the sky, and an army of 200,000 strong rushed towards the city with murderous aura. There were thousands of soldiers behind Linton. At Linton's command, a shock bow appeared in the hands of each soldier. Each blast bow is loaded with several blast arrows. "Put!" The Minotaur army rushed into the range, and Linton's voice rang out. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of shock arrows turned into a rain of arrows and shot towards the Minotaur. When Niu Xianlai saw this scene, a sneer appeared on his face. "Ha ha, he's still using arrows. Doesn't he know that my Minotaur army is made up of monks? A mere arrow can't even penetrate the armor of my Minotaur soldiers." Niu Xianlai had a look of disdain on his sarcastic face. If you want to cause damage to his army, you will need at least a large crossbow. He even disdains to use a mere bow and arrow. If you want to join his army, you must at least be at the 3rd level of cultivation. Even though he was the greatest general of the Minotaur dynasty, countless Minotaurs still wanted to join his army. A rain of arrows shot into the Tauren army. Faced with this rain of arrows that couldn't be more ordinary, they originally thought it was just a tickle for them. But when the arrows came into contact with their bodies, something unbelievable happened. The armor on their bodies was like paper and was easily pierced by the arrows. The sharp arrows shot directly into their bodies. Suddenly, screams were heard among the army. But there is much more to it than that. With the Minotaur's strong body, even if he was hit by an arrow, it would only be considered a minor injury. As long as they are not shot through the head and heart, they will not die. Just as the Minotaur who was shot by the arrow was thinking this in his mind. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies exploded directly, and they never figured out what happened until they died. One Minotaur after another exploded, and bright red flesh and blood sprayed all over the place. The nearby Minotaurs were splashed all over and were stunned by the bloody scene. There were also some Minotaurs who were not hit by the stun arrows and exploded around them. They were injured by the aftermath of the explosion and lost their arms and legs. After all, This is made of 7th level and 8th level crystals. When it explodes, the power can be imagined. At first, the Minotaur didn't take the rain of arrows seriously and took it lightly, causing a large number of casualties. This wave of arrows alone killed thousands of Tauren soldiers. Including the injured, there were nearly 10,000 people. In other words, with just this wave of arrows, the Tauren army lost 1/20th of its men. Niu Xianlai, who was standing in the void, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Chapter 108. How is it possible to have so many king-level masters? What kind of weapon is this? Niu Xianlai was shocked and confused at the same time. On the surface, these were just ordinary bows and arrows, but they could explode. He had never seen such a strange bow and arrow. In the few seconds he was shocked, the second wave of arrows came. Although this wave of arrows was not as fierce as the first wave, it still caused huge casualties. If this continues, the army will suffer tens of thousands of casualties before they even reach the city. No wonder the 100,000-strong army was wiped out so quickly yesterday. With such powerful long-range attack weapons, coupled with geographical advantages, they were almost invincible. The third wave, the fourth wave, and the fifth wave. In less than a minute, several waves of arrows rained down. Continuous explosions rang out on the battlefield, and with each explosion, Minotaur soldiers were injured or killed. Seeing that the army was still 100 meters away from the city, a large number of Minotaurs were hit by explosive arrows and died in the explosion. The bloody and horrifying scene caused fear to grow in the hearts of the Minotaur soldiers, which gradually spread among the army, and there were signs of retreat. The battle was so brutal before the two sides even came into direct combat. After seeing this scene, Niu Xianlai could no longer bear it and was about to take action. A strong man of his level should not be involved in this kind of battle. But he couldn't bear to watch his own soldiers being slaughtered wantonly. The aura of a 5th-level, king-level warrior burst out from his body. He raised his hand slightly, and a terrifying force swept towards the battlefield. For a moment, the power of the 5th-level king was fully demonstrated, and all the arrows were suspended in the air, as if the space was frozen. The morale of the Tauren army was boosted, and their general took action. Next, something even more terrifying happened. All the arrows turned with Niu Xianlai's hand and aimed at Linton. A large number of werewolves and demons showed expressions of disbelief. Is this the power of the strong? However, looking at Niu Xianlai's expression, it is clear that it is still a bit difficult for him to control so many arrows at once. Even the king-level strongmen are not invincible. Even more terrifying energy erupted from Niu Xianlai's body, and he slowly pressed his hand down. The arrow suspended in the air moved and was about to shoot towards Linton. As long as Linton was killed, the battle would be half over. But as soon as thousands of arrows moved, they stopped moving. Niu Xianlai's face changed slightly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress it. Thousands of arrows seemed to be frozen in midair. This was obviously not due to his physical exhaustion. There are strong ones. He came to his senses in an instant. There was a strong man in the city, and he was almost as strong as him. He found it even more unbelievable that there was someone as strong as him in this small town. Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar sounded, and a thunder dragon covered in purple thunder flew out of the city. Along with the dragon's roar, an invisible wave swept through, and the arrows suspended in the air all exploded under the collision of the two powerful men. The huge body of Long Bao hovered in the sky, its purple dragon scales shining, and its domineering dragon power crushed the entire audience, and everyone felt extreme oppression. Long Bao stared at Niu Xianlai with his eyes, and said in a dignified manner, "You are not worthy of hurting my master." Stared at by Long Bao's exquisite eyes, Niu Xianlai felt an inexplicable chill on his back. The other party is only at the 4th level of the king rank. Why do I have such a feeling? Niu Xianlai shook his head, thinking he was hallucinating. You are only at the 4th level of the king rank, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. You are truly ignorant. Today, I, the general, will let you see the power of my Minotaur. Niu Xianlai roared, and the armor around him burst into red gold light, and his explosive muscles almost broke through the armor. His body suddenly grew several feet taller. The weapon in his hand burst out with icy coldness, and a murderous aura emanated from it. As a general who has fought in many battles for many years, he has gained his current strength and status by fighting his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Roar! Long Bao was not afraid at all. He took the lead in attacking. His figure circled and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing straight towards Niu Xianlai. Niu Xianlai was not willing to be outdone and rushed forward with a top-grade Xian-level weapon in his hand. Boom! 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 The collision between the dragon claws and the Xian-level weapons produced bursts of dazzling light that made people dare not look directly at it. Long Zhun and Long Mo were not idle either. They flew into the sky with a dragon roar and killed the other two Tower and King-level powerful men. The other two Tower and King-level warriors are at the third and second levels of the King level respectively, and their strength is enough to deal with them. After taking a look at the battle that had broken out in the sky, Linton stopped paying attention to it. He still believed in Long Bao and the others. His top priority at the moment is to deal with the 200,000 troops in front of him and not let them attack the city. He also has two King-level warriors under his command, which is the key to whether he can win against 200,000 with only 2,000. Under Linton's command, the battlefield was once again hit by waves of arrows. The Tauren army also came back to their senses from watching the heroic figure of their general and continued to attack the town. After more than a dozen waves of arrows, some Minotaurs had already rushed to the city. He used the weapons in his hands and the sharp horns on his head to hit the city gate. Under the joint attack of several 9th-level Tauren warriors, the city gate soon became dented. Although the city gate had been thickened many times by Linton, it was ultimately made of fine iron and had limited hardness. Linton also thought about using other precious minerals to build a strong city gate. But there is not enough ore to make weapons, so how can we collect so many precious ores to build such a large city gate? Seeing that the Minotaur army had already attacked the city. Clang! The Qianyuan sword in Linton's hand slowly unsheathed. Kill! As a voice full of fighting spirit rang out, he was the first to jump off the city wall, landed on the battlefield, and swept the Qianyuan sword in his hand. The Qianyuan sword, which could cut through iron like mud, had no resistance and easily penetrated the bodies of several Minotaur soldiers. As the city lord and leader of the Dragon clan, he would not take action himself unless he had no other choice. The current situation did not allow him to not take action. Kill, kill, kill. Since Linton, the city lord, was like this, the morale of his soldiers was naturally high. They completely disregarded life and death and followed Linton out of the city. Only a small number of soldiers who were too weak stood on the arrow tower and continued to shoot arrows. At this time, two powerful kings, Lang Ba and Long Zhan, appeared, causing a huge shock again. The aura of the two king-level warriors spread out, and the Minotaur army that was rushing in like a tide was collectively stopped. There was disbelief on their faces, as they were about to face two powerful kings. Niu Xianlai, who was fighting with Long Bao, also sensed the aura of the king-level strongman below. Looking down, his eyes suddenly widened and his face was full of disbelief. How is it possible? How could such a small town possibly have 5 king-level masters? The intelligence clearly stated that there were only 3 king-level experts at most, one of whom was a subdued werewolf king-level expert. How come so many king-level experts appeared now? Chapter 109 That is, the Dragon Clan? It was because of the intelligence he received that he led 3 king-level powerhouses here. After all, king-level powerhouses are not cabbages. But Linton's strength was far beyond his imagination. This force, which has only recently emerged, has already become so powerful. After several rounds of fighting with Long Bao, he had already realized how powerful Long Bao was. Although his cultivation was 1 level lower than his strength was on par with his. He couldn't imagine how long he could hold out if 2 more king-level warriors came to besiege him. Fortunately, the other side's 2 king-level powerhouses went to resist his army and did not come to besiege him. I must kill this reptile in front of me as soon as possible. I can't give the other 2 a chance to come and besiege me. Niu Xianlai thought viciously in his heart and immediately used the powerful martial arts he had practiced and attacked the dragon violently like a bombardment. Long Bao was not to be outdone, and he displayed his innate magical powers, sending hundreds of purple thunders blasting towards Niu Xianlai. The fight between the 2 sides is more exciting than a blockbuster movie. Charge! Anyone who retreats will be killed. On the battlefield below, the appearance of 2 king-level warriors made a large number of Minotaur soldiers afraid to fight. They were no match for the king-level warriors and were not even worth a poke from the other side. The major Tauren leaders also noticed this scene and personally led the army to charge. Despite the addition of 2 king-level warriors, Linton still had a hard time killing the remaining 100,000-strong army with less than 2,000 soldiers. A large group of Minotaurs rushed towards them like a tide. They are like a ship in the sea, which may be overturned and swallowed by the waves at any time. In just a few minutes, hundreds of souls were added to Linton's ranks. Blood splattered on him, and his armor emitted an enchanting blood-red color. Coupled with his kingly aura, countless Minotaurs were afraid of him. but there were always waves of Tauren soldiers rushing towards him. Several 9th-level Minotaur commanders discovered Linton killing everyone on the battlefield. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent, and they gradually surrounded Linton at the same time. Soon, Linton, who was fighting with the Minotaur soldiers, noticed that several powerful auras were gradually approaching. Looking closely, he discovered that several 9th-level Tauren warriors were hiding in the crowd, ready to launch a surprise attack on him. When several Minotaur leaders saw that they were discovered, they no longer hid and launched a thundering attack, with several powerful attacks coming towards Linton. Linton was not afraid of danger. The Qianyuan sword in his hand burst out with dazzling light, and he slashed out several swords in succession at the fastest speed. Hundreds of sharp sword energies slashed out, carrying endless power, slashing towards the charging Minotaur. Several Minotaur leaders sensed danger from the sword energy and quickly pulled back to block it. Seizing the opportunity, Linton leaped into the air and rushed towards one of the Minotaur leaders. Faced with several powerful people whose strength is similar to his, he can only divide and conquer them instead of engaging in a head-on confrontation. Now that they are surrounding him from all directions and are in a dispersed state, this is his best chance. A 9th-ranked Tauren leader used the weapon in his hand to take on dozens of sword energies. He was just about to laugh out loud, but it attracted Linton's attention and gave the others a chance to launch a sneak attack. But before he could utter a word, he saw a shining long sword stabbing towards his face. He was shocked and quickly swung out the weapon in his hand to block. But what he didn't know was that Linton had already anticipated this scene, and stabbing him in the face was just a trick. Bang! Linton, who was in midair, kicked a Minotaur soldier on the head and used the force to twist his body. The sword also changed direction. He passed by the 9th-level Tauren commander and dodged his attack. The 9th-level Minotaur commander was shocked when he saw this scene, with fear in his eyes. Linton's attack was beyond his expectations, and he had no time to resist. Puff! The Qianyuan sword in Linton's hand easily broke through the armor and pierced through the body of the 9th-level Minotaur leader. Bang! There was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground. A powerful 9th-level Minotaur was easily defeated by Linton. Nyoyan died just like that? The expressions of the remaining 3 9th-level warriors who were besieging Linton changed drastically. Just as they were able to resist Linton's sword energy, they saw a commander being killed by Linton. Linton held a long sword in his hand and turned to look at the 3 people with a cold expression, without a trace of emotion. There was no excitement about killing one of them. Come on, let me take you on your way. A casual remark rang out on the battlefield, full of disdain for the 3 people. As for the surrounding Minotaur soldiers, after Linton killed a 9th-level commander in seconds, they were all scared away and stared at Linton with horror on their faces. The hands holding the weapons were shaking. The 3 Minotaur leaders looked at each other, and ferocity flashed in their eyes again. They had no way to retreat. Either Linton dies, or they die. Even if they die, they will bite off a piece of Linton's flesh. Just when the situation between the 2 sides was escalating and they were about to take action, a sense of death crisis suddenly enveloped the 3 Minotaur leaders. The 3 of them were shocked. Linton on the opposite side hadn't made a move yet. Where did this sense of crisis come from? Just about to look up. Boom. A horrific explosion occurred where the 3 had just stood. When the dust settled, only a deep pit several dozen meters wide remained. The bloody bodies of the 3 Minotaur leaders lay quietly in the pit. Not to mention that the 3 Tauren leaders didn't know how they died until their death. Even Linton on the opposite side was a little confused. He was observing the 3 people, thinking of a strategy to kill them one by one, but suddenly the 3 of them died. Looking up, I saw Long Zhan on the other side of the battlefield. When he discovered that the 3 people had joined forces to bully Linton, he could not tolerate this and sent the 3 people away with a breath of dragon breath. Linton was a little amused and turned to continue killing the other Minotaur soldiers. The battle between the 2 sides formed a battlefield dozens of miles wide. It was 100 times more spectacular than the previous Beast Tide. A huge black army rushed towards a small town one after another. Both sides were fighting fiercely and were completely unaware that 2 forces were slowly approaching in the distance. The 2 forces happened to be on opposite sides of the battlefield, and neither side realized that there were other forces hiding in the dark besides themselves. Seeing the fierce fighting on the battlefield, both forces couldn't help but gasp. The dense crowds of Minotaur soldiers who were charging forward one after another made their scalps tingle. Look, that looks like a dragon. Just when everyone was shocked by the Minotaur army, suddenly one person saw the battle in the distant sky and screamed in shock. It was not that everyone was blind. The battlefield in the sky was on the other side, dozens of miles away from them. And because of the deafening shouts of the Minotaur army, they didn't notice it at all. All attention was focused on the battlefield ahead. Chapter 110 Shocking News. Linton's troops are dragons. Everyone looked in that direction and saw 3 divine dragons fighting with Neo Xianlai and others in the sky. Hiss! For a moment, all the city lords were stunned, and gasps of shock could be heard from everyone. Is this Linton's territory? We must have come to the wrong place. After a long time, a city lord said stupidly, "Yes, I heard there is a dragon's nest in this dark forest. Could we have run into the dragon's territory? With so many powerful kings around, let's run away before we're discovered. If we're discovered, we won't be able to escape even if we want to. It's terrible. If my troops charge forward, I'm afraid they won't even make a wave and will be gone. This is simply a battle between gods. Any one of them can easily destroy me." Everyone was scared and no one dared to believe that this was Linton's territory. If this is Linton's territory, doesn't that mean that Linton's troops are from the Dragon Clan? How can they believe it? Pang Feichin, who was at the front, shook his head and said firmly, "This is definitely Linton's territory. I've received news that Linton has offended the Minotaur dynasty, and the Minotaur dynasty has sent 300,000 troops to attack him. Now these Minotaur soldiers are obviously besieging Linton's territory." Although he, like everyone else, didn't dare to believe it, according to the information he received, the Minotaur army was besieging Linton. As soon as these words were spoken, all the city lords looked shocked and incredulous. Doesn't that mean Linton's army is the Dragon Clan? Dragon Clan troops, this. The Dragon Tribe's troops must be mythical-level troops. No wonder Linton is so strong. I've heard before that there are dragons in the dark forest. It turns out they are Linton's troops. Everyone who has seen Linton's army has died. We are not going to die too. Linton can barely protect himself right now. So how can he have time to care about us? Yes, he is in danger now, and we are just missing an opportunity. I've come up with a clever plan. We can pretend that we're here to support him, and then trick him into opening the city gates and letting us in. After entering the city, we will join forces to launch a violent attack and destroy his territory. By then everything he has will be reduced to ashes, and all his resources will belong to us. After these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Looking at the city in the distance, surrounded by a huge army of Minotaurs, no one dared to speak. Let's not talk about whether Linton will let them in once they get to the city. How they were supposed to get to the city was a huge problem. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. This plan won't work. With our strength, we don't even know if we can reach the city. Indeed, this plan is too risky. If we are not careful, we might be completely wiped out. I suggest we wait until they're almost done fighting before we take action. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman gains. I think this plan is feasible. This is the safest way. If things don't go well, we can still sneak away. Right? After some discussion, most city lords felt that it would be safest to hide in the dark and observe the situation, and then decide whether to take action after the fighting was over. Everyone turned their eyes to Pang Feichin. Pang Feichin is the strongest here and the only one who possesses king-level troops. It was Pang Feichin who brought them here. Pang Feichin gradually became their backbone. Pang Feichin's face was pensive. He didn't know what to do at this moment. Facing the gazes of everyone, he said calmly, "Let's see the situation first." After hearing the decision made by Pang Feichin, everyone said nothing and focused their attention on the battlefield again. The scene before them was a spectacular sight they had never seen before, 1,000 times more exciting than any Hollywood blockbuster. On the other side, the major tribes in the Dark Forest also saw the fight between Linton and the Terran army. Seeing that there were 5 king-level powerhouses on Linton's side, everyone was shocked and terrified. Especially the battle between Long Bao and Neo Xianlai in the sky. The fact that he could actually fight on equal terms with the top strongest men of the Minotaur dynasty made their understanding of Linton's strength increase several times. It is really unbelievable that the Minotaur dynasty's 300,000-strong army plus 5 king-level warriors were beaten like this. When comparing their own strength, they found that none of their tribes could match Linton. Perhaps only the most mysterious Silverhorn clan can contend with them. The Silverhorn clan has always stayed deep in the Dark Forest and never went out, as if they were guarding something. This time was no exception. Only a few of their major tribes came. What should we do? If Neo Xianlai loses this time, the Minotaur dynasty will probably not dare to cause trouble for Linton again in the short term. Yes, Linton will definitely attack us when the time comes. Even the Minotaur dynasty is no match for him. How can we resist him? Everyone think of a way. What should we do? Why don't we take action now and unite with the Minotaur dynasty to completely eliminate this Linton and prevent future troubles? That's great. As long as we deal with Linton, the Dark Forest will still be ours. Have you forgotten what the Minotaur dynasty did to us? If it weren't for Chief Silverhorn, our territory would have fallen into the hands of the Minotaur dynasty, and our people would have become slaves of the Minotaur long ago. It's too late to worry about this. Do you think Linton will let us go? At least the Minotaur dynasty only asked us to pay tribute, but this Linton is tough and overbearing. The only option is to submit to him and die. If you want to take action, then do it. Anyway, there is no way this leader will help that bastard Xianlai. Then you just wait for Linton to exterminate your clan. Stop talking. You know his father died at the hands of a Minotaur. If you were to help the enemy who murdered his father, would you do the same? Although none of our tribe members have died at the hands of the Tauren, we must consider the overall situation. The survival of the tribe is the most important thing. The leaders of the major tribes quarreled fiercely for a while. In the discussion of whether to help the Tauren dynasty, two camps were divided. One side, for the sake of the overall situation, temporarily put aside their hatred and helped the Minotaur dynasty deal with Linton. On one side, there are those whose relatives died at the hands of the Minotaur dynasty, and they would rather die than help the Minotaur dynasty. That's enough. Suddenly, a heavy voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the quarreling leaders all shut up. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw a strong man with the body of a wolf, but he was very different from a wolf. There is a pair of fleshy wings on its back, and its sharp wolf claws emit a heart-pounding cold light. The powerful aura emanating from him made other leaders dare not disrespect him. Chapter 111. The war breaks out. Who should we help? This person is the leader of the Flying Wolf clan, a top-level powerhouse at the 4th level of the king rank. He is the strongest being besides the leader of the Silverhorn clan. Therefore, in the face of his scolding, no one dared to talk back or express the slightest dissatisfaction. In addition, the person in front of him is a strong man of the older generation, a strong man of the same generation as the fathers of many leaders. Old Wolf, tell me whether you will help or not. Master Wolf, you make the decision, and we'll all listen to you. Right? Several leaders all looked at the leader of the Flying Wolf clan. They couldn't reach any conclusion by arguing among themselves, so they had to let the strongest Flying Wolf leader make the decision. No matter what decision Wolf Master makes, even if one party is dissatisfied, they dare not refuse. The leader of the Flying Wolf clan glanced at these idiots and said, "Why do we have to help Xianlai?" As soon as these words were spoken, the several major tribes that did not want to help Xianlai naturally showed joy on their faces. The meaning of this statement is very clear. Those who support the Tauren dynasty find it incredible. Even Old Wolf doesn't pay attention to the overall situation at this time. They originally thought that the wolf had lived for hundreds of years and had a calm personality, so he would definitely consider the overall situation. But it was beyond their expectations. "Wolf, old man." Just as he was about to persuade him, Old Wolf raised his hand to stop him. Old Wolf said, "No matter which side wins, it won't benefit us. But what if they both lose?" Everyone was confused when they heard this. How could it be possible that both of them lost? It is impossible for them to die together. This is obviously impossible. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Elder Wolf continued, "They are evenly matched. No matter which side wins, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses and their energy will be exhausted. By then, no one will be able to defeat us. If Xianlai wins, we will get rid of him and put the blame on Linton. What can the Minotaur dynasty do to us? If Linton wins, we can eliminate him while he's exhausted, killing two birds with one stone." When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood. Old Wolf is wise. As expected of Mr. Wolf, this is a plan that kills two birds with one stone. I admire you. Ha ha. If this plan succeeds, not only will it get rid of Linton, but it will also severely damage the Minotaur dynasty. We were so single-minded that we walked into a dead end, thinking only about which side would win, but we didn't realize that the biggest winner would be us. With the destruction of Xianlai and these 200,000 troops, we can take this opportunity to unilaterally cancel the tribute to the Minotaur dynasty. All the leaders praised this method. The two forces hid in the dark, waiting for the best opportunity to come. Linton and Xianlai on the battlefield didn't pay any attention at all or had no time to pay attention. The fight between the two sides has reached its climax, and both sides are bloodthirsty. There was only blood in Linton's eyes, and the Qianyuan's sword in his hand was like a sickle, reaping the lives of the Minotaur soldiers in large numbers. The bloody earth was flowing with bright red blood, gathering into bloody streams and flowing towards the distance. Broken limbs were scattered all over the battlefield. In addition to the corpses of Minotaurs, the corpses of demons and werewolves can also be seen everywhere. Even several Panlongs and Qilongs in the dragon team were seriously injured, but fortunately they were rescued in time by Longzhan and sent back to the city. Finally, after killing thousands of Minotaurs, Linton's energy was exhausted, and he was physically exhausted and woke up from the killing. Looking around the battlefield, there were corpses everywhere. There are less than half of the demons and werewolves left. If we continue to kill like this, it will never work. Retreat to the city and activate the defensive formation. Linton's order echoed on the battlefield, and soon it spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. The werewolves and demons, who were already exhausted, hurriedly covered each other and retreated. The 2 king-level warriors, Langba and Longzhan, plus the white dragon and the black dragon, are the rear guard. When the Minotaur army saw that Linton's side began to retreat, they thought that Linton was going to be defeated and rushed over madly, howling. Linton, who was almost exhausted, did not rush back to the city immediately. There are about 100,000 Tauren troops left, and he wants to prepare a big one to buy enough time to rest. Outside the battlefield, many city lords saw Linton suddenly retreat and thought that Linton was going to lose. Linton is going to lose in the end. The difference in numbers is at least 100 times. It's simply a crushing defeat. How can he possibly win? What a pity that all of Linton's resources and treasures will be returned to the Minotaur dynasty. Linton is really asking for his own death. It's only been a few days since the beast tied, and he's already provoked such a powerful force. This is a dynasty more powerful than a large tribe. They can wipe us out with just a wave of their hands. Even if they are mythical soldiers, being too arrogant and presumptuous will only dig your own grave. Some of the city lords sighed, while others sneered, all thinking that Linton's territory was about to be conquered by the Minotaur army. Linton is dead this time. The chat channel was originally peaceful, with everyone discussing and sharing their experiences and interesting things. Suddenly, a strange message appeared. Suddenly, the entire chat channel fell silent, as if everyone had disappeared. A long time. Are you always this brave? How dare you curse Boss Linton? What happened? Are you crazy because of the fear of losing? What are you talking about in your sleep in broad daylight? What did Linton do to you? He made you want to kill him even in your dreams. This child is beyond saving. I suggest you cremate him immediately. These inexplicable words attracted a lot of ridicule from people, who all thought that the man had just woken up and was talking in his sleep. Linton has offended a dynasty and is currently under siege by a 300,000-man army and several powerful kings. He has been forced to flee back into the city, which will soon be breached. Is this true? How did you know? Were you there? I suspect he dreamed it. In his dream, he led an army of 300,000 to attack Linton, beheaded him, and then woke up. Could you please stop being so funny? What kind of existence is a dynasty? Boss Linton is not a fool. How could he rashly offend such a force before he has the strength? No one believed what this person said. After all, no matter how they analyzed it, this matter was ridiculous. What I said is absolutely true. I am at the scene right now, hiding in the dark. Brother, where are you? I'm here too. Tell me your location, and I'll come find you. 300,000 strong troops, including king-level masters, ordinary people would have been scared away long ago. How dare you peek? I'm not the only one here. Our entire Demon Slayer Alliance is here. Demon Slayer Alliance? I think I've heard of it. It seems to be an alliance in the Dark Forest. What this brother said is true. I was there too. Linton's strength is truly abnormal. Facing an army of 300,000 and several king-level masters, he fought for several hours. The ground was littered with corpses, and the blood on the ground almost formed a river. Since you said you were at the scene, then what type of soldiers did Linton use? Chapter 112. Horrifying Killing Formation. Yes. Tell me quickly, what is Linton's military type? Don't try to fool us by just mentioning a military branch. Quick talk. When talking about Linton's military type, the entire chat channel suddenly became extremely lively. Urgent messages flooded the screen. Everyone had long wanted to know what type of soldier Linton was. For a moment, even the top city lords who received the news flocked to the chat channel to secretly peek. Faced with everyone's urging, the few people from the Demon Slayer Alliance did not dare to take the opportunity to keep everyone hanging. Send Linton's troops to the chat channel honestly. This group of people can tease them, but they dare not make fun of this group of people. Just as several people sent messages to the chat channel, the situation on the battlefield was developing in a direction that no one could predict. The werewolves, demons, and the living ones have retreated back to the city. The defensive formation is activated, and a large number of Minotaurs are frantically attacking the formation. However, Linton on the battlefield did not evacuate immediately. More and more Minotaurs surrounded him, circle after circle of Minotaurs, like locusts in the sky, which made people feel scared at the mere sight of them. Kill him, kill him. We can't let him escape back. Kill him now. Shouts and cries of killing rang out from all directions, all directed at Linton. But at this time, Linton was killing in the direction away from the city. He stepped on the corpse of the Minotaur and hacked at it step by step with difficulty. Fortunately, the dragon team was flying in the air to support him, otherwise he would have been submerged by the waves. Seeing more and more Minotaur soldiers being led over by him, his heart was already filled with joy. That's about it. Accept the gift I'm giving you. Seeing that the distance between him and the Minotaur soldiers was almost the same, Linton swung out several swords in succession, and then leaped into the air at the fastest speed. Longjean caught him with almost lightning speed and blocked all attacks for him. Standing on Longjean's back, looking at the angry Minotaur army below, he took out a scroll from his storage ring. As he laughed loudly, a formation enveloped the Minotaur army below. The Minotaur soldier was still howling and attacking, trying to knock Linton down, when he saw himself covered by a transparent cover. The trapped Minotaur soldiers could not get out no matter how they attacked. Attack formation? In the distance, Niu Xianlai, who was fighting with Long Bao, changed his expression drastically. He kept his eyes on the battlefield, hoping that his soldiers could kill Linton and end the battle as soon as possible. The fighting power of the dragon in front of him was beyond his imagination, and the two sides were evenly matched for a while. But Linton easily escaped under such a siege, and fell into Linton's trap. No, it was a conspiracy from the beginning. Defensive formations, offensive formations, Earth-level treasures. How could such a small force possess so many treasures? Niu Xianlai was a little skeptical about his life. He was a great general of the Minotaur dynasty, but he didn't have a single Earth-level treasure. However, Linton, who he could kill with just one finger, took out an Earth-level treasure and killed everyone in his way. Now he took out the defensive formation and the offensive formation. Linton stood on Longjean's back, above the formation, and continuously threw crystals into the formation. He threw a bunch of 8th-level crystals and 7th-level crystals into the formation. The formation began to operate slowly, and terrifying power and fierce murderous intent gathered above the Minotaur's head. Linton, you dare. When Niu Xianlai saw this scene, he immediately became anxious. He turned around and rushed towards Linton, wanting to kill Linton and break the formation. There were as many as 30,000 to 40,000 Minotaur soldiers within the formation. If the formation is activated, it will be a massacre, a one-sided massacre. He knew very well the power of the formation. With the strength of these soldiers, they could not break it at all. Linton has been increasing the crystals, but no matter how he attacks, it is of no use. Unless there is a strong person who can defeat it with one blow. Only a handful of 9th-rank commanders were killed on the battlefield. They might have a chance if they worked together, but how could Linton give them a chance? This is why Niu Xianlai was angry. If Linton could use the formation to kill all 40,000 Minotaur soldiers, then the battle would be a foregone conclusion. He will lose. But how could Long Bao watch him kill his master? Before he could fly any distance, a terrifying purple lightning blocked his way. Niu Xianlai was forced to fight. No matter how angry he was, he could only watch the formation gradually take shape. If he disregarded everything and tried to kill Linton forcefully, he would be beaten severely by Long before he even touched Linton. Everyone, attack the formation. We must break it at all costs. Niu Xianlai's roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Since he couldn't take action, he could only rely on the remaining 100,000 troops. He just didn't believe that Linton had enough crystals to support two formations. Kill, kill, kill. When the Minotaur army heard Niu Xianlai's order, they went crazy, whether inside or outside the formation, and attacked the formation with all their might. Some Minotaur soldiers were unable to attack the formation and turned to attack the protective formation. Under the fierce attack, both formations flashed with flickering light. Both formations were constantly filling up with crystals. What Niu Xianlai didn't know was that Linton had stored hundreds of thousands of crystals. It wouldn't cost him many crystals to hold on until the formation was activated. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bombardment of tens of thousands of Minotaur soldiers, the formation emitted bursts of roars. A terrifying aura gradually gathered at the top of the formation, transforming into various attacks. Before the attack landed, the Minotaur in the formation below felt a palpitation in his heart. Death hung over their heads, and they attacked the formation with all their might. Buzz! With a roar, The formation was completely formed and the attack above the formation was completed. The Minotaur army below also noticed something unusual and looked up. Sharp blades appeared and hovered above their heads. The cold air rushed straight to the top of my head. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, thousands of sharp blades turned into a rain of swords and fell down. Oh! Suddenly, screams rang out one after another. So many swords rained down from above, and it was impossible to be prepared. Resist quickly. With a loud roar, soldiers with certain strength took action one after another and attacked the energy blades formed by the formation. So strong from the beginning. Linton was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. The power of these sharp blades was extraordinary. It must be because I added too many crystals. These crystals strengthened the formation, which naturally strengthened the attack of the formation. After a little thought, Linton guessed it roughly. Immediately afterwards, the formation transformed into other attacks, this time not only from overhead, but from all directions. The rain of swords, guns and arrows is endless. Chapter 113 Linton is the devil? The Minotaur soldiers with strong cultivation could still barely resist, but the soldiers with weak cultivation were easily slaughtered like chickens and ducks. The formation released round after round of attacks, harvesting the Minotaur soldiers over and over again. Linton felt slightly shocked when he saw this scene. It was indeed a killing formation. The various attacks conjured up by the formation, plus Linton's endless supply of crystals. The Minotaur army in the formation had no power to resist at all. Xianlai was so angry that he roared loudly, and looked at Linton with eyes that seemed to wish he could eat Linton's flesh and drink Linton's blood. The other two Tauren king-level warriors did the same, and their attacks became even more violent. They all wanted to kill Long Zhun and Long Mo in front of them, break the formation, and kill Linton. But they were all entangled tightly. Especially the powerful third-level Tauren king who was fighting with the dragon demon gradually felt something strange about himself. His strength was gradually weakening, and the energy in his body was rapidly consumed, while the dragon demon on the opposite side seemed to have no loss and had the upper hand. The other powerful Tauren king was not feeling well either. He had been numbed by the thunder, and his movements were a little stiff. No matter how angry they were, it was useless given the current situation. Their cultivation was obviously one level higher than their opponents, but they were able to fight them to a draw and even gradually gain the upper hand. If they continue like this, they will have a hard time protecting themselves. Even if they can hold on, when the battle below is over and the other two king-level powerhouses come to help, how can they resist? Outside the battlefield, both forces were stunned as they watched the black mass of Minotaur soldiers being wantonly slaughtered by Linton using the formation. They originally thought that Linton was going to be defeated when he retreated into the city, but unexpectedly, Linton still had a trump card. Moreover, this trump card is extremely powerful. With the support of a large number of crystals, the formation shows ultimate power. It is more than 10 times more powerful than the formation itself. This Linton has endless tricks up his sleeve. I'm afraid Xianlai is going to lose. This is perfect. We can use all our methods on Xianlai and take him down easily. That's true, but what if he has a more powerful method that he hasn't used yet? Impossible. He is so young and only has the 9th level strength. How could he possibly possess so many treasures? Don't underestimate him. The sword in his hand is a ground-level treasure. Only forces above the dynasty level can possess it. This kid looks a bit like a Lyran. Could he be a prince of the Hunter tribe? We all know the powerful people of the Lie people. If there were so many powerful people in the dark, they would have occupied the entire dark forest and even conquered the Minotaur dynasty. I don't know what kind of creature was fighting Xianlai. I've never heard of it, and I've never even seen it in ancient books. I'm a little curious too. Each of these creatures possesses terrifying combat power and can easily fight across levels. Their origins must be extraordinary. Compared to the shocked tribes, the city lords on the other side were simply scared silly. Faced with Linton's killing methods, no one could recover for a long time, even Pang Feichen, who possessed king-level troops. Just now, because there was a huge black army of Minotaurs in front of them, they could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly and did not see Linton fighting bloody battles and killing people everywhere. At this time, most of the Tauren army was covered by Linton's formation and slaughtered wantonly. They clearly saw this scene that was like a slaughterhouse. Gudon. After an unknown amount of time, a sound of swallowing saliva was heard among the crowd. Sure or not, let's just retreat. A stuttering voice sounded, really frightened by Linton's terrifying method. As the voice rang out, the others also came back to their senses from their shock. Let's retreat. I really don't want to stay here for another second. This Linton is simply a devil who kills without blinking an eye. If Linton finds us, I'm afraid he will slaughter us just like he slaughtered the Minotaurs. The previous city lords were brutally murdered by Linton in this way. I don't want to die. I want to become a free cultivator. I don't want to die at Linton's hands. I'm going to. I want to stay away from the dark forest, the farther the better. Everyone wished they could grow a pair of wings so they could escape from the dark forest immediately. Just when everyone was frightened and collapsed, the chat channel exploded and boiled over because a few people leaked Linton's military type. How is it possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You actually said Linton's army type is a dragon. Are you crazy or are we crazy? Dragons are legendary creatures. How could they possibly become a military unit? If they truly were dragons, they would definitely be a mythical military unit. How could we possibly survive? This is absolutely a rumor. This person has ulterior motives and wants to provoke enemies for Boss Linton so that the other city lords can unite and deal with him. They say they are the Demon Slayer Alliance. Are they going to call on us to join them in dealing with Linton? I see through this little trick immediately. After hearing what the elder brother above said, I suddenly realized that I had almost fallen into their trap. People's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. When they heard that Linton's army was from the Dragon Clan, many people couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it at first. After all, the status of dragons in their minds is supreme. Everyone, keep thinking about it. Linton is so strong. This is really possible. Indeed, although I don't want to accept this fact in my heart, sometimes reality is just like that. Hey, where are those people from earlier? Why are they gone? Could it be that Linton killed him to silence him? No, I checked, those people didn't disappear, which means they're fine. Could it be that I exposed their conspiracy and they are afraid to show up? Another possibility is that they were discovered by Linton and are being hunted down. They all said that Linton was surrounded by an army of 300,000, so how could he have time to hunt them down? Let's continue discussing Linton's military units. The disappearance of several people made some people notice something unusual, as if something big had happened. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him not to come out to defend himself at such a critical moment. Just as everyone gathered around to discuss whether Linton's troops were dragons, some strange news suddenly appeared. Linton is simply a devil. It's so scary. Linton is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Of the 300,000-man army, less than half remained, and Linton alone slaughtered tens of thousands of them. Blood flowed like a river, and the corpses piled up like a mountain, like a hell. Now I kind of believe it. I didn't kill you. Why are you panicking? Chapter 114. Linton's troops are shocked. Linton killed tens of thousands of Minotaurs by himself. Are you taking us for fools? Unless these Minotaurs stretch out their heads for Linton to chop off. If this is true, how strong must Linton be? Could he have already broken through to the king level? These Minotaurs came to attack Linton. Could he just stand there and let them kill him? That's called a demon. Do you have any misunderstandings about the word demon? That's right, and your entire Demon Slayer Alliance is all around Linton's territory. How could it be such a coincidence? You must also be planning to do something bad to boss Linton. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. It seems you want to be the fisherman. If so, then what about Linton's military forces? Gradually, the conspiracy of the demon-slaying alliance was soon exposed by everyone. If they had no ill intentions towards Linton, they would not have spread the word about Linton's terror in the chat channel. Their actions were clearly making enemies for Linton. But they underestimated her. Everyone has watched dozens of palace fighting dramas. Any discerning person can see through this trick. But at the same time, the fact that Linton's army type is a dragon makes people believe that it is most likely true. Although the motives of the Demon Slayer Alliance members were impure, what they said did not sound like lies. For a moment, everyone was silent. Originally, when everyone didn't know Linton's military type, they still had a little idea of surpassing Linton in their hearts, but now they know Linton's military type. Everyone only felt deep despair and powerlessness. In a dark forest, a fierce battle is taking place, and the entire medium-sized tribe is enveloped in a burst of colorful light. In the tribe, those with weaker cultivation have already lost themselves, fallen into the illusion, and are bewitched. The powerful one resisted with great difficulty and suppressed the desire in his heart. Yu Ruming is leading her troops to attack a medium-sized tribe that owns a small crystal mine. Although it was far inferior to Linton's large crystal mine, she had found it with great difficulty. With her current strength, she cannot afford to provoke large tribes, and she only has 2 king-level soldiers under her command. She planned to wait until she had 3 royal-level soldiers before attacking the large tribe. Without absolute certainty, She would never take action. If she failed, her entire army would be wiped out, which would be a disaster for her. A small crystal mine, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. As for the labor force, she only needs to use magic to lure a group of local tribal forces to mine for her for free. The combination of sorcery and illusion may not be enough to wake you up even if you are exhausted to death. Seeing that the battle below was about to end, Yu prepared to take a look at today's spoils. Just then, someone in the alliance tagged her. When she opened it, her expression froze. Linton's military type is dragon? Everyone in the Dark Forest Demon Slayer Alliance saw it with their own eyes. Dragon. Yu took a deep breath. Even he couldn't calm down for a long time after hearing this news. Her Fox clan is an immortal-level military force, and the Dragon clan is definitely above her. Mythical-level troops, no wonder they are so strong. No matter how hard I try, I can't surpass them. Then she opened the chat channel and was shocked again. Linton was besieged by several king-level warriors and an army of 300,000. Linton killed tens of thousands of people alone. This news made her dumbfounded, and the word ridiculous immediately popped up in her mind. Even an ordinary king-level strongman cannot do such a thing. Could it be that Linton has broken through to the king level? Just when Yu was confused and felt incredible, several members of the Demon Slayer Alliance reappeared. Originally, everyone thought that their conspiracy had been discovered and they dared not show up again. Linton used the formation to slaughter the Minotaurs and reverse the situation. The members of the Demon Slayer Alliance came back to their senses from their panic and spoke in a normal tone, no longer like before. After all, Pang Feichen is here, and Pang Feichen is their reassurance. I told you, no matter how strong Linton is, he can't be this strong. It turns out he's using a formation. That makes sense. Linton's strength is not important. What is important is the troops under his command. The power of the Dragon clan is beyond our imagination. Linton is already able to fight against the dynasty forces, while I still can't even defeat a medium-sized tribe. Linton's military arsenal already means he's invincible. How can we compare to him? Not necessarily. In mythology, dragons are not invincible. The golden-winged Dapeng is the dragon's natural enemy. Tao Dai, Kuanpeng, and others are even more powerful than dragons. Indeed, our chat channel is only a regional chat channel. In other words, we are just a part of it, perhaps just an inconspicuous corner of the myriad races continent. Linton is only ranked first in our area. If we work together, a wider world awaits us. The boss speaks from his own experience. It is different. This time, Linton's military type was exposed, attracting almost all city lords and independent cultivators. Even the top 10 city lords were attracted to show up. When they learned that Linton's troops were from the Dragon clan, no one was not shocked or even horrified. However, there are also some people who are more open-minded. The world is so big, there is no need to always keep an eye on Linton. Several miles away from the battlefield, in the Demon Slayer Alliance's hideout, a group of people looked at Pang Feichen, waiting for his decision. Most of the city lords have lost their will to fight and want to get away from here as soon as possible. They didn't want to be slaughtered by Linton like he slaughtered the Minotaurs. Now they only have fear and terror towards Linton, and the greed and ambition in their hearts have long since disappeared. Pang Feichen didn't want to give up. This is his only chance to deal with Linton. But on the battlefield before them, the Minotaur army was obviously about to be defeated, and none of the 5 king-level warriors under Linton's command were killed. He had no chance at all. Wait a little longer. After careful consideration, Pang Feichen decided to wait a little longer. Although the others were dissatisfied with this decision, they ultimately did not leave alone. On the battlefield, after consuming tens of thousands of crystals, there were only a few Minotaur army left in the formation, with only a few strong men still struggling to hold on. Seeing tens of thousands of his soldiers being slaughtered by the formation, Niu Xianlai was furious. But he was not blinded by anger. He clearly realized that he had lost the battle, completely lost, and had no chance of turning the tables. I am ashamed of the Emperor's trust. I have fought for 100 years, but was defeated by a young boy. Niu Xianlai was filled with grief and anger. No, I cannot die here. I want to avenge my soldiers. Niu Xianlai looked at Long Bao who was beating him up, and the thought of escaping arose in his mind. It was too frustrating to die in battle like this. With his strength, if he wanted to escape, Long Bao would not be able to stop him. Chapter 115 The King-Level Expert Dies, Linton expands. A scream was heard. Upon hearing this voice, Niu Xianlai's face changed drastically. Looking hurriedly not far away, He saw that the powerful Minotaur king who was fighting with the dragon demon had his body pierced by the dragon claws, and his blood and energy were quickly devoured by the dragon demon. A powerful king was killed just like that. Neo Xianlai vaguely saw his fate and dared not hesitate any longer. Boom! He used all his strength and unleashed a powerful martial arts move, then quickly fled into the distance. The dragon demon quickly devoured the entire king-level warrior, and the energy and physical strength consumed by the long battle were instantly restored. Seeing that Neo Xianlai was about to escape, his figure turned into a shadow and blocked Neo Xianlai. Court death. Seeing that a mere second-level king-rank dragon demon dared to block his way, Neo Xianlai raised the weapon in his hand and attacked the dragon demon casually. The other party came to him seeking death, so it was not his fault. It was just a good opportunity to avenge the general who had just died. But he underestimated the dragon demon. After a long battle, most of his energy and strength had been consumed, and he could not display his peak strength at all. The dragon demon faced an attack from a strong man who was 3 levels stronger than him without any fear. A dragon breath containing terrifying energy spewed out of its mouth. This attack was almost at the peak of his strength and contained immense energy. Facing such a strong man, he must go all out. Considering the weapon in the opponent's hand and his own strength, he dared not take it lightly even if he only relied on his physical strength. Facing the attack of the dragon demon, Neo Xianlai didn't take it seriously at all. With the cultivation level of the second level of the king rank, how powerful an attack could he unleash? He was able to withstand it with his physical strength alone. The distance was getting closer and closer, until the moment of contact, he realized the terrifying energy contained within it. Bang! With an explosion, the two sides collided with each other. Neo Xianlai was forced to stop by the dragon's breath, and even took a step back. This made Neo Xianlai feel incredible. But he didn't have time to be shocked. In just 1 second, the dragon storm behind him had caught up. An attack came towards Neo Xianlai's back with the force of thunder. Neo Xianlai sensed the danger coming from behind, turned around immediately, and launched several attacks to block it. He may not take the dragon demon seriously, but if he is hit by the dragon violence, he may be seriously injured. Boom! Neo Xianlai only made a defense in a hurry. Several lightning bolts broke through Neo Xianlai's defense and hit Neo Xianlai's Xian-level armor. This made Neo Xianlai take several steps back. Neo Xianlai lost the chance to escape, and the two sides fought again. But this time it's 2 against 1. Long Bao and Long Mo joined forces to deal with Neo Xianlai. Neo Xianlai, who was already being suppressed by Long Bao, was now in an even more miserable state. At the same time, he also lost the opportunity to escape. Unless, on the battlefield, Lin Tian stood on Long Zhan's back, looking down at the few people who were struggling to hold on in the killing formation, and did not insert any more crystals into the formation. The formation scroll has been used to such an extreme extent by him that it can be said to be completely scrapped. When the energy is exhausted, it will be reduced to ashes. However, this formation scroll also played its 200% role, which was totally worth it. The remaining 60,000-odd Minotaur troops saw that more than 40,000 soldiers like them were easily slaughtered by Lin Tian, and their own general was killed. Even the general had to run away, and they completely lost the desire to fight. But because Neo Xianlai was not dead, these soldiers did not dare to desert. Continuing to attack would be no different from committing suicide, but if they deserted, if the general returned alive, it would definitely be worse than death for them, and their families would also be implicated. Now they are in a dilemma, not knowing whether to continue attacking or to escape. Looking at Lin Tian above his head, there was only fear in his eyes. Now Lin Tian can resist thousands of troops wherever he goes. This is the reputation gained through killing. Lin Tian glanced at the remaining 60,000 troops and quickly understood their current situation. As long as Neo Xianlai dies, the remaining 60,000 plus troops will instantly become scattered and flee for their lives. Inside the city, the dragon squad, werewolves, and earth demons had almost recovered, and their bows and arrows were once again aimed at the 60,000 troops outside the city. Dozens of dragons circled in the sky above their heads, releasing powerful dragon might, and creating an oppressive feeling as they surrounded the 60,000-strong army. Lay down your weapons. Those who surrender will not be killed. Lin Tian's loud and domineering voice resounded throughout the venue. He actually wanted to subdue the 60,000-strong army with the remaining 1,000-odd men. For other people, this is simply a fantasy, something they dare not even imagine. But Lin Tian dared to do so. When the two forces in the dark heard Lin Tian's words, they were all shocked and stunned. Linton actually wanted to subdue so many Minotaur soldiers with the help of thousands of people under his command. Is Linton crazy? He wants so many soldiers to surrender with such a small number of people. I think he's too inflated to be true. He doesn't know his own weight. Even if his troops are powerful, with so few of them, it's difficult to keep them under control. Raising a tiger is a disaster. When the next Minotaur army attacks, these soldiers will definitely rebel. Chapter 116. Defeat is inevitable, but a sudden change occurs. What they didn't know was that Linton was not afraid at all. In his eyes, these mini Minotaur soldiers were free labor. With so many soldiers mining for him, all the crystals lost in this war will be returned in a few days. Hearing Linton's words, the Minotaur soldiers felt a little humiliated, but at this time most of them were frightened by Linton's killing intent. The Minotaur will never surrender, let's fight them. Kill. Even if we die in battle, we will never surrender. There are so many of us. There's no need to be afraid of him. Even if we die, we must make him pay a heavy price and let him know how powerful we Minotaurs are. Charge. The general will avenge us. Those in the crowd who were unwilling to surrender shouted bravely, encouraging others to continue the attack. Some of them took the lead in attacking the city. This scene was extremely contagious, and the other soldiers who originally wanted to surrender and no longer wanted to fight could not help but follow the charge. When the werewolves and demons on the arrow tower saw this, they hurriedly shot their arrows. The dragon squad in midair also launched an attack at the same time, and the battle broke out again. Seeing this scene, Linton's face showed some helplessness. He turned his head to look at the battlefield where Long Bao and the others were. As long as the battle there was over, the battle here would also be over. This time, Linton's main focus is defense. As long as the city is defended, there is no need to add unnecessary casualties. In addition, this time the Minotaur soldiers were determined to die, so the casualties were definitely heavier than before. In the battle just now, the casualties among the werewolves and demons under his command reached thousands, which can be said to be more than half of them were killed or injured, and the losses were heavy. It is hard to say how strong they are in combat. It is not much different from that of the Minotaur soldiers. The team that made the greatest contribution and killed the most on the battlefield was naturally the Dragon team. It was also thanks to the Dragon team that we were able to defeat the powerful Minotaur. Otherwise, they would have been besieged by the powerful Tauren and their entire army would have been wiped out. General, save me. At this moment, the battlefield changed again. The second-level king of the Minotaur fell and died at the hands of Long Zhun. Although both of them were fighting against higher-level opponents, Long Zhun was one step slower than Long Mo. But it is true that Long Mo has experienced several major battles and has more combat experience than Long Zhun. On the other side, Niu Xianlai was even more desperate when he saw that the last general was also killed. They were defeated completely this time. Then he looked towards the center of the battlefield, where the remaining soldiers were still following his orders and attacking the city frantically. Before, he had hoped that these soldiers could help him achieve victory, but now there was no hope at all. He didn't even have a chance to escape. The defeat was inevitable, and he did not want to see these soldiers being captured as slaves. Withdraw. A word came out of Niu Xianlai's mouth. The desolate sound spread throughout the battlefield and reached the ears of all the Minotaur soldiers. All the Minotaur soldiers looked in the direction of Niu Xianlai and saw that only the general was left among the three king-level powerhouses. Moreover, his own general was also suppressed and beaten. Escape. The Minotaur soldiers seemed to be liberated. They became a mess and quickly turned around to flee towards the dense forest in the distance. Linton's expression changed slightly. If they all escaped, how long would it take for him to recover from the losses in this battle? This is more than 60,000 free laborers. Since they dare to attack him, how can he let them escape so easily? Those who lay down their weapons and surrender will not be killed, but those who dare to resist or flee will be killed without mercy. Linton's voice, filled with arrogance and murderous intent, rang out. Boom, boom, boom. The Minotaur soldier running in the front was immediately met with the most ferocious attack from the Dragon squad. Even so, the Minotaur soldiers did not stop running, but ran even faster. Helplessly, Linton could only order a massacre of these fleeing Minotaurs and leave some of them behind no matter what. What's more, if these Minotaurs escape back, the next time the Minotaur dynasty attacks him, these people will definitely be among them. The werewolves and demons in the city also rushed out of the city, shouting, "Those who lay down their weapons and surrender will not be killed." The werewolves were extremely excited. They actually won. With such a small number of people, they actually defeated such a huge army of Minotaurs. It is an honor for them to brag about such awesome things for the rest of their lives. In this way, a spectacular scene of more than 1,000 people chasing and blocking more than 60,000 people appeared on the battlefield. On the other side, on the battlefield in the sky, Niu Xianlai, who was besieged by 3 dragons, completely lost hope of escape. His bloodshot, murderous eyes swept over Long Bao and the other dragons one by one, and he roared, "If you don't give me a chance to live, even if I die, I will take you guys with me." As soon as he finished speaking, a red pill suddenly appeared in his palm, and he swallowed it instantly. Long Bao and the others didn't even see what kind of elixir it was. After swallowing the pill, Niu Xuanlie's veins bulged all over his body, his aura rose rapidly, and his facial muscles became distorted. The energy in the surrounding air rushed into his body frantically. Boom! The energy in Niu Xuanlie's body gathered madly, and finally reached its peak, breaking through directly to the 6th level of the king level. The terrifying aura of the 6th level of the king rank burst out from his body. The 3 dragons who originally wanted to interrupt Niu Xianlai were directly shocked and flew away. At this time, Niu Xuanlie's strength skyrocketed, his eyes turned blood red, and a terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body, instantly transformed into a demon. Linton was also alarmed by this momentum and turned to look at Niu Xianlai. Swallowing a pill that increases your strength. Directly break through to the 6th level of the king rank. Seeing this scene, Linton was shocked. The pill that Niu Xianlai swallowed was not an ordinary pill. Ordinary elixirs can only increase your strength several times at most. But Niu Xianlai directly broke through to the 6th level of the king level, and his strength did not just increase several times. The stronger the medicinal effect of the elixir, the greater the side effects. He didn't want to escape, but wanted to kill Long Bao and the others. It seems that the side effects of this elixir will directly cost him his life. Before I die, I want to take a few people with me. After a quick analysis, Linton figured out the reason. Linton hurriedly said to Long Bao and the others, "Don't confront him head on, hold him back." You want to hold me back? Then I'll kill you first, and see if they'll fight me head on." A sinister and terrifying sound came out of Niu Xuanlie's mouth. Compared with before, he seemed like a completely different person. Just as Niu Xianlai was about to rush towards Linton, he suddenly discovered a group of people hiding several miles away. After a careful sense, I found that they were actually people from various tribes. They had been hiding in the dark watching the fun. As his strength skyrocketed, his sensing range also expanded a lot. Niu Xianlai immediately discovered the major tribes hidden in the dense forest. "Oh no, we've been discovered." When the major tribes saw Niu Xianlai looking towards them, their faces suddenly changed. Chapter 117 Regardless of everything, life for life. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, one could imagine how Niu Xianlai had beaten them back then, and they all had a deep regret for Niu Xianlai. The Flying Wolf leader was the first to notice Niu Xuanlie's current state. He calmed down and said calmly, "Niu Xianlai swallowed a pill that can temporarily increase his strength, intending to die together with his enemy. He won't be able to maintain this state for long. Once the effect of the pill wears off, he will die." After hearing the words of the Flying Wolf leader, the other leaders gradually calmed down. To be able to force Niu Xianlai to this extent, the combat power of these unknown creatures is really too strong. Niu Xuanlie's strength has temporarily increased to the 6th level of the king rank. He should be able to kill several king rank warriors on the opposite side. In this way, we can easily eliminate Linton completely. If Niu Xianlai finds us, will he still fight them to the death? If Niu Xianlai runs away now, Linton will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to deal with us as well. Niu Xianlai has no way out now. In addition, Linton slaughtered so many Minotaur soldiers and strong men. He has a deep blood feud with Linton. He will not give up because of us. During the discussion, the leaders of the major tribes all looked at Niu Xianlai, wanting to see Niu Xianlai display his great power and resolve the dragon storm for them. At the same time, Long Bao and his men also discovered several large tribes hiding in the dark and hurriedly reported to Linton. Tribal power? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This little calculation is very clever. If you want to be the one who wins, it depends on whether you have the ability. Linton looked at the hiding places of the major tribes and was already thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Niu Xianlai took a look at the major tribes and knew very well what they were planning. He felt a little angry. If the major tribes had helped him, he would not have been defeated and would not have ended up like this. But it's too late to say anything now. It was impossible for him to give up on Linton and turn around to slaughter the strong men of the major tribes just because the major tribes did not help. His time is limited, so he must kill at least a few king-level warriors to be buried with him. He turned his head and looked at Linton with a fierce look. Linton, who was being targeted, felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. An unprecedented sense of crisis rose in his heart. Since his life was at stake, Linton did not dare to be careless and ordered Long Zhan and others to go up and help, and together they besieged Niuxianlai. He turned and ran towards the city, relying on the protection of the formation. If he hid inside the formation, Niuxianlai would not be able to kill him instantly. After all, my strength is too weak. If I had the cultivation of the king rank, with the sword in my hand, I would be able to fight him for a few moves even if he is a king rank 6th level expert. Linton thought to himself. However, it is not so easy to improve one's cultivation. Everything has to be done step by step. With the addition of 2 king-level powerhouses, Long Zhan and Lang Ba, 5 king-level powerhouses besieged Niuxianlai alone, even if he was a 6th-level king-level powerhouse. Long Bao and his men surrounded Niuxianlai, not allowing him to leave, but also refusing to confront him head-on. As long as he dared to turn around and leave, the others would join forces to attack him. If Niuxianlai and Long Bao join forces to fight them head-on, he will not gain any benefit at all and will be beaten back instead. In addition, Long Bao and the others did not give Niuxianlai any chance to defeat them one by one. For a moment, Niuxianlai, whose strength had skyrocketed, was trapped and his strength was useless. Roar! A beast-like roar came from Niuxianlai's mouth. He was just being beaten, and now his vitality has been depleted, his strength has skyrocketed, but he is still being suppressed. This made the anger in his heart completely erupt. Niuxianlai, filled with anger, rushed towards one of the 4 dragons regardless of everything. Now he is not prepared to defend anymore. He just wants to kill at all costs. Niuxianlai rushed towards the dragon demon with terrifying power. When Long Bao and the others saw this, they hurriedly launched their own powerful attacks together and killed Niuxianlai. Want to force him to turn back and attack. The dragon demon wanted to dodge Niuxianlai's attack, but it was difficult with his speed. Instead, he would be seriously injured by Niuxianlai when he was completely unprepared. Realizing this, the dragon demon did not run away or dodge, but instead mobilized his internal abilities and spewed out a dragon breath. Immediately afterwards, the dragon swung its tail, and a huge dragon tail swung towards Niuxianlai. Regardless of whether Niuxianlai can resist or not, he must prepare for the worst. Boom! As an explosion sounded, Niuxianlai did not care about the attack coming towards him from behind, but directly collided with the dragon breath of the dragon demon. The dragon breath only blocked Niuxianlai for 0.1 seconds before it was completely destroyed. Continue to kill the dragon demon. He was then confronted by a massive dragon's tail that charged towards him. Bump! Niuxianlai swung the weapon in his hand, colliding with the dragon's tail. The energy fluctuations generated by the collision between the 2 sides are terrifying. The entire space paused for 1 second, and the next second, the dragon demon's entire body flew backwards in an instant. In the air, blood-red dragon blood was floating, along with several broken dragon scales. The dragon demon's tail collided with Niuxianlai, and several dragon scales were directly broken and fell off. A blood mark was clearly visible on the dragon's tail. Chapter 118 Niuxianlai's death. Bang! The next moment, Long Bao and the others' combined attacks fell on Niuxianlai at the same time. The armor on Niuxianlai's body was directly shattered, and the 4 attacks hit his body fiercely. Puff! Niuxianlai, who suffered a heavy blow, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew away involuntarily like a cannonball, until it flew 1,000 meters away and crashed into the rocks of a huge mountain. Niuxianlai's 6th level king rank strength was only temporary. His physical body and defense power were only at the 5th level of the king rank, facing the attacks of 4 king rank warriors. Without any defense, he was seriously injured. Niuxianlai had already thought about his own fate, but what he didn't expect was the dragon demon's defensive power. He originally thought that with his strength, he could kill the dragon demon with 1 blow. However, the dragon demon used the enormous force of its tail to offset some of the power, and then used the powerful defensive power of the dragon scales on its tail to resist most of the attacks. Although he lost several dragon scales, he luckily survived. Linton was heartbroken when he saw the dragon demon in the deep pit with a huge blood mark on its tail. He hurried to the pit, took out 2 pills and gave them to the dragon demon to take. The dragon race has powerful self-healing abilities, and with the help of elixirs, they can quickly recover from their injuries. Cough, cough, cough. In the distant mountains, Niuxianlai slowly climbed up and swallowed a few healing pills. The severe pain in his back made his face twisted. His condition is even worse than the dragon demon's. At this time, his back was covered in blood and flesh, and one could vaguely see purple lightning jumping on his flesh and blood. Part of his flesh and blood had turned black. Kill him. Under Linton's angry command, Long Bao's figure landed in front of the cave. Niu Xianlai slowly walked out of the cave and looked at the dragon demon in the pit in the distance who had not been killed by him, his heart filled with resentment. He was a powerful 5th-level king, but before he died, he couldn't even take someone with him. How cowardly he was. After death, you will only become a laughing stock. Long Bao didn't care about all this. The dragon demon was injured, and he was also a little angry. Boom! Long Bao took the lead in attacking, and his huge dragon claws, carrying the power of thunder, grabbed towards Niu Xianlai. Niu Xianlai, who was seriously injured, was at the end of his strength. Roar! Niu Xianlai's blood and energy exploded all over his body, and energy poured madly into the weapon in his hand, launching the final blow. Even if there is no chance of winning, he will not wait to die. There are only Minotaur who died in battle, no Minotaur who wait to die. Bang! With a deafening roar, the two men's ultimate moves collided. The horrific aftermath of the collision flattened the nearby mountains. The dust raised by the air wave buried the two people, making it impossible to see the situation on the battlefield. It was not until the dust settled that the battle between the two men came into view. Hiss! When the major tribes saw Niu Xianlai's miserable condition, they couldn't help but gasp. Niu Xianlai was directly knocked into the ground by the dragon's violent attack, leaving only the last trace of his breath. The Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its claws, and Niu Xianlai in the pit was covered in blood. His flesh was broken, and blood kept flowing out. Boom! Seeing that Niu Xianlai was not dead yet, Long Bao kicked him again. Congratulations on your unit successfully killing a 5th-level king-level warrior. Energy plus 50, king-level mid-grade crystal plus 1. Now, Linton received a prompt, which meant that Niu Xianlai had completely fallen. A great general of the dynasty, a powerful man with a great reputation, was trampled to death by a creature weaker than him. Linton was a little surprised when he saw the energy he obtained. I actually gained 50 energy points. The stronger the cultivator, the more energy points I gain. If I kill him, I could potentially gain 500 energy points. But there was no way he would do something like snatching the spoils. If Long Bao and the others kill him, he can also gain energy, but if he kills them, Long Bao and the others will not gain energy. Long Bao and the others also need to improve their strength, otherwise how can they work for him? Another thing is that when facing such a strong person, even if he is only breathing his last breath, you must not take it lightly. In movies and novels, many villains are the ones who are about to be taunted by their opponents when they are about to take their last breath, but are killed in return. He doesn't want this to happen to him. Long Bao brought back Niu Xianlai's body and handed it to Long Mo. This was the physical body of a 5th-level king-level warrior. Swallowing it can not only improve your strength, but also speed up recovery from injuries. The dragon demon was not polite either. After all, this kind of corpse could not be eaten, and only he could devour it. On the battlefield, with the death of Niu Xianlai, the morale of the Tauren army completely collapsed. It became more chaotic than before. Some Minotaur soldiers even threw down their weapons and surrendered. The demoralized Tauren soldiers had no strength left to resist and only wanted to escape, but what greeted them was a one-sided massacre. Less than 1 in 10 Minotaurs managed to escape the butcher's knife. This made some of the Minotaur soldiers surrender rather than flee. After the battle between the top warriors ended, Linton's mind was not on this group of Tauren soldiers, but he was looking at the hiding places of the major tribes in the distance. It's time for this group of fishermen to appear. Chapter 119, Frightened, Surprising Decision. Just as Linton was thinking this, he saw 5 figures flying towards him from a distance. There are 5 king-level powerhouses, such a luxurious lineup, which shows how much they value Linton. In fact, they did not expect Linton to be so strong. They came mainly to witness Niu Xianlai. I want to see how strong Niu Xianlai has become in the past few years. As a result, he saw the date of Niu Xianlai's death. In addition to the 5 king-level powerful men, there are tens of thousands of soldiers from various tribes behind them. In the blink of an eye, the troops arrived at the city gate and faced Linton from a distance. On the other hand, there is a force hidden in the dark. Pang Feichin and his group saw that the Minotaur army was completely defeated, and even the extremely powerful Minotaur warriors were killed. The shock in my heart cannot be described in words. Facing Linton at this moment, if they rushed forward, they probably wouldn't even be able to create a single wave and would be killed by Linton. Just when Pang Feichin made up his mind and prepared to retreat, he saw another force coming out to attack. Hiss! 5 king-level warriors. How many forces has Linton offended to attract so many powerful people to want to kill him? It must be because he possesses the dragon tribe's troops and acts arrogantly that he has offended so many forces. If I had such a powerful army, I would be arrogant too. There has to be a limit to arrogance. His troops just went through a great battle, and a dragon was seriously injured. How will he withstand these 5 king-level warriors next? That's Linton's business. Why are you worrying about it? It would be better if he died. Linton won't die so easily. Don't forget that he won first place in the points ranking and received a mysterious gift package. Who knows, he might have some powerful trump cards. It's not impossible. Linton isn't surprised at all. He seems to have known for a long time that these powerful people are hiding in the dark. Maybe he's pretending to be calm. Seeing that Linton was in life and death crisis again, most of the city lords began to gloat, and they couldn't wait for Linton to die soon. Some city lords also speculated that Linton might have some powerful trump cards that he had not yet used based on the various methods he had just displayed. Pang Feichin, the leader, said nothing as he listened to everyone's discussion, and no one knew what he was planning in his mind. On the battlefield, the major forces did not take action immediately. In addition to being concerned about Long Bao's powerful combat capability, he was also worried that Linton might have some hidden cards that he hadn't used yet. After all, the scene of Linton's killing Array and the blood flowing like a river just now was deeply imprinted in their hearts. If Linton had another killing formation like that, he could kill all of their people at once, but they don't have the military strength of the Minotaur. The 5 king-level warriors from several major tribes and the leader of the Flying Wolf tribe stood at the front and looked at Linton. After carefully observing Linton, the Flying Wolf leader praised him. You've already reached the 9th level at such a young age. Even within the dynasty, you're considered a top-tier genius, and you have such powerful subordinates under your command. I'm curious which faction outside you are from. This is a roundabout way to find out the news about Linton, judging from the various treasures that Linton took out and the strong men under his command. It doesn't look like a newly developed force at all. After all, Linton Kai had only been in the dark forest for more than 10 days. In just over 10 days, he went from being a powerless person to being able to confront the dynasty forces head-on. No one would believe it if they told it to others except those who were also city lords. After hearing what the other party said, Linton knew that this old guy started to make random guesses. The older you get, the more you know, and the more concerns you have when doing things. Linton had a blank expression on his face. He didn't answer him, so as not to reveal his flaws. He said bluntly, "If you want to fight, just fight. Why so much nonsense? Arrogant, young and ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth." A king rank level 3 leader jumped out and said to the Flying Wolf leader, "Old Wolf, take action. Don't give them time to recover. Even if he really has some identity and kills everyone, no one will know it was us, and we can instead pin the blame on the Minotaur dynasty. They have 1 king level 4th level strongman, 1 king level 3rd level strongman, 2 king level 2nd level strongmen, and 2 king level 1st level strongmen. The opponents are exhausted, their energy is almost depleted, and one of them is seriously injured. Even if they can still fight, their strength is limited. What are they afraid of?" The Flying Wolf leader thought it made sense. Sure enough, as people get older, their worries inexplicably increase. He almost forgot that the reason he was able to live so long was because of his hard work when he was young. Then the Flying Wolf leader stretched out his 4 sharp claws that shone with cold light. The fierce murderous intent locked onto Long Bao. Now is his only chance to deal with Long Bao. If Long Bao were in his prime, he would definitely not be his opponent. Seeing this, several other king-level leaders and powerful men also burst out with their own momentum. But what puzzled them was that there was no trace of worry on the face of Linton opposite them. Linton seemed to not care about them at all. Several leaders looked at each other. Could it be that Linton really had other cards up his sleeve? At this moment, Linton's voice sounded without any emotion. "Hold them for a moment. I'll take care of the small fry below first." Then something similar to a formation scroll appeared in Linton's hand. Hiss! All the leaders were frightened. Linton still has a killing formation in his hands. This was the question that arose in everyone's mind at the same time. Is it a bluff, or is there really a killing formation? Looking at Linton's expression, he didn't seem to be pretending. They had witnessed the power of the killing array with their own eyes, and those below were the elite and future of their major tribes. If their entire army is wiped out, they will be doomed to decline. Several leaders became hesitant for a moment. Now they only had 2 choices, either retreat or fight. It was at this moment that Pang Feichin made a surprising decision after careful consideration. When the other city lords heard the decision made by Pang Feichen, they were all dumbfounded and looked at him in disbelief. Everyone thought Pang Feichen was stupid. Chapter 120 Unexplained Reinforcements. Because they were unable to tell whether the formation scroll in Lin Tian's hand was real or fake, the leaders did not dare to take action for a while. Even if they win in the end, all their people will be killed. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, Pang Feichen, who was hiding in the dark not far away, looked at everyone and said slowly, "Let's go help Lin Tian." This scared the group of people who were originally planning to run away. They all looked at Pang Feichen with incredible eyes. "Brother Fei, we are here to kill Lin Tian." "Yeah, why should we help Lin Tian now? What if Lin Tian attacks us without saying anything? That would be like asking for death. You guys go if you want to go, I won't go and die. If I go back now, I will give up my status as the city lord and become a free cultivator. I don't believe Lin Tian can still find me. No, I haven't lived enough." Everyone collectively opposed Pang Feichen's decision. They all thought that Pang Feichen was pulling them into the fire. Even if Lin Tian didn't kill them, both sides now had 5 king-level powerhouses confronting each other. If they rushed forward, they would not even be qualified to be cannon fodder. Pang Feichen glanced at everyone and asked a question. "Have we ever offended Lin Tian?" Everyone who heard the question was a little confused, but they still shook their heads and replied to Pang Feichen. It was the first time they met Lin Tian, so how could there be any offense? After getting the answer, Pang Feichen continued, "Since none of us have offended Lin Tian, why should we be afraid of him?" When everyone heard this, they felt that it made some sense. However, some of them felt guilty. Not only did they leak Lin Tian's troops, they also found ways to make enemies for Lin Tian. Pang Feichen continued, "If we help him now, it's a great opportunity to get close to him. Not only can we win his favor, but we won't have to worry about him turning against us for the time being. As long as we get close to him, why worry about not having a chance when the time comes? We saved him. If he attacked us, he would be cursed by countless people. He is a smart man, and he will definitely not do that." This was the solution Pang Feichen came up with after careful consideration. He even found a reason to explain why they were here when he met Lin Tian later. Everyone who heard this suddenly understood. This is a brilliant idea. Lin Tian would never have thought of it. Then I'll stab Lin Tian in the back, and he won't even know how he died. What a brilliant plan. Pang Feichen's plan was praised by everyone, who felt that it was perfect. Suddenly, a city lord asked in a puzzled voice, "Why don't we take advantage of this moment and eliminate Lin Tian together with that group of people?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Pang Feichen. They felt that this method was better and had no risks. Now Lin Tian is surrounded by 5 king-level powerhouses. In their opinion, there is a high probability that Lin Tian will lose. If they attack Lin Tian from behind again, he will definitely be defeated. After all, including the king-level warriors under Pang Feichen, there are a total of 6 king-level warriors. What can Lin Tian use to resist them? Pang Feichen shook his head. This was the method he had thought of at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this method was not feasible. He then slowly said, "If we work together with them to destroy Lin Tian, who will be the biggest winner?" "It must be us." A city lord answered without even thinking. The other city lords also nodded in agreement. As long as Lin Tian died, the entire dark forest would belong to them. "No." Pang Feichen shook his head. "The biggest winners are those local tribes. Don't forget, we, like Lin Tian, are outsiders in their eyes. With the example of Lin Tian, who would allow us to continue developing in the dark forest? In order to eliminate the hidden dangers, they will definitely eliminate us." Hiss. When everyone heard this, they came to their senses instantly and gasped when they thought of the serious consequences. They didn't think about it at all. Now they only had Lin Tian and Lin Tian's resources in their minds. As expected of Brother Fei, you have such a clever mind that I am ashamed of myself. Brother Fei is always thoughtful. From now on, as long as Brother Fei doesn't mind, I will follow Brother Fei. Me too. Many people were impressed by Pang Feichen's intelligence and talent. Not only does he possess formidable strength, but his intelligence is also beyond compare. Many city lords are willing to become Pang Feichen's subordinates. There is only a future if you follow a big brother like this. Yin Gaoyang, the leader of the Demon Slayer Alliance, saw this scene deeply. His position as leader of the alliance has almost become a mere figurehead. But there's nothing that can be done about it. It's his fault that he doesn't have the ability as others. After some discussion, everyone agreed with Pang Feichen's decision to help Lin Tian. Immediately afterwards, Pang Feichen was seen leading tens of thousands of soldiers of various types rushing out from the depths of the dense forest. This huge lineup caused the two opposing parties to turn their heads and look. Are there any reinforcements? When the leaders of the major tribes saw Pang Feichen leading the group, they were shocked. This person was obviously of the same race as Linton. Who else could he be but reinforcements? Especially the king-level powerhouse behind Pang Feichen. Now Linton has a total of 6 king-level powerhouses. There is one more person than them. What they didn't know was that Linton was also a little confused. Linton recognized at a glance that these people were city lords just like him. After all, he was not blind to the vast army behind him. But how could these people gather together and run into his territory? It's impossible that this group of people heard that he was in trouble and came to support him. He didn't believe that these people would be so kind. Soon, Pang Feichen led his men to the city. He was the first to speak and shouted, "Brother Lin, we heard you were in trouble, so we came here specially to support you." Linton had 1,000 doubts in his heart, and he came all the way here just to help him. No matter how popular he is, it is impossible for so many people to come, and he is not popular at all. But since they were ostensibly here to support him, he had to be polite. Linton said to everyone, "Thank you all for coming to help me. I would like to express my gratitude." "Brother Lin, you're welcome," Pang Feichen said with a smile. Linton was easier to get along with than he had imagined. He was completely different from Linton, who only knew how to kill on the battlefield just now. On the other side, when the leaders of the major tribes heard that they were indeed here to support Linton, their expressions couldn't help but change again and again. Originally, they were afraid of the formation scroll in Linton's hand and did not dare to take action. Now there is another king-level strongman and tens of thousands of soldiers. How can they play? Several leaders looked at the leader of the Flying Wolf clan, their eyes conveying the same meaning. The leader of the Flying Wolf clan was just beginning to feel the desire to fight and was ready for a major battle, but all sorts of unexpected events occurred, causing his will to gradually vanish. Seeing the looks of the leaders, he could only roar in despair. Retreat. Chapter 121, showing off each other's acting skills. The major tribes were scared away, and Linton's crisis was resolved. A bloody battle was avoided. The city lords who came to support also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they came to support Linton, they did not want to really fight. Linton, like everyone else, breathed a sigh of relief. He had actually fooled this group of tribal forces. There was no formation scroll in his hand. He just made a fake one to scare the major tribal forces. At that time, Long Mo was seriously injured, and Long Bao and the others had consumed most of their physical strength and energy. If the two sides fought, it would be very disadvantageous to him. After thinking for a long time, he finally came up with an idea and made a fake formation scroll to scare everyone. You know what? It works quite well. Of course, part of the credit for the smooth retreat of the major forces went to the king-level warriors under Pang Feichen's command. At this point, the war came to an end. Linton turned to look at the various city lords and invited them. "Everyone has come all this way. Let's go into the city and rest together. This will also allow me to fulfill my hospitality as a host." Although they didn't help much, he couldn't just drive them away. That would be bad for his reputation. Hundreds of city lords had different expressions when they heard Linton's words. Finally, Pang Feichen smiled and said, "Brother Lin invited us, so naturally we dare not refuse. It just so happens that I have long wanted to see the territory of the strongest city lord." Led by Linton, everyone walked into the city. Of course, all their troops were left outside, and only the city lord was allowed to enter the city. Pang Feichen knew it very well in his heart. At this moment, if Linton wanted to destroy them, it would only take a wave of his hand. Therefore, he even left his royal-level troops outside the city and entered the city alone. Long Zhan and his men went to help surround the remaining chieftain soldiers. With Niu Xianlai killed, most of the surviving Tauren soldiers laid down their weapons and surrendered. Before this, some Tauren soldiers had taken advantage of the chaos to break through the defense line and escape. In addition, there were some Minotaur soldiers on the battlefield who were resisting stubbornly and trying to escape from this place. With the arrival of king-level powerhouses such as Long Zhan, they completely lost the chance to escape. The only way out was death, except to surrender. As everyone followed Linton into the city, they were stunned by the scene before them. In the neatly lined houses, the old, young, women and children were all cheering for the victory of the war. This harmonious scene doesn't look like a territory ruled by a demon. After passing through one house after another, they soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. Linton immediately ordered a banquet to be set up. Of course, this banquet was not just to thank Pang Feichen and his party, but a victory banquet for the whole city to celebrate. I didn't expect that Linton's territory has grown to this size. It can be considered a real city. Yes, in my territory, there is nothing else except the city lord's mansion and military buildings. These forces seemed to be truly devoted to Linton. I really admire Linton's methods. What's there to admire? If you had his strength, you could do it too. In addition to strength, you also need brains. Everyone was whispering to each other. Some were shocked by Linton's methods, while others didn't take it seriously. They all thought that Linton was too strong. Outside the battlefield, the remaining Tauren soldiers were easily dealt with. According to statistics, there were more than 20,000 Minotaur soldiers who surrendered, more than 20,000 became corpses, and more than 10,000 escaped. Linton was quite satisfied after hearing the report. He had previously wanted to take 60,000 prisoners, but his appetite was too big. With his current strength, he could not handle it. 20,000 was just right. After dealing with the prisoners, the next step is to clean up the battlefield. There were nearly 170,000 corpses. This army was the elite force of the Minotaur dynasty. The treasures, weapons, and other supplies on his body are all good things. He could make a fortune from this. It was soon afternoon, and the battlefield had been almost cleaned up. Pang Feichin and his group looked at the countless weapons, armor, and even several storage rings, and they were all jealous. Although Linton experienced a tough battle this time, he also gained a lot. If it were exchanged for upgrade materials, it would be enough for him to upgrade the town to a mid-level town. They finally understood why Linton was either fighting or on his way to fight. With such powerful strength, what are you afraid of? Linton was not in a hurry to clean up the spoils because the banquet was already prepared. Under Linton's leadership, everyone took the wine brewed by the werewolf tribe and drank it in big gulps. Even Long Bao and his group got a big bucket. The reason why this banquet took so long to prepare was largely because of Long Bao and the others. Their large bodies naturally give them large appetites. Everyone in the city was immersed in the joy of victory. Linton sat in the first seat, looking at the city lords who were fascinated by Long Bao and the others. He asked curiously, "How did you know that the Minotaur army was coming to attack me?" After hearing Linton's question, everyone came back to their senses and looked at Pang Feichin. At the scene, only Pang Feichin could chat and laugh with Linton. "Brother Lin, to be honest, this is what happened." Pang Feichin explained with a smile. "Yesterday I conquered a medium-sized tribe in the Dark Forest, and they told me that the Tauren dynasty sent 300,000 troops to attack Brother Lin. I was worried about Brother Lin's safety, so I contacted them immediately and came to support Brother Lin. We come from the same place. How can we allow a group of indigenous people to bully us?" Pang Feichin spoke with such righteousness and dignity, like a gentleman, that Linton almost believed him. But on the surface, Linton looked touched, and he and Pang Feichin competed with each other in acting, and for a while they had a very pleasant conversation. This left the other city lords dumbfounded. If they didn't know the truth, they would have really thought that the two of them were in love and had become brothers. The banquet had just been going on for about half an hour when Pang Feichin stood up and asked to leave. "Brother Lin, the territory's defense is weak, and we dare not stay outside for long. Since Brother Lin is fine, we will go back. It's not very safe to travel in the dark forest at night." Linton had been wishing these people would leave for a long time. He could hardly continue acting. Linton Dao said, "Everyone, slow down and be careful of ambushes from tribal forces. These people are very vengeful. I just wiped out a few of their tribes, and now they are united to attack me. Thank you, Brother Lin, for the reminder. Brother Lin, goodbye." Hundreds of city lords clasped their fists and left. They felt very uncomfortable here with Linton. "There is always a feeling that my life may be in danger at any time and is in the hands of others." Linton looked at the figures of the people leaving, and the smile on his face immediately disappeared. This Pang Feichin seems very difficult to deal with. Chapter 122, joining Linton and reaping a lot of harvest. He still couldn't figure out whether Pang Feichin was a gentleman or a hypocrite. After all, the two sides had just met not long ago, and he just felt in his heart that the purpose of this group of people was definitely not to help him. Naturally, he didn't have a good impression of Pang Feichin. Linton shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. This group of people were not even 1/5 as strong as him, so why bother thinking about these things? If anyone has ill intentions towards him, he can be killed at will. Then he turned around to count the spoils. Just as he was counting the spoils, the news that he had defeated the Tauren army and scared away the major tribes spread like wildfire. All the major forces near the Dark Forest began to look at Linton with admiration. Linton gradually began to attract the attention of major forces, and they began to pay attention to this new force that suddenly emerged. Especially killing Niu Xianlai, leaving him no chance to escape, further proves how powerful Linton is. Originally, they thought that if Niu Xianlai took action, Linton would definitely die. After all, he was a famous general of the Minotaur dynasty. The result was a miserable defeat, and he lost his life. Lin Tian's reputation spread beyond the Dark Forest and became more and more widespread. Some tribes heard of Lin Tian's reputation, and after hearing that the werewolves joined Lin Tian's army, they not only had to hand over half of their assets to obtain protection, but also received a large amount of spirit stones for cultivation. Even if they died in battle, they could still receive a large pension, a treatment only available to the dynasty's personal soldiers. The dynasty's personal army must be of the same race as the royal family. For example, in the Minotaur dynasty, only Minotaur soldiers who died in battle would receive a pension. If other races who defected to the Minotaur dynasty died in battle, there would be no pension, and usually the pension would be paid out of their own pockets as a token of their appreciation. However, under normal circumstances, they are not used unless cannon fodder is needed or the dynasty is in times of crisis. Then soldiers will be requisitioned from these forces. Moreover, they had to pay a large amount of protection fees every year, which was why many tribes were unwilling to join the dynasty. Some tribes saw that Lin Tian's strength was comparable to that of a dynasty and the welfare was so generous. In addition, Lin Tian was still in the initial stage, so they would gain more benefits by joining him now. This makes many forces tempted, but without the support of a big force, they are often bullied. Even some tribes in the Dark Forest wanted to join Lin Tian. On the other side, the Minotaur dynasty learned that their army had been defeated and General Niu Xianlai had been killed. The whole country was shocked and fear spread. In just less than half a month, his Minotaur dynasty had lost 5 king-level powerhouses and 400,000 troops. Such a huge loss is enough to cause heavy damage to a dynasty. It may even cause a catastrophic disaster, because other forces may take the opportunity to attack. Compared to the panic among the people, the royal family of the Minotaur dynasty was calm and no longer had the anger they had when they lost 100,000 troops last time. It seems that he wants to give up at this point, or is planning some big move. The major tribes that were scared away by Lin Tian were hurriedly thinking of countermeasures. They lost the best opportunity to deal with Lin Tian, and will face Lin Tian's revenge next. At the same time, the news that Lin Tian single-handedly destroyed an army of 300,000, killed 3 king-level warriors, and scared away 5 tribes with king-level warriors quickly spread in the chat channel. For a moment, the entire chat channel was shaken, as if a nuclear bomb was dropped into a calm ocean, causing huge waves. Hiss, this is too strong. Is this still a human? I finally realized the gap between me and boss Lin Tian. It's like an insurmountable chasm. As expected of a dragon tribe soldier, this is too strong. This is the power of mythical-level troops. In this way, Lin Tian's strength is comparable to that of a dynasty. He can establish a dynasty and become the king. Establishing a dynasty isn't something you can just do. It requires countless resources and upgrades. I don't know if boss Lin Tian will accept me as a disciple. I want to be one. Let's not talk about whether Lin Tian is interested in you. Even if Lin Tian is willing to take you in as his subordinate, can you really give up your status as city lord and join him? If Master Lin Tian is willing to take me in, I'm willing to give up my position as city lord and follow him. With my rubbish military brigades, I'd rather stay with Master Lin Tian than have a bright future. Hehe, we are already on our way to join boss Lin Tian. So fast. Brother, if you have any news, please let me know. I'm also a casual cultivator. After wandering around for a few days, I realized how difficult this world is. I almost died several times. I used to dream of traveling the world with my sword, carefree. Now, even eating has become a problem. It's really too hard. +1. Everyone who heard the news was shocked and admired Lin Tian's strength. There were even some independent cultivators who set out towards the Dark Forest, wanting to join Lin Tian. They didn't know whether Lin Tian would accept them, but they had to give it a try. As human beings, they couldn't believe that Lin Tian was so cruel as to stand on the high ground of public opinion and shut them out, regardless of their life or death. As long as they surrender to Lin Tian, they will no longer have to live in fear. At this time, Lin Tian was full of joy, looking at the pile of treasures in front of him. He made a rough calculation and found that there were nearly 30,000 complete sets of armor, 20,000 of which were stripped from the prisoners, and the number of undamaged weapons reached a huge number of 100,000. No wonder the storage rings snatched from Niu Xianlai and others were full, and there were still a lot of them in the warehouse. Among them, there are nearly 6,000 complete sets of yellow-grade armor, and the rest are ordinary-grade armor. There are more than 10,000 complete yellow-grade weapons. If all of this were smelted, how much precious ore would be obtained? As expected of the Minotaur dynasty's ace army, their equipment is simply incomparable. In addition, Lin Tian also found tens of thousands of crystals in the storage ring. Especially in Yoshwalia's storage ring, he was surprised to find a pile of 9th-level crystals and king-level crystals. This thing is the most scarce for him. From the storage rings of the 3 king-level powerhouses, he harvested a total of more than 200 king-level lower-grade crystals and more than 2,400 9th-grade crystals. Including what he had obtained before, he now had a total of 4,400 9th-level crystals and more than 250 king-level crystals. He only needs more than 600 9th-level crystals to upgrade to the 4th-level primordial dragon nest. Of course, it is impossible for a great general of a dynasty to have only these few things. He also found a bottle of elixir and 2 books. He observed the pill carefully and thought it should be a pill to improve strength. Niu Xianlai swallowed both the healing pill and the magic pill that exchanges life for strength, so this bottle of pills is most likely a pill that increases strength. As for the other 2 books, you won't know until you read them. Once you read them, you will be shocked. These are the most important treasures on Niu Xianlai. Chapter 123, Dragon King, Dragon Emperor, or Dragon King. These 2 books are one about exercises and one about martial arts. What surprised Linton even more was that the grades of these 2 martial arts weapons had reached the Xian level. A real big baby. Last time, a yellow-grade martial arts skill was auctioned for nearly 40,000 units of supplies. The price of this Xian-level martial arts technique will at least double. With these 2 books of martial arts skills, upgrading his town to a mid-level one was a sure thing. Linton carefully searched the storage rings of the other 2 king-level powerhouses, but unfortunately, he did not find any martial arts skills. How can I ask for so much? 2 books are enough. This thing is not cabbage. Even if you have a lot of crystals, you may not be able to buy it. Afterwards, Linton left behind 1,000 sets of yellow-grade weapons and armor, and put the rest all on the trading channel. These 1,000 sets were left by him for the werewolves under his command. The werewolves suffered heavy losses in this battle, but those who survived were elite warriors tempered by blood and qualified to wear yellow-grade weapons and armor. In the chat channel, everyone had anticipated this scene after learning of Linton's victory, but when they actually saw so many equipments, they couldn't help but be shocked. There are even tens of thousands of sets of yellow-grade equipment, which is enough to prove that this 300,000-man army is not simple. I can't imagine how boss Linton won. Weapons and equipment are probably just appetizers. The real treasures are definitely to come. Even if there is, so what? That kind of treasure is not something we can fight for. Indeed, I plan to grab a few sets of yellow-grade equipment to improve the strength of my troops. This is the weaponry of the dynasty, definitely better than the same level equipment of the tribal forces. Although there are now several city lords on the market who can create yellow-grade weapons and equipment. But these are weapons and equipment belonging to the dynasty forces, which adds a touch of attraction. As for ordinary equipment, only a small number of city lords or independent cultivators need it. Linton was not in a hurry. He would sell as many as he could. If he couldn't sell any more, he could only meld it and forge it into fine iron. After this battle, the demon leader will also start to forge the Xian-level weapon, the Biling Sword. The creation of the blast bow consumes a large amount of refined iron, and Meng Xiaofei's refined iron production is a bit behind schedule because he is mining new ores. These ordinary weapons are just right. After some simple hammering, they can become fine iron. After putting the weapons and equipment on the trading channel, Linton casually opened the chat channel. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. When he saw Pang Feichen and his group, he realized that his troops had been exposed. He casually glanced through the chat history. Before he put the equipment on the shelves, the chat channel was full of discussions about his military type and strength. Obviously, his military type had been leaked by Pang Feichen and others. But he was not angry, because such things could not be concealed for long. It's just a matter of time. He couldn't possibly kill everyone who had seen his army. If he did that, he would really become a demon. There were too many chat messages, and Linton did not waste time reading them. So he did not know that Pang Feichen and his group had been hiding in the dark since the beginning of the war. After closing the chat channel and looking at the trading channel, more than 2,000 sets of yellow-grade equipment have been sold. Now that the market has a unified price, he is too lazy to hold an auction. As for ordinary grade equipment, only more than 1,000 sets were sold, and the price of ordinary grade equipment was only slightly more expensive than that of refined iron. It still can't be sold. As things have developed to this day, most people no longer look down on ordinary equipment. Linton took a quick look and lost interest. After all, it was an automatic transaction, and the materials would be automatically stored in the warehouse after the transaction was completed. Just as he was about to close the panel, he thought for a moment, then opened the chat channel again and sent a message. A Xian-level technique and a Xian-level martial arts book will be auctioned at 8 o'clock tonight. Linton suddenly appeaed, and the entire chat channel instantly became quiet, followed by exclamations. I'm not seeing things. Boss Linton has appeared. Worship Boss Linton. Boss Linton, are you in need of a younger brother? Just give me the word, and I'll immediately give up my position as City Lord and rush over to join you. From now on, you can no longer address Boss Linton by his name. You must address him as Dragon King. What Dragon King? It should be Dragon Lord, the leader of the Dragon clan. Dragon Lord doesn't sound nice. I think he should be called Dragon Emperor. According to that, wouldn't it be better to call him Dragon Emperor? As soon as Linton appeared, everyone's attention was focused on him, and they even started to give him a title. Seeing these news, Linton felt ashamed. These people really have nothing to do. Are you guys off the track? Shouldn't we be discussing Xian-level techniques and martial arts right now? I can't afford it, so why think about him? The more I think about him, the more uncomfortable I feel. That's right, this is something that only the big guys can discuss. This is a Xian-level martial arts technique, requiring at least 100,000 units of supplies. Even if I sold myself, I still wouldn't be able to afford it. Which brother is willing to form a partnership? We can seize the martial arts and skills and share them. What if you keep it all for yourself? What a joke. How could I, do such a shameful thing? The news that Linton was going to auction off Xian-level martial arts weapons quickly spread. More and more people flocked into the chat channel, and after confirming the news, they hurriedly left to prepare for the auction of supplies. Many independent cultivator alliances also mobilized. Except for the top 10 who may not be interested in the Xian-level martial arts, everyone else would dream of obtaining it. 2 books of Xian-level martial arts techniques. It seems that he is the first to upgrade to the intermediate town level. Hundreds of miles away, Pang Feichen, who was on his way, took the time to check the chat channel and happened to see the message posted by Linton. Envy suddenly appeared in his eyes, but deep within that envy was deep jealousy and greed. After witnessing Linton's true strength, he completely gave up his plans against Linton. But this was only on the surface, temporarily succumbing to Linton's tyranny. He has to wait for an opportunity. After giving the notification, Linton closed the panel. There were a lot of things waiting for him to deal with outside. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock, and almost all the city lords gathered in the chat channel, waiting for the auction to begin. The top 10 city lords were no exception. After learning of Linton's great victory, they felt incredible like everyone else. They also felt more deeply the gap between them and Linton. The mythical troops are indeed superior to them. Chapter 124 Crazy Auction, Rich Supplies. After Linton finished his work, he looked at the time and it was already 8 o'clock. Enter the chat channel and put the 2 martial arts books up for auction. Xian-level martial arts. He only practiced Huang-level martial arts. But unfortunately, this is the Minotaur's martial art. The Minotaurs use giant weapons like battle axes, and their martial arts were naturally vigorous and open, which was totally inconsistent with the swordsmanship he practiced. As for comprehending his own swordsmanship from it, given his talent for cultivation, this would be harder than climbing to the sky. Although he auctioned off the originals of these martial arts techniques, he made a copy of each one and placed it in the city lord's mansion. Whether it is martial arts techniques or crystals and elixirs, they are the foundation of a force. Represents whether a force is strong or not. The more resources you have, the faster your power will develop, and the more you can attract other forces to join. It's impossible for him to say that he won't keep any of it after auctioning it off. The forces under his command will only grow larger and larger, and those who have made contributions must be rewarded. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't come up with any treasures as rewards by then. The greater the power, the more perfect the system will be. In the trading channel, the people who had been waiting impatiently saw the 2 martial arts books, shouted excitedly, and began to raise the price frantically. Everyone wants to fight for these 2 martial arts techniques. Soon the price rose from 1,000 to 30,000, and it was still increasing at a rapid rate. Looking at the skyrocketing prices, it would be a lie to say that Linton was unhappy. But he was lost in thought, his mind contemplating something else. This kind of auction of materials such as wood, stone, and fine iron is really cumbersome. The prices of these materials are different, so it is difficult to calculate. It would be better to find a hard currency to replace these materials. The currency is single and more convenient. He had thought about it before that crystals with a wide range of uses are hard currency and are destined to become currency in the future. After all, the local forces all trade with crystals. The reason they are different is that wood and other materials are important materials for upgrading the territory. Now everyone has come into contact with crystals and witnessed their powerful effects. In addition, Crystals are also important materials for upgrading military buildings, more precious than wood and stone. At the next auction, we will stipulate that only crystals will be accepted. This way, crystals will gradually become the main currency, replacing wood. This forms a complete trading system, which is much simpler. If someone needs crystals, they can sell their items. If someone else wants to buy something, they can use crystals to buy it. Linton thought to himself. For example, at the auction right now, when everyone is bidding, if there is not enough wood, they will use stones to increase the price. If there is not enough stone, they will use more precious refined iron to increase the price. It's easier to use crystals. In this way, he can also take advantage of his possession of several crystal mines to purchase supplies for upgrading his territory. Instead of obtaining materials to upgrade the territory by selling things or auctioning treasures. Trading with crystals was a matter of time. He just wanted to give it a push in advance. After figuring it out, he turned to look at weapons and equipment, wondering how they were selling. When I clicked on it, I saw that all 6,000 sets of yellow-grade armor had been sold out. When it comes to their own life, no one will be stingy. Of the nearly 10,000 yellow-grade weapons, only 2,000 remain. As for ordinary equipment, only 5,000 sets were sold. It seems that it will take about 10 days to half a month to sell all of his ordinary equipment. Can only be used to smelt refined iron. When I opened the friend list, the little guy Meng Xiaofei sent congratulations as usual. Lin Tian asked about the situation on his side. Meng Xiaofei's situation is exactly the opposite of his. Meng Xiaofei's side was peaceful and calm, except for a few ferocious beasts that would attack from time to time, but they were all easily dealt with. Every day he only needs to cheer up the earth's spirits, and it can be said that he lives a very easy and happy life every day. Unlike him, he is either fighting or on the way to fight. Always worried about losing my life. However, the growing gap in strength between the two sides means that everything Lin Tian did was not in vain. With huge risks comes huge rewards. Half an hour passed quickly, and the auction of the two Xian-level martial arts techniques gradually came to an end. Many city lords looked at the two books on Xian-level martial arts techniques and shook their heads and sighed. At this time, the price of the skills had risen to 120,000 units, and the price of the martial arts had reached 110,000 units, which was simply beyond their ability to bid. At this point, only a handful of people were still fighting for it, and even the loose cultivator alliance was squeezed out. The total supplies of their thousands of independent cultivators were not as much as those of a city lord. Although I was angry, I could do nothing about it. Who made them weak? Soon, the auction ended, and the two city lords among the top 21 the martial arts skills. After some calculation, Lin Tian almost laughed himself silly. The two martial arts books, plus the yellow-grade equipment and ordinary-grade equipment sold, earned a total of 870,000 units of supplies. Although the prices of yellow-grade and ordinary-grade equipment have dropped by more than half compared to before, the quantity is still too large. Including those that have not been sold yet, he must have made millions of supplies this time. The 870,000 units of supplies are 440,000 units of wood, 370,000 units of stone, and 60,000 units of refined iron. Lin Tian couldn't wait to look at his warehouse. Storehouse. Capacity expands as the territory level increases. Supplies, wood 783,300 units, stone 615,000 units, refined iron 111,000 units, food 25,000 units. Special reminder, if the heart of the territory is destroyed, all supplies in the warehouse will become spoils of war for the hostile forces. Lin Tian looked at the warehouse, which looked like an ordinary house on the surface, but could never be filled with anything. The supplies inside are enough for him to upgrade the intermediate town. Seeing this, he clicked on the territory panel, and the moment he clicked it, a message popped up. It is detected that the warehouse has sufficient supplies. Do you want to upgrade the intermediate town? Weather. It was nighttime now, so the upgrade wouldn't cause much noise. Yes. As Lin Tian finished speaking, the entire territory was suddenly shrouded in light. Chapter 125 Upgrading Intermediate Towns. Under the cover of light, the territory expanded wildly in all directions. The ferocious beast that followed the smell of blood was inexplicably squeezed dozens of miles away by a force of energy. A look of confusion appeared in the eyes of the ferocious beast. Still don't know what happened. At the same time, the city lord's mansion was also changing, becoming taller and more magnificent. The town walls grew taller and thicker as they expanded into the distance. The town, which was already saturated, now has a large open space, and it can absorb more forces. Under the blood-red moonlight, the entire territory was undergoing earth-shaking changes, yet the entire territory was peaceful. After a tough and bloody battle during the day, everyone was already exhausted. After the banquet, they all went home and fell into a deep sleep. Apart from Team Dragon, only Wolf Overlord noticed this scene. Seeing this amazing scene, Langba was so shocked that he was speechless. What a power this is! Looking towards the City Lord's mansion, Lin Tion's figure was standing on the top floor of the City Lord's mansion, also watching the changes in the entire territory. Is this the power controlled by the master? Langba sighed in his heart. No wonder there is such a powerful race that is so loyal to its master. For a moment, Langba's loyalty to Lin Tian skyrocketed. The more mysterious and powerful Lin Tian became, the more he could see hope for his own rise from Lin Tian. As long as Lin Tian rises, his werewolf clan will also benefit. The abnormality lasted for nearly half an hour before returning to calm. The light dissipated, and the territory appeared between heaven and earth. The area of the City Lord's mansion was expanded again, and the four-story City Lord's mansion had one more floor. Under the illumination of the blood moon, the surface of the entire City Lord's mansion was shining, becoming even more dazzling and exuding a sense of majesty. It seems to be warning people who are approaching not to enter casually. Lin Tian looked at the town that had expanded several times and estimated that it could accommodate 4 or 5 forces like the werewolf tribe. The town was previously about 1,000 meters high, but now it has reached 5,000 meters. Congratulations on upgrading your territory to a mid-level town, increasing your sphere of influence to 50 kilometers. The defense of the heart of the territory is increased 5-fold. The reputation of your territory in the Myriad Races continent has been greatly improved. In the Dark Forest, your territory is well known. The sphere of influence has reached 50 kilometers, which is 50 kilometers. It has expanded 10-fold. Once we upgrade the town to a high-level 1, we should be able to bring the werewolf tribe's former territory and their crystal mines into our sphere of influence. Lin Tian felt a little excited. The power he had built with so much effort was becoming more and more powerful. Although so far, spheres of influence are of no use. He fought over a distance of 100 kilometers. In a real sense, his sphere of influence had expanded to more than 100 kilometers. The nearby forces were either destroyed by him or scared away by him. View territory information. Intermediate town. Ordinary building. City Lord's mansion. Special buildings. Primordial dragon nest. Refining shop. Required for upgrading. 1 million units of wood. 1 million units of stone. 200,000 units of refined iron. There was a mistake in the previous chapter. It was not 81,000 units of refined iron, but 111,000 units of refined iron. Fortunately, it only doubled this time. Lin Tian saw that the materials needed to upgrade the advanced town had only doubled compared to before. If it increases 10-fold like before, I don't know when I can upgrade. After upgrading the town, he went back to sleep. It's not cultivation, it's sleeping. After a day of fighting, he felt exhausted and wanted to take a break. In today's arduous battle, we not only obtained a large number of weapons, equipment, and other treasures. The strength of several dragon teams has also been greatly improved. For example, Long Feng, Long Qing, Long Chong, Long Yuan, etc. have all broken through to the 9th level. Most of the black dragons also broke through to the 9th level. Lin Tian already has more than 10 9th level warriors under his command, and including Bai Long, there are almost 20 of them. After this battle, the strength of Long Yin and several other white dragons reached a bottleneck. It won't be long before you can break through to the king level. Not to mention Pan Long, who broke through several realms in succession in this battle, and the weakest one reached the 5th level. The general strength has reached the 6th and 7th levels. The general strength of the red dragon has reached the 8th level. With such a powerful lineup, the defeat of the 200,000 strong Tauren army was not unfair. However, the dragon team also suffered casualties. Several Peng, Hichong, and the dragon demon suffered serious injuries. There is nothing we can do about it. There will always be casualties in war. Fortunately, thanks to the 2 king-level warriors, Long Zhan and Lang Ba, Team Long was not killed. The night passed quickly and the morning sun came. When everyone saw the expanded town, they were all shocked and called it a miracle. They didn't notice anything last night, but when they woke up, the city suddenly became bigger. Who would believe it if they told others about it? In their minds, the only one who can do all this is the City Lord. After all, the scene of the City Lord showing his might yesterday and slaughtering 40,000 Minotaur soldiers by himself was still deeply imprinted in their minds. For a moment, everyone's loyalty increased, and they also became more respectful of Lin Tian. Lin Tian also got up early in the morning as he had a lot of post-war matters to deal with today. For example, pensions, healing medicines for the wounded, etc. Some injuries are so serious that they even need healing medicines to recover. Chapter 126, Blazing Red Dragon, Training Room. There are many things with healing effects in the Dark Forest, but these are all ordinary healing medicines. For the injuries of a strong man like Long Mo, these ordinary healing medicines have no effect on him. Only spiritual medicine can speed up recovery. Spiritual medicines are extremely difficult to find. Most of them are occupied by powerful beasts or other forces, and only a small number remain undiscovered. Unless you are lucky, you may not be able to find one even if you search in the Dark Forest for 10 days or half a month. After getting up, Linton's first thing was to go to the military building. Soon, 6 huge figures appeared in front of Linton in an orderly manner. Today I don't have the same good luck as yesterday. It seems that all the good luck has been used up yesterday. However, Linton still discovered an unusual dragon among them. A dragon that is not much different from the red dragon, but more powerful than the red dragon. A 9th order red dragon? Another special dragon. He hurried to check the dragon's information. Flame red dragon. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, 9th order. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 5-clawed red dragon. I'm lucky today. Seeing the message, Linton immediately felt happy. Although it has not reached the king level, the mutated 9th level fiery red dragon is comparable to the king level. The flames on the fiery red dragon are much more powerful than the flames on the red dragon. Excluding the flaming red dragon, the other 5 dragons are 2 white dragons, 1 black dragon, and 2 coiled dragons. After naming them, Linton gave out today's tasks. The werewolf leads the way, hunting down ferocious beasts above level 8, and searching for elixirs. The werewolves have lived in this dark forest for hundreds of years and are very familiar with it. He knew exactly where there were powerful beasts, where there was concentrated energy, and where there was a chance of producing magical medicines. All the forces living in the dark forest know this, but they only dare to pick on the weak. Linton is no longer worried about anything now. The Minotaur dynasty was stunned by him. Could there be something more powerful than the Minotaur dynasty in this dark forest? What he needs to do now is to upgrade military buildings, find elixirs, refine pills, and quickly improve his strength. If he had enough elixirs now, Long Phone and the others would be able to break through to the king level very quickly, and he would have several more king-level warriors under his command. Several dragon squads and werewolves retreated as ordered. They can handle the specific matters themselves, and as the owner, he only looks at the results. After yesterday's battle, he became completely famous and established his reputation. In the short term, no force should dare to cause trouble for him. He must take advantage of this period of time to quickly increase his strength. It's impossible to have the same luck as yesterday every time. If it weren't for a burst of luck yesterday, the appearance of Dragon Storm would have turned the tide of the battle. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to scare off the major tribes yesterday, even Niu Xianlai would have found it difficult to win. Learning from past mistakes and strengthening our capabilities are our top priorities. Then Linton went to check on the injuries of the dragon demon and several coiled dragons and red dragons, and found that they were no longer serious. They have strong bodies and strong self-healing abilities. Even without healing elixir, he would recover in a few days. The pill in his hand was a pill for increasing strength, and had little effect on recovering from injuries. Otherwise, he would have taken it out to help them recover from their injuries long ago. Then he went to the weapon refining shop, where the demon chief had already started to forge the green spirit sword. Whether he can be the first to auction the Xian-level weapons in front of other weapon refining city lords and make a fortune depends on the Earth Demon leader. Speaking of Xian-level weapons, the Xian-level weapons on several powerful Minotaur warriors were all damaged yesterday, which was really a pity. Especially the Xian-grade top-grade weapon on Niu Xianlai. If it were auctioned, even if it was not as valuable as the 2 martial arts books, it could probably be sold for around 70,000 to 80,000 units of supplies. All of this is in the past. There is nothing to think about. Linton shook his head and turned back to the city lord's mansion. After looking at my information, I realized that I was only a few points away from reaching a bottleneck. As long as he reaches the bottleneck of the king level, he can swallow the king spirit pill and break through to the king level. His lifespan will increase by 100 years, and he can also fly in the sky like a god. Thinking of this, he wished he could swallow the pill and start practicing immediately. But there are a lot of things waiting for him to deal with outside. Pensions, disability pay for injured soldiers, etc. all require his approval before they can be issued. Time soon came to noon, and Linton finally finished all his work. At this time, several teams that went out to hunt ferocious beasts came back one after another. Each team had a harvest and brought back dozens of corpses of 8th level and 9th level ferocious beasts. and also harvested 2 magical herbs. These 2 spiritual medicines were snatched from the 9th level ferocious beast. When a ferocious beast finds a spiritual medicine, it will either devour it directly or occupy it and wait until the medicine matures. There are also places that can produce spiritual medicines, which are generally places with rich energy and suitable for cultivation. Linton took the elixir and took a look. He found that it was not a healing elixir, so he could only keep it for now. When a certain amount was accumulated, he would give it to Sun Yuanzheng to refine it into a pill. After resting, several teams set out again. They hoped to find the cave of a king-level ferocious beast, as there must be many treasures in the cave of a king-level ferocious beast. However, the caves of king-level ferocious beasts are too difficult to find. They searched for the entire morning but did not find a single king-level ferocious beast. Linton naturally thought so too, but they just had to do their best, and there was no need to force it if they couldn't find it. It can stand out from countless ferocious beasts and cultivate to the king-level ferocious beast. It is enough to prove that you have obtained some opportunity, perhaps discovered a blessed place, or some treasure. Other forces did not dare to provoke the king-level beasts, but Linton was just the opposite, searching everywhere for the lairs of the king-level beasts. Finding it is an opportunity. After finishing all the affairs, Linton couldn't wait to come to the training room to prepare for training. The extra floor in the city lord's mansion last night was a training room, specially prepared for him. In the future, he will have his own practice room and no longer have to sit cross-legged on the bed to practice. He was too tired last night, so he went back to sleep without even watching it. Just tried the effect today. As soon as he entered the training room, he felt a rich energy, several times richer than outside. This training room seems to have the effect of a spirit-gathering array, but that's true. Otherwise, how can it be called a training room? Linton looked at the training room with a satisfied look on his face. In the huge training room, there is a cushion in the center, surrounded by a circular array disc and a groove at regular intervals. Are these grooves the place to store crystals? Linton looked at these grooves and thought to himself. Having watched countless movies and novels, he quickly guessed the purpose of the roulette grooves. Then he took out a few crystals and placed them into the grooves. Sure enough, the moment the crystal was put in, the entire roulette wheel started to move, and the crystal dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it was reduced to a pile of ashes. Chapter 127 Rabbit People. The energy of the crystal was exhausted, and the energy in the training room became stronger. Linton only put in a few 4th-level crystals, but they were used up so quickly. Seeing this scene, Linton's lips curled up into a smile. With this thing, he would not need to refine the crystals himself in the future. He only needed to concentrate on absorbing energy to improve his cultivation. This is simply not comparable to the spirit-gathering array. Every city lord who upgrades to a mid-level town should have a training room like this, but I'm one step ahead of them, so I can put more distance between us. Linton no longer hesitated and quickly threw out several 8th-level crystals to fill all the grooves. Then he sat cross-legged on the cushion and prepared to practice. The moment he sat down on the mat, he felt his whole body and mind suddenly calm down. All distracting thoughts were suppressed, and the mind was clear. This cushion has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit. It's interesting. This is more conducive to his cultivation, and nothing outside can disturb him. It's like forgetting the mundane world. Soon, the energy density in the training room was more than 10 times that outside. Even if one did not take any pills, one's practice would improve by leaps and bounds. Linton planned not to take any pills and just practice for a while to see the results. He soon got into the mood. As the exercises are performed, the surrounding energy slowly penetrates into the body through the pores all over the body and circulates throughout the body following the exercises, over and over again. There are several 8th-level crystals providing energy. Even if Linton practices with all his strength, the energy density in the practice room does not decrease at all. It can be called a paradise. Not long after Linton started practicing, a group of uninvited guests came from outside the territory. Some of them looked like normal people, but the young woman next to the middle-aged man in the lead had 2 furry ears on her head. At first glance, it's so cute. Father, will this Linton really accept us? After all, we are a tribe under the Lyran dynasty. He has offended the Minotaur dynasty. If he takes us under his wing, it would be equivalent to indirectly offending the Lyran dynasty. We might be attacked from all sides by then. The risk is too great. Linton probably can't bear such a big risk and accept our small tribe. The woman looked at the middle-aged man beside her, her father, and said with some concern, Linger, don't worry. If Linton doesn't accept us, even if your father has to fight to the death, he won't hand you over to that old immortal. The middle-aged man touched his daughter's head his eyes full of doting. The woman was so moved that she almost cried. "Thank you, father." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Silly daughter, this is what a father should do. If a father can't even protect his daughter, then he doesn't deserve to be a father." Soon, everyone who entered Linton's territory saw a town in the distance. Now Linton's territory has reached 50 kilometers. After entering the territory, you still have to walk a long distance to get there. Who? The patrolling werewolves discovered them from several miles away. In fact, the dragon demon discovered them the moment they entered the territory, but they had no ill intentions, so the dragon demon simply ignored them. A group of werewolves quickly surrounded the middle-aged man and others. The middle-aged man hurriedly explained, "I am the leader of the rabbit people. I have no ill intentions and would like to see City Lord Lin to discuss some important matters. Please inform me." Bunny people? Several werewolf guards looked at each other, then glanced at the woman beside them, and then they began to believe the middle-aged man's words a little. They had heard of the rabbit people, a tribe weaker than their werewolf tribe. However, the rabbit people are located on the other side of the dark forest, in the territory of the Lie People dynasty. How did you get here? Could this rabbit man tribe come to seek refuge with the master? It should be, otherwise he wouldn't have brought his daughter here. This rabbit tribe has no advantages except that the women are pretty. Will the master be interested in them? Master's affairs are not for us to discuss. Hurry and report to the master. If you are late, the master will blame you and you may lose your life. Several werewolves gathered together, discussed in low voices for a few words, and then hurried to report. But at this time Linton was practicing, and several werewolves were blocked outside the city lord's mansion. Lord Dragon Demon said that the master is in cultivation and cannot see guests. Hearing the words of the werewolf guard, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Could it be that they are afraid of the Lyran dynasty and are keeping our rabbit people at home? Chapter 128. Linton is a coward? My rabbit people are too weak. It's not worth him taking this risk. The middle-aged man's mind was full of thoughts, and he thought of all kinds of possibilities. There is another possibility. If Linton is really practicing, then if he leaves, he will miss the opportunity. This concerns the life and death of his rabbit race, so he cannot jump to conclusions. Just when the middle-aged man made up his mind to wait a little longer, the young woman beside him said, "Father, let's go. This Linton doesn't even dare to see us. He is such a coward." Oh no. As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that his usually well-behaved and lovely daughter would say such words at this time. As expected, as soon as the woman finished speaking, the werewolves surrounding them immediately raised their weapons and pointed them at the few people. Isn't it courting death to speak ill of their master in front of them? How dare you? A werewolf guard started to speak, but he hadn't finished his words yet. Roar. Following a dragon roar, an extremely terrifying aura came from behind. An extremely powerful dragon might press towards them. Several werewolves fell to their knees in an instant, without even having time to escape. Fortunately, Longway's target was not them, otherwise he would have crushed them into meat paste in an instant. But the aftermath alone left them powerless to resist. Everyone else was like this, and the woman who was the primary target was so frightened that her face turned pale. Fortunately, the middle-aged man next to him reacted quickly and helped his daughter withstand the dragon's might. But looking at the man's face as he struggled to resist and his knees gradually bent, you knew he couldn't hold on for long. "Forgive me, Senior. I made a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me." The middle-aged man hurriedly apologized and made amends. The one who released the dragon's power was none other than the dragon demon. The master is in seclusion practicing, and this group of people dared to come to the city and speak ill of him. They simply don't take him seriously. The middle-aged man only had the 9th level strength, and he was struggling to hold on against the dragon power of the 2nd level king level. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the dragon demon showed no intention of retracting his dragon power. Looking at the middle-aged man again, his knees were already bent, and he would soon be forced to his knees on the ground. At this moment, the woman finally recovered from her shock. Seeing her father struggling to hold on, she begged for mercy. "Senior, please forgive me. I was anxious just now and said the wrong thing. If you want to punish me, please punish me. Please let my father go." The woman's eyes were full of guilt. She originally wanted to use provocation to make Linton show up. The result was almost a fatal disaster. Hearing the woman's words, the dragon demon retracted his dragon power and rang out in a cold and domineering voice. "If you do it again, you will die." The woman and the middle-aged man were both shocked when they heard this. After this incident, several people felt a deep fear of Linton, whom they had not met yet. At the same time, the woman felt a little curious about Linton. How powerful must this legendary man be who defeated the Minotaur dynasty single-handedly to make such a powerful person loyal to him to this extent? The dragon demon returned to the city, and several werewolf guards were finally able to get up from the ground. They looked at the middle-aged man and his group with eyes full of resentment. If they could defeat them, they would have rushed up and given these people a few slaps in the face. How dare you speak ill of your master and implicate them? The middle-aged man looked at them, feeling a little apologetic. He quickly looked at his daughter behind him and asked with concern, "Linger, are you okay?" "Father, I'm fine." The woman said with some self-blame, "It's all my fault. I made my father suffer." "Ha ha ha, I'm glad Linger is okay." The middle-aged man smiled, then looked thoughtful. "City Lord Lin, you haven't shown up yet. It seems like he's really in seclusion practicing. We came at the wrong time." Although they nearly lost their lives this time, they roughly deduced one thing. The middle-aged man looked at the werewolves around him who were looking at them with resentment. He took out a pile of crystals and distributed them to the werewolves one by one. He smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry to have troubled you. This is just a small gift. It's not a token of respect." After the werewolf guards accepted the crystals, their expressions improved a little. The middle-aged man took advantage of this opportunity to ask quietly, "Excuse me, everyone, is City Lord Lin usually so diligent in his cultivation?" A werewolf guard took a look around the city and said proudly, "Of course. The master practices whenever he has free time. A few days ago, I secretly saw the master practicing sword techniques in the courtyard. The scene was so full of sword energy that it stunned me at first sight. Also, we almost lost the battle yesterday. At the critical moment, the master was like a god descending from heaven, single-handedly killing 50,000 Minotaur soldiers and turning the tide of the battle. It makes my blood boil, but unfortunately I'm too weak to display my power like my master." The werewolf guard became more and more excited as he spoke, and he was about to take off on the spot. Then he realized he had gone off topic, coughed twice, and analyzed. "I think it's because the master gained some insights from yesterday's battle and is preparing to break through to the king level." The middle-aged man was shocked to hear that Linton's cultivation was only at the 9th level. He asked curiously, "I wonder how old City Lord Lin is." "Huh? What's the matter? You want to give your daughter to the master?" Several werewolf guards looked at the woman with 2 furry ears on her head and couldn't help laughing. "The woman is beautiful in both appearance and figure." A werewolf guard shook his head and said, "Although the master looks only in his early 20s, he has put all his energy into cultivation and power. It is impossible for him to give up his pursuit of world domination just because of a woman." "Early 20s?" The middle-aged man was so shocked that he was speechless. He was only in his early 20s, but he was already close to breaking through to the king level. His talent was almost surpassing that of the royal princes. What shocked him even more was that in his early 20s he had built a force that could go head-to-head with the dynasty. The future achievements are limitless. This made him more determined to join Linton no matter what, and he waited outside the city. "Wait until Linton comes out." When several werewolf guards saw this, they ignored them and continued patrolling. Anyway, Lord Dragon Demon is in the city, and if they dare to make any unusual movements, it would be tantamount to seeking death. In the training room, Linton had just been practicing for less than an hour when he saw a little more energy on the information panel. At this rate, he would be able to break through the bottleneck today. Thinking of this, he felt that he had endless power in his body, which urged him to practice desperately. Chapter 129, Swallowing the Pill, Dalian Law. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. After some diligent practice, his energy points had reached 99 points, and he was only a little short of reaching the bottleneck. When Linton saw this scene, he was delighted and relieved at the same time, because this was the result of his cultivation based on his own talent. Just as he was preparing to continue practicing, he was bound to break through the bottleneck today and reach the king level tomorrow. A stream of energy merged into his body, causing his cultivation to reach its peak in an instant and then reach a bottleneck. Where does the energy come from? He was puzzled, but after thinking about it for a while, he suddenly understood. It seems that Long Bao and his men found the king-level beast and killed it. Now that I've reached a bottleneck, should I make a final push, swallow the elixir, and break through to the king level? A pill appeared in his hand, and he thought in his mind. The moment the pill appeared, a strong medicinal fragrance suddenly lingered in the entire training room. There's nothing else to do right now, and it's still early, so I'll continue my training and break through to the king level as soon as possible. Linton hesitated for only a few seconds before he made up his mind to continue practicing and break through to the king level in one go. Gudong. He swallowed Wang Lingdan. In an instant, an energy dozens of times greater than the previous elixir exploded in his abdomen, and an indescribable feeling of swelling came over him. My stomach has swelled up and feels like it's going to burst. His face turned red, and without hesitation, he quickly activated his internal skills to refine the elixir. The king's spiritual pill that can easily allow people to break through to the king level naturally cannot just contain huge energy. If it was just a huge amount of energy, he could achieve this effect by swallowing more than 10 pills together. The most important thing about Wang Lingdan is the law of Daoyan. Only by comprehending a trace of the laws of Tao can one break through to the king level of cultivation and fly in the sky. Apart from taking Wang Lingdan, one can only comprehend the laws of heaven and earth through one's own understanding. This is also the reason why king-level strongmen are rare. It may be easy to break through to the 9th level, but if you want to overcome the bottleneck and break through to the king level, there is no chance, and it may not be possible to break through even after several years or even decades or hundreds of years. After all, it is not so easy to comprehend the laws of Daoyan. If Linton did not have the King Spirit Pill, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the Earth King level with his qualifications. In addition, there are characters like Dragon Demon and Dragon Storm who possess special talents and magical powers. From the moment he came into the world, the laws of Taoism were contained in his body. There was no need to comprehend them. Once he had reached a certain level of cultivation, his strength would naturally break through. There are also people like Long Zhan, who are extremely talented and can easily achieve breakthroughs. After some arduous refining, Linton finally used some of the energy for his own use. The remaining energy in his body was also controlled by him, so he no longer had to worry about the risk of exploding at any time. However, at this time, his strength had reached its peak and was at a bottleneck period. His body was full of energy, and this energy filled his body, waiting for an outlet. After a period of refining, his body could no longer hold it. Looking at the remaining energy, Linton was in a dilemma. Do we have to discard this energy and excrete it out of the body? But that would be a pity. It can be used to forge the body. A thought suddenly flashed through Linton's mind. When this thought arose, he could no longer hold back and immediately used this excess energy to enhance his body. As humans, our physical bodies are inherently at a disadvantage compared to other races. This is a great opportunity to improve your physical strength. The physical body is equivalent to a container. If you want to break through, you must make this container able to accommodate the huge energy required for this realm. If the body is too weak, it will almost explode and die like what happened just now. The importance of a strong body is self-evident. The physical body is also a part of strength. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the combat power. The easier it is to face a strong opponent of the same level, and you can even fight against opponents of higher levels. A huge amount of energy flowed through Linton's meridians, flesh, and blood. Even if you look closely, you can see streams of energy flowing through his fur tissue beneath his skin. This is something that can only be achieved after one's strength has been cultivated to a certain level. As time passed, Linton's body became stronger every moment. Time soon came to evening, and the middle-aged man and his group were waiting outside the city. They hadn't seen Linton for a long time, and they were all a little anxious. They are running out of time, as the deadline is tomorrow. Not long after, several teams returned from hunting. Each team reaped a rich harvest, and the corpses of ferocious beasts with powerful auras were sent into the city. The middle-aged man and his group were stunned. You adults are really strong. We are in for a treat tonight. Since I came here, I've been eating high-level beast meat every day. My cultivation is growing rapidly every day. I feel like I'm about to break through again. Who says it's not true? Last time, my family got a piece of 9th-level beast meat. My son ate a small piece and broke through to the 2nd level that night. The greater your merit, the better the beast meat you get. Yesterday, I killed 20 Minotaur soldiers. I wonder if I can get a piece of 9th-tier beast meat. Absolutely. I heard that the master ordered that all the beasts killed this time were level 8 and above. If I'm not mistaken, the huge corpse that Lord Longbao captured should be a king-level ferocious beast. If I could taste the meat of a king-level beast, my life would be worth it. When several werewolf guards saw this scene, they immediately started discussing it, their eyes full of pride. They didn't have such a life before. Since arriving here, their lives have changed dramatically. The middle-aged man and others on the side were shocked when they heard this scene. It is too luxurious for an ordinary guard to eat a 9th-level ferocious beast. As a 9th-level warrior, he had never killed a 9th-level beast, let alone eaten its meat. He could only eat the meat of an 8th-level beast once a year. Looking up into the air again, the huge figures emitting powerful aura were deeply reflected in their hearts. Come on, the adults are back, and we can go home for dinner. Hee hee, I wonder if the meat in my pot is 9th level beast meat or king level beast meat. I guess there's no meat in your pot. Haha. Roll. Several people walked towards the city while talking. Only the middle-aged man and others were left, still standing there, at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, not long after, Lang Ba appeared in front of them and said, "Come in." When they heard this, they were delighted. Could it be that Lin Tian had come out of seclusion and was ready to see them? But Lang Ba's next words poured cold water on them. The master is still in seclusion, cultivating. The adults have decided to let you stay in the city for one night, Lang Ba said as he walked in front. Soon they arrived in the city, and Lang Ba took them to a house and said, "You guys will squeeze in here for the night." Chapter 130 Breakthrough to the King Level. After Lang Ba finished speaking, he pointed to the magnificent and tall city lord's mansion in the center of the city and warned, "Don't walk around casually. Especially don't go near the city lord's mansion and the building next to it. If you die, don't blame me for not warning you." After saying that, Lang Ba turned and left. "Thank you for your reminder, sir. We will keep it in mind." The middle-aged man clasped his fists in thanks. Then several people walked into the room. It was a small room and it was difficult to sleep. But they are all monks, and sleeping is optional for them. Seeing such a small room, the young woman couldn't help but say, "How stingy. There are so many of us, but they only give us one room." Linger, stop talking. It's good enough that you didn't make us sleep in the wilderness. Besides, I just observed that every house here is occupied. This house should have just been vacated for us. The middle-aged man looked at his daughter reproachfully, fearing that her words would arouse the dissatisfaction of an adult. There are so many people in the city who are stronger than him that you can't count them on both hands. It is very easy to kill them. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. When the door was opened, 2 werewolves were standing at the door carrying a piece of roasted beast meat. The middle-aged man immediately stepped forward and took the barbecue after expressing his gratitude. Faced with the fragrant barbecue, everyone began to feast on it. You don't know until you try it, and it's really shocking. This is actually the meat of a 9th level ferocious beast. The woman was the first to exclaim in surprise, feeling incredible. They were not even guests. After all, they came here on their own to seek refuge, but they did not expect that they would be entertained with the meat of a 9th level ferocious beast. The middle-aged man frowned in shock. In his heart, the stronger Lin Tian is, the better. But would such a powerful Lin Tian still look down on his rabbit people? In his opinion, the rabbit people were of no consequence to Lin Tian. So how could he risk offending the Lai people dynasty by accepting the rabbit people? Why? He sighed deeply in his heart and decided to give it a try no matter what. After all, this is the only way for his rabbit tribe to continue. The woman saw her father's expression and roughly guessed the worries in his heart. The whole room suddenly fell silent. The man came back to his senses and forced a smile, saying, "What's wrong? Eat quickly. This is the meat of a 9th level ferocious beast. Eating more will be very beneficial to your cultivation." Everyone then continued eating. In the training room, after some training, Lin Tian finally channeled the excess energy into his physical body. He could clearly feel the strengthening of his physical body. This enhancement is not a small one. He guessed that his body had probably reached the point of being as strong as an iron wall. After the physical body is forged, the next step is to use the trace of Tao Rhyme Law in the elixir to comprehend one's own Tao Rhyme Law. This is an extremely long process. Even if he had elixirs that enhanced his ability to perceive, it would be impossible for him to comprehend the Tao Rhyme laws and achieve a breakthrough within a few minutes. Lin Tian did not stop practicing and began to gain insights. Under the blood-red moonlight, the lights were bright, and it was a warm town. As time passed, the lights gradually went out, and it was completely shrouded in blood. After hearing Wolf Tyrant's warning, the rabbit people did not dare to go out and stayed in the room, waiting for tomorrow to come. I hope to receive a summons from Lin Tian early tomorrow morning. The night passed quickly. In the training room, Lin Tian's aura was rising steadily, and his understanding of the Dao Yun Law had reached a peak. He clearly felt that he had touched a trace of the Dao Rhyme Law, but he was still unable to fully comprehend it. The aura he exuded at this moment was mixed with a hint of the aura of a king-level powerhouse. It seems to be elusive and may disappear at any time. If he disappears, it means that he has failed to break through. This made him eager to comprehend the Dao Rhyme and Law. Outside the city lord's mansion, a group of rabbit people were wandering at the door, as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Today is the last day given by the other party, and his rabbit people are probably already at the gates of the city. The entire tribe is in danger. In the training room, Lin Tian, who was comprehending the laws of Taoism, had beads of cold sweat on his forehead. This rhythmic law was like playing hide-and-seek with him, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. It gave him a headache. Got it. Suddenly, Linton roared in his heart, and he realized it. At the same time, the aura of a powerful king burst out from his body, sweeping across the entire city. Horrifying. In the training room, the energy that had already thickened into mist was rushing madly into Linton's body. Linton's container, which was originally saturated, was finally expanded at this time. In the town, everyone looked up in the direction of the city lord's mansion. There was happiness and excitement in everyone's eyes. They knew that their master had broken through to become a king-level powerhouse. Chapter 131 Experience Flying. Save the rabbit people and give away beautiful rabbit girls. Boom. In the training room, Linton just stood up when he suddenly heard a loud explosion in the sky above his head. Linton was shocked and confused at the same time. With his talent and cultivation, would he still encounter a thunder tribulation after breaking through the king level? He hurried out of the training room and came to the outside of the courtyard. If it was really a thunder tribulation, he hoped it would not strike down his city lord's mansion. When I came out of the courtyard and looked up at the sky, there was not a single dark cloud. It was just a false alarm. Seeing that everything was fine, he checked his body and cultivation. When the powerful body collides with the sword, there will be a sound of metal clashing, which shows how powerful his body is now. In addition to the effects of the elixir, the high-level ferocious beast meat he eats every day will also bring certain benefits to his body. Of course, the most important thing is his cultivation. The enormous energy in the body is dozens of times stronger than that of the 9th level. Try flying. He couldn't wait to call upon the energy in his body and let his body fly towards the sky. Sure enough, his body slowly rose into the air, flying higher and higher. After comprehending a bit of the Tao Rhyme law, the constraints of this world on him were weakened, allowing him to fly easily. However, flying in the air requires consuming energy from the body. He is not proficient in it yet, so the energy consumed is quite high. Soon he flew to a height of several hundred meters above the ground, and the entire territory was in sight. Everyone in the city also saw Linton's figure and cheered loudly, even more excited than when they broke through to the king level. When the rabbit people saw Linton, they were stunned with shock. They looked at Linton and didn't know what to say. They had heard before that Linton was only in his early 20s, but hearing it was completely different from seeing it with their own eyes. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you fully realize the shock in your heart. To have broken through to the king level at such a young age, it is no exaggeration to say that he is a genius. The woman beside him stared at Linton's figure, her eyes full of stars. So strong, so handsome. Before I knew it, the furry ears on top of my head stood up. She is about the same age as Linton, but her strength is only at the 6th level. And this is because she is the daughter of the leader, so she has obtained a lot of training resources. In everyone's mind, Linton became a genius with outstanding talent. At this time, Linton flew around his territory and slowly flew back to the yard. He noticed that there were several unfamiliar auras in the city, indicating that there were outsiders. After hearing the report from Long Mo, I got a general idea of what happened. I didn't expect that such a force would come to join us so soon. He asked the dragon demon to order them to come in, while he turned around to tidy up. Outside the city lord's mansion, the rabbit people were so excited that tears filled their eyes when they heard Linton summon them. After being here for so long, I can finally get down to business. They were really afraid that if they returned too late, the entire tribe would have been reduced to ashes. Several people were led to the living room of the city lord's mansion to wait. Not long after, Linton, who had taken a shower and changed his clothes, walked out slowly. Linton glanced at the middle-aged man. With only 9th level strength, it is at most a medium-sized tribe. He looked at the woman next to him again. The 2 furry ears on her head revealed their race. A medium-sized tribal bunny man. He quickly deduced some information. The woman's face and figure made him take a second look. Of course, none of this matters. Greetings to City Lord Lin. When they saw Linton, they hurriedly stood up and saluted. Linton waved his hand and asked first, "Why did you, the rabbit people, choose to join me?" The middle-aged man immediately reported the truth. To reply to City Lord Lin, this is what happened. After the middle-aged man's explanation, Linton finally understood the general situation. The matter was not complicated. A leader who was more powerful than the rabbit people had taken a fancy to the rabbit people leader's daughter and wanted the leader to hand over his daughter. However, the leader did not want his daughter to be ruined by such a man. Just at this time, he heard about his strength and wanted to come to him and seek refuge. This middle-aged man is the leader of the rabbit people. Knowing the general situation, Linton did not agree immediately, but fell into deep thought. If the rabbit people were a tribe within the Tauran sphere of influence, he would definitely have no concerns and would easily agree. But the other party is a tribe within the influence of the Lai people, which makes it a bit difficult to deal with. No one knows what this Lai people are like. Are they stingy or not? What if he just agreed today, and the Lyran dynasty joined forces with the Minotaur dynasty to attack the city tomorrow? That would be terrible. With his current strength, it is difficult for him to defeat even one dynasty, let alone two dynasties together. The reason he was able to win yesterday was because most of the Tauran army was guarding the border, guarding against other forces. The real top powerhouses are all located in the imperial city. A strong man like Niu Xianlai can only be considered a third or fourth level strong man at most. He still has some self-awareness in his heart. It is impossible for him to be carried away by yesterday's victory and think that he is invincible and not take a dynasty seriously. Seeing Lin Tian in deep thought, the leader of the rabbit tribe also became nervous. Lin Tian is the only savior of their rabbit people. If we refuse, what will the other forces that are planning to surrender think? This is a bit embarrassing. If you are not careful, you may miss a great opportunity. But if you agree, you have to take certain risks. Lin Tian is evaluating the value of the benefits involved. Below, the woman looked at the pensive Lin Tian, then at her father's expression. After a period of decision and struggle in her heart, she stood up and said, "City Lord Lin, please save my rabbit tribe." Lin Tian glanced at the woman and said nothing. But what the woman said next made him drop his jaw. "Woman, as long as City Lord Lin is willing to save my rabbit people, I am willing to serve you forever." She almost said this through gritted teeth. She never thought that she, the daughter of a leader, would one day say such shameful words. But for the rabbit people, this is all she can do. Strangely, she felt no resistance in her heart, only a little shame. When these words were spoken, not only Lin Tian was shocked, but even the leader of the rabbit tribe beside him showed an expression of disbelief. Is this something his own daughter could say? However, if Lin Tian falls in love with his daughter, it may not be a bad thing. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Lin Tian above. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. It was like a woman suddenly confessing to you and wanting to marry you. He has always been single and has never seen such a scene. But even so, he did not lose his composure and did not agree to it rashly. He is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees beautiful women. Lin Tian shook his head seriously and said, "It's not that I don't want to save your rabbit people. This matter is not that simple. The pros and cons are very complicated. I can't drag the entire force into the quagmire of war just because of your rabbit people." Chapter 132 successfully refined the Xian-level spiritual sword. Lin Tian's words made the woman feel a little lost deep down in her heart. I began to doubt my appearance and figure. The leader of the rabbit tribe felt a little sorry, but he admired Lin Tian even more. Not being tempted by beauty was what a person who accomplished great things should be like. The entire living room became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Tian, waiting for Lin Tian's decision. Finally, after a period of consideration, Lin Tian made a decision. He immediately dispatched Long Zhun to lead the Red Dragon squad to follow the leader of the rabbit people to the rabbit people to resolve the crisis. And by the way, escort the entire rabbit people tribe to his territory. He didn't believe that the Lai people would send troops to attack him just for a small tribe. Unless the Lai people are a warlike race with nothing to do all day and too much money to spend, they would probably start a war. However, given his current reputation, the probability of this happening is extremely small. As long as he accepts the entire rabbit tribe, other tribes will see that they will have a better impression of him, and they may even bring their tribes to join him. Upon hearing Lin Tian's order, the rabbit leader and his entourage were ecstatic. His rabbit tribe was finally saved. Several people hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank you, City Lord Lin, for your great kindness. We will never forget it." Lin Tian nodded and said, "Your rabbit tribe will be under my command from now on. You must serve me loyally. I will follow the master's instructions and will die for him." The leader of the bunnymen looked determined and swore his loyalty. Then he led the way for Long Zhun and other dragons and quickly headed to the rabbit tribe. Long Zhun's cultivation has reached the peak of the first level of the king level and is about to break through to the second level of the king level. The tribal leader who asked the leader of the rabbit tribe to hand over his daughter was a leader of a large tribe, who happened to be at the second level of the king rank. It can just help Long Zhun break through to the second level of the king level. After finishing his work, Lin Tian came to the courtyard to adapt to his breakthrough strength. This breakthrough is completely different from the previous ones. This time it is a breakthrough in a major realm, and the strength has increased dozens of times. I need to adapt well in order to better control this power. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Tian threw a few punches casually, and there were loud explosions in the air. An invisible air wave overturned things several meters away. So strong. He looked at his fist, happiness in his eyes. He felt that he could easily kill any cultivator below the king level with just his physical strength. Then he came to the forest outside the city, holding the sword in his hand, and swung it lightly. A stream of sword energy came out, and several towering ancient trees fell down. After adapting for half an hour, he put away his sword with a sense of reluctance. He hasn't finished his business for the day yet. Come to the military branch building and give birth to today's military branches. Not long after, 6 figures appeared in front of Linton. A thunder dragon with purple lightning flashing all over its body, 2 black dragons, and 3 coiled dragons. After naming the 6 dragons, he was curious about how many dragons he now had under his command. Various troubles came one after another, and he was so busy that he almost forgot about it. After some calculations, Linton was slightly surprised. I already have 62 dragons? Time flies. In the blink of an eye, he had a luxurious lineup of 62 dragons under his command. Of course, compared with other forces, there are tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of people, which is incomparable. However, each dragon under his command is capable of defeating 10,000 enemies. Then he posted today's tasks, the same as yesterday's. After a day of hard work by Team Long yesterday, they harvested 50 ninth grade crystals and 2 king grade lower grade crystals. Not only that, they also harvested 9 spiritual herbs and some precious minerals shining with various colors. In addition, some weapons and armor were found in the cave. But they are all broken. I think some monks went into the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts and ended up dying. Overall, the harvest was pretty good. Let's see if today's harvest can gather 20 spiritual herbs. Then I can ask Sun Yuanzheng to help me refine the pills. The dragon squad was divided into several teams and left one after another. Hunting ferocious beasts can not only obtain various treasures, but also improve their strength. Linton turned around and came to the weapon refining shop, wondering how the green spirit sword of the demon leader was made. Was it successfully built? Walking into the weapon refining shop, it was bustling with activity. He soon saw a sword with array patterns engraved on it in the hands of the demon leader. He did not disturb the demon leader, who was concentrating on carving the array pattern. At this point, be extremely cautious. If you are not careful, the entire sword will be scrapped, and all previous efforts will be wasted. Linton waited for nearly an hour before the demon leader finished carving the array pattern on the entire sword. At this time, the demon's hands were already covered in sweat. In addition to being nervous, the most important thing was the depletion of energy in his body. Once the array pattern is carved, the sword is 90% complete. Seeing this scene, Linton nodded with satisfaction. Owner. The demon leader came to his senses and noticed Linton beside him, and hurriedly saluted. Linton waved his hand. How many have you refined in total? Master, including this one, there are 3 in total. The demon leader replied. As he spoke, he came to the place where the Bai Ling swords were placed and handed the 2 refined Bai Ling swords to Linton. Clang! Linton took the Bai Ling sword and unsheathed it in an instant. An invisible sword light emanated from the sword. A low-grade Xian-level spiritual sword, not bad. Linton praised. This made the demon chief feel a little embarrassed. He had forged the mid-grade Xian-grade Bai Ling sword into a low-grade Xian-grade 1. How could he deserve the praise from his master? But in Linton's eyes, this is already very good. After all, the demon leader's weapon refining level has just reached the Xian level. Chapter 133, Hand over my little wife. When you have refined 10, report to me. Linton Dao. Once 10 Bailing swords are refined, an auction can be held. It was too late, and other city lords got there first, so he couldn't be the first to try it. As you command, master. The demon leader clasped his fists and accepted the order. Linton turned around and returned to the city lord's mansion, opened the chat channel, and browsed the messages to see if anything big had happened. The rabbit tribe, which was originally a peaceful tribe, welcomed a group of uninvited guests today. Old rabbit, hand over my little wife. A rough roar echoed over the entire rabbit tribe. As this voice sounded, all the rabbits in the rabbit tribe trembled and hid back in their homes. Where's the old rabbit man? The traces of Old Man Rabbit and the young lady are gone. Could it be that they ran away? Above the rabbit people, a dark, fat, and strong figure stood, with 2 fangs on his extremely ugly face. In addition to the terrifying aura of a king-level powerhouse, there was also a disgusting smell all over his body. Surround the entire bunny people tribe for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet underground, you must find my little wife. The thought that his young lady might have run away made him furious. However, Old Man Rabbit was the leader of the tribe. He didn't believe that the other party would abandon the entire tribe and escape with his daughter for the sake of his daughter. At a command, a black mass of figures with green faces and fangs rushed into the rabbit tribe. One by one, the rabbit people were driven out of their homes. Faced with an existence that was several times more powerful than them, they were completely powerless to resist. This group of people is from a large tribe in the dark forest, the Black Pig tribe. They often bully weak tribes without backing and commit all kinds of evil, such as burning, killing, looting, and so on. Soon, all the rabbit people were driven into an open space, and all the houses were searched, but still nothing was found. Where's Old Rabbit? Where did Old Rabbit take my little lady? The leader of the Black Pig tribe slowly descended and looked at the rabbit people with a ferocious look. The young rabbit people were so frightened when they saw such an ugly and ferocious face that they burst into tears. To tell or not to tell, you should all be aware of my methods. Today I only want the young lady. If you don't hand her over, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Zhu Ganglai glanced at the rabbit people one by one, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Sister Linger will never marry an ugly person like you. Suddenly, a rabbit man about 6 years old in the crowd pointed at Zhu Ganglai and cursed. This hit Zhu Ganglai's sore spot. The Black Pig people are born ugly, and this is a fact that cannot be changed. You're looking for death. Brush. The rabbit man who was speaking suddenly flew into the air and flew uncontrollably under Zhu Ganglai's hooves. Don't want. The rabbit parents who saw this scene wanted to save their son. Thump. Zhu Ganglai only released a trace of the pressure of a king-level strongman and forced the two men to kneel on the ground. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. But the bunny boy under Zhu Ganglai's hoof still looked stubborn. Even though Zhu Ganglai could smash him to pieces with just a slight poke, he was still not afraid. Seeing this stubbornness made Zhu Ganglai very unhappy. Kid, remember this in your next life. A weak person should behave like a weak person. Zhu Ganglai was about to kill the boy in front of him. But at this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, several powerful auras were heard from afar, approaching rapidly. Zhu Ganglai turned his head, and in a blink of an eye, a series of huge creatures appeared in his sight. Among them was his young wife. So you're going to get reinforcements. I want to see who dares to be an enemy of my Black Pig tribe. Zhu Ganglai soared into the air, facing the approaching Long Zhun from a distance. It's only the first level of the king rank. Seeing that Long Zhun was only at the king level, Zhu Ganglai felt disdainful. Wasn't this just a way to get himself killed? He immediately looked at the leader of the rabbit tribe and sneered. Haha, old rabbit. Don't you know that I have already broken through to the second level of the king rank? Or are you only able to call for reinforcements from the first level of the king rank? I advise you to hand my little wife over to me honestly, otherwise don't blame me for not letting your rabbit people survive. As he said this, he looked at Tu Linger with lustful eyes. When Tu Linger heard the other party calling her little lady, she felt a chill. If she were asked to marry Zhu Ganglai, she would rather die than do anything else. Humph, Zhu Ganglai, don't even think you can marry my daughter. You don't even consider whether you are worthy of her. The leader of the rabbit tribe snorted coldly, saying that with Lin Tian's support, what was there for him to fear? As he spoke, he looked at Long Zhun and said, This is Lord Long Zhun, a powerful warrior under City Lord Lin Tian. A few days ago, he fought a great battle with the Minotaur. Lord Long Zhun single-handedly killed a powerful second-level king of the Minotaur dynasty. Lin Tian. When Zhu Ganglai heard the name Lin Tian, he was immediately shocked. Lin Tian's name is now known to everyone in the Dark Forest. He single-handedly fought against the Minotaur dynasty and even killed Niu Xianlai, the top powerhouse of the Minotaur dynasty. The name Lin Tian alone is enough to make people stay away. What shocked him even more was what happened next. The powerful first-level king in front of him was actually the one who had killed the second-level Minotaur king that day. This made him feel a little scared for a moment. You old rabbit, you actually dared to rebel against the Lyran dynasty and join other forces. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Lyran dynasty? Thinking of the Lyran dynasty behind him, Zhu Ganglai became tough again. At this point, the leader of the rabbit tribe became angry and pointed at Zhu Ganglai and cursed. If you hadn't gone too far, I wouldn't have resorted to such a despicable move. Zhu Ganglai, I am a powerful king. It is an honor for your rabbit people to have the heart for your daughter. How dare you be so ungrateful? The leader of the bunnymen said, Bah, why don't you take a piss and look at your face? When the appearance was mentioned, Zhu Ganglai became angry and wanted to rush up and tear the rabbit leader into pieces. But Long Zhun standing beside him made him feel intimidated. He looked at Long Zhun and threatened, Sir, this is the territory of the Lyran dynasty. Are you trying to start a war between the two major forces by trespassing here without permission? Leave now and I can pretend I didn't see anything. Otherwise, when the strong men of my Lyran tribe arrive, it will be your death. Don't think you're invincible just because you defeated a large army of the Minotaur dynasty. Zhu Ganglai pulled out the Lyran dynasty and tried to scare Long Zhun and the others away. But Long Zhun didn't bite at all. He just followed his master's orders. Get out or die. Long Zhun raised his head high and looked down at Zhu Ganglai, his eyes full of contempt for ants. How could I bear being humiliated and ridiculed one after another? Chapter 134. Bullying pigs too much. Demonic tribulation 11,000. This is too much. How dare you, a mere king-level person, speak to me like this? I want to see if you are as powerful as the rumors say. The enraged Zhu Ganglai waved his hand, and his weapon, the nine-toothed rake, appeared in his hand. Die for the old pig. Zhu Ganglai took the lead in attacking and hit Long Zhun with a rake. Long Zhun rushed forward to fight back, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. Zhu Ganglai swung out several rakes in succession, but Long Zhun easily blocked them with just his dragon claws. Above the head, dark clouds gathered and purple lightning flashed, and it could strike down at any time. What cultivators fear most during their cultivation is encountering a thunder tribulation. If you can't survive the thunder tribulation, you will die. The terrifying thunder tribulation targets not only the body, but also the soul. If you are not careful, your soul will be scattered. Of course, the lightning summoned by Long Zhun is far from reaching the level of a thunder tribulation, but the damage should not be underestimated. Zhu Ganglai was completely unaware of the changes in the sky. Seeing that Long Zhun only knew how to resist, he gradually became disdainful of him. Humph, nothing special. With this kind of strength, he can still kill a second-level king of the Minotaur dynasty. This second-level king is too weak. That king-level second-tier powerhouse should have been created by the Minotaur dynasty using medicinal pills, unlike me who cultivated through my own talent. Your fighting power is completely inferior to mine. Thinking of this, Zhu Ganglia's attacks became more ferocious. As long as he could kill Long Zhun, his name would resound throughout the entire dark forest, and his fame would spread far and wide. At that time, he will have the opportunity to serve as an official in the court and build a career with His Royal Highness the Prince. Faced with Zhu Ganglia's more fierce attacks, Long Zhun could still only barely resist. This made Zhu Ganglai a little puzzled. He had clearly increased his attack, so how come this guy was still able to resist? Crack, crack. Suddenly, there were several loud noises above his head, and Zhu Ganglai, who had just hit someone with a rake, looked up subconsciously. Then he saw 10 bolts of lightning striking towards him. Zhu Ganglai was frightened and tried to pull back to avoid the thunder and lightning. But Long Zhun would never give him this opportunity and launched an attack. If Zhu Ganglai insisted on retreating, he would be able to avoid the lightning, but at the same time, he would have to take Long Zhun's attack. If he did not retreat and chose to confront Long Zhun head-on, he would be struck by lightning. No matter what, he had to make a choice in the shortest possible time. In the end, he chose to raise the nine-toothed rake and collide with Long Zhun's attack. Almost at the same time of the collision, 10 lightning bolts fell on Zhu Ganglai. For a moment, Zhu Ganglia's entire body was wrapped in purple lightning. Thanks to his strong body, these lightning bolts did not cause much damage to him. However, a puff of green smoke came out of his head, and his already black body became even darker. In addition, he also felt a slight numbness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long Zhun continued to attack. A dragon's tail swing. When Zhu Ganglai realized the crisis and reacted, it was too late. He could only raise the rake in his hand to resist. Bang! Zhu Ganglai was slapped and flew hundreds of meters away, crashing into a mountain before stopping. The double attack, one from the sky and one from the ground, caught Zhu Ganglai off guard. It's just a trivial trick. I just didn't react for a moment. Zhu Ganglai flew out from the rocks and became a little angry and embarrassed. He raised his nine-toothed rake and attacked Long Zhun again. Long Zhun no longer hid his strength at this time and exerted his full strength. He controlled the thunder clouds to bring down thunder and combined it with his own attacks to launch a double attack on Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai, who had just been extremely confident in his own strength, was beaten back step by step. Only then did Zhu Ganglai truly feel Long Zhun's powerful fighting ability. Before this, the opponent had not exerted his full strength. It was all for that attack, just now, a sneak attack on him. His strength was weakened, and he didn't even have a chance to escape. When the rabbit people below saw such a powerful dragon, they all showed admiration in their eyes. The leader of the rabbit tribe also watched with eyes that shone brightly, praising, as expected of a strong man under City Lord Linton, Fighting against a higher-level opponent is as easy as drinking water. Rumors and seeing it with your own eyes are two completely different concepts. No wonder Linton could defeat the Minotaur army. This further strengthened his determination to be loyal to Linton. Even if the emperor of the Lyran tribe came in person, he would never change. On the battlefield, Zhu Ganglai, sensing the crisis, wanted to escape, but under the double attack of Lei Ting and Long Zhun, he had no chance at all. Can only passively take the beating. You're bullying me too much. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The beaten Zhu Ganglai suddenly exploded, and the nine-toothed rake in his hand emitted a huge black mist, and a terrifying aura spread from it. This nine-toothed rake seemed to have suddenly turned into an unparalleled weapon. At the same time, Long Zhun saw this scene and knew that the other party was about to use a big move. He did not dare to take it lightly. Thunderclouds gathered above his head and began to brew. Looking at the other side, Zhu Ganglai was blessed with weapons, and his aura became stronger. Thousands of demonic tribulations. Black mist also burst out from Zhu Ganglai's body, as if it had merged with the nine-toothed rake. With a loud roar from Zhu Ganglai, the black mist transformed into thousands of nine-toothed rakes, covering half of the sky. Chapter 135. The Black Pig clan is destroyed, and the Lyran clan dynasty is shocked. Zhu Ganglai was filled with demonic energy, revealing his brutal nature. The power that covered the sky and the sun was terrifying to look at. The thousands of nine-toothed rakes carried murderous intent, as if they wanted to crush Long Zhun. On the other side, Long Zhun was also not idle. Purple thunder flashed around him, reflecting the thunderclouds in the sky. The thunderclouds in the sky grew bigger, and thunder kept falling on Long Zhun. The aura on Long Zhun's body became stronger and stronger. He was borrowing the power of thunder from heaven to strengthen himself. At this moment, the world seemed to be divided into two halves. One half was filled with raging devilish flames, and the other half was filled with thunder. Long Zhun watched the thousands of nine-toothed rakes falling down with great force. He gathered all his strength in his mouth and the power of thunder to form a thunderball. Roar! With a deafening dragon roar, a thunderball containing immense energy was ejected, collided with the nine-toothed rake. At the same time, thunderstorms rained down from the sky, destroying the nine-toothed rake's evil shadows. Boom! The thunderball collided with the nine-toothed rake, and the deafening explosion resounded for miles around. The aftermath was like a nuclear bomb explosion, sweeping in all directions. The two sides were deadlocked for a moment, neither able to do anything to the other. At this moment, thousands of thunders fell from the sky. The power of the 1,000-foot rake is getting weaker and weaker. Crack! Suddenly, with a crisp sound between heaven and earth, a nine-toothed rake shattered. This phenomenon is like a river that has burst its dam and is out of control. More and more nine-toothed rakes were broken. When Zhu Ganglai saw this scene, he was frightened to death. He mobilized all the energy in his body and unleashed the full power of the nine-toothed rake in his hand. The attack he launched was easily destroyed. Zhu Ganglai turned around and tried to escape, but it was too late. Thousands of nine-toothed rakes were turned into black mist. The thunderball still possesses enormous energy. Without the nine-toothed rake blocking it, it flew straight towards Zhu Ganglai. Sensing the danger of his life, Zhu Ganglai was so frightened that he yelled, "I am His Royal Highness's man. If you dare to kill me, His Royal Highness will not forgive you." With a scream, Zhu Ganglai was hit by the thunderball. Bang! A corpse that was charred by lightning fell from midair, no longer breathing. Ah, the leader is dead, run. The leader was killed. Run. When the Black Pig clan members saw their leader being killed, they screamed in fear and fled. Long Zhun did not kill them all. They were just small minions, and there was no point in killing them. With Zhu Ganglai's death, the entire rabbit tribe was saved. People cheered and thanked Long Zhun from the bottom of their hearts. "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Long Zhun. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't mind." The leader of the rabbit people stepped forward and presented a bag of crystals with both hands. His rabbit tribe is just a medium-sized tribe, and there is nothing good about it. But Long Zhun saved his rabbit tribe, so he couldn't just not express his gratitude. Long Zhun only glanced at it calmly and said, "Hurry up and set off. Don't waste time." Okay. The leader of the rabbit tribe put away the crystal awkwardly, turned around, and ordered all the rabbit people to pack up and move. Soon, a long team headed towards Linton's territory. At the same time, the news that the rabbit people defected to Linton and Linton sent strong men to kill the leader of the Black Pig tribe spread. All the major forces were shocked when they heard the news. This Linton is too arrogant. He just finished fighting with the Minotaur dynasty, and now he's reaching out to the Lyran dynasty. It seems that Linton's ambition has expanded. After defeating the 300,000-strong Minotaur army, he no longer takes the dynasty's power seriously. I heard that the leader of the rabbit people went to Linton to ask for help, and Linton only met them after waiting for a day and a night. The Black Pig clan has committed many evil deeds, and they deserve to die. Even so, they shouldn't have sent strong men into the territory and killed a king-level strong man without the consent of the Lyran dynasty. I wonder how the Lyran dynasty will react. What else can they do? They will definitely unite with the Minotaur dynasty and destroy Linton together. The envoys from the Minotaur dynasty are probably already on their way. I don't think the Lyran dynasty will start a war over a small Black Pig tribe. After all, the centennial ceremony of the Lyran Emperor's accession to the throne is just a few days away. All major forces have turned their attention to the Lyran dynasty, curious about how the Lyran dynasty will react. All officials gathered in the palace of the Lyran dynasty. Above the hall, a majestic figure in a fiery red robe sat on the throne. This person is Emperor Li Hongyuan of the Lyran dynasty. At the bottom of the hall, 3 young men of similar age stood in front of the officials. These 3 are the 3 princes of the Lyran dynasty. The emperor of the Lyran tribe has lived happily for nearly 200 years, and it is time to appoint a crown prince. The 3 princes have been fighting openly and secretly, all wanting to seize the position of crown prince. Li Hongyuan's gaze, intimidating without anger, swept across the court officials, and his dignified voice rang out. "My dear ministers, you should have all heard the news. What are your thoughts on this?" In response to the emperor's question, the second prince was the first to speak up and spoke passionately. "Father, this Linton has trespassed into our Lyran clan's territory and killed people without permission. He simply doesn't take our Lyran clan seriously. We must teach him a lesson and let outsiders know the consequences of offending our Lyran clan. I second the proposal. The dignity of our Lyran race is inviolable. I second the motion." As soon as the second prince finished speaking, the ministers from his faction immediately stood up to support him. Chapter 136. Do you want the Lyran dynasty to be destroyed? The other 2 naturally did not want to be left behind. The eldest prince stepped forward and saluted, retorting, "Father, I think your method is not appropriate." When the second prince heard his eldest brother's rebuttal, he didn't feel angry. Instead, he sneered. "Brother, are you afraid of Linton? Linton has already killed a king-level warrior of our Lyran dynasty. If our Lyran dynasty swallows our anger, what will outsiders think? He is very confident about this matter." The purpose was to show a tough attitude in front of his father, that the Lyran dynasty should not be provoked, and to demonstrate his masculinity. In the eyes of my father, he will definitely be looked up to. After all, to be a king, one must be tough and domineering in order to suppress civil and military officials and deter foreign enemies. If the king is cowardly, the entire country will be on the verge of destruction. The eldest prince only glanced at the second prince's words and then turned to his father to explain. "Father, the Black Pig tribe has committed many evil deeds, bullying the weak and causing harm to many tribes. The rabbit people were targeted by the leader of the Black Pigs and faced the threat of genocide. They had no choice but to ask Linton for help. Linton took action to eliminate the leader of the Black Pigs, which was also a disaster for our Lai people." As soon as the eldest prince finished speaking, the third prince jumped out and echoed, "Father, I agree with what my eldest brother said. This Black Pig clan leader relies on his own cultivation to act recklessly. I have long wanted to eliminate him. Linton's move can be considered as helping us." Now it was the turn of the proud second prince to be dumbfounded. Not only was he besieged by 2 people, but their reasons sounded more reasonable than his. But how could he give up just like that? He had made preparations before coming. "Father, the Wild Boar tribe belongs to the Lyran dynasty. Even if he made a mistake, it should be handled by the Lyran dynasty. How can outsiders interfere? If we don't set an example, other forces will surely use this as an excuse to destroy our dynasty and weaken its power. Please think twice, father." The second prince spoke with an expression of concern for the country and the people, as if the entire dynasty would perish if his advice was not listened to. The eldest prince turned to look at the second prince and asked sternly, "Second brother, I think you want the Lyran dynasty to be destroyed, right?" Hearing his eldest brother's words, the second prince jumped up in shock. "Brother, please don't slander me. Everything I said is for the future of the dynasty." Snort. The eldest prince snorted coldly and said in a serious tone, "Forcing the tribes that submitted to our Lyran dynasty to leave. Is this for the future of the dynasty? The Black Pig tribe's actions have long resented the actions of the other tribes. If this behavior is not curbed, more and more tribal forces will follow the example of the rabbit tribe. The eldest prince looked at his father on the throne and said respectfully, "Father, this matter concerns the fate of our nation. We must not be careless." Faced with his eldest brother's words, the second prince found himself speechless and felt extremely angry. On the surface, this incident was about internal forces colluding with external forces to kill a powerful king. But in a deeper sense, this is a root of disaster. If nothing is done, the dark forest within the dynasty's sphere of influence may be beyond their control. On the other hand, the dark forest within the sphere of influence of the Minotaur dynasty is the best example. On the surface, the major tribes in the dark forest belong to the Tauren dynasty. But secretly, the major tribes united together to resist the Tauren dynasty. If such a change were to occur in the Lyran dynasty, it would have a huge impact on the dynasty's strength and national destiny. Lai Hanyuan was very satisfied when he heard the boss's remarks. As for the second one, the reason why the wild boar leader dares to be so arrogant is that he must have a powerful backer behind him. As the head of a country, he knew exactly what was happening below, but he turned a blind eye to everything. Now that it has been dealt with, he, as the father, doesn't have to issue orders. Lai Hanyuan glanced at the civil and military officials and asked, "My dear ministers, what do you think should be done?" When the civil and military officials heard the emperor's question, they all lowered their heads. This had nothing to do with them. All three princes said it. They had nothing to say even if they wanted to. Finally, the prime minister stood up and said, "I think what the eldest prince said is reasonable. Linton did not intend to offend our Lyran dynasty. He is a smart man. He must have considered this aspect before he dared to take action. Therefore, there is no need for us to become enemies with him. Instead, we can take this opportunity to make friends with him." I also think what the eldest prince said is right. Other ministers echoed the sentiments one after another, and the situation became almost one-sided. The second prince, who was originally confident of victory and wanted to show a tough and domineering attitude in front of his father, didn't know what to say for a moment. He knew clearly that he had lost to his elder brother again. Seeing that all the officials agreed, Lai Hanyuan, who was sitting on the throne, immediately issued an edict. The general meaning is to thank Linton for eliminating a great scourge for the Lyran dynasty. In addition, it is to warn other powerful tribes that if there are evil people like the leader of the Black Pig tribe again, they should be reported to the court and will not be tolerated. The statement made by the Lyran dynasty stunned all the major forces that were originally prepared to sit back and watch. Someone came to your territory and killed one of your king-level warriors. Instead of blaming him, you thanked him. What a magical operation. However, smart people soon figured out the reason and gave a thumbs up to the decision of the Lyran dynasty. On the other side, Long Zhun escorted a group of rabbit people back to their territory safely. As before, the bunnymen need to build their own houses. When the werewolves saw a new force joining, they did not feel any sense of exclusion, but instead took the initiative to help. This heartwarming scene surprised Linton a little. However, it would be best if the forces under his command could live in harmony, which would save him a lot of trouble. Now that the Lyran dynasty has learned the news, I wonder what decision they will make. Should we start a war? Or should we pretend nothing happened? Linton looked into the distance, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. He had only been in this world for a short time and knew very little about the Lyran dynasty. Just at this time, the leader of the rabbit tribe, Tu-He, asked for a meeting. Tu-He came to Linton respectfully, presented the entire tribe's property with both hands, and said, "Master, this is all the wealth of my rabbit tribe." Now that this rabbit tribe has surrendered to Linton, the rabbit tribe's heritage naturally belongs to Linton. Linton accepted it, as usual, and returned half of it. Naturally, he looked down upon the little background of the rabbit tribe and didn't care whether it existed or not. This is an attitude. The foundation of your rabbit people already belongs to me, and this half is a reward from me to you. Thank you, master. He was naturally filled with tears of gratitude. He had heard before he came that Linton would return half of the resources. Master, on our way back, we heard the news that the Lyran dynasty has responded. Chapter 137 Unexpectedly, ready to deal with the major tribes. So soon. Upon hearing the news, Linton was surprised. The Lyran dynasty was very efficient. Curiously, does the Lyran dynasty want to seek an explanation, or go to war directly? When Tu-He heard Linton's words, he was shocked. Is his master preparing to go to war with the Lyran dynasty for his rabbit people? Just this one sentence made Tu-He's loyalty soar instantly. He replied respectfully, "Master, the emperor of the Lyran dynasty has personally issued an edict thanking you for eliminating a threat to them. and taking this opportunity to severely suppress other tribes like the wild boar tribe. Linton smiled faintly after hearing the news. This emperor of the Lyran dynasty is quite smart. When he decided to help the rabbit tribe, he had two outcomes in mind. One is that the Lyran dynasty felt that they had been slapped in the face by him and had to retaliate. Although the two sides will go to war in this way, he will also gain the allegiance of some tribes within the sphere of influence of the Lyran dynasty. Those tribes had clearly surrendered to the Lyran dynasty, but they were still bullied and even faced the risk of genocide at any time. With no way to report, who would want to stay under the influence of the Lyran dynasty? He naturally became the best choice for these tribes. Another result was that the Lyran dynasty took this opportunity to suppress those tribes that only knew how to bully the weak. Reorganize the forces under your command and ensure stability. In this way, the Lyran dynasty would owe him a favor. Obviously, the emperor of the Lyran tribe chose the latter. The consequence of this is that the tribes within the sphere of influence of the Lyran dynasty will not come to him for support. After all, unless forced to do so, who would move away from the place where they have lived for dozens or even hundreds of years? However, his relationship with the Lyran dynasty became closer, and they officially established diplomatic relations. Then he waved to Tu-hee and said, "Go and get busy." Tu-hee stepped back, and he also wanted to build a house for him and his daughter to live in. Tu-hee slowly walked out of the city lord's mansion and sighed deeply in his heart. It seemed that his master was really not interested in Ling. If the master is interested in Linger, he will definitely meet Linger as soon as possible, and may even let Linger move into the city lord's mansion. But looking at the master, he only cares about matters of power. But what he didn't know was that who wouldn't be interested in beautiful women? But at this moment, Linton didn't want to be delayed by wine and sex. In the early stages, every city lord was racing against time to increase his strength. How could he waste his time talking about love here? If you have this much time, you might as well practice, improve your strength, and give yourself a little more ability to survive in this world. During this period of time, Linton learned some information about this world through the chat channel. In addition, the little guy Meng Xiaofei was also contacted. A batch of refined iron and black gold was traded. Meng Xiaofei's strength has now reached the 7th level, and the strongest strength of his army has reached the 9th level. His overall strength is pretty good. We are now self-sufficient in food. What he needs now are crystals to upgrade military buildings, and wood, stone and other materials to upgrade the territory. It was agreed before that as long as Linton has it, he can exchange it for any resources he wants. Therefore, he did not take the trading channel to trade at all, but used it all to trade with Linton. Linton didn't let him suffer any loss, and all transactions were done at prices that were not much different from the market price. Mutual benefit for both parties. The Tauren dynasty has fallen silent. Now it's time to eliminate the major tribes in the Dark Forest and occupy the entire Dark Forest. Linton thought to himself. The Dark Forest he was thinking of was the Dark Forest within the sphere of influence of the Minotaur dynasty. As for the other half of the Dark Forest occupied by the Lyran dynasty, there is no need to do so as long as the Lyran dynasty does not offend him. After all, he can't stay in this mountain forever. Last time, the major tribes wanted to kill him, and with his personality, they naturally would not let him go. The main thing is that he wants to use the resources of these tribes to enhance his strength. Only in this way can we compete with the Minotaur dynasty and even replace it. But these tribes have now united and are in hiding. Furthermore, we don't know the specific strength of these tribes, so it's difficult to deal with them. Linton touched his chin with his right hand, thinking about countermeasures. Over the years, the Tauren dynasty has never been able to completely control the Dark Forest like the Lyran dynasty. This means that deep in the Dark Forest, there is a force that can compete with the Minotaur dynasty. The 5 king-level warriors who appeared last time were not all of their full strength. If there were only those 5 king-level powerhouses, Niu Xianlai could easily lead 2 king-level powerhouses to completely deal with the situation. This is also the reason why he did not take action to deal with the major tribes at the first time, but instead focused on improving his strength. If you act without knowing the opponent's strength, you may suffer a great loss. There must be a powerful force behind these tribes, and it is extremely mysterious. Apart from the 2 dynasties, I am afraid only tribes with a certain level of strength know about it. I wonder if Wolf Overlord knows that the werewolf tribe is, after all, a large tribe and should be qualified for contact. Thinking of this, he decided to find Langba to ask. Chapter 138, Got Caught While Walking. Linton slapped his brain and thought that Wolf Overlord should be outside hunting ferocious beasts at this time. I can only ask again when I am free in the evening. In a hall in the Minotaur Dynasty Palace, a figure sat above the hall. Looking at the message just delivered back. That old man Lai Honyuan is such a loser. A loud curse suddenly rang out in the silent hall, and the letter in his hand disappeared in an instant. This figure is the most powerful person in the Minotaur dynasty. He is Emperor Neo Tiannan. When I first heard that Lin Tian ran to the territory of the Lyran dynasty and killed a king-level strongman, he was shocked and laughed at the same time. Lin Tian was asking for death. He was having a headache because of Lin Tian, this cancer. The major tribes in the Dark Forest simply refused to listen to his orders. The country was in turmoil and instability due to 2 major defeats. Therefore, he was eager to deal with Lin Tian and stabilize the situation. As soon as he received the news, he sent envoys to prepare to unite with the Lyran dynasty to eliminate Lin Tian and resolve his biggest worry. But just as the envoys set out, news came back that the emperor of the Lyran tribe had issued an edict to thank Lin Tian for eliminating a scourge for the Lyran dynasty. This left him dumbfounded. The king-level strongman under his command was killed, and he still dared to thank others. What else could this be but cowardice? This shattered his idea of joining forces with the Lyran dynasty to eliminate Lin Tian. It seems that the only way is to pay a certain price and ask them to take action. A blood-red token appeared in Neo Tiannan's hand, and a fierce look appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't been forced to do so, he wouldn't have wanted to use this trick. The cost was simply too high. Even though he was the ruler of the dynasty, he felt a pang of heartache. In a dense forest in a mountain range on the border of the Minotaur dynasty, several wandering cultivators were slowly moving forward, holding a torn and damaged map in their hands. The leading cultivator suddenly stopped, looked at the map in his hand, then at the terrain ahead, and said, "The Tauran dynasty's territory is ahead. We only need to pass through a section of the Tauran dynasty's territory to reach the Dark Forest." The Minotaur dynasty? Wasn't that the force that attacked Lin Tian, but was defeated by him? If we are discovered passing through their territory, will they kill us directly? Yes, Lin Tian and I are both human. If they find us, they might kill us to vent their anger. What should we do? We've come here after so much hardship, and we'll soon be able to enjoy the delicious food and drinks in Lin Tian's territory. Are we going to turn back? Whether Lin Tian will accept us is another matter. That's right, Lin Tian might refuse us entry or even kill us directly. Don't worry, no matter how ruthless he is, he would never do such a thing. Accepting us will strengthen his power, so why not do it? After some discussion, everyone continued to move forward and soon stepped into the territory of the Minotaur dynasty. Along the way, they not only had to avoid ferocious beasts, but also local forces. If you are targeted by a ferocious beast and cannot escape, you will die. If you are caught by local forces, you will either be killed or become a slave. It was extremely thrilling. That's not right. The map clearly shows a jungle here, so how come it's just an empty lot? They had not walked for long when they found that the road ahead suddenly became clear. In order to be cautious, they chose to walk in remote and deep forests. The scene before them made them a little confused. A casual cultivator said nervously, "Don't run into any local forces." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw hundreds of figures rushing towards them. "Fuck you, you crow mouth. This is a Minotaur. Run." Looking at the armor and weapons on these Minotaurs, they should be Minotaur soldiers. How could there be Minotaur soldiers in this place? Don't worry about it, just run. It will be terrible if you get caught. The moment they saw the Minotaur soldiers, everyone was frightened and fled in the opposite direction. The Minotaur soldiers who followed the scent saw a group of wandering cultivators who were chasing after them, howling. Why do I feel that these people are somewhat similar to Lin Tian? Their auras are also similar. They are outsiders like Lin Tian. Catch them quickly. One of the Minotaur soldiers shouted. This soldier had experienced the last war and escaped by chance. Although he was not punished, he was sent to the border to serve his sentence and make meritorious contributions. For Lin Tian, it is a shadow in his life that he will never forget. I heard it was related to Lin Tian, in a camp not far away. Several figures rushed out in an instant, turned into afterimages, and chased after the fleeing people. Sensing several terrifying auras rushing towards them from behind, their faces were instantly filled with despair. Soon, they were surrounded by several terrifying figures. It's over. Several people collapsed on the ground, looking at the figures in front of them whose mere breath made them feel suffocated, and their hearts were dead. Despite being so careful, they were still discovered. Those surrounding them were all commanders of the Tauran army, with strength of the 8th or even 9th level. A commander looked at the people on the ground and asked indifferently, "Do you know Lin Tian?" The terrified people looked at each other and shook their heads hurriedly, shaking their heads like rattles. They are not fools. How could they not know the conflict between Lin Tian and the Minotaur dynasty? If they said they knew each other, they would probably be torn into pieces in the next second. Mighty Minotaur General, we don't know any Linton. We are just passing by and have no ill intentions. Yes, yes, yes. Please forgive us if we cannot enter your territory. We did not mean to offend you. Please leave immediately. Several people begged hurriedly, hoping that the Minotaur would let them go. When the Minotaur leader heard that they didn't know Linton, he immediately lost interest and turned away, saying, "Since you don't know Linton, then there's no point. Just kill him." Several wandering cultivators were stunned, as if struck by lightning. No, 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 General, we know Linton. We are here to go to the dark forest to find Linton. When a casual cultivator heard that he was going to be killed, he was immediately frightened and shouted out everything. The Minotaur leader who was turning to leave stopped and slowly put down the butcher knife in the soldier's hand. Take away. At a command, several people were dragged back to the camp. After being dragged back to the camp, they finally understood why the place that appeared to be a jungle and mountain range on the map was now razed to the ground. This is the border between the Dark Forest and the Tauren Dynasty territory, and it is also the place closest to Linton. The Minotaur dynasty decided to build a border checkpoint here as the first line of defense against Linton. After 2 major defeats, they have apparently decided to temporarily abandon the territory of the Dark Forest and recuperate for a while. Several people were taken to a tent, where a tall and strong Minotaur sat above the tent. The aura on his body was several times stronger than that of the people who had just chased them. Chapter 139 Linton's Weakness, Seeking Help. The Minotaur King General raised his head slightly and glanced at everyone. Plop, plop, plop. Faced with such a powerful momentum, several people could not hold on for even half a second and fell to the ground one after another. Several people were scared to death. It would be easier for such a strong man to kill them than to crush an ant. No one expected that they were just coming to seek refuge with Linton, but were caught halfway. General, we are not familiar with Linton. We are independent cultivators and have no relationship with him at all. Yes, every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. We have not offended your country. I beg you, honorable general, to let us go. Several people knelt on the ground with tears and begged, hoping that they could be let go. The Minotaur General Nyoda looked at the men kneeling on the ground, looking like stray dogs. A mocking look appeared on his face. You are really like wild dogs that are afraid of death. You are completely different from Linton. General, you are right. We are different from Linton. I hope you can spare our lives. Please, General, let us go. At this moment, several people just wanted to survive and didn't care about face or dignity. Ha ha. Looking at the people begging for mercy, Nyoda seemed to see Linton kneeling in front of him begging for mercy. After laughing loudly, Nyoda looked at the others and asked, "You said you were independent cultivators, so what is Linton?" "Your Excellency, Linton is the city lord. We were all city lords before, but we gave up our status as city lords and became independent cultivators." Everyone rushed to answer first, hoping that they would be allowed to leave after answering correctly. Nyoda nodded on the surface, but a bunch of question marks were in his mind, and he didn't understand what the few people were saying at all. With their weak strength, can they become the city lord? Since when did the lord of a city become someone that anyone could become? But none of this matters. Nyoda continued to ask, "Then do you know what Linton's weakness is?" A casual cultivator quickly replied, "General, I know that Linton's weakness lies in the city lord's mansion. There is a territory heart on the top floor of the city lord's mansion. If we destroy it, Linton and his forces will die in an instant." In order to survive, the casual cultivator sold Linton out without hesitation. The heart of the territory? Nyoda's face showed doubt, not to mention that he had never heard of this thing. If it is destroyed, Linton and several king-level warriors under his command will die instantly. This is too ridiculous. They are simply treating him like a fool. Nyoda's expression gradually changed from suspicion to anger, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As for the casual cultivator who answered the question first, he didn't notice it at all and was looking very proud at the moment. Since he answered such an important question first, we can let him go now. Nyoda didn't say anything for a long time. The casual cultivator looked up cautiously and happened to meet Nyoda's eyes with murderous intent. The murderous intent of the king-level strong man made the casual cultivator's heart and courage tremble in an instant, and a chill ran through his body. "General, everything I say is true. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death." With just one look, the casual cultivator was frightened to the point of leaking a foul-smelling liquid, and hurriedly swore to the sky that what he said was true. Boom! As soon as the casual cultivator finished speaking, a loud thunder sounded in the cloudless sky. This left the other cultivators dumbfounded. What was going on? In this world, swearing to the sky would result in thunder from the sky in response. It seems that you can't swear blindly in this world, as you might be struck by lightning if you are not careful. I swear that the casual cultivator didn't expect that he would attract a response from heavenly thunder. Fortunately, he didn't lie. Otherwise, there would probably be nothing left of him. Thinking about it makes me feel scared. When Yoda saw that the other party was so frightened that he swore to heaven that nothing was wrong, the murderous intent in his eyes faded away. I swear to heaven that nothing happened, which means that what the other party just said was true. Now it was Nyoda's turn to be confused. This was the first time he had heard of such a strange thing. This may be a great opportunity to eliminate Linton. We must immediately report this to the Imperial City and inform the Emperor. He will make the final decision. Nyoda shook his head and decided not to think about it if he couldn't figure it out. The most important thing at the moment was to inform the Emperor of this information. Soon, a messenger bird specially trained by the Minotaur dynasty flew towards the Minotaur Imperial City with a letter. Inside the tent, several wandering cultivators looked at Nyoda eagerly. They had answered all the questions honestly, so he wondered if he could let them go. Nyoda noticed the gazes of several people, glanced at them, and started thinking. These people are still useful. We can't let them go so easily. If I make a decision on my own, the Emperor might blame me. Thinking of this, Nyoda immediately ordered the soldiers outside the tent. Come, take them away, and keep them under guard. Don't let anyone escape. Everyone who heard this voice showed despair on their faces. I originally thought that if I answered honestly, they would let them go, but it turned out that they were just being self-righteous. Several wandering cultivators were thrown into a makeshift, shabby house. On the surface, it is a simple house, but in fact there is an iron cage inside. Dozens of Minotaur soldiers were also deployed to guard the area. Several wandering cultivators sat paralyzed in the cage, feeling hopeless about life. After all, they are time travelers, but they are so cowardly. Before, they had been hiding from place to place, sleeping in the open air, and now they have become prisoners, and their lives may be in danger at any time. These days are even worse than the 996 life on Earth before. Although I feel tired, depressed, and exploited, I have food and shelter and don't have to worry about my life. Several people lay in the iron cage, thinking about life. Some regretted giving up their status as city lords, some regretted coming to find Linton, and some regretted leaving the loose cultivator alliance. Linton. A casual cultivator muttered to himself. Thinking of Linton, his face was overjoyed, and he hurriedly said, "We can ask Linton for help." Several people came to their senses. Linton was so strong that he could definitely rescue them from the Minotaur. Will Linton come to rescue us? Yes, judging by the aura of that Minotaur general, he must be a king-level expert. Will Linton come and fight a king-level expert for us? We came here to seek refuge with Linton Kai, and were captured. He must come and rescue us no matter what. That's right. Let's go to the chat channel and ask him for help. If he doesn't save us, who will dare to seek refuge with him in the future? Several casual cultivators grabbed the last straw and rushed into the chat channel. At Linton, help us. We came to you and were captured by the Minotaur while passing through their territory. At Linton, come and save us. These Minotaurs are preparing to build a border at the border of the dark forest. At Linton, we were arrested because we came to seek refuge with you. You can't just ignore us. At Linton, boss, because of you, these damn Minotaurs set up a makeshift checkpoint here, and we were caught off guard. You have to come and save us. The chat channel was soon flooded with messages from several people, and the others who were originally chatting were collectively confused by this sudden operation. Chapter 140 to save or not to save. The brothers upstairs are really miserable. Boss Linton just had a fierce battle with the Minotaur dynasty 2 days ago, and he dared to run into Minotaur territory. Isn't this courting death? This is a conflict between the Minotaur and Linton. What does it have to do with us? It's obvious that the people upstairs have never had any contact with local forces. These local forces can sense our aura and call us outsiders. I see. No wonder the people upstairs were arrested. The Minotaur now hates Linton to the core. If they are captured by the Minotaur, they will probably be in great danger. These people were captured because they went to seek refuge with Linton Kai. Linton Kai should rescue them, right? Not necessarily. Perhaps the Minotaur dynasty has already set up a tight net, waiting for boss Linton to slip in. To be honest, it's not worth it for a few casual cultivators. Are you still human? What's wrong with us casual cultivators? Are we not human anymore? That's right. Besides, they were captured because they took refuge with Linton Kai. Linton has an obligation to save them. It wasn't Linton who asked them to go, so why should I be obligated to save them? If Linton doesn't save him, which wandering cultivator would dare to seek refuge with him in the future? They say that Big Boss Linton will accept you. With your level of strength as independent cultivators, you are not even qualified to be cannon fodder under Linton. If you don't treat the lives of us casual cultivators as human beings, believe it or not, the Casual Cultivator Alliance will ban you. I'm so scared. My soldiers can kill you all with just one finger. In the chat channel, the independent cultivators and the city lord were arguing fiercely. This made the people who were asking for help speechless. We are here asking for help. What do you mean by starting a quarrel? However, what the city lord said also made them extremely angry. They did not regard them as independent cultivators at all. This is not their fault. Nowadays, any city lord who survives has soldiers of the 9th level or above at the weakest, and their own strength is at the 7th or 8th level at the weakest. After several bloody massacres, they changed imperceptibly. No longer care about weak lives, only respect the strong. Another option is to stay out of it, as it is none of their business, since they are not the ones being arrested anyway. In the training room of the city lord's mansion, Linton was consolidating his cultivation when he suddenly sensed that many people were tagging him in the chat channel. Breakthrough to the king level can be sensed through mental induction alone without looking at the message prompt. So many people tagged me. What big thing happened? Linton slowly opened his eyes and entered the chat channel. By looking at everyone's chat history, you can quickly tell what happened. Build a border? This is a compromise, and a way to stop me and keep me in the dark forest forever. Linton shook his head. It was impossible to trap him. After he dealt with the major tribes, the next target would be the Tauren dynasty. But these few people. He looked at the people who were asking for help. These people were captured by the Minotaur and were in great danger. No one knew whether this was a trap set for him. Moreover, from the very beginning, he was not prepared to accept these independent cultivators who came to seek refuge with him. As one city lord said, with these people's strength, they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. As for training these people, he had never thought about it at all. These people were also city lords in their previous lives, and they had the same identity as him. Although he became a casual cultivator, he could still kill monsters and level up. However, it was not possible to gain their loyalty even if one person out of 10,000 could do so. As long as they have a certain level of strength, will they still be inferior to him? It would be a good thing if he wasn't stabbed in the back by then. Close the chat panel and continue to consolidate your cultivation. It's not that he is heartless. He would never take risks with his troops just because of these people. Maybe the Minotaur dynasty has already set up a large formation and is waiting for him to jump. You might even lose your life then. In the chat channel, several people were still frantically tagging Linton, asking him for help. In the palace hall of the Minotaur dynasty, Neo quickly received important information sent back by General Neo. When he saw the intelligence for the first time, he felt it was extremely absurd, just like General Neo. I thought that the idiot Neo was fooled. But after seeing Neo-da's subsequent explanation, he was able to accept it. As the ruler of a dynasty, this was also the first time he had heard of such a situation. I heard that the dynasties above the dynasties, or even the empires, can integrate the luck of a country into the most precious treasure, turning it into a divine weapon. If the treasure is destroyed, it would be equivalent to destroying the fortune of an entire nation. The ruler of the nation would also suffer backlash. In the worst case, he would die, or at the least, his cultivation would be completely destroyed. Could it be Linton? Neo suddenly thought of a possibility, but rejected the idea the next second. Absolutely impossible. According to intelligence, Linton's power is just a town, not even a city. How can this be used to condense destiny? But apart from this rumor, he had never heard of anything else. Why should I care about these things? As long as I can kill Linton, any method is acceptable. I can only bear the pain and place another order, killing Linton and destroying the heart of the territory at the same time. I don't believe that even if they take action, Linton will not die. Neo gritted his teeth and took out the blood-colored token again. As night fell, several teams returned with full loads, just like yesterday. Today, we harvested 79th grade crystals and 4 king grade lower grade crystals. At the same time, they also harvested 12 magical herbs and various rare treasures. 21 spiritual herbs are available. You can contact Sun Yuanzheng to help refine the pills. Looking at the elixir in his hand, Linton prepared to find Sun Yuanzheng to refine the elixir. Owner. At this moment, a voice was heard outside the house. When he came outside, he found it was Long Bao and asked curiously, Long Bao, what's going on? Long Bao said, Master, while searching for ferocious beasts, we discovered 2 king-level ferocious beasts guarding a hidden mountain cave. After we dealt with the beasts, we discovered that the cave entrance was restricted. Even with my strength, it's difficult to break that restriction. a restriction that even you find difficult to break. Linton was shocked. There were 2 king-level beasts guarding him, and even the 5th-level combat power of the Dragon King could not break through. Even a fool can guess that this place is not ordinary. There must be some treasure inside, or something terrifying is sealed inside. Restrictions and formations are somewhat similar, but also different. It can be said that the restriction is a combination of formation and seal, but this is a bit far-fetched. He hadn't seen the restrictions yet, so these were just his guesses. Long Bao, go down and rest first. We'll go check it out together tomorrow. He plans to go and see it for himself tomorrow. If there really is some priceless treasure inside, he will take off right away. However, there might be an extremely ferocious beast inside, so we must be fully prepared. Chapter 141, Heading to the Mysterious Cave. After Long Bao retreated, Linton found Lang Ba. I asked about the mysterious tribe deep in the dark forest, but unfortunately, Wolf Overlord didn't know much about it. Lang Ba only knew that the mysterious tribe was called the Silverhorn Tribe, and that the tribal leader was extremely powerful. All major tribes are headed by the chief of the Silverhorn Tribe. As a powerful king of the dark forest, Lang Ba had only seen the leader of the Silverhorn clan from afar a few times. There has been no contact with the Silverhorn Tribe. Even the strength of the Silverhorn tribal leader is unknown, and the entire Silverhorn tribe is extremely mysterious. Master, I heard that the Tauren dynasty army invaded the dark forest and wanted to force the major tribes to surrender. Just when the major tribes were about to be defeated, the Silverhorn tribe appeared, turned the tide, and led the major tribes to repel the Tauren dynasty army. Even when the ancestor of the Bullhead dynasty took action, he still didn't get any advantage. Finally, an agreement was signed, with each major tribe paying tribute to the Tauren dynasty annually, ostensibly becoming a subordinate power. Wolf Overlord sighed. The Silverhorn tribe? The Silverhorn King. A person suddenly appeared in Linton's mind, but then he shook his head. It was completely unrelated. It seems that these major tribes are not so easy to deal with. We must wait until we have sufficient strength before we can take action and solve them at lightning speed. The appearance of the Silverhorn tribe forced him to temporarily give up this idea. The next morning, as usual, the first thing Linton did when he woke up was to go to the military building to breed military units. My luck today is average: 3 coiled dragons, 1 red dragon, 1 black dragon, and 1 white dragon. After naming them respectively, he ordered them to prepare to go to the mysterious cave to find out what was inside. This time he only planned to bring 3 king-level strongmen, Long Bao, Long Zhan, and Long Mo, and 3 other king-level strongmen, Long Zhan, to guard the territory to prevent accidents. Long Zhan successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the king rank last night. The dragon demon's injuries have almost recovered. The 3 dragons are currently the top warriors under his command. Above the territory, 3 majestic figures circled in the sky, attracting everyone in the city to look up, their eyes full of admiration and respect. In the crowd, an innocent and lovely figure looked at the 3 dragons in the sky and asked curiously, "Father, what's wrong? What happened?" Rabbit, he, leader of the rabbit people, said, "The Lord City Lord has something to go out for." Tu Linger, "Father, are you going too? With 3 lords here, how can a father be qualified to go? I heard that even Lord Wolf has been ordered by the city lord to stay in the city." He shook his head and smiled bitterly. When Tu Linger heard what her father said, her lips pouted instantly. She had originally wanted her father to take her with him secretly, but it seemed that was no longer possible. At this moment, a figure flew out from the city lord's mansion. It was Linton. This journey was full of unknowns, and for the sake of his life, he made adequate preparations. He wore a set of Xiangrade armor, and also brought the Qianyuan sword and elixirs. Just as he was halfway into the air, he heard a voice suddenly coming from the city below. "Brother City Lord, can you take me with you?" He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice, and found that it was Tu Linger who said yesterday that she would serve him forever. Tu Linger's shout attracted the attention of everyone in the city. Tu Linger suddenly felt a little shy, and her face turned slightly red. But Linton just took a look and turned to leave. The next second, his figure stopped. He knew very little about the world, and neither did Long Bao and the others. It is necessary to bring one along. Below, Tu Linger saw Linton stop and was delighted, thinking that he was going to take her with him. Sure enough, with her looks, which man wouldn't be moved? After all, her appearance almost brought disaster to the entire rabbit race. Linton turned around and took a quick look, finally fixing his gaze on Lang Ba. Lang Ba has lived for over 100 years, and as the leader of a large tribe, he is knowledgeable and experienced, so he would be of greatest use if he were to be by his side. As for the territory, with 2 king-level strongmen like Long Zhan, nothing should go wrong. Wolf Tyrant. As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, Lang Ba understood what he meant and came behind Lin Tian with a grin. In this way, Lin Tian set off for the mysterious cave with 3 dragons and 1 wolf. As for Tu Linger, she stood there in a daze, looking at Lin Tian's receding figure. She couldn't believe that Lin Tian ignored such a beautiful woman like her. Don't look at it. The city lord has important matters to attend to. He's not going on a sightseeing trip. Why would he bring you along? Go back and practice hard, and serve the city lord in the future. Chapter 142 Mysterious Cave, King-Level Corpse. After passing through mountains covered with dense jungles and flying for hundreds of kilometers, 5 figures landed in the depths of an inconspicuous mountain range. Under the leadership of Long Bao, Lin Tian and his group came to a secret cave. If there weren't 2 king-level ferocious beasts wandering in front of the cave entrance, no one would notice that there was a cave here. The area around the cave entrance is desolate and seems to have been abandoned for hundreds of years. The surrounding weeds are so overgrown that they are almost completely covering the entrance to the cave. Lin Tian felt very disappointed when he saw this scene. This cave entrance had existed for at least hundreds of years. Even if there were treasures inside, they would probably be eroded by time and turned into ashes. But since I'm here, I have to go in and take a look. The restrictions at the entrance of the cave have not disappeared yet. The restriction at the entrance of the cave is so strong, the person who set it up must be extraordinary, so the things inside naturally cannot be too bad. Lin Tian walked slowly forward, came to the cave entrance, and slowly stretched out his hand. Just when he was halfway there, he was blocked by a transparent light curtain. This should be the ban. Long Bao, you all attack together and break this restriction. Lin Tian came to the side and ordered Long Bao and the others to attack together. None of his subordinates understood the formation restrictions, so they could only break it by force. As soon as Lin Tian's order came down, a series of terrifying dragon breaths containing huge energy blasted towards the restriction. Boom, boom, boom. A shocking sound was heard, and the entire mountain range shook violently. The attacks launched by the 4 king-level warriors at the same time were no joke. Even a mountain range could be razed to the ground with ease. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, the ban was still not broken. The moment the attack hit the restriction, Lin Tian clearly saw a light curtain covered with mysterious patterns emerge. After the attack, the mysterious lines obviously dimmed a bit. There is hope. Lin Tian was delighted. Continue attacking. Long Bao and the others continued their attacks towards the restriction. After hundreds of years, this restriction is still so strong. How strong must it have been at its peak? It must have been set up by a powerful person above the king level. No wonder no one has ever come here. Even the Minotaur dynasty couldn't break through back then. Gradually, this place fell into oblivion. Lin Tian analyzed the reason why this mysterious cave has survived to this day. On the other side, the restriction became increasingly dim under the fierce attack of Dragon Demon and his men. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the light screen. Looking up, he saw that the barrier had completely exhausted its energy and shattered under the final attack from Long Bao and the others. Call. In an instant, an ancient and decayed smell hit me in the face. The dark passage appeared before everyone. Lin Tian walked to the front of the cave and looked down, but he could not see the end at a glance. Even with his cultivation as a king-level powerhouse, he couldn't see clearly. There's something strange about the air. Lin Tian looked at the cave entrance, then at the huge bodies of Long Bao and the others, and said, "You guys stay outside and guard. Don't let anyone get close. Lang Ba and I will go in." He also wanted to bring Long Bao and the others in so that his own safety would be better guaranteed. But unfortunately, Long Bao and the others were too big. This is the disadvantage of having too strong a talent. The stronger the talent, the later it is before one can change size and shape at will. With the dragon race's incredible talent, even if they break through to a realm above the king level, they may not be able to transform. Hearing this, Langba was delighted. It was finally time for him to play his role. Since joining Lin Tian's army, he found that there were more and more powerful people, and its role was becoming smaller and smaller. He swore in his heart that he must perform well this time and not let his master get hurt. Improve your status in the master's eyes. Although Zhilong was worried about his master's safety, he was aware of his own body shape and could only obey his master's orders. Then Lang Ba explored the way in front, and Lin Tian followed behind with the Qianyuan sword in his hand. As soon as he walked into the passage, he sensed a strange aura around him. This feeling is hard to describe. It doesn't invade the body, but you can clearly feel these auras floating around the body. It shouldn't be harmful to the human body. The unpleasant part is that it suppresses vision to a range of about 10 meters. This makes people feel inexplicably depressed. They don't know what is 10 meters away. If something suddenly rushes out, it will be difficult to respond in time. A wolf and a man walked slowly forward. Crack. Suddenly, there was a noise under the feet. Looking down, I found that the wolf boss walking in front had stepped on a dry skeleton. A bone that hasn't decayed for hundreds of years. Linton knocked it with the Qianyuan's sword, and after hundreds of years, it was still hard. Wolf Tyrant said, "Master, this should be the skeleton of a powerful king." Linton looked calm on the surface, but he was a little surprised in his heart. He had just come in for a while, and he encountered the corpse of a king-level strongman. Chapter 143 Weird Creatures. Only a skeleton remained, and it was impossible to tell what race it was. The two continued to walk forward. Along the way, I encountered various corpses. Almost all of them are the corpses of king-level powerful men. This made the two of them more cautious. Woo-woo. Suddenly, a cold wind howled in the silent passage. Linton and the other man became highly alert, holding the Qianyuan sword in their right hands, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. "Master, be careful." Just as Langba's voice was heard, a pair of wolf claws emitting cold light attacked him. At the same time, Linton noticed some unusual movement in the wall on the left, and a sense of crisis came over him. Subconsciously dodged to the side. Clang. The next moment, sparks flew and Wolf Tyrant's claws collided with a black figure. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the black figure immediately drilled into the wall and disappeared. Langba wanted to catch it, and his claws landed on the stone wall, causing stone chips to fly. The stone wall here was several times stronger than the one outside. Even with the Wolf King's strength, he only left a hole in the wall. Wolf Overlord was a little annoyed when he saw that he failed to catch the monster that attacked his master. On the other side, Linton looked at the strange black stone wall and felt a chill down his spine. What kind of monster is this? If Langba had not been so alert and discovered it immediately, he would have been crippled even if he was not dead. Langba replied, "Master, this is the first time I've encountered this kind of monster. I've never heard of it before. Being able to blend into the stone wall and move around freely is really weird. I didn't even know it was a wolf king when I saw it. It seems that this creature has never been outside." This also made him more curious about what was hidden inside. After a few words of advice, they continued on their way. Both of them focused their attention on the stone walls on both sides. They could not explore through the stone walls, so they could only rely on energy fluctuations. However, energy fluctuations can only be detected when the monster's body is exposed to the air. This resulted in them being in the open while the enemy was in the dark, making them very passive. No one knows when this monster will jump out of the stone and give you a fatal blow. After walking forward for several hundred meters, they did not encounter any sneak attacks from the monster again. It seems that after the last battle with Wolf Tyrant, he realized how powerful they were and was afraid to take action for the time being. However, this kind of enemy is the most terrifying. As soon as you relax, they will take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Nearly 20 minutes passed again, and the monster still did not appear. It seems that there will be no sneak attacks for the time being. Linton thought to himself, "All the way here, I have been tense and focused, and this state is extremely exhausting. After a long time, you will feel tired." But just as Linton was about to relax, something strange happened. The monster inside the stone wall seemed to have sensed Linton's thoughts. Almost in the next second, a ghostly figure rushed out from the stone wall and attacked Linton. "Fuck you." At this moment, Linton, who had always maintained the image of a master, couldn't help but curse in his heart, and at the same time hurriedly raised his sword to resist. Clang! The two black claws collided with the scabbard. Bang! Linton was affected by gravity, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably and hit the wall. "You dare to hurt my master and seek death." The Wolf King was furious, his figure flashed, and in an instant he came to the side of the strange figure, swung out with his sharp claws. The strange figure originally wanted to take this opportunity to kill Linton, but the speed of the furious Wolf King was beyond his imagination. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Wolf Tyrant's claws easily pierced through the body of the strange figure. Squeak! With a scream, the strange figure's body broke into several pieces and scattered all over the ground. "Master, please forgive me. I was careless for a moment and let this damn monster hurt you." Lang Ba killed the strange figure, hurriedly looked at Linton, and knelt down to apologize. Linton waved his hand. "It's okay. I don't blame you. It's just that this monster is too cunning." He was just knocked away and was not injured. What made him hateful was that as soon as he relaxed, the monster rushed out and specifically targeted him. It was as if he had dug up the monster's ancestral grave and kept staring at him. Coming to the monster's corpse and looking at it on the ground, Linton's face gradually revealed shock and confusion. He slowly squatted down and looked at the smooth wound. Not a drop of blood flowed out. It didn't look like a living creature at all. It was like a piece of steel being cut in an instant. Langba also came over. He noticed something unusual the moment he killed the monster. When he saw the monster's corpse, he was also shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a strange creature. Chapter 144, Stone Clan? Secret Realm? Wolf Tyrant looked at the corpse on the ground and asked curiously, "Master, this creature is so strange. Its body is like stone. Could it be that the stone has cultivated into a spirit?" Lang Ba's words instantly enlightened Linton. This is the continent of all races, with countless races. Linton, it is very likely. If things go as expected, it should be from the Stone Clan. Stone Tribe? There's such a race. No wonder they can travel through the stone walls. It turns out they've become one with them. Langba felt that he had gained more knowledge. This monster's cultivation level is only at the 9th level, but it can shuttle through the stone walls, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, and is extremely strange. Otherwise, Linton wouldn't have rushed to resist, and nothing would have happened. How could there be a Stone Clan here? If the Stone Clan had ever existed in the Dark Forest, even if they had disappeared for 100 years, there would definitely be rumors about them in the outside world. But Langba has never heard of it. This is a bit mysterious. Why is this Stone Clan trapped here? A fog rose in Linton's mind. At this moment, he suddenly frowned and sensed a faint energy fluctuation coming from the stone wall. His right hand quickly grasped the hilt of the sword. As soon as his hand touched the Qianyuan's sword, a sense of crisis came over him. A monster rushed out from the stone wall and pounced towards him. Brush! He drew the Qianyuan's sword in his hand and slashed at the monster that was rushing towards him. After 2 sneak attacks, he has gradually adapted to it. As the saying goes, it can happen once or twice, but not 3 times. If he was attacked 3 times in a row and had no power to resist, where would he put his face as the master? No matter what, he is also a king-level strongman. The Qianyuan's sword was so sharp that the moment it touched the monster's body, it cut through the monster's body easily, just like cutting melons and vegetables, without any pause. Even the monster didn't have time to scream. The body fell heavily to the ground and broke into 2 halves. This time, the Wolf King on the side didn't have time to take action. This is the master's true strength. What he did just now was just a test for me. Langba thought with relief in his heart. Fortunately, he acted in time and prevented his master from getting hurt. Just as Langba was about to flatter him, several energy fluctuations appeared in the surrounding walls, and a large number of monsters rushed out in the blink of an eye. Kill! Linton was not afraid at all. With a loud roar, he swung the Qianyuan's sword in his hand and slashed at the monster rushing towards him. Any monster that comes into contact with the Qianyuan's sword will either die or be crippled. Langba did not dare to hesitate and took action at the same time. The 2 of them fought side by side, one in front and one behind. Fortunately, the strength of these monsters is only around level 9, and they have not reached the king level. Otherwise, with the help of the stone wall, they would be extremely difficult to deal with. Soon, the ground was filled with a pile of bodies as hard as steel. More than 10 monsters were dealt with by the 2 of them in just a few minutes. Looking at the corpses on the ground, there was no joy on Linton's face. So many monsters appeared all of a sudden before he reached his destination. The road ahead would only be more dangerous. Linton, there might be monsters with king-level cultivation. Be careful. Wolf Tyrant. Okay, master. At Linton's signal, Langba continued to move forward. Just a group of 9th-level monsters couldn't scare him. We continued forward for a long time. We thought that after the 9th-level monster, a king-level monster would appear, but it didn't. After learning from the last lesson, Linton didn't dare to let his guard down this time. Maybe as soon as he let down his guard, a king-level monster would rush out from the wall. As they went deeper and deeper, Linton estimated that they might have reached the deep center of the mountains. They thought they were going to be in greater danger, but they sensed energy in the air. Hey, how come there is energy? Linton was a little surprised. Ever since they entered the passage, there had been a strange atmosphere in the air. Now they could feel the presence of energy in the air. Master, the energy is becoming more and more intense. The Wolf King who was walking in front couldn't help but say it. The scene before them was really beyond their expectations. The 2 of them couldn't help but quicken their pace, wanting to see what was going on ahead. Gradually, their vision returned and they could see what was happening ahead. Linton and Langba were both stunned. Unable to believe what they saw, they all wondered if it was just their illusion. After passing through a passage similar to a magic cave, they were attacked by a group of monsters, but ended up in a paradise. What met their eyes was a green, bright, peaceful and holy world with soft light flowing. They even saw a few white rabbits playing in the grass. Every few meters there is a plant of magical medicine emitting charming light, swaying in the wind, as if seducing them. Linton tried to absorb the energy around him, and it was indeed true. In other words, this fairyland-like world before our eyes may also be real. Could it be the secret place in the novel? Linton thought of a possibility. If so, the secret realm was discovered by him and will belong to him. Such rich energy is simply a holy place for cultivation, only slightly inferior to his training room. With so many rare treasures, he soared into the sky. Chapter 145 Earth-Level Treasure, Betrayal? This secret realm appears a bit strange, so don't be careless. Linton was not blinded, and the reason in his heart kept reminding him. For a cultivator, the rich energy and the magical medicines everywhere are more tempting than a peerless beauty taking off her clothes. The eyes of Wolf Overlord standing by were already shining. Such a strong energy meant that there was definitely a crystal vein here. With so many spiritual medicines, if I could practice here for 100 years and break through to a realm above the king level, it would not be a dream. By then, not to mention the large tribes, even the dynasty forces will have to kneel and tremble at his feet. Linton, who was behind Langba, naturally noticed this scene and felt that something was wrong with the secret realm in front of him. After taking a look at Langba's message and seeing that his loyalty had not dropped, he felt relieved. It seemed that he had just been blinded by his desire. If he were to stop being loyal to him because of such a small matter, then Wolf Tyrant would be completely useless and would be a disaster if he were to stay. He would definitely strike first without hesitation. Let's go and take a look. Linton's voice rang out, and Langba finally came back to his senses. Okay, master. Langba continued to lead the way, slowly walking towards the secret realm. Soon, the two passed through the passage and arrived at the secret realm. Is this really a secret place? Linton looked at everything around him and couldn't tell whether what he saw was real or fake. It was the first time for both him and Langba to encounter the legendary secret realm. He was on guard from the beginning and was not confused by what he saw. It was a strange monster just now, but now it is a completely different world. The reversal is too fast. At this time, Wolf King's attention had already been attracted. The magical medicine that can be seen everywhere on the ground emits bursts of strange fragrance and exudes divine charm and brilliance. Langba's eyes turned red when he saw this. He couldn't wait to come to a magical medicine, slowly dug it up with the roots, put it to his nose, and smelled the fragrance of the medicine, with a look of excitement and satisfaction on his face. It is dozens of times stronger than the best elixir he has ever refined. Rare elixirs like this can indeed be found everywhere here. For a moment, Langba felt like he had arrived in a fairyland. Boom! At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the center of the secret realm, and a treasure emitting dazzling divine light slowly rose up and rushed straight into the sky. Linton and the other man were attracted by this sudden scene. This is too coincidental. A treasure has just appeared upon our arrival. Linton's mouth twitched, and he became even more suspicious. Langba's attention also shifted from the elixir to the peerless treasure in the sky. After observing for a long time, he respectfully said to Linton excitedly, "Master, this is probably a heavenly treasure. Master is truly a man blessed by heaven. Treasures will appear in the secret realm when you reign." Linton looked at Langba with some surprise. This guy was so bewildered by the elixir that he came to his senses when faced with the existence of something that might be a heavenly treasure. Did he notice something was wrong a long time ago and pretend to be so? Linton cast his gaze towards the unparalleled treasure in the air and said, "Let's go and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards the treasure first. Since this treasure has come into the world, he will accept it without hesitation. It is impossible for him to come here in vain. But he didn't notice that a murderous look flashed across Wolf Tyrant's eyes, but quickly disappeared. Then, he followed Linton and flew towards the treasure in the air. In a blink of an eye, the two of them arrived in front of the treasure and saw its true appearance. It's a guandao. The handle and back of the knife are engraved with mysterious patterns, which give people a feeling of horror rather than splendor. It's actually an earth-level treasure, comparable to the Qianyuan sword in my hand. Linton looked at the mysterious guandao in front of him. Although it was not the heaven-grade treasure that Langba mentioned, it was a rare treasure as an earth-grade treasure. If the news of the emergence of an earth-level treasure in the dark forest were to spread, the nearby dynasties would definitely send a large number of powerful people to snatch it. They even tore each other apart and triggered a war between dynasties. For a dynasty, Earth-level treasures are as powerful as the foundation of a top-level king-level powerhouse. Linton stretched out his hand, and his king-level strength burst out, and he forcibly grabbed the Earth-level Guandao in his hand. He obtained an Earth-level treasure so easily. But at this moment, something strange happened. An attack came from behind. Linton was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. Bang! Puff! An attack landed heavily on him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The one who attacked him was none other than Langba. Langba snatched the Earth-level Guandao and laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha ha! The Earth-level treasure is mine, and the entire secret realm is mine. At this moment, Wolf King seemed like a different person, becoming arrogant and presumptuous. Chapter 146: The Temptation of Earth-level Kung Fu. Linton never expected that Langba would betray him. There is such a rich energy here, spiritual medicines everywhere, and Earth-level treasures. No one can resist these things. These resources are enough for him to break through to the king level, so how could he be willing to be inferior to others for a long time? After Langba seized the Earth-level treasure, he began to go on a sweeping spree. Wherever he passed, all the spiritual medicines were uprooted. The triumphant laughter resounded throughout the secret realm. Little Wolf, do you want some top-level skills? Suddenly, a voice rang out. The face of the Wolf King changed drastically during the frantic sweep. He looked around and shouted, "Who? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is whether you want to break through to a higher realm. Even though you have a lot of spiritual medicines now, without top-level skills, you still can't break through. I have an Earth-level technique. Do you want it?" The seductive voice echoed throughout the secret realm, as if it was standing right next to them. Langba looked around but couldn't find the source of the sound. Earth-level technique. When he heard about the Earth-level martial arts, Langba's eyes suddenly became hot. He was only practicing the lower-grade Shin-level skills, which was why he had been unable to break through for a long time since he broke through to the Wang level. His talent for cultivation was only average, and the breakthrough to the king level through his cultivation techniques was mostly due to his resources. After much hesitation, he finally couldn't resist the temptation and asked, "What are the conditions?" He didn't believe that this man was a kind person who gave him elixirs, Earth-level weapons, and Earth-level skills for no reason. Ha! With a burst of laughter, the fairyland-like secret land disappeared and was replaced by a group of huge dark brown mountains. These mountains were connected together as if they were a whole. This is the true face of this secret realm. Everything they just saw was an illusion. "Come here, the Earth-level technique is right here." The voice sounded again. This time, Langba easily found the source of the sound. The sound came from the largest mountain in the center of the secret realm. Langba came to the Black Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, a black passage is clearly visible. The sound comes from inside. Langba hesitated for only a few seconds before stepping into the passage. This passage is very similar to the one outside, as if they were made by the same person. Soon he arrived at the center of the mountain, and the scene before him left him dumbfounded. In front of me is a cave, and a row of green jade steps leads directly to the hall above. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, he could sense an extremely terrifying presence in the hall. However, he has already arrived here, but the other party did not come out, but led him here step by step, which means that the other party is unable to act. He walked up the jade steps and headed towards the main hall. When he entered the hall, he saw a terrifying, godlike figure sitting above the hall, staring straight at Langba, who walked in. Being stared at by that figure, Langba's soul was trembling. What a terrifying and powerful person this is. "Little Wolf, if you want the Earth-level technique, it depends on whether you can pass this test." The figure above the hall said, pointing to the side of the hall, "If you can break that chain, you will pass my test." Langba looked in that direction and saw an iron chain floating in the air. There was nothing strange about the iron chain floating in the air. What was strange was that the other end of the chain was pointing to the figure above the hall. Obviously, the rest of the chain was hidden, with only this small section showing. Wolf Overlord looked at the chains, and with a wolf howl, he transformed into a werewolf and chopped at the chains with his sharp claws, emitting a cold light. The wolf claws collided with the chain, sparks flew, but the chain remained unharmed. Upon seeing this, the figure above the hall shook his head in disappointment and said, "I originally thought that since you could kill that human kid, you must be very powerful. The result is very disappointing to me. But it's true. How strong can one be if they recognize the human ants as their masters?" Following a taunt, Langba used his martial arts to launch a barrage of attacks towards the chains. Soon, cracks began to appear on the extremely hard iron chain. As time went on, The cracks in the chain grew larger. Bang! With a loud bang, the chain broke completely. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Langba also saw one end of the chain. The iron chain wrapped around the figure above the hall broke at this moment. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the entire hall shook violently. The black figure tried to break free, but after struggling for a long time, he finally gave up. The ferocious face slowly calmed down, and he looked at Langbadeo. That man should be the young master of a human race. If you kill him, the human race will definitely not let you go. From now on, you will practice here. When you help me escape from this predicament, I will not only help you destroy the human race's forces and save you from being hunted down, but I will also reward you with a heavenly level martial arts technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a black light rushed towards Langba and shot into his forehead in an instant. It is indeed an earth-level technique. Langba was overjoyed that he got the earth-level martial arts technique that was priceless outside so easily. Chapter 147, I Want You to Die. How about giving me one too? Suddenly, Linton's voice came from outside the hall. As soon as the words fell, an intact figure slowly walked into the hall. Human ant, you are not dead? Above the hall, the black figure was shocked and surprised to see Linton unharmed. He clearly saw Linton being knocked down by one blow and was dead. However, there was no trace of shock on Langba's face, as if he already knew everything. Master, this is the earth-level treasure and all the spiritual medicines and skills. Langba came to Linton respectfully and handed all the elixirs and the earth-level weapon to Linton. As for the martial arts technique, it was imprinted in his mind and he couldn't retrieve it. Linton naturally knew this. You keep the technique for yourself. I can pass it on to your werewolf clan. When you return, just copy a copy and put it in the city lord's mansion. When Langba heard this, he burst into tears of gratitude. Thank you, master. Seeing this scene, the black figure suddenly realized. From the very beginning, the two had been plotting against him, in order to take away his treasure. But he still thought that his evil plan had succeeded, causing the two to kill each other. He ignored that Linton was also a king-level expert, so how could he be easily ambushed? Moreover, Linton was wearing Shin-level armor, so even if he was attacked by a full-strength surprise attack, he could not be killed. You guys? The black figure was so angry that his face turned furious and ferocious, and the whole hall began to shake violently. This time, not only the entire hall, but the entire mountain began to shake. I want you to die. He used too much force and the black figure's body became illusory, but even so, he still couldn't break free. It was not until this moment that Linton and the others realized that the one imprisoned here was actually just a true spirit. The true spirit is the human soul. A mere true spirit has actually existed for hundreds of years without being destroyed. What level of cultivation must this person have reached at his peak? Linton stared at the figure above the hall and felt a little shocked. Could it be that? Thinking of the monsters he had encountered before, Linton looked around. Both the mountain outside and the entire palace were similar to the bodies of those monsters. Just like, Linton seemed to have guessed something. Looking at this person's true spirit, he must have reached the level of incarnation before he died. In other words, he was an emperor-level powerhouse at his peak. An imperial-level powerhouse is something that even the dynastic forces do not have. Only the dynastic forces have imperial-level powerhouses. Zhenling also calmed down at this time. No matter how angry or struggling he was, it was all in vain. He had waited for hundreds of years and finally had hope of escaping, and he didn't want to miss it. Human boy, do you want some heavenly-level skills? A tempting voice sounded beside Linton's ears. Linton glanced at the true spirit and said with interest, I want it. I definitely want it. As long as you rescue me, I will give you a heavenly-level martial arts technique. Zhenling said, I'm not that stupid to let you out and then kill us. Linton shook his head. Besides, how can I be sure that you have a heaven-level technique? Heaven-level techniques are legendary, unless you give it to me first. Upon hearing this, Zhenling's face twitched and he cursed in his heart. How could he not see that this human kid was trying to get something for nothing? He angrily said, I am a powerful emperor. How could I lie? As for revenge, I am not that petty, and I will not be ungrateful. Linton rolled his eyes at him. If he hadn't seen the murderous look in his eyes just now, he would have believed his lies. How could a mere emperor-level powerhouse possibly possess a heaven-level technique? An earth-level technique is already the best. If you want to deceive me, you're not even qualified. This true spirit's skills, weapons, and elixirs were all deceived and are now useless. Zhenling was still angry because his plan was discovered by Linton. Linton was already thinking about how to deal with him. The restriction has been broken. If he leaves like this and is discovered by others and released, it will definitely be a disaster. The safest way is to get rid of him completely. But he was an emperor-level expert at his peak. He has been sealed for hundreds of years and has survived. Killing him is not that easy. The true spirit also noticed Linton's gaze and laughed contemptuously. You are just a mere king-level ant, and you still want to kill me? Back then, I only massacred a few cities, but the powerful humans pursued me relentlessly, eventually paying the price with their lives, and only then did they imprison me here. When I come out, I will definitely slaughter all of your race. The true spirit's words revealed hatred towards the human race. Linton got a message from the other party's words. There are also humans in this world, but they don't seem to be doing well in this world. It is not like in the novels that humans are the world's top rulers. Chapter 148, The Frightened True Spirit. Linton immediately ordered the dragon demon to come in. The dragon demon possesses the ability to devour and is the only one who has a chance to kill a true spirit. However, Linton was worried that the dragon demon's devouring ability was just in the activation stage, and he might not be able to do anything to this peerless strong man who was once an emperor-level strongman. It's a bit strange that a mere true spirit has existed in the world for such a long time without dissipating and is still so powerful. He suspected that it was not as simple as it seemed. In this underground space, the strange mountains are connected together, making him unable to understand. Soon, the dragon demon arrived at the underground space. Master, what do you want me to do? Linton looked at the true spirit above and said, try to see if you can devour it. This person was an emperor-level expert at his peak. Devouring him will be of great benefit to you. Okay, master. The dragon demon immediately flew towards the true spirit above the hall. At this moment, the true spirit, who had been so arrogant and fearless just now, was filled with disbelief when he saw the dragon demon. Dragon clan. How is it possible? How is it possible that a dragon would appear in such a remote place? The dragon clan is so powerful that not only him, but even their entire race is like heaven and earth in front of the dragon clan. It can be said that a sneeze from any dragon can destroy their entire force. But now, the dragon clan appeared before him, and even called a human ant its master. It was simply too dreamy. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. After a careful sense, he realized that the dragon in front of him was only at the second level of the king rank. This kid must have been lucky and found a dragon egg. This is the only reasonable reason. Otherwise, how could a mere human ant possibly make the dragon clan recognize it as their master? Jinling breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the person in front of him was the legendary dragon, it was almost impossible to kill him with his second-level king cultivation. Human ants, you thought you had something to rely on, but you're just a young dragon. You can't do anything to me. Now I wish you to escape from this predicament. Perhaps I can even spare your life. The true spirit simply ignored the approach of the dragon demon and turned to look at Linton. Linton was originally thinking about how to attract the attention of the true spirit and buy time for the dragon demon. He doesn't even need to look for opportunities now. He also happened to have some questions he wanted to know, so he asked, your true form should be this mountain, right? This was what he guessed based on the monsters he encountered outside, this underground space, and the huge mountains that were connected together. Hearing Linton's words, a hint of shock flashed in the depths of Jinling's eyes. How did this human kid guess that? Shouldn't he have thought that it was a treasure that trapped me here? But Linton's next words turned his shock into anger. If the true form of an emperor-level warrior is refined into a weapon, it should be able to reach the earth level. Linton looked at the mountain with a gleam in his eyes. This was comparable to natural treasures, and it was not just an ordinary natural treasure. It is definitely a rare and precious material for refining weapons. When Jinling heard this, he was so angry that his eyes were about to burst into flames. You have cheated him of all the treasures and even his martial arts skills, and now you are targeting his true form. Are you devils? When I come out, I will tear the tendons out of this brat, peel off his skin, and grind his bones into ashes. The true spirit thought viciously in his heart that as long as his true spirit was still there, his body could not be taken away. The restriction outside has been broken. It won't take long for Big Brother to find me. That will be the day I escape. Just as Jinling was thinking this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. Turning his head, he found that the dragon demon had arrived above his head without him noticing. A force that made his heart palpitate gradually enveloped his body. The power of devouring? Have you awakened the dragon race's devouring ability? Jinling's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the dragon demon he despised had awakened the power of devouring. He was just a true spirit, and he was trapped, So what he feared most was the devouring power. Faced with the devouring power, he had no ability to resist and could only watch his true spirit being slowly devoured. He panicked. Get out. Get out of here. My true spirit is not something that an ant like you can devour. He was seen struggling frantically, trying to escape the dragon demon's devouring. But he was tied up tightly with iron chains at this time. How could he get rid of it? Severe pain spread throughout the body. The true spirit is like the human soul. Devouring the true spirit is like devouring the soul bit by bit. That kind of heart-wrenching pain is like tearing your flesh and blood off bit by bit. After a frantic struggle, the entire hall and the entire mountain began to shake violently again. The iron chains that trapped the true spirit rattled. On the iron chain, a mysterious pattern burst into dazzling light. Linton looked at the iron chain and exclaimed, "This iron chain can bind an emperor-level strongman tightly. It is also a good treasure. Master, this chain must be forged from the legendary black iron, which is why it has such power." Wolf Tyrant on the side explained. Linton nodded. If the true spirit was killed, the mountain and the iron chain would be taken away together. Above the hall, as the true spirit screamed, his body gradually became transparent and illusory. Chapter 149, The Powerful Stone Demon Tribe. This is the domineering power of the dragon clan's devouring magic. If he faced an emperor-level powerhouse at his peak, even if he stood in front of the dragon demon and let him devour him, the dragon demon would be helpless against him. But facing a true spirit that has been sealed for hundreds of years, this is not too easy. Human boy, you can't kill me. My eldest brother is the chief of the Stone Demon clan. If you kill me, my eldest brother will never let you go. Even the human race won't be able to protect you then. At this time, the true spirit finally felt scared, looked at Linton, and let out a heart-wrenching, threatening roar. Stone Demon clan? As long as I kill you and completely destroy this place, how will the Stone Demon tribe know that it was me who killed you? There was no trace of fear on Linton's face. He had already offended the Stone Demon clan completely. If he didn't kill him, the Stone Demon clan's revenge would only come faster. He was somewhat curious about this race. He had guessed before that this should be a branch of the Shur clan, and he didn't expect that he guessed it right. He looked at the wolf tyrant standing beside him and asked, "Have you ever heard of the Stone Demon clan?" Langba shook his head and replied, "Master, this is the first time I've heard of this race too." That's right. When they were in the passage, he mentioned the Stone clan, but Langba didn't know anything about them, let alone the Stone Demon clan. Seeing that Linton was determined to kill, Zhenling became even more frightened. Seeing that the restriction was about to be broken, he had hope of escaping, but now he was about to be killed. He had endured for hundreds of years, so how could he be willing to be reduced to ashes now? As long as you let me go, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master and be loyal to you for 100 years. Zhenling no longer cared about the dignity of a strong man and shouted anxiously. I could see my body becoming more and more illusory and about to disappear into thin air. After hearing these words, Linton was a little tempted for a moment. To have an emperor-level strongman as his subordinate was an extremely tempting thing. Even if my strength is not as good as it used to be, I will be able to recover one day. What's more, as an emperor-level strongman, his knowledge and experience are incomparable to ordinary people. But unfortunately, he currently has no means to control people and make them 100% loyal to him. It's too risky to take him on as a subordinate. In the novel, there is a kind of oath to heaven, which requires the other party to swear allegiance to him. If they betray, they will be wiped out by heaven. But this thought was thrown out of his mind in less than 3 seconds. Let's not talk about whether this method is effective or not. Even if it works, the oath will only be valid as long as he is alive. If he dies, the oath will be broken. Just now Zhenling said that he has an older brother who is the clan leader. He has already reached the level of an emperor, so how could his elder brother be weaker than him? He won't even know how he will die. Although the temptation is great, you must make the right choice for the sake of your own life. Above the hall, Zhenling was completely desperate when he saw Linton ignored his words. Linton was determined to kill him. Human ant, my eldest brother will definitely avenge me. It won't be long before you end up like me. The true spirit roared towards the sky, letting out a final roar, and its body became increasingly illusory until it finally disappeared completely. After more than an hour, the dragon demon finally devoured the true spirit completely. This speed surprised Linton. It seems that after devouring Niu Xianlai, who was at the 5th level of the King Realm last time, the dragon demon not only gained strength, but also enhanced his devouring ability. With the death of the true spirit, the entire mountain completely turned into a dead object. At the same time, Linton also received a prompt. Your unit successfully killed the remaining soul of an Emperor-class warrior and received bonus energy plus 50. You killed a powerful member of the Stone Demon clan, and the Stone Demon clan now hates you. This Stone Demon clan has powerful emperors, and their power is comparable to that of an empire. With their current strength, they can easily destroy me. Unknowingly, I have provoked another powerful force. Linton shook his head, feeling helpless. Then he walked outside, and the treasure hunt ended there. Although it was a bit thrilling, the rewards were also great. Just with an Earth-level weapon and an Earth-level martial arts technique, he made a fortune. Not to mention a bunch of elixirs and a mountain of precious refining materials. When Linton came outside, he ordered the dragon demons to raise the entire mountain range to the ground. Dig out the main body underground. I have to say that this body is really big, worthy of being an emperor-level powerhouse. I can't imagine how powerful he must have been at his peak. Linton tried to chop with all his strength using the Qianyuan sword in his hand, but it only left a mark. With the current strength of the demon leader and the level of the weapon forging shop, it is probably impossible to meld it and forge it into a weapon. Looking at this huge corpse, he didn't know where to put it for a moment. It was really too big. Finally, he found a place in his territory and buried it deep underground to isolate himself from the aura, so as to avoid being found by the strong men of the Stone Demon clan by following their scent. For the time being, he doesn't have to worry about the Stone Demon clan. No one in the Dark Forest has ever heard of the Stone Demon clan, which means that the Stone Demon clan is extremely far away from this place. Whether he can find this place is another matter. Even if he does, it will take some time. He may have already developed. Chapter 150. Invitation from the Lyran Dynasty. After returning to the city, Linton couldn't wait to count the harvest. Thanks to a play he and Langba performed, he was able to get all the elixirs. But as soon as he returned to the city lord's mansion, he learned that someone wanted to see him. An envoy from the Lyran Dynasty? He was a little confused as to why the Lyran Dynasty sent envoys at this time. However, his relationship with the Lyran Dynasty is still pretty good at the moment, no matter what conspiracy or intentions the Lyran Dynasty has. Under the current circumstances, it is not a good idea to turn the envoys away. Linton nodded and agreed to meet with the envoy of the Lyran Dynasty. Soon, a man with fiery red hair and a flame mark between his eyebrows slowly walked into the hall. An envoy of the king level. It seems the Lyran Dynasty values me very much. Linton looked at the royal envoy below with some surprise. A king-level warrior is the top combat force in the dynasty, yet he was sent as an envoy. The envoys of the Lyran Dynasty pay their respects to City Lord Lin. The envoy bowed respectfully to Linton. Linton waved his hand slightly. No need to be so polite. I wonder why the Lyran Dynasty sent you here? Suddenly, a fiery red invitation appeared in the envoy's hand, and he presented it with both hands. City Lord Lin, the centennial ceremony of my emperor's accession to the throne will be held in 3 days. City Lord Lin has eliminated a threat to our Lyran Dynasty. My emperor specially invites City Lord Lin to attend the ceremony. The centennial ceremony of your accession to the throne? If you hadn't told me, looking at the invitation, I would have thought it was your crown prince's wedding ceremony. Linton raised his hand, and the red invitation flew into his hand. City Lord Lin is joking. The messenger smiled. This Linton was not as vicious as the rumors said. Linton casually glanced at the contents of the invitation, then looked at the envoy. Please tell the Emperor Lyran that this city lord will be there on time in 3 days. Congratulations to City Lord Lin for your visit in 3 days. The envoy slowly retreated, feeling somewhat surprised that the mission was completed so easily. For Linton, this is an opportunity to witness the power of the world's dynasties. Knowing the power of the dynasty would also help him know the specific strength of the Minotaur dynasty. It will be beneficial for his future battle against the Minotaur dynasty. In addition, you can also take this opportunity to learn about the major forces and races nearby. He currently only knows about 2 major dynasties, the Minotaur dynasty and the Lyran dynasty, and knows nothing about the others. There must be many forces coming to the centenary ceremony of the Lyran dynasty's accession to the throne. Look at how many spiritual medicines we harvested this time. Linton withdrew his thoughts and took out all the spiritual medicines from the storage space. Suddenly the hall was filled with elixirs, and a strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. The entire secret realm was filled with spiritual herbs at the time, but there are only 43? He wondered if there were any treasures hidden in that guy's body. At that time, although at a glance, there were almost magical herbs everywhere. But most of them are illusions, and only 43 are real elixirs. However, Most of them are Xian-grade spiritual medicines, and only a small part are Huang-grade spiritual medicines. Including the previous 21 spiritual herbs, we now have a total of 64 spiritual herbs. How many pills does this require? If nothing goes wrong, I can refine at least 40 or 50 pills, right? Linton speculated in his heart. Can Sun Yuanzheng refine Xian-level elixirs? Suddenly, a question popped up in his mind. Now that we have the elixir, the question is whether Sun Yuanzheng's troops have reached the level of refining Xian-grade elixirs. Let me ask you first. This is a mystical grade spiritual medicine. If I fail to refine it, I will be heartbroken. He opened the chat channel. In the chat channel, everyone was still discussing the few wandering cultivators who were captured by the Minotaur dynasty. Several people were still alive and kept begging Linton to save them. But Linton seemed to have disappeared and did not respond. Several people turned to other city lords in the dark forest for help. But facing the Minotaur dynasty, who would dare to rescue them? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Even Pang Feichen, who possessed the same king-level troops as Linton, chose to ignore it. He had personally witnessed the battle between Linton and the Minotaur and knew very well how powerful the Minotaur was. How could we possibly provoke the Minotaur dynasty for a few unrelated people? The people who were locked in the cages truly felt that no one could help them and no one would respond. They can only pray that the Minotaur dynasty will give them a chance to live after killing Linton. Linton took a casual look, then opened his friend list, found Sun Yuanzheng, and asked about the business. When Sun Yuanzheng saw Linton asking about Xian-grade elixirs, he instantly guessed that Linton had obtained Xian-grade elixirs, and quite a few of them. However, now under his command, only one branch of the army has reached the level of Xian-level alchemist. These days, he has been buying spiritual medicines at high prices and auctioning off pills. In addition, some city lords privately asked him for help in refining pills. Of course, he accepted all of these. Not only did he gain resources and connections, but his alchemist level also increased rapidly. But it is not so easy to improve the level of alchemists. Even if he specially trained a soldier with special alchemy talent, he could only reach the Xian-level alchemist. He did not hide anything and told Linton the truth. A Xian-level alchemist? I have so many Xian-level spiritual medicines, it will take several days to refine them. After receiving the news, Linton fell into deep thought. There is no other way at the moment. Only by refining it into pills can the elixir have the greatest effect. Chapter 151 Shock, Assassin Attacks. 38 Xian-grade spiritual herbs. I want 30 Xian-grade pills. 26 Huang-grade spiritual herbs. I want 20 Huang-grade pills. What do you think? After Linton made the decision, he didn't think much about it, and just said a number. There are 64 elixirs, but he only wants 50. It depends on whether Sun Yuanzheng has the courage to take them. The excess belongs to him, and if there is a shortage due to refining failure, he will have to make up the difference himself. The higher the grade of the elixir, the harder it is to refine, especially when the alchemy level has just reached the Xian level. The probability of failure in refining a Xian-level elixir is greater. On the other side, Sun Yuanzheng was shocked when he saw the message sent by Linton. 38 mysterious grade spiritual medicines. What does this mean? So far, he has never seen what a Xian-level spiritual medicine looks like. Linton must have robbed the Minotaur dynasty's treasury. While Sun Yuanzheng was shocked, he was also curious about where Linton got so many elixirs. According to the information he had learned, even a large tribe could not possess so many spiritual medicines. If that is the case, then it can only be the power of the dynasty. Hiss. The more Sun Yuanzheng thought about it, the more terrified he became. The fact that he could confront the dynasty's power head-on was indeed not in vain. He could only make friends with such an existence and not offend it. Looking at the conditions stated by Linton, he fell into deep thought. There is no problem with the yellow-grade pills, and he can even make a small profit from a few pills. However, this was his first time refining a Xian-grade elixir, so he couldn't guarantee the success rate. If 1 or 2 furnaces fail, he can still bear it. At worst, he won't make any profit. But if he fails too often, this is a Xian-level elixir, and with his current strength, he will not be able to make up for it. I was in hesitation for a moment. Seeing that Sun Yuanzheng did not respond for a long time, Linton began to wonder if his request was too high. He was about to send a message to reduce the price to 28, but at this moment, Sun Yuanzheng sent a message agreeing to the deal. Sun Yuan was preparing to take a gamble. As long as he could earn a Xian-level pill, his cultivation level would skyrocket. He believed in his troops. When breaking through to the Xian-level alchemist, the soldier's memory awakened some Xian-level elixir recipes and several methods of refining Xian-level elixirs. This is the power of having special talented soldiers. This is also the reason why he dared to take on this deal with Linton. Seeing that Sun Yuanzheng agreed, Lin Tian said nothing more and immediately handed all the elixirs to him. After doing all this, the sky had already darkened and a blood moon was in the sky. The day passed like this. He went straight to the training room, threw dozens of crystals into the hole, then sat down cross-legged and immersed himself in training. Ever since he had a training room, he was too lazy to go to his room. The important thing is to practice hard and improve your cultivation. Under the thick blood color, the whole city was silent. Only a few werewolves stood on the arrow tower, looking around diligently to prevent any living creatures from approaching. Unconsciously, a bleak atmosphere enveloped the entire city, and the temperature dropped a few degrees. It was already midnight, and everyone in the city was either fast asleep or deep in meditation, completely unaware of the change in temperature. In the training room, Lin Tian had already reached a state of clarity and was fully committed to training. The rich spiritual energy around him continuously gathered into his body. At this moment, a faint chill passed through the wall and entered the training room. A strange thing happened. Cold air entered the training room and slowly approached Lin Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the center. As the distance gets closer, Lin Tian, who was practicing, felt a tightness in his heart and woke up in shock. A strong sense of death crisis enveloped his heart. "Who?" he roared, and the Qianyuan sword instantly appeared in his hand, slashing forward. Almost at the same time, a flash of sword light brushed past the Qianyuan's sword, sending sparks flying. A huge force came from the sword, and his body flew backwards several meters involuntarily, sticking to the wall before stopping. At the same time, a black figure appeared where he was originally sitting cross-legged. Assassin. He instantly thought of the other party's identity. And he was not an ordinary assassin. He sneaked into the city lord's mansion quietly and even found his training room. It was a bit scary. Thinking of this, he felt a pang of fear in his heart. He was almost assassinated. Seeing that the assassination attempt failed, the black figure turned around and fled, disappearing from the training room in an instant. Oh no, the heart of the territory. He originally wanted to chase after the assassin and make him pay the price, but he suddenly remembered the heart of the territory on the roof. He immediately ran as fast as he could, trying to rush to the roof. The heart of the territory is his life, and there must be no mistakes. Boom! Just as he turned around, an explosion came from the rooftop. It turned out that it was Lin Tian's loud roar that woke up Long Bao and the others. The assassin who went to destroy the heart of the territory was critically hit by Dragon's Blast. The assassin who tried to assassinate him was also surrounded by Long Zhun and his men. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He then flew towards the two assassins with murderous intent on his face. He is so tired of living that he doesn't sleep at night and comes to assassinate him. Chapter 152, Shadow Clan, No One Left Alive. One is at the 4th level of the king rank, and the other is at the 3rd level of the king rank. What a great deal. Looking at the two trapped killers, Lin Tian's anger surged even more. If he had not practiced the heavenly level martial arts, he would have been alert at the critical moment. Otherwise, he might not even know how he died. The two killers' figures kept flashing, and their speed was incredibly fast, even far exceeding the speed of Rong Longmo and the others. In addition to its fast speed, it is also unpredictable, as if it has blended into the space and is impossible to defend against. Fortunately, Long Bao and the others used an energy cage together to trap the two of them. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. But even in the energy cage, the two killers continued to attack and try to escape. The violent movement shook the entire city, and for a moment the entire city was brightly lit. Everyone thought it was an enemy attack and rushed out of their homes with weapons in hand. Lin Tian was very pleased to see this scene. They had already regarded this place as their home. Everyone go back and rest. The invading enemy has been captured. Lin Tian's voice spread throughout the city. Everyone looked at the two people trapped in midair and were shocked by the aura of a powerful king emanating from them. They are actually two king-level masters. I'm afraid they are here to assassinate the city lord. Of course, absolutely. I think it's the work of the Minotaur dynasty. Look at their figures, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It's extremely strange. Could this be the legendary Shadow Clan? Hiss, that Shadow Clan that can even assassinate the leader of a dynasty? I heard that the Shadow Clan is born with strange talents. Combined with the art of concealment, they can come and go freely in the palace. No matter how powerful he is, he was still easily captured by the city lord. That's right, I think so. Let's go. This kind of thing is not something we can get involved in. Listen to the Lord City Lord and go home to sleep. Yeah, go on home and get some sleep. Everyone quickly dispersed. Facing the legendary Shadow Clan, everyone felt a chill on their necks. Linton also got a general idea from the conversation among the crowd. The Shadow Clan? They can even assassinate the leader of a dynasty. I have never offended this Shadow Clan. It seems someone paid for my life. The major tribes probably don't have that kind of strength, and they haven't reached that point either. So it can only be the Tauren dynasty. No, how did they know? He suddenly thought of something very important. One of them is coming for me, and the other is going for the heart of the territory. How do they know about the existence of the heart of the territory? The only one who knows about this is the city lord. Those few wandering cultivators? Linton's eyes narrowed, and a sneer appeared on his face. They were just arrested yesterday, and the killer showed up today. What a coincidence. Those few casual cultivators sold me out without hesitation when faced with the Minotaur, and then shamelessly asked me for help. They really had a good plan. He soon figured out the whole story. The assassination tonight had a lot to do with those wandering cultivators. His gaze turned to the two killers. I have to say that the Shadow Clan's concealment skills are really powerful. Not only did Long Bao and the others not notice them, he didn't even notice them entering the training room. Your employer is the Minotaur Emperor, right? Linton's voice sounded faintly. The two people who were still struggling were obviously stunned when they heard Linton's words, but they felt relieved after thinking about it. The only force that could invite his Shadow Clan was a force like the Minotaur dynasty. You're lucky this time, but this is just the beginning. My Shadow Clan has accepted the mission, and it won't end until we kill the target. If we fail, there will be stronger ones coming. The moment you were targeted by my Shadow Clan, your fate was sealed. The 4th level Shadow Clan assassin of the king rank made a sharp and sinister sound. Although they were caught, they still did not take Linton seriously. Hearing this, Linton laughed out loud. I was just about to say that from the moment your Shadow Clan took action, the Shadow Clan was doomed to be destroyed. Don't worry, I will make sure that no one of the Shadow Clan survives. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling Long Bao and the others to take action. The next moment, the 6 king-level warriors attacked the 2 killers of the Shadow Clan. Although one of the 2 killers has reached the 4th level of the king rank and the other has reached the 3rd level of the king rank, the Shadow Clan's advantage lies in concealment and speed. His own strength is only comparable to that of an average strong man of the same level. Facing Long Bao and the others, each of whom can fight against opponents of higher levels, is not worth mentioning at all. The 2 trapped killers could only passively take the beating and would soon be beaten to death. Linton stood aside and looked at the 2 Shadow Clan killers with some surprise. Their physical bodies broadened his horizons. There were indeed countless races and all kinds of things. However, if they offend him, the Shadow Clan will soon disappear completely from the continent of 10,000 clans. Looking at the 2 dying people, he ordered the dragon demon to devour them, to see if he could learn the concealment and assassination techniques of the Shadow Clan from them. If he acquires these 2 martial arts, he can become an assassin in the future. No, how could he, the Lord of the Dragon Clan, become an assassin? His main purpose was to make up for his lack of speed. In addition, it will be easier to deal with the Shadow Clan's subsequent assassination. I just don't know if the Dragon Demon's devouring ability can achieve this now. To achieve this, one must devour their souls and obtain their memories of the martial arts. The difficulty is extremely high. Chapter 153, Boss Linton is coming, run. The next day came in a blink of an eye. After devouring the 2 Shadow Clan killers last night, the Dragon Demon went to refine and absorb them. Linton also went back to continue practicing. This assassination taught him a profound lesson. Whether for the sake of one's own life or the heart of the territory, a defensive formation must be set up around the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. Otherwise, these assassins would treat his city lord's mansion as his back garden and come whenever they want. After finishing his training, the first thing he did was to find the Dragon Demon and ask if he had gained anything. Unfortunately, the Dragon Demon's answer made him a little disappointed. This is not the Dragon Demon's fault. His devouring ability has not yet reached this level. Long Jun stays in the city. Everyone else gather. A murderous voice sounded. He was assassinated last night and almost lost his life. He will not just swallow his anger and let it go. Didn't the Tauren dynasty build a border checkpoint on the border of the Dark Forest, which is just a good place to vent their anger? Let the Minotaur dynasty know the consequences of angering him. Then he came to the military building and started today's business. Soon, 6 figures flew out from the original dragon's nest one after another. They are a thunder dragon, a white dragon, a black dragon, 2 red dragons, and a coiled dragon. The chance of breeding soldiers with special talents is too low. Even if he upgraded to a 3rd-level military building, he could only produce 3 dragons with special talents. But today's luck is pretty good, because the thunder dragon is a king-level being when it is born. In total, he has 7 king-level warriors under his command. Long Yin and the others are on the verge of a breakthrough. Once the Xian-level elixir is successfully refined, it will help them break through. By then, he will have several more king-level warriors under his command. Then, he ordered the 2 newly born king-level warriors, Lei Long and Long Zhan, to guard the city together to prevent sneak attacks. He led the rest of the dragon team, along with the powerful king-level warrior wolf overlord, and flew towards the Minotaur dynasty. He didn't bring the werewolves or the rabbit men with him. Their cultivation is weak and their speed is too slow. This time we are fighting a blitzkrieg. The distance is too far, and they will be a burden if they follow us. He wanted to win the battle quickly and leave immediately, without giving the Minotaur dynasty time to support him. At the same time, hundreds of miles away, in a simple house, 6 people were lying in an iron cage with no hope in life. The 6 people have been detained for 2 days, and no matter how they asked for help, no one dared to rescue them. Hope gradually turned into despair in my heart. It was as if they had seen their end. That Linton is a mean man. We came all the way here to seek refuge with him, yet he actually watched us die without helping us. Exactly. With his strength, he could easily rescue us, but he turned a blind eye. What do you think? If we leak the information about the heart of the territory and Linton finds out, will he come and cause trouble for us? That's perfect. Rescue us then. Oh, I'm still saving you. I'll be lucky if I don't kill you with a knife. What if the Minotaur dynasty directly destroys Linton's territory? How can he bother us? By then, maybe the Minotaur dynasty will be so happy that they will just let us go. Ha ha. When Linton dies, we will become heroes of the Minotaur dynasty. Maybe we can even get a job and live a carefree life. Last time, the Bullhead army had 300,000 soldiers, and all 3 king-level warriors were defeated. It feels a bit uncertain. If the Minotaur operation fails, Linton will easily guess that we leaked the information. Given Linton's personality, we will be in danger. During the conversation, everyone discovered a very serious problem. They have leaked the news to the Minotaur dynasty, due to the hatred between the Minotaur dynasty and Linton. Then we have to take action quickly. If it succeeds, it's fine. If it fails, they are right next to the dark forest. Although there are tens of thousands of soldiers stationed here, there is only one king-level expert. If Linton attacks, how can they resist? When everyone thought of this, they suddenly panicked. Come on, come quickly, give us a replacement. One of them suddenly started shouting, but was immediately covered by the mouth of someone next to him, who scolded him. Are you stupid? How can they pay attention to us if you shout like that? What should I do? I don't want to die yet. The man said fearfully, I'm not afraid of one thing. I'm afraid of 10,000. Everyone thought about it, and soon came up with a brilliant idea. One person shouted outside, come here, we remembered some important news about Linton. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, the Minotaur soldiers guarding outside immediately ran to report. After a while, the 6 people were released and taken to the tent. Facing the inquiries from the Minotaur king-level general, several people made their demands with a determined look on their faces. They all want to leave here and go to nearby cities or the Imperial City. The Minotaur general looked at the ants in front of him and saw that they dared to make demands. Under normal circumstances, he would have just slapped them to death, but since it involved Linton, he had to take it seriously. Chapter 154, Begging for Mercy, Supporting Boss Linton. Looking at the determined faces of those people, it looked like they would never say anything unless their request was agreed to. The Minotaur general was ready to agree. He thought that the environment here was too bad, and he wanted to move to a better place. This is not an excessive request. If the information revealed by these people can help them kill Linton, then they will be great contributors to the dynasty. Just as he was about to agree, a dragon roar came from afar. Along with the dragon's roar, several powerful auras of king-level warriors approached rapidly. The Minotaur general and the 6 men's faces changed drastically, and they rushed out of the tent in a hurry. Looking up into the distance, what caught my eye was a man flying from afar with his hands behind his back, followed by dozens of huge dragons. It covered the sky and was so vast and terrifying that it could make people feel terrified even from thousands of meters away. When the Minotaur general and thousands of Minotaur soldiers saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment. The 6 people standing by recognized it as the legendary dragon the moment they saw it. Dragon. Linton. The 6 people exclaimed in surprise. Their faces changed drastically. The news that Linton's army was a dragon had already spread. Therefore, several people guessed the identity of the man in the air in an instant. It must be Linton. Why? They never expected that the Minotaur dynasty would act so quickly. It would be fine if it was quick, but looking at the scene before him, it was obvious that he had failed, and Linton came for revenge. The Minotaur general standing by was so frightened when he heard the name Linton. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. With so many powerful kings around, if you don't escape now, when will you escape? The 6 wandering cultivators didn't even have the courage to escape and simply fell to their knees on the ground. Boss Linton, spare my life. Boss Linton, we were forced by these hateful Minotaurs. If we don't tell them, they will kill us. Boss Linton, please forgive us this time. We will leave immediately and stay away from here. The 6 people knelt on the ground and begged Linton for mercy. While begging for mercy, several people were extremely shocked. How high had Linton's cultivation level reached that he could actually fly in the air? Flying in the air, Linton glanced at the few people calmly, then looked at the fleeing Minotaur soldiers. Kill. A domineering and indifferent voice resounded through the sky. Roar, roar, roar. All the dragons roared and rushed towards the Minotaur soldiers below, starting a bloody massacre. Even the Minotaur general who escaped was quickly caught up and pinned down, leaving him unable to fight back. When the 6 wandering cultivators saw this scene, they were immediately scared to death. He kept kowtowed to Linton and begged for mercy. Linton turned his gaze away from the battlefield and fell on the few people, saying lightly, "You were the ones who leaked the news, right?" Faced with the pressure from the powerful Linton Wang, several people were in great pain. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit off. The dagger was only 1 meter away from my head. If they had destroyed the heart of the territory first instead of killing me, I might not have had the chance to stand before you. Linton's voice became colder and colder. The people kneeling on the ground in pain were sweating profusely. They wanted to beg for mercy, but they couldn't. At Linton, please spare us. We are forced to do this. If we don't tell the truth, the Minotaur will kill us. At Linton, please spare my life. This is none of my business. I didn't say anything. At Linton, that's what At Lugong said. He also said that if you were killed, he could become a high-ranking official in the Minotaur dynasty. In the chat channel, several people were unable to speak and could only beg for mercy from Linton in the chat channel, hoping that he would show leniency. Even started to pass the buck. This confused everyone who was chatting again. Hey, aren't these the few wandering cultivators captured by the Minotaur dynasty? Yeah, what happened? Why didn't he beg for mercy from the Minotaur, but instead begged for mercy from Linton? According to the news, they leaked some important information to the Minotaur, helping the Minotaur to deal with Linton. I think it's almost certain. This group of casual cultivators would even give up their status as city lords just to survive, not to mention the others. What a bunch of spineless bastards. I guess the information about the heart of the territory and the types of troops has been leaked. If this happens, these local forces will know our weaknesses and launch a surprise attack. What should we do? In the chat channel, many city lords began to analyze the situation. The more they analyzed, the more they realized the seriousness of the matter. This is a matter of their lives. Boss Linton, kill these wandering cultivators. Linton, we support you. Don't let these scum go. If we let them go, they might help local forces to deal with us next time. After some discussion, all the city lords in the chat channel did not feel any sympathy, but instead all supported Linton. Even the other wandering cultivators were silent at this moment. No matter who it happens to, it is intolerable. The people who were begging for mercy were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What they did aroused public anger. As the real culprit, Linton had no intention of looking at the chat channel, and he had no intention of letting these 6 people go. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of Minotaur soldiers were quickly eliminated, and the Minotaur king-level powerful men were also killed. The unfinished border checkpoint was razed to the ground, leaving only corpses. Linton looked at the 6 people, and without wasting any more time, he turned his fingers into swords and 6 streams of energy shot out. Poochie. Following 6 sounds, 6 figures slowly fell to the ground. After doing all this, Linton evacuated immediately. If the strong men from the Minotaur dynasty come and get entangled with us, it will be troublesome. Chapter 155, Crystal pulled by a car. Not long after Linton left, several figures flew over from various directions in the distance. In order to guard against Linton, in addition to this border pass, several nearby major cities have stationed strong men and large numbers of troops. Sensing the energy fluctuation, several powerful people nearby rushed over immediately, but unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, the faces of several powerful men were so gloomy that water could drip out of them. That Linton is really going too far. He has already given him the dark forest, but he's still not satisfied. I think we should ask the ancestor to take action and slap Linton to death. The old ancestor's lifespan has run out, and he has fallen into a deep sleep. He should not be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. Hey, quickly send the news back to the imperial city and let His Majesty make the decision. The news that Linton stepped out of the dark forest and razed the border to the ground quickly spread throughout the Tauren dynasty. This made the situation of the Minotaur dynasty even more unstable. Although the casualties were not great this time, it clearly demonstrated that Linton could invade the dynasty's territory at any time. In the Minotaur palace, Minotaur laughed instead of getting angry when he heard the news. Linton was so angry, it was obvious that the Shadow Clan had already taken action. After the first failure, he had already anticipated that what he wanted was the assassination from the Shadow Clan. The mission begins when the Shadow Clan accepts it and ends when the target is killed. With each failure, the Shadow Clan will send out a stronger killer. He wanted to see what Linton could use to resist the next assassination by the Shadow Clan. At the same time, in the chat channel, a group of city lords were shouting in support of Linton. Suddenly, I discovered that the portraits of the 6 wandering cultivators who were just asking for help had dimmed. Only now did they discover something extremely shocking. When the 6 people asked for help just now, Linton was already standing in front of them. I'm a little curious about what information these 6 people revealed that made Boss Linton so angry that he was willing to invade the Minotaur dynasty to kill them. Whatever the news is, people like this deserve it. I have to say, Big Brother Linton is really fierce. Even if I were given 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to offend Big Brother Linton. You still want to offend Boss Linton? I don't even dare to think about it. Everyone once again deeply realized Linton's cruelty. To offend such an evil star is no different from seeking death. It was already noon when Linton returned to the territory. After eating, he prepared to continue practicing swordsmanship and improve his strength. Just then, good news came. The werewolf tribe's chief elder and his men returned with a large number of crystals. Only then did he remember that he was a man with a mind. Last time, he sent more than 20,000 surrendered Tauren soldiers to work as laborers and mine for him. There are several crystal mines that can produce a large amount of crystals every day. When they arrived outside the door, they saw carts of crystals. The crystals shining with dazzling brilliance attracted the eager glances of everyone in the city. Some people even drooled all over the floor. Despite this, they did not lose their minds. They knew very well that these were the city lord's things. Linton was also a little stunned when he saw these crystals. He remembered that he had given several storage rings to the werewolf elder, so why did he use a car to bring them back? This is because he is afraid that other forces don't know how fat he is. He immediately turned to look at the werewolf elder beside him and asked, "Where is the storage ring?" The werewolf elder immediately took out several storage rings and handed them to Linton with both hands. "Lord City Lord, these storage rings are all full." Linton took it and took a look. "Good job. The ring is filled with crystals of level 9 and above. It can't be compared with the crystals that are pulled by cars outside." He still underestimated the 20,000 free workers. Seeing so many crystals, Linton was in a good mood and immediately ordered that 10 crystals be given to each person. Each member of the Earth Demon clan was given 50 crystals, used for cultivation to improve cultivation. As for Long Bao and the others, they don't need it. Linton will provide them with unlimited crystals. Long live the City Lord! Long live the City Lord! The next moment, exclamations resounded through the sky, and everyone danced with excitement. In the weapon refining shop, the busy demons also smiled when they heard the news. Their hard work is worth it. Of course, the crystals distributed were those below level 9. Level 9 and above would only be distributed for cultivation after he upgraded his military buildings. Linton returned to the main hall and began to count the crystals. He also clearly remembered that he was only 609th level crystals away from upgrading to a 4th level primordial dragon nest. After an inventory, there were more than 3,400 9th grade crystals and more than 100 lower grade king grade crystals. There are tens of thousands of crystals below the 9th level. In total, he now has 7,800 9th level crystals and more than 350 king level crystals. Enough to upgrade military buildings. If I had known this, I shouldn't have wasted the opportunity this morning. Linton felt a little regretful. If he had known that he could upgrade the military buildings today, he would not have bred the military buildings in the morning, but would have saved them for after the upgrade. He turned and walked out of the City Lord's mansion, heading towards the military building. Chapter 156 Level 4 Primordial Dragon Nest. Everyone in the city was very excited about obtaining the crystals. Some even couldn't wait to go home and refine them to improve their cultivation. He didn't notice Linton at all. The upgrade conditions for the primordial dragon nest have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Weather. When I arrived in front of the military building, a familiar message popped up instantly. After Linton made his choice, a dazzling light enveloped the military building. Look, what is that? It's a forbidden area. Could it be that a certain master has broken through? This aura is unlike anything else. It feels like a treasure has emerged. How can we know what the Lord City Lord is doing? Just go back and practice honestly. There is no benefit in knowing too much. Yes. The most important thing is to work hard to improve your cultivation and serve the City Lord. The movement in the military building quickly attracted everyone's attention. However, the military buildings are even more strictly forbidden areas than the City Lord's mansion, and no one is allowed to approach them. No one would think that his life is too long and take risks to challenge the authority of the City Lord. After a while, everyone dispersed, some patrolled, and some practiced. This upgrade took a long time. The upgrade was not completed until the evening. As the light dissipated, the upgraded original dragon's nest appeared before Linton's eyes. The 4th level original dragon nest was expanded again. The black hole in the original dragon's nest has grown several times larger. In addition, there are several more dragon reliefs around the original dragon's nest. The dragon reliefs became more lifelike, as if they were about to break free and come alive. Looking forward to tomorrow. Looking at the original dragon's nest in front of him, Linton felt a little excited, wondering what new types of soldiers would be born. He then looked at the information about the original dragon's nest, wondering how many types of troops could be bred at once after this upgrade. Army building, primordial dragon nest, mythical, unique. Initial level, level 4. 9 baby dragons can be bred every day. Required for upgrading, 500 king level mid-grade crystals, 50 king level high-grade crystals. The higher the level of the primordial dragon nest, the higher the probability of breeding a dragonlet with special bloodline and physique. 9 dragons can be conceived in one day. Linton was not very surprised when he saw the news. It was just as he expected. Growth follows certain patterns, and you can easily guess them. But what he didn't expect was the crystals needed to upgrade the 5th level primordial dragon nest. He could still accept 500 king grade mid-level crystals, but 50 king grade high-level crystals were beyond his expectations. The top-grade king-level crystals can only be found by ferocious beasts and powerful individuals from the 6th to the 9th levels of the king level. Even if the mine under his command can mine low-grade king-level crystals, it is not certain that it can dig out a few high-grade king-level crystals. Even if it is a king-level mid-grade crystal, it feels precarious. I was just happy about the crystals that were as big as a hill, but now I am worried about the crystals. It is impossible for him to hunt down strong men above the 6th level of the king rank, as he does not even have such strong men under his command. Linton slowly walked out of the military building, with another worry in his mind. As soon as he returned to the main hall, the leader of the demons asked to see him. After a while, the demon chief walked in with a smile on his face, holding 10 almost identical spiritual swords in his hands. Master, in compliance with your will, the refining of the 10 jade spirit swords is complete. As he spoke, the demon leader raised the 10 jade spirit swords high in the air. Linton was a little surprised. He originally thought it would take 4 or 5 days, but it was finished so quickly. He couldn't help but praise. Good job. Well done. With a casual wave of his hand, 10 swords fell in front of him. After checking them one by one, they all reached the Xian level in quality. This Earth Demon clan does have a talent for refining equipment. Their level of refining has just reached the profound stage, yet they have reached perfection so quickly. While accepting the 10 biling swords, Linton waved his hand, and 5 pills floated in front of the Earth Demon leader. Your strength is still too weak. Practice hard, and I will help you break through to the king level. If you can awaken your talent for refining weapons, even if your talent for cultivation is poor, I will provide you with endless resources. But if you're just averagely talented, you'll just have to give up. Although Linton's words were a bit cruel, this was the reality. If he didn't have talent, why would he waste resources on a useless person? We can only ensure that he can spend the rest of his life in peace. The demon leader immediately knelt on the ground excitedly, kowtowed, and said in gratitude, "Thank you very much for your kindness, Master. I will definitely not let you down." He has lived for so many years. How could he not understand this truth? Even if he breaks through to the king level and fails to awaken his talent, and Linton no longer provides him with resources, he will never complain. Instead, they will continue to be loyal to their master until their death. If he didn't have a master, let alone the king level, even the 9th level would be out of his reach. It is impossible for his weapon refining level to break through to the Xian level. Linton nodded. You should practice hard in seclusion these few days to improve your strength and break through to the peak of the 9th level as soon as possible. The demon chief took the order and retreated, and he looked at the 10 green spirit swords. These 10 green spirit swords will give him the opportunity to earn crystals and collect upgrade supplies. Chapter 157 Linton's Strange Operation. In the chat channel, Linton, tomorrow at noon, 10 Shin-grade jade spirit swords will be auctioned. Crystal transactions are restricted. Just like before, he sent a message in advance, asking everyone to prepare the crystals in advance. Faced with Linton, who was ruthless and killed 6 wandering cultivators during the day, everyone's enthusiasm remained unabated. The Shin-level weapons are really too tempting. Although top-grade yellow-level weapons are now common on the market, no one has been able to forge Shin-level weapons. Therefore, if you want a Shin-level weapon, you either have to be extremely lucky and get one from a blueprint. Otherwise, they can only snatch it from local forces. One relies on luck, the other relies on strength, which is something most people don't have at present, and everyone is still developing in a sneaky way. This is also why Linton is in a hurry to create a Shin-level weapon and take the opportunity to make a fortune. After a while, it may not be worth much. 10 Shin-grade weapons. Boss Linton can now forge Shin-grade weapons in batches. Isn't Mr. Linton's army a dragon? How can he forge weapons? I'm starting to wonder if Boss Linton has 2 arms. Don't say these useless things. Didn't you notice that in this auction, Boss Linton only accepted crystals? Where do we get crystals? We used all the crystals we obtained from resisting the beast tide to cultivate. Wow, I just exchanged the crystals for supplies. Where can we find crystals in such a short time? Are we supposed to hunt ferocious beasts in the middle of the night? Linton's move was quite ruthless. Logically speaking, Linton should not be short of crystals. I wonder what tricks he is up to. Faced with Linton's sudden move, everyone was full of doubts. I don't know why Linton suddenly didn't want to upgrade the resources, but instead wanted crystals. But in order to obtain a Shin-level weapon, everyone can only find ways to collect crystals. Some people also saw opportunities in this. Others don't have crystals. If they had crystals, they would be able to easily seize the Shin-level weapons. Many people think of this scene. Soon, people in the trading channel were frantically selling all kinds of things. They all have the same feature, which is that they only support crystal transactions. This strange scene also made more and more people pay attention to Linton's news. In fact, some people have already used crystals for trading before. After all, crystals are an important resource for cultivation. If you want to speed up your training and upgrade your military buildings, you must hunt ferocious beasts to obtain crystals or exchange other resources for crystals. Of course, only a small group of people trade crystals. After all, hunting ferocious beasts not only obtains crystals, but also obtains energy feedback and improves strength. Linton looked at more and more people selling resources and exchanging them for crystals, and a smile of success appeared on his face. You need crystals, and I need supplies to upgrade my territory. In that case, I won't hold back. He found the right opportunity and began to frantically sweep the wood, stone, and fine iron in the trading channel. The crystals brought back today just replenished the crystals consumed in the last battle with the Terran army. In other words, he is not short of crystals now. Even if it was the lower-grade royal crystals, there were still hundreds left. Linton's actions left the city lords who were selling supplies dumbfounded. Didn't you just say that we could only trade with crystals? Why are you using crystals to buy supplies now? In the chat channel, a single stone caused 1,000 ripples. The truth is that Linton doesn't lack crystals. He just wants to trick us into selling our supplies. I just put the supplies on the trading channel, and the next second they were gone. It's too late for me to regret. Who isn't? Linton's hand speed is really fast. Linton played this trick well. Let us use his crystals to buy his Shin-level weapons. Although I feel like I've been ripped off, I've discovered that trading with crystals seems much more convenient. I discovered that, too. This world originally uses crystals as currency. Let's trade with crystals from now on. This is a good idea. This way we can also trade with local forces. Now almost all city lords have had contact with local forces and quickly discovered the benefits of trading with crystals. The benefits of the crystal transaction were magnified by Linton at this moment. Materials such as wood can only be traded within the trading channel, but crystals are universal. Now that they have the crystals, they can trade with some forces that do not like fighting and love peace. Linton took this opportunity to obtain a large amount of upgrade materials. Nearly 100,000 crystals of various grades were almost squandered by him. Thousands of city lords were cheated out of all their upgrade supplies by his operation. Of course, these are low-level and mid-level grade crystals, and he doesn't feel sorry for them at all. The ones who felt sorry for him were the city lords, who always felt like they were being cheated by Linton. This time he harvested a total of 380,000 units of wood, 210,000 units of stone, and 80,000 units of refined iron. With a few more waves, he will be able to upgrade to a high-level town. Of course, this requires enough crystals. When he auctions off the 10 biling swords, most of the crystals will return to his hands. After doing all this, he returned to the training room and immersed himself in practice. Some city lords in the chat channel are still continuing to raise crystals, getting ready for tomorrow's auction. Xian-grade weapons are really too attractive. The last time Linton auctioned a Xian-grade battle axe, everyone fought over it. I would like to say sorry to everyone. I just found out that it was uploaded yesterday. I am really ashamed to see so many people supporting me. I have started updating normally now. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 158 The Hidden Dragon, The Shadow Clan's Fun. After a night, Linton finished his training early in the morning. After several days of continuous hard training, his strength improved greatly. Without swallowing pills and gaining energy feedback from killing enemies, relying solely on his own practice, he felt that after about a month of practice, he should be able to break through to the second level of the king rank. He is now practicing with lower-grade king-level crystals. Through the formation in the training room, the energy directly becomes dense and misty. In this case, even a pig can achieve success in cultivation. What's more, with his talent for cultivation, he is probably no more than a pig in this world. He was already very satisfied with this speed of cultivation. After finishing his training, he couldn't wait to come to the military building. Let's see how lucky we are today. The 4th level military building, plus 9 chances, has a greater chance of producing special military units. Even without special troops, the daily growth rate of strength will be faster than before. If I'm lucky, after returning from the Lyran dynasty, I can gradually take action against the major tribes in the Dark Forest. Linton looked at the military buildings and couldn't help but pray for good luck. Soon, 8 mighty and huge figures appeared in front of him one after another. With a glance, all 8 dragons are in sight. Wait, that's not right. Shouldn't there be 9 dragons? Why are there only 8? He confirmed that he had not seen it wrong just now. There were indeed only 8. It's within the range of a few hands, and even someone with only an elementary school degree wouldn't be able to make a mistake. But no matter how he looked, there were only 8 dragons. 1, 2, 38. He didn't believe it and started counting in his mind, from 1 to 8, and there were indeed only 8 dragons. Now it was his turn to be confused. Yesterday, the information panel of the primordial dragon's nest clearly showed that 9 dragons could be bred. Why are there only 8 now? Did something go wrong during yesterday's upgrade? Looking at the original dragon's nest, it has returned to calm, indicating that all 9 have been born. At this moment, an energy wave came from the 9th position. Turning my head, I saw an illusory figure slowly appearing. The moment Linton saw it, he thought he saw a ghost in broad daylight. Then I saw clearly that it was a dragon-shaped figure. Is there such a dragon in mythology? He recalled in his mind, but still couldn't remember which dragon among the dragon clan could become invisible. He immediately looked at the information from the 9th dragon with shock and curiosity. Hidden dragon. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, king rank 3, 0/100. Loyalty, 100. Potential, 4-clawed hidden dragon. Hidden dragon? Linton was slightly stunned, then he was overjoyed. He was originally worried about the assassination by the Shadow Clan, but now he directly gave birth to the hidden dragon. In front of Yinlong, the Shadow Clan is nothing but a joke. The Shadow Clan needs to practice concealment techniques to be able to hide, but the hidden dragon is born with the ability to hide in the air anytime and anywhere. Although the Shadow Clan is said to be secretive, even if they hide during the day, they will still have shadows and expose themselves. This is why the Shadow Clan's assassinations are all carried out at night. But Yinlong wouldn't do that. If Yinlong hadn't shown up just now, he wouldn't have noticed Yinlong's existence and would have started to suspect that the original dragon's nest was broken. What's even more terrifying is that there is a certain chance that Hidden Dragon can awaken the magical power of space. Then you can travel freely through space, and a distance of 1,000 miles will only take the blink of an eye. Hidden in the air, it can be easily detected by anyone with a cultivation level several levels higher. However, even a strong person who can break the void may not be able to detect the travel through space. Linton named him Longying. From now on, I will be responsible for protecting the heart of the territory and the entire city lord's mansion. I cannot let what happened last time happen again. If the Shadow Clan's killer comes again, he will definitely not escape Dragon Shadow's detection. Without the advantage of invisibility, the Shadow Clan's killers are no different from serving food. The other 8 dragons are 2 white dragons, 2 black dragons, 1 red dragon, and 3 coiled dragons. After giving them names, Linton announced today's tasks. Several teams went out to hunt ferocious beasts and store food. He didn't know how many days it would take for him to reach the Lyran dynasty. At that time, several teams will stay behind in the city. Their main task will be to protect the city and prevent the Tauran dynasty or major tribes from taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, prepare sufficient food. These old guys are the most cunning and treacherous. After arranging everything, Linton returned to the main hall of the city lord's mansion to prepare for today's auction. I think the city lord who is preparing to bid for the Biling sword should be almost ready. As for the independent cultivators, he currently does not hold any hope. There are only a few independent cultivators among them, and they got some opportunities by chance. It is extremely difficult for most casual cultivators to obtain a high-level crystal for cultivation. As for leveling up by killing monsters, you can only gain energy by killing ferocious beasts of the same level or above. Given their combat effectiveness, even if it is a ferocious beast of the same level, it would be extremely difficult to kill it. Thinking back to the time when he practiced martial arts and killed ferocious beasts of the same level, it took him a lot of effort. Even if several people form a team, they may be wiped out by a ferocious beast of the same level. It was noon soon, and the chat channel was already bustling with activity, with everyone waiting for Linton's 10 Xian grade Biling swords. Linton calculated the time and put the 10 Biling swords on the trading channel on time, with the starting price being 100 4th level crystals. 1 second level crystal is equal to 100 first level crystals. 100 4th level crystals are equivalent to 1 million first level crystals. The gap between them is not ordinary. Faced with this starting price, only the independent cultivators were shocked, but it was nothing to the city lords. Soon, a fierce bidding broke out. I saw the price rising rapidly. Chapter 159. Make a small profit, how to break through to the king level. Linton looked at the rising crystal, and his heart was filled with joy. He spent nearly 100,000 crystals last night, and he didn't know if he could earn it all back. In order to make the profit back, each sword must be auctioned at a price of 10,000 crystals. According to the current trend, it is still possible. After watching it for a while, he exited the trading channel. It would be better to wait and see the final result instead of just watching it slowly rise. It was really heartbreaking. I was afraid that it would suddenly stop in the next second. Just then, he noticed a red dot flashing on his friend list. This little guy Meng Xiaofei knew I was auctioning treasures, so he came to me at this time. Linton smiled and clicked it. He found that Meng Xiaofei seemed to be becoming more and more cautious towards him. The time she came to see him became less and less frequent, and she would only come to see him after a while, when the spiritual or was no longer piled up. What he didn't know was that Meng Xiaofei did this because he was worried about disturbing him and making him angry. After all, he would do something big every few days, either destroying this force or fighting with that force. Meng Xiaofei was worried that someone would send him a message saying that he was on his way to a fight or was in the middle of a fight, which would make him unhappy. Hey, Brother Linton, I have good news for you. The earth spirits have discovered several new spiritual minerals. As he spoke, Meng Xiaofei listed the several new spiritual ores he had discovered one by one. Good. Seeing these spiritual ores, Linton couldn't help but praise them. Although he didn't understand spiritual ores, 2 of them were Xian-level spiritual ores. Its preciousness is self-evident. These are all precious materials for refining weapons. Even if these refining materials were sold, they could fetch a considerable price. But then he discovered another problem and asked worriedly, with so many spiritual minerals, can you handle it? If a certain type of soldier is exhausted to death, the loyalty of other types of soldiers will decrease, which will only be counterproductive. Meng Xiaofei, Brother Linton, don't worry. I already have 6,000 earth spirits under my command, and I can mine a lot of, or every day. 6,000 earth spirits? His military structure seems to be only level 2, yet he has 6,000 earth spirits so quickly. I have a level 4 military building, but only have over 70 dragons. Seeing this number, Linton was slightly surprised. There is a difference of nearly 100 times between the 2 sides. With so many earth spirits, he no longer has to worry about Meng Xiaofei. The other party is just young, not stupid. The 2 sides chatted for a while before Meng Xiaofei told them the purpose of this trip. Brother Linton, this time I want to trade 6th order crystals and 7th order exotic crystals to upgrade military structures. Linton readily agreed. No problem. He had thought of it a long time ago and had kept it for Meng Xiaofei. Soon, both parties completed the transaction at the market price. On the market, there There are special crystals such as 6th level crystals and 7th level exotic crystals that can upgrade military units and buildings. The price is not as simple as 1:100. Instead, it reaches 1 hours 90 minutes, and sometimes even as low as 1 hours 80 minutes. Some city lords saw business opportunities in this and have been seeking cooperation with local forces in order to make a profit from the price difference. Linton is not interested in these. These are just trivial matters and not suitable for him. In this transaction, he gained another batch of refining materials. Next, it's up to the demon leader. As for the Earth Demon clan, he didn't know whether it was a big clan. If they were the only lineage, the chances of awakening talents and inheriting memories would be slim. If the Earth Demon clan was a large clan and they were just a branch, then their ancestors must have produced powerful people, and the probability of awakening talents and inheriting memories would be very high. If he cannot awaken, then the weapon refining business under his command will have to temporarily stop at the Xian level. Linton shook his head and looked at the trading channel. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour has passed. After more than an hour of fierce competition, the city lords were defeated one after another, and the 10 city lords who won the Biling Sword emerged. I took a look at the prices. Some were over 10,000 crystals, some were 9,000, and some were 8,000. The quantity of crystals of different grades is different, but after a rough estimate, the value is probably not much different. Not bad. I made back most of what I spent last night. Linton completed the auction with satisfaction. Taking this opportunity, he cleared out all the upgrade supplies in the trading channel. Unfortunately, he only spent half of the crystal. This group of people has not yet discovered the practicality of crystals. In a training room in a territory somewhere, Pang Feichen's face was distorted and he was practicing his skills frantically, trying to absorb the rich energy around him to break through his cultivation level. But his body was already saturated, and no matter how he practiced his skills, he could not absorb energy into his body. Why can't I break through? Pang Feichen slowly opened his eyes, his face full of unwillingness and anger. He wanted to surpass Linton and replace Linton. Ever since he came back last time, he has been practicing madly and developing his power. He was about to break through to the peak of the 9th level and become a king-level powerhouse. But after that, no matter how he practiced, he made no progress at all. He tried to kill ferocious beasts and gain energy to break through to the king level. The energy in the body continued to increase, but the door to the realm did not loosen at all. Instead, I felt a swelling in my body. If he continues like this, instead of breaking through, he will be blown up. This made him think that he had to practice on his own to break through the king level, so he began to practice with full concentration. Then the following happened. Does it require elixirs to break through? Pang Feichen thought of something extremely important. He had always let his soldiers severely injure the ferocious beasts, and then he would go up and harvest their heads to achieve rapid growth in his cultivation. This caused him to ignore the importance of elixirs. Thinking of this, he hurried to the major alliance channels to inquire about information about breaking through the king level. After all, he is among the top 20 and can easily join the alliance formed by the top 10 city lords. If any of the top 10 city lords successfully broke through, he could easily find out the news. Of course, Linton, the loner, is an exception. Chapter 160. The first breakthrough to the king level? The method of breaking through the king level. In the continent of all races, somewhere in the mountains, there is a territory. A handsome and extraordinary figure slowly descended from the sky. I returned to the main hall, opened the panel, and happened to see a message. Pang Feichen, fellow Taoists, do you know how to break through to the king realm? Why can't I even level up by killing monsters? The same is true. I'm already at the peak of the 9th order, and I can't sense the existence of the king order at all. If my unit wasn't king order, I doubt the existence of such a realm. Is it because our aptitude is too poor to break through to the king level? I wonder if the alliance leader and Linton have broken through to the king rank. If they have, please share your experience so that we can also break through. City lords who have reached the peak of the 9th level of cultivation are all worried about how to break through to the king level. If you cannot break through the king level, you cannot increase your lifespan. With a lifespan of only about 150 to 200 years, what's the point of fighting for supremacy among all races? Before the real battle for supremacy among all races begins, they may have already died of old age. I should be the first to break through to the king level, finally surpassing Linton. The throne of first place will eventually belong to me. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, the man couldn't help but feel proud. He was the first to break through to the king level, directly surpassing Linton to become the first. He immediately surpassed the two people in front of him. The man was none other than Li Xinghe, who was ranked third on the list. At this moment, he could be said to be very proud. He unexpectedly got an opportunity in a cave a few days ago and successfully broke through to the king level. Therefore, he has a certain understanding of how to break through to the king level. With so many city lords asking questions in the Alliance channel, this is a good opportunity to attract some popularity. In addition, the news of his breakthrough to the king level was leaked. By then, his name Li Xinghe will spread completely and surpass Linton. He immediately began explaining in the Alliance channel. If you want to break through to the king rank, the most important thing is to cleanse your tendons and strengthen your meridians. We are forced to practice after birth. Our talents are too weak, and our meridians are blocked. If we don't cleanse our meridians and strengthen our meridians, we will never be able to break through to the king rank. The leader finally showed up. The leader of the Alliance appears and preaches. The leader knows so much. Could it be that he has already broken through to the king level? Faced with Li Xinghe's sudden appearance, everyone was shocked and curious. Li Xinghe naturally wouldn't miss this great opportunity to show off. This leader has been fortunate enough to gain an opportunity and has already broken through to the king rank. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as this leader knows something, I will tell you the truth and help you break through. After these words, the image of a graceful gentleman appeared before everyone. This immediately attracted the favor of the city lords, who hurriedly asked about their doubts. Leaderly, can I easily break through to the king level after cleansing my meridians and clearing my veins? Leaderly, is it necessary to cleanse the tendons and meridians to break through? Is there any other way? Leaderly, can you really fly after breaking through the king rank? Leaderly, how much lifespan will be increased after breaking through to the king rank? Leaderly, the overwhelming number of questions immediately filled the screen. This gave Li Xinghe a headache, thinking he was being too pretentious. I could only pick out a few questions to answer. If you want to break through to the king level, you must cleanse your meridians and meridians. I don't know of any other methods. After cleansing your meridians, and then using elixirs to assist, you can easily break through to the king level. He won 3rd place in the Beast Tide, and one of his rewards was an Earth-grade elixir. The function of this Earth-grade elixir is to cleanse the meridians and blood vessels. It was also this pill that allowed him to easily break through to the king level with just a chance. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on and hurriedly said goodbye and left to look for the treasure that could cleanse the meridians and clear the blood vessels. At the same time, the news that Li Xinghe had broken through to the king level quickly spread. The others were shocked when they heard the news and started looking for ways to break through to the king level. Soon, the news that one must cleanse one's essence and marrow in order to break through to the king level spread. There were quite a few city lords who were stuck at the peak of the 9th level, and immediately there was a craze to find treasures that could cleanse their essence and marrow. Some people even thought of the milk spring that a casual cultivator had obtained a few days ago and offered a high price to buy it. Everyone was so desperate to break through to the king level that they forgot about upgrading military units, buildings, and territories. Pang Feichen, who also learned the news, looked embarrassed. He has already conquered several powerful tribes and knows how rare it is to find treasures that can cleanse the essence and marrow. I wonder if Linton has it. Hey, he might not have even reached the king level yet. Besides, he's only interested in profit. Even if he did, he would definitely blackmail me. Pang Feichen, who couldn't think of a solution, even thought of Linton. But he quickly gave up the idea. It seems that we can only start from the local forces. I'm afraid that only the dynasty forces can possess treasures of the level of cleansing essence and marrow. Minotaur's dynasty. When he thought of dynasty power, the first thing that came to his mind was the Minotaur dynasty. Because they all have the same enemy, that is Linton. Needless to say, the Minotaur dynasty is already at odds with Linton. Although he and Linton became friends temporarily due to his sudden change of mind. But how can there be 2 tigers in one mountain? As their territory expands, sooner or later they will draw swords against each other over territorial issues. What's more, he had long been eyeing Linton's treasures and resources and dreamed of seizing them. At this moment, he thought of cooperating with the Minotaur dynasty. He knew that this was courting disaster. After dealing with Linton, the Nyoto dynasty could be destroyed as well. As long as he seizes Linton's resources, upgrades military buildings and territories. The Tauren dynasty could also become his springboard. Chapter 161: The Frightened Shadow Clan Kills. Linton also noticed the messages in the chat channel. Someone has broken through to the king rank so quickly, but it's also true that there are always people who are lucky and get opportunities. Hadn't he already broken through to the king level? He wasn't too shocked to see someone break through to the king level. Instead, he smelled a business opportunity. If I could get a pill like the marrow cleansing pill in the novel, I would definitely make a killing. By then, even the top 10 city lords will probably try to snatch it. But it's just a thought for now. For a pill of this level, regardless of whether he has the spiritual medicine or not, even if he does, no one can refine it. Putting his thoughts aside, he began to prepare and arrange some things as he would go to the Lyran dynasty to attend the celebration tomorrow. Everything in the city had to be arranged properly. He just hoped that after attending the celebration the next day, he could make it back in time. Otherwise, his 9 chances to conceive would be wasted. In the chat channel, everyone was chatting animatedly, discussing matters related to king-level cultivation. Brotherly Xinghe is worthy of being the 3rd-ranked city lord. He broke through to the king level so quickly. What do you mean by 3rd? Big brother Xinghe should be ranked 1st now. Right. Then Linton and 2nd-ranked Wu Liang must both stand aside. No matter how strong Linton's troops are, they are still stuck at the peak of the 9th level like us. With the strength of his troops and knowing how to break through to the 9th level, it won't take long for him to break through to the king level. So what if I broke through? I'm still a step behind big brother Xinghe after all. A group of people appeared and chased after Li Xinghe. Linton was belittled as being useless. Li Xinghe was naturally overjoyed when he saw this scene, and for a moment his reputation surpassed Linton. In addition, a large number of city lords joined his alliance, and for a time it was showing a trend of becoming the largest alliance. On the other hand, after Linton finished arranging things, he took some time to practice the One Chi sword technique. Ever since he broke through to the king level, this sword technique was no longer difficult for him. No matter how difficult it is not as difficult as the heavenly level martial arts, Hunyuan Ichi Ju, that he practices. The cultivation method is a heaven-level cultivation method, while the martial arts is a yellow-level martial arts. The two are very different. He came to a dense forest outside the city, drew his sword, and immediately sword energy filled the air. At this time, he had mastered the One Chi sword technique to perfection. In terms of the realm of martial arts cultivation, he has already reached the great perfection. Brush. With a single strike of the sword, hundreds of sharp sword energies shot out, and wherever they passed, all the towering ancient trees fell down without a single loss. Following the explosion, hundreds of deep pits appeared on the ground in the distance. After all, the One Chi sword technique is only a yellow-grade martial art, and its power is limited. It seems I need to find a mysterious grade or earth-grade sword technique to match my king-grade strength. Linton heaved a sigh in his heart. There were too few people in these ethnic groups who practiced sword techniques. It can be said that there is almost nothing, which makes it impossible for him to get the sword skills, and he can only rely on random drawings. It has been a long time since he killed the city lord and dropped random blueprints. These city lords knew how powerful he was, so they didn't try to provoke him, making it difficult for him to do anything to him. A little annoying. Time passed quickly, and it was night. Several teams of Longbow returned with huge loads of ferocious beast corpses. I also searched for some resources. After dinner, Linton continued his practice as usual, striving to break through to the 2nd level of the king rank as soon as possible. The autumn wind is bleak, the light is cold, and all kinds of bizarre events are happening every moment on the continent of all races under the blood moon. Under the blood-red moonlight, 2 shadows shuttled quickly through the woods. The moonlight passed through the gaps in the woods, casting 2 shadows that flashed by on the ground. The strange thing is that the shadow's true form cannot be seen. Soon the 2 shadows arrived in front of a city and easily entered the city, making them completely invisible to the guards. The 2 of them were like ghosts and quickly found the city lord's mansion. Brother, since we entered the city, why do I always feel like there are eyes staring at us? Just as the 2 shadows were about to sneak into the city lord's mansion, one of them spoke in a suspicious voice. As he spoke, he looked around carefully and found nothing unusual. Impossible. The strongest person under Linton is only at the 4th level of the king rank. You are also at the 4th level of the king rank. It is absolutely impossible for the strong men of the same level to discover you. Even the strong men of the 5th level of the king rank would find it difficult to discover you. The shadowy figure walking in front turned around and was very confident in his concealment skills. He even tried to persuade him through voice transmission, thinking that he was too nervous and had hallucinations. Don't worry. Those 2 guys last time were probably just making a mistake. We killed several 4th level king rank cultivators. What's more, our target is just a 9th level ant. The 4th level king level phantom nodded heavily, and the 2 continued to move towards the city lord's mansion. On the surface, there was nothing unusual in the entire city lord's mansion. But just as the 2 of them walked into the city lord's mansion, the next second, something strange happened, and the entire city lord's mansion became brightly lit. The shadows of the two people hiding were clearly cast on the ground. In midair, several huge figures blocked the surroundings, leaving the two of them nowhere to escape. The two were so frightened by this sudden scene that their hearts stopped, and they almost died on the spot. Fortunately, they are powerful kings who have seen the world. On the top floor of the city lord's mansion, where the heart of the territory was located, Linton stood there in astonishment. He looked at the two shadows with a smile on his face and said, "No need to hide. Show yourself. The shadows are exposed." The moment the two entered the city, Long-ing discovered them. In order to prevent the two from escaping by using their speed and agility, Linton took advantage of the situation and set a trap in the city lord's mansion, waiting for the two to fall into the trap. The two Shadow Clan killers this time are much stronger than the last two. Two Shadow Clan assassins, one at the 4th level of the king rank, and the other at the 5th level of the king rank. If Longing hadn't discovered it in advance, he would probably have been dead. At this time, the 5th level king rank Shadow Clan killer was filled with remorse. He should have evacuated when his second brother noticed something was wrong, but he was arrogant and fell into the trap. "Second brother, let's fight our way out together." He just let out a low roar. The strongest person here was only at the 4th level of the king rank, while he was at the 5th level of the king rank. Although he couldn't kill the target, he believed no one could stop him from escaping. But just as he finished speaking, a strange voice came from behind them. "Don't move, or your life will be in danger." When this voice sounded, both of their bodies shook, their pupils suddenly dilated, and they slowly turned their heads to look behind them with disbelief on their faces. But there is nothing behind him. This made the two of them even more terrified and disbelieving in their hearts. The voice just now clearly came from behind them, very close. At this moment, the two killers who were good at assassination couldn't help but take a deep breath, wanting to release the fear in their hearts. Chapter 162. Forced to commit suicide by Dragon Shadow. There are strong people who are better at hiding than them. No wonder the previous two people failed in their mission. Their concealment skills were like children playing house in front of this powerful man in the dark. The other party can easily find them, but they cannot find each other. This is a completely one-sided crushing. "Second brother, it was Big Brother who harmed you. I will repay you in my next life. The patriarch will definitely avenge us." Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the Shadow Clan's 5th level king killer resolutely chose to commit suicide. A powerful 5th level king was actually frightened to commit suicide by the 3rd level Dragon Shadow. If this were to be made public, the Shadow Clan would probably be furious. "Big Brother." With a loud roar, two bodies appeared. The 4th level king rank killer also chose to commit suicide and follow his eldest brother. Suicide. Seeing this scene, Linton was a little confused. Isn't it just to let them show their identities? Is it necessary to commit suicide? But then again, they are killers. In this situation where there is no escape, they can only commit suicide to prevent being captured alive and thus leaking secrets. He had originally thought that it would take a fierce fight to get rid of the two men, but in the end, it happened effortlessly without any effort. Linton glanced at the two corpses, then looked at Long-Mo and said, "Long-Mo, I leave it to you. These two are poisoned all over their bodies. Be careful not to poison yourself." "Thank you, master." The dragon demon took the two corpses and went back happily to devour and refine them. Devouring such a strong man can not only enhance his devouring ability, but also make his cultivation grow rapidly. He had just recently broken through to the 2nd level of the king rank, and was now almost at the threshold of the 3rd level. Together with the corpses of these two powerful men, he should be able to break through to the peak of the 2nd level of the king level. Linton turned around and returned to the training room to continue practicing. This assassination was like a farce. It left him speechless. On the other side, in a remote hall of the Shadow Clan, two life tablets were shattered one after another. This scared the guarding disciples. This is the second time this has happened in 3 days. The last time it was the elders of the 3rd and 4th levels of the king rank. This time, even the elders of the 5th and 4th levels of the king rank perished. The two disciples were so frightened that they crawled to report to the clan leader. The Shadow Clan leader was furious when he heard the news. How could he not be angry after losing 4 elders in a row? According to the time, Old 9, Old 10, and the others should have just arrived at Linton City. How could they have fallen so quickly? Could it be that Linton has a powerful warrior above the 5th level of the king rank under his command? The Shadow Clan leader in the darkness glared fiercely and cursed. "That old bastard Minotaur gave me false information. Only this possibility could cause him to lose 4 elders in a row." Clan leader, with Lao Jio's strength. Even if he faces a 6th level king level warrior, he won't even have a chance to escape. According to the intelligence, The strongest person under Linton's command is only a 4th level king. This Linton is probably not a simple person. At the bottom of the hall, a figure slowly emerged. It was the great elder of the Shadow Clan who rushed over after hearing the news. The Shadow Clan leader nodded and said, "If it were simple, that old man Yotian wouldn't have paid such a huge price to ask my Shadow Clan to take action. Wait for me to go and ask him about the situation in person." The Minotaur dynasty and Linton now have a deep hatred for each other. Yotian cannot and absolutely dares not give him false information. It can only be said that there is something strange about Linton. Above the hall, the figure of the Shadow Clan leader disappeared out of thin air, as if he had broken through the void. After a night, and after last night's experience, Linton finally understood how powerful Long Yin was. He was simply the nemesis of the Shadow Clan. Now he was only worried about a strong man like the Shadow Clan leader taking action. However, the Shadow Clan shouldn't be coming again in the short term. After all, they've lost 4 king-level warriors in succession. He didn't believe that the price offered by the Minotaur dynasty would make the Shadow Clan kill him at all costs. Of course, for the sake of reputation, the Shadow Clan would not give up on assassinating him just like that. Based on his experience, the Shadow Clan would most likely take the opportunity to raise the price with the Minotaur dynasty and then send out stronger killers. In any case, strengthening strength is the top priority, and we cannot allow ourselves to be assassinated successfully. After finishing the training, I came to the military building again. After praying inwardly, it was time for today's lottery draw. In the blink of an eye, 9 huge figures appeared in front of him. 2 thunder dragons, 3 white dragons, 1 black dragon, 2 red dragons, and 1 coiled dragon. Who can compare with this luxurious lineup? The 4th level primordial dragon nest is different. After Linton named them one by one, he prepared to set off for the Lyran dynasty. The territory is very far away from the imperial capital of the Lyran dynasty. Even if you ignore the energy consumption in your body, it will take several hours to fly all the way. What's more, in order to prevent accidents, the body must retain enough physical strength and energy to deal with possible dangers. Therefore, it is impossible for them to fly all the way, and it will only take longer. This time he plans to take Long Zhan, and Lang Ba with him. The strongest dragon storm and dragon demon must protect the territory and the heart of the territory, and no accidents can happen. As for his own safety, he went to attend the centenary ceremony of the Lyran dynasty's accession to the throne and wanted to make a move on him. Apart from his reputation, he also had to consider whether he could withstand the wrath of the Lyran dynasty. If he were assassinated on the territory of the Lyran tribe, it would be a slap in the face of the Lyran dynasty, and no one would take that risk. Therefore, there should be no danger along the way, but of course we have to be on guard against some lunatics and some people who have not heard of his reputation. Chapter 163, heading to the Lyran clan's royal city. Everyone in the city had been looking forward to it, looking towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. They all knew that their city lord had been invited to attend the Lyran dynasty celebration. In the crowd, a beautiful figure was looking expectantly. It was none other than Tu Ling. She had never been to the imperial city since she was a child, but she had always heard about how magnificent and prosperous the imperial city was and had always wanted to see it. Just at this moment, Lang Ba, who had received the order, came from home. He had been to the imperial city of the Lyran tribe several times and was just the right person to lead the way for his master. Upon seeing Lang Ba, Tu Linger immediately ran towards him with a smile on her face. "Uncle Lang, are you going to follow the city lord to the Lyran clan's imperial city?" Lang Ba glanced at the little girl and nodded, his tone full of pride. The owner takes him with him every time he goes out, which shows that he has a certain position in the owner's heart. However, his cultivation was too weak to protect his master's safety. Hearing this, Tu Linger smiled even more happily and said coquettishly, "Uncle Wolf, can you take me with you? I also want to visit the imperial city." Lang Ba's expression immediately turned serious. "I can't make the decision on this. The city lord must agree." Tu Linger's little mouth suddenly pouted. The scene of being rejected by Linton last time is still vivid in my mind. But thinking of the imperial city, this was a rare opportunity. She bit her lip and turned to walk towards the city lord's mansion. The rabbit tribe leader Tu He, who was not far behind, saw this scene, smiled bitterly, and shook his head, then hurriedly followed. Linton changed his clothes and just walked out of the city lord's mansion when he ran into Tu Linger, who was coming over. Tu Linger hurried forward and saluted. "Hello, Lord City Lord." Linton glanced at Tu Linger, nodded slightly, and was about to turn and leave. Needless to say, he knew what the other party wanted to do when he came to him at this time. The next second, Tu Linger's voice was heard. Lord City Lord, can you take me with you when you go to the Imperial City this time? I promise to be absolutely obedient and never cause you any trouble. As expected, this little girl is really persistent and wants to follow him every time he goes out. He was about to refuse when Tuhi came over. After bowing respectfully, he said in a pleading tone, Lord City Lord, I have never been to the Imperial City and I want to go out and see the world. Don't worry, Lord City Lord. I have been obedient since I was a child. If he causes you any trouble, feel free to teach him a lesson. Apart from Long Bao and the others, only people like Lang Ba who follow him are qualified to call him master. Others can only call him Lord City Lord. This is the rule he set. Seeing that Tu He, the leader of the rabbit tribe, came to plead for mercy, it was difficult for him to refuse. After all, things have come to this. But carrying a burden was not in his style. Forget it, there shouldn't be any danger along the way. He nodded slowly, agreeing to this matter. Yeah. Tu Linger jumped up with joy, thanked her father, and then followed Lin Tian outside obediently. Not long after, the 3 men and 2 dragons set off to fly towards the Lyran dynasty. Tu Linger was naturally handed over to Lang Ba. He was the only one who was qualified to ride Erlong. Apart from Erlong, there was only Lang Ba. On this journey, they first had to cross the dark forest before reaching the city of the Lyran dynasty. Then you have to cross most of the Lyran dynasty before you can reach the Imperial City. Along the way, Long Zhun and his companions' huge bodies were the most eye-catching. Lin Tian originally didn't plan to bring them along because they were too eye-catching, but for safety reasons, he still brought them along. After flying at full speed for more than an hour, they finally passed through the dark forest and arrived at the first city of the Lyran dynasty. Soldiers in armor stood on the tall city walls. There are many addicts in the city, and people are coming and going. There are not only people from the Lai people, but also people from all kinds of races. It is very lively. Looking down at the city, it was much bigger than his own. No, he is just a town now. There is no comparison between the two sides. When his territory is upgraded to a primary city, it will definitely not be worse than the city in front of him. The arrival of Lin Tian and other 4 king-level strongmen attracted many strong men in the city to look over. This is a border town. To prevent ferocious beasts from attacking the city, a powerful king is stationed in the city. It would be hard not to cause a stir when 4 powerful kings suddenly appeared. And they were 4 unfamiliar king-level masters. I wonder what brings you to my Lyran dynasty. A powerful king-level warrior wearing flaming armor flew out of the city and came to the opposite side of Lin Tian. Lin Tian replied, I was invited to attend the celebration of Emperor Lai Ren. Hearing this, the king-level strongman on the opposite side immediately became respectful. Anyone who was invited to participate in the celebration was definitely not an ordinary person. He immediately invited them. You have come from far away, why don't you come into the city and rest for a while? No need, it's more important to get to the Imperial City. Lin Tian waved his hand to refuse, then set off. Looking at the departing backs of Lin Tian and others, the king-level strongman seemed to have thought of something and immediately sent a message back to the Imperial City. Shortly after leaving the city, I looked at the scenery below, which was completely different from the dark forest. There are various villages and fertile fields, and official roads extending in all directions, just like on Earth. Tu Linger on the side was stunned. This is the world outside the dark forest. There are no ferocious beasts everywhere here. Everyone lives in harmony and leads a happy life. It is 100 times better than the dark forest full of dangers. She didn't understand why her father didn't move the tribe here, but instead stayed in the dark forest. Lin Tian seemed very calm. These places were similar to where he lived before. Along the way, they passed through several cities. We encountered several waves of teams that were also heading to the Imperial City. Almost all of them were from the major families or vassal tribal forces of the Lyran tribe. They were completely different from Lin Tian. Lin Tian was invited, but they went there on their own initiative to please their master. If they dare not attend such an important event, they will be on the verge of destruction. Chapter 164 Thunder Leopard Clan, Imperial City. The closer you get to the Imperial City, the more forces you will encounter. Some forces went on foot, while others used slaves to pull luxurious carriages. Some forces with powerful kings fly directly into the air. The forces that knew each other said hello and moved forward together. The unknown person walked forward silently and alone, secretly observing the nearby forces. Lin Tian and his group of 4 king-level warriors attracted the attention of many forces, who were curious about which force could send out such a luxurious lineup. Especially the dragon might of Long Zhun and Long Zhan made many forces stay away and dare not approach. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from behind, and everyone turned their heads to look behind them. I saw several figures flying at high speed from afar. Each of them was surrounded by flashing lightning, especially their feet, as if they were walking on lightning. It was not until they were at a certain distance that everyone could see the person's appearance clearly. Their massive bodies resembled those of ferocious beasts, covered in yellow fur and spotted with purple rings. The spots are in the shape of thunderclouds. In just a few seconds, the opponent rushed to the front and stepped over the heads of the crowd without hesitation. When everyone saw this scene, although they were unhappy, they did not dare to show any anger. They are actually from the Thunder Leopard clan, and the leader seems to be the young master of the Thunder Leopard clan. I heard that the young master of the Thunder Leopard clan successfully broke through to the king rank a few months ago. I'm afraid he brought his team here to show off. Before he turned 50, he had already broken through to the king rank. This talent is truly terrifying. The young master of the Thunder Leopard clan is a genius who has awakened a special talent and is expected to break through to the emperor level. Few of the younger generation can match him. I heard that the young master of the Thunder Leopard clan was too talented and couldn't transform even after breaking through the king rank. No wonder. Everyone looked at the figures going away and talked in low voices. Thunder Leopard clan? Breaking through to the king level before the age of 50. It seems that the Thunder Leopard clan is a race that is comparable to the power of a dynasty. Linton learned the general news from the conversation among everyone. We had just approached the imperial city when we encountered a powerful force. This time, it was probably a gathering of geniuses from all major forces. The younger generation is the most competitive, so how could they not come for such a big event? While showing off your own strength, you can also find out the strength of your opponent. Seeing the imperial city, Linton quickened his pace and soon left everyone behind. After about a quarter of an hour, Linton saw an extremely majestic city stretching endlessly in the distance. It is dozens of times larger than his city. The city walls, tens of meters high, look like they are cast from molten iron, shining with metallic luster. As you get closer, a majestic aura hits you in the face, giving you an inexplicable sense of oppression. As expected of an imperial city from an ancient dynasty, there are probably 1 million people living here. Linton felt slightly shocked. Of course, he was only slightly shocked. He believed that in the near future, his imperial city would definitely be more than this. Afterwards, the group entered the royal city unimpeded. Because of the large number of forces coming, and taking various factors into consideration, there was no mandatory flight ban. After all, if they were birds, would they be asked to come down and walk? This would be a great humiliation. The same is true for the Dragon Clan. Of course, this is limited to the outer city areas. Entering the city, you will see shops lining both sides of the streets, people coming and going, a prosperous scene. Some races with large bodies have to walk step by step for fear of bumping into others. It would be okay if he bumped into some ordinary people, but if he bumped into the young master or elder of a certain force, he would be slapped to death in the next second. Linton and his group entered the city, and people gave way wherever they passed. The emphasis on strength is fully reflected. Linton strolled along the way and looked around at the shops. There were weapon refining shops, pill shops, restaurants, and happy houses. But none of them caught his eye. Tu Linger had a happy look on her face, jumping around, looking around, and was full of curiosity about everything. But because of Linton, she didn't dare to run around. The wolf tyrant beside him noticed that his master seemed to be looking for something, so he came closer and said, "Master, the good things are all in the inner city." "I see." Linton nodded. No wonder he had been strolling around for quite a while. The shops on both sides of the street were filled with ordinary and yellow-gray treasures. "But master, flying is not allowed in the inner city, not even for flying species." Langba reminded. What a broken rule. Hearing about the no-fly zone, Linton felt a little annoyed. He glanced at Long Zhan and Long Zhan, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's find a courtyard to stay first." "Yes, master." Langba stepped forward to lead the way. They soon found a courtyard, and Linton paid for it directly and let Long Zhan and the others live there. Renting a courtyard in the imperial city cost him thousands of crystals, but for Long Zhan and the others, this amount of crystals was nothing. Then, under the leadership of Langba, they headed to the inner city. At the gate of the inner city, a group of Lyran soldiers were guarding, one of whom was a 9th-level warrior. It's really a waste of talent for a 9th-rank expert to fall to the level of guarding the gate. Linton and the other two arrived at the city gate without being stopped. The aura of a powerful king from Langba was not hidden at all. Linton asked Langba to do this. He would not hide his cultivation level, be humiliated, and then slap someone in the face. He came here to do business, not to seek humiliation. Chapter 165, 100 pieces, I'll take them all. The shops in the inner city are incomparable to those in the outer city. The multi-story shops are decorated with gold and splendor. Beautiful figures stand at the door of the store, attracting customers. Of course, the most attractive thing is the Imperial Palace in the center of the Imperial City, which is the most magnificent and tallest building in the entire Imperial City. The connected palaces, with their carved beams and painted rafters, demonstrate the power of a dynasty. Which is the largest business here? Linton asked Langba, who was standing beside him. He was too lazy to look for it, so he went directly to the largest trading company to see if they had what he needed. Langba immediately introduced, Master, this is naturally Lion Trading Company. Lion Trading Company is the royal property of the Lyran clan. Not only does it have branches in major cities, but it also has businesses spread across several nearby major forces. Go to Lion Trading Company. Langba led the way and walked towards the center of the inner city. Tu Linger, who was following behind Lin Tian, had been staring at her with surprise ever since she entered the inner city. If the city lord hadn't brought him here, she probably wouldn't even be qualified to enter here. To be able to enter here, one must either have a certain level of strength or a certain status. After a while, they arrived in front of a 9-story building. The plaque clearly reads, Lion Trading Company. As soon as you enter, you can immediately feel the rich energy and an enchanting fragrance. The counters, tables, and chairs in the store are made of some unknown wood, but they give off a pleasant fragrance. The floor is like a jade disc, and the surroundings are decorated gorgeously, making it worthy of being the largest trading company. Lin Tian walked into the store. The people coming in and out of the store were all dressed in gorgeous clothes, and it was obvious that they were of extraordinary status. Some people are the same as the young master of the Thunder Leopard clan. They were too talented, or their cultivation had not reached the king level, so they were unable to transform. They all wore large mink coats, which was something he could not compare with. As he entered the store, a charming maid of a foreign race came towards him and said respectfully, Welcome, what can I do for you, sir? Is there any elixir that can cleanse the tendons and marrow? Lin Tian asked directly. The company is so big, if he looks for it on his own, who knows how long it will take him to find it. Yes, please come this way, sir. Then, led by the maid, she walked upstairs. Soon we arrived at a counter display stand on the 3rd floor. Bottles of elixirs were placed on the gorgeous counter, with the names of the elixirs written on the front. The beautiful maid pointed at one of the pills and explained to Lin Tian, Sir, this is a yellow-grade body-tempering pill. It has the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow. Yellow-grade body-tempering pill? It's only of yellow-grade quality. This kind of elixir is only useful for those who haven't started cultivation yet, or for low-level cultivators. Even if he put this level of elixir up for auction, no one would want it. Some independent cultivators might want it, but only a few could afford it. Low-level monks refer to monks of level 3 and below. The spiritual medicine he refined at the beginning was probably the main spiritual medicine for refining the body-tempering pill. He was at a low level of cultivation and accidentally had his bones and marrow cleansed. Yes, sir. This body-tempering pill is only a mid-grade yellow-level pill. It is only useful for cultivators below a low price. The beautiful maid replied. This maid seemed to be looking down on him. He was a powerful king-level warrior, but she actually brought him to see the yellow-level elixir. Never mind. He didn't explain it clearly. He then asked, Is there any elixir that can be used to cleanse the tendons and marrow of a peak 9th order cultivator? Sir, please come this way. The maid also realized at this time that her judgment was wrong, which made the young man in front of her a little unhappy, and her attitude became more respectful. He has powerful king-level warriors as servants, and the young man in front of him seems to have reached the king-level cultivation level, which is enough to prove that his identity is not simple. Never offend. If you offend such a young man, you will not only lose your job, but you may also be killed on the spot by your supervisor to atone for the young man's crime. She was just a maid, her life as insignificant as an ant. The maid brought Lin Tian and his group to the 5th floor. Not only was the space here much smaller, but there were also fewer people. When they arrived at a counter, the maid introduced Lin Tian. Sir, this is a low-grade Xian-level marrow cleansing pill. It has the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow of cultivators at the 9th level and below. Lin Tian nodded. This medicine is good, but the price is too high. 109th level crystals. This price is nothing to him, but to other city lords, it is a bit expensive. This is just the purchase price. If he sells it at auction, the price will definitely be several times higher than this. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the maid beside him and asked, How many marrow cleansing pills does your company have in total? Faced with Lin Tian's question, The maid was a little surprised and quickly replied, "Sir, this is a low-grade Xian level elixir. The company currently has only 100 in stock. Pills are not like spiritual weapons. They will release their medicinal properties over time. The longer the time, the worse the medicinal properties, until it finally turned into a pile of ashes. In addition, Lion Trading Company has so many branches, but there are only a few Xian-level alchemists. The pills they refine need to be transferred to various places, so it is impossible to store too many pills in the head office. 100 marrow cleansing pills, that is, 10,000 ninth-grade pills. After upgrading the military buildings last time, I made a small profit. There are 3,500 ninth-grade crystals in the warehouse, and 300 lower-grade king-grade crystals. One king-grade lower-grade crystal is equal to 100 ninth-grade crystals, and 300 king-grade lower-grade crystals are equal to 30,000 ninth-grade crystals. You can buy more than 300 marrow cleansing pills." Linton made some careful calculations in his mind and found that this marrow cleansing pill was not expensive. If he included the crystals below level 9 and the middle-grade king-level crystals, with his financial resources, he would have no problem buying more than 400 of them. "I want all 100 marrow cleansing pills." He immediately made the decision to take them all. "What?" The maid beside her was frightened by Linton's words, thinking she was hallucinating. "These are 10,000 ninth-level crystals. Even a force with several king-level powerhouses may not be able to come up with so many crystals." Linton raised his eyebrows. "Why? Cannot?" Yes. Please wait a moment. I will go and report to the supervisor and get the elixir for you." The maid came back to her senses from her shock, asked Linton to wait for a moment, and then turned around and left in a hurry. 100 Xian-level pills need to be retrieved from the warehouse, which is not something a mere maid like her can decide. Chapter 166. Fame spreads throughout the imperial city. Not long after, a somewhat fat middle-aged man slowly walked down from upstairs. The flame rune between his eyebrows represents that he is a strong man of the Lai people. When he saw Linton, he couldn't tell what kind of force Linton belonged to, whether it is within the sphere of influence of the Lai people dynasty or the major forces nearby. He knew all the forces clearly, but he didn't recognize Linton in front of him at all and couldn't figure out his origins. If it's a force of unknown origin, we must confirm that they have enough crystals before we can get the elixir. The fat butler thought to himself, even if he has powerful kings as servants, he still has to do the same. Thinking of this, the fat steward looked at the two people behind Linton. The moment he saw the two of them, he was slightly stunned. The leader of the werewolf tribe and the rabbit tribe? Didn't these two tribes join the one in the dark forest? Could this be? It took less than a second for the fat butler to go from being stunned to being shocked. He has been hearing a lot about that person's reputation recently. He killed a number of powerful Minotaur kings with just one palm, including Niu Xianlai, the first general of the Minotaur dynasty and a 5th-level king. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed below the king level, which was simply cruel. Even if your majesty meets this person, he must make friends with him and not offend him easily. Guessing Linton's identity, the fat steward immediately smiled, leaned forward slightly, and said in front of Linton, "So it's City Lord Lin who has come to visit. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I hope City Lord Lin will forgive me." This action made other people on the 5th floor look sideways. They were shocked and curious about Linton's identity that made the fat steward so respectful to him. Who is this person? The palace steward is not only a powerful king-level cultivator, but also the head of the Lion Trading Company appointed by His Majesty. How could he be so polite to such a brat? I've never seen this guy before, but the maid behind him seems to be a rabbit person. I heard that the rabbit people betrayed our Lai people dynasty and turned to a force called Linton. How dare they appear here? Just now, the palace steward seemed to call that young man City Lord Lin. Linton. Could it be the faction that's been fighting fiercely with the Minotaur dynasty recently? I heard they massacred 400,000 Minotaur troops. It turned out to be that ruthless man who killed Niu Xianlai, the top general of the Minotaur dynasty. I heard that he broke out of the dark forest 2 days ago and killed a king-level strongman of the Minotaur dynasty. Soon, Linton's identity was revealed. When everyone looked at Linton again, their eyes were filled with awe. The maid who followed the palace steward also had a look of shock on her face. Even the palace steward was so respectful and polite to this young man. What kind of person was this young man? She originally went to find the supervisor, but ended up meeting the palace steward. When the palace steward heard about the incident, he came over out of curiosity. The maid felt relieved at this moment. Fortunately, she had been careful and cautious just now and did not offend Linton. Their client, Linton, was surprised. He didn't expect that this person would recognize him at a glance. Has his reputation spread so far? I learned from the people around that the man in front of me was the general manager of Lion Trading Company, and he was also a person with certain power in the Lyran dynasty. The other party was so polite, so he naturally couldn't be rude. He immediately smiled and replied, "Master Gong, you are too polite. I just came here to buy a few pills and didn't want to disturb you." The two sides exchanged pleasantries, and if others didn't know, they would have thought they had known each other for a long time. "Ha ha, City Lord Lin is being too formal." The palace steward shouted in response, turning to look at the maid behind him and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Go and get the 100 marrow cleansing pills that Mayor Lin has ordered." "Promise." The maid hurriedly trotted to get the pills. After turning around, he immediately put on a smile and asked curiously, "I wonder what City Lord Lin needs so many marrow cleansing pills for." "Of course it's to cleanse your essence and marrow. Your talent is too poor, so you must cleanse your essence and marrow before you can embark on the path of martial arts." Lin Tiandao. This Chief Steward Gong was at a loss for words at the moment, and it would be inappropriate to ask any further. "I think City Lord Lin is building up his power." Then he invited, "City Lord Lin, would you like to sit upstairs?" But Lin Tian politely declined. "That's not necessary. I finally came to the Imperial City, so I naturally have to take a good look around and witness the prosperity of the Lyran clan's Imperial City." The palace steward showed pride on his face. No matter who it is, when they hear someone say that their country is prosperous, they will inevitably feel a sense of pride in their hearts. Not long after, the maid who had just left came back with a storage ring in her hands. As Chief Steward Gong took the ring and handed it to Lin Tian, he said with a smile, "This storage ring is given to City Lord Lin as a gift for our first cooperation." Chief Steward Gong is worthy of being the chief steward. He has a far-sighted vision. Lin Tian is so generous for the first time. There will definitely be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Leave a good impression to facilitate future cooperation. Lin Tian naturally saw through it, and he thought it was a fool not to take advantage of the opportunity. Master Gong is so generous, so I won't be polite either. The cooperation on the marrow cleansing pill is just the first step, and we will definitely seek cooperation with Lion Trading Company in the future. With the current strength of other city lords, they simply do not have the ability to make friends with a dynasty. And he has it, which is his current advantage, and he can take the opportunity to make some money. Almost all the people of the Lyran tribe have fire attributes. In addition to practicing martial arts, some people also choose to make pills or weapons. The fire attribute gives them an advantage over other races. It would be great if the leader of the Earth Demon clan could awaken his talent in this area. He thought to himself. Then he said goodbye and left. Outside Lion Trading Company, the news of his arrival in the Imperial City spread like wildfire. In just a short while, both the outer city and the inner city were discussing him. As soon as I walked out of Lion Trading Company, I saw that the outside was already crowded with people, many of whom were spies from various forces. Everyone wants to see the legendary figure who can defeat the Tauran army in less than a month after establishing his power. Is this Lin Tian? He looks less than 30 years old, yet he was able to kill Niu Xianlai and his 300,000-man army. It's unbelievable. What's that? Didn't you notice the aura around him? A king-level expert under 30 years old. This is the most terrifying thing. Doesn't that mean that Lin Tian is even more evil than the prince of my Lyran tribe and the young master of the Leibao tribe? These geniuses? Lin Tian himself is incredibly gifted, and he has many powerful men under his command. It seems his background is not simple. A group of people stared at Lin Tian and talked in low voices. Chapter 167. Boss Lin Tian came to the Imperial City. Faced with this grand scene, Lin Tian took a look, then turned around and left in a hurry. How can I describe the feeling of being a celebrity? I felt a little happy, but also a little troubled that I was recognized so soon after I went out. Being noticed by too many people is not necessarily a good thing, as it may bring unnecessary troubles. He's not afraid of trouble, but it will waste his time. I originally wanted to visit the inner city, but now it seems that I can't do that. Wherever he went, he was stared at and talked about by a group of people. How could he have the heart to continue shopping? He immediately turned around and walked towards the outer city. In a remote corner of the outer city, as soon as a few people entered the city, they heard people all around discussing Lin Tian. Is this Lin Tian the same Lin Tian we know? That's impossible. Isn't Lin Tian in the Dark Forest? How did he end up in the Lyran clan's Imperial City? They all said that it was the Lin Tian who fought against the Minotaur dynasty, so it must be Boss Lin Tian. What is Boss Lin Tian doing in the Imperial City? Is he looking for a treasure that can cleanse the bones and marrow like us? Are you deaf? Those people were discussing it just now, and they said that Lin Tian had already broken through to the king level. I told you. How could Big Boss Linton be surpassed by that guy Li Xinghe? Boss Linton is just a bit low-key. Several of them are city lords within the sphere of influence of the Lyran tribe. After learning that they could break through to the king level after cleansing their meridians and marrow, they teamed up to sneak into the imperial city. See if you can buy a treasure that can cleanse your bones and marrow. They had the aura of outsiders and were easily targeted by local forces, so they carefully sneaked into the imperial city. As for Linton, his strength was obvious, and his identity as an outsider was simply ignored. Boss Linton seems to be in the inner city. I wonder if we can enter the inner city with our identities. If we get caught, it's over. If we can meet Linton, we might be able to ask him for help. It seems that this is the only feasible method. Okay, let's split up and find out about Linton. We'll meet here in an hour. Good. Every time they go out, they have to disguise themselves so that no one will notice them. Meanwhile, Linton returned to the outer city courtyard and impatiently opened the chat channel to announce, "Tonight we're auctioning 100 low-grade, Xian-level marrow cleansing pills. These are effective in cleansing the tendons and marrow of cultivators at or below the 9th level." As soon as the news came out, the people who were originally worried about the cleansing of the bones and marrow cheered. Boss Linton is awesome. He can even get this kind of elixir. My God, Master Linton. At the critical moment, I still have to rely on Master Linton. I'm curious where he got so many Xian-level elixirs. Could it be that they went to plunder a city in the Minotaur dynasty? Why bother with all this? Let's go collect the elixir first. No matter what, I'll grab one even if it means losing everything. Yes, yes, yes. The opportunity to break through to the king level is right in front of us. The sooner we break through to the king level, the sooner we will be ahead of others. 100 Xian-grade low-grade marrow cleansing pills are 100 times more shocking than 10 Xian-grade biling swords. Seeing this scene, Linton smiled. He had spent 10,000 9th-grade crystals. How much he could earn depended on them. Don't even talk about making a profit from the price difference. It's despicable. Even if he doesn't do it, someone else will do it in a few days. Everyone can obtain the elixir and break through to the king level of cultivation, and he can make a fortune from it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In a territory somewhere, Yuramung was looking at the messages in the chat channel, slightly distracted. She practiced earth-level skills and was also stuck at the peak of the 9th level, unable to break through. She swallowed and refined a large amount of spiritual medicine, but it was still useless. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, ordinary elixirs can no longer change it. Now seeing Linton take out 100 Xian-grade marrow cleansing pills, she couldn't see for a moment how big the gap between her and Linton was. Everyone thought Li Xinghe was the first city lord to break through to the king rank. Now it seems that is not the case. Linton may have broken through to the king rank long ago. Yuraming shook her head and smiled bitterly. Thinking back to the past, she had wanted to rely on her immortal-level troops to make Linton fall at her feet. Thinking about it now, it seems a bit ridiculous. I now have 5 king-level soldiers under my command, but I still don't dare to confront the dynasty forces head-on like him. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. She stood up and put her thoughts aside. No matter what, I must obtain a marrow cleansing pill tonight. I will let this 2-headed snake tribe become my stepping stone to break through to the king rank. The 2-headed snake tribe is a large tribal race hundreds of kilometers away from her. The leader is a powerful king at the 3rd level and has a large mine under his command. She had long been eyeing the 2-headed snake tribe and just happened to be using their crystals to auction off tonight's marrow cleansing pills. In another territory, when Li Xinghe saw the news, his face looked as ugly as if he had eaten something ugly. He just told us the method to break through to the king level yesterday, and today Linton auctioned the marrow cleansing pill. This is too much of a coincidence and too fast. After tonight, within a few days, dozens of city lords will break through to the king level. By then, his reputation will plummet. Originally, he wanted to show off and win over more city lords because he was the first to break through to the king level. As a result, one day, this Linton ruined my plan. He deserves to die. Li Xinghe gritted his teeth. It's just a dragon army. My army is no worse than his. Even though the alliance he formed was one of the best among all alliances, he was still not satisfied. His goal is to dominate all races, and Linton's existence makes him feel deeply threatened. He originally thought he had surpassed Linton, but it turned out to be his fantasy. Chapter 168, A Business That Comes to You. Somewhere in the jungle. Where did Linton get so many pills? And they are all Xian-level pills. Pang Feichen was riding on the back of his own soldier, returning with a full load. Each soldier was covered in more or less blood, and some even had blood and flesh residue at the corners of their mouths. When he saw Lin Tianfa's message, His face was full of disbelief. Based on his abilities, let alone whether he can refine a Xian-grade elixir, he definitely can't even gather the necessary spiritual herbs to refine a Xian-grade elixir. 100 Xian-grade pills, how many Xian-grade spiritual medicines would that be? He first rejected the possibility of Linton refining the Marrow cleansing pill himself. Then there is only one possibility left, which is to cooperate with a powerful force. Apart from the Minotaur dynasty, the only other possible dynasty nearby could be the Linton dynasty. Linton is really quick. It seems I have to make a decision as soon as possible. In a courtyard of the dynasty, Linton closed the chat channel with satisfaction after watching everyone's reactions for a while. There are still several hours before nightfall, enough time for some people to collect a large number of crystals. The top 100 city lords are all extremely wealthy, each with at least tens of thousands of crystals. Except for those city lords who are lucky enough to get elixirs with the effect of cleansing the bones and marrow as rewards, or those who get opportunities unexpectedly. Other city lords will definitely not be able to resist this temptation. When I walked out of the room, Tu Linger was sitting in the yard, her eyes fixed on the outside. It seems like I haven't shopped enough and want to go out. To prevent the little girl from running out without permission, he thought for a moment and said, "Without my order, no one is allowed to step out of the courtyard." Tu Linger's cultivation was weak to begin with. If she slipped out alone and got lost, she would probably be captured and made a slave. There is no such thing as human rights in this world. If you have strength, you are the boss. If you don't have strength, you are nothing. What's more, there are many forces targeting him now. If Tu Linger is captured and used to threaten him, it will become a troublesome matter. He had to prevent this from happening. After hearing Linton's order, Tu Linger looked like a deflated ball, with an unhappy look on her face. But facing the city lord's order, she dared not refute, let alone disobey. It's the centennial ceremony of Emperor Lai Ren's ascension to the throne. I don't think I've prepared a gift yet. Suddenly, Linton thought of an extremely important question. It's impossible for me to attend the centenary ceremony of my accession to the throne empty-handed tomorrow. I will be laughed to death. Laughing at Linton for not being able to take out even a treasure. But he didn't seem to have any treasures to show off. It has to be at least a Xian-level treasure. Thinking of this, he felt a bit of a headache. Whenever he got any extra Xian-level treasures, he would auction them off immediately and exchange them for crystals or supplies. As a result, he now has no extra treasures in his hands. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. After a while, Langba came in and reported, "Master, there are a few people outside who say they are your friends and want to see you for something important." Friend. Linton wanted to laugh. He didn't have many friends in this world, except Sun Yuanzhong and Meng Xiaofei. But the people outside are obviously not. But judging from the aura they exude, they are also city lords. Bring them in. The city lord within the sphere of influence of the Linton dynasty is so brave as to sneak into the imperial city. 5 figures walked in tremblingly from outside. Seeing Linton, they all clasped their fists and saluted. Boss Linton. Hello, Brother Linton. I've heard of Brother Linton's reputation for a long time, and I finally see him in person. As expected of Big Brother Linton, he is so majestic and charming. When several people saw Linton, they couldn't help but flatter him. Linton raised his hand to stop them, glanced at everyone, and said, "What do you want from me?" One of them said, "Brother Linton, what you said is true. When we heard that Brother Linton was coming to the imperial city, we couldn't wait to come and visit him, just to see his true appearance. Now that we've met, you can go." Linton said this, and was about to chase them away. "Brother Linton, please don't. One person quickly said, "Brother Linton, actually, we came here this time. In addition to visiting Brother Linton, we also have a favor to ask." "Tell me about it." He knew that this group of people couldn't just be here for a simple visit. As the saying goes, one doesn't visit a temple for no reason. They looked at each other and then said, "We would like to ask Brother Linton to buy a few marrow cleansing pills." Linton glanced at the few people and said, "Didn't I say the auction will be held tonight? You can just bid then." "Brother Linton, we want it too, but with so few crystals, we simply can't compete with other city lords." Several people looked embarrassed. With their limited financial resources, they knew they could not compete with other city lords. "Then you can go to the inner city to buy them. Although I have bought all the ones from Lion Trading Company, other trading companies should still have some," Linton said casually. Several people still had troubled expressions on their faces. "What? Are you wanted by the Linton dynasty?" Now it was Linton's turn to be curious. They all sneaked into the imperial city, and instead of buying things from the shops, they came to him. Several people hurriedly explained, "Brother Linton, no, we can't enter the inner city. The aura we carry will be intercepted by the guards, and we will be harassed. Several people spoke with wry smiles and recounted their experiences. At the beginning, they also went to other cities and tried to enter the city to gather information and buy treasures. But they were all stopped. Even if they managed to sneak in, as soon as their presence was revealed, they would be targeted by the forces in the city. This made them think that they were the chosen ones. After all, the protagonist in the novel would be targeted wherever he went. It was not until later that they realized that it was not the son of luck at all, but the aura on them that inexplicably attracted hatred. After hearing several people's stories and recalling my own similar experiences, I realized that this is indeed the case. When he first encountered those local forces and tribes, they were all full of hostility towards him. Even when he arrived at the Lyran dynasty, he was stopped when he passed through the first city. It was not until he said that he was invited that he was able to pass through smoothly. In that case, these people are lucky. If they went to the city of the hot-tempered Minotaur, they would probably be killed on the spot. After some thought, Linton said, "What price can you afford? If it's suitable, it's not impossible to sell it to you." When they heard this, they were delighted and hurriedly took out all the crystals they had. After a lot of hard work, the 5 people finally managed to collect 1,000 ninth-level crystals. In other words, if he sold the pills to 5 people, he could only earn 500 ninth-level crystals. It doubled. However, he still felt that it was not enough. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the 5 people and asked, "What level are your troops?" Chapter 169, Green Bull, Ambushed. The 5 of them looked confused, wondering what this had to do with the type of military service. Do they have to mortgage their troops? After hesitating for a few seconds, the 5 people continued to tell each other about their military branches. Mine are extraordinary soldiers. Mine is also of the extraordinary variety. Mine are top-tier soldiers. Mine are extraordinary soldiers. Mine is an epic class. Linton took a look at the man with epic-level military force in surprise. No wonder he could come up with a huge sum of 490 level crystals by himself. He should have royal-level troops under his command. Then he asked the man, "What's your military branch?" "Brother Linton, my military type is cattle." The man answered honestly. Who made Linton stronger than them, and they still needed his help? The Bull tribe. This makes them the ancestors of the Minotaur. When he heard the word Ox tribe, Linton instantly thought of the Minotaur tribe. But after thinking about it, he felt something was wrong. That's not right. Logically speaking, even if the Ox tribe isn't a fairy-level unit, it should be a legendary unit at the very least. How come it's only an epic-level unit? Linton looked at the man meaningfully. He suspected that the boy was deliberately hiding his strength. After all, in myths and legends, the Bull Demon King, the great sage Pingtian, is quite powerful. Of course, it could also be that he was overthinking it. As he inquired further, he learned the specific information. This guy's name is Lu Gao, and he does have king-level troops under his command. The cattle that reached the king level were the green barbarian bulls. After reaching adulthood, one can reach the imperial level. Yes, this should be enough as a gift for tomorrow. He was just worried about not being able to find a treasure as a gift, and just at this moment, several people came to his door. He didn't want a king-level soldier, and even if he did, Lu Gao would not agree. He just wanted a drop of blood as a gift. It can also discuss the Minotaur dynasty. Don't underestimate a drop of blood. It may change a person's destiny. When Lu Gao heard Linton's request, he was puzzled. You are a dragon soldier. Why would you be interested in his blue bull blood? Although he was doubtful, he agreed after a little hesitation. It was just a drop of blood and would not cause much damage to his troops. Seeing Lu Gao's agreement, Linton said, "Your troops should be outside the city. Go and get the blood essence. I will give you 5 marrow cleansing pills when the time comes." Good. Lu Gao turned and left. He had no doubt about Linton's words. Linton is number 1 on the list and can easily destroy all of them, so there is no need to lie to them. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Lu Gao returned with a drop of bright red blood in his palm, emitting a strong sense of oppression. Even though it was only a drop of blood from a blue bull with king-level cultivation, the bloodline power inherited from it made it appear extremely extraordinary. Good. Linton took it, nodded with satisfaction, and then handed 5 marrow cleansing pills to the 5 people. After expressing their gratitude, the 5 people couldn't wait to leave. They must break through to the king level before others, and then show off. Linton sat cross-legged with his eyes closed to rest. After flying for several hours, he felt a little tired. As soon as he closed his eyes and calmed his mind, he sensed several spies hiding around the courtyard. These forces really have nothing to do. Why are they staring at him? He shook his head and soon fell into a state of emptiness and clarity. But before he could rest for half an hour, A cry for help came from outside the courtyard. Brother Linton, help me. Brother Linton, help me quickly. Linton, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. It seems to be the voice of one of those 5 people. I stood up curiously and just walked out of the room. I saw a figure covered in blood rushing in from outside. As soon as he saw Linton, he shouted for help. Brother Linton, you must save Brother Lu Gao and the others. If you don't save them, they will die. Linton frowned slightly. Tell me what happened first. On the surface, he was asking what happened, but in his heart he already had a rough guess. It's nothing more than provoking some powerful person or being targeted by someone. After the brief explanation from the man in front of him, he roughly understood what had happened. Soon after the 5 of them left the city, they were blocked by a group of people. The other party consisted of 2 king-level warriors and dozens of 9th level, 8th level, and lower cultivators. The other side started fighting without saying a word. Faced with so many powerful warriors, the 5 men and their troops were no match at all. 2 king-level masters, plus so many monks. Can you escape? Linton saw through the clue at a glance. This group of people obviously let him come back on purpose to ask for help. Is it directed at me? It is not difficult to guess that facing 2 king-level powerhouses, it is impossible for Qingman Niu to fight 2 at once with his combat power. How could a 9th level king cultivator be allowed to escape? Since they're coming for me, I have to go check it out. Otherwise, I'm afraid they'll die because of me. He came to the Lyran dynasty, and it seemed that he had not offended anyone. He wanted to see who wanted to kill him. Seeing that Linton was willing to help, the man was filled with gratitude and hurried to lead the way, fearing that if he was too late, Lu Gao and his men would have been killed. 100 miles away from the imperial city, in a dense forest valley, Lu Gao and his companions were fighting with a king-level cultivator. They were all at the peak of the 9th level and had considerable strength. Working together, they can barely contain the king-level monks. The king-level soldiers under Lu Gao were fighting with another king-level monk, and their other troops were being besieged by a group of monks. Several types of soldiers have already died tragically at the hands of the sword, lying in a pool of blood. Although they were extremely angry, they could do nothing. They can only place their hopes on another person and ask Linton for help. Only then will they have a chance to survive. Not far from them, a figure was watching everything that happened here. Behind him, 2 powerful men with enormous auras stood. Seems like you're waiting for something? Chapter 170. The Minotaur Prince, Arrogant and Domineering. In less than a moment, several figures flew towards this direction from a distance. After noticing this scene, the king-level warrior who was fighting with Lu Gao and others stopped pretending. A powerful attack was launched. Puff! Lu Gao and his men were severely injured, with blood spurting from their mouths. Their bodies fell towards the ground in the distance like kites with broken strings. They originally thought that they had held back a king-level warrior with their own strength. It turned out that they were overthinking it. It would only take a few moves for the king-level expert to kill them. No, there are more than 2 king-level warriors. They are indeed coming for me. Linton, who had rushed over, saw this scene and sensed it slightly. He realized that this matter was not simple, and his eyes became gloomy. It's the Minotaur again. They dared to attack the territory of the Lyran dynasty. How arrogant and domineering. When Lu Gao and his companions saw Linton coming, they felt as if they had seen a savior. Regardless of their injuries, they hurriedly got up and ran to Linton. Brother Linton, help us. These people attacked us without any reason. Brother Linton, since we are both city lords, you must save us. Yes, we just bought the Marrow cleansing pill from you. A few people had not yet realized that these people were actually coming for Linton, and they were still asking Linton for help. Linton Dao, you have nothing to do here. When they heard this, they thanked Linton profusely, thinking that Linton was willing to save them. But Linton's next words left them dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. Linton looked in one direction. Come out. Looking in that direction, 3 figures came into view. 3 figures walked out slowly from the darkness. The one walking in front was a young man with horns on his head that were different from others, indicating that his identity was unusual. Lu Gao and his companions were shocked. Why were there other people in secret? Moreover, 2 of them had even stronger auras than the 2 king-level warriors on the battlefield. Looking at the horns above their heads, the 5 people quickly guessed what was going on. I originally thought that I was here to intercept them and steal their treasures, but I ended up being an innocent victim. The purpose was to use them to lure Linton out. At this time, several people had no words to express their suffering. In the field, a young figure stared at Linton and asked, Are you the Linton who killed Niu Xianlai and slaughtered 400,000 soldiers of my Minotaur dynasty? It's me, Your grandfather. What do you want from me? Linton immediately started to anger. There was a deep blood feud between the two sides, and there was nothing to talk about. The young man's face quickly darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "The warriors under your command are all in the dark forest, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly? Today I will kill you and raze your city to the ground." Lin Tianzi said disdainfully. Niu Xianlai said the same thing back then, but unfortunately he died a miserable death in the end, leaving not even a trace of his bones. You? The young man was furious, thinking that Lin Tian had eaten Niu Xianlai. Lin Tian spoke first. "What do you mean by you? You are the prince of the Bullhead dynasty, right? If I kill you, the dog emperor will be so angry that he will vomit blood." As he spoke, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with ferocity, and the situation between the two sides was on the verge of breaking out. In secret, several major forces are watching the fun. A black-haired dog curled its lips when it heard Lin Tian's words and said, "What does killing him have to do with my father? Why would my father spit out blood?" The guard beside him hurriedly explained, "Young master, this Lin Tian should be scolding the Minotaur emperor. Shouldn't we be scolding the bull emperor? Why are we scolding the dog emperor? I'll have to ask this guy later." He cursed his father for no reason. If he doesn't explain clearly, he must teach this kid a lesson. Ha ha, this young master is laughing to death. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the side. Turning around, it was the young master of the Thunder Leopard clan. "Guzzi, what are you laughing at? Don't think that just because you've broken through to the king rank, I can do nothing to you. Believe it or not, I'll pluck out all the hair on your body." The young master of the Thunder Leopard clan immediately suppressed his laughter and snorted coldly. "Humph, this young master is laughing at Lin Tian. What does it have to do with you? Kill this prince. Without the protection of the strong men under your command, you are just an ant. Now your strong men are all in the dark forest. This prince wants to see who kills whom." The Minotaur prince had an arrogant look on his face. As soon as he entered the imperial city, he heard all kinds of news about Lin Tian. This is how the ambush was set. As long as he kills Lin Tian, his prestige in the dynasty will reach its peak, crushing the other princes. By then, the position of crown prince will belong to him. Kill. With a loud roar from him, for king-level warriors rushed towards Lin Tian with murderous intent. After killing so many of you king-level warriors, what's the harm in killing 4 more? Lin Tianxian's yuan sword appeared in his hand without a trace of fear. He led Long Zhan, and Lang Ba to fight against the 4 king-level powerful men of the Minotaur dynasty. There are 4 powerful Minotaur kings, 2 of whom are at the 2nd level of the king level and 2 are at the 1st level of the king level. There are really many king-level strongmen in this Minotaur dynasty, and he killed 5 of them. A prince can bring 4 people with him when he goes out. The older these dynasties are, the deeper their foundation is, and they are completely incomparable to his emerging force. Lin Tian was facing a Minotaur monk of the 1st level of the king rank. The Minotaur monk moved and swung his axe at his head. If you get hit by it, there is no doubt that you will be broken into 2 halves in an instant and your brain will burst. But Lin Tian at this time was no longer the same as before. After swallowing the king's spirit pill, not only did he break through to the king level of cultivation, but his physical body also improved dramatically. He practiced the One Chi sword technique to its peak. Coupled with the heavenly level technique, Hunyuan Ichi Ju, the energy in its body underwent a qualitative change. The physical condition is also changing imperceptibly, and the combat power and speed are improved. Facing the axe, he met it with a sword. Clang! After one blow, both sides were evenly matched and were knocked back half a step. This scene shocked the young generation who were peeping secretly. Minotaur has always been famous for its great strength. But Lin Tian, despite his small body, relied on his strength to fight the Minotaur head-on and did not lose. Everyone heard that Lin Tian had broken through to the king level before he was 30 years old, so they came to find out. You don't know until you see it. When you see it, you will be shocked. Lin Tian's evilness is beyond their imagination. But this is just the beginning. After one strike, Lin Tian took the lead in attacking. With a speed faster than that of the Minotaur, he rushed forward and slashed with several swords in succession. Faced with these continuous attacks, the Minotaur monk could only raise the axe in his hand and try to resist. The opportunity has arrived. Lin Tian took this opportunity to fly high, and the energy in his body rushed into the Qianyuan sword frantically. Dazzling light burst out from all around the Qianyuan sword, and terrifying sword energy instantly filled the sky, surging violently. This is the power of the Qianyuan sword. Cut! As a majestic voice resounded through the sky, Lin Tian slashed out with his sword. Thousands of sword energies poured out, killing the Minotaur monk below like meteors, with murderous aura rising into the sky. Chapter 171, Powerful Metamorphosis, Shocking. Boom, boom, boom. A cloud of dust rose up from where the Minotaur monk was. When the dust settled, the Minotaur monk disappeared, leaving only a deep pit. Looking into the pit, a figure covered in blood was lying in the pit, gradually losing his breath. The injuries on his body were horrific. The armor on his body was shattered, and the sword energy left deep scars on his body. Several sword energies directly penetrated his body, ended his life. Hiss. This horrifying scene not only stunned Lu Gao and his companions, but even the geniuses of various forces in the dark showed incredible expressions. But soon someone saw the clue. Linton is nothing special. He just relies on the power of the Earth-level weapon in his hand. You can't say that. If you have the guts, go and bring your clan's Earth-class weapons to compete with him, and see if your father will break your dog legs. Woof. Ahem. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. This Linton possesses an Earth-grade weapon, and his background is a mystery. It's best not to offend him. Earth-grade weapons are the strongest foundation of a force and must never be used unless it comes to a critical moment. This is the first time I have seen someone like Linton carrying a ground-level weapon. On the battlefield, Long Jun saw his master resolve the battle so quickly, and he also started to use his ultimate moves. Purple thunder filled his entire body, and thunderclouds gathered in the sky. In a flash, bolts of lightning struck, and the second-level king-level Minotaur monk opposite was completely enveloped by lightning. Looking at the Minotaur monk being struck, the corners of the mouths of the people watching the battle couldn't help but twitch. After a while, a charred body fell from midair. At this time, the Minotaur monk had been chopped to pieces, leaving the outside burnt and the inside tender. Gudon. When the secret geniuses saw this scene, they all couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of the young master of the Thunder Leopard clan. Are all the people who play Raiden so awesome? Directly kill the strong men of the same level. The young master of the Thunder Leopard clan was a little embarrassed, as the lightning he controlled was completely not at the same level as the other party. Even the dog widened his eyes when he saw this scene, wondering what race this monster was. Long John was equally matched. The raging flames in his mouth were like the Samadhi true fire, burning the second-level king-rank cultivator on the opposite side to the point where he was helpless. Fight against opponents of higher levels and never be at a disadvantage. In a short while, all the hair on his body was almost burned off. He was eventually burned alive. Compared to them, Wolf Overlord is much inferior. In a fierce battle with a Minotaur monk of the same level, the two sides fought back and forth, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Among these four, I'm afraid only this wolf is considered normal. The same thought emerged in everyone's mind. Long Jun took action and helped Lang Ba in the battle with just one blow. Lang Ba smiled and thanked him. He was already accustomed to this scene. He has not yet mastered the ground-level skills, and his combat power has not been enhanced by the skills. He had a feeling that once he mastered the technique, he would not only be able to break through to the second level of the king class, but his combat power would also change greatly. In less than half a minute, all four king-level warriors were killed. He was so proud just now, thinking that by attending the centenary ceremony of Emperor Liren's accession to the throne, he could take the opportunity to kill Linton's Minotaur Prince Neo Haiching. Now I am stunned with shock. If you have any other tricks, feel free to use them, otherwise this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Linton's voice rang out. Neo Haiching came back to his senses from the shock and looked at Linton, who was approaching step by step with a face full of horror. You dare to kill me? I am a prince. If you kill me, my father will avenge me at all costs. In fear, Lu Haiching retreated step by step, hoping to use his status as a prince to intimidate Linton and let him go. But how could Linton be afraid of these things? He sneered and said, "You're crazy. I've killed so many powerful people from your Minotaur dynasty, so why would I care about one more person like you?" After being at a certain distance from Neo Haiching, he suddenly stopped, looked up into the air, and said, "How patient. Why don't you make a move? If you don't, I'm going to kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared, another Minotaur monk. This Minotaur had a surging aura all over his body, and was obviously much stronger than the previous Minotaur monks. When Neo Haiching saw this figure, he seemed to see a savior and hurriedly shouted, "Neo Tai! Kill him quickly! Kill him!" He still didn't give up, and Neo Tai's appearance made him swell up again. Neo Tai is a powerful warrior at the 4th level of the king rank, while the strongest warrior opposite Linton is only at the 2nd level of the king rank. It is easy to kill them. But Neo Tai refused, saying, "Your Highness, I am only following His Majesty's orders to protect your safety. You dare to disobey my orders? Niu Haiqing was so angry that he was shaking all over. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Niu Tai, I dare not. Then I order you to kill him now. Niu Haiqing roared. Niu Tai was unmoved, but in fact he had a lot of grievances in his heart that he couldn't express. If Lin Tian was really so easy to kill, then your majesty would have killed Lin Tian long ago. But His Royal Highness the Prince has not yet seen the reality clearly, and he now wants to take His Royal Highness the Prince away. The major forces in the dark were also surprised when they saw this scene. Lin Tian has long been aware of Niu Tai's presence, but he is not afraid at all. Could it be that Lin Tian has a backup plan? Perhaps he wants to use his second-level king-rank warriors to kill Niu Tai, a fourth-level king-rank warrior. Ha ha. If they were facing a king-rank 3 cultivator, it might be possible for them to join forces. But for a king-rank 4 cultivator, even if the 4 of them joined forces, it would be impossible. That's not necessarily true. I feel like Lin Tian is not that simple. Facing Niu Tai, there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. Everyone was looking forward to what was going to happen next, wanting to see who would be the winner today. They are just spectators, and it doesn't matter who dies. On the battlefield, Lin Tian looked at the exasperated Niu Haiqing and hooked his finger, saying, "Since he doesn't dare to take action, then you do it?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, Niu Haiqing couldn't help but take half a step back. The scene of the Minotaur monk being killed instantly by one blow is still vivid in my mind. Lin Tian sure tried to provoke him, saying, "You are also a king-level cultivator. Don't you think that the prince of the Minotaur dynasty doesn't even have the courage to fight me?" Although Niu Haiqing looks like a young man, he is actually over 60 years old. It is not uncommon for a prince of a dynasty to break through to the king level in his 60s. After all, they practice the best skills and have sufficient resources for practice. Someone like the young master of the Thunder Leopard clan who breaks through to the king level before the age of 50 is a rare genius who has the potential to break through to the emperor level. Seeing that the other party was hesitant to take action, Lin Tian didn't want to delay any longer and shouted, "Work together to hold him back." Niu Tai's face changed, and the thing he was worried about happened. Chapter 172, Powerful Trump Card. Lin Tian is in danger. He was afraid of Long Zhan's fighting ability. He was not worried about being killed by Long Zhan. There is a huge gap between the two realms. It is simply a fantasy to want to kill him instantly. What he was worried about was that he would be entangled and His Royal Highness the Prince would be in danger. But His Royal Highness the Prince continues to provoke Lin Tian again and again. As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, Long Zhan and the other two quickly surrounded Niu Tai. At the same time, Niu Tai anxiously sent a message, "Your Highness, run away." Niu Haiqing looked at the trapped Niu Tai, then looked at Lin Tian, and found that the other party was rushing towards him with a sword. His face turned pale with fear for a moment, and his arrogance disappeared in an instant. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled into the distance. Long Zhan and the other two also besieged Niu Tai. After only one round of fighting, Niu Tai deeply felt the power of Long Zhan and Long Zhan's attacks. With the combined strength of the two, they were able to go head-on with his 4th-level king-level attacks. With the help of Langba, he could distract his attention. Not to mention killing 3 people, even escaping from their siege would be impossible in a short period of time. He could only watch anxiously as His Royal Highness the Prince was being hunted down. On the other side, Niu Haiqing used his martial arts skills to escape, making it difficult for Lin Tian to catch up for a while. "You run really fast." Lin Tian cursed and practiced martial arts skills, which made him no match for the opponent. "I let you run." Boom, boom, boom. Sword Chi slashed out and killed Niu Haiqing, who was fleeing in front. Sensing the crisis coming from behind, Niu Haiqing had to dodge everywhere. This gave Lin Tian the opportunity to close the distance. The two sides chased and fled, and the distance between them gradually narrowed. Niu Haiqing noticed that Lin Tian was getting closer and closer to him, and he became extremely anxious. "Lin Tian, you forced me to do this." Niu Haiqing seemed to suddenly think of something, and a cruel look appeared on his face. A disc appeared in the palm of his hand, and the array pattern on it indicated that this array disc was unusual. He poured energy into the array plate, and the array plate was activated instantly. Then he threw the formation plate to the ground and flew away. Lin Tian, who was chasing closely, was covered by a curtain of light before he knew what was happening. Formation? Lin Tian's face was shocked. He had used the formation scroll before and was very familiar with formations. He recognized it as a formation at a glance. At the same time, Niu Haiqing's triumphant laughter was heard outside the formation. "Ha ha, Lin Tian, You didn't expect that this prince has a formation plate. You used the formation to slaughter my Minotaur army. Today, I will use the formation to kill you. Being enveloped by the formation, you are doomed to die with your king-level cultivation. Neo Haiching showed his arrogant face again and looked at Lin Tian in the formation with a face full of pride. In the distance, Neo Tai saw that the prince had this skill and was no longer worried. Now, it was Long Zhun and the other two's turn to panic. When Long Zhun saw that his master was trapped in the formation, he wanted to leave the battle and go to rescue his master. But how could Neo Tai let them go? Neo Tai's current mission has changed from saving the crown prince to stopping Long Zhun and the others. In his opinion, Lin Tian was trapped in the formation, and with his cultivation level, he would definitely die. It was just a matter of time. At that time, they will not only be able to kill Lin Tian, but also obtain an earth-level treasure, killing two birds with one stone. Lu Gao and his friends were worried that if Lin Tian died, they would not survive either. When several major forces in the dark saw this scene, they all thought that Lin Tian could not escape the disaster. Neo Haiching is really despicable. He plays dirty when he can't win. Lin Tian is too careless. Neo Haiching is a prince. How could he not have a trump card to save his life? Young people are still too impatient. Now their lives are over. Even if he has an earth-level weapon, it will be difficult to break this formation. It would be a shame if such a genius died at the hands of the Minotaur. No one thought Lin Tian could break through the formation. The silent Guzi said at this time, "It's just a formation. What's so difficult about it? As long as we find the formation disk, we can easily destroy it." Everyone glanced at the dog unhappily, and everyone present knew it. But it is not easy to resist the attack of the formation and find the formation plate at the same time. He might be blasted into pieces by the formation before he even finds the formation plate. No one knows where the formation plate will be hidden. Inside the formation, Lin Tian was not panicked. There was no point in panicking at this time. Looking around the entire formation, he was looking for a breakthrough. This formation is stronger than his previous killing formation. It is very difficult to break it by force. At this moment, Neo Haiching outside began to inject crystals into the formation. As the number of crystals increases, the formation becomes more powerful. No matter what, if I can't find a way out, I'll just have to use force to break it. Otherwise, I'll just be trapped to death. I saw his body rising into the air, his internal skills running at full power, and sword energy surrounding him. At this moment, countless attacks flew out from all directions and attacked him. He did not dodge or evade, but relied on the energy shield around his body to block all attacks. This is just the initial attack, and it's not too strong. As the energy of the crystal increases, the attacks will become stronger and stronger. At that time, you will only be beaten and will not even have the ability to resist. Outside the formation, Neo Haiching saw Lin Tian's actions and laughed disdainfully. Ha! This is a low-grade Xian-level formation. Even a third-level king-level cultivator can't break it easily. With your first-level king-level strength, it's simply wishful thinking to think that you can break the formation. He ignored Neo Haiching's ridicule. Once he broke through the formation, he would know what fear felt like. As the One Qi sword art and Hanyuan One Qi art were fully implemented, the Qianyuan sword in his hand was trembling slightly. It seems like it wants to lend a helping hand to its master. Boom! Suddenly, a sword beam shot up into the sky, ignoring the formation, like a volcanic eruption, straight into the sky. Everyone looked at the sword light, only to find it so sharp and dazzling that it captivated their hearts. Neo Haiching, who had a sarcastic look on his face just now, froze in an instant. Looking at the sword light that ignored the formation, his eyes were full of disbelief. Even the geniuses from several major forces in the dark were shocked when they saw the sword light. How is it possible? This is artistic conception. What kind of monster is this? The Minotaur dynasty has offended such a monster. It is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. This is the legendary sword intent. I never thought I would be able to witness it with my own eyes in my lifetime. In a critical moment, he comprehended the sword intent. This formation can no longer stop him. Not to mention the younger generation. Even the older generation of strong men were shocked. Artistic conception is a legendary existence that no one has ever understood. Chapter 173. Comprehending the sword intent, the birth of a demon. Inside the formation, Lin Tian was suspended in midair, his eyes closed, and sword energy surrounded him. Countless formation attacks were blocked outside and could not hurt him at all. Neo Haiching came to his senses and began to continuously inject crystals into the formation, controlling the formation to launch a fierce attack on Lin Tian. His heart was filled with fear, and the excessive fear drove him crazy. If Lin Tian didn't die, he would be the one to die. Crack! The energy shield was shattered, and all kinds of attacks collided with the sword energy around him. A fierce collision, dazzling light, and murderous aura. I don't know how much time has passed, maybe an hour, or maybe just a moment. Buzz. Suddenly, Linton opened his eyes in midair, and a sword intent surged out, and all attacks were dissolved in an instant. He slowly raised the sword in his hand and slashed out with all his strength. This sword seems simple and unpretentious, but the moment it touches the formation, the sword light was like a rainbow, piercing through heaven and earth. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. The dust settled, and the formation disappeared, leaving only a broken formation plate. Neo Haichung, who was originally outside the formation and controlling the formation, was blown 100 meters away by the terrifying aftermath. His clothes were torn, and he looked in a miserable state. Seeing the formation disc was broken, Neo Haichung was terrified and shouted for mercy. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. I have crystals and elixirs. As long as you don't kill me, all the treasures on me will be yours. The formation plate was his strongest life-saving trump card, but it was still easily broken by Linton. At this moment, he was regretting so much that he regretted why he had provoked Linton for no reason. There is no medicine for regret in the world. You have to pay the price for whatever you do. Linton came to Neo Haichung with an expressionless face. In the next life, don't appear within my sight. Under Neo Haichung's horrified gaze, he slowly raised the sword in his hand, and then swung it down. City Lord Lin, please show mercy. At this moment, a voice was heard from the direction of the Imperial City, and a figure was seen flying towards this direction rapidly. But Linton ignored it, and did not stop moving his hands at all. Puff! Neo Haichung was defeated with one sword. Congratulations on successfully killing a king-level warrior. Gain energy +10, and a random martial arts diagram +1. That's great. I gained 20 energy points in one go, which shortened my training time by several days. I also got a random martial arts blueprint. I wonder if it can reveal a sword technique. Seeing the prompt, Linton didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise, and a random martial arts blueprint was revealed. His Royal Highness the Prince. Seeing His Royal Highness the Prince being killed, Minotaur let out an angry roar. The situation on the field changed so quickly that he didn't have time to react. His Royal Highness the Prince had the upper hand just now and was about to kill Linton. In the blink of an eye, he was killed by Linton. His Royal Highness the Prince was killed. How will he explain to His Majesty when he returns? What? The figure who rushed over and saw the dead, Neo Haichung sighed deeply. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die? Why do you have to commit suicide when you are fine? The person who came was the Prime Minister of the Linton dynasty. Upon noticing the battle here, the Linton dynasty held a court meeting immediately. After some discussion, they sent the Prime Minister to persuade the enemy to fight, but it was too late. After Linton searched Neo Haichung's body, he looked at the old man in the air and said, "You are." The Prime Minister clasped his fists slightly and said, "City Lord Lin, I am the Prime Minister of the Linton dynasty." Oh, it's the Prime Minister. Linton had an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face. Then he looked at Neo Haichung's body and said, "Then I'll have to trouble the Prime Minister. There is another one over there waiting for me to deal with." After saying that, Linton flew towards Minotaur without looking back. The Prime Minister was left bewildered. The major forces in the dark were not very shocked when they saw Linton kill Neo Haichung. The moment Linton comprehended the sword intent, they had already anticipated this scene. In other words, compared to Linton's comprehension of the sword intent, his killing of a dynasty prince was not worth mentioning. It is indeed the legendary sword intent. It is terrifyingly powerful. I am afraid no one in the same level can be his opponent. Who says it isn't? His son was killed. This time the Minotaur Emperor will probably be furious. His son is seeking his own death. Who can he blame? If this guy hadn't taken action first, Linton might have spared him for the sake of the Linton dynasty, but he chose to die on his own. You think Linton won't kill Minotaur, a 4th-level king-level warrior as well? That's impossible. With Minotaur's strength, if he wants to escape, no one can stop him. In my opinion, Neo Haichung is dead. Even if he escapes, Minotaur will not let him go. It is better for him to die in battle and take him with him. That makes sense. Several major forces showed interest on their faces again, wanting to see how Linton would kill Minotaur, who was at the 4th level of the king rank. Linton, you dared to kill His Royal Highness the Prince of our dynasty? Even if I die, I will avenge His Royal Highness the Prince. Seeing Linton flying towards him, Minotaur roared angrily to the sky and rushed towards Linton without hesitation, completely ignoring the attacks of Long Jun and others. Good job. Linton was fearless, So this was a good opportunity to test how strong he was now. He held the Qianyuan's sword in his hand, with sharp sword intent and tremendous force, and slashed towards Minotaur. Bang! With this impact, the void trembled and terrifying aftermath raged. In the end, because the difference in cultivation was too great, Linton flew backwards dozens of meters. The right hand holding the sword trembled involuntarily, and he felt a surge of blood in his body. On the other hand, a crack appeared on the Xian-level weapon in Minotaur's hand. Other than that, there's nothing serious. But in the next second, Long Zhun and the others' full-strength attacks landed on Minotaur at the same time. Puff! Minotaur had no time to dodge and took the blow head-on. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew 100 meters away. Hey, why is that? He had a chance to escape. Now I've been hit by the full force of 3 people. There's no way I can escape. He never thought of escaping from the beginning. He didn't want to bring trouble to his family and leave a good reputation. This Linton is really abnormal. He fought with Minotaur head-on, but was only knocked back. Minotaur has done his best. Who let the Minotaur dynasty provoke such a monster? Chapter 174 Breakthrough to King Level 2. Faced with the evildoer who had mastered the sword intent, the people who were watching the battle secretly had already expected that Minotaur would lose. Minotaur himself knew that the probability of him killing Linton was extremely small. If it was just Linton, even if he understood the sword intent, the gap between their realms would mean he would be slaughtered by him. But there were Long Zhun and the other 2 who were loyal to their master. He anticipated his own end, but he had no choice. Long Zhun and the other 2 took advantage of Minotaur's injury, chased him closely, and launched a fierce siege. Linton on the side was recovering his chi and blood. This head-on collision made him see his fighting ability clearly. It's still too much of a stretch to fight against a 4th-level king. When using sword intent, one can probably reach the 3rd level of the king level in combat power. This is considered a battle beyond one's rank. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Fighting against opponents of higher levels is something only a genius can do. In this way, he can now be considered a genius. Looking at the Qianyuan's sword in his hand, he was able to comprehend the sword's meaning this time thanks to the Qianyuan's sword. Otherwise, with his talent, he probably wouldn't be able to comprehend it even if he spent his entire life. Not far away, the injured Minotaur, relying on his powerful strength, was still able to fight on equal terms with Long Zhun and his companions. The winner cannot be determined in a short period of time. Minotaur's eyes were always fixed on the direction where Linton was, trying to find an opportunity to kill Linton. Linton also noticed this scene. After recovering for about 10 minutes, under the shocked gaze of everyone, Linton raised his sword and flew towards Minotaur to continue the fight. Roar! Seeing Linton flying towards him, Minotaur roared to the sky and used all his strength to display powerful martial arts. He repelled Long Zhun and the others, and rushed towards Linton regardless of everything, and the broken Xian-level weapon in his hand slashed towards Linton again. On the surface, Linton was prepared to continue to confront Minotaur head-on. But he is not so stupid. He already knows the approximate combat strength. It would be foolish of him to confront Minotaur head-on. He would never do this kind of fighting style that would kill 1,000 enemies, but lose 800 of his own. If he were to clash head-on with Minotaur again, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. When the 2 sides were about 10 meters apart, he turned and dodged to the right to avoid the fatal blow. Then he slashed out with his sword at an extremely fast speed. Puff! Minotaur was caught off guard and unable to dodge, and was hit by the sword. A bloody wound, blood splattered everywhere. Minotaur originally thought that Linton would confront him head-on like last time, but he never expected that Linton would play dirty tricks on him this time. This sword aggravated his injuries, and his fighting power dropped sharply. Die and pay for your life, Your Highness. Minotaur ignored his injuries, and the people, including Long Zhun, who had already rushed behind him, and continued to rush towards Linton. Bang! But before he could rush to Linton, 3 powerful attacks fell on him. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. This time his body had reached its limit and fell uncontrollably to the ground. He was seriously injured and fell to the ground. This kind of life-and-death fighting style was the first time Linton had seen it. Kill him while he is ill. Facing the enemy, he had no sympathy in his heart. He swung out several swords in succession and then rushed straight towards Minotaur on the ground. Several sword energies slashed at Minotaur, but there was no reaction at all. What followed was a sharp sword flashing with cold light. Puff! The sharp sword pierced Minotaur's body. The sword energy ravaged his flesh and meridians, completely cutting off the last bit of life. A powerful 4th-level king died under Linton's sword. Congratulations on successfully killing a 4th level king rank warrior. You gained plus 30 energy. Boom. As the prompt sounded, a powerful aura burst out from Linton. The energy between heaven and earth gathered into his body. Is this a breakthrough? The onlookers were so shocked that their jaws dropped. What kind of monster is this? You broke through right after the fight. The speed of your breakthrough is too fast. It's a huge blow. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come to join in the fun. I'm already numb. Even if he breaks through to the Emperor level now, I won't be shocked. He has now broken through to the 2nd level of the King rank. Even a 4th level King rank expert might not be able to do anything to him. Unless we ask the ancestor to take action, there will be a chance to kill him. If he continues to develop at this rate, it won't be long before he surpasses several of our major forces. The initial shock of several major forces turned into fear. Gozi listened to everyone's discussion and stared at Linton below, saying indifferently, "At worst, we can submit to him. His future will definitely not stop at the dynasty. As long as he survives, he will definitely be above the dynasty." After hearing what Gozi said, the major forces had different thoughts. When Lu Gao and others saw Linton break through to the 2nd level of the king rank, their eyes were filled with envy. Only they know why Linton broke through after the battle. Their cultivation was also improved in this way. But since breaking through to the peak of the 9th level, no matter what he did, he could not make any progress. I finally got the marrow cleansing pill, but I almost got killed. Brother Linton, thank you for saving my life. Brother Linton, from now on you are my big brother. If there is anything in the future, I will do whatever I can to help you. Me too. Several people came forward to thank him for saving their lives. After expressing their gratitude, several people said goodbye and left, fearing that something unexpected would happen again. The main reason is that I can't wait to break through to the king level. The marrow cleansing pill they bought with all their wealth is their life. When the prime minister of the Lyran dynasty saw that the battle was over, he said goodbye to Linton, turned around and left, and reported to His Majesty what had happened here. Linton started to search the corpse only after he saw everyone leave. After he had taken all of Niotai's valuable treasures, he prepared to return to the imperial city. This battle yielded a rich harvest, and we went back to count the spoils. Just then, a voice was heard in the distance. Linton, wait for me. He heard an unfamiliar voice calling him, and curiously looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a big black dog walking towards him. Whose dog is this? Why isn't it tied up properly? What if it runs out and bites someone? Chapter 175, Really Fat, Wind and Rain Sword Technique. Seeing this big black dog, Linton felt a little strange. It's okay for other races, but it always feels weird to call a dog, especially a dog that hasn't transformed. Soon the big black dog came in front of him, circled around Linton twice, and said in surprise, "You have an ordinary physique and your cultivation talent is worse than that of ordinary people. How could you break through so quickly and even comprehend the sword intent? It's really strange." Linton shook his head, turned, and left, not taking the dog seriously. The big black dog chased after him. "Linton, tell me how you comprehended the sword intent." "Study hard and practice diligently." Linton slowly uttered 4 words. "Study hard and practice diligently." The big black dog stood there in a daze, trying to comprehend the meaning of these 4 words. But after studying for a long time, I found nothing. Suddenly, he came to his senses and cursed. "You little bastard, you're kidding me. This kind of thing cannot be achieved by hard work and practice. If that were the case, the world would be full of strong people." But at this time, Linton had disappeared and returned to the imperial city courtyard. Back in the courtyard, Tu Linger immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, "Lord City Lord, are you okay? If something happens to me, will I be able to come back alive?" Linton gave her a displeased look and turned to walk into the house. "That's right." Tu Linger touched her rabbit ears shyly, then turned to curiously ask Uncle Wolf what had happened. Back in the house, Linton took out Neo Haiching and Niotai's storage rings. "Can't wait to know what treasures are inside. One of them is a prince of the dynasty, and the other is a 4th level king level warrior. There must be a lot of treasures." The first thing he opened was Neo Haiching's storage ring. This kid threw out a formation that could kill a king level strongman. Almost killed him. This storage ring alone is extraordinary, and its grade has reached the Xian level. When I opened the storage ring, the first thing that caught my eye was a mountain of crystal stones. Tens of thousands of crystals are piled up in the storage ring. This, a Xian level body movement martial arts, and a Xian level technique. This is probably the royal martial arts of the Minotaur dynasty. Martial arts are rare to begin with, and this is a mystical level martial arts. Its preciousness is self-evident. It's like someone brings a pillow whenever I feel sleepy. Speed has always been my weakness, but now with the martial arts skills, my combat power can be increased several times. Linton carefully collected them all. In addition, there were several bottles of pills, healing pills, and strength-enhancing pills. However, almost all of them are yellow-grade pills, and only one bottle is a black-grade pill. I guess they were all ruined by this kid. A prince doesn't even carry a weapon. But that's true. With so many powerful kings around him, he probably didn't expect to encounter such a disaster. 2 Shin-level techniques, a Shin-level storage ring, several bottles of medicinal pills, plus tens of thousands of crystals. The harvest is comparable to attacking several large tribes. Linton nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Minotaur's storage ring. Minotaur's storage ring was not bad either, with nearly 10,000 crystals, 2 bottles of pills, and several spiritual herbs. The rest are worthless stuff. Overall, the harvest was very good. He put away all the useful things, then rubbed his hands and took out a blueprint. It was the random martial arts blueprint obtained by killing Neo Haiching. I hope to get a local level martial art. I don't ask for a heaven level martial art, an earth level martial art will do. Linton clasped his hands together and prayed for good luck. He had cultivated the yellow grade martial arts to the peak, and the mysterious grade martial arts were no longer enough for him. He wanted a ground grade martial art. Random drawings, what you draw depends entirely on luck, and it is unknown whether you can draw the sword technique. As he opened it, the drawing turned into a scroll. On the scroll were 4 large characters, Wind and Rain Sword Technique. As soon as you see the name, you know that it is a large-scale lethal martial art. I wonder what grade it is. As the scroll slowly opened, the sword techniques appeared before Linton's eyes. A Shin-level, upper-grade sword technique, barely passable. It's not an Earth-level martial art, which is a bit disappointing. But the top-grade Shin-level martial arts are enough for him at the moment. He put away the scroll and swallowed a healing pill to recover from his injuries. The most taboo thing in the path of cultivation is to leave hidden injuries in the body. It is difficult to detect at the beginning, and when you practice it later, it is too late to detect. After recovering from his injuries, he began to try to practice the Wind and Rain Sword technique. What he didn't know was that in the outside world, his deeds had once again spread to several major forces nearby, especially the Minotaur dynasty and the Lyran dynasty, which were almost known to everyone. The name Linton is admired and feared by people. Chapter 176, Where's Your Face? When Minotaur learned that his son had been killed, he was so angry that he spat out blood. The entire palace echoed with his voice cursing Linton. This rebellious son, for no reason, had to provoke Linton, but instead helped him comprehend the realm of mind and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. We also lost 5 king-level warriors. After scolding Linton enough, he turned to scold his own son. As he scolded, he spat out another mouthful of blood. In less than a month, his Lyran dynasty had lost 10 king-level warriors. No matter how deep your foundation is, you can't stand this kind of trouble. Linton, who has comprehended the artistic conception, is an endless threat. He must be eradicated as soon as possible, otherwise my Minotaur dynasty will be destroyed in his hands. Minotaur thought with gritted teeth. Today, its strength has been damaged several times. The surrounding forces are eyeing it covetously. The domestic situation is turbulent, and several major subordinate tribes have begun to waver. He couldn't spare any more strength to deal with Linton. But if Linton is allowed to continue growing, at this rate, it won't be long before he can crush his Minotaur dynasty. Minotaur instantly killed a strong man of the same level, and went head-to-head with a 4th-level king-level strong man. You tell me this is 9th-level cultivation. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the hall, and a figure slowly appeared. It was unknown when he came in. When Minotaur heard the voice, he was about to get angry. Which bastard dared to break into the hall, without permission, and call him by his name? But when he saw that figure, the anger in his heart instantly dissipated, and he helplessly explained, "How did I know that kid broke through so quickly?" The Shadow Clan leader snorted coldly. "Because of your information, I lost 4 king-level warriors, one of whom was a 5th-level king-level elder. How do you think we should compensate for this?" Hearing this, Minotaur's heart was filled with excitement. "Fuck you. A 5th-level king-rank cultivator can't kill a 1st-level king-rank cultivator, and you blame me instead. Where's your shame?" Of course, he didn't say this out loud. He still had to rely on the power of the Shadow Clan to deal with Linton. He knew that the other party was taking this opportunity to blackmail him, and he had no way to do anything about it. He suppressed his anger and asked, "How much do you need?" Hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on the face of the Shadow Clan leader. What followed was fierce bargaining between the two sides. In the end, Neo-Tion once again put out a large amount of resources. The Shadow Clan leader accepted it with satisfaction and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to assure Neo-Tion that he would definitely kill Linton. Below the Imperial level, there is no one that his Shadow Clan cannot kill. What's more, the other party is only at the second level of the king rank. Neo-Tion was skeptical. Even a 5th level king rank killer couldn't kill Linton when he was at the 1st level king rank, which made him doubt whether the Shadow Clan could kill Linton. But other than that, he had no better choice. In the Imperial Palace of the Lyran tribe, the Prime Minister will report everything that happened truthfully. In fact, with Lai Hongyuan's cultivation level, he could roughly sense what was happening outside the Imperial City. The moment he realized the artistic conception, he was deeply shocked by Linton's evildoer. I couldn't help but feel that the decision I made was wise. Not only did he issue an edict to thank Linton, he also invited him to attend the centenary ceremony of his accession to the throne. If they had listened to the second prince, the Lyran dynasty would probably have been destroyed in his hands. When all the officials heard the Prime Minister's description of what Linton had done outside the city, they were all shocked, and even the 3 princes found it incredible. Especially the second prince, who had previously advocated attacking Linton, felt uneasy deep down. After this incident, the position of crown prince is probably getting further and further away from him. The eldest prince and the 3rd prince were glad for their original choice. If they had offended such a monster, their Lyran dynasty would have been destroyed. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. After practicing for several hours, Linton had a general understanding of the wind and rain sword technique. When cultivated to the peak, its power is much stronger than the one chi sword art. When the wind and rain sword art is practiced to the peak, one can cut out thousands of sword energies with one sword and kill thousands of troops with one sword. In a one-on-one fight, the power will be a little weaker. However, when thousands of sword energies are combined into one point, the power cannot be underestimated. The scene of covering the sky and the sun alone is enough to scare the enemy to death. Satisfied, he put away the scroll and went to eat. Cultivation is not something that can be done overnight. It must be done step by step. I took a few people out for dinner and came back around 8 o'clock in the evening. Opened the chat channel to see how everyone is preparing. In the chat channel, everyone was ready to go, waiting impatiently. When will Linton start auctioning the Marrow cleansing pill? I can't wait. It's almost time. I suspect that Boss Linton must be secretly watching the screen. How many crystals have you collected? Don't let it end up being less than the starting bid price. That would be embarrassing. In total, I have nearly 5,000 8th tier crystals. This is as much as I can muster. Only 5,000 8th level crystals, forget it. I took my king level troops and killed ferocious beasts for an entire afternoon, only to obtain over 300 9th level crystals. The guy above is awesome. With so many crystals and 100 pills, I'm sure I can snatch one. Thank you, brother, for your kind words. Linton watched the discussion for a while and found that several city lords had obtained hundreds of 9th level crystals. These are all city lords outside the top 100. You can imagine how fierce the competition is this time. He rubbed his hands and was also a little excited. He could easily earn a few thousand 9th level crystals and buy a lot of pills. Then all 95 pills were put up for auction. The price is 5,000 8th level crystals. 5,000 8th grade crystals are equivalent to 50 9th grade crystals, which is exactly half the price of the pills he bought. This is not too high, let them bid slowly. Seeing the 5,000 8th level crystals, the entire chat channel was suddenly filled with complaints. Chapter 177, Auction of Marrow Cleansing Pills, Huge Profit. Wow, I just have 5,000 tier 8 crystals, and I don't even have a chance to bid. I haven't even reached the threshold. Work hard to earn crystals, and try to get them at the next auction. This time, I can only watch the big guys fight over it. Brother Linton, get more next time so we can have a chance to auction it. Have you noticed that there seem to be only 95 pills in total, not 100? It really is true. It seems someone got there first and bought the elixir privately from Boss Linton. Oh, I'm so jealous. I've added Linton thousands of times, but he still hasn't added me. Upstairs +1. Although 5,000 8th grade crystals were half the purchase price, it still stopped more than half of the people. However, the price of marrow cleansing pills is still skyrocketing. In less than a few minutes, the price had risen to 8,000 8th level crystals. Linton saw the existence of the top 10 on the list and was also bidding for the marrow cleansing pill, increasing the price by several thousand each time. These city lords have not only 9th grade crystals, but also quite a few king grade crystals. But in the market, the prices of 9th grade crystals and king grade lower grade crystals are different from those of other crystals. Both types of crystals are important materials for upgrading military buildings. This is also the reason why he used the 8th level crystal for the auction. It will only be used if there are no other crystals, but only 9th order crystals, and if one wants to seize the Marrow cleansing pill. This didn't matter to him. When he bought pills, he would exchange them at the normal ratio. Just as Linton was auctioning the Marrow cleansing pill, Sun Yuanzhong, who was refining the pill for him day and night, was a little shocked. Among all the alchemy city lords, he is already considered to be the top one. Even he couldn't refine 100 Xian-grade Marrow cleansing pills in such a short period of time. Cooperate with local forces? With his strength, he does have the capital. If I don't have the strength, I'm afraid I'll be eaten to pieces. He also thought about cooperating with local forces, but his strength did not allow it. If the news that he can refine pills in batches spreads among local forces, he will definitely be targeted by powerful local forces. If you don't have the strength by then, you will definitely be captured and become a tool or slave for refining pills. While refining the elixir, one must also not lag behind in strength. Once you have strength and cooperate with local forces, you will have a steady supply of spiritual medicines, and then you can earn crystals like crazy and improve your strength. He just needs an opportunity. Outside the dark forest, in a woodland, Pang Feichen saw the elixir that Linton was auctioning, but he did not participate in the bidding. He did not want to give the crystal to Linton. Instead, he planned to auction off the pills to earn crystals like Linton did. To put it bluntly, it is to steal Linton's business. The starting price is 5,000 8th level crystals, so the price he paid for the pill should be about that. He only auctions off 100 pills each time. He wants to make more money. Tomorrow I will auction off 500 Marrow cleansing pills at once, and his plan will be thwarted. Ha ha ha. He plans to go to the Minotaur dynasty tomorrow to see if he can cooperate with the Minotaur dynasty to deal with Linton. In addition, buy the Marrow cleansing pill to break through to the king level. Looking at the price that was still skyrocketing, Linton made a lot of money. His mouth was watering, and he would be a fool if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. In the trading channel, after more than an hour of bidding, the price of 95 Marrow cleansing pills reached more than 10,000 8th level crystals. The price of 5 of them instantly rose to 80,000. All 5 of them were in the top 20. I think it was because bidding again and again was too cumbersome, so they simply raised the price to the highest, making it impossible for others to bid with them. Sure enough, no one competed with them anymore, and everyone turned to fight for other Marrow cleansing pills. As time passed, after a fierce competition, the price gradually stabilized. The prices are mostly stable at around 30,000 to 40,000. That is about 300 to 400 9th level crystals. At this price, Linton made several times the profit and was so happy. The transaction was completed. After some rough calculations, the auction yielded approximately 35,000 9th level crystals. Excluding the cost of 10,000 9th level crystals, he gained 25,000 9th level crystals this time. A full 2.5 times. It has only been about half a day since he said he would auction the Marrow cleansing pill, and he has already made so much money. It's not that fast to pick up money. Naturally, there are many people who are jealous. Everyone was ready to follow Linton's example. Sun Yuanzhong has 30 Xian-grade pills and 20 Huang-grade pills. Not enough. Tomorrow, in addition to buying another batch of Marrow cleansing pills, I also need to buy a few bottles of pills to improve strength and recover from injuries. Prepare to clear the entire dark forest. Linton thought in his heart. Now that he has money, he needs to quickly improve the strength of his troops, and elixirs are undoubtedly the best aid. After making his plans for the next step, he slowly fell asleep. The battle during the day not only injured him, but also exhausted him physically and mentally. I just want to have a good rest and don't want to practice. Another reason is that the energy here is not as dense as in his training room. Even if you practice for a whole night, you may not be able to increase your energy by 1 or 2 points. The night passed quickly, and early in the morning, the entire imperial city was bustling with activity. Chapter 178 Imperial Palace. Today is the centenary of their emperor's accession to the throne, and the whole country is celebrating. The entire imperial city was crowded with people and extremely bustling. Linton and others walked out of the courtyard, and several officials were already waiting outside the courtyard. Greetings to City Lord Lin. Several officials saluted Linton when they saw him. Let's go. He knew without thinking that these officials were there to lead the way. After all, this was his first time in the imperial city. Without someone to lead the way, he wouldn't be able to find where the ceremony was held. With a few people leading the way, he didn't have to squeeze with those people. Although the imperial city was large, it was still crowded with millions of people. After passing through the inner city, we arrived at the imperial palace. The walls of the palace were several meters thick and as strong as a fortress. Rows of armored soldiers stood on the walls, looking majestic and solemn. Along the way, we met various officials, major family forces, and ethnic forces. When they saw Linton, some came forward respectfully to greet him, some talked a lot, and some ignored him. Not long after, they arrived at a square. The square was packed with people. They were divided into 3 groups: officials from all over the country, family forces, and major forces of other races. Linton belongs to the latter. Above the square is a magnificent and majestic hall called the Fiery Hall. It is second only to the Great Hall for officials to meet and the Great Hall for sacrifices. City Lord Lin, please come this way. Linton originally thought that he would stand below and listen to the speech of the emperor of the Lyran tribe, but the official took him to the hall above. It seemed that he didn't have to stand like the group of people in the square, but could go into the hall and sit down. The gap in treatment widened immediately. The people below quickly noticed Linton walking towards the main hall. What kind of force is this? Why have I never seen it before? Those who can enter the hall are all powerful forces. I've never even seen or heard of this person, let alone seen him. How can he be qualified to enter the hall? The Lyran dynasty must have made a mistake. Anyone can enter the palace. Below the main hall, several major forces that felt they were quite powerful expressed their dissatisfaction. Those who can enter the hall are either from the dynasty or a force comparable to the dynasty. As for Linton, they had only heard of his name but had never seen him, so they did not recognize him. Have you never heard of Linton? If Linton is just a nobody, then what are we? He is Linton. No wonder. I was wondering why I had never seen him before. It turned out to be him. The prince who came from the Minotaur dynasty was killed, and the position became vacant. It was naturally his turn. A demon who can fight against the Bullhead dynasty and comprehend the sword intent is indeed qualified to enter the palace. When they heard it was Linton, they all lost their temper instantly. As soon as Linton entered the hall, dozens of pairs of eyes looked at him. The seats on both sides of the hall were full of people, with only one empty seat left. Looking around casually, I saw a familiar figure sitting on one of the seats. Looking closely, it turned out to be the big black dog from yesterday. This surprised him quite a bit, as the identity of this big black dog was somewhat unusual. In the center of the hall are high-ranking civil and military officials. There are no less than 10 king-level powerhouses in the entire hall, and the entire hall is shrouded in the terrifying aura of king-level powerhouses. If he hadn't broken through to the king level, he probably wouldn't have dared to enter the hall. Tu Linger, who followed Linton into the hall, had her expression suddenly change the moment she stepped into the hall. The pressure from the powerful king-level warrior made her feel as if she was stuck in a quagmire for a moment. These strong men did not deliberately target her, but Tu Linger's cultivation was too weak. When so many powerful kings gather together, they naturally form a powerful aura. Linton noticed this scene and hurriedly released his aura. Only then did Tu Linger recover. Now you understand the importance of strength. Linton glanced at Tu Linger, who didn't practice well all day and only wanted to go out and play with him. Tu Linger lowered her head and dared not speak. She knew that she had brought shame to the city lord. Linton came to the last empty seat and sat down, with Langba and Tu Linger standing behind him. As soon as he sat down, a dog head stretched out its head and said, "Linton, I haven't settled the score with you for fooling me yesterday." What? What did I say yesterday? Linton showed an innocent expression and pretended to be stupid. This made the big black dog a little dumbfounded. He actually played this trick on him. He couldn't refute it yet. Looking at the look in his eyes, he seemed to be about to open his mouth and bite Linton. Linton smiled and asked, "Dahe, let me ask you something. How long will the ceremony take?" The big black dog thought for a moment and said, "Normally, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be over in a few hours. It's very quick. Will there be another accident?" Now it was his turn to be curious. The main reason is that he hasn't used up his chance to conceive today. If he can't get back today, it will be wasted. That's 9 chances. Dahe said, "If the enemy comes to provoke us at this time, can we avoid fighting?" 2. He nodded. Some people like to take advantage of the enemy's big day to cause trouble. Just then, a loud voice rang out. "The emperor has arrived." A tall man in a fiery red robe with a flame mark between his eyebrows walked from the back of the hall. The imperial power swept the entire venue. "Greetings to our emperor. Our emperor is mighty and mighty." Officials both inside and outside the hall knelt down to pay homage. The major forces outside the hall also knelt down to pay their respects. As for Linton and the others, they stood up from their seats, bowed slightly, clasped their fists, and said, "Greetings to the Emperor Lyran." Chapter 179, Just One Drop of Ordinary Blood? Although Lai Hongyuan's cultivation had not reached the imperial level, as the ruler of a dynasty and the king of a race, he could barely be honored as an emperor. No need to be so polite, everyone. A majestic voice came from the hall and echoed throughout the palace. After he finished speaking, Lai Hongyuan looked around the entire hall and quickly found Linton's location. He had always heard rumors about Linton, but he had never met Linton. Kindness. Humans? How could humans appear here? Recent news has come back that several traces of foreign forces have been discovered within the territory. Could they be disciples sent by a certain human force to gain experience? Lai Hongyuan could tell at a glance that Linton was a human. When he was young, he traveled and met a human. However, the other person did not have the disgusting aura that Linton had. With his level of cultivation, he was unable to identify this aura and could only think that it was because Linton was practicing some kind of martial arts. Linton also noticed Lai Hongyuan's gaze. What does it mean that this Lai Run Huang has been staring at me? Is he interested in a relationship with Long Yang? Just as Linton thought this, Lai Hongyuan's gaze moved away from him. I don't think so. Thank you all for coming to attend the centennial ceremony of my accession to the throne. What followed was a bunch of nonsense, which lasted for half an hour and almost put Linton to sleep. Originally, it was almost impossible with his level of cultivation. But it seems to be a thinking habit formed when I was in school, and I feel sleepy as soon as I listen to a lecture. And I can't control that. Fortunately, half an hour passed quickly, and after the speech, there was another thunderous cheer. Then it was time for the tribute. All forces, big or small, must offer gifts. Of course, it is not mandatory, and you don't have to offer gifts. But if all the other forces around you offer gifts and you don't, you will be laughed to death. Any force that comes here would not be able to do such a thing. My Iron Wing Bird clan presents a mid-grade mystical grade cold wing arrow to congratulate the Lyran Emperor on his centennial ascension to the throne and the continued prosperity of the Lyran clan's dynasty. The royal elder of the Iron Wing Bird clan, sitting in the front row, was the first to stand up and present a gift. This Iron Wing Bird clan seems to have no young master, or perhaps the young master did not come, and only a king-level elder came. With the Iron Wing Bird clan taking the lead, other forces offered their own gifts. Almost all of them are treasures of the Xian level. The value is almost around dozens or hundreds of low-grade, king-level crystals. This is already considered a generous gift. Although the difference between the lower-grade Xian level and the middle-grade Xian level is only a small realm, the price difference is dozens of times. The Thunder Leopard clan presents the Xian grade, top-grade Thunder Spirit Spear to congratulate Uncle Lai on his centennial ascension to the throne. A Thunder Leopard jumped down from its seat and handed over a spear shining with lightning. This kid is so arrogant. He has something. Linton stared at the young master of the Thunderstorm clan, wondering what was going on in his mind. Following closely, the big black dog beside him also jumped down from his seat and said, "The Dark Spirit Dog clan presents the Xian level, top-grade Qingling pill. We wish Uncle Lai a speedy breakthrough to the Emperor level." Linton glanced at the black dog in surprise. These guys are too generous. Xian-grade top-grade spiritual weapons and elixirs, each of which would probably cost several thousand, or even tens of thousands of king-grade low-grade crystals. After a while, everyone presented their gifts, except Linton. The eyes of several major forces were focused on Linton. They were wondering what kind of gift this Linton, who had recently become famous, would give. This made Linton feel a little embarrassed, and he felt a little ashamed for a moment. His gift was originally obtained at the last minute. A drop of essence and blood obtained from a king-level soldier. He originally wanted to get a drop of blood from Long Zhun and the others, but after thinking about it, he felt that it would be too shocking to tell others about it. If it were exposed, it would bring unnecessary trouble. These forces don't know the Dragon Clan, which gives him time to develop. It would be stupid to tell others about this. Under the gaze of everyone, Linton slowly stood up and took out a bottle containing a drop of blood from the storage ring. Linton Dao. It has been 100 years since the Emperor Lai Run ascended the throne. I offer a drop of my blood, wishing the Emperor Lai Ren to break through to the Emperor level as soon as possible. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was stunned. What the hell is this offering of a drop of blood? If this drop of blood had some origin, it would be understandable, but if it was just an ordinary drop of blood, it would be a bit funny. Even Lai Hongyuan, who was above the hall, was slightly stunned, and then carefully observed the drop of blood in Linton's hand. In his opinion, since this drop of essence blood came from Linton's hand, it should not be simple. But he didn't see anything unusual. The dog beside him came over and whispered, "Boy, this drop of your blood looks very ordinary. Don't you have any treasure?" How about I lend you one? He has set his sights on Linton, a potential stock, and is trying every means to establish a good relationship with Linton. Lin Tianli ignored him and continued. This drop of blood essence is from the Green Barbarian Bull. When a Green Barbarian Bull reaches adulthood, it can reach the Imperial rank. Although this drop is only the blood of a king-level blue bull, there is still a certain chance of obtaining magical powers or inheritance by refining it. If a cultivator with the Green Barbarian Bull bloodline refines it, it can even help awaken the Green Barbarian Bull bloodline. Linton didn't know whether it was true or not, so he just started to lie. Anyway, these are the general effects. Whether it will be successful or not depends entirely on luck. Anyway, these people don't know the Green Barbarian Bull. Even if the Green Barbarian Bull stood in front of them, they wouldn't know. Hiss. After hearing Linton's explanation, a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air was heard in the hall. Many elders and young masters were shocked. They can break through to the imperial level after reaching adulthood. What a powerful race they are. What shocked them was that Linton actually possessed the blood essence of such a powerful race. Even though the owner of this drop of blood essence is only at the king level. Lai Hanyuan stared at the essence and blood in Linton's hand and swallowed twice. This drop of essence and blood is very likely to create an outstanding genius. A genius who can break through to the imperial level upon reaching adulthood. Chapter 180 Purple Gold Card, Big 4 Purchase. Lai Hanyuan was even more certain that Linton was a disciple of a major human force. When the dog next to him heard Linton's introduction, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he almost pounced over to grab it. Unfortunately, this drop of essence blood is only of the king level and has little effect on them. Lai Hanyuan said, "Thank you, little friend Lin, for the great gift. Little friend Lin helped me solve a great disaster not long ago, and now you have given me such a great gift again. I am ashamed." Lai Hanyuan waved his hand and said, "Bring me my purple gold card." Upon hearing this, all the major forces were shocked. Hiss, it's actually a purple gold card. This purple gold card is the most valuable gold card of Lion Trading Company. As long as you buy treasures in Lion Trading Company, everything will be 50% off. There are only 2 people who have the Lion Commercial Bank purple gold card so far, and Linton has suddenly become the 3rd person. I dream of having one. Everyone discussed in low voices and cast envious glances at Linton. Fuck, 50% off. Doesn't that mean that one marrow cleansing pill only requires 50 level 9 crystals? This Lai Ren Huang is very capable. If he has good things, he will really give them to you. Linton was also surprised. He didn't expect that a drop of ordinary blood essence could be exchanged for a purple gold card. This purple gold card is estimated to be worth hundreds of thousands of king-level crystals. He took the treasures of Lion Trading Company to the trading channel for auction, and the value could be multiplied several times. He was making money without doing anything. Unfortunately, the highest level treasures are only Xian-grade treasures, and top-grade Xian-grade treasures are rare. Soon, a maid slowly walked towards Linton with a white jade plate in her hand. On the white jade plate was a purple gold token. Linton did not refuse. He had no reason to refuse such a good thing. He clasped his fists and said in gratitude, "Thank you, Emperor Lai Ren. After giving gifts, it is time to worship ancestors in heaven. These are the affairs of Emperor Lai Ren and all the civil and military officials. Linton and the others just need to stand aside and watch." After a complicated worship ceremony, it was already noon. A sumptuous banquet followed. After the banquet, it was almost over, and what remained was the Lyran dynasty's own moment of celebration. All the major forces said goodbye and left. After saying goodbye to Emperor Lai Ren, Linton came to Lion Trading Company and prepared to buy a batch of pills before returning to the territory. In front of the Lion Trading Company, Linton looked at the big black dog beside him and said unhappily, "Dog, what are you following me for?" The dog had been following him closely since he was in the palace, and was still following him outside the palace. The big black dog retorted unconvincedly, "What do you mean by following you? There's only one way to get to Lion Trading Company. I even suspected that you were following me all along. Also, I'm a dark spirit dog, not a puppy. If you keep calling me a puppy, I'll bite you." This made Linton feel helpless. He shook his head and walked towards Lion Trading Company. "Mr. Lin, welcome." As soon as he entered Lion Trading Company, the steward Gong, who had been waiting for him, came to greet him with a smile. He had already heard the news that Linton had obtained the purple gold card, so he was waiting here. Now, being ignored, Guzi was a little unhappy. "Master Gong, didn't you see this young master?" The palace steward showed an expression of having just noticed something and said hurriedly, "It's young Master He. Welcome." Snort. The dog snorted coldly and turned away. This perfunctory attitude made him very unhappy. Linton felt a little funny when he saw this scene. The palace steward smiled awkwardly and ignored him, then asked Linton, "What does City Lord Lin need this time?" 100 marrow cleansing pills. In addition, give me a Shin level pill worth 50,000 ninth level crystals to enhance my strength. Linton spent a lot of money this time, buying a lot of elixirs to improve his strength. After returning, he was ready to make every effort to improve the strength of his troops. This, Chief Steward Gong was a little dumbfounded. If he bought these pills at normal prices, these crystals would not be able to buy many pills. But Linton has a purple gold card, which gives him a 50% discount on all items. In other words, he could buy 2 pills for the price others paid for 1. Xian-grade elixirs are not cabbages, and Xian-grade elixirs are extremely difficult to find. What's more, refining Xian-grade elixirs is extremely difficult. If you can produce 3 out of 5 furnaces of Xian-grade elixirs, it is already the best you can do. Seeing that Chief Steward Gong was silent, Linton said, "Chief Steward Gong, don't you have so many Xian-grade pills?" General Gong said, "City Lord Lin, you bought all the marrow cleansing pills yesterday, and they are currently out of stock in the trading company." "Is that so?" Linton felt a little regretful. Without the marrow cleansing pill, he would not be able to continue earning crystals. Then replace them all with Shin-level pills that increase strength. Lion Trading Company only has 100 coins, and other trading companies probably only have a few. "Okay, City Lord Lin, please wait a moment." Chief Palace Steward turned and left to get the elixir. After a 50% discount, the business made almost no profit, but this was the decision of His Majesty, and he dared not disobey. "Linton, where did you get so many crystals?" As soon as the palace steward left, a big black dog ran down from upstairs. He heard the conversation between the two just now. Even if he was the young master of the clan, it would be impossible for him to get so many crystals easily. Moreover, he heard that Linton had just spent 10,000 rank 9 crystals to buy 100 marrow cleansing pills yesterday. He took out so much today. Even if he had a mine at home, he wouldn't be so extravagant. Chapter 181 Black Dog's Bad Intentions, Return. Linton looked at Gozi with disdain and said, "I have a mine at home." Well, the big black dog was speechless. With a power of their level, who wouldn't have dozens or even hundreds of mines? Even if there are mines, it is impossible to squander them like this. After all, these are 50,000 ninth level crystals, not 6th or 7th level crystals. What's more, Linton is just a force that has just emerged for less than a month. Suddenly, the big black dog seemed to have thought of something, and he leaned close to Linton and whispered, "Are you going to attack the Minotaur dynasty?" Linton spent so much money to buy so many pills, it was obvious that he was going to make a big profit. This dog has a pretty good nose. Linton was quite surprised that Gozi guessed his plan. But his guess was not entirely correct. He had to reorganize the major tribes in the Dark Forest first before he could concentrate on dealing with the Taran dynasty. Seeing Linton's expression, Gozi knew that his guess was probably right. He said with some excitement, "I have long disliked the Minotaur dynasty. When you plan to take action, let me know. Then my Dark Spirit Dog clan will fully support you." This made Linton a little confused. What was going on with this dog? Did it have a grudge against the Bullhead dynasty? Or the dog wants? He suddenly thought of something. The Minotaur dynasty had such a large territory and abundant resources that no one would not be jealous. This dog is cunning and wants to take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. At that time, he would lead his men to fight to the death with the Minotaur dynasty, while the Dark Spirit Dog tribe would take the opportunity to rob all the wealth and resources. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "As long as your Dark Spirit Dog clan submits to me, I will tell you." "Humph, with your current strength, you are not qualified yet." The big black dog snorted coldly. Linton's current strength is not as strong as his Dark Spirit Dog clan. How could a strong man surrender to a weak one? However, Linton's reaction speed shocked him a little, and he saw through his little plan at a glance. At this moment, the palace steward came back and handed a storage ring to Linton. "City Lord Lin, there are a total of 200 Shin-level low-grade pills and 50 Shin-level mid-grade pills in here, with a total value of 100,000 ninth-level crystals. City Lord Lin has a purple gold card, which is worth 50,000 ninth-level crystals after a 50% discount." Hearing this huge number, Linton's eyes lit up, and he instantly got 50,000 ninth-level crystals for free. Who would believe that 50,000 ninth-grade crystals could be used to buy so many pills? The dog standing by almost drooled when he heard about so many pills. He had probably only taken this many pills since he was born. "Thank you, Palace Steward, and please also thank Emperor Lyron for me." After Lin Tian handed 50,000 ninth grade crystals to Chief Steward Gong, he said goodbye and left. Then he came to the outer city and took Long Zhun and Long Zhan back to the territory. The gains from attending the ceremony this time were beyond his imagination. When he arrived outside the imperial city, he looked at the dog that was still following him and said, "No need to send me off. When you have thought it through and are willing to submit to me, come find me again." The big black dog said, "Then you must live well until then, and don't get killed by those bastards of the Shadow Clan. They're just a bunch of rats hiding in the dark. Nothing to worry about." The man and the dog parted ways. Lin Tian thought of the big black dog. This black dog is a bit unusual. He even knows about the Shadow Clan's assassination attempt on me. And he's so sophisticated, which is totally inconsistent with his age. Could it be that he recognized the identities of Long Zhun and the others? Thinking back to how the big black dog came to him on its own initiative at the beginning, and then kept sticking to him. Even when he asked the Dark Spirit Dog Clan to submit to him, the other party did not get angry, but just said that he was not strong enough. Forget it. Who knows if this black dog has done anything wrong? He was trying to take advantage of me just now. It's obvious that he's not a good dog. He shook his head and rushed towards the territory with all his strength. The prince of the Minotaur dynasty was killed yesterday. I don't know what kind of revenge the Minotaur dynasty will take. I have to be on guard. And there is the Shadow Clan, who carry out assassinations all the time, and their killers are getting stronger each time. I'm afraid they will send out a 6th level king level killer next. Long Bao must break through the 5th level of the king rank as soon as possible to have a chance of defeating the 6th level king rank killer. Although Dragon Shadow can find his whereabouts, what's the use if he doesn't have enough strength to defeat the opponent? It took several hours to finally return to the territory. It was already late afternoon when we returned to the territory. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. With the aura of several powerful kings, no fool dared to provoke them. After returning to the city, the first thing he did was to go to the military building and nurture today's military. In a flash, 8 figures appeared in front of him. Good luck, there's another hidden dragon. With the experience from last time, he knew without hesitation that it must be Hidden Dragon. The other 8 are a Thunder Dragon, a White Dragon, 2 Red Dragons, and 4 Coiled Dragons. 2 more king-level warriors have been added. Fortunately, I didn't delay today and rushed back in time. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss. Author's words. Thank you for your tips and votes. I'm working hard to update. Chapter 182. Distributing pills and being defeated. Now he has 10 king-level warriors under his command. This lineup should be enough to sweep across all the major tribal forces in the Dark Forest. Long Feng, Long Chong, and the initial batch of Black Dragons and White Dragons have all reached the peak of the 9th level, breaking through the critical point of the king level. With this batch of pills, they can quickly break through to the king level. After naming the dragons, Lin Tian began to distribute pills. Long Bao obtained 5 mid-grade Xian-level medicinal pills, and Long Zhun and Long Mo obtained 3 mid-grade Xian-level medicinal pills. Dragon Shadow, Dragon War, and other powerful king-level soldiers each received 5 low-grade Xian-level pills. Langba also obtained 5 low-grade Xian-level pills. Langba looked at the Xian-level elixir in his hand, which he had never dared to think of before, and his body and mind trembled with excitement. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. Although he was the leader of the tribe before, he could not afford Xian-level elixirs. I didn't expect that I would obtain so many Xian-level elixirs in my lifetime. Lin Tian distributed the pills according to the merits. Lang Ba's loyalty had reached 100, and he had fought several battles without any retreat or cowardice. Therefore, he was given 5 pills to improve his strength. Long Feng, Long Qing, Long Chong, and other 9th-level peak soldiers, each dragon obtained 3 low-grade Xian-level pills. Including White Dragons, Black Dragons, Red Dragons, and Coiled Dragons, there are a total of 25 dragons at the peak of the 9th level. I don't know if everyone can break through to the king level. If all of them break through to the king level, he will have 35 king-level warriors under his command. With such a lineup, he doesn't even care about the Dark Forest, let alone the Tauren dynasty. Just sweep away everything. In addition, each of the remaining dragons received a Xian-level pill. Only 43 of the 200 low-grade Xian-level pills were left, and only 39 mid-grade Xian-level pills were left. Leave a few for the leader of the Earth Demon clan to help him break through to the king rank. As for the leader of the Rabbit clan, he hasn't made any contributions, so giving them to him like this would be too easy. Let's wait until he has made some achievements. Lin Tian put away the remaining pills. Looking at the sky again, it was already night, and a blood moon was shining across the earth. After receiving the pills, Long Bao and the others went to refine them, striving to make a breakthrough as soon as possible and live up to their master's expectations. He thought about it, went to the training room, took out a mid-grade Xian-level pill, and began to swallow and refine it. Improve your strength while consolidating your cultivation. He also wanted to try out the effects of this mid-grade Xian-level elixir. This mid-grade Xian-level elixir is more than 10 times more expensive than a low-grade Xian-level elixir. Linton was refining a mid-grade Xian-level elixir to improve his strength, while on the other side, Pang Feichen was doubting his life. Pang Feichen rushed to the Minotaur dynasty early in the morning, preparing to discuss cooperation with the Minotaur dynasty and buy marrow cleansing pills by the way. As a result, just as he entered the territory of the Minotaur dynasty and passed through a city, he was chased and killed all the way by a powerful king-level warrior without any explanation. Fortunately, he brought 2 king-level soldiers this time and easily repelled them. But then, he was hunted by a group of Minotaurs. In order not to offend the Minotaur dynasty, he had no choice but to flee. I came to the imperial city to avoid being hunted down for no reason like last time. He disguised himself and used the stench of his clothes to cover up his scent, and was able to sneak into Chungwang City. In a restaurant, Pang Feichen's face was gloomy and he was about to curse. It was completely different from what he imagined. He now has several king-level warriors under his command, and their strength is almost the same as Linton during that battle. With such strength, he comes to the Minotaur dynasty to seek cooperation. So shouldn't he be treated as a VIP? However, he encountered obstacles everywhere, and a group of ants dared to hunt him down. But in order to buy the marrow cleansing pill, he endured it. But when he arrived at the imperial city, he found out that if he wanted to buy the marrow cleansing pill, he had to enter the inner city. Every gate of the inner city was guarded by strong men, and it was almost impossible to sneak in. Judging from the Minotaur's attitude when seeing him, it was like seeing the murderer of his father. If his identity was exposed, he might be killed before he even met the Minotaur Emperor. Are we going to return empty-handed? Pang Feichen opened the chat channel and found out that Linton did not auction the marrow cleansing pill tonight. Many city lords auctioned the marrow cleansing pills at Linton all day long. A large number of city lords want to buy the marrow cleansing pill. But Linton seemed to have disappeared, without any response. If he didn't have the marrow cleansing pill, he wouldn't be able to break through to the king rank and would be behind 100 city lords. No, including Linton, it would be 101. How could he accept this? Pang Feichen stood by the window, looking at the Minotaur dynasty palace in the distance, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Does he have to do something big like Linton to attract the attention of the Minotaur dynasty? He doesn't have Linton's courage to confront the dynasty's forces head-on. Chapter 183, Is the Marrow Cleansing Pill Fake? Delivered to your door. The next morning, Linton, who had refined a mid-grade Xian-level elixir, felt his aura completely stabilized. The strength has been further improved. After all, it is not the strength that I have cultivated myself. Killing 3 cultivators saved him several months of training and allowed him to directly break through to the 2nd level of the king rank. It's fun, but you can't get lost in it. After finishing the training, I came to the courtyard. The courtyard of the city lord's mansion was exceptionally quiet today, as Long Bao and the others were in seclusion refining elixirs. Before, every morning when I woke up, I would see them in the courtyard. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be nothing to do these few days. I can only concentrate on training. It's just right for me to practice the wind and rain sword technique. With stronger martial arts skills, my combat power will also be stronger. This is the calm before the storm. After thinking for a while, his body involuntarily walked towards the military building. A few minutes later, 9 figures flew out of the military building. There are 3 coiled dragons, a thunder dragon, a white dragon, 2 black dragons, and a red dragon. Then, Linton slowly walked out from inside. The number of panlongs far exceeds that of other dragons. Although they are not strong, they have the advantage of being numerous. After returning to the hall, he curiously opened the chat channel, wondering if any city lord had successfully broken through after a day. In the chat channel, many city lords were also waiting for news, and were also waiting for Linton to auction the marrow cleansing pill again. How come there's still no news after a day? Could this news be fake, trying to trick us into buying the marrow cleansing pills? Brotherly only said that one can break through to the king level after cleansing the tendons and marrow, but he did not say that refining the marrow cleansing pill can lead to a breakthrough. That's right. Maybe there's something wrong with Linton's marrow cleansing pill. That's impossible. Boss Linton wouldn't use fake things to deceive us. That's not certain. That night, Linton earned tens of thousands of 9 crystal stones. Those who bid on the marrow cleansing pill are mostly the top 100 bigwigs. I'll wait and see what they say about its effects before making a final decision. In the chat channel, some people began to doubt the effectiveness of Linton's marrow cleansing pill. There are also some people who believe in Linton's character and take a wait-and-see attitude. Seeing these remarks, Linton didn't know what to say. He wasn't sure that the marrow cleansing pill could allow them to break through to the king level. After all, no one had ever tried it. However, as a low-grade Shen level elixir, the marrow cleansing pill should have no problem cleansing the tendons and marrow for cultivators below the king level. He shook his head, closed the chat channel, and waited for the results. He took out the Wind and Rain Sword art from the storage ring and began to comprehend it. The Minotaur Imperial City, at the gate of the inner city. Catch him for me. A loud roar was heard, and a group of Minotaur soldiers, armed with weapons, surrounded a figure. This can all be discovered. This person was none other than Pang Feichin, who was secretly groaning in his heart at this moment. He changed into a new outfit, all of which were expensive clothes. At first glance, he looked like a rich young man. He originally wanted to pretend to be a rich young man and sneak into the inner city, but he was discovered as soon as he approached the city gate. These people really have sharper noses than dogs. He is indeed an outsider. Arrest him and put him in jail. At the commander's command, several Minotaur soldiers rushed forward, ready to capture Pang Feichin. Hearing that he was going to be taken to prison, Pang Feichin panicked and hurriedly explained, "I am here to ask for an audience with your majesty. I have important information about Linton that I want to share with your majesty." Hearing the word Linton, several soldiers stopped and looked at each other with some hesitation in their eyes. There was some hesitation in the commander's eyes, not knowing what to do. If this kid really has some important information, we can't delay any longer. If you dare to play tricks on me, I'll make you live a life worse than death. The commander said something harsh and turned to walk towards the inner city, apparently to report the matter. After a while, the commander hurried back and personally escorted Pang Feichin towards the inner city. After several twists and turns, he finally arrived at the palace and met Nan, the Minotaur emperor. At this time, Nan was still immersed in the pain of losing his son. How could a father not be heartbroken when his son, whom he had worked so hard to raise to the rank of king, was killed? He looked up at Lai Honyuan, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes, and said coldly, "You said you have important information about Linton? Tell me." Pang Feichin said, "Your Majesty the Minotaur, I came here this time to cooperate with you to deal with Linton." Cooperate? Are you worthy of this with your 9th level strength? Nan seemed to have heard a huge joke and sneered, "I'll give you 1 minute. If you can't persuade me, you can go to hell." Seeing Nan's arrogant attitude, Pang Feichin was very unhappy, but since he needed help from others, he hurriedly explained, "I have 5 king-level strongmen under my command, and Linton and I are acquainted. As long as we cooperate, when the time comes, with internal and external support, Linton will be in trouble. 5 king-level warriors under your command." Hearing Pang Feichin's words, Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. A force with 5 powerful kings is no small force. What made him even more interested was that the man in front of him actually knew Linton. His strength is not weak, and he is acquainted with Linton. This may be an opportunity. However, he did not completely believe Pang Feichin's words. Who knows if this was a trap set by Linton and the other party? "You and Linton are acquainted. How can I trust you?" Nan stared at Pang Feichin below and asked in a flat tone. If Pang Feichin's next answer makes him doubt him, Pang Feichin will not be able to leave this hall. Chapter 184 Humiliation. The gap is too big. Faced with this question, Pang Feichin didn't know how to explain it for a moment. This is a life-threatening question. If you don't answer it correctly, your life will be in danger. At this moment, he began to regret coming to the Bullhead dynasty. Things were far from as simple as he thought. He originally thought that with his strength, he could come to the Nyoto dynasty to discuss cooperation and deal with Linton. I would definitely agree and reach a cooperative relationship, but now I am in a dilemma. His mind raced, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he said, "The fact that I came here alone demonstrates my sincerity. As for the possibility that Linton and I came here in collusion, this can be completely ruled out. You all know Linton's strength very well. With me, we have such a powerful force that is not afraid of any force at all. Why should I take the risk to come here?" Nan nodded slightly. There was nothing wrong with what he said. He continued, "What do you want by doing this?" Pang Feichin replied, "When the time comes to capture Linton, I will only want Linton's supplies and cultivation resources, and the rest will all belong to your majesty. Tell me about your plan." Nan said. As the lord of a dynasty, he didn't care about how much supplies and cultivation resources Linton had. What he wanted was to completely get rid of the scourge that was Linton. Hearing this, Pang Feichen was overjoyed. The other party was obviously persuaded by him. If nothing unexpected happened, the plan would succeed. He hurriedly revealed his plan in full. Your Majesty the Minotaur, this is what I have in mind. You send a large army to attack Linton. Then I will pretend to go to support him and sneak into the city. With the help of the internal and external forces, we can first destroy his city. Under this double attack, Linton will surely die. Neo Tianan was very satisfied when he heard the plan. If 5 king-level warriors launch a surprise attack from the city, Linton will surely be in chaos. The army will take advantage of this opportunity to rush into the city and completely eliminate Linton. I will trust you this once. If you dare to lie to me, I will personally send you into endless hell. Boom! Neo Tianan's aura burst out, and a terrifying and suffocating pressure swept across the entire hall. In just a moment, Pang Feichen fell to his knees. What kind of cultivation is this? It's dozens of times stronger than my king rank 3 troops. My 9th rank strength doesn't have the slightest resistance. You can easily crush me to death with just a thought. Pang Feichen's face turned red, and he felt like his bones were about to break. Just when Pang Feichen was about to give up, Neo Tianan withdrew his aura. Pang Feichen was already sweating profusely at this time. He had just been through a near-death experience. Neo Tianan's move was a profound warning to Pang Feichen. Even if you have 5 king-level monks under you, in my eyes, you are still an ant. Facing such humiliation, Pang Feichen gritted his teeth and kept it in mind. One day sooner or later, I will make you kneel at my feet like you do today. Pang Feichen slowly stood up from the ground, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, Your Majesty is an unparalleled cultivator. How dare I lie to you? Then he changed the subject. Your Majesty, I have a small favor to ask of you. You still dare to make demands? Neo Tianan's eyes fixed. Speak. Pang Feichen said with a stiff upper lip, Your Majesty, I would like to exchange for a few marrow cleansing pills. Marrow cleansing pill. Neo Tianan was slightly stunned. He thought that this kid would take the opportunity to make some excessive demands, but the result was just this? He waved his hand impatiently. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. Go back and wait for my news on the specific time of action. Pang Feichen was forcibly sent out of the palace, feeling very unhappy. He had no choice but to come to a business in the city, ready to buy a batch of marrow cleansing pills. This time he was bringing all his assets with him, and he had to make a fortune. What? 1 marrow cleansing pill requires 129th level crystals. Pang Feichen stared at the maid and exclaimed in surprise. The price of the marrow cleansing pill was far beyond his expectations. Linton's auction price is clearly only 5,000 rank 8 crystals, but why do I have to pay 120 rank 9 crystals to buy one? The gap was too big. He felt like the maid in front of him was treating him like a pig. The maid was filled with disdain, wondering where this bumpkin came from. In the territory of the Minotaur dynasty, the price of marrow cleansing pills is this high. You actually think it's too expensive and you don't have the money to buy some Xian-level pills. It's a waste of time. Pang Feichen spent all his fortune and bought 20 marrow cleansing pills with tears in his eyes. No matter what, we can't return empty-handed. What's more, he also needs the marrow cleansing pill to cleanse his tendons and marrow and break through to the king level. How did Linton do it? Are the Lyran dynasty elixirs very cheap? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had lost a lot. Forget it, I've already bought it. What's the point of thinking about it? Let's send the news of the pill auction tonight to the chat channel first. On the way back to the territory, Pang Feichen imitated Linton and sent a message about auctioning 20 marrow cleansing pills in the evening. Chapter 185. What are you doing? What the hell is this Pang Feichen doing? He's not even sure of its effectiveness, yet he still dares to auction off the marrow cleansing pill. I decided to wait until those people confirmed that it was effective before I bought it, otherwise all my hard-earned savings would be wasted. Upstairs +1. +1. At fellow Taoist Pang Feichen, have you taken the marrow cleansing pill and reached the king rank? Absolutely not. I haven't seen him auctioning off pills in the past few days. He must have gotten some pills from somewhere and wanted to emulate Linton and make a killing. If the marrow cleansing pills don't work, then we're being taken advantage of. Don't buy it for now, wait for news. When faced with Pang Feichen's elixir, everyone was not as excited as the first time. Instead, they all suspected it was a conspiracy. This left Pang Feichen dumbfounded. Doesn't that mean that if the marrow cleansing pill cannot help people break through to the king level, all his wealth will be wasted? Pang Feichen returned to the territory with a depressed look on his face. Whether he could make back his investment depended on the effect of the marrow cleansing pill. If the marrow cleansing pill is ineffective, not only will he lose everything, but the 100 people who bought the pill will also lose everything. After returning to the territory, he immediately swallowed the Marrow cleansing pill and began to cleanse his essence and Marrow, preparing to break through to the king level. Anyway, no one is buying pills now, so he might as well experience it himself. Outside the city lord's mansion, in the jungle, there was a mess. Several ferocious beasts that had been torn into pieces by 5 horses still had sharp sword energy remaining on their bodies. Linton looked at his own rhythm and nodded with satisfaction. After only 1 day of contemplation, he had gained a basic understanding of the wind and rain sword technique. After all, he is a man who has practiced the yellow rank sword technique to the peak and has a certain foundation. Returned to the city satisfied. It was already evening and the day had passed. Boom! Linton was enjoying his dinner when a powerful aura suddenly came from somewhere in the city. Sensing this breath, Linton couldn't help but smile. The first one to break through was actually Dragon Demon. But that's understandable. Dragon Demon's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 2nd level of the king rank. After swallowing the elixir, it was normal for him to be the first to break through to the king rank. There is also the awakening of the devouring divine power, which can speed up the process of refining pills. After a while, a huge figure flew in front of Linton. Owner. Yeah, not bad. Linton nodded in praise and said, you must be hungry. Come and eat something together. He handed a few pieces of barbecue on the table to the Dragon Demon, who swallowed them all in one gulp without hesitation. He also ordered someone to send more. Longbao has broken through to the 5th level of the king rank, and the safety of the territory at night is now in the hands of the Dragon Demon. At midnight, almost everyone in the city was practicing. Although others did not get any elixirs, Linton gave them enough crystals. Under the blood moon, a transparent figure slowly approached. Under the noses of several werewolf guards, he was just about to swagger into the city. But at this moment, the aura of a powerful king suddenly erupted in the city. How is it possible? Were we discovered? The Shadow Clan killer's face changed drastically. Without thinking, he turned around and ran several thousand meters away. If you feel it carefully, this seems to be the aura of someone who has just broken through to the king level. It was a false alarm. We just happened to encounter someone breaking through to the king level. So what if you break through to the king level? Tonight, all of you will be transformed into the dead souls of my subordinates. Thinking that the Shadow Clan killers were about to enter the city again. This time he was cautious and no longer as arrogant as before. But just as he entered the city, another aura of a powerful king burst out. The cautious Shadow Clan killer fled out of the city without a second thought. Another breakthrough? The Shadow Clan killer who escaped outside the city sensed carefully and found that another person had broken through to the king level. Linton is really lucky. 2 people have broken through to the king rank in a row. No wonder he has developed to this level in less than a month. If he is allowed to develop further, it won't be long before he can sweep away the dynasty forces. The Shadow Clan killer gnashed his teeth and thought in his heart that anyone would be angry after being tricked twice in a row. In an instant, the Shadow Clan killers sneaked into the city again. No matter what, he won't be scared away this time. Chapter 186 Escape, 8 Dragons Breakthrough. The Shadow Clan killer entered the city again. This time he went all the way to the gate of the city lord's mansion, but there was no movement. It seems that it was just a coincidence just now. I was wondering how it was possible that so many people could break through to the king level at the same time. So what if you break through to the king rank? I will kill you like a butcher dog. The Shadow Clan killer walked towards the city lord's mansion, but as soon as he took a step, something strange happened again, and a momentum several times stronger than before burst out. The aura of a 5th level king level cultivator. The Shadow Clan killer's face changed. If he had just broken through the 1st level of the king level aura like before, he might have ignored it directly. But this aura is the aura of breaking through the 5th level of the king level, and the two are completely different concepts. The Shadow Clan killer had the idea of evacuating in his mind. People broke through one after another. What kind of dangerous place is this? In just over 10 minutes, 3 king-level monks broke through. It became a mystery how many king-level monks there were in this city. He was worried that his assassination attempt would fail, and dozens of king-level warriors surrounded him in an instant. By then, he won't be able to escape even if he wants to, as one punch from anyone can turn him into a pulp. The Shadow Clan killer was in a dilemma. Boom! At this moment, another aura of a powerful king came. Another breakthrough? The Shadow Clan killer felt a little numb inside, and the idea of evacuating became stronger. Just as he was hesitating at the door of the city lord's mansion for a few minutes, another breath came. What kind of magical place is this? I will never come here again. The Shadow Clan killer's heart completely collapsed. At this rate of breakthrough, It is hard to imagine how many king-level powerhouses there are in this city. No wonder the first few didn't even have a chance to escape. The Shadow Clan killers turned into phantoms and disappeared in an instant. He had to tell the clan leader about this. Linton was too terrifying. What he didn't know was that there were two figures in the air, watching his every move from the very beginning. Inside the training room, Linton did not notice anything unusual outside. The quality of this training room is so good that it not only isolates the sound, but also the breath. It is impossible to disturb his practice at all. Inside the Shadow Clan hall, you, a dignified 6th-level king-rank Shadow Clan elder, personally took action, yet you were frightened and fled back. If this gets out, won't my Shadow Clan become a laughingstock? The Shadow Clan leader looked at the elders below and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The Shadow Clan elder hurriedly explained. What? You've only been here for less than half an hour, and 5 king-level cultivators have already broken through. The Shadow Clan leader, who heard the report, looked incredulous. If someone else said this in front of him, he would definitely give that person 2 big slaps and treat him as a fool. But the elder in front of him was at the 6th level of the king rank. It was impossible for him to lie to him, and it was impossible for him to make a mistake. If that's the case, this Linton is a bit too terrifying. The Shadow Clan leader frowned and thought of a countermeasure in his mind. The elders below worriedly said, Clan leader, not only is Linton incredibly gifted, but so are the powerful men under his command. We've completely offended him. What should we do? Why are you panicking? Go tell Minotaur in the news and tell him how serious the situation is. Even if it takes all the power of the entire country, we must kill Linton as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't be long before our 2 forces combined may not be a match for Linton. The Shadow Clan leader also realized that things were not simple. He had previously thought that he could just do it himself, but with the information he had received so far, he didn't dare to act rashly. Early in the morning, Linton, who had just finished his training, felt something strange while washing up. The Shadow Clan assassins haven't come to assassinate for several days. Have they given up? He also guessed that the Shadow Clan would send a strong man above the 6th level of the king rank, but there was no movement. But it's better this way. If a strong man like that comes, I may not be able to withstand it. I wonder if there was any breakthrough last night. After washing up, I came to the courtyard and saw the figures of Long Bao 8 dragons successfully broke through. Linton took a glance and couldn't help but smile. Except Dragonstorm, 7 new king-level combatants have been added. Among them is Long Feng. His talent is much stronger than other Panlongs, so it is not surprising that he broke through. As the first white dragon under Linton's command, Long Yin also successfully broke through. Most of them are black dragons and white dragons. They have strong talents and high starting points. Linton touched their large heads and praised them. You are all very good. You have broken through to the king rank so quickly. You have not wasted your talents and have lived up to my expectations of you. Hearing the praise from his master, Balong was extremely happy. Then he ordered to prepare more meat. After not eating for such a long time, everyone must be starving. In the palace of the Minotaur dynasty, Niu Tiannan's face looked extremely ugly when he heard the news. Even the dignified Shadow Clan is afraid. Niu Tiannan couldn't help but curse jokingly. I was afraid that they even tried to blackmail him 2 days ago. This was a bit too much. At that time, we said that we would definitely deal with Linton, but now he wants him to do it himself. Niu Tiannan looked at the Shadow Clan elders below and said, Go ask your clan leader, are the things the Heaven Hall clan leader said 2 days ago just bullshit? Chapter 187 3 major forces unite and all break through. The Shadow Clan elder looked troubled. As an elder, he naturally knew the details. This matter is indeed unfair to the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan elder explained with an apologetic look, Your Majesty the Ox Emperor, Linton's growth rate is simply astonishing. Only if our 2 forces unite will we have a chance. Otherwise, when he grows up, my Shadow Clan is located in a remote area, so it doesn't matter, but His Majesty the Ox Emperor. Snort. Niu Tiannan's cold snort echoed throughout the hall. He was very angry at the Shadow Clan's betrayal, but there was nothing else he could do at the moment. Just as the other party said, Linton's growth rate is really terrifying. The current alliance between the 2 forces is an opportunity. I agree with this plan. Niu Tiannan finally agreed reluctantly. The Shadow Clan is hiding in the dark like rats, and no one can find their location yet. If Linton is allowed to become stronger, his Tauren dynasty will be the first to be destroyed. The 2 sides then discussed cooperation matters. The Tauren dynasty naturally took the lead in attacking, while the Shadow Clan hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity to strike. In addition, Niu Tiannan has another trump card, that is Pang Feichin. With the three forces joining forces, I don't believe that Lin Tian will not be dead. Neo Tiannan issued an imperial edict, ordering all affiliated forces to lead their family members to the imperial city for discussions. The force without a king-level strongman has at least 1,000 people. A force with a king-level strongman must be led by a king-level strongman himself, with at least 5,000 people. When this decree was issued, the whole country was shocked. Even a fool could see that something big was about to happen. As for discussing matters, that's sheer nonsense. How could they bring so many family members to discuss matters? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that a war was about to begin. The troops at the border could not be mobilized, so they had to go. The main reason was that they did not dare to refuse at all and dared to disobey the imperial edict and exterminate their entire clan. They are just families and tribes. How can they compete with the dynasty? The moment he received the imperial edict, he immediately led his men to the imperial city. On the other side, in front of the military building, Lin Tian was naming the 9 figures in front of him. The 9 huge figures in front of him were a hidden dragon, 2 white dragons, a black dragon, 3 red dragons, and 2 coiled dragons. After finishing, return to the main hall. By tomorrow at the latest, most people will have achieved a breakthrough. If there is no breakthrough, don't force it. He thought for a moment and shouted towards the hall. Someone come. As soon as the words fell, a werewolf ran in. Lord City Lord, what can I do for you? Lin Tian asked. Have those spies returned? He started sending spies a few days ago to find out the locations of several major tribes in the dark forest. Several major tribes are now hiding together. As long as we can find the location of one of them, we can wipe them all out. When the werewolf heard this, he immediately said, Your Excellency the City Lord, they haven't returned yet. When Lin Tian heard this, he had a bad feeling. He wondered if he had been discovered. If they were discovered, they might not be able to come back. If they come back, let them come to see me immediately. Lin Tiandao. Werewolf Guard. Yes, Lord City Lord. If nothing unexpected happens, he plans to send troops tomorrow to sweep through several major tribes, forcing them to either surrender or be exterminated. What made him hesitate now were the other city lords of the Dark Forest. Excluding the city lords on the side of the Lyran tribe, there should be hundreds of city lords on the side of the Minotaur dynasty alone. Do we have to kill them all? Although killing them will get you random blueprints, that would be too inhumane. If he left them in the Dark Forest, they would rob him of his resources. All the tribes were cleaned out by him, and these people will only become more unscrupulous. We can only wait and see if they understand. He put aside his thoughts and started to deal with business. Throughout the day, every hour or so, someone would break through to the king level. Everyone in the city was shocked and numb. When did king-level strongmen become so worthless that they could be mass-produced? However, while they were shocked, they were also filled with excitement. The more king-level powerhouses there were, the stronger and safer they were. By the evening, the 25th one also successfully broke through to the king level. Since then, Lin Tian has had a total of 36 king-level powerhouses under his command. In addition, Long Zhun broke through to the 3rd level of the king rank, and Long Zhan broke through to the 2nd level of the king rank. Wolf Overlord hasn't made any movement yet. Compared with the Dragon Clan, his cultivation speed is simply shameful. With so many king-level masters, we don't need him anymore, but we need him to lead the way tomorrow. If he hasn't broken through by tomorrow morning, we'll have to drag him out by force. Lin Tian thought to himself. After all, he was the only one who had been to the Silverhorn tribe. The several spies he sent out have not returned yet, and they might have met with an accident. He can only attack the Silverhorn tribe directly and force them to show up. Just as he thought this, a roar came from the house where Langbo was, followed by the aura of the 2nd level of the king rank. Finally, a successful breakthrough. After Lang Ba broke through, he rushed out of the house immediately and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. He just stepped into the city lord's mansion. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at him, all of them exuding the aura of a king-level cultivation. Lang Ba forgot for a moment why he came to the city lord's mansion. He originally thought that since he broke through so quickly, even if he was not the first, he would still be the fastest among everyone, and the master would definitely praise him. Unexpectedly, he was the last one to break through. Lin Tian looked at Lang Ba and nodded slightly, saying, "Breakthrough, not bad." Lang Ba came to his senses and knelt down in an instant, thanking him again from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you for your kindness in giving me a new life." If it weren't for his master, it would take him several more years to break through. There are also king-level skills, which he had never dared to even think about before. If it weren't for his master, he would have found it difficult to even take a look at them, let alone practice them. Okay, don't kneel every time. Being loyal to me is better than anything else. Chapter 188 Blood Dragon, Scared to Death. Inside a hidden mountain, a grand hall stands where all the major tribes gather. Linton has sent spies here several times. It seems he wants to take action against us. I've said it before, Linton is extremely ambitious. Either he dies or we die. I've received news that the Minotaur dynasty has already dispatched a large army, and this time there are no fewer than 10 king-level warriors. How could that old man Nyotian tolerate his son being killed? Nyotian is really ruthless this time. All forces must send strong men to fight. You still have the mind to care about others, or think about what we should do next. Why panic? With Chief Silver here, and us all united, no one can do anything to us. Don't be careless. I have recently destroyed several cities like Linton. These people are simply cancers, and their strength is growing very fast. If we allow them to continue, it won't be long before the entire Dark Forest is completely wiped out. Several major forces gathered together, worried that Linton would come to kill them. Last time, he wanted to reap the benefits, but was scared away by Linton. Today, Linton's reputation is comparable to that of a dynasty, and his strength has become a mystery. The next day, early in the morning, a group of werewolves and rabbits were already dressed in armor, holding weapons, and ready. Powerful figures circled above the city lord's mansion. This time Linton plans to go there in person. Originally, with his cultivation level, it didn't matter whether he went or not. After all, he had so many king-level warriors under his command. No matter how strong they are, they can be besieged and killed. He wanted to see the legendary mysterious Silverhorn clan, and wondered if it really was the Silverhorn king. But before setting off, he had to go to the military building and use today's opportunity. He would be satisfied if he could produce one king-level soldier every day. A thunder dragon, a white dragon, a black dragon, 2 red dragons, 3 coiled dragons, and a blood dragon. This blood dragon looks so domineering. The blood dragon's entire body was a dazzling blood red, as if it had just emerged from a pool of blood. Just by the aura on his body, he can scare people. Blood dragon. Growth status, childhood. Strength level, king level 5, 0/100. Loyalty 100. Potential, 4-clawed blood dragon. The blood dragon also has Devour, and his Devour seems to be even stronger than the dragon demon. The blood dragon devours blood, blood vessels, and other blood-related things, and it is a large-scale group devouring. Make the opponent's blood uncontrollably, or even forcibly suck it out of the body. This is fatal for practitioners. The dragon demon can devour everything, but when it comes to devouring blood, it is much weaker than the blood dragon. This is the best luck I've had since upgrading to the 4th level primordial dragon nest. Linton named the blood dragon Long Sure, and after naming the other 8 dragons, he prepared to set off. Long Zhan, a hidden dragon, and 2 thunder dragons stayed in the city to protect its safety. Soon, a huge team set off. He only brought werewolves and rabbit men of level 6 and above, and the others stayed in the city to practice hard. Bring all the dragons with you except for a few that are protecting the city. The weakest Pan Long is no exception. Although Pan Long and his men are weak, they can quickly become stronger by killing enemies. War is undoubtedly the best way to quickly increase their strength. After spending several hours and crossing hundreds of miles of mountains, we were finally approaching our destination. According to Lang Ba, the Silverhorn clan is located in a cave called Xianin Cave within several circular mountain ranges. The location is extremely secretive and is covered by a formation, so even several king-level cultivators may not be able to find it. Master, look, all the tribes have gathered here. The wolf boss who was walking in front suddenly pointed in a direction and said excitedly. Following the direction of his gaze, he saw a tribe there. Judging from the size of the tribe, there were probably over 10,000 people. Obviously a large tribe. It's good that they're all gathered together, so I don't have to look for them one by one. Linton and his men changed direction and flew directly towards the tribe. The other tribes are all around. As long as a fight breaks out here, the other tribes will rush to support immediately and wipe out the whole tribe in one fell swoop. This tribe is the giant-scaled snake tribe. Even though they have transformed into human form, they still have scales on their bodies, shining coldly like steel, as if they are wearing armor. Linton is so powerful that it is impossible to hide him. It was soon discovered by the giant-scaled snake. A sharp snake cry echoed throughout the tribe. Snakes? In front of a dragon. These snakes are just like reptiles. Linton showed a scornful smile on his face. Even though they were thousands of meters away, the dragon power emitted by hundreds of dragons without any deliberate effort made some weak giant-scaled snakes tremble and crawl on the ground. 2 figures flew out from the giant phosphorus snake tribe and were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Are these more than 30 king-level people? When had they ever seen such a scene? Even if all the king-level warriors of the tribes were added together, there would not be so many. Submit or perish? Linton looked down at the two snakes from a high position and gave them two choices. When Linton's voice sounded, the two snakes came to their senses and found that the entire giant phosphorus snake tribe had been surrounded. They believed that if they dared to say no, the entire tribe would be razed to the ground and all its members would be killed in the next second. They just got together last night to discuss Linton's strength. Originally, it was thought that with the Silverhorn tribe, Linton could not threaten them at present. They just had to wait for the Minotaur dynasty to gather strength and eliminate Linton. As a result, Linton's strength far exceeded their imagination. The giant phosphorus snake leader and the supreme elder showed a bitter smile on their faces. They had no choice but to die or surrender. The disparity in power left them no choice. At this moment, several powerful auras flew in from all directions. It was other tribes and strong men who came to support. Chapter 189. Those who surrender, please stand aside and watch me operate. Linton. Some of them saw Linton from afar and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He is Linton. He is so brave to come here. You've come just in time. Today is the perfect time to bury him here. Before the person arrived, arrogant words were already heard. The giant phosphorus snake leader was stunned. Don't you guys come here with your eyes? Facing so many king-level monks, you still dare to speak so arrogantly. You are really brave. After a few seconds, a few people finally flew up to him and wanted to mock Linton by saying that he would die today. They saw dozens of huge creatures emitting the power of a king-level dragon behind Linton, staring at them with murderous eyes. Gudon. Everyone swallowed their saliva and held back what they wanted to say. One of the clan leaders mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice. Linton, we have no grudges in the past or in the present, so why did you bring so many strong men here? You should know best what I'm doing here, so don't waste your breath. Linton looked around. Are you all here? Where are your backers, the Silverhorn clan? Could they have run away? If he hasn't run away, get him out now. There are two options, surrender or destruction. Don't waste my time. Hearing this, the leaders of several major tribes were filled with frustration and anger. There were more than 10 king-level warriors, but Linton was so arrogant that he didn't take them seriously at all. Linton, don't go too far. We are not easy to bully. At worst, we'll fight to the death. Even if I die, I'll take a few people with me. Linton, don't be so delusional. We can't surrender to you. Either we both lose, or you retreat now. You must be aware that the Minotaur dynasty is already gathering its forces to attack you. If your strength is weakened now, how will you resist the Minotaur army? The leaders of several major tribes were passionate and had no fear of life or death. It was impossible to make them slaves. Their greatest reliance is the mysterious Silverhorn clan. In their opinion, as long as they unite and join forces with the Silverhorn clan, forcing Linton to retreat should not be a problem. From the conversation between the few people, Linton learned an important piece of news. The Tauren dynasty is gathering its army again. Could it be that he killed his son and wanted to avenge him, or did the Shadow clan abandon their mission, forcing him to take action? No matter what, we must start preparing when we return. This battle may be the beginning of a war to annihilate the nation. Linton thought to himself. After hearing this news, he became more determined to deal with the several major tribes in front of him. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be like last time, hiding in the dark and reaping the benefits. If we attack him from behind while he is fighting with the Minotaur, that would be bad. Since you don't choose, then? Linton's murderous voice sounded, and he was about to order a kill, but at this moment, a figure flew over from a distance. Sensing a breath approaching, Linton turned his head to look. A figure with a silver horn on his head and his face and body shining with silver light appeared on the opposite side in the blink of an eye. Silver Patriarch. Seeing this figure, the leaders of the major tribes all saluted. This shows the status of the Silver Horn tribe leader in the hearts of the leaders of major tribes. He does bear some resemblance to the legendary Silverhorn king, but I don't know how strong he is. When Linton saw this figure, he thought to himself, looking at his aura, he's probably reached the 6th level of the king rank, or even above it. As long as you haven't reached the 8th level of the king rank, there's nothing to be afraid of. Now he has 2 5th level king rank warriors under his command, who can challenge 6th level king rank cultivators alone, and can also join forces to fight against 7th level king rank cultivators. The Silverhorn clan leader looked at Linton and spoke first. Are you the Linton who has become famous recently? Are you one of the Silverhorns who has been hiding in the shadows like a rat? Linton didn't intimidate him at all and retorted. Before going into battle, you must never lose your momentum. Linton originally thought that this would infuriate the other party, but the Silverhorn tribe leader remained calm and said, I advise you to retreat now. The king-level members under your command have only recently broken through. Even if you have the advantage in numbers, you are not guaranteed to win. What's more, you don't have anyone strong enough to stop me. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of a bag. Hearing what the other party said, Linton looked disdainful. He had never been beaten before. No matter how much you say, it's useless. The truth will be revealed in your actions. Linton was too lazy to waste time talking to him. With the other party's attitude, it was almost impossible to make him surrender. Those who surrender to this city lord, please stand back to avoid accidental injuries. If you surrender midway, you will not be treated like this. Linton finished speaking. Roar! A burst of orderly dragon roars resounded through the heavens and earth, shaking the sky. With full force, more than 30 king-level dragons pressed forward with their might. The extreme feeling of oppression made everyone's face change drastically. Almost all members of the giant phosphorus snake tribe were crushed to the ground. Even the 2 king-level warriors felt the suppression from their blood and could not help but fall from midair. Chapter 190 Awesome Blood Dragon. What can you use to fight me? It's not that Long Bao and the others are so powerful, but the pressure of their blood that is engraved in their bones. Snake Laolu, what do you mean? Are you going to rebel with your giant phosphorus snake tribe? Snake Laolu, I didn't expect that you, the giant phosphorus snake, are so cowardly and willing to be a slave. I really misjudged you. Snake Laolu and giant phosphorus snake ancestor were pressed to the ground by the dragon's might. When everyone saw this, they thought that the giant phosphorus snake tribe was going to turn against them. I betrayed your sister. Can't you see that I was forced down by pressure? Facing the accusations from everyone, Snake Laolu cursed in his heart. What a bunch of idiots. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. What kind of race is this? Why does it seem like they're specifically targeting me, the giant phosphorus snake? He was a king-level cultivator, and his pressure alone made them want to kneel down and surrender. The other giant phosphorus snakes were in even worse condition. Almost all of them crawled on the ground, as if they were worshipping their god. The other tribes felt much more relaxed when facing Long Wei. They just felt that their own strength was suppressed by 20% to 30%. Therefore, the giant phosphorus snake, which was suppressed to the point of having almost no fighting power, was thought by them to have defected to Linton. The stronger the dragon's cultivation, the stronger its dragon power will be. This is also one of the reasons why they can easily fight against opponents of higher levels. With their strength suppressed and the dragon clan being so powerful, it would be hard not to win. Seeing this scene, Linton took the opportunity to shout, Snake Laolu, you did a good job. When we get back, I will agree to your request. What do you want? The giant phosphorus snake leader was confused. Well, you giant phosphorus snake have indeed rebelled. Several major tribes looked at the giant phosphorus snake leader with vicious eyes. Linton's temporary tactic of sowing discord didn't work, and now the giant phosphorus snake leader had no way to defend himself. Facing the accusations and curses from the crowd, the giant phosphorus snake leader knew that nothing he said would be of any use. It just so happened that his giant phosphorus snake had no power to resist the dragon's might and could only be slaughtered. He might as well take this opportunity to join Linton. He immediately revealed his true form and retreated with his people. When Linton saw this scene, a smile of success appeared on his face. He easily solved the problem of a large tribe. As the giant phosphorus snake retreated, a war broke out between the two sides. The major tribes came from all directions. Each tribe has tens of thousands of people, and when they unite, they form a densely packed group. Since you are so stubborn, I have no choice but to kill you. As the Silverhorn tribe leader finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. His figure turned into a silver light and rushed towards Linton, wanting to capture Linton first. Sure enough, with the strength of the 7th level of the king rank, the emperor of the Minotaur dynasty is probably only this strong. Such a powerful person is willing to hide in this dark forest. I don't believe there is no conspiracy. As he expected, the Silverhorn clan leader had reached the 7th level of the king rank. This is simply incomparable to other tribes. The strongest ancestor of other tribes has only reached the 5th level of the king level. The gap between them is visible. With his strength, he can completely control the entire dark forest and compete with the Minotaur dynasty. But it is hard to understand why he has been hiding in this cave deep in the mountains for hundreds of years. Faced with the attack from the Silverhorn clan leader, Long Shi and Long Bao teamed up to meet the enemy. There must be no chance of losing their master's safety. Suddenly, half of the sky was churning with thunder, and the other half was surging with blood. Just 2 fifth-level king rank cultivators, you still want to stop me? You're really overestimating your own abilities. I want you to know that the gap between realms cannot be made up by numbers. Facing the 2 dragons, the Silverhorn clan leader had a look of disdain on his face and attacked them casually. Boom! The attacks of both sides collided with each other, and they were evenly matched. The Silverhorn tribe leader was a little surprised. I really underestimated you. But that was just a casual attack from me. I will be serious next time. The Silverhorn clan leader waved his hand, and several seemingly soft rays of moonlight floated down from the sky. Suddenly, the moonlight fell rapidly, and each ray of moonlight contained danger. It was like a series of sharp blades that could cut through space, floating towards Linton. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of lightning bolts collided with the moonlight. On the other side, Longshore opened his bloody mouth and sucked, activating his group skills. A scream suddenly rang out from below, and streams of blood turned into thin lines, entangled with the moonlight. Some of the monks from various tribes below who were being sucked dry became skin and bones, while others shrunk significantly and fell to the ground powerlessly. Even the king-level monks from various tribes looked over with horror on their faces. They just clearly felt that the blood in their bodies was being sucked out uncontrollably. If they hadn't been restrained by the Silverhorn clan leader, they would probably have had all their blood drained alive. The attack of the Silverhorn clan leader was easily resolved. Seeing this scene, the expression of the Silverhorn clan leader gradually became solemn. One can control thunder and lightning, and the other is even more bizarre, able to absorb blood from the body through the air for his own use, which is simply unheard of. If this is the case, as more people die, the blood on the ground will make the other side stronger. As expected, you are the one that the Minotaur dynasty fears and the Lyran dynasty tries to befriend. However, I am not a pushover either. The silver horns on the head of the Silverhorn clan leader shone with dazzling light as white as jade, illuminating the entire mountain range. A terrifying energy shot up into the sky. At the same time, the circular mountain range not far away rumbled, and a shocking change occurred. Chapter 191, Strong Body, a bunch of mean guys. A huge formation rose above the circular mountain range. A stream of pure white energy converged towards the silver horn on the head of the Silverhorn clan leader. The originally gentle energy emitted a terrifying, heart-pounding aura the moment it gathered on the silver horn. Sensing the energy contained in it, the 2 dragons Long Bao and Longshore hurriedly used their ultimate moves together. The sky was filled with thunder mixed with thousands of blood threads and enveloped the leader of the Silverhorn clan. The blood of the dead on the battlefield all floated up into the sky involuntarily and turned into blood threads, making Longshore's attacks even more powerful. Boom! A jade light bloomed above the head of the Silverhorn clan leader, and with a loud bang, a beam of white light shot towards the 2 dragons. The Silverhorn clan's strongest feature lies in the silver horns on their heads. In addition to being hard, they can also gather all the energy in the body into one point, releasing power that surpasses martial arts. After several battles between the 2 sides, the Silverhorn clan leader knew that it was almost impossible to kill the 2 dragons in front of him with the energy in his body alone. Although the 2 dragons were only at the 5th level of the king rank, their combined strength was comparable to his. Therefore, he directly used his ultimate move, using the power of the formation that he had stored for nearly 100 years, wanting to completely eliminate the 2 dragons and then kill Linton. In an instant, the attacks of both sides collided with each other, and with a deafening roar, the attacks of the 2 dragons were shattered. A beam of white light filled with murderous intent came towards the 2 dragons like a sharp sword. Seeing this scene, the Silverhorn clan leader showed a cruel smile on his face. This was a powerful method that could even force back an 8th-level king-level ancestor. It is an honor to die under such an attack. When the 2 dragons saw this scene, they transformed into energy walls to resist. Energy burst out from Long Bao's body, and endless lightning surged out, turning into a wall of lightning. Longshore took this opportunity to devour and absorb madly, and endless blood threads gathered towards him from all directions. It turned into a blood-red wall to block the front. The lightning wall only blocked him for a second before it was pierced through. Next came the bloody wall of Longshore. The battle below has reached a fever pitch. Several dragon teams led werewolves and rabbit people to massacre monks from various tribes. Thousands of monks from various tribes fell in a pool of blood, which caused Longshore to obtain more blood, and the defense he condensed became stronger. The Silverhorn tribe leaders' attacks were consumed several times, and facing Longshore's defense, they were blocked for 3 seconds. The white beam of light continued to kill the two dragons. Huh. The Silverhorn clan leader couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this scene. No matter how strong your fighting power is or how monstrous your talent is, you will still die under this formation. The Silverhorn clan leader ignored the two dragons and looked at Linton. In his opinion, no matter how many tricks the two dragons used, he would be unable to resist and would surely die. As long as these two dragons died, no one present would be able to stop him. With Lin Tianhuang's cultivation level at the second level, he could still be at his mercy. Lin Tian, who was behind, was a little surprised when he saw the attack of the Silverhorn tribe leader. He didn't expect that it could be played like this. This Silverhorn was a bit special. As for worrying about the safety of the two dragons, long sure, there is absolutely no need to do so. In addition to their powerful combat capabilities, the Dragon Clan also has dragon scales on their bodies, which are comparable to spiritual weapons. He speculated that the dragon scales of Long Bao and the others should have reached the level of mid-grade Xian-level spiritual weapons, or even the level of high-grade Xian-level spiritual weapons. The defense displayed by Long Sure can last for 3 seconds, which is enough to show that this attack has been almost consumed by the rotation. You don't need to consume much, just consume the attack of the 8th level of the King level to the 6th level of the King level. Long Bao and Long Sure naturally knew all of this, and they used their bodies to take the blow without even consuming any energy. Save the energy in your body for the next big battle. Bang! The two dragons joined forces and were pushed back dozens of meters. A mark was left on the dragon scales. The Silverhorn tribe leader opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Such a powerful attack was easily blocked. This is too fantastic. Is your body made of black iron? Even if it is made of black iron, it can't be this hard. Roar! Following two dragon roars, two dragons, carrying a barrage of attacks, rushed towards the leader of the Silverhorn tribe. This blow cannot be taken in vain. The opponent must pay with his life. The Silverhorn tribe leader was pinned to the ground by two furious dragons. Lin Tian could finally look at the situation on other battlefields. But he knew without looking that the king-level strongmen of other tribes were facing the siege of 2 to 3 dragons. He was beaten without any resistance. Among them, several tribal king-level monks have fallen. The battle on the ground was even more brutal. More than 100,000 tribal monks came from all directions, and those who were killed fled in all directions. In a short while, the ground was covered with corpses. Some of the tribes were frightened by the killing and shouted to surrender, willing to join Lin Tian. On the other side, the giant phosphorus snake leader showed a smug smile on his face. He had expected this scene a long time ago. A bunch of bastards, you have to be beaten up before you can see the situation clearly. You just mocked this clan leader. Now you know how powerful Lin Tian is. You dare to confront so many powerful kings? You must be crazy. The giant phosphorus snake leader stood aside and started mocking. Faced with such terrifying pressure, his strength was originally suppressed, and with so many strong people around, it would be strange if he could win. Didn't you see that even the leader of the Silverhorn tribe was at a disadvantage? Chapter 192, Escape. Prevent fire from burning the mountain. In a short while, several tribes surrendered as a whole. The giant phosphorus snake looked at the surrendering tribes with disdain and sneered. Look at you. Your people have suffered heavy casualties. Wouldn't it be better for you to surrender earlier like this tribe leader? Why are you so stubborn and go ahead and fight? Each of them was covered in blood and had some injuries. If they had not shouted surrender quickly, they would have become corpses by now. Several tribes looked at the giant phosphorus snake leader and were very unhappy. If they could beat him, they would have rushed up and beat him up to vent their anger. At this time, he was still standing aside and making sarcastic remarks. Who would have thought that even the Silverhorn tribe leader couldn't solve the problem this time? As more and more tribes surrendered, soon nearly 10 tribes surrendered. No matter how big or small the tribe is, as long as they are willing to surrender, Lin Tian will accept them. The besieged clan leaders of king-level power looked at the Silverhorn clan leader who was at a disadvantage, and a look of confusion appeared on their faces. No one wants to see the long-standing tribe destroyed in their own hands. Looking at the other side, several tribes that stood aside and watched the show after surrendering gradually began to think about surrendering. Bang! A tribal leader was hit by a dragon claw, and his body fell into the ground like a cannonball. Just as he was about to be killed by the claw, he hurriedly shouted, "I surrender. Our entire tribe is willing to surrender. This is how you can survive." Lin Tian felt a little unhappy when he saw this scene. If he reaches this point, it will be useless to shout surrender. He will strike with one claw and kill the opponent directly. I'll give you one last minute. If you don't surrender, everyone in the tribe will be killed without mercy. No surrender will be accepted. Linton's majestic and domineering voice resounded throughout the battlefield. His purpose was to force this group of people to make a choice earlier and end the battle as soon as possible. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of several tribal leaders changed slightly. Looking at the scene below where their family members were being slaughtered, they all chose to surrender. The surrendered tribes plus the dead tribes almost accounted for half. Only half of the tribes were left on the battlefield, struggling to hold on. These are tribes that would rather die in battle than surrender and become slaves. There is no need to be soft-hearted when facing these people. Just attack them one after another. On the other hand, as the energy in his body was rapidly consumed, the Silverhorn clan leader was no match for Long Bao and the others. Looking at the situation on the field, they were doomed to fail. The Silverhorn clan leader gritted his teeth, looked at Linton with a fierce look, turned around, and fled towards the distant formation. Long Bao and the others had no way of forcing them to stay. The Silverhorn clan only has this one clan leader. It seems they have another hidden card. Such a large formation, laid out hundreds of years ago, cannot possibly be so simple as to be limited to just that one strike. There must be a big secret under this ring of mountains. Linton looked at the escaping Silverhorn clan leader and thought in his mind. He was now hesitating whether to follow or not, but if he did, he was a little afraid of falling into the other party's trap. This formation doesn't look simple at first glance. If he is killed by a single blow as soon as he enters the formation, it would be an unjust death. He saw the attack just now very clearly. It took 2 consecutive rounds of attacks from Long Bao and the others, plus his physical body, to withstand it. Killing him instantly is no piece of cake. After some hesitation, he gave up, thinking there was no need to take the risk. Let's deal with the above tribes first. As the Silverhorn clan leader escaped, the rest completely lost their fighting spirit. A minute had already passed, and there was no point in their surrendering, as they were all slaughtered. Thousands of blood threads rushed into Long Shi's body. Blood can not only be transformed into power to kill enemies during battle, but also transformed into energy to enhance strength. After several hours of fighting, the battle ended. All the tribes surrendered or perished, leaving only the Silverhorn tribe who escaped. Leaving some people to clean up the battlefield, Linton brought more than 30 king-level monks to the sky above the formation. Linton looked at it for a while, but couldn't figure out anything. This formation looked ordinary on the surface and objects could pass through it freely, which meant that it had no defensive function. Suddenly, he thought of someone, turned his head to look at the giant phosphorus snake leader, and hooked his finger at him. The giant phosphorus snake leader immediately came to Linton. Linton pointed to the formation below and asked, "Do you know this formation?" The giant phosphorus snake leader replied with difficulty, "Sir, this is the first time I have seen this formation." Linton waved his hand in disappointment. It was another useless thing. He looked at the formation and launched an attack. The attack went straight through the formation and landed in the mountains below. This was the first time he had seen such a strange formation, and he had never even heard of it. He was seen touching his chin with his right hand, as if thinking about something. Then he made a surprising decision and said, "Long Jean, set it on fire." "Yes, master." Long Jean took the order and led a group of red dragons to spit out thick flames into the forest below. When faced with Linton's orders, they never asked or questioned anything. They just carried them out. Soon, several mountain ranges below were engulfed in flames. This formation was definitely not the same formation they had set up before using formation plates or formation scrolls. Instead, it is a formation carefully arranged using materials or treasures. He guessed that this Silverhorn clan might be proficient in formations. "I hope this fire can destroy the formation. As long as the material of a certain part of the formation is burned, the flaw of the formation will be revealed." Chapter 193, Bullying Too Much, the Patriarch Dies. Inside the mountains, the chief of the Silverhorn tribe sensed a heat wave coming from the cave entrance, and the temperature of the entire cave was getting higher and higher. "Damn you, Linton! How dare you set the fire? I will make sure you neither live nor die." The chief of the Silverhorn tribe was furious. He had not expected Linton to be so wicked that he could do such a thing as setting fire to the mountain. Directly in front of him were rows of figures, their bodies shining with silver light. These figures had long lost all life, like iron men, standing upright. But the Silverhorn clan leader never gave up. He was waiting for something. "My people, wake up quickly." The voice of Intai, the chief of the Silverhorn tribe, echoed throughout the cave. His voice echoed again and again in the cave, but there was no movement below. Boom. Boom, boom. The entire cave suddenly shook, and earth-shaking explosions were heard outside. After Linton set fire to the mountain, Seeing that there was no movement, he immediately began to order the bombardment of the mountain range, intending to raze it to the ground. He just didn't believe that In Time could still hide under such circumstances. Before they could launch a few attacks, an angry roar came from the foot of the mountains. A figure soared into the sky. It was In Tai. At this moment, In Tai's eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. He was obviously extremely angry and roared from the bottom of his heart. Linton, don't go too far. Seeing this situation, Linton became even more certain that there was something very important to In Time underneath. So what if I bully you? In the current situation, it is either you or me who is in danger. If I don't kill you while you are weak, I will leave trouble for myself in the future. In Tai's eyes were bloodshot, and his hatred for Linton had risen to the point where he wanted to eat Linton's flesh and drink Linton's blood. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. With a loud roar, In Tai rushed towards Linton without hesitation. Kill! Linton didn't waste any words. With a command, more than 30 king-level warriors besieged In Tai. A fierce fight took place. With so many dragons, a breath from one of them could blast him into pieces. For a time, In Time was beaten back step by step and had no power to fight back. In just less than half an hour, In Tai was covered with scars and blood. With an unwilling roar, In Tai was killed by a single blow. Congratulations on your unit successfully killing a king-rank 7th level warrior, gaining energy plus 30. At the same time, a prompt sound rang out. A powerful 7th level king-level warrior was besieged to death like this. Linton's gaze shifted from In Tai's body to the mountains below. He originally thought that In Time had some trump cards, but the other party never used them until his death. That means it's not some kind of trump card, but something very important to him. Let's go in and take a look. Linton brought his men to the cave entrance and walked into the cave. The cave was magnificent, a bit like a paradise for immortals, but the attacks just now had caused cracks to appear around the cave, and it was showing signs of collapse. Master, there is a stone door here. A voice sounded. Linton came to the stone gate and pushed it open. A downward passage came into view. Linton thought about it and walked in first. After all, In Tai, who posed the greatest threat, had been killed. How could another immortal from the Silverhorn clan suddenly jump out? After passing through a passage of several hundred meters, I came to a secret room. The secret room was empty. After passing through several secret rooms, I came to a hall. Even from a distance across the hall, he sensed a faint aura in the air, which would be completely unnoticed if one did not pay close attention. Master, be careful. The air is poisonous. Wolf Overlord's anxious voice sounded. As a werewolf, he was most sensitive to smells. Although the things in the air were colorless and odorless, they still could not escape his nose. When Linton heard this, he quickly closed his mouth, nose and all the pores on his body. As soon as he entered here, he noticed something strange. It was actually poisonous. What on earth was the Silverhorn clan doing in there? After passing through the secret room and entering the main hall, he was stunned by the scene before him. Thousands of silver men are arranged neatly in order. Lang Ba couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Is the Silverhorn clan planning to transform themselves into the Silver Clan? This Silverhorn clan leader is too cruel. Linton finally understood why the Silverhorn tribe only had one leader and no other members of the Silverhorn tribe were there. It turned out that they were all here. There was no sign of life in them, so I guess they had been dead for a long time. When we arrived at the center of the hall, there was a high platform made of unknown material. There was a groove on the platform, about the size of a few fists. The groove was filled with a silvery white liquid. Could this be mercury? Linton guessed that what these people from the Silverhorn clan were wrapped in was very much like mercury. The mercury in this world must be different from the mercury in the original world. None of the people around were ordinary people. There were even several king-level warriors, but they were still sealed tightly by mercury. When the giant phosphorus snake leader who followed Lin Tianxia heard that it was mercury, his face changed drastically and he couldn't help but step back. His eyes were full of fear, as if he had seen something terrible. Chapter 194: The Terrifying Silver Water Tribe. Linton noticed the action of the giant phosphorus snake leader, turned his head, and looked at him. It was obvious from the other's expression that he knew something. So he asked, "Do you know mercury?" Facing Linton's question, the giant phosphorus snake leader nodded and replied solemnly, "Sir, according to legend, mercury is a supreme treasure of a tribe called the Mercury Clan. Rumor has it that the Mercury tribe's bodies are like mercury, able to change shapes at will. Furthermore, they are filled with a deadly poison that kills anyone who touches them. They are a terrifying existence. What's even more terrifying is that I heard that as long as there's a part of their body left, even a finger, they can be resurrected with the help of Mercury. They're completely invincible. Linton was a little surprised when he heard the news that there was such an awesome race in the world. Wouldn't that be comparable to an invincible existence? In that case, it seems that the Silverhorn clan found Mercury by chance and wanted to turn the entire Silverhorn clan into the Mercury clan. In the end, they all failed, and only one clan leader was left. Linton analyzed. The giant phosphorus snake chief and wolf tyrant both nodded in agreement. This is putting pressure on the entire race. As long as one of them becomes a Mercury, they will become completely invincible. Lead the entire race to glory. The Silverhorn clan and the Mercury clan share only one character in common, so they can be linked together. It's true that if you don't seek death, you won't die. He couldn't help but sigh, then looked at the Mercury on the stage. With his level of cultivation, he would definitely die if he touched this thing. If it were used to kill people, it might have unimaginable effects. He could already imagine a scene in his mind. When you encounter an invincible enemy, sprinkle the Mercury. As long as the opponent touches it, the weak will be turned into a statue, and the strong will be corroded by the poisonous gas and die on the spot. Even an emperor-level strongman would probably not be able to resist this kind of thing. The problem now is how to pack this thing up. Ordinary treasures would shatter into pieces when they came into contact with this thing. After thinking about it several times, he couldn't think of any treasure on him that could hold it. He looked around and said, "Look around for any utensils?" "Promise." The two of them immediately dispersed and searched everywhere. It would be even better if I could find a vase, otherwise this thing is emitting poisonous gas all the time, and I might accidentally poison myself to death at any time. He checked Intai's storage ring, hoping to find something useful in it. It has to be said that as a 7th-level king-level warrior and the head of a clan, Intai has many treasures. Several major tribes also showed him filial piety. There were crystal stones as big as a hill, hundreds of spiritual medicines, several books on martial arts, and several Shin-level weapons and equipment. Hey, what is this? He scanned a pile of treasures and suddenly saw something that looked like a medicine bottle. But this medicine bottle was a bit old, and he didn't know what material it was made of. It seems that this might be what the other party uses to store mercury. I don't know if it will work. Let's try it. He slowly lowered the bottle directly into the mercury. There was nothing wrong with the bottle, as if the mercury was just ordinary water. Hey. He was delighted and quickly packed up the mercury and took it all away. A few minutes later, Linton walked out from underground and ordered the entire mountain range to be razed to the ground. Let the entire Silverhorn clan and their chief rest here. The battlefield outside has been almost cleaned up. In this battle, several major tribes in the Dark Forest were completely eliminated. Apart from the tribes that surrendered to him, there were only a few weak tribes left, which were not a concern at all. On the way back, Linton asked about the Minotaur dynasty. Only then did he realize that the Minotaur dynasty was reorganizing its army and preparing to attack him. And this time it comes with great force. Almost all the strong men and troops that could be mobilized were mobilized. Isn't it just killing his son? Why would you go to such great lengths? But your coming is just what I wanted. After dealing with several major tribes, I am also preparing to take action against the Minotaur dynasty. It's a good time to show down the winner. As long as we deal with this large army, we can march straight into the imperial city and take over. Thinking of this, an aura of ambition to dominate all races burst out from Linton. Once the Bullhead dynasty is dealt with, all the resources of the dynasty will belong to him, and it will be easy for him to upgrade the territory and military buildings. After returning to the territory, he began to count the harvest. A total of 12 tribes surrendered, except for the giant phosphorus snake, who surrendered in anger after being tricked by him. The other tribes surrendered because they were afraid of being killed. There are more than 30,000 people in total. The city cannot accommodate so many people, so they can only live outside the city temporarily. We should be able to upgrade the high-end town tonight and move in then. Then I looked at the supplies, and the harvest was so abundant that it could not be described. More than 300,000 crystals of various grades were harvested, and the total number of yellow-grade and black-grade spiritual medicines reached more than 500. There are tens of thousands of yellow-grade and black-grade spiritual armors, excluding the damaged ones. More than 100 pills were also harvested. In addition, there are countless types of refining materials, food, etc. With so many crystals, Linton immediately began to sweep the trading channel frantically. Wood, stone, fine iron, no matter how much, take them all. Nowadays, in the trading channel, if you need to buy elixirs, spiritual weapons and other things, most of them are traded with crystals. Therefore, many city lords took out their supplies to exchange for crystals. Although the number is not large, when so many city lords are added together, it becomes a huge amount. In a short while, they were all cleared out by Linton. It cost him a total of 200,000 crystals, and most of the crystals he had just obtained were consumed in an instant. Chapter 195 Upgrading Advanced Towns. Such a big commotion quickly attracted the attention of a group of city lords. Linton is very generous. He has cleared out all our upgrade supplies. This is really cruel. I'm curious where he got so many crystals. Where else could it have come from? It must have been stolen. I was just about to buy some upgrade supplies to see if I could get enough to upgrade to a mid-level town. But after Linton's actions, the price of upgrade supplies is going to go up again. What level did you guys say Linton reached? Could he be preparing to upgrade the city? No way. No matter how big the gap is between us and Linton, it can't be this big. I guess he's at most a high-level town. Indeed, a high-level town is already quite impressive. How could it possibly have been upgraded to a city? In the chat channel, people were talking about it. Some were jealous, some were envious. Today, a terrifying battle broke out in the dark forest. The sounds of fighting could be heard from a long distance away. Could it be Brother Linton? A city lord of the dark forest came out and said. During the day, he sensed terrifying fluctuations in the distance and was so frightened that he didn't dare go out for the whole day. Absolutely. I just took a look at the battlefield from a distance. Several of the top tribes in the dark forest are gone. That was a combined force of over a dozen tribes with king-level warriors. Several city lords around me were killed by them. Now it has all been razed to the ground, leaving no one alive. A city lord from the dark forest said with lingering fear. So it was Linton who saved you. I really envy you guys. Now you don't have to worry about local forces anymore. Linton's strength is too strong. What kind of terrifying strength is this? This speed of development is completely beyond our imagination. The other city lords were all envious, and at the same time, they were shocked again by today's strength. Several major tribes have been eliminated, and the entire dark forest has become Linton's territory. What should we do? Yeah, Linton won't kill us tomorrow, right? Damn it. I want to escape from the dark forest, but I can't move my territory. Now the Lord of the Dark Forest is scared to death. Although the local forces have been completely eliminated and they no longer have to worry about the local forces, they have to face the more terrifying Linton. Linton doesn't seem like that kind of person. With his strength, as long as you don't seek death, you'll be fine. Yes, we are all time travelers. Linton is not so cruel. What about those few independent cultivators from last time? They are asking for death. If it were me, I would also go and chop them up. There were many different opinions in the chat channel. After such a long time, they had a certain understanding of Linton. Linton is not the kind of cruel, heartless, and ungrateful person. As long as you don't provoke him, everything will be fine. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. But if someone offends me, I will repay him 100-fold. This is what they know about Linton. After hearing what everyone said, the city lords of the dark forest felt much more at ease. They now live in Linton's territory, and Linton has become an existence that they must not provoke. Linton had no intention of looking at the chat channel at all. After some calculations, he harvested a total of 670,000 units of wood, 610,000 units of stone, and 120,000 units of refined iron. Including the original supplies in the warehouse, he now has a total of 1.43 million units of wood, 1.01 million units of stone, and 220,000 units of refined iron. Just enough supplies to upgrade the advanced town. Looking at the sky outside, he realized that it was already late at night after all his operations. It's a good time to upgrade the territory. When I opened the territory panel, a message popped up. It is detected that the warehouse has sufficient supplies. Do you want to upgrade the advanced town? Weather. As he clicked, a ray of light spread out from the city lord's mansion, enveloping the entire territory. He was very familiar with this upgrade process, having experienced it several times. He has become immune to the upgrade process and has no interest in it. He only cared about the result, so he turned around and walked towards the training room. As the level gets higher, the upgrade takes longer. Upgrading a high-level town will take at least several hours. It was so late, he didn't have the patience to wait. After Linton went back to practice, the entire territory underwent earth-shaking changes, just like before. Outside the city, several powerful kings who had come to seek refuge today were frightened when they saw this scene, and they all thought it was haunted. Even if it's a ghost, they can sense it. But they couldn't sense any of the mysterious energy before them. What kind of ulterior motive is this? As a result, they dared not sleep all night, their eyes fixed on the city not far away, as if it would come back to life in the next second. The next day, when the residents of the city woke up, they were surprised to find that the city they lived in had grown several times larger again, and the city lord's mansion had become even more spacious and majestic, especially the tall and thick city walls, which already have the outline of a city. The city lord's incredible methods are truly miraculous. Other forces would resort to massive construction when building a city, but our city lord directly resorts to heaven-defying methods. I pay my respects to the city lord. The city lord is a godlike existence. Chapter 196. Sun Yuanzhang collapsed and made the elixir again. Faced with such a miraculous sight, everyone bowed down in worship. Linton finished his training and immediately looked at the territory panel. Congratulations on upgrading your territory to a high-level town, increasing your sphere of influence to 500 kilometers. The defense of the heart of the territory is increased 5-fold. The reputation of your territory in the myriad races continent has been greatly improved. Your territory has become quite famous in the Xinyu realm. 500 kilometers, that would almost bring the entire dark forest under its sphere of influence. Linton was slightly shocked. If he upgrades the city but has not moved out of the dark forest, then the dark forest within the sphere of influence of the Lyran dynasty will also be included in his sphere of influence. Xinyu realm. Is Xuanyujing the name of this place? I didn't expect that I would be so famous in Xinyu realm. Linton couldn't help but feel a little proud, and then looked at the territory information, wondering how much supplies would be needed to upgrade to a city. High in town. Ordinary building, city lord's mansion. Special buildings, primordial dragon nest, refining shop. Required for upgrading, 5 million units of wood, 5 million units of stone, 500,000 units of refined iron. Seeing so many supplies, he was no longer as shocked as before, but gradually accepted it. There was no way he couldn't accept it. He found that as his strength grew rapidly, he could obtain supplies faster and faster. Whether he can upgrade to a city as quickly as possible depends on the Minotaur dynasty. Coming to the courtyard, I observed the entire city lord's mansion. This time, there were no other changes except that the city lord's mansion became several times larger, had a few more ordinary buildings, and became more magnificent. Flying into the air, overlooking the entire city, the city has expanded nearly 10 times, and the dozens of meters high city walls stand tall, as if they can resist all foreign enemies. Looking outside the city, tens of thousands of people were staring at him. Come in. Fighting is prohibited in the city. Violators will be severely punished. Linton's voice spread. Thank you, City Lord. Everyone rushed in impatiently. But when they entered the city, they were dumbfounded by the empty scene before them. They were even asked to build houses themselves. In order to avoid sleeping outdoors at night, everyone had to become hardworking and build their own houses. Linton was also helpless when it came to the house. Every upgrade required so many materials, and he didn't know what they were used for. It seemed that they were all used to build the city lord's mansion for him. Fortunately, these people built their own houses in the dark forest, and their building skills were quite good, otherwise his city would have been in a mess. After looking for a while, he turned and came to the military branch building to nurture today's military branch. It won't be long before the Tauran dynasty army arrives. We must not be careless and must work hard to improve our strength. Although he now has an advantage in the number of king-level warriors under his command, the top king-level warriors cannot compare with these old forces. The gap between them cannot be made up in a short period of time. We can only buy enough time and use sufficient resources to improve our strength as quickly as possible. Soon, a flash of light appeared, and 9 figures appeared in front of him. A hidden dragon, a thunder dragon, a white dragon, 2 black dragons, 3 red dragons, and a coiled dragon. Owner. After Linton named the dragons, he returned to the main hall of the city lord's mansion. I wonder how Sun Yuanzhang's elixir is being refined. This morning, we will reward the monks who bravely killed the enemy and take the opportunity to distribute pills to them to improve their strength. He suddenly thought of Sun Yuanzhang. 4 or 5 days had passed, and he wondered how the pill was going. He harvested more than 500 spiritual herbs yesterday, which was just enough for him to continue refining pills. When he found out, he was probably so excited that he started to receive business one after another. Thinking about this, Linton opened the chat channel, clicked on the friend list, and found that Sun Yuanzhang had sent a message early. The pill has been refined. 30 low-grade Xian level pills and 20 Huang level pills, not a single one less. The level of alchemy of the soldiers he bred is different. His soldiers are definitely not low in rank. Those who can refine Xian level elixirs may be soldiers with special talents. The success rate is really high. Compared to him, those alchemy masters from the local forces are simply not worth mentioning. It would be great if I could use it for my own benefit. He shook his head and sent a message to Sun Yuanzhang. I still have more than 500 spiritual herbs here. Please help me refine them. Sun Yuanzheng almost fell to the ground when he saw the news. Although he has upgraded the military structure to level 3, which allows him to breed more military units every day, it will take him a long time to train more than 500 units. Helping Linton to refine the pills originally did not allow him to make much profit due to the agreement reached between the two parties. With so many things going on at once, he had no time to refine other pills to make money. We definitely can't offend them. We can only extend the time a little bit. Sun Yuanzheng thought helplessly in his heart. In the end, he agreed and discussed the specific matters. He then urged Bingzhong to speed up the refining of the elixir. 8 days is not too long. We have no shortage of elixirs at the moment, and we will have even less once we take down the Minotaur dynasty. These elixirs won't do much good anyway. Linton thought to himself. Then he brought all the pills to the courtyard and prepared to distribute them. This time, not only them, but all the monks who participate in the battle will receive rewards. The more enemies you kill, the higher the reward you get. Chapter 197. Your territory has been occupied by Linton. Each of the 36 king-level cultivators who participated in the battle received a mid-grade Xin-level elixir. The same is true for Wolf Overlord. He planned to keep the remaining 3 mid-grade Xin-level pills for his own cultivation. Long Zhun and his friends guarded the house, and also obtained several low-grade Xin-level medicinal pills. Then he selected the 10 most heroic people who had killed the most enemies from among the werewolves and rabbits, and rewarded each of them with a low-grade Xin-level elixir. The rewards that others received were all yellow-grade elixirs or crystals. As for the remaining low-grade black-grade elixirs, of course they were all given to Zilonglong. Let them break through to the king level as soon as possible. After doing all this, he began to think about how to deal with the Minotaur dynasty army, whether to take the initiative to attack or passively defend as usual. At the same time, in the dark forest, some city lords who had just finished their training and woke up received the same reminder. Your territory has been occupied by Linton. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Transfer surrender. All the city lords were dumbfounded. What was going on? What they didn't know was that their territory was within 500 kilometers away from Linton. Now the area within a radius of 500 kilometers has become Linton's territory. As the weak, they can only choose to leave Linton's territory or surrender. Transfer. Consume 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone to transfer the territory 500 kilometers away. Submission. Your territory heart will merge with the other party's territory heart, binding them into a master-servant relationship. The master dies and the servant dies. The city lord, who learned the specific news, was even more shocked. How could it be played like this? In the chat channel. Fuck. I just woke up and received a reminder asking me to move out of the dark forest or submit to Linton. I also received it. It seems that Linton's territory has been upgraded. Our territory is now within Linton's territory. Then why did they ask us to move out instead of Linton expanding in another direction? If you have a stronger strength than him, you should be able to do it. I thought the dark forest was safe and I could live a carefree life from now on, but this happened. I was just being too optimistic. The city lords of the dark forest complained bitterly. Now they only want to stay in the dark forest. With Linton's presence, the dark forest is safer than any other place. Oh my god, this is so cool. I've learned a lot. This isn't good. I was thinking about how to stay away from Linton before, but now the opportunity is right in front of me. Curious about what would happen if I surrendered to Linton. Curiosity +1. Submitting to Linton means accepting Linton as your master. Everything belongs to Linton, including ourselves. If Linton dies, we will be buried with him. If we die, Linton will have nothing to worry about. Sounds good. It's just good for Linton. Doesn't that mean that if you submit to Linton, Linton will gain an extra city and a new military building, and your troops will obey his orders? Didn't a bunch of you want to join Linton before? Now's your chance. If you surrender, you will never be able to turn things around and will just be a lackey. Everyone was very interested in this newly discovered function. In the past, when city lords met each other, they would either become friends or fight to the death. Now there is another option, which is to make the other party surrender. This has more potential than local forces, and there is no need to worry about loyalty issues. Unless he doesn't want to live and would rather die together with us. What excites everyone the most is that they can obtain the opponent's military buildings, which is equivalent to having one more type of military. One person can have 2 or more types of soldiers. The lords of the dark forest were in hesitation, not knowing what to choose. The main reason was that they didn't know where their territory would be moved 500 miles away. If they were sent to the lair of a certain force, It would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. It would be better for them to surrender to Linton and seek a way to survive. But if they submit to Linton, their status will change from master to city lord, the city lord under Linton. Linton also noticed the message in the chat channel. Seeing that it was related to him, it immediately attracted his interest. I didn't expect to discover such a function last night when I upgraded the advanced town and expanded the territory. 2 branches of the military. That's good, but I wonder if his city and military buildings will be destroyed if the original owner dies. If not, then it doesn't matter. If so, then you must be cautious when accepting submission. Otherwise, if we spend resources upgrading and breeding a large number of troops, the enemy might use this as a threat. For the sake of the military, even if the enemy provokes us, we will still be afraid to do anything to him out of concern. He doesn't want this to happen. Given his personality, he would definitely slap him to death. By then, all the resources consumed will be reduced to ashes. Just then, a prompt popped up. City Lord Tian Yu wants to submit to you. Do you accept? Whether. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Linton was slightly stunned. Someone wanted to submit to him so quickly. Chapter 198 Lizard Tribe. Obtain new troops. Facing the first city lord who surrendered to him, he wanted to try out the effect and felt a little curious. Anyway, he couldn't use his resources to upgrade the opponent's city right away, but had to wait for a while. Besides, his current resources have been almost exhausted. After a few seconds of hesitation, he chose to accept. The next second, something popped up in his mind. He could sense a building hundreds of kilometers away. This should be the other party's territory. A thought flashed through his mind, and a prompt popped up. Are you sure you want to spend 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone to move the town? The other party has been upgraded to a primary town, but it is also true that now almost all city lords have been upgraded to a town. Confirm. Following his choice, the town in his mind instantly appeared in a place less than 5 kilometers away from him. As long as the other party surrenders, I can not only control the city, but also move within the territory by spending a certain amount of supplies, just like the main city. This feature is great. It's like a mobile fortress. He took off into the air and flew towards the town. Soon, a primary town came into his sight. Tian Yu and a group of soldiers had been waiting for Lin Tian's arrival. Lizard tribe. This species doesn't seem to be very valuable to cultivate, and I haven't heard of lizards being very powerful in mythology. He saw Tian Yu and his lizard troops in the city from afar. Greetings, master. When they arrived above the town, their shouts resounded through the sky. The lizards spoke in human language and knelt down to Linton. Linton put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Get up." His eyes fell on Tian Yu. At this time, Tian Yu was staring at Linton's figure in a daze, and once again saw the famous Linton. Linton is now so powerful that he can only look up to him. Looking at Lin Tianfei in midair, with a terrifying aura looming on his body, he couldn't help but flash a trace of envy in the depths of his eyes. Since you have chosen to submit to me, you should have considered all the consequences. If you work loyally for me, I will not treat you unfairly. However, if you dare to disobey my orders, I will not show mercy. Linton spoke first and hit him hard. Tian Yu came back to his senses and quickly bowed to express his loyalty, saying, "Brother Linton, don't worry. The moment I made the choice, I was ready. From now on, my life belongs to you, Brother Linton." Linton fell into the city and took a look at the military buildings. They were already level 3, and the strongest lizard troop had reached the king level, which was pretty good. Thousands of lizard soldiers together are comparable to a large tribe. After turning around, he looked at Tian Yu and instructed, "You should continue to breed troops and improve their strength every day as usual. Besides that, I will lead the troops to hunt down ferocious beasts, quickly improve their strength, and prepare for the upcoming war." As he said this, he handed over tens of thousands of crystals to Tian Yu for use in his and his soldiers' training. A big fight. When Tian Yu heard about the battle, he asked, "Brother Linton, who are you going to fight?" Even Brother Linton said it was a big battle, so it was definitely not an ordinary battle. Lin Tiandao, the Minotaur dynasty. Hiss. Hearing the words, Minotaur dynasty, Tian Yu was shocked. He had to fight with the Minotaur dynasty again so soon. It seemed that he had come at a bad time. He still vividly remembered the last battle between Lin Tian and the Minotaur dynasty. With his 9th level strength, he couldn't cause even a single ripple in that terrifying battle. "What? Are you scared?" Lin Tian glanced at him. Tian Yu was a little embarrassed. "To be honest with Brother Linton, I am indeed a little scared. I still remember the bloody scene last time." Lin Tian patted his shoulder with deep understanding and said, When you become numb from killing on the battlefield, you'll get used to it. I think he was the same at the beginning, hiding in the protective shield and not daring to go out. By now, he has almost reached the point where he regards life as worthless. The blood on his hands is so countless. Lin Tian turned and left, leaving Tian Yu disheveled in the wind. Now that we are here, we should make the best of it. Although this is full of dangers, it is also full of opportunities. As long as you perform well, it's not impossible for you to soar to the sky with brother Lin Tian. He stood there thinking for a while, and now he had no choice. In the dark forest, the other city lords all chose the first option. One after another, the territories disappeared from the dark forest and appeared hundreds of miles away from the dark forest. They have been the high and mighty masters for such a long time, commanding the troops at will. Unless they have no other choice, how could they be willing to give up this kind of emperor-like life? By submitting to Lin Tian, they became servants. At Lin Tian, help me, I am willing to submit to you. As the city lords made their choices, one of them immediately asked Lin Tian for help in the chat channel. It was obvious that he was randomly teleported to the door of a powerful force. After a few minutes, the other person's profile picture went dark. That's a bit unlucky. Tian Yu rubbed his eyebrows. He knew this person, but he didn't expect that he would die so soon. Chapter 199 Collective Breakthrough. Are there any brothers who have chosen to submit to Lin Tian? Please tell us if you still have control over the military units. Yeah, I'm also curious. Will the situation of him raising his own troops become a problem? Curiosity, +1. I guess the control over the military units should still be there, but Lin Tian has the highest authority. That makes sense. The chat channel was buzzing with activity because of this incident. After all, if you have another military building, your strength will increase several times every day. They saw in it an opportunity to turn the tide and surpass Lin Tian. The troops under Lin Tian's command are powerful, but if they have dozens of military buildings and breed countless military types, they can kill Lin Tian even if they are exhausted. Just as everyone was discussing, someone came into the chat channel and released a bombshell news. Successfully broke through the king level. This news is 100 times more exciting to everyone than the previous one. Congratulations to Goddess Rumung for breaking through to the king level. Goddess Rumung is the first among the 100 people to break through to the king rank. She is worthy of being called Goddess Rumung. It seems that this marrow cleansing pill can really allow people to break through to the king rank. Boss Lin Tian didn't lie to us. I want to buy the marrow cleansing pill. I want to break through to the king rank. At Lin Tian, I want to buy the marrow cleansing pill. At Pang Feichin, you said you were going to auction the marrow cleansing pill. Why did you disappear? Isn't it because of what you said back then that I don't dare to auction it? After learning that Yu Rameng had refined the marrow cleansing pill and successfully broken through to the king level, everyone was extremely excited and clamored to buy the marrow cleansing pill. Lin Tian, who was tagged crazily, opened the chat channel out of curiosity. Some people have achieved a breakthrough, which proves the effectiveness of the marrow cleansing pill. Even if some people can't break through, it has nothing to do with the pill. He thought to himself, but I can take this opportunity to resell another batch of marrow cleansing pills. They can't buy them anyway, so making a little money isn't bad. The main purpose is to help them break through as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he asked someone to find Langba. Hearing that his master was looking for him, Langba immediately came to Lin Tian as fast as he could and said, "Master, what can I do for you? Go to the Lyran dynasty's imperial city and find the palace steward. Ask him for a few hundred marrow cleansing pills." As he spoke, Lin Tian handed Langba a storage ring filled with crystals and said, "If there are not enough crystals, ask him to record it in the account or ask him to send someone to get it." "Yes, master." Langba took the order and retreated, hurried to the Lyran dynasty. He didn't know what his master wanted so many marrow cleansing pills for, but this was not something he could interfere in. If nothing unexpected happens, with Wolf Tyrant's speed, he should be able to get back by night. After thinking about it, he immediately sent a message in the chat channel. The general meaning is that the marrow cleansing pills will be auctioned at night. Faced with Lin Tian's news, the city lords naturally cheered. Everyone exited the chat channel and went to prepare the crystals. They had to get a marrow cleansing pill no matter what. Knowing that the marrow cleansing pill could indeed break through to the king level, everyone became even more excited than before. However, the wealth of this group of people is naturally incomparable to that of the last city lord. A few miles away, Tian Yu, who was approaching quietly, finally saw the city ahead clearly. This magnificent and majestic city, like a solid wall of steel, shocked him to the core, just like the last time. Compared with the city ahead, his town was several times smaller, just like a playing house. I'm afraid no one can match this upgrade speed. Being able to submit to him may be my destiny. He couldn't help but feel a little fortunate in his heart, as he was the first to submit to Brother Linton. Later on, it may not be so easy to submit to Brother Linton. Only those whose military type has reached a certain level and is favored by Brother Linton are qualified. How many local forces has Brother Linton conquered? What amazed him even more was the alien races coming in and out of the city. Among them are several king-level monks. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. I can't let Brother Linton look down on me. Even if my strength can't be improved, I have to improve the strength of my troops. Otherwise, I will become a useless waste. A sense of crisis surged in Tian Yu's heart. Brother Linton's development is too fast, which makes him feel a lot of pressure. In the city lord's mansion, Linton was studying the map of the Minotaur dynasty in his spare time. The Minotaur dynasty is indeed a dynasty with a vast territory. The population of the Minotaur tribe alone has reached over 10 million. His main purpose was to understand the mountains, rivers, and land veins of the Minotaur dynasty to facilitate the next battle. Chapter 200, A Sudden Change, of Vicious Beast Attacks. In the chat channel, people came one after another to announce that they had broken through to the king level. In just one afternoon, nearly 20 city lords were announced one after another. This made the others itch to try their luck, as they also wanted to experience the feeling of breaking through to the king level. But the prerequisite for breaking through the king level is to have the Marrow cleansing pill, so I can only wait until tonight to grab the Marrow cleansing pill. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. Night slowly fell, and a hint of blood emerged from the distant sky. Why did this Wolf King take so long? Could he have been robbed along the way? After Linton finished his dinner, he still hadn't seen Langba come back. Logically speaking, with Langba's speed, he should have returned by now, but there was still no sign of him. Unless something unexpected happens along the way. But with his current power, even the dynasty forces dare not provoke him easily, and who would dare to rob him halfway? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly noticed a terrifying aura flying towards him from afar. It was accompanied by a violent shaking that shook the earth and mountains, just like an earthquake. This tyrannical aura. Linton frowned slightly, and a strong murderous intent gradually arose in his heart. His body slowly rose into the air, followed closely by hundreds of dragons and all the king-level monks. Several kilometers away, several huge figures that covered the sky and the sun flew towards them rapidly. Below them, dense black shadows were running wildly in the forest, and the bloody and brutal aura rising into the sky stirred the entire space. Soon the two sides faced each other, only a few hundred meters apart. Standing in the front opposite was a demon ape that was 100 meters tall and covered with black hair. In his hand, he was holding a bloody figure. "You're looking for death." Linton's eyes narrowed, and the cold sound of killing resounded throughout the world. The person held in the demon ape's hand was none other than Wolf Overlord. He had originally ignored this group of ferocious beasts, leaving them for the weaker soldiers to fight monsters and level up later, but he didn't expect them to come and seek death. Boom! The demon ape grabbed the wolf in his hand and threw it to the ground like garbage. Then he looked at Linton with contempt and said, "I heard that you, a little ant, are very powerful. You are the only force left in the entire dark forest. I came here to take a look. As long as he crushes the ant in front of him, the entire dark forest will be his territory, and he will become the real king of the dark forest." This time he led almost all the ferocious beasts in the dark forest. Several major tribes were destroyed, leaving only a small force. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, the demon ape roared towards the sky, and the aura of the 6th level of the king level burst out. A fierce and violent aura swept across the entire place. This demon ape really knows how to pick the time. He chose to come at night. The strength of the beast increased dramatically at night. Under the illumination of the blood moon, its ferocity was completely aroused. Coupled with its huge body and strong physique, its strength was probably close to the 7th level of the king rank. This type of battle is the most difficult to fight, as it consumes not only the energy in the body, but also the physical strength. But he was not one to back down. He roared, "You are just a hairy beast. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but since you are seeking death, I will clean you out at once." Roar, roar, roar. A dragon roar that shook the universe sounded, and a terrifying sound wave swept over, blowing away a group of ferocious beasts below. At the same time, Tianyu, who heard the noise and rushed over with his troops, was almost scared to death when he saw the endless horror scene in front of him. Didn't they say that the war would only take a few days? How come we're already fighting after only being here for a day? I want to cry. Don't surrender to Brother Linton and die in less than a day. I don't want to die yet. With so many ferocious beasts, even a single piss from one of them could flood my territory. He wanted to run away, but if he dared to do so, Linton would never let him go. But if he performs well, he might get the marrow cleansing pill as a reward. He has noticed that Brother Linton is going to auction the marrow cleansing pill in the evening. In other words, Brother Linton may have dozens or even hundreds of marrow cleansing pills in his hands. It is not impossible to reward him with one and help him break through to the king level. On the battlefield, as the dragon's roar sounded, the whole place fell silent for half a second. But the demon ape didn't take this scene seriously at all. In his eyes, these are all ants that he can blow to pieces with one punch. You're only as big as one of my fingers. Who gave you the courage to scold me? The demon ape roared. Its hair stood up, and its fist, which was several times bigger than a sandbag, rushed towards Linton. If this punch landed on Linton, needless to say, he would be blown into a ball of blood mist in the next second, with no trace of his body left.